The iron-blooded commander Lu Zheng, who has been single for 27 years, firmly believes that women affect the speed of drawing a gun, until the pregnant Wen Liangyuan comes to him. With her baby bump, the child needs a father. Faced with this absurd accusation, he coldly laughs and opens the holographic evidence on the screen. An out-of-control version of himself is cuddling a woman while nuzzling her neck. Wife, come here. Even more embarrassing is the series of cutesy voice messages. Baby wants wife to feed. Lu Zheng is instantly petrified, his ears ringing as he crushes the control panel. When the Starship channel suddenly broadcasts these mortifying recordings, the entire army is in an uproar, and he grits his teeth, pinning the woman against the hatch. Since the whole universe knows, shouldn't my lady get a proper title? Chapter 1, Wife Hug. In winter, snowflakes dance in the air. 3 months later, when Liangyuan meets the mentally unstable Imperial commander, Lu Zheng again. At that time, she's already 3 months pregnant. The cozy little room feels small and cramped because of the tall and upright Lu Zheng. When Liangyuan has no choice but to seat Lu Zheng on the small sofa in the living room, bending over with her hands resting on her knees, looking into Lu Zheng's cold, deep blue eyes and his crimson lips, softly negotiating with him. Zheng, please don't move. Can you be a good boy? I'll make you some porridge to drink. You must be freezing coming here in this cold weather. The mentally unstable commander, Lu Zheng, resembles a simple-minded beast, almost like a completely different person from the usual commander. Take tea this moment. His sharp and handsome face is covered in stubble, devoid of any emotion, just staring blankly at Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan, feeling helpless, leans in and kisses Lu Zheng on the lips, and as soon as their lips touch, she notices the chill on his lips. Her face turns crimson as she lowers her head, not daring to look at Lu Zheng again, softly continuing to act coy with him. Zheng, okay? Because of this kiss, Lu Zheng's attitude softens, and he gently responds with an when Liangyuan feels as if she has been granted a pardon, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. During the winter season, the stored solar energy has run out, and to save on electricity bills, Wen Liangyuan seldom sets the temperature in the house. However, with Lu Zheng's arrival, bringing with him a chill, she unhesitatingly sets the indoor temperature to 28 degrees Celsius. The house is not large, comprising a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. In the kitchen, a clean white smart panel is cooking a small pot of minced meat porridge, bubbling and steaming, exuding the aroma of meat and rice. Next to it lies a white porcelain spoon, with some rice soup dripping onto the table, evidently because the owner was in a hurry to open the door for Lu Zheng. Once the temperature is set, the room fills with warmth. When Liangyuan glances at her holographic device, clicks to project the screen, and opens the living section, watching the electricity bill disappear at a visible rate. After checking on Lu Zheng, who is still sitting obediently on the sofa, when Liangyuan closes the holographic device, takes a fresh vegetable from the hydroponic rack, washes it, chops it up, and adds it to the pot to make vegetable minced meat porridge. She sets up a smart folding table next to the sofa, switches to round table mode, brings 2 bowls of porridge and places them on it, then takes a small stool to sit opposite Lu Zheng, pushing 1 bowl of porridge in front of him. Zheng, how long has it been since you ate? When Liangyuan is very worried about Lu Zheng, his eyes are bloodshot, and his condition is extremely poor. Eat quickly, she says, handing him a spoon. Lu Zheng, sitting on the small sofa, raises his hand, directly bypassing the spoon, grabbing Wen Liangyuan's delicate, fair wrist, and domineeringly says, wife hug. Kiss. Not eating. Lu Zheng is very dissatisfied that Wen Liangyuan isn't properly sitting in his arms, but is instead sitting across from him, forcefully tugging on her hand, commanding her, come here. When Liangyuan fears knocking over the table and worries about bumping into it and hurting the baby in her belly, so she has no choice but to get up and walk around the table to Lu Zheng's side. Before Wen Liangyuan can say anything, her long legs are already trapped between Lu Zheng's, and he holds her tightly in his embrace, nuzzling his head against her chest quite possessively. Zheng, you. The holographic device's notification interrupts Wen Liangyuan's words, and she quickly opens it to see a message from Lu Zheng's assistant. It seems that Zheng has run away again. Liangyuan, it's bad. Your commander just came down from the starship and has disappeared. Sob sob. None of US can find him. Be careful so he doesn't bully you again. Also, he keeps talking, and when Liangyuan feels helpless, furrowing her brows, and runs her hand through Lu Zheng's stiff hair, He's with me. Ah. The assistant's voice abruptly stops, followed by heavy breathing, and then a warning, be careful, don't let him force you again. I'll bring the guards over right away. The assistant's serious and fearful voice doesn't scare Wen Liangyuan. She closes the holographic device and continues to stroke Lu Zheng's stiff hair, one stroke at a time. Lu Zheng is tall and upright, even sitting on the small sofa. He seems very tall. Wen Liangyuan feels constrained by his grip around her waist and is momentarily breathless. Ah Zheng, could you loosen your grip a bit? Don't squeeze my belly. There's a baby in there, a little baby. Wen Liangyuan has to use a gentle tone, softly negotiating with Lu Zheng. Baby? Lu Zheng repeats in a dazed manner, and when Liangyuan nods, yes, baby, your baby, our baby. As she speaks, she takes Lu Zheng's hand and gently places it on her small belly, where there is already a rounded curve. The baby is 3 months old. You saw me last time when it was there. When Liangyuan's face turns red, biting her lip lightly, her eyes glistening as she looks at the top of Lu Zheng's head. Baby, wife, mine. Lu Zheng's rough hands gently stroke Wen Liangyuan's small belly, as if communicating with the baby inside. Yes, your baby, so make sure the baby doesn't go hungry. I need to eat, and you need to eat too, to set a good example for the baby, okay? Wen Liangyuan softly negotiates with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng responds with an loosening his grip on Wen Liangyuan. She exhales and dares not sit opposite him anymore, instead taking the small stool to sit beside him, closely pressing against him, handing him a bowl of porridge and a spoon. Eat. Quickly, that Lu Zheng finally starts eating porridge, and when Liangyuan breathes a sigh of relief, also picking up her own bowl, occasionally reminding Lu Zheng, slow down, don't rush. Then the holographic device alerts again, and Lu Zheng, visibly displeased, slams his bowl down on the table. Wife, not good. When Liangyuan is startled by Lu Zheng's voice, putting down her bowl, anxiously holding his hand with one hand and touching his ear with the other. Ah Zheng, let me take a video call. Can you be good for a bit? After saying this, seeing Lu Zheng soften a bit, when Liangyuan nervously answers the video call, which is still from Lu Zheng's assistant. Make sure your commander is calmed down gently. Don't let him fly into a rage. I'm coming over soon, bringing a dozen guards. Hopefully, we can subdue him. The assistant's voice is filled with tension and fear. When Liangyuan is influenced by the assistant's words, feeling a bit uneasy. After hanging up the video call, she hurriedly soothes the increasingly irritable Lu Zheng. After losing control of his mental power, Commander Lu Zheng has a very strong desire for control and a simple mindset. When Liangyuan has already stepped on his landmine twice by taking 2 video calls in front of him. If it weren't for his attention being diverted by the rounded curve of Wen Liangyuan's belly, she would definitely have been pinned down by him on the bed, receiving a harsh punishment. The baby inside her is a result of that punishment. Wen Liangyuan is extremely afraid of Lu Zheng getting angry, so she often faces him with a gentle and soft demeanor, but she also naturally lacks assertiveness. Before long, the assistant arrives. Chapter 2. The Soft and Adorable Commander. The security system of Wen Liangyuan's small house had previously recorded the assistant's iris, so he directly opens the door and comes in, followed by a dozen imposing guards, who take advantage of Lu Zheng's inattention to subdue him. However, a commander is still a commander even if his mental power is out of control and he can't use it. In terms of pure physical strength, a dozen guards are no match for him. The small table was overturned and the unfinished porridge spilled everywhere. The bowl also shattered. When Liangyuan was frightened and curled up in the corner, holding her slightly protruding belly. Seeing that several guards were about to lose control of Lu Zheng, when Liangyuan had to speak up, Ah Zheng, be good, they're not bad people, they are our friends. If she had spoken just a moment later, those guards would have been knocked down by Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was that powerful and terrifying. With Wen Liangyuan's help, over a dozen guards finally managed to subdue the raging Lu Zheng, several of them panting heavily, their neatly pressed uniforms torn in several places. The assistant, curled up in the corner, was almost in tears, trembling uncontrollably. Liangyuan, your man is too scary. I want to change jobs. I never want to deal with his mental breakdowns again. When Liangyuan felt helpless as well, and, suppressing her fear, advised him, if you change jobs, the Empire won't provide you with a small villa. Without a small villa, you won't be able to marry a wife. That one sentence silenced the assistant, but he gritted his teeth and looked at Wen Liangyuan. Talk to your commander, and let him treat me better in the future. Stop giving me so many dangerous tasks. Wen Liangyuan ignored his absurdity and walked over to Lu Zheng, whose mouth was bleeding and struggling in a very awkward manner, gently stroking his stubbled face. Zheng, your condition is unstable right now. You need to see Dr. Lu first, get checked, and take some stabilizers before you come find me, or it might hurt the baby. Trapped by several guards, Lu Zheng was on high alert and no longer trusted Wen Liangyuan, which made her heart ache. She had to grab Lu Zheng's hand and stroke her belly again. Zheng, go see the doctor. The baby and I will wait for you to come back, okay? She softly coaxed, her eyes gentle as water. Lu Zheng breathed heavily, but nodded obediently. Wife, baby, wait for me. The assistant's eyes widened in horror as he pointed at Lu Zheng. Him. This is way too unfair. Forget it. I should have recognized reality long ago. After his mental breakdown, he only recognizes you. What did you say? You're pregnant? You have a baby? The assistant's voice abruptly stopped, disappearing in an instant as Lu Zheng shot him a sharp, cold glare. The assistant trembled and hid behind Wen Liangyuan. As soon as Lu Zheng's gaze fell on Wen Liangyuan, it instantly softened and filled with affection. This disparity made the assistant feel frustrated but utterly helpless. Quickly go see Dr. Lu. By the way, has Zheng's mood been stable these past 3 months? Wen Liangyuan was genuinely worried about Lu Zheng. The assistant had the guards carefully take Lu Zheng outside while responding to Wen Liangyuan. For the past 3 months, haven't we been fighting against the beasts on the geothermal planet? After your commander's mental breakdown, his brain has become as dull as a pig's. He can't operate the shuttle or communicate with people, can't find his way back, and almost got us killed. Luckily, Dr. Lu arrived in time and gave him 3 shots of stabilizers, saving a whole bunch of US. The IS's condition serious again. Why did he need 3 shots of stabilizers? Normally, 1 shot would be enough. Why did Zheng need 3? Wen Liangyuan furrowed her delicate brows in worry, her slender, fair hands twisting her dress. Let's not talk about him, it's just like that. He won't die anytime soon. But Liangyuan, what about your belly? It looks like you're showing. Your man doesn't normally know you exist. Have you thought about how to tell him? The assistant was very concerned about Wen Liangyuan because he knew too well how terrifying and cold the Empire's commander, Lu Zheng, could be under normal circumstances. If Wen Liangyuan faced him, she would definitely be left with nothing but bones. Wen Liangyuan fell silent, and just then they arrived in the courtyard. She quickly changed the subject. You take Zheng to see Dr. Lu. He'll figure out how to tell him. All right, but hurry up. Your belly doesn't seem like it can wait much longer. The assistant's worried gaze fell on Wen Liangyuan's belly. Did I know? Don't worry. Wen Liangyuan opened the door of the hover car, letting the assistant sit in the passenger seat. Lu Zheng in the back seat looked at Wen Liangyuan with longing, pitifully calling out, Wife, don't you want me anymore? With such a handsome and cool face, saying such soft and shameless words, the 3 guards and the assistant in the hover car almost burst out laughing. When Liangyuan reached out to Lu Zheng, who was sitting between 2 guards, Zheng, go see the doctor first. The baby and I will wait for you to come back, okay? Be good and don't make a fuss. Wife, Lu Zheng called out again, his eyes reddening. The assistant in the front seat was so eager to record the commander acting cute and shameless that he opened his light brain without hesitation and started filming. Even as he filmed, he was already thinking that when he eventually lost his job, he could use this video to blackmail the commander for money. When Liangyuan didn't notice her attention was fully on Lu Zheng. Zheng, listen to me. It's just a doctor's visit. Once you're better, you can come see me and the baby, all right? As she spoke, her hand moved gently over her belly. Smiling tenderly at Lu Zheng, he finally reluctantly replied with a hum and released Wen Liangyuan's hand. Wife, baby, wait for me. We'll be waiting here for you. After Wen Liangyuan said that, she showed a gentle smile and let go of Lu Zheng's hand. The 2 hover cars drove out of sight, and when Liangyuan's smile gradually faded, a hint of worry appearing in her watery eyes. What should she do? She was familiar with the unstable Zheng, but she had only seen the normal Lu Zheng once and didn't fully understand him. From the assistant's few words, she sensed that Lu Zheng was a very difficult person to approach and get along with. Looking down at her slightly protruding belly, when Liangyuan sighed, she really couldn't think of a solution. Once inside the house, the first thing Wen Liangyuan did was turn off the temperature settings, and the second was to tidy up the furniture. After completing these 2 tasks, she nestled onto the small sofa, wrapped in a blanket, and contacted Lu Zheng's assistant through her light brain, inquiring about Lu Zheng's condition. Wen Liangyuan's voice was filled with concern. What did Dr. Lu say? What does he need to get better? Are the stabilizers still effective? The assistant squatted in the corner, avoiding the raging Lu Zheng in the hospital room, his handsome face cautious as he spoke to the light-brained doctor. Lu said the commander's mental state is severely affected and needs immediate purification treatment. Otherwise, there will be even more terrifying consequences. But apart from you, we can't find a purification treatment for now because the stabilizers have lost their effectiveness on the commander. Chapter 3. Need a hug. Send the coordinates to my light brain, and it'll come find you. When Liangyuan knew that the military hospital's map couldn't be found, it was protected by the mainframe, and without permission, no one's light brain could search for it. Having coordinates would allow for calculations to find it. Even within the military hospital, sending coordinates through a light brain required permission, which the commander's assistant happened to have. Even so, civilian aircraft couldn't reach the military hospital. They had to land early and be picked up by someone from the military hospital. When Liangyuan wrapped her beige coat tightly around her and anxiously followed the assistant into the hovercar, then got off at the military hospital, entering the mental health department, that Dr. Lu was waiting for her. In the spotless white office, a round white robot served hot tea to the three of them. Guests, please enjoy the tea. If you don't like it, just let me know, and Eva will make adjustments. Doctor. Lu glanced at it. Activate closed mode. Yes, master. Eva's round eyes immediately went dark, obediently standing in the corner, motionless. When Liangyuan had never seen such a round and cute robot before, which made her look at it a little longer. She lived on Wasteland Star, where resources were scarce, and dreaming of owning a robot was just wishful thinking. After arriving on Donghua Star, the Empire only provided accommodation and did not supply expensive robots. She also had no currency to buy one, so she had never had close contact with one. When she withdrew her gaze, when Liangyuan noticed that Dr. Lu and assistant Lin were looking at her, and she suddenly felt a bit flushed and shyly lowered her head. Miss Wen, there's no need to be nervous. We called you here regarding the commander's uncontrolled mental power. Assistant Lin must have informed you of the commander's basic situation. We need your help, Dr. Lu said succinctly, quickly conveying his meaning. When Liangyuan clenched the hem of her clothes, feeling the tension spread through her limbs, her face flushed. I understand, doctor. Lu let out a sigh of relief, his tone softer than before. What assistance do you need from us? Yes, feel free to say it. Don't be afraid, Lin Xiao added, feeling somewhat uneasy, as if he had become a nightclub hostess from ancient times. When Liangyuan knew that only by purifying Lu Zheng's spiritual sea could he regain control over his mental powers. However, purification required physical contact. Generally, mutual touching and hugging could suffice for regular mental power immersion. But in Lu Zheng's case of uncontrolled mental power, it would require two bodies to engage. In negative distance communication for purification, negative distance communication could allow two mutually trusting individuals to achieve spiritual resonance, enabling her to enter Lu Zheng's spiritual sea at that moment and release her spiritual essence to purify it. This was something only lovers could do, but she and Lu Zheng were not in love. It was one-sided on her part, and Lu Zheng didn't even remember her. Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao understood this, hence their guilt towards Wen Liangyuan. When Liangyuan touched her lower abdomen, relieved that the child was 3 months along, making it possible for her to proceed. She raised her head, shyly and nervously looking at them, and with great difficulty said, I want a comfortable, soundproof room, and there should be no one in the surrounding rooms. The thought of doing such things with Lu Zheng in a military hospital surrounded by so many people was something Wen Liangyuan couldn't even dream of, leaving her feeling tense and scared. Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao quickly agreed to her request and swiftly cleared the area of people, including the robots. They then took Wen Liangyuan to Lu Zheng's hospital room, and the two left in a hurry. The hospital room was simple and spacious, with soft beige sofas, white bedding, and a brown cabinet. The renowned Imperial Commander Lu Zheng was tied up tightly on the bed, unable to move at all. When Liangyuan walked to the bedside, suppressing her fear and tension, turning off all the lights until only a soft yellow lamp remained. Dear, the commander on the bed called out softly, sensing her presence, his voice pitiful and sweet. When Liangyuan's heart ached instantly, her palms tingling, and all her tension and fear vanished. She sat by the bed, reached out to stroke Lu Zheng's head, her voice gentle as water. Zheng, where do you feel uncomfortable? Dear baby, hug me. Lu Zheng, after losing control of his mental power, became very clingy and soft. However, the normal Lu Zheng was exceedingly terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the nemesis of insectoids and other beasts. When Liangyuan gathered her complex feelings and gently lay on Lu Zheng's chest, caressing the scars on his firm chest, listening to his rapid, strong heartbeat. Zheng, is it still the same as before? When you wake up, you won't remember me. Dear, it hurts. Lu Zheng whined softly. After losing control of his mental power, he truly resembled what Lin Xiao described a single-celled organism, completely unaware of Wen Liangyuan's pain and grievances, only knowing to act. When Liangyuan understood where he hurt, she got up, removed her lower garments, and leaned over to kiss him. To prevent injury, she had to take the initiative. The first time, Lu Zheng would be extremely intense, almost to the point of harming her. But after the first time, he would become much gentler. The baby was only 3 months along, and she couldn't withstand Lu Zheng's intensity, so she had to control the situation to help him soften. Even though she felt so shy, she wished she could just disappear, as expected. After they engaged in negative distance communication, Lu Zheng became immediately intense. She secretly felt relieved, and then seized the opportunity to enter Lu Zheng's spiritual essence appeared as a powerful electric gray-blue dragon resembling a majestic stag, terrifying and fearsome. When Liangyuan was startled by her first sight of it, revealing her own spiritual essence, a white magnolia flower swaying in the wind. Amidst her fear, she was even more worried to see dense black mist swirling in Lu Zheng's spiritual sea, almost solidifying. She couldn't imagine what would happen if this black mist corroded the normal mental power within Lu Zheng's spiritual sea, what he would become. With no other choice, she began to bloom her white magnolia flowers, releasing her spiritual power to absorb and purify the terrifying black mist in Lu Zheng's spiritual sea. During their first exchange, she only managed to purify 1/3 of it. As she tried to continue purifying and absorbing, in reality, Lu Zheng rolled over and pinned her down. She had no choice but to withdraw from Lu Zheng's spiritual sea and return to reality. Hearing her own sultry and entranced voice, when Liangyuan wished she could bite her tongue in despair, it was too much. Dear, don't make those sounds, Lu Zheng said domineeringly, lowering his head to kiss her, unwilling to let her make any more soft, seductive noises. Although Lu Zheng broke free from his restraints, he was no longer as fierce and terrifying, allowing Wen Liangyuan to bear it. She hugged Lu Zheng's shoulders to steady herself, continuing to delve into his spiritual sea to purify the black mist. Chapter 4: The situation of the commander. By the time half of the work was completed, it was already evening. When Liangyuan was in a disheveled state, covered in marks and looking utterly miserable, almost unrecognizable, she barely managed to regain a bit of spirit and pulled the blanket over herself. Her movements were incomplete, and Lu Zheng held her even tighter. With a sore waist and aching legs, when Liangyuan couldn't help but let out a soft sound of discomfort, her voice pitiful. Lu Zheng immediately looked at her with concern. Wife. Zheng, you can't be like this every time. You're almost killing me. You're so gentle with me. It's as if you want to hang me here. You're really a bad guy. When Liangyuan was so exhausted that she couldn't even lift a finger, feeling drowsy, so she had no choice but to let Lu Zheng hold her, kneading and rolling her. Fortunately, he was also satisfied and didn't intend to continue tormenting her, just holding her while kissing and touching. When Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu entered, they were almost knocked down by the overwhelming alpha mental power in the room, which felt as deep as the sea. Luckily, this mental power didn't attack them. Otherwise, they might have ended up like those insectoid beasts, torn apart by Lu Zheng's mental power and turned into fragments. The two hurriedly opened the door and windows to let the mental power dissipate. Lu Zheng fell asleep, still tightly holding Wen Liangyuan. She was awakened by the evening glow outside the window, and, upon looking up, couldn't help but blush when she saw them. You guys. She felt extremely shy and didn't know how to start. We need to check the current condition of the commander's mental sea. Is Miss Wen okay? Doctor? Lu asked with concern. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head. Can you give me some time? I'll put on some clothes first, okay? Although they were anxious about Lu Zheng's condition, they couldn't disregard Wen Liangyuan, so they stepped outside to give her time to dress. After being tossed around by Lu Zheng, dressing was another ordeal for Wen Liangyuan, but she endured it and didn't let herself lose composure. When Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao entered again, she was weakly leaning against the sofa, watching them use a robotic device to check Lu Zheng's body. Dr. Lu was swinging an instrument in his hand, connecting it to his light brain, projecting a screen to calculate data. They were busy for nearly an hour before finishing, at which point Wen Liangyuan had fallen asleep again. When she woke up again, Lu Zheng had returned to his true self and was taken away by a military aircraft, while Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu had been waiting by her side. Where's A Zheng? Where did he go? Wen Liangyuan felt her mental power was almost exhausted, and she was very weak. She needed Lu Zheng to stay by her side. The restless child in her belly also needed Lu Zheng's mental power for comfort. However, Wen Liangyuan knew that Lu Zheng, like every other time, would leave once his mental sea returned to normal, just abandoning her. Lin Xiao averted his gaze, not daring to look at her. Liangyuan, I'll take you back. When Liangyuan didn't respond to him and looked at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, how is A Zheng? I've only cleared half of his mental contamination. According to protocol, information about the Empire's commander, especially regarding Lu Zheng's mental power, should not be leaked. If it fell into the hands of the alien beasts or insectoids, it would be catastrophic. Not to mention, it would shake the morale of the military. But Wen Liangyuan was not just anyone. She could be considered the commander's Yida and posed no threat to him. Therefore, Dr. Lu still shared Lu Zheng's basic situation with Wen Liangyuan. Before meeting you, the commander hadn't received any comfort or purification for nearly 20 years. Additionally, his mental power is exceptionally strong, resulting in his mental sea developing a mental haze. By the way, the black mist in the mental sea is the mental haze, which can easily contaminate the mental sea. The commander has almost lost his purification and defense capabilities. Any external information, even news, is an invasion to his mental sea. His current condition is very dire. Dr. Lu frowned slightly, filled with worry, and continued to explain Lu Zheng's condition to Wen Liangyuan. Miss Wen should understand that every alpha has their own Yida. As the most powerful alpha with peak level 9 mental power, the commander has never encountered a suitable Yida. All these years, he has relied on self-healing for his mental contamination, which would be nearly impossible for other alphas. When Liangyuan knew that in the Empire star system, every child is tested by the main brain at birth. Those with attacking mental powers are called alphas. Those with calming mental powers are Yidas. And those without mental powers are the most ordinary betas, who are the freest. Alphas and Yidas have all their information recorded by the main brain at birth, including mental power levels and types. For example, Lu Zheng is an alpha with peak level 9 mental power, type Songlong, Azure Dragon. Wen Liangyuan is a Yida with level 3 calming mental power, type Baiyulin, Magnolia. Alpha mental powers range from 1 to 9, from weak to strong. Yidas, like alphas, also have a maximum level of 9, but they lead to two extremes. An alpha with level 9 mental power is powerful enough to tear apart a mech and break through the shell of an insectoid queen. But a level 9 Yida represents ultimate dependence on their partner, along with the strongest calming, healing, and purifying abilities. Yidas and alphas are almost a one-to-one match, and there are advanced Yidas that can match lower-level alphas, making the calming effect of the Yida's mental power even better, often effortlessly achieved with just a hug. However, advanced alphas cannot match lower-level Yidas. Their mental power is too strong, and during the calming and purifying process, if an alpha loses control, it can harm the Yida, potentially leading to the collapse of the Yida's mental sea. Such damage is irreversible. Mental power contamination could turn a Yida into a vegetable, with a collapsed mental sea leading to brain death or a stopped heart resulting in death. Therefore, in the Empire's star system, no cases of advanced alphas matching lower-level Yidas have occurred, and the Empire does not allow such situations to happen. After all, every Yida and alpha is a guardian of the Empire's star system and is extremely important. Of course, betas and Yidas cannot be together with alphas either. Although the law does not explicitly prohibit them from being together, it is not the mainstream in the empire. Yetas fare better. Being with betas is tolerable aside from the lack of security. Alphas are different. They cannot rely on suppressants for life. Without the purification and comfort from a Yeta, their mental sea could collapse at any time. Wen Liangyuan only now learned these common knowledge because she was a beta before and, for some unknown reason, she gradually awakened her calming mental power and became a Yeta. Understanding this knowledge made her very worried about Lu Zheng, as there was not a single Yeta with level 9 mental power among the billions of people in the Empire star system. She had never heard of it. Chapter 5, Relying on his wife, Wengu. What level is your mental power? Dr. Lu asked Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan came back to her senses and forced a smile. I'm a level 3 beta. Level 3 beta, not to mention the entire Imperial star system. Even on Donghua star, there are many of them. They are not lacking at all. This is strange. You're level 3. How could you possibly soothe the mental sea of a commander? Normally, your level would be torn apart by the commander if you try to soothe a level 9 commander. Dr. Lu was puzzled, and Lin Xiu was also surprised. I always thought you were level 6 or 7, Liangyuan. After he said that, he thought of the terrifying possibility of the mental sea being torn apart and felt guilty towards Wen Liangyuan. I'm sorry. I didn't ask about your level and let you soothe the commander. Wen Liangyuan shook her head. Don't worry about me. I was just an ordinary person at first, and I slowly became a beta. In just 20 short years, she always thought she was a beta, the most common kind of ordinary person in the Imperial star system. But one day, she became a beta with beta mental power, even if it was only level 3. This is quite strange. I've never heard of such a transformation, Doctor. Lu said. Lin Xiu interrupted him, not allowing him to continue thinking. Dr. Lu, you should worry about the commander's situation in the future. Now that we know Liangyuan's mental power level, she can no longer soothe the commander, otherwise she will be in danger. Yes, Dr. Lu nodded, while worrying even more about Lu Zheng's situation, which Lin Xiu also thought about. Without the soothing and purifying treatment of a beta, Commander Lu Zheng's mental power would be at great risk of contamination at any time, especially since Wen Liangyuan's cleansing this time was only half done. But they didn't remind Wen Liangyuan. After all, they didn't want anything to happen to her. They couldn't let her die for the commander. They couldn't do such a thing, nor did they dare let others know, because they didn't force Wen Liangyuan, but others might not be so kind. Looking at Wen Liangyuan, Dr. Lu changed the subject. Miss Wen, I will report this to the commander and let him compensate you. You can go back for now. No. Wen Liangyuan interrupted Dr. Lu. Her face flushed with anxiety. Dr. Lu, don't tell Ajing, I don't need any compensation, really. How can that be? Liangyuan? Lin Xiu almost revealed that Wen Liangyuan was pregnant, but fortunately, she quickly covered his mouth, her eyes pleading with him. When Lin Xiu realized the problem, Wen Liangyuan finally let go of him. Does Miss Wen have any other questions? Dr. Lu asked curiously, his eyes constantly sizing up the two of them. Wen Liangyuan stood up pale and covered her belly with her beige coat. I have no problems. Dr. Lu, thank you for today. I'll leave now. When Liangyuan looked at Lin Xiu again, Lin Xiu, could you please take me home? Ah, sure, I'll take you home, Lin Xiu replied, greeting Dr. Lu before leading Wen Liangyuan outside. Once they stepped out, Wen Liangyuan realized this was Dr. Lu's office, and she turned to Lin Xiu just now. Ajing, didn't T see me in the ward, did he? I took the initiative to bring you down. I didn't T dare let him see you. He probably still thinks he healed himself, Lin Xiu said with a hint of amusement. When Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit disappointed. Lin Xiu turned to look at her and sighed. Liangyuan, what do you think we should do? We can't let the commander know of your existence. But his mental sea is all messed up. Most importantly, if you continue to soothe and purify his mental sea, your mental sea might get torn apart by his mental power. Lin Xiu didn't say this last sentence, but his worried gaze was fixed on Wen Liangyuan, who sensed his hesitation. Lin Xiu, she called out. Lin Xiu came back to his senses, lowering his head and not daring to look at Wen Liangyuan. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. Just take me to a place where I can catch a flyer and I can go back by myself. Wen Liangyuan, always understanding, didn't T want to trouble others. I'll take you home to rest. Don't worry, I won't be as tired as you, Lin Xiu said naturally. But when Liangyuan couldn't help but think of the entanglement with Lu Zheng and blushed. However, she didn't dare to let Lin Xiu see it. After getting into the hover car, she kept her eyes closed, pretending to doze off. After arriving home, Lin Xiu handed Wen Liangyuan 2 cans of multivitamins. I bought these for myself, but now I'm giving them to you. I'll go buy more later. Afraid Wen Liangyuan would refuse. He added, the child in your belly is the Commander S, and I'm his assistant. It's my duty to take care of you. Besides, the child needs nourishment, right? It's not money. And in the end, when Liangyuan didn't refuse, reaching out to take them, and invited Lin Xiu, come up and sit for a while. No, actually, it's best to go to the hospital for a checkup. Liangyuan, what do you think? Lin Xiu suggested after careful consideration. When Liangyuan lowered her head, unsure of what to do. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiu said, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup. That way, you can be at ease. No, let's talk about it later. When Liangyuan shook her head, rejecting Lin Xiu, you should go back. Be careful on the way. All right, then I'll leave. If you need anything, contact me. Lin Xiu pointed to the light brain on his hand. When Liangyuan replied with an MM. Watching Lin Xiu drive away in the hover car. Back at home, when Liangyuan felt a bit down, casually eating some nutrition agents and 2 vitamins before opening her light brain and clicking on the projection screen. She opened the central channel of the Imperial Star System, the Donghuan News Channel. In the news, a whole row of people stood solemnly. Lu Zheng stood in the middle position, and at the center was the golden-haired minister of the military, Dias, who was speaking. But even not being in the center, Lu Zheng was extremely eye-catching. He had obviously taken a shower and was no longer in the disheveled state he had been in earlier that day. He wore a red cloak and a black military hat with the golden emblem of the Imperial military on it, and on his collar, a very prominent Commander S emblem made of golden branches and 3 golden stars, black military uniform and black military boots, with white gloves, standing stern and cold. His lips were crimson, with sharp eyebrows, and his eyes were a chilling deep blue, with thin lips and smooth jawline, tall and upright, exuding a noble, fierce, cold, and domineering presence. He looked like a piece of high-quality black silk wrapped around deep blue ice. When Liangyuan's breath almost stopped, she couldn't understand what Minister Diaz was saying at all, her gaze fixed on Lu Zheng the whole time. He was so captivating that it drove people mad. And 3 hours ago, he had been entangled with her in the room. Chapter 6. Commander S' wife. When Liangyuan felt her face heat up as she looked at Lu Zheng's chest displayed on the holographic screen, unable to resist the warmth of his skin that lingered in her palm. Lu Zheng didn't have exaggerated muscles. His body was perfect, tall, and firm, with a thin layer of hot skin covering powerful muscles that exuded an intimidating explosiveness, making him resemble a leopard or tiger from an ancient documentary, possessing terrifying strength. Realizing what she was thinking, when Liangyuan's face turned crimson, and she quickly pulled the blanket over her head, not wanting to face anyone. But by the time she gathered her shyness and embarrassment, the news channel had switched to other events, no longer showing Lu Zheng's figure. When Liangyuan pounded her chest in frustration, feeling boiling anger. After that day, she hadn't seen Lu Zheng for several days. During these days, she lived a life similar to most people in the settlement area. She would take a walk after breakfast, then return to read, make lunch, take a nap, wake up to read again, take another walk after dinner, and then read some more. During this time, she watched all the interviews about Commander Lu Zheng again, this time more exaggerated than before. She watched anything that even slightly related to him. The holographic computer also remembered her choices, filling her internet feed with information about Lu Zheng, while other people's information could only be found in the cracks. When Liangyuan often did this, having long formed a habit. One day, as she was about to take out her holographic computer without even giving a command to search for Lu Zheng, she heard a loud knocking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Startled, when Liangyuan immediately closed the search interface and opened her contacts, first video calling Lin Xiu. The call connected quickly, and Lin Xiu looked somewhat frazzled. Liangyuan, is something wrong? His voice was weak, and, after a moment, hearing the intense knocking from her side, his eyes lit up with urgency. Liangyuan, lock the door. You can't handle the Commander-S antics right now. Quickly lock the door. I'll bring 50 guards over immediately. Lin Xiu hung up the call without waiting for a response. When Liangyuan walked to the door, just as she was about to lock it, she heard Lu Zheng's breathless and extremely aggrieved voice from outside. "Wife, open the door. Wife, wife." Lu Zheng kept knocking, repeatedly saying wife, and when Liangyuan's heart softened, trembling, she opened the door. Lu Zheng rushed in with the speed of a blur. And before Liangyuan could react, he hugged her tightly, burying his head in her neck and breathing deeply several times. "Wife, you're not being good," Lu Zheng accused her, his military uniform pressing painfully against her chin, causing tears to stream down her face. To avoid angering Lu Zheng, when Liangyuan tried to tiptoe and wrapped her arms around his strong waist. "Zheng, be gentler, it hurts." Lu Zheng was too tall, and she felt tiny in his embrace. "Wife, you're not being good," he repeated, both angrily and cutely. When Liangyuan's hands slid across Lu Zheng's back. "I'm very good. Let's close the door first, okay, Zheng?" When Liangyuan hoped to take this opportunity to free herself, but Lu Zheng, even in his chaotic mental state, was clever enough to lift his leg and kick the door shut, looking at her with a hint of smugness. "I forgot your legs were so long," when Liangyuan said helplessly. "Wife, I want to hold you." Hearing Lu Zheng's excited and soft voice, she knew she couldn't escape because this embrace was a verb. "Zheng, can you let me go so I can adjust the temperature and take off my clothes?" When Liangyuan had to look for an opportunity to make herself more comfortable, Lu Zheng was unwilling and insisted on holding her tightly. When Liangyuan had been tiptoeing for so long that her feet were about to cramp. "Zheng, my neck hurts and the baby in my belly isn't comfortable either. Can you loosen your grip a bit, please?" She coaxed Lu Zheng patiently. Finally, Lu Zheng agreed, his iron-like hands loosening around her delicate waist. Before when Liangyuan could catch her breath, Lu Zheng hugged her waist from behind, nuzzling his chin against her shoulder. He walked to the bed and sat down, pulling her onto his long legs. His big hands gently stroked her belly over her clothes. "Baby, be good. Don't bully mommy." His stern warning made when Liangyuan's face turned bright red, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Hearing Lu Zheng say mommy was too much for her to handle. When Lu Zheng didn't hear her respond, he got a bit angry and threw in Liangyuan's outerwear aside, almost tossing her sweater to the ground as well. Luckily, when Liangyuan reacted quickly and grabbed the hem of her clothes, soothing Lu Zheng. "Zheng, I haven't adjusted the temperature yet. Taking off my clothes now will make me cold." Her voice was soft and weak, causing Lu Zheng to soften his heart. He nuzzled into her shoulder again, clearly unable to resist. "Wife, hurry, quick." When Liangyuan quickly opened her holographic computer, adjusted the temperature, and just managed to close the screen when Lu Zheng lifted her onto the bed and pressed down on her tightly. When Liangyuan didn't dare be careless. Just like in a military hospital, they needed to make physical contact to achieve a mental resonance. She immediately entered Lu Zheng's mental sea, trying hard to purify and heal the mental haze inside him. However, Lu Zheng was too intense, making it difficult for her to clean and purify continuously, consuming a lot of time with minimal effect. After a long struggle, when Liangyuan's breathing became rapid, her chest felt like it was being hammered, and she finally managed to clear half of the haze from Lu Zheng's mental sea. But the consequence of this forced cleaning was that when Liangyuan's mental power became extremely depleted and her body was utterly exhausted. After the cleaning, Lu Zheng's chest no longer hurt, and as he pulled away from her, when Liangyuan weakly collapsed, a trickle of dark red flowing from beneath her, losing consciousness. The simple-minded Lu Zheng didn't understand what had happened to Wen Liangyuan. He held her naked body tightly in his arms, softly calling, "Wife, wife." When Lin Xiu arrived with the guards, this was the scene they encountered. They quickly restrained the well-tempered Lu Zheng after his outburst. Lin Xiu swiftly wrapped Wen Liangyuan in a bedsheet and carried her outside. "Wife, let go of my wife." Lu Zheng became enraged, starting to fight with the guards in Wen Liangyuan's small room. Lin Xiu couldn't afford to think much. He used voice commands to the holographic computer, projecting a screen to call Dr. Lu while running. "Dr. Lu, hurry to the settlement area. Bring more calming agents." Liangyuan fainted after calming the commander, and he is still in a state of uncontrolled mental power Chapter 7. Are we keeping it from the commander? Okay, I understand. What else do you need me to do? Dr. Lu quickly stood up, speaking while grabbing the medical kit, his long legs striding briskly toward the office exit. He gently placed Wen Liangyuan on the back seat of the hover car, and Lin Xiu moved to the driver's seat, driving the hover car out with a serious expression. I will exercise the commander's authority and have the best obstetrician from the military hospital waiting at the entrance. The commander's Yida is pregnant, and there are signs of miscarriage. As soon as these words were spoken, Dr. Lu's expression changed dramatically. He paused his steps. Assistant Lin, please don't joke around. Dr. Lu, I'm not joking. The commander's Yida, Wen Liangyuan, is really pregnant, and she just calmed and cleared the commander's mental sea. Her current situation is very dangerous. Lin Xiu was filled with fear and panic, and even his speech became uncharacteristically serious, which was not his usual playful style. Dr. Lu quickly composed himself, closed the communication with Lin Xiu, opened the holographic projector, and contacted the most authoritative obstetrician at the military hospital. Hello, Dr. Wang, this is Xiao Lu. Commander Lu's Yida is pregnant and showing signs of a miscarriage. We are on our way to the military hospital. Please prepare to save her. Dr. Lu, today is not April Fool's Day. Please don't add unnecessary work for us. Dr. Wang replied seriously, and all the doctors in the office looked equally grave, believing Dr. Lu was joking. They all knew that the youngest and most powerful Commander Lu in the Empire's galaxy did not have a Yida. He had been single and was the most notable bachelor in the Empire's galaxy. Dr. Lu's face turned stern. This is Assistant Lin exercising the commander's authority. Please comply. If there is a mistake, I will take full responsibility with Assistant Lin. Dr. Wang looked at the other obstetricians, and they decided to take a gamble. They finally replied to Dr. Lu and began preparing the necessary equipment to welcome the commander's Yida at the military hospital entrance. When Lin Xiu arrived, they were all ready, which greatly relieved him. The treatment process was complicated, and Lin Xiu did not move an inch, waiting at the surgery room door until Wen Liangyuan was pushed out before he stood up. Doctor, how is she? Lin Xiu hurriedly asked Dr. Wang. Doctor. Wang removed his mask, looking somewhat irritated at Lin Xiu. Assistant Lin, even if you want to use the commander's authority to save someone, at least come up with a better excuse. How could a level 3 Yida possibly be the mate of a level 9 alpha with peak mental strength? Other doctors also looked at Lin Xiu with anger. Lin Xiu was speechless. She was indeed the commander's Yida, and the child was also the commander's. The reason she came to the hospital was that she had just calmed and cleared the commander's mental sea 3 hours ago. Assistant Lin, even if you're lying, you should have a draft. A level 3 Yida calming a level 9 alpha? Don't you think that is absurd? Keep in mind, even a level 6 or level 7 Yida cannot soothe the commander with peak mental strength, let alone she is just a level 3 Yida. If she calmed and cleared the commander's mental sea, her own mental sea should have been torn apart and collapsed by the commander. It cannot just be as simple as her current mental sea being dried up. Dr. Wang spoke with conviction, all common knowledge known to everyone in the Empire's galaxy. Lin Xiu couldn't say a word and felt a bit frantic. I am actually more curious than you. Why the commander's mental sea can be soothed by a level 3 Yida? Lin Xiu grabbed his hair, feeling very irritable. So, where's the commander? Why isn't he with his Yida, letting her mental strength dry up? Doesn't he know this is very dangerous? Seeing Lin Xiu so agitated, Dr. Wang began to believe him. At the same time, he thought of Wen Liangyuan's physical condition and felt very dissatisfied with Commander Lu. Lin Xiu was overwhelmed. Dr. Wang, how is the patient condition? At a critical moment, Dr. Lu arrived just in time, saving Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu let out a huge sigh of relief. It should be noted that the fact that Commander Lu's mental strength was out of control was the most secret matter in the Empire's galaxy. Currently, only Lu, Dr. Lu, Lin Xiu, and Wen Liangyuan knew about it. Even Commander Lu's direct superior, the Minister of Defense Diaz, was unaware. Lin Xiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, listening carefully to the conversation between Dr. Wang and Dr. Lu. Once Dr. Wang left, Lin Xiu exhaled, looking at Dr. Lu with a pale face. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise I would be doomed. Seeing his expression, Dr. Lu wanted to laugh, but then he remembered Wen Liangyuan's condition and couldn't smile. Go see Miss Wen. Dr. Lu turned and walked toward Wen Liangyuan's ward, and Lin Xiu hurriedly followed. Has the commander returned? When did he wake up? He wasn't awake when I arrived. The dosage of the calming agent was a bit high. Dr. Lu said coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. It was very unfair to Miss Wen. Lin Xiu slumped his shoulders, looking dejected. I know, but after the commander's mental power went out of control, he only recognized Liangyuan and only wanted her. I can't do anything. Dr. Lu paused his steps, turned to look at Lin Xiu with a serious expression. Tell me in detail about the commander's situation in the past few days. Nodding, Lin Xiu began to recount. A few days ago, the commander was attending a press conference with the Minister of Defense, right? On the way, they were attacked by dark figures. He saved the minister, tearing the dark figures apart with his mental strength. But the consequence was that his released mental strength was quickly tainted by the negative information released by the dark figures. He suppressed it for 2 days, and this morning he disappeared. I searched everywhere with over 50 guards, and it was only when I received Liangyuan's call that I realized he had gone to find her again. By the time I arrived, Liangyuan was already in that state. After Lin Xiu finished speaking, he slumped his shoulders and followed Dr. Lu weakly. Sigh, I'm so unfortunate to have such a workaholic commander. Stopping at the door of the ward, Dr. Lu looked at Lin Xiu with pity, then scanned his pupils, granting access. The robot opened the ward door, and the two entered. In the wide, soft white blanket, when Liangyuan was small and pale, her face appearing even more weak and pitiful, especially her bloodless lips, making her look even more deserving of sympathy. Lin Xiu walked in, glancing at Wen Liangyuan on the bed with guilt, then turned to Dr. Lu. What should we do? Should we listen to Liangyuan and keep it from the commander? Dr. Lu fell silent. He also didn't know how to choose. Chapter 8. He will be very dangerous after a while. He looked at Lin Xiu and asked, what about Miss Wen's parents? How could she be living in the resettlement area? Also, when did Commander Lu meet Miss Wen? The resettlement area is generally where people from other planets come to live outside Donghua Star, as they are allowed to reside in Donghua Star due to special contributions. The conditions on other planets are far worse and less convenient than those on Donghua Star. Lin Xiu looked at Dr. Lu and recounted Wen Liangyuan's situation and what happened after she met Commander Lu Zheng. Wen Liangyuan's parents are on Wasteland Star, serving as gatekeepers of the Imperial Star System, historically referred to as border warriors. They are one of the Empire's defenses against external threats. When alien beasts or the insect race attack, they are the first line of defense for the Empire, and they must hold their ground and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Wen Liangyuan's parents have performed excellently in this regard, even outstandingly. Their remarkable contributions earned their daughter the opportunity to live in Donghua Star, the central planet of the Imperial Star System. Wen Liangyuan has been living in the Empire for over half a year, and because of this, she met Commander Lu Zheng and everything that followed happened. Are you saying her parents still don't know about her situation? Dr. Lu's face turned cold, clearly disapproving of their actions. Lin Xiu shook his head. I only recently learned about Liangyuan's pregnancy. I don't know if she has informed her parents. Sitting down impatiently, Dr. Lu crossed his legs, placed his hands on his abdomen, and looked coldly at Lin Xiu. We cannot listen to Miss Wen on this matter. We must inform Commander Lu and let him take the responsibility he should bear. As a qualified alpha, he must protect Miss Wen and the child in her womb. Dr. Lu was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiu and Wen Liangyuan's actions, even angry. Lin Xiu sighed and glanced at the weak Wen Liangyuan on the hospital bed. Let's wait until she wakes up to discuss this. She is the person involved, and we cannot disregard her wishes. Dr. Lu gently closed his eyes, unwilling to speak any further. Lin Xiu smiled helplessly. You get angry after just a few instances. I've been involved the whole time. I feel for Liangyuan too. But she seems very scared, afraid that Commander Lu will find out about her existence and about her clearing up the treatment of Commander's mental consciousness. He didn't understand either. When he asked Liangyuan, she would cover her mouth and refuse to speak. Seeing her so pitiful, how could he bear to keep asking? This soft-heartedness led to the current situation, and things became more and more complicated. When Liangyuan woke up in the evening, the dazzling and enchanting sunset, like a brilliant aurora, hung in the sky, illuminating the entire Donghua Star, including Wen Liangyuan's white, soft bed, which the sunset generously dyed in vibrant colors. "Hello, I am Eva. What do you need?" A round robot stood by the bed, blinking its big pink eyes. "Eva, activate close mode." A cold voice made Eva return to the wall, and its big round eyes went dark. When Liangyuan looked towards the voice, it was Dr. Lu. She hurriedly propped herself up with her hands and greeted him. "Dr. Lu, lie down and don't move. You have signs of a miscarriage and need to rest in bed for a week. We will check your condition after a week, and you could be discharged only if you meet the standards." Dr. Lu said mechanically, his expression not looking good, which startled Wen Liangyuan a bit. "Dr. Lu, Miss Wen, aren't you going to inform the commander? He has the responsibility and obligation to take care of you. You shouldn't hide this from him and bear it all alone. That's unfair to both of you." Dr. Lu interrupted Wen Liangyuan. She curled up under the sunset-colored blanket, closing her eyes and shaking her head at Dr. Lu. He cannot know. Wen Liangyuan heard herself say this and didn't dare to open her eyes to look at Dr. Lu, knowing that those eyes must be filled with disdain. But she absolutely cannot let Lu Zheng know. She is a sensitive and delicate person. She has seen all the interviews and reports about Commander Lu Zheng, even the battle scenes against the insect race and alien beasts. She has seen them all. Coupled with Lin Xiao's few words and their brief encounter, she has pieced together a rough image of Lu Zheng in her heart. He is someone she can never approach, someone she cannot aspire to be with. He is the youngest commander in the Empire, with limitless prospects, while she is merely the daughter of two gatekeepers of the Empire. He was born in the center of the Imperial star system, Donghua star, and is a member of the Lu family, while she is on Wasteland star, one of the worst and most dangerous planets among the 72 planets of the Imperial star system. Wen Liangyuan is aware of her position and knows she is not worthy of Commander Lu Zheng, but she believes she has the right to dream. Before Lu Zheng realizes it, she wants to hide for a little longer. She can think of herself as a thief, stealing more memories about Lu Zheng. With these memories accompanying her for the rest of her life, it would be better than nothing. At least it wouldn't be so hard to endure, right? Doctor. Lu remained silent for a long time. He seemed to notice Wen Liangyuan's unease, fear, and tension. After carefully considering his words, Dr. Lu looked into Wen Liangyuan's eyes, not allowing her to evade. "Miss Wen, you are very foolish and also very timid." Wen Liangyuan forced a smile, tightly clutching the blanket, filled with shame and embarrassment at being seen through. "You should rest well. For the next week, I will take care of you. Even if the commander doesn't know about your existence, you are indeed his Yida, and both Assistant Lin and I have the obligation to take care of you." "Doctor." Lu stood up, nodded at Wen Liangyuan, and before leaving, activated Eva again. "Take good care of Miss Wen, and do not slack off." "Okay, Master. I will seriously take care of Miss Wen when you're not around." The cute voice of the robot Eva reached Wen Liangyuan's ears, warming her heart and comforting her. Because her master is a doctor, Eva is a knowledgeable robot and will share a lot of knowledge with Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan had only recently become a Yida, so her understanding of the mental power of Yida is not very thorough. One could say she only knows a little. However, the information in books is very vague and complex, and she only knows the general idea. Through Eva's explanations, she learned a lot about the functions of Yida's mental power, as well as how Alpha's mental power is influenced. In simple terms, when an Alpha releases mental power, it interacts with the world, both good and bad. Just like your white dress, Miss Wen. If you go outside and then return home, won't it get stained with dirt, bacteria, and viruses? Eva looked at Wen Liangyuan with her big, crescent-shaped eyes, and when Liangyuan obediently nodded, her face slightly flushed, feeling that even a robot knows more than she does. Chapter 9. The normal form of the Land Commander, so Alpha's mental power is the same. When released and then withdrawn, it can be tainted by negative external information. At this point, they need the purification of Yida. Yida's purification is like detergent cleaning white clothes. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Eva was very patient, explaining bit by bit to Wen Liangyuan, using simple and clear metaphors, and Wen Liangyuan learned a lot. If Alpha's spiritual sea is not cleaned and treated for a long time, black mist will form in the spiritual sea, leading to a spiritual abyss. The spiritual abyss can engulf Alpha's entire spiritual sea, resulting in brain death, which is extremely frightening. Eva's voice was very serious, causing Wen Liangyuan to instantly return to reality. breaking into a cold sweat, her face pale. If the land commander never encounters his Yida, and the spiritual sea cannot be cleaned and treated, will it form a spiritual abyss, and then be devoured, leading to brain death? Wen Liangyuan's heart raced, a thread of pain spreading from her heart to her limbs. Her palms numb and aching. Wen girl, your emotions are very unstable. You need to calm down, or it will affect the child in your belly. Eva detected Wen Liangyuan's physical condition and became anxious, her crescent-shaped eyes turning into two lines, very serious. Forcing herself to take deep breaths and relax. Wen Liangyuan lay weakly on the bed, feeling very uncomfortable, taking a long time to calm down. Eva's eyes returned to their crescent shape. Wen girl, Eva won't chat with you anymore. You need a rest. Thank you, Eva. I enjoyed chatting with you, Wen Liangyuan said with difficulty. Thank you, Wen girl. I am also very happy to chat with you. Eva smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, looking like a heart. Wen Liangyuan managed a smile as she watched Eva return to the corner to rest, then closed her eyes to rest. This sleep was not peaceful. Wen Liangyuan kept dreaming, and the dreams were not good, directly affecting her mental state. When she woke up again, it was already the next day. Her eyes were met with Lin Xiao's handsome face. When did you come? Did I sleep for a long time? The spacious ward was very bright, and Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but close her eyes to relieve the strong sunlight outside from irritating her eyes. Your spiritual sea is dry. You need to sleep more. Dr. Lu said this is normal. Go wash up and have a meal. Lin Xiao helped Wen Liangyuan get out of bed, took her to the bathroom, and then came out to set the food. When Wen Liangyuan finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, Lin Xiao handed her chopsticks and said, "Hurry and eat. You must be hungry. Your man becomes a workaholic as soon as his mental power recovers. I was tormented by him for over 10 hours, finally able to escape. I hope you don't starve." His words made Wen Liangyuan's face slightly flush as she took the chopsticks and sat at the table, feeling slightly nervous and shy. Lowering her head, has he always been very busy? Very busy. That's why he has several assistants. Otherwise, he can't keep up with his work pace. Lin Xiao complained with a frown. Wen Liangyuan felt warm in her heart. It turned out that person was normally a very busy individual. Eat quickly. Lin Xiao pushed the food toward Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan nodded, okay. The half-cooked nutritious meal made by the robot was sufficiently nutritious, but the taste was truly hellish. After taking a bite, her eyes went blank. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Is it not tasty? Wen Liangyuan nodded with a pained expression in her eyes. It's very bad. This is the most terrifying lunch I've ever had. Just eat a little. I can't cook, and the robot focuses on nutrition. Everything else is secondary. Lin Xiao said, feeling embarrassed. Wen Liangyuan nodded, forcing herself to eat some crisp vegetables, a bit of rice, a little soup, and not touching the meat at all. After finishing the meal, Lin Xiao used his light brain to scan a self-service robot wheelchair and pushed Wen Liangyuan outside to bask in the sun. Upon reaching the lawn, Lin Xiao received a video call and pointed his light brain. Liangyuan, I'll take this call. Go ahead, I'm fine, Wen Liangyuan said, sitting in the wheelchair. Looking ahead, her gaze suddenly dazed. There was someone on the bench ahead. She commanded the wheelchair robot to push her forward and forced herself to stop 5 meters away from the person. The red cloak, black long boots, and the upright, serious sitting posture made her uncontrollably think of one person, Lu Zheng. Her breathing became erratic, her heart constricting. The entire heart felt tense and contracting violently, as if her breath were being choked. When Liangyuan reached out to touch her neck, feeling as if something was constraining her. But there was only the collar of her thin sweater, loose and soft, not choking at all. Having overly strong mental power was not a good thing. This was the first time Lu Zheng felt this way because he heard the hurried and tense breathing from the person behind him. He turned around to see who it was and found a gentle, delicate, and frail girl, wearing a sweater and hospital gown, sitting in a self-service robot wheelchair. Seeing him look over, her gentle and beautiful little face instantly flushed red, as if she was struggling to breathe. Lu Zheng frowned slightly, stood up, and walked toward her. Miss, your breathing rate is abnormal. You need to call a doctor. His voice was like the sound of dripping water and ice, pleasant but filled with coldness. More chilling than ice. His blue-black eyes were sharp as knives, slicing through the surrounding air, instantly freezing space and time, then sinking into cold indifference. Wen Liangyuan shivered. She took a deep breath with difficulty to ease her tension and fear. "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I think I'm fine." Lu Zheng was really not a warm person. He replied with an took a long step back to the bench, clicked on his light brain to project a holographic screen, linked his mental power, and closed his eyes to continue handling work. When Liangyuan could not see the content on the holographic screen, she knew it was encrypted. Soon, Wen Liangyuan was again attracted by Lu Zheng's presence, his crimson thin lips, his tall and straight figure, even while sitting, his handsome and sharp face, and his eyes closed. The whole person seemed to exude fierce and domineering elegance, with a touch of nobility amidst his coldness. Undoubtedly, his outstanding appearance and dominance, like his top-tier level 9 mental power, were extremely attractive. Wen Liangyuan's heart raced faster. She hurriedly pressed her hand against her chest, wanting to run but reluctant to leave this place. Ironically, they had rolled around in bed countless times, counting both fingers and toes, but this was only the second time seeing Lu Zheng in normal circumstances. The first time was half a year ago, when Liangyuan had just moved to the resettlement area. They met in the rain at the entrance of a dessert shop. Chapter 10, the first encounter before that, when Liangyuan never believed in cliché like love at first sight or one glance lasting 1,000 years. But when that long, strong hand, with distinct knuckles, holding a black umbrella, walked in front of her, she couldn't help but be drawn to its owner, capturing all her attention. The sweet, soft, and sticky aroma of desserts filled her mouth and nose, making her feel sweet both inside and out. The rain was heavy, round droplets falling from the edge of the black umbrella, splashing on the ground with a plop. The dense raindrops brought humid moisture, merging with the sweet, soft pastries, turning into a thick honey that stuck to her heart, impossible to tear away. That day, when Liangyuan had the illusion that her entire being was permeated with a sweet, soft flavor, Lu Zheng took her to the settlement area, gently set her down, and then drove away in his flying vehicle. Holding the large black umbrella Lu Zheng had given her, she stood dazed at the entrance of the settlement area until the flying vehicle completely disappeared, before coming to her senses. That was their first meeting, and evidently, Lu Zheng had already forgotten her. This fact made Wen Liangyuan lower her head, her expression downcast, disappointed, and her heart's rapid beating returned to normal. Lin Xiao, having hung up a video call, rushed over and saw this scene. Fortunately, Wen Liangyuan also noticed him, and when their eyes met, they understood each other's meaning. Wen Liangyuan maneuvered her wheelchair robot to leave. After walking a considerable distance, she turned back to look at Lin Xiao talking to Lu Zheng. She returned to her room and had Eva film Lu Zheng on the lawn. However, just as the filming began, she was warned. Warning, warning, filming prohibited, or the filming robot will be immediately destroyed. The terrifying mental power of Lu Zheng was truly frightening. Eva stopped filming. When Liangyuan felt a rush of heat, very shy, like a child who had done something wrong, and fortunately, Lu Zheng did not issue any further commands. Otherwise, she would have been mortified. Lin Xiao clearly knew this, so he entered the hospital room again, and, seeing Wen Liangyuan on the bed, couldn't help but wear a teasing smile. "Liangyuan, you're quite bold, daring to secretly film the commander. Don't you know how many filming robots he has destroyed over the years? If he hadn't since the robot meant no harm, Eva would have been instantly destroyed." Lin Xiao had a big smile, trying to suppress his laughter, his expression a bit twisted for a moment. When Liangyuan lowered her head, her voice very small, "I didn't do it on purpose." Looking at her gentle and soft appearance, Lin Xiao's smile faded, and he sat by the bed with a sigh. "Do you understand? Under normal circumstances, the commander does not remember you." "I know." After when Liangyuan finished speaking, she looked up at Lin Xiao a bit worried. "Why'd he come to the military hospital?" "To check your mental C. And don't worry, I've spoken to Dr. Wang and the others. They want to disclose your relationship with the commander or your pregnancy." Lin Xiao showed a reassuring smile, and when Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good. What did it feel like?" Lin Xiao suddenly asked curiously, recalling something. "What feel?" When Liangyuan didn't understand Lin Xiao's meaning for a moment, feeling confused, Lin Xiao stood up walked to the window and pointed outside in the direction of the bench where Lu Zheng had just sat. When you see the commander under normal circumstances, what do you feel? A smile appeared on her face as Wen Liangyuan carefully considered her words, her eyes becoming infatuated and dreamy. He is tall and straight, with a sharp and handsome face, very good-looking, exuding a cold, noble, and domineering aura that makes one unconsciously submit to him. He is someone very distant from me. The last sentence was spoken very softly and weakly, almost inaudible if Lin Xiao weren't close by. Lin Xiao wanted to say something, but when Liangyuan seemed to guess what he was about to say and gently interrupted him with a smile, "No need to worry, I'm fine." When Liangyuan knew better than anyone that they would not be together, and everything she was experiencing now was merely a dream. Once she woke up, everything would return to normal. Lin Xiao stopped speaking and stayed with Wen Liangyuan for a while before being called away by a video call, leaving only Eva the robot to accompany Wen Liangyuan in the hospital room. Fortunately, she wasn't bored and kept learning things from Eva. In the evening, Dr. Lu came and urged Wen Liangyuan once again to tell Lu Zheng about her situation, saying it would be tough for her to bear everything alone. When Liangyuan declined Dr. Lu's suggestion again, "Thank you, Dr. Lu, but I think it's unnecessary." Sitting in a chair with his legs crossed and hands clasped, Dr. Lu sighed and looked at Wen Liangyuan with a bit of concern. "I've never seen a girl like you. You're quite foolish." With a forced smile, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit helpless. "Dr. Lu, do you think I'm weak? But it's not nice to just say I'm foolish." Seeing she still had the mood to joke, Dr. Lu sighed in relief. "It seems you're not foolish after all. I take back my words." This time, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile sincerely, her watery apricot eyes turning into crescent moons, elegant and gentle, soft and beautiful. "Dr. Lu, you have a bit of sharp tongue." As she spoke, Dr. Lu smiled non-committally. "For patients as foolish and silly as you, I've been quite restrained." When Liangyuan's face flushed slightly, but she couldn't help but ask about Lu Zheng's condition. "Is he okay?" "He? Who is he?" "Doctor." Lu looked at Wen Liangyuan with intentional curiosity. When Liangyuan's face turned crimson under his gaze, stammering, "That is Commander Lu Zheng." When Liangyuan's face turned red, and she quickly looked down, her heart racing, blood flowing rapidly through her body. Dr. Lu raised an eyebrow, indicating Eva to take a reading, then smiled. "Miss Wen, your heart rate skyrockets the moment you mention the commander. Fortunately, you don't have a heart condition. Otherwise, you might die young." When Liangyuan felt embarrassed, curling her toes, regretting talking about this with Dr. Lu. Seeing her so shy and embarrassed, Dr. Lu changed the subject. "Commander Lu Zheng is in good condition, so you don't need to worry. However, your mental C needs a long period of rest. During this recovery time, you cannot soothe or clear the commander's mental C. Even if he comes to you, you cannot, or the consequences will be unbearable for you." Concerned that when Liangyuan might harm herself, Dr. Lu added, "When you feel impulsive, think about your parents. After all, if the commander is not soothed or cleared, he won't be in life-threatening danger. At most, his unstable condition will last a few more days. But for Wen Liangyuan, if she soothes him again before her mental power recovers, her mental C will collapse. Although it won't reach the extent of collapsing or shattering, she will still be hurt, which would be all harm and no benefit for her." When Liangyuan nodded, "Dr. Lu, I understand." Chapter 11, Wife, Baby this time. When Liangyuan stayed in the hospital for a full week. On the 7th day, after a checkup showing that the fetus was healthy and there were no signs of miscarriage, Dr. Lu finally allowed her to be discharged. The person picking her up was Lin Xiao, who drove a cool hovercar, attracting the attention of many betas along the way. After she got out of the car, Lin Xiao handed her a bag of beef from the passenger seat, suggesting she should make herself something delicious, as she must be close to breaking down after eating nutritious meals for days. Lin Xiao didn't give her money, only expensive vitamins and meat. When Liangyuan didn't hesitate to take the bag, thanking Lin Xiao and asking if he wanted to come up for a while. She was grateful to Lin Xiao because this way of helping her relieved her of any psychological burden. Lin Xiao helplessly pointed to his light brain and said, "Your commander has already been on a relentless pursuit. If I delay any longer, I might not make it. Then be careful when you go back." Wen Liangyuan suppressed her blush and waved goodbye to Lin Xiu as she watched him leave. Once back in her small accommodation area, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit unaccustomed. It took her a full 2 days to gradually adjust. After 2 quiet days, on the 3rd day, her tranquility was interrupted while she was walking in the yard. First, Lin Xiu contacted her to inform her that the commander had gone missing again, urging her to be cautious and seriously advising her not to soothe or clear the commander's mental sea given her current condition. Just as when Liangyuan's light brain screen turned off, she suddenly found herself embraced by someone strong behind her, her slim waist held tightly. The person who held her breathed heavily and called her wife in a very aggrieved tone. "Wife, hug me." Clearly, the person holding her was her Alpha Empire commander, Lu Zheng. This time, Lin Xiu arrived at the accommodation area with dozens of guards and Dr. Lu, and they were quite fast. As soon as they opened the door, a group of them saw the normally cold, aloof, and noble commander sitting on a soft sofa like a well-behaved elementary school student, his long legs bent in a pitiful manner. In front of him was a smart round table, a small stool, 2 plates of delicious-looking dishes, a large bowl of egg drop soup, and 2 bowls of rice. When Liangyuan approached from the window, holding 2 pairs of chopsticks, when she saw them, she was momentarily stunned, then revealed a gentle smile. "Let us sit down and eat together," she invited with a smile. The group stood by the door, momentarily stunned. Lin Xiu waved his hand, signaling the guards to leave so as not to provoke the commander's anger. Turning back, Lin Xiu's assistant noticed that the previously well-behaved commander had awakened like a lion, his dark blue eyes gleaming with killing intent, and his long, strong hands clenched into fists. Lin Xiu's expression changed. He grabbed Dr. Lu's hand and shouted, "Run." The door slammed shut with a bang, and the two instantly disappeared from Wen Liangyuan's sight. Just as Lu Zheng stood up from the sofa, he elegantly sat back down, as if the previous killing god was not him at all. Wen Liangyuan, holding the chopsticks, was stunned by this scene. "Zheng, you really are. Wife, not obedient. Don't want anyone else." Lu Zheng interrupted Wen Liangyuan, looking at her with a mix of grievance and dissatisfaction. Wen Liangyuan walked over with the chopsticks and handed Lu Zheng a pair, not daring to sit across from him to avoid making him angry. She took a small stool and sat beside Lu Zheng, her slender, straight legs closely pressed against his strong, long leg. Lu Zheng was soothed by her actions. "Wife, good baby." Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan with satisfaction, leaning slightly closer to her, his calloused hand gently stroking her face. Wen Liangyuan shrank a bit, tilting her head, her face pressed against her shoulder, trapping Lu Zheng's hand between her shoulder and cheek, feeling a sweet, tingling sensation that made her face red and hot. "Wife, you're pinching my hand," Lu Zheng said sternly as he tried to pull his hand out. Wen Liangyuan bit her lip and gently let go, allowing Lu Zheng's hand to withdraw. "Wife, hungry." Lu Zheng looked at the dishes on the table and said. Wen Liangyuan suppressed her blush and quickly picked up a piece of beef for him. "Eat quickly." Lu Zheng stared at Wen Liangyuan's actions, momentarily dazed. He repeated in the same tone, "Wife? Hungry? Do you want more?" Wen Liangyuan picked up another piece of beef and placed it on the steaming, fragrant rice. "Eat quickly." This time, every subtle difference in Wen Liangyuan's actions was noted by Lu Zheng. He picked up the chopsticks, mimicking her movements perfectly, placing a piece of beef on Wen Liangyuan's rice, saying, "Eat quickly." Even the tone of "eat quickly" was imitated from the tenderness and affection in her voice. Wen Liangyuan looked at the beef on her rice, momentarily stunned. She then raised her head to look at Lu Zheng, smiled, but halfway through, her smile faded as she quickly lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. No one had ever treated her with such meticulous care, as if she were the entirety of their world, and the depth of his thoughtfulness made her feel it almost instantly. "Zheng?" Wen Liangyuan called out to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng responded with an his mouth full of rice, his handsome cheeks bulging, not speaking, just looking at Wen Liangyuan with his ice-blue eyes filled with affection and reliance. He was so good-looking. When those dark blue starry eyes focused on you with tenderness and reliance, you would feel as if he had stored your heart in his care. Wen Liangyuan felt a bittersweet sensation in her heart, her entire body tingling as if the sourness flowed through her veins to her heart, making her feel soft all over. Wife, what's wrong? Seeing that Wen Liangyuan hadn't spoken for a long time, Lu Zheng asked in confusion. She hurriedly shook her head, smiling gently, and picked up another piece of beef for Lu Zheng. I'm fine, I just think Zheng is really handsome. Let's eat. Lu Zheng obediently replied. After finishing their meal, the two snuggled together. Lu Zheng started to get restless, his hands slipping inside Wen Liangyuan's clothing, gripping her slim waist. Wen Liangyuan's face turned red as she hurriedly pressed down on Lu Zheng's hand, stammering, Zheng, my belly, there's a baby in my belly. I want to hold you. Lu Zheng leaned in to kiss Wen Liangyuan's lips. Her eyes glistened with tears. You can't hold me because of the baby. She simply closed her eyes, lifted her beige sweater, and placed Lu Zheng's rough big hand on her slightly protruding belly. There's a baby, you can't hold me. The joy on Lu Zheng's face visibly dropped at a rapid pace, leaving no trace behind. When his face turned gloomy, he resembled the normal Lu Zheng, exuding a noble air with sharp, handsome features and a domineering, cold gaze that radiated chilliness. Wen Liangyuan felt a little intimidated by this version of Lu Zheng and didn't dare to speak to him for a while, nor did she dare to look at him, instinctively shrinking herself in discomfort. Chapter 12. Wife be good, don't hug. After a while, Lu Zhengbing's cold eyes melted like ice and snow, filled with dependence and pampering. His large hands patted Wen Liangyuan's frail back rest. Wen Liangyuan sighed in relief, her heartbeat quickening. Okay, let us rest together. Lu Zheng's arrival saved Wen Liangyuan a lot of time searching for information about him on the light brain. Instead, she used that time to cook. While she cooked in the kitchen, Lu Zheng stayed by her side, his eyes never leaving her. Whenever Wen Liangyuan turned around, she could see Lu Zheng's gaze fixed on her. This overwhelming attention made Wen Liangyuan feel quite uncomfortable. At the same time, she didn't know why. Perhaps it was because of Lu Zheng's companionship, but her withered mental strength recovered quickly, almost completely in just 5 days. During her week-long hospital stay with Evil Linxio's attentive care, her mental strength hardly improved at all. This realization surprised and delighted Wen Liangyuan. So that night, when Lu Zheng held her waist and asked for intimacy as usual, Wen Liangyuan did not refuse again. Instead, she obediently lay beneath him. As usual, after they reached a mental resonance, Wen Liangyuan entered Lu Zheng's mental sea to purify and clear the mental haze within him. Lu Zheng's mental sea was severely polluted, and after his mental strength went out of control, Wen Liangyuan needed to clear at least more than half of the mental haze for him to immediately wake up and return to his normal state as Commander Lu Zheng. If the mental haze was not cleared, even if Lu Zheng woke up, his temper would be terrible, and he would be like a raging dinosaur that no one dared to provoke. That night, when Liangyuan decided to listen to Dr. Lu's advice and not exhaust her mental strength to clear half of the mental haze in Lu Zheng's mental sea all at once. She also needed to protect herself and the baby in her belly. So after clearing a quarter, she succumbed to the torrent Lu Zheng provided. Apart from their first time, this was the second time when Liangyuan did not conduct a mental sea purification. Instead, she simply enjoyed the moment, indulging in passion with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng said nothing, only focused on action. Several times, when Liangyuan thought this was the sober Lu Zheng, she was lost in a daze for a long time until Lu Zheng leaned down, holding her, and she came back to her senses. Zheng? Her voice was soft and charming, and when Liangyuan couldn't help but blush, feeling shy, Lu Zheng pulled back, turned, and embraced Wen Liangyuan, kissing her forehead several times. Wife be good. Wen Liangyuan knew this was a signal of Lu Zheng's happiness at that moment, and she couldn't help but show a pampering smile. She was happy too, although often overwhelmed because he was too fierce. After Lu Zheng went to take a shower, Wen Liangyuan wrapped herself in a blanket and checked her mental sea, discovering that she still had more than half of her mental strength unused. If it were usual, she would have had just a little over half left. She didn't know who to ask about this situation. Lin Xiu certainly wouldn't know. He wasn't Ida. As for Dr. Lu, she didn't dare to ask because he would call her foolish. She thought about checking it on the light brain, but the light brain connected to the Empire's main brain, and if there were any abnormal messages, the main brain would detect it instantly, and the Imperial Academy of Sciences would receive the news immediately. When Liangyuan didn't want to expose Lu Zheng's mental strength problem, fearing someone might harm him, so she gave up. The next morning, when Liangyuan and Lu Zheng took a walk in the settlement area, conveniently buying groceries, on the way, they encountered a tall and cold girl who lingered her gaze on Lu Zheng several times. When Liangyuan noticed this and didn't like it, she turned back to look directly at the girl. Their eyes collided in the air. When Liangyuan was stubborn and didn't look away, and so was the girl. Eventually, it was Lu Zheng who broke the deadlock. He looked coldly at the aloof girl, his gaze icy and sharp, fierce and arrogant. But the girl was unafraid and walked towards them. When Liangyuan was worried she might harm Lu Zheng and stepped forward to block him. "Who are you?" she asked first. The girl's gaze moved back and forth between them, finally landing on Lu Zheng's hand, holding Wen Liangyuan's wrist. "You two? When did you start dating?" This question was too strange, and the girl's expression showed no jealousy or anger, which confused Wen Liangyuan. Wasn't Lu Zheng single? So who was this girl? What was their relationship? Moreover, someone who could ask such a private question should be familiar with them. When Liangyuan's mind was racing, but she didn't answer. She didn't know the network of relationships around Lu Zheng. "Is this your Ida? Not going to introduce?" The girl looked at Lu Zheng, her eyes holding a hint of a smile, which made Wen Liangyuan even more puzzled. But she quickly realized she knew that the Empire's commander Lu Zheng's mental strength issue could never be revealed. This person clearly couldn't know. She tightly grasped Lu Zheng's hand and turned to leave, walking quickly. The girl watched their nearly hurried pace without stopping them, only showing some confusion in her eyes. Back in the house, when Liangyuan's heart was pounding, Lu Zheng, rare as it was, didn't bother her and lay on the bed, dozing off. When Liangyuan couldn't calm down and decided to contact Lin Xiao. As fate would have it, before she even opened the light brain, Lin Xiao's video call came in first. "Liangyuan, how is your commander doing now? I just checked his schedule carefully. He has scheduled to go on patrol with the guard team today, December 20th. He can't postpone this." He babbled on, and thankfully the light brain was a light screen, or there would surely be spit all over the screen. After he finished speaking, when Liangyuan pondered, "He will wake up 2 hours after you pick him up. And don't worry about my body. I know my limits." "Okay, then you be careful." Lin Xiao's high voice lowered a bit, and his expression turned slightly gloomy. When Liangyuan knew, he felt guilty. "It's fine. When you come, bring me a bag of beef, okay? You know there's no beef to buy in the settlement area." After when Liangyuan finished speaking, Lin Xiao smiled, okay. She was always so understanding, gentle, and kind. Lin Xiao thought, while calling Dr. Lu. No matter how many times when Liangyuan and Lu Zheng shared the bed, she was always nervous, shy, and a bit embarrassed. Lu Zheng, in contrast, was almost enthusiastic about it and very focused, easily drawing her into the experience to enjoy ultimate pleasure together. This time, like last time, Wen Liangyuan cleared a quarter of the mental haze from Lu Zheng. After it ended, they got dressed, and Lin Xiao and the others arrived. "Doctor." Lu specifically checked Wen Liangyuan's body and learned that she still had a fraction of her mental strength to protect herself, which made him breathe a sigh of relief and rarely compliment her. "You did well this time. You need to know this, right?" "I know," when Liangyuan smiled, turning to look at Lu Zheng being taken away by the guards, her gaze lingering on his back for a while before retracting. Chapter 13. Does Lu Zheng abandon his love? As soon as he left, I began to think of him. When Liangyuan lost herself in thought, her eyes gradually losing their brightness. At the moment when Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu left, and the door was completely shut, when Liangyuan's gaze darkened, she lowered her head, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, her frail body leaning back against the wall, staring at the tips of her shoes. Unable to regain her senses for a long time. When Lu Zheng returned home, he was completely awake and had long forgotten who Wen Liangyuan was. Moreover, because when Liangyuan had cleared his spiritual consciousness, he was in a relatively good mood. Even when his family chatted with him, he wasn't as cold as usual. "That delicate girl, is she your Yida? She seems very gentle and protective of you, despite her frail body." A cold girl asked in confusion. Lu Zheng turned to look at her, his expression unfriendly. Lu Qing, I've been at the military department these past few days. The military department? Are you joking, Lu Zheng? I clearly saw you at the resettlement area today, holding that girl's slender wrist. She sent 2 people who made exceptional contributions to the geothermal star to the resettlement area to settle down, and just happened to see Lu Zheng with a girl. Lu Qing. Lu Zheng's eyes darkened, his voice carrying an implicit warning. Clearly angry, he was convinced that Lu Qing was talking nonsense to force him to marry Yida. His expression was restrained, apart from the change in his eyes. There was no other indication, but his tone was unpleasant. Even though Lu Qing was his sister, she was afraid of him and didn't dare say more. I just assume I saw wrong. Lu Qing's palms were slightly sweaty. Lu Zheng grunted, stepping up to the second floor. Lu Qing watched his tall and straight back, pouting. Humph, caught red-handed and still won't admit it. Are you planning to keep a mistress? Master, Dawa kindly reminds you not to anger Wally's master. He is extremely terrifying. The robot beside Lu Qing interjected at the right moment. Lu Qing turned and shot Dawa a glare. Shut up. All right, master. Dawa replied and pretended to be dead beside her. Dawa, why do you think Lu Zheng won't admit it? Lu Qing was extremely confused and puzzled. Her brother wasn't the kind of man without responsibility. Master, you are once again concerned about Wally's master's affairs. Dawa said cautiously, its round eyes looking toward the stairs. Shut up. Lu Qing snapped. Dawa stopped talking, but Lu Qing couldn't help it again. Dawa, do you think that the esteemed Imperial Commander Lu Zheng would abandon a common and frail Yida? What if the news gets out? Dawa didn't answer, and Lu Qing, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Dawa, if Imperial Commander Lu Zheng really is a man who abandons his love, what should I do? As his sister, Lu Qing, as a cabinet official, you should be concerned about the Empire. Lu Zheng's eyes were cold and heavy as he walked downstairs. Lu Qing was frightened, stammering, while Dawa directly pretended to be dead. Lu Zheng glanced at it a few times, but it remained motionless, as if it had entered a closed mode. Lu Zheng cast a faint glance at Lu Qing and strode out of the Lu family home. As soon as he left, Lu Qing raised her hand to pat her chest, gasping for breath. That scared me to death, you. Dawa sarcastically said, Dawa already told you not to offend him. Shut up. I should award you the title of the most cowardly robot on the surface. Lu Qing said fiercely, getting up to leave. She had things to do too. Hee. Compared to the busy Lu siblings, when Liangyuan was relatively free. At that moment, she was using her optical brain to stream the military news channel of the Imperial Star System, featuring high-ranking officials like Lu Zheng, who were visiting the guard troops in the garrison. When Liangyuan was nestled on the sofa, her gaze following Lu Zheng, her eyes focused solely on him, with everyone else almost becoming a backdrop. In the evening, when Liangyuan got up from the sofa, planning to go out to buy some ingredients to cook, she actually didn't want to cook, thinking that just drinking a can of nutritional supplement would be enough. But when she thought of the child, she compromised. The resettlement area housed people from other planets. Here, aside from meat being hard to find, everything else was available, so when Liangyuan easily bought what she wanted. On her way home with a basket of groceries, when Liangyuan was stopped by someone. To be precise, the person who stopped her was the woman who had appeared this morning when she was with Lu Zheng. Hello. The woman smiled, appearing quite warm. But when Liangyuan felt a bit repelled by her, only responding coldly, hello, there's a coffee shop next door. How about we talk there? Don't refuse me. I've been hanging around here for over an hour, just to wait for you. She cut off when Liangyuan's unspoken refusal, and when Liangyuan had a nod, okay. The two went to the coffee shop together. Inside the coffee shop, with air conditioning, when Liangyuan took off her coat and gently pulled her sweater over her belly. Her belly wasn't very big. If one didn't look closely, it wouldn't be noticeable, and she wasn't worried. What would you like to drink? The woman asked when Liangyuan proactively. When Liangyuan glanced at the waiter, I'll have a glass of room temperature soda water, please. I'll have iced coffee, thank you. The woman glanced at the waiter. Then her gaze landed on when Liangyuan, letting me introduce myself. My name is Lu Qing. I am Lu Zheng's sister. I am Wen Liangyuan. Nice to meet you. When Liangyuan was indeed taken aback, unable to guess this at all. Are you very shocked? Lu Qing smiled. Not really, it's fine. When Liangyuan replied lightly, moving aside to let the waiter place her soda water. After the waiter left with the coffee, Lu Qing took a sip of her coffee, put the cup back on the table, and said, I know you are very shocked, even if you don't say it. Wen Liangyuan smiled slightly, but remained silent. Lu Qing suddenly felt surprised. You and Lu Zheng really resemble each other, speaking very little, making people completely unaware of what you're thinking. Her words made Wen Liangyuan's face blush slightly, her fingers curling around the soda water. She did not want to speak. She was just afraid of saying the wrong thing and causing trouble for Lu Zheng. This person claimed to be Lu Zheng's sister, and she didn't fully believe it because they didn't resemble each other at all. Forget it, I won't say polite words. I'm just curious to ask, what level of Yida are you? How long have you been together? Have you shared a bed? When do you plan to have children? Lu Qing's curiosity led her to ask Wen Liangyuan several questions in one breath, and all of them were things Wen Liangyuan didn't want to answer. Almost every one of them stepping on a pitfall. Sorry, Miss Lu, I don't feel comfortable answering those questions. If you're really curious, you can ask Commander Lu Zheng. Wen Liangyuan forced a smile. She was sure this person wouldn't dare to ask Lu Zheng. Lu Qing looked at Wen Liangyuan, feeling surprised, but also a bit angry. You really do surprise me. If I made you unhappy, I sincerely apologize. Wen Liangyuan said sincerely, her gaze neither humble nor arrogant, gentle yet firm. Chapter 14. Having a few kids with you if you want to tell me about your matters. Are you curious about Lu Zheng's situation? For example, did he ever have a Yida? Lu Qing began to turn the tables and tease, and Wen Liangyuan was indeed curious. But the problem was, curiosity didn't mean she had to know, especially regarding whether Lu Zheng had ever had Yida. As for the commander's matters, her curiosity probably wouldn't help. Wen Liangyuan's tone remained gentle, and Lu Qing was surprised for a moment. You really surprised me. Did Lu Zheng teach you this? To never let anyone know what you're thinking? No, I'm not good with words. If I made you uncomfortable, I'm sorry, Wen Liangyuan said softly, taking a sip of soda and carefully placing the cup on the table. Before coming to dong waxing, her parents had told her not to easily reveal her information when talking to others and not to trust others too easily. At that time, she was surprised and thought her parents were overthinking. However, after living in the resettlement area for a while and having nearly half of her silver coins stolen, she learned her lesson. From then on, she never easily trusted anyone on dong waxing, except for Lu Zheng, Lin Xiao, and Dr. Lu, which was an accident. Lu Qing felt a bit frustrated and defeated. At such times, she and Lu Zheng were indeed a perfect match. As a result, Lu Qing didn't manage to ask anything and ended up with a belly full of anger, leaving with a dark expression. Coincidentally, after work, Lin Xiao planned to go to the mall to buy some beef for Wen Liangyuan. Just as he walked out of the office, he saw Lu Qing approaching him, looking somewhat displeased. He wanted to turn and leave, but it was too late. Lin Xiao had to wait for Lu Qing to come forward. Miss Lu, the commander is busy in the office and probably won't finish for about 3 hours. As Lu Qing got closer, she saw that Lu Zheng was indeed buried in work with 2 assistants by his side. She pursed her lips and didn't dare disturb Lu Zheng. Stepping back and looking up at Lin Xiao, do you know Wen Liangyuan? If it weren't for his strict training, Lin Xiao might have changed his expression immediately, but fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. I know her. I saw her on Yushua's star. She is the daughter of the guardian of Yushua's star and is currently living in the resettlement area. What is wrong, Miss Lu? This information could be found easily, so there's no need to hide it, and Lin Xiao spoke directly. Oh, I saw her walking with Lu Zheng this morning, holding hands, looking very close. But when I went to find her just now, I couldn't ask anything, so I want to ask you, what is her relationship with Lu Zheng? What level of Yida is she? How long have they been together? Lu Qing straightforwardly pointed out. Lin Xiao had his own answers to these questions. Although I'm also very curious about their relationship, Miss Lu should know that we don't know much about the commander's affairs. He won't let us get too involved in his private life. Lin Xiao's expression remained calm, not changing a bit. Lu Qing's face didn't look good, which meant she had been busy all day without managing to ask anything. It was truly infuriating. All right, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. You know you want to tell me anyway, so I'll investigate myself. After saying this impatiently, Lu Qing turned and left. Lin Xiao watched her back, certain she wouldn't come back, and as soon as she left, his expression changed immediately. He turned and entered the nearby bathroom, activating his light brain to contact Wen Liangyuan. As soon as the call connected, he couldn't control his excitement. Liangyuan, what's going on? The commander's sister just came to find me, asking about you too. Did she see you today? Lin Xiu was anxious, lacking the calmness he had earlier. When Liangyuan replied, I was just about to contact you, but don't worry, I didn't say anything. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried that the commander will find out and take measures against you. Lin Xiu felt his heart race as he said this. To avoid scaring Wen Liangyuan, he quickly reassured her, it's okay, the commander won't find out about your existence so soon. I know, so you don't need to worry. When Liangyuan said gently, Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment, feeling warmth in his heart. All right, I got it. I'm going to mall to buy beef for you. By the way, do you want anything else? I'll buy more for you. I'm not picky. Just buy what you think is good, when Liangyuan replied. Lin Xiu agreed and turned off his computer, opened the door, and stepped outside, only to see Commander Lu Zheng at the door. Lin Xiu had received strict training, but he still changed his expression. He didn't know how much Lu Zheng had heard, so he didn't dare to speak up. Are you dating someone? Are you afraid I'll find out about her existence? Lin Xiu, am I such an unapproachable boss? Lu Zheng asked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's body shook. His legs felt weak, almost like two thick noodles. As long as you handle your work on time and don't delay important matters, I don't mind you dating. Lu Zheng said this seriously before opening the bathroom door and striding in. Lin Xiu leaned against the wall, breathing rapidly, sweating profusely, and his face turned pale. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare say the commander's woman was his girlfriend. That would be digging his own grave. Lin Xiu felt like crying without tears and ran out of the military building. Hurriedly, he went to the mall, bought a few bags of things, and entered Wen Liangyuan's room. He almost cried while hugging her legs. Oh, I was so scared. You don't know, while we were video chatting, your man was right outside the door. Fortunately, he misunderstood. Otherwise, I would be dead. Woo. Wen Liangyuan found it a bit funny and somewhat helpless. She sat down to rest. I'll cook for you to comfort your wounded little heart. Make more. I'm so hungry, Lin Xiu said weakly, sitting on the small sofa in the living room and opening his light brain to link his mental energy to handle work. After all, the commander hated them dragging their work. While cooking, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but think about Lu Zheng's cold expression when he found out the truth. She became a bit distracted and almost cut her hand with the vegetable cutter, but fortunately, the machine had a sensing function and stopped in time. Startled, Wen Liangyuan didn't dare to be distracted again. At night, after finishing his work, Commander Lu Zheng didn't have the same treatment as Lin Xiu. He ate dinner alone at home and was just about to rest when he was stopped by Lu Qing again. I'm too curious about Wen Liangyuan. You really don't plan to tell me? Lu Qing looked at Lu Zheng eagerly. Lu Zheng, tired from a day's work, really didn't have the energy to deal with her. Lu Qing, you're very noisy. I know I'm noisy, but I really hope you can find a Yida who loves you, have a few kids with you, and be happy for a lifetime. Lu Qing stared at him with big eyes, which clearly showed her curiosity. Aside from work, Lu Zheng had little interest in anything else. He directly walked past Lu Qing upstairs, ignoring her. Lu Qing, feeling overlooked, didn't dare to get angry and shouted, Is she really not your Yida? Chapter 15, with Ajing present. He turned back to look at Lu Qing. The sharpness in Lu Zheng's brows was filled with exhaustion. I have no reliance on you. This is my last explanation. He did not emphasize his tone, and his gaze did not grow colder, but Lu Qing was still frightened, knowing this was her last chance to inquire. Lu Zheng's calm days passed for 3 consecutive days, but the tranquility of the 4th day was shattered by a message from the Academy of Sciences. Commander, this is the message we received. Please review it. The assistant from the Academy handed the message to Lu Zheng, who opened it directly. He quickly scanned through it, and his expression changed. Lin Xiu was right next to him. Sir, what's wrong? Transmit my orders. Have the Galactic Guard protect the safety of the Chancellor. A team of dark figures utilized the abandoned wormhole space jump to arrive at Donghua Star. Their cloaked shuttles were detected by the mainframe. The Academy's analysis indicated that their purpose this time was to assassinate Chancellor Dias. Lu Zheng swiftly conveyed the orders, and Lin Xiu immediately stood up, bowed, and turned to issue the commands. Shortly after, Lin Xiu returned, looking at Lu Zheng with a hint of hesitation, unsure of how to speak. Lu Zheng sensed his reaction. Speak your mind. Lu Zheng's voice was a bit cold. Sir, I have a feeling, just like during the previous street attack by dark figures. I sense their assassination target is not just the Chancellor, but they also want to kill you. Lin Xiao boldly expressed his speculation, feeling a bit anxious. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Lu Zheng replied and lowered his head to continue handling his work. Seeing Lu Zheng's indifference, Lin Xiao wanted to roar. I'm not worried for no reason. I genuinely think you're in danger. And do you know? The one who suffers when you are in trouble is not you, but Liangyuan. But Lin Xiao did not dare. He could only retreat in defeat. Before getting off work, Lin Xiao kept a close watch on the news from the Galactic Guard, but the dark figures did not act, and he reported this to Lu Zheng. In the office, Lu Zheng closed his eyes, using his mental power to link to the light brain, projecting 6 light screens, handling many tasks simultaneously. He hesitated for a moment at Lin Xiao's words, then said, "Let the guard team stay there. You can go home." "Yes, sir." Just as Lin Xiao was about to turn and leave, he recalled Liangyuan's delicate body and couldn't help but turn back to remind Lu Zheng, "Sir, I hope you consider what I said at noon today." Lin Xiao's words puzzled the other assistants in the office, but Lu Zheng did not respond to him. That evening, after all the assistants had left, Lu Zheng was about to leave the military building when he couldn't help but recall Lin Xiao's reminder. He walked back and emerged driving a massive and imposing mech. The mech was dark, as if it had blended into the night. Lu Zheng closed his eyes, using his mental power to control the mech toward home. Suddenly, a strange airflow sound came, and Lu Zheng opened his eyes in an instant. His eyes were sharp, resolute, filled with a chilling, killing intent. Several cloaked shuttles attacked Lu Zheng's mech. Although the mech was heavy, its lethality was not weak. Lu Zheng smirked, eyes fierce and cold. Can't wait to send themselves to death. The news of the commander being assassinated spread throughout the military, the Academy of Sciences, and the cabinet the next day. The outside world remained unaware, except for Liangyuan. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's notification, Liangyuan became worried. Don't worry, because of controlling the mech, the commander's mental power was not tainted. However, he was inevitably slightly injured due to the overwhelming number of attackers. As for those people, according to the military cleaner, they were all blasted to bits by the commander, who spent the entire night cleaning up with robots. Lin Xiao's voice was filled with pride. Liangyuan noticed this and breathed a sigh of relief. I want to see him. Can you arrange it for me? Just for a little while. Lin Xiao ultimately agreed. This was Liangyuan's 3rd visit to the military hospital. The first was to save Lu Zheng. The second was to save Lu Zheng, but ended up in the hospital herself. And the third was to visit Lu Zheng. Why are these dark figures trying to assassinate Zheng? Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Liangyuan couldn't hold back and eagerly asked her question. Haven't you seen the news? Lin Xiao looked at Liangyuan, a bit puzzled. Not really. Liangyuan felt embarrassed to tell Lin Xiao that she mainly focused on Lu Zheng and did not pay attention to other news. Not noticing Liangyuan's abnormality, Lin Xiao said sternly, recently, there have been proposals from experts in the cabinet suggesting that the empire should confine female Yida, keeping them at home to soothe their alphas and bear children, without needing to do any other work. Lin Xiao's expression was not good. Although he was an alpha, which made this proposal beneficial for them, he still found it very distasteful. What kind of expert is this? Liangyuan gritted her teeth, feeling extreme disgust. Confining female Yida does not include male Yida, ultimately disrespecting women and not treating female Yida as equals. I don't know what kind of brain-dead expert this is, but there are quite a few in the cabinet, military, and academy who agree. They plan to put it online for voting soon. If the approval rate is high, I'm worried. Lin Xiao did not finish his sentence, but Liangyuan understood the consequences. The first question she asked was about Lu Zheng. What about Zheng? What does he think? Lin Xiao suddenly smiled, looking at Liangyuan and asking, if the commander supports these brain-dead experts like those people, what would you say? This was a significant choice question, but Liangyuan quickly got her answer. If he were that kind of person, I would stop liking him. First, I'm a female Yida. Only then do I have other options. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. What you said is very correct, but you need not worry. The commander was the first to stand up against this proposal, so we suspect the assassination by dark figures is a warning from political rivals. Lin Xiao's words undeniably relieved Liangyuan greatly, and she felt much more relaxed, even showing a light smile. What's wrong? Not worried anymore? Lin Xiao teased. Liangyuan shyly nodded, her face slightly flushed. With Zheng around, I believe this proposal will never pass, so I feel at ease. Your trust in Commander is quite blind, Lin Xiao said with a smile, while Liangyuan blushed and turned her gaze out at the city. Soon, the hovercar arrived at the military hospital. Lin Xiao led Liangyuan, stealthily and cautiously, as they slowly approached Lu Zheng's hospital room. Chapter 16, using them to get close to me? As soon as they got closer, the two heard the person inside speaking with a very bad tone. It's my business. No need to trouble Lord Lu. Lu Zheng's cold and domineering words came from the open hospital room door, followed by another person's mocking laughter. You're in charge? Lu Zheng? What can you really control? Lin Xiao recognized the voice immediately and looked at Wen Liangyuan, whispering, this should be the commander's father. Let's avoid this for a moment. Father? Wen Liangyuan's expression changed. Yes, father, but they don't get along, Lin Xiao said, leading Wen Liangyuan into Dr. Lu's office. You stay here for a while. I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead. I'm Fina. Wen Liangyuan was not unfamiliar with Dr. Lu's office, so she found a spot to sit down. Dr. Lu was not in the office, and Eva warmly greeted Wen Liangyuan, even making her a cup of hot tea. Miss Wen, enjoy your tea. Thank you, Eva. Wen Liangyuan really liked Eva. Before she finished her tea, and while Eva was still telling her stories, Lin Xiao pushed the door open and came in, holding a set of nurses' uniforms. Liangyuan, change into this outfit. I'm taking you to see the commander. Glancing at the nurse's uniform in his hand, Wen Liangyuan was taken aback. But Lin Xiao didn't give her a chance, placing the clothes in her hands and pushing her into the bathroom. I'll wait for you outside. I have no choice. If you want to see the commander, it has to be like this. Wen Liangyuan wanted to refuse, but upon hearing Lin Xiao's last words, she held back and changed into the nurse's uniform, putting on the nurse's cap and awkwardly stepping out of the bathroom. Wow, Liangyuan, you look so pure like this. Lin Xiao sincerely praised her with clear eyes. When Liangyuan paused, awkwardly pressed against the wall, her hands constantly tugging at the slightly short hem of her dress. Unable to say a word, she thought to herself that she must have hit her head and lost control. Otherwise, how could she be fooling around with Lin Xiao, wearing a nurse's outfit to see Lu Zheng? Hurry up, Dr. Lu is going to check on the commander. You go in with him, and I'll follow behind. Don't be nervous, okay? Lin Xiao said sneakily. Hearing footsteps outside, knowing Dr. Lu was coming, Lin Xiao quickly pulled open the door and led Wen Liangyuan out, following Dr. Lu toward Lu Zheng's hospital room. Once inside, Wen Liangyuan's gaze first fell on Lu Zheng, and she sighed in relief when she noticed he wasn't severely injured. Nurse, what are you standing there for? Go adjust the commander's bed. Dr. Lu turned around to instruct Wen Liangyuan, but upon seeing her face and Lin Xiao behind her, he froze. Dr. Zhang, next to him, noticed when Liangyuan wasn't moving and grew a bit impatient. What is wrong with this nurse? I'll do it. Dr. Lu stepped forward to adjust Lu Zheng's bed. Dr. Zhang was confused for a moment, his gaze shifting between Dr. Lu and Wen Liangyuan. Lin Xiao's heart raced, feeling anxious and tense. Lu Zheng, lying in bed, watched the scene unfold, especially their expressions. His sharp gaze finally landed on Wen Liangyuan, who quickly lowered her head, staring at her toes and not saying a word, too afraid to look at him again. Worried about being exposed, Lin Xiao stepped forward and stood in front of Wen Liangyuan, mustering the courage to speak to Lu Zheng. Sir, she's a little nurse from the hospital who wanted to see you. She said she really likes you. Having not told a lie in a long time, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel his face heat up. Dr. Zhang and Dr. Lu were focused on checking Lu Zheng's condition, and upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang didn't think much of it, as there were many little nurses like that in the hospital. Dr. Lu, however, was momentarily taken aback and stole another glance at Wen Liangyuan, surprised by her boldness. Under the occasional gaze from Dr. Lu and the prolonged stare from Lu Zheng, Wen Liangyuan felt immense pressure, her face pale, heart racing, legs weak, and filled with regret. The injuries aren't severe. The commander is just overly fatigued and needs to rest well, preferably for more than a week, Dr. Zhang said seriously, looking at Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao hurriedly interjected, seeing him off. Once Dr. Zhang left, the hospital room was left with only Wen Liangyuan, Dr. Lu Lin Xiao, and the patient, Commander Lu Zheng. What is your name? Lu Zheng suddenly asked. Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, both looking at Wen Liangyuan in unison. She felt nervous, scared, and embarrassed. In response to the commander, my name is Wen Liangyuan. Her face flushed as she spoke and quickly lowered her head. Oh, Wen Liangyuan? Lu Zheng suddenly recalled that this was a name Lu Qing had mentioned to him, and there had been a hint of ambiguity in her words. Lu Zheng was momentarily confused. Do you know Lu Qing? No, I don't know her. Wen Liangyuan's heart raced. Why would she mention you to me? And she implied that you and I are together. Thinking of the expressions the three of them had just shown, Lu Zheng's gaze instantly turned icy. Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu are your suitors? And you, using them to get close to me? Even my sister is involved? Is that right? His accusations and speculations felt like a slap to Wen Liangyuan's face, causing her heart to tremble with pain. He actually thought she was a scheming person who would stop at nothing. Wen Liangyuan's heart felt like it was being torn apart, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Zheng, you bastard. Ultimately, she couldn't hold back, tears falling as she took a deep look at Lu Zheng, turned, and left the room, not even bothering to press the button, slamming the door shut behind her. Did she just curse at me? Lu Zheng was shocked. It was the first time in his life someone dared to curse at him, especially in front of others. Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu exchanged quick glances, both trembling inside. Sir, Liangyuan didn't mean it. Please don't blame her. Lin Xiao cautiously said, lowering his head and casting furtive glances at Dr. Lu, hoping he would think of a way out. Dr. Lu cleared his throat. He wasn't good at lying. However, Lin Xiao's gaze was so sincere that it made Dr. Lu's scalp tingle, and he had to muster the courage to explain to Lu Zheng. Sir, we are not Liangyuan's suitors. We only see her as a little sister. Since she likes you, we had no choice but to let her see you like this. I hope you want to blame her. Dr. Lu, you're lying. Lu Zheng's expression darkened instantly. Dr. Lu was scared, his body stiffening and his face turning pale. He couldn't even say a normal sentence. If it weren't for your polite reference to Miss One, I might have been deceived by you. So tell me, who exactly is she? Lu Zheng's sharp observational skills and strong logical ability made their lies impossible to hide. Lin Xiao, you speak. Lu Zheng's gaze fell on Lin Xiao, who almost knelt down begging for mercy. If it weren't for a sudden incoming video call, he might have really ended up on his knees. Chapter 17 almost infuriated the commander, sir. Let me take a video call first. Lin Xiao said cautiously, looking pitiful. Lu Zheng grunted in response, and Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, Lu Zheng shot him down again. Take it here and speak louder. Lin Xiao felt hopeless, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. He never knew that the commander could be so annoying. The video call was from Wen Liangyuan, and once it connected, everyone in the ward could hear her speaking. Lin Xiao, I'm going home now. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. By the way, I don't want to see a Zheng for now. What he said made me unhappy. Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, caught in Lu Zheng's imposing and cold glare, feeling miserable. Liangyuan, don't be angry. The commander has a straightforward temperament. Lin Xiao, you don't need to speak for him. I'm a bit annoyed with him right now, so don't make me dislike you too, okay? Wen Liangyuan said, her heart aching with anger as tears streamed down her face. Be careful when you go home. Lin Xiao wanted to end the video call. He was barely holding it together when Liangyuan responded with an and continued, Lin Xiao, do you think I'm really unlucky? How could I like Lu Zheng? He is like a block of ice. Even holding him won't warm you up, he just melts away. Boo-hoo. Lu Zheng's gaze was fixed on Lin Xiao, who was on the verge of tears, but when Liangyuan had no intention of hanging up, I don't want to like Lu Zheng anymore. It's so hard. As Lu Zheng looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with murderous intent, Lin Xiao trembled, thinking, no, the commander is very nice most of the time. He protects the empire and cares for its people. Lu Zheng is a big bad guy. He thinks I have ulterior motives, but he is the one with ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could he think that? Lu Zheng's murderous gaze suddenly turned icy, and Lin Xiao felt like his tears were about to freeze. Actually, the commander just doesn't understand you, so don't blame him. Though he was not a party to the call, Dr. Lu was also frozen in fear, not daring to move. Lin Xiao, is Lu Zheng next to you? Otherwise, why are you speaking up for him? Wen Liangyuan asked. I'm almost home. I'll hang up now. After saying this, she ended the video call. The air in the ward suddenly became thick and stagnant. Lin Xiu silently turned off his light brain, staring blankly at Commander Lu. Sir, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll leave first. It's working hours. Lu Zheng glanced at the light brain and reminded Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu forced a laugh. Haha. This day is passing so slowly, haha. Lin Xiu, you have some nerve. Lu Zheng shouted sternly. Lin Xiu immediately stood up, trembling as he looked at Lu Zheng, while the little person in his heart waved a handkerchief. Crying incessantly, Liangyuan, you've ruined me. Commander, we didn't mean it. It's just that Miss Wen likes you very much, so we... Doctor, Lu said with a stiff upper lip. Lu Zheng looked at the two of them. I'm a bastard? I'm bad? I have ulterior motives? Liking me is bad luck. Huh. I need her affection. Ridiculous. Infuriates me. Lin Xiu's expression was both cowardly and pitiful, and Dr. Lu was slightly better off, but both were miserable. Sir, Liangyuan doesn't understand and speaks recklessly. Please don't be angry. Lin Xiu stammered an explanation, while the little person in his heart waved the handkerchief even more vigorously, still crying in the wind. Am I angry? Which of your eyes saw me angry? Just a lowly Yida? Is that even worth my anger? Ridiculous. Lu Zheng had never been scolded in his life, and no one dared to scold him, especially in front of him. It was simply audacious. Get out. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lu Zheng gritted his teeth, completely losing his composure. Lin Xiu and Dr. Lu were told to leave, but they were not angry at all, rather relieved as they cheerfully walked out. You scare me to death, boo-hoo. Seeing Lin Xiu's pitiful appearance, Dr. Lu adjusted his glasses. I was almost scared to death, too. Boo-hoo. Lin Xiu turned around and hugged Dr. Lu, burying his face in his shoulder and crying. Dr. Lu stiffened and only pushed him away hard once he finished crying. I'm going to see the patients. Doctor. Lu turned to leave. Lin Xiu, sniffling, took out his light-brained video call Wen Liangyuan. Wah. You've ruined me, Liangyuan. You don't know that the tyrant was right next to me just now. He heard everything you said. Boo-hoo, he got angry. I'm so miserable, wah. Lin Xiu complained extensively, and every word fell into Lu Zheng's ears, who had strong mental power. Lu Zheng. On the other end of the video call, Wen Liangyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. So, she scolded him in front of the commander. Oh no, let her die. Boo-hoo, how could this happen? Wen Liangyuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why didn't you give me a hint? Wen Liangyuan's face turned pale. As far as she knew, the commander was someone who held grudges. This is bad. Lin Xiu squatted in the corner. Did you give me a chance to hint? All right, there really wasn't one. When Liangyuan felt her face heat up and was too embarrassed to speak. After Lin Xiu vented, he felt much better. Okay, don't be scared. At worst, we'll just change our code name in the future. Let us not say Lu Zheng or Commander. We'll just use Tyrant instead. That way, we won't expose ourselves. What do you think? Lin Xiu discussed it with Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan thought for a moment and found it feasible. All right, it's settled then. And so, the matter was confirmed. The commander was very busy, extremely busy. After staying in the hospital for several hours, he was discharged to continue handling work. And Lin Xiu was naturally dragged along to do the labor. He found it strange why the commander seemed to enjoy making him work today. He hardly had a moment to catch his breath. When he asked Assistant Zhang, he was also at a loss. After all, the commander's mental strength allowed him to handle many tasks at once, while several assistants, had to work together to keep up with his pace. Hang in there. Don't complain. Assistant Zhang patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder, and Lin Xiu angrily drank a cup of water and continued to work. Lin Xiu was almost crushed by work, while Wen Liangyuan was doing better. She was busy calculating her accounts. She came from Yushui Star to Donghua Star with quite a few silver coins, but she was too trusting of others and had been swindled out of nearly half. Now she didn't have many silver coins left. She checked the weather in the northern part of Yushui Star, which was nearly minus 40 degrees. Taking a deep breath, Wen Liangyuan thought for a long time and finally spent a large sum of silver coins to buy 2 sets of self-heating winter clothes that maintained a constant temperature, as well as 2 pairs of shoes, spending a hefty shipping fee to send them to Yushui Star. To prevent her parents from worrying, she also told them she found a job and was doing well. Chapter 18. job hunting looking at her parents' proud smiles on the screen. Wen Liangyuan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, filled with guilt and pain. After ending the video call, she glanced at her personal account, which had only a few hundred coins left. Sigh. The interplanetary postage is really too expensive. At noon, the sun lazily hung in the sky, casting warmth and comfort over the entire Donghua star. When Liangyuan put on a temperature-regulating coat and went out, her baby was healthy, and she could go job hunting. Taking a public flyer to the city center, she stood nervously in front of a building that could change shape at any moment. She kept telling herself not to be nervous, not to be afraid. It was just a job search, nothing to be proud of. Deep breath, deep breath. Finally relaxing, when Liangyuan spotted a dessert shop that was hiring, and she was stunned. Because this was the place where she first met Lu Zheng. She had gone to the dessert shop to take shelter from the rain and met Commander Lu Zheng, who was holding a large black umbrella, and fell in love at first sight. Unable to contain her excitement, she walked towards the dessert shop, pushing open the heavy double doors. When Liangyuan stepped inside and found it much larger than it appeared for the outside. It was warm and cozy inside, with soft beige sofas and warm, gentle yellow lighting. Even more comforting was the sweet aroma of soft pastries that enveloped her as she entered, immersing every cell in her body, making even her breath taste sweet. Wen Liangyuan's delicate face unconsciously broke into a smile, warm and pure, like a gentle autumn day, until a clicking sound startled her. She dazedly looked towards the source and found a man taking pictures with a light brain, and if she wasn't mistaken, the subject was her. "Miss, may we use your photo for our dessert shop's poster? The one that hangs at the entrance. Don't worry, we will pay you some coins. What price do you think is appropriate?" The speaker was a gentleman with a gentle, deep voice, particularly pleasant to hear. He wore a white shirt and black trousers, had handsome features, and was wearing a beige apron, with his sleeves rolled up to reveal his fair, strong wrists. His hair was neat and clean, giving off a refreshing and warm vibe. When Liangyuan looked at him, feeling a bit nervous. Although she had been on Donghua Star for more than half a year, she hadn't had much interaction with the locals, making her anxious. "Take your time," the man said, his eyes curved with warmth. Gradually feeling less nervous, when Liangyuan awkwardly smiled. "I can forego the coins for the poster, but could you give me a job instead? I need work." The man smiled. "Of course, no problem. We are hiring. But do you know how to cook? We are looking for not just pastry chef apprentices, but also someone who can cook well. But don't worry. Since the requirements are high, we will offer a higher salary." As he finished speaking, he slightly blushed and scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, wondering if his request was too much or strange. When Liangyuan shook her head and smiled gently, "No, I can cook, but I can't guarantee it's delicious. Can I try first? If you think it's good, I'll stay. If not, I'll leave, but you have to pay me for the poster." She was neither humble nor arrogant, but her face was slightly flushed and a bit shy. The man broke into a hearty laugh, looking relieved. "That's perfectly fine. Please follow me." When Liangyuan followed the man as they left the hall, heading towards the kitchen behind the dessert-making area. Passing through the kitchen, they entered a not-so-large courtyard, which was spacious and included both rooms and a kitchen, clearly their living space. At that moment, they stood in the courtyard, and the man introduced himself. "My name is Su Qingma, the manager of this little rabbit dessert shop. What is your name?" Su Qingma looked at Wen Liangyuan with warmth. "My name is Wen Liangyuan. Nice to meet you, Mr. Su." Wen Liangyuan greeted him a bit shyly. "Let's get started. By the way, what ingredients do you need? I'll have someone buy them immediately." Su Qingma led Wen Liangyuan into the kitchen, which was large, spacious, and bright. Most of the kitchenware was smart, and there were 2 robots, along with a huge fridge that was currently announcing, "Mr. Su, the shrimp you bought last month is no longer edible. Please throw it away. Also, the potatoes, are you treating me like soil? They've already sprouted, and you still haven't thrown them away." And the fridge's incessant chatter gave Su Qingma a headache. He glanced at Wen Liangyuan awkwardly and turned to command the fridge, "Activate closed mode." The fridge's clamor stopped, and Su Qingma sighed in relief, looking awkwardly at Wen Liangyuan. "I hope I didn't embarrass you." "Not at all," Wen Liangyuan replied, opening the fridge to find it stocked with a variety of vegetables, fruits, and plenty of meat. She sighed with relief and a bit of shock. Closing the fridge door, Wen Liangyuan anxiously looked at Su Qingma. Mr. Su, I only know how to cook home-style dishes. I don't know how to make many elaborate dishes, so I might need to learn. That's fine. You go ahead, Miss Wen. I'll step out for a bit. Is 2 hours enough for cooking? Su Qingma asked, considering that the people in the front hall hadn't had lunch yet. He originally planned to have the robots cook, but seemed unnecessary now. An hour is enough. Wen Liangyuan said, glancing at the 2 robots in the corner. Can I use the robots? Of course, it's up to you. Su Qingma was about to say more when he was interrupted by someone coming from the front hall. He gestured to Wen Liangyuan, who nodded, and Su Qingma left with the others. In the kitchen, only Wen Liangyuan and the 2 robots remained. The idea of using robots to cook was something she had never even dared to think about before, and now, unexpectedly, she could use them. She was overjoyed, and this happiness eased her internal tension. With plenty of vegetables, fruits, and meat in the fridge, Wen Liangyuan made garlic stir-fried vegetables, spicy beef stir-fry, twice-cooked pork with potatoes, and a tomato and egg soup. She had never cooked so many dishes at once because food was expensive, especially meat. With the help of the robots, she finished everything in just 45 minutes instead of the full hour. When Liangyuan went to the front hall to inform Su Qingma and the others that lunch was ready. She wasn't hungry herself, so she sat aside and watched them eat. The waiting process was uncomfortable and anxious when Liangyuan felt nervous and restless. After all, Su Qingma had just mentioned that their requirements were a bit high, and the salary would also be higher. While she believed she could meet the cooking requirements, she was very much looking forward to the higher salary, yet she feared that her expectations might be dashed. Chapter 19, he lost control again, after all. She only had a few hundred silver coins, which were only enough to buy a few pounds of vegetables, and could do nothing else. Finally, Su Qingma and his colleagues finished their meal, when Liangyuan's gaze almost instantly fell on them. On the surface, she appeared calm, but inside, she was very anxious. Looking at her colleagues, Su Qingma signaled with his eyes to see if they were satisfied with Wen Liangyuan, but no one spoke. They just pointed to Cheng Liang's dish on the table. Indeed, almost all the food was eaten, which is the highest compliment for the cook. Once everyone got busy, Su Qingma stood up and walked to Wen Liangyuan's side. Miss Wen, you can start working tomorrow. Okay. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit happy and wanted to ask about the salary, her heart racing and somewhat difficult to voice it. After a while, she finally said, May I ask Mr. Su, what is the salary? The salary for a pastry chef apprentice is 10,000 silver coins a month, but you need to help us with 3 meals a day. The salary for outside chefs is 20,000 silver coins a month. So your salary at the Little Rabbit CAF will be 30,000 silver coins per month. How does that sound? When Liangyuan smiled and nodded, of course, that works. Then it's settled. You can start work tomorrow. Drafting the contract will take some time, and once it's ready, I'll send it to your light brain for your confirmation. But now we need to exchange contact information. The 2 added each other's IDs using their light brains. What time do we start and finish work? When Liangyuan couldn't help but ask as they exited the Little Rabbit CAF. You'll have to prepare breakfast, so it might be a bit tough. We start work at 9 o'clock, but you'll need to come in at 8. Your off time will be the same as ours, at 7 in the evening. Su Qingma explained carefully to Wen Liangyuan, besides me and the pastry chef, the other waitstaff earn 15,000. Since you are an apprentice, your salary is only 10,000, but your chef's salary is higher than theirs. His explanation warmed Wen Liangyuan's heart. After leaving the CAF, she thanked Su Qingma. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Su. Not a problem. By the way, for your photo to be used as a poster, we still need to give you some of silver coins. But I need to consult the boss, which will take some time. You can look forward to it. As Su Qingma spoke, he pressed a few buttons on the door, allowing Wen Liangyuan to walk over. The door lock recorded her pupil. You can open the door directly tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Su. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit warm and comfortable inside, sincerely thanking Su Qingma. After leaving the Little Rabbit CAF, Wen Liangyuan couldn't contain her excitement on her way home in the flying vehicle. She called her parents on years.Star via video chat to tell them she had changed jobs. This job pays 30,000 silver coins a month, which is nearly unheard of on years.Star, and even the most prosperous Donghua star, it can be considered above average. After sharing her joyful news, Wen Liangyuan's mood improved significantly. Thus, starting from that day, Wen Liangyuan began working at the Little Rabbit CAF. To avoid being late, she needed to get up at 7 every day, wash up, and put on light makeup. After all, she couldn't afford a makeup robot. Otherwise, she could just lie down and get made up, saving both sleep and effort. Then she would arrive at the Little Rabbit CAF by 8, enter the kitchen, and start working. After cooking breakfast, everyone would eat together, and afterward the robot would clean the kitchen and wash the dishes while she helped the pastry chef. After helping until noon, she would start cooking lunch, and everyone would eat together again. After lunch, the robot would handle the kitchen and washing dishes, and she would continue to assist the pastry chef. At 5 in the evening, she would begin making dinner, and after dinner, the robot would take care of the follow-up work. At this time, she didn't need to help the pastry chef and could rest until the end of her shift. This was her daily work routine, which could be described as very busy and tiring. Fortunately, there were 2 robots in the kitchen to help. Otherwise, with her pregnant body, she might not be able to handle it. On the 3rd day, Su Qingma came to find her, and Wen Liangyuan had a feeling about what it was. Feeling a bit excited. Guess how many silver coins? Su Qingma's eyes sparkled with interest. Wen Liangyuan responded with a soft unable to hide her excitement. 20,000 silver coins. Wrong, it's 100,000 silver coins. Su Qingma laughed heartily. I originally guessed 50,000, but I didn't expect the boss to be so generous. Directly 100,000. Are you happy? Very happy. I feel like it's a bit unreal. Should I pinch myself? When Liangyuan extended her hand, Su Qingma smiled and transferred the money to her by pointing out her ID. The sweet female voice reminding Wen Liangyuan that 100,000 silver coins had arrived made her eagerly open her light brain. Sure enough, she saw 100,600 silver coins in her personal account. She smiled, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Why are you crying? This is a happy occasion. Su Qingma linked his light brain to the monitor outside the CAF and displayed Wen Liangyuan's photo. In an instant, the poster for the Little Rabbit CAF transformed into a warm and gentle smile of Wen Liangyuan. Look quickly. Don't you think you look great? After finishing, Su Qingma pointed to the scenery outside. Is that me? Wen Liangyuan reached out to touch her face, a bit in disbelief. Su Qingma laughed. Of course it's you. You received the money, right? How could it be fake? That's true. Wen Liangyuan blushed a bit and looked up again, her gaze lingering on her photo for a long time. Lin Xiu learned that Wen Liangyuan was working there a week later. During this week, he worked overtime every day and was nearly on the verge of a breakdown, while the commander Lu Zheng, who made him work overtime, appeared to be in high spirits. His eyes bright and full of energy, he angrily went to the Little Rabbit CAF to complain to Wen Liangyuan, not knowing why he had been getting increasingly irritable lately. How am I supposed to live like this? I get angry at the slightest dissatisfaction. He pushed a cup of hot milk in front of him. Wen Liangyuan didn't know what to say either, so she chose to remain silent and listen to him complain. Alas, it's so hard for me. Lin Xiu finished, picked up the milk and gulped it down in one go. I need to cool off. Understood. Wen Liangyuan nodded in agreement. By the way, has the commander not come to find you this week? Lin Xiu asked in confusion. Wen Liangyuan wondered, has his mental strength been affected again? That day the minister from Beibing Star came to Donghua Star to inspect the guard troops, provocatively claiming that the people in the guard couldn't defeat him. In the end, only the commander went up. Both were masters. It wasn't just a matter of piloting mechas to fight, but also a mental strength duel. That minister's mental strength was level 8, which is quite rare, and he wanted to test the level 9 mental strength of the commander. In the end, the commander won, but his mental strength lost control again. However, strangely enough, he didn't come to find you. Lin Xiu looked a bit dejected, appearing rather pitiful, and Wen Liangyuan didn't know how to help him. Chapter 20. My wife is not obedient. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Wen Liangyuan scanned the menu with his hollow brain and highlighted the categories for him to choose from. Lin Xiu was not shy and quickly picked 3 or 4 desserts. Thank you, Liangyuan. You're welcome. Wen Liangyuan smiled gently. What time do you start work? Lin Xiu asked curiously, holding the hollow brain as he read a message from Assistant Zhang, feeling a bit down for a moment. From 8 in the morning to 7 in the evening. What's the matter? Wen Liangyuan casually replied, but then saw Lin Xiu's eyes widen. Liangyuan, I know why the commander has been so irritable. It's because he lost control of his mental power and came looking for you. But you weren't home. He suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. I get it now. I finally understand. Lin Xiu, sit down. Everyone is looking at you. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly pulled Lin Xiu back down. Lin Xiu felt slightly shy, but was also excited. He couldn't wait to show Wen Liangyuan the information on his hollow brain. Assistant Zhang said the commander was missing again, and they were searching for him, and I know where he is now. Wen Liangyuan, not being slow-witted, took a moment to understand. You mean he's in my house? Yes. Lin Xiu answered confidently. Liangyuan, let's go back to your house to find the commander. Lin Xiu quickly got up and turned to head outside. When Liangyuan glanced at the little rabbit CF, but I'm at work. Just take a leave, Lin Xiu said a bit uneasily. When Liangyuan thought for a moment, okay, just wait for me a bit. Su Qingma was relatively easy to talk to, and her only requirement for Wen Liangyuan taking leave was that she had to come back to make dinner. It was now 1 in the afternoon, and as long as she moved quickly, she would have enough time. The two left the little rabbit CAF together and took Lin Xiu's hover car back to the settlement area. Sure enough, as they expected, they saw the pitiful commander, Lu Zheng, at the door. When Liangyuan glanced at Lin Xiu, who nodded and took 2 steps back, not daring to approach Wen Liangyuan. After all, Lu Zheng was particularly possessive after losing control of his mental power. Azing? Wen Liangyuan's soft voice startled the gloomy-faced Lu Zheng, who immediately pulled Wen Liangyuan into his embrace tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. Ah Zheng, could you loosen up a bit? Wen Liangyuan had to remind Lu Zheng. I won't let go. My wife is not obedient. Obviously, Lu Zheng had been scared after coming to the settlement area several times without finding Wen Liangyuan and was in a state of panic. Wen Liangyuan had to tilt her head back, gently patting Lu Zheng's back to soothe him. Ah Zheng, don't be afraid. I'm here. I've always been here. Wife, not here. Lu Zheng countered Wen Liangyuan, making her a bit amused. So you must find me when you look for me. And if you can't find me, it's my fault. What about when I can't find you? Is it your fault? She felt a bit resentful towards Lu Zheng in her heart. Usually, it was fine, but at times like this, it would surface and she couldn't control it. A few days ago, you said I was scheming and using the people around you. The more when Liangyuan spoke, the more heartbroken and angry she became, wanting to push Lu Zheng away forcefully. However, Lu Zheng held on tighter, and when Liangyuan couldn't push him away and was left gasping for breath. What should I do with you, Ah Zheng? You always do this, always. Just like those people said, slap her once, then give her a sweet date. Wife, be good. Don't be angry. After losing control of his mental power, Lu Zheng still felt sensitive and noticed when Liangyuan's bad mood, awkwardly trying to comfort her in his own way. It had to be admitted that Lu Zheng's clumsy and pure way of comforting made Wen Liangyuan feel much better. She wasn't so angry anymore. I'm not angry. Could you loosen me up a bit? Okay, wife, don't be angry. Lu Zheng obediently loosened his grip on Wen Liangyuan, and only then did she notice he was still in his military uniform. No wonder it hurt so much. As they entered the house, Wen Liangyuan asked Lu Zheng, Ah Zheng, are you hungry? Wife, hungry, very hungry. Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan with dissatisfaction, his hand very rogue, pulling Wen Liangyuan's hand to touch him. Wen Liangyuan immediately pulled her hand back, her face burning, turning away from Lu Zheng, her tone tense. Ah Zheng, speak properly. Wife, hungry. Little did she know, at this moment, Lu Zheng didn't understand shame at all. His skin was thick as he hugged her from behind, his iron-like wrist tightly gripping her slender waist. And he leaned over to plant a kiss on Wen Liangyuan's cheek. The sound was loud, and Wen Liangyuan's face turned bright red. This was too much. Lin Xiu, who was behind them, peeked out with a curious head, watching them being intimate, his face slightly flushed. When Liangyuan glanced back, and Lin Xiu quickly withdrew his head, trying to avoid making a fool of himself in front of them. She had to continue to coax. Ah Zheng, loosen up a bit. My stomach isn't feeling well. The baby in my belly isn't comfortable either. Wife, your stomach isn't feeling well? Lu Zheng released Wen Liangyuan, standing there with longing eyes fixed on her. Azing, are you hungry? When Liangyuan reached out to touch Lu Zheng's stomach, Lu Zheng looked down at her hand, holding her hand against his belly, his expression pitiful. Hungry? Then sit on the sofa and don't move. I'll go cook for you. When Liangyuan glanced at Lu Zheng on the sofa side, and the little bit of unhappiness in her heart had long vanished under his spoiled demeanor. She could never be tough on him. When Liangyuan smiled, a smile filled with too many things that Lu Zheng at this moment couldn't understand. Other times, Lu Zheng might understand but probably wouldn't care. While cooking, when Liangyuan unconsciously thought of the people at the Little Rabbit CF, glancing at Lu Zheng sitting on the sofa, knowing it would be a bit difficult to go back to make dinner. Sighing, when Liangyuan had no choice but to cook 4 dishes and a soup at home, leaving some for Lu Zheng to eat and letting Lin Xiao take the rest to the Little Rabbit CAF. But unexpectedly, Lu Zheng didn't allow it. Lin Xiao, holding the food box, was so scared that he stared blankly, fully believing that if when Liangyuan hadn't stopped the commander in time, he might have been taught a good lesson. Who told him he was a wild man? Thinking of the term wild man being associated with himself, Lin Xiao felt a shiver and was about to cry without tears, utterly speechless. Helplessly, when Liangyuan had to tiptoe and kiss Lu Zheng. After losing control of his mental power, Commander Lu Zheng was like a single-celled organism, easily distracted by a kiss. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity and ran away at the fastest speed of his life, as if being chased by a beast or a bug race. Perhaps in his heart, the beasts and bug were not as terrifying as the well-known commander, but this was something that couldn't be known to the commander. As soon as he left, when Liangyuan wanted to push Lu Zheng away, but unexpectedly, he held her even tighter, and for a moment, she couldn't break free. Chapter 21. Did Lu Zheng find out? Zheng, aren't you hungry? When Liangyuan gently coaxed, using the aroma of food to entice Lu Zheng, who was indeed hungry. So let's eat first. When Liangyuan lightly pushed Lu Zheng aside, took his hand, and led him to the dining table, handing him chopsticks. Eat quickly. However, Lu Zheng today was clearly not at peace. Even while eating, he had to reach out with one hand to hold Wen Liangyuan, as if afraid she would run away. When Liangyuan thought about how he couldn't find her during the past few days at work and must have felt insecure, so she momentarily understood Lu Zheng's behavior and allowed him to hold her hand while eating. Lu Zheng's shaky calm was shattered when Lin Xiao's video call came in. Wife, you're not being good. His cold face instantly darkened. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at Wen Liangyuan with eyes filled with rage. When Liangyuan was scared, Zheng, knowing Lu Zheng had a strong possessiveness, she felt frightened and softly explained to him, Zheng, Lin Xiao is our friend. He is not anyone else. She reached up to touch her neck, feeling thirsty from the overwhelming tension, and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead, her face gradually turning pale. Lu Zheng did not listen to Wen Liangyuan's explanation. He picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. Wen Liangyuan knew what was about to happen, which made her even more afraid. Zheng, no, absolutely not. You will hurt me, and you will hurt the baby. Please let go of me. I promise I won't let you find me missing again, and I won't video chat with other men anymore, okay? She didn't mean to. How could she have predicted this? What should she do now? What to do? When Liangyuan was trembling with fear. Not being good means punishment. Lu Zheng kicked the door shut with a bang. When Lin Xiao arrived, he heard Wen Liangyuan's screams. He was scared, but to protect Wen Liangyuan, he began to ram the door forcefully. While ramming the door, he also called Dr. Lu, urging him to bring the sedatives quickly, telling him that Wen Liangyuan was in danger. When Dr. Lu arrived, Lin Xiao had already broken through the door, but Lu Zheng, who was bare and covered in blood, had him pinned against the door, making it hard for him to move. Lin Xiao struggled, grabbing Lu Zheng's hand, his face pale and looking quite terrible. Help Liangyuan. Seeing Dr. Lu, Lin Xiao forced out a sentence, and Dr. Lu nodded, carefully moving behind Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng dropped Lin Xiao and turned to walk towards Dr. Lu. Lin Xiao, feeling desperate, coughed continuously and grabbed Lu Zheng's legs, hoarsely shouting, "Hurry! Be careful!" Dr. Lu warned Lin Xiao and entered the room, immediately seeing Wen Liangyuan, who was covered with a bedsheet in a disheveled state. He quickly picked up Lu Zheng's dark red cloak from the bedside, wrapped it around Wen Liangyuan, and carried her out. Along the way, Lin Xiao was beaten by Lu Zheng for trapping him. "Stay away from my wife." Lu Zheng warned Lin Xiao fiercely while hitting him. Lin Xiao, being an alpha, saw that Wen Liangyuan had been taken away by Dr. Lu and felt no more hesitation. He directly attacked Lu Zheng with his mental power. Lu Zheng, whose mental power was out of control, could not use his own and was naturally no match for Lin Xiao, falling to the ground, unable to move. Seeing that Lu Zheng could no longer attack anyone, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he relaxed, he fainted. When he opened his eyes, Lu Zheng first smelled blood, then saw Lin Xiao, who was badly injured and unconscious on the ground. He raised his hand to pat his head, feeling a sharp pain, as if he had been attacked with mental power. Stumbling up, Lu Zheng realized his unusual state. He was completely naked, and there were bloodstains on him. What had he done? Had he forced himself on a girl? Looking at Lin Xiao, was he trying to stop him? Had he been beaten by himself? As Lu Zheng pondered this, he reached out to steady himself against the wall and walked into the room, discovering blood on the bed and his clothes on the floor. Everything indicated that a violent incident had occurred here, and he was the perpetrator. Where was the victim? Had she been rescued? Lu Zheng rubbed his head hard, wondering why he couldn't remember anything that had happened. What exactly did he do? What happened? With a grim face, Lu Zheng made a firm decision to find out what had happened. He quickly dressed, noticing one of his cloaks was missing, but not thinking too much about it. He walked out of the room and used his mental power to wake Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, acting out of self-preservation, unconsciously released his mental power to counter Lu Zheng. He immediately realized that the person who attacked him with mental power, causing his headache, was none other than his assistant Lin Xiao. Under what circumstances did Lin Xiao attack him? With Lin Xiao's mental power, unless he had none or was unconscious, Lin Xiao would never attack him. Otherwise, it would be suicidal. Based on his observations, Lin Xiao could not have attacked him after he fainted. So it could only be that he attacked Lin Xiao when he had no mental power. Then, why did he lose his mental power? Lu Zheng thought a lot, but ultimately found himself in a fog, unable to comprehend, and he had to pause his thoughts because Lin Xiao was waking up. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes and saw Lu Zheng, a flash of fear crossed his face. Once he realized that it was the normal Lu Zheng, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This scene fell into Lu Zheng's eyes as he said, "Lin Xiao, I know everything." Lin Xiao grinned as he got up from the ground, looking at Lu Zheng with a smile. "Sir, you should go to the military hospital to see Liangyuan now, instead of lingering here." "Liangyuan?" Lu Zheng murmured, recalling the frail, gentle girl in the nurse's uniform from the hospital ward. His murmur was very soft, and Lin Xiao didn't hear it. He walked out while calling Dr. Lu via video. Dr. Lu connected quickly. "How is Liangyuan now? Is she okay?" Lin Xiao limped, and Dr. Lu noticed him. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't mind me. How is Liangyuan?" Lin Xiao accidentally took a large step, winced in pain, and looked a bit pitiful. "Dr. Wang is in the rescue room. I don't know the specific situation yet. You should hurry to the hospital, by the way. Where's the commander? How is he?" Dr. Lu remembered the culprit, Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao bit his lip and glanced at the imposing and handsome commander behind him. "He's fine. Nothing's wrong." This attitude? Lu Zheng thought that he must have gone too far this time. Otherwise, this usually timid assistant would never dare to be so bold as to show him a cold shoulder. Through the screen, Dr. Lu saw the commander with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs in the hallway behind Lin Xiao. He pressed his lips together. "You should come quickly. I'm really not at ease alone." "Okay." Lin Xiao ended the call. "Lin Xiao, is she in the military hospital?" Lu Zheng appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was racing. Chapter 22 For Sleep. Lin Xiao glanced at him, his anger dissipating significantly, no longer so bold. He replied, "My good fortune is at the military hospital. Dr. Wang, a specialist in obstetrics, is performing surgery on her." "Good, then hurry up. Retreat." As Lu Zheng noticed an anomaly with a hovering vehicle by the roadside, his expression changed instantly. He rushed forward and grabbed Lin Xiao, retreating like lightning. Boom! Rumble! Lin Xiao. Lu Zheng held on tightly to Lin Xiao as they were knocked back by the impact of a falling meteorite, crashing against a building behind them, creating a large dent in the wall, and then falling to the ground. Lin Xiao coughed up blood and fainted, while Lu Zheng, aside from intense physical pain, was still okay. He hurriedly fell to the ground, pulling Lin Xiao away from another meteorite that the dark beings were about to drop. Countless dark beings piloting invisible shuttles attacked them. Lu Zheng's expression changed as he quickly dodged with Lin Xiao. Commander Lu Zheng, today is your day to die. How about saying goodbye to the Empire? Lu Zheng tore off the protective band from his wrist, unfolded it into a circle, covering Lin Xiao's body, while he closed his eyes, channeling his powerful mental energy to attack their shuttles. Ah! The piercing screams echoed one after another. Lu Zheng was indeed Lu Zheng. His mental power could shred even the shell of a bug, let alone these shuttle shells. The invisible shuttles turned into fragments, losing their cloaking ability, and the sky began to rain scraps of metal. These fragments fell to the ground like intensified raindrops, creating craters upon impact. Lu Zheng's gaze was cold and fierce, his hands clasped as if he were squeezing the shuttles, and inside the shuttles, the dark being shouts were no more, replaced by the sound of bones and machinery being crushed. Soon, a massive shuttle became a heap of junk, crashing heavily to the ground, blood pouring out continuously, spreading far and wide, until it was finally crushed under Lu Zheng's foot. His eyes were icy, cold, and mocking, as if they could penetrate space and meet another pair of terrifying eyes. That person on the other end of the light brain shivered and broke into a cold sweat. Lu Zheng withdrew his gaze and contacted Assistant Zhang, asking him to take Lin Xiao to the military hospital, then contacted another assistant to take him home. Finally, he sent a message to Dr. Lu, asking him to bring the S-level suppressor and come to his secret residence. Lu Zheng handled these matters with extraordinary speed. By the time Assistant Zhang arrived, Lu Zheng's mental power was on the verge of collapse. He had been holding on, using his mental force to suppress the feelings of impending breakdown. First, take Lin Xiao to the military hospital. I've arranged for someone to take me back. Assistant Zhang was unaware of Lu Zheng's mental power going out of control, only knowing that the commander didn't seem well and wanted to suggest he go to the hospital for an examination. However, the commander's gaze made him hesitate to voice such a suggestion, and he could only lower his head to accept the command just given. Yes, sir. After Assistant Zhang left with Lin Xiao, another assistant quickly arrived to take Lu Zheng to his secret residence. Dr. Lu stood at the operating room door, looking at the message from the commander on the light brain, feeling overwhelmed. Dr. Lu, do you need help? Assistant Zhang inquired. Dr. Lu glanced at the operating room. The person inside is a friend of mine and Lin Xiao's. Could you please help take care of her? I have something to attend to outside, and I'm afraid no one will look after her. Assistant Zhang had a decent relationship with Lin Xiao, having received vitamins from him, and since he had nothing else to do and another assistant was already handling the commander, he readily agreed. Don't worry, leave it to me. Okay, thank you. Doctor. Lu sighed in relief and turned to the department to get the S-level suppressor he had prepared for Eva. The S-level suppressor was a prohibited drug he developed to suppress mental power loss, far stronger than regular suppressors, but it also had significant side effects. Therefore, he was both eager and anxious about giving the S-level suppressor to the commander. Eager for his developed drug to be effective, yet nervous about its effects, Dr. Lu exhaled softly, carrying the medical box toward Commander Lu Zheng's residence. When he saw Lu Zheng, Dr. Lu's hands were almost trembling because the commander's condition was exceptionally dire. Sir, I need to explain the side effects of the S-level suppressor to you. Go ahead. Lu Zheng replied heavily, his handsome face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. According to my experimental data and results, the benefits of this suppressor are to temporarily shut down your mental C, allowing it to heal slowly. The side effects include loss of some memory and amplification of your emotions. Dr. Lu recalled the data on that person, his face turning pale, and he spoke a bit absent-mindedly. Explain. Lu Zheng's words brought Dr. Lu back to his senses, regaining his rationality. Shutting down the mental C means you won't be able to use your mental power, forcing the mental C into a state of forced sleep. The memory loss occurs because this drug affects your nerves related to memory aptitude, and the emotional amplification means that all your emotions will be magnified, whether anger, coldness, or softness. Dr. Lu felt extremely anxious, his palms sweating, especially when he saw the commander's furrowed brow. Give me the suppressor. Lu Zheng reached out to Dr. Lu, who handed him a tube of the suppressor. Sir, aren't you going to see Miss One? Dr. Lu's question made Lu Zheng pause. his gaze deep as the ocean and vast as the starry sky, before returning to normal. Let's discuss this matter after I return to normal. Yes, sir. Doctor. Lu stopped speaking, guarding Lu Zheng closely, not daring to leave until Lu Zheng woke up. Only then did he turn to leave. While Lin Xiao was in the hospital, he was the only one who could take care of Wen Liangyuan. Dr. Lu gently exhaled, feeling a powerful heart that had been busy all day was also a bit overwhelmed, feeling tired. Upon arriving at the hospital, Dr. Lu completed the handover with Assistant Zhang, first checking on Lin Xiao, learning he was in a deep sleep, and instructed his colleagues to take good care of Lin Xiao before heading to see Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan was still unconscious. Dr. Lu exhaled, and to avoid exhausting himself, he ordered Eva to keep a close watch on Wen Liangyuan while he went to the office for a nap. Chapter 23, He is strange the next day, Dr. Lu got up, tidied himself up, and first went to the ward to check on Wen Liangyuan. He wasn't lucky. Wen Liangyuan was still in a deep sleep. Despite Dr. Wang's treatment and surgery, she remained unconscious for nearly 3 days before finally waking up. 3 days later, Dr. Lu visited Wen Liangyuan's ward again and was finally rewarded with her smiling face. I'm fine now. Thank you, Dr. Lu. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. You've worked hard, Wen Liangyuan said shyly. Dr. Lu let out a sigh of relief. It's good that Miss Wen is awake. Wen Liangyuan smiled and wanted to ask about Lu Zheng, but she feared that Dr. Lu would think she was being silly. So she hesitated, her shyness evident. You want to ask about the commander? Dr. Lu took the initiative to speak, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Wen Liangyuan's face flushed red as she bit her lip and nodded shyly. The commander is fine. Don't worry, Miss Wen. Doctor. Lu Zheng noticed his eyes flickering slightly, but Wen Liangyuan did. Dr. Lu, you're not very good at lying, are you? Wen Liangyuan's heart raced. Could something have happened to him? Was it serious? Was his mental power still out of control, unable to find her? And then, Miss Wen, you need to calm down. Don't jump to conclusions. The commander is perfectly fine. Dr. Lu had to interrupt her speculations. Wen Liangyuan's heart raced, her expression anxious. Dr. Lu, are you trying to reassure me? Something must have happened to Ajing, right? Miss Wen, don't be anxious. Let me explain, Dr. Lu said, feeling a bit helpless in the face of Wen Liangyuan's concern, and detailed everything that had happened in the past few days. When she heard about Lin Xiao's accident, Wen Liangyuan was filled with tension. Upon learning that Lin Xiao was still in a coma and under observation in the hospital, her heart couldn't help but worry. You'll be fine, right, Dr. Lu? Dr. Lu nodded and began to talk about Lu Zheng, including his use of S-grade suppressants. Wen Liangyuan grew even more anxious, her heart tightening. After Dr. Lu finished speaking, she let out a sigh of relief. Miss Wen, don't you think this is unfair? Doctor. Lu's tone was not very pleasant. Wen Liangyuan gently shook her head. No, as long as he is fine. Besides, I'm okay, right? Although I can't help but complain and think he is very bad. He didn't do it on purpose. He is also a victim. Doctor. Lu couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't intend for the commander to use it. But at that time, you couldn't calm him down, and he was on the brink of collapse. I had no other choice. Fortunately, the commander's damaged memories will gradually recover. Now we just have to wait for him to regain his memory and take you home. Dr. Lu's words didn't make Wen Liangyuan happy. She knew the gap between her and Lu Zheng was like the distance between the planet Weishui and Donghua, with the postage alone being astronomical, not to mention everything else. Does Ajing know about his situation? Wen Liangyuan asked softly. Dr. Lu was taken aback, impressed by her sensitivity. Currently, the commander knows that his mental power can go out of control, but he doesn't know what happens when it does. He also doesn't realize that his mental power was calmed by yours. He has always believed that he recovers through self-healing or by taking suppressants after losing control. In fact, there are many YITA volunteers at the Academy of Sciences, but the commander never used them. Before he met you, he either relied on suppressants or self-healing. So he thought he had always been like this, relying on suppressants and self-healing. Is that so? It's all just suppressants and self-healing? Wen Liangyuan interrupted Dr. Lu. He nodded. Yes, that's right. Wen Liangyuan smiled and looked at Dr. Lu. He really is a strangely powerful person. Isn't he? She laughed, and Dr. Lu couldn't help but chuckle as well. Yes, he really is a strange person. The two reached an oddly harmonious understanding on this matter. Wen Liangyuan stayed in the hospital for nearly half a month before being discharged. During this half month, her life was monotonous. Apart from visiting Lin Xiu and spending time with Eva, she only communicated with the people at the Little Rabbit Sci-Fi video call. The content was always about how they were nearly dying from the robot-cooked meals and begging Wen Liangyuan to return and save them. In response to their enthusiasm, on the day she was discharged in mid-January, Wen Liangyuan appeared at the entrance of the Little Rabbit CAF. Su Qingma brought her in as if he were seeing a family member. The CAF was still warm and cozy. Liangyuan, I've decided that you don't have to work as a pastry chef apprentice anymore. From now on, you will only work as a chef, and I'll pay you 30,000 silver coins every month. What do you think? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, seeing Su Qingma's eager expression. She shook her head. Su Qingma's face fell in disappointment, but before he could feel disappointed enough, a warm smile appeared on Wen Liangyuan's face. Mr. Su, I came here to work as a pastry chef apprentice. You can't take that opportunity away from me. Her words made several eavesdropping employees around them breathe a sigh of relief, and everyone cheered up. Su Qingma laughed. Then, since you just got back from the hospital, take a break today and just help us cook. You can assist the pastry chef tomorrow. Wen Liangyuan found it hard to refuse this suggestion. All right, then I'll make a couple of extra dishes to treat you hardworking people. The people at the Little Rabbit CAF became even happier. Returning to her job, Wen Liangyuan was very happy. That evening, she video called her mother and unexpectedly saw two long-lost friends next to her mother. One was her good friend, Guan Jingwei, and the other was her good brother, Xiao Fei. Why are you back home? I thought it wasn't tea winter break yet. Also, you could have told me earlier when you returned. I could have bought you some things. Don't you know the postage is the same whether you send more or less? Wen Liangyuan thought it was still a bit uneconomical, considering the large postage. Don't be mad at us, Yuan, haha. Don't be sad, we don't need anything. Are you doing well? Guan Jingwei smiled brightly. Xiao Fei also poked his head into the video call. We bought you clothes from years.Star. Although they aren't as good as the ones you bought on RUNWAY, you should like them. Wen's mother and father, knowing they hadn't seen them for a long time, handed over the communication opportunity to them. In the Imperial Star System, there are 72 planets, with Donghua Star being the most prosperous, followed by the others in descending order. The years.Star mentioned by Xiao Fei is the fourth-ranked planet in the Imperial Star System and is also quite prosperous. Using light brains is expensive every month, and currently, only Donghua Star, the second-ranked Beibing Star, the third-ranked Lanyan Star, the fourth-ranked years.Star, and the fifth-ranked Tianlang Star are essential. Other planets still use mobile phones, but cross-planet mobile communication is also very expensive, so to save money, they often only answer calls and don't make them, avoiding the expenditure. Chapter 24. Lin Xiu's girlfriend on the same planet. People generally don't worry about these things because communication is very cheap, and sending items is also inexpensive. This is why Wen Liangyuan often makes video calls home, but her family rarely calls her, and the shipping costs for sending things are so high that she still feels uneasy about it. Of course, the costs of travel between planets are not only high for communication, but also for transportation, which is exorbitantly expensive. We heard that you found a job on RUNWAY. How many silver coins do you earn a month? Xiao Fei was curious about how much Wen Liangyuan could earn in a month. Guan Jingwei smiled from the side. Are you happy? The two had different concerns. When Liangyuan was in a good mood, first looking at Xiao Fei, 30,000 silver coins a month. Then looking at Guan Jingwei, I'm very happy. After you all start school, can you come to visit me from years.Star? The space train fare from years.Star to Donghua Star shouldn't be too expensive. Before Guan Jingwei could respond, Xiao Fei interrupted. It would be more feasible for you to visit us. Our part-time jobs combined don't even cover the fare for one person. When Liangyuan was a bit skeptical upon hearing this and took out her light brain to check. Indeed, it was true. Just the fare from years.Star to Donghua Star was 20,000 silver coins one way, and it was even more expensive from Donghua Star to years.Shui Star. Nearly 100,000 silver coins. Xiao Fei and Guan Jingwei were considered top students from impoverished backgrounds, receiving the education fund from years.Shui Star to study in years.Star, with the school waiving tuition fees and offering a 30% discount on transportation costs. But even with that discount, it was still quite expensive for them. For Wen Liangyuan, who missed her friends, this was a very sad and disheartening matter. After that, they chatted about other topics, and Wen Liangyuan's attention was diverted, feeling happy again. Before the new year, I'll buy some New Year goods to take back. You all have to tell me quickly what you want. You know, if I buy too little, the shipping costs will be very unworthy. As soon as the topic of the new year came up, everyone became cheerful. After finishing the chat with her friends, Wen Liangyuan sat dazedly on the narrow sofa, her small hand gently stroking her belly, knowing that she missed home. After a moment of silence, Wen Liangyuan opened her light brain and clicked on Lin Xiu's ID. The interface showed the message Lin Xiu sent her yesterday, saying he would rest for 2 days before being discharged from the hospital. Exiting the chat interface with Lin Xiu, Wen Liangyuan searched for Lu Zheng online. But this time there was no new news about him. Since she had been hospitalized and woke up, she hadn't seen Lu Zheng even once in half a month. She could only scroll through the videos she had filmed earlier, many of which were of Lu Zheng acting cute. She watched the videos one by one, and after finishing, she went back to watch from the beginning again. As she watched, she couldn't help but shed tears, hastily reaching out to wipe them away. Compared to her friends, she felt quite useless. As for her studies, she was just 2 points short of qualifying for funding to attend the Starship Academy. And her dream of becoming a captain was completely extinguished, along with the chance to bring honor to her family. Later, after receiving her parents' contribution points, she came to Donghua Star, intending to find a good job, but unexpectedly got cheated out of a large portion of her silver coins and ended up pregnant. When Liangyuan became increasingly saddened by her thoughts, and the tears kept flowing, Lin Xiu video called her, and the first thing he saw was her pitiful and disheveled appearance. Liangyuan, what is going on? He was clearly startled. Wiping her tears, when Liangyuan sniffed, I'm fine. Didn't you say you would be discharged tomorrow? Why are you still in your work uniform? Are you at the military building? When are you being discharged? Don't mention it, your man. No, I mean, the Tyrannosaurus, because of Dr. Lu's medication. He can't use his mental power, but the workload hasn't decreased at all. He can't handle 6 tasks at once anymore, only 1 at a time, so he has to work extra hours. I originally wanted to rest for a while, but I was discharged early, Lin Xiu complained. Then quietly added, let me tell you, the memories that the Tyrannosaurus lost happened to be the events that day at your house, so I was actually relieved. When Liangyuan felt inexplicably relieved upon hearing this. To be honest, she was afraid of laying everything bare to Lu Zheng now and receiving his order to leave. Aren't memories supposed to gradually recover? I'm not afraid of that. I'm just worried about you. Are you really okay? When Liangyuan was still very concerned about Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked helpless, my dear. You've asked me this countless times. I don't want to answer you anymore. Let me say it one last time. I'm fine because your man, no, your Tyrannosaurus reacted quickly, so I'm okay. Honestly, if it weren't for the Tyrannosaurus's timely reaction, I would have died. By the end, Lin Xiu felt very fortunate. He almost didn't get to see the sun again. Speaking of this, I suddenly feel that calling the Tyrannosaurus my lifesaver is a bit disrespectful to him. Lin Xiu's conscience pricked him as he recalled the moment the commander risked his life to save him, feeling a bit guilty. Should we change the code name then? When Liangyuan suggested. Forget it. Let us stick with Tyrannosaurus. Think about it. I could have rested another day, but he insisted on having me discharged a day early to handle work. When I think about it, he quite annoying. Lin Xiu, please do not call your girlfriend during work hours. A deep, magnetic voice came through the transmission, sending a shiver down when Liangyuan's spine and making her body feel weak. Lin Xiu abruptly ended the video call, picked up his coffee, and pretended to drink it, carefully watching Commander Lu Zheng, who was drinking plain water. Sir, she is not my girlfriend. She is someone who has a crush on you and is trying to gather information about you. Who would dare to say that the commander's woman is his girlfriend? Please, he wants to live a little longer. There was a subtle change in Lu Zheng, and then his expression turned extremely ugly. That little nurse who cursed at me? Lin Xiu, your memory is not bad. Lin Xiu silently mocked in his heart. How could he forget the nonsense he had done? Tell her not to have a crush on me. I don't like low-level-itis. After finishing, Lu Zheng turned and left. Lin Xiu suddenly gained some courage, but she liked you before, so she probably wouldn't like anyone else. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but slightly curl the corner of his mouth into an almost imperceptible smile. There was no way around it, after all. There was only one commander, Lu Zheng, in the entire galaxy. Lin Xiao. He didn't speak. And Commander Lu Zheng realized that he had just been a bit narcissistic. His expression darkened. Aren't you going back to handle work? How long do you plan to stay in the break room? Yes, I'm going right away. Lin Xiao quickly ran off, his speed astonishingly fast. Commander Lu Zheng, who temporarily couldn't use his mental power, raised an eyebrow at the sight. Wen Liangyuan was unaware of all this. The next day, after work, Lin Xiao went to the Little Rabbit CAF, where Wen Liangyuan invited him to have dinner with them. Lin Xiao was a bit shy at first, but eventually agreed. Chapter 25. Who's your girlfriend, anyway? By the time they finished eating, the speed was like that of soldiers. Su Qingma and the others were stunned. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit awkward and went back to the kitchen to cook 2 more dishes for Su Qingma and the others. She went outside to chat with Lin Xiao, who had already eaten. Why are you off work so early? Wen Liangyuan found it a bit strange. Lin Xiao chuckled and said the commander's friend came to find him, so we all got off work early. A friend who can make him take off work? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but be curious. Is it a guy or a girl? Lin Xiao whispered a guy. Wen Liangyuan was about to feel happy when Lin Xiao added, but he brought his sister. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit unhappy. His sister is very pretty. I've heard she's a level 7 high-ranking Ada. The whole person. Lin Xiao began to enthusiastically praise Lu Zheng's friend's sister. Wen Liangyuan didn't want to listen. Lin Xiao, do you like her? Lin Xiao's face turned red instantly. No, what are you talking about? I really don't like her. Wen Liangyuan. Lin Xiao also came to his senses, lowering his head shyly. Remembering his own background, he couldn't help but feel down. I'm just a level 6 alpha, an orphan with no parents. I don't deserve to like her. The last sentence was very quiet. Wen Liangyuan bit her lip, thinking that she was not the only one with such thoughts. Even cheerful Lin Xiao had them. Don't be sad. I'll treat you to blue forest cake. Do you want coffee? Lin Xiao, what are you looking at? That. Wen Liangyuan followed the direction of Lin Xiao's finger and saw 2 men and 2 women walking in. 2 of them she recognized, Lu Zheng and Lu Qing. The other 2 must be Lu Zheng's friends and his friend's sister. The girl was tugging at Lu Zheng's clothes, smiling sweetly, wearing a pink long dress and a short beige mink coat. Her hair was golden, and her eyes were blue, making her look like a little princess raised in the northern star system of the Empire. The man next to her had the same hair color and eye color. He was in military uniform with a black cloak and long boots, and a sword at his waist, looking quite gentlemanly. Lu Qing and Lu Zheng were clearly from the Eastern Star System, completely different from them, but Lu Zheng was undoubtedly the most eye-catching and distinguished among the 4. As soon as he entered, all the customers in the Little Rabbit CAF focused their attention on him. Only after looking at him did they spare a glance for the others. Sir, Miss Jenny, Mr. Abra, Miss Lu Qing, over here. Lin Xiao. What a coincidence to meet again, Jenny said, then looked at Abra, Lu Zheng, and Lu Qing. Brother Lu Zheng, sister Lu Qing, let's sit with Lin Xiao. My sister. It seems Lin Xiao is on a date. That lady next to him should be his girlfriend. Abra didn't want to disturb Lin Xiao's date. Jenny obviously felt a bit disappointed. Okay, Jenny, come on, let's go together. I'll treat you to some delicious pastries. Lin Xiao invited again, and when Liangyuan also got up, smiling and nodding. She planned to wait until they sat down and greeted each other before finding an opportunity to leave. Lu Zheng and Lu Qing glanced at Wen Liangyuan a few times, especially Lu Qing, whose unusual behavior was noticed by Abra and Jenny. The 4 sat down, and Lu Zheng looked at Lin Xiao. Aren't you going to introduce your girlfriend to us? Lin Xiao. Wen Liangyuan. Lu Qing's eyes widened as she pointed at Lin Xiao and then at Lu Zheng, finally looking at Wen Liangyuan in disbelief. You, whose girlfriend are you? This question was too strange. Not only did it attract the attention of the 3 involved, Lin Xiao, Lu Zheng, and Wen Liangyuan, but even Jenny and Abra were drawn in. Besides Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng, Lu Qing, Abra, and Jenny all focused their gazes on Wen Liangyuan, seemingly waiting for her answer. Wen Liangyuan. Liangyuan is not my girlfriend. We're just friends. Lin Xiao scratched his head, looking a bit worried at Wen Liangyuan. He liked Jenny after all. He hoped she wouldn't misunderstand. Wen Liangyuan nodded. Yes, Lin Xiao and I are just friends. Really? Lu Zheng obviously didn't believe Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao looked helpless. Sir, the person Liangyuan has a crush on is not me, but a very handsome man. Lin Xiao dared not speak anymore, using his eyes to plead with Wen Liangyuan to pinch him a little lighter. His hand hurt so much. Wen Liangyuan's face turned bright red, momentarily flustered. Ginny beside her suddenly felt a bit sad. A very handsome man? Does she have a crush on brother Lu Zheng? She looked at Lu Zheng. Brother Lu Zheng, does she have a crush on you? Wen Liangyuan and Lin Xiao never expected the situation to become so complicated, and they were both stunned. No, she doesn't have a crush on me. We have nothing to do with each other. Lu Zheng answered Ginny neatly, but it made Wen Liangyuan's heart ache a bit. She clearly understood why he answered like that, yet she couldn't help but feel upset, especially when she saw Ginny's triumphant gaze. This feeling was even more pronounced. Perhaps Miss Ginny thought the very handsome man was Mr. Lu Zheng, but to me, he is not. The person I have a crush on is indeed not Mr. Lu Zheng. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Wen Liangyuan didn't look at them at all and left. Her departure made Lin Xiao feel a bit guilty, made Ginny feel a bit triumphant, and left Lu Qin confused. As for Abra, he didn't feel anything. And Lu Zheng? His expression made it hard to tell what he was thinking. In the kitchen of the backyard, Wen Liangyuan began to sort out the vegetables in the fridge. After finishing, she started to prepare dinner. About an hour and a half later, Lin Xiao came to find her. I'm really sorry, Liangyuan. I didn't expect the commander to misunderstand. I actually explained it to him, but clearly, he doesn't believe my explanation. Lin Xiao said helplessly. Wen Liangyuan forced a smile. It's fine. He didn't know about my existence anyway. He doesn't even remember that we met once half a year ago. His memory seems to get worse when it comes to me. Lowering his head, Lin Xiao felt a bit sad. Liangyuan, when do you think the commander will regain his memory? When will he know that he has had multiple instances of mental instability and that it was you who helped him? Not what he thinks, that he took the stabilizer or healed himself. For some reason, Lin Xiao's words didn't evoke a positive feeling in Wen Liangyuan this time. She felt even more exhausted. Lin Xiao, I suddenly don't want to talk about him anymore. I'm so tired. At this point, Wen Liangyuan exhaled gently, found a chair to sit down, and covered her face with her hands. When he lost control of his mental power, I felt very close to him, very close. Even if he often hurt me, I could still feel that he loved me with a pure, deep love. But when his mental power returned to normal, we were so far away. Far enough that he thought I was someone else's girlfriend. Far enough that my sadness and embarrassment were completely invisible to him, and he didn't care. How ridiculous is that? Chapter 26 is a catastrophe for her. Lin Xiao could sense the unfinished words of Wen Liangyuan as he sat beside her. Liangyuan, I'm saying if, the commander returns to normal and chooses not to keep the child upon knowing about your existence, what will you do? Turning her head to look at Lin Xiao, Wen Liangyuan smiled and said she would ask for a large sum of silver coins as compensation, sever all ties, and then they could open a small restaurant here or return to live on Wei Shui's star. Lin Xiao was filled with surprise. He didn't expect Wen Liangyuan to think so pragmatically, so calmly and rationally. You seem to have thought about this for some time. Why? Because that person doesn't like me. She thought she really liked Lu Zheng, and even if he didn't like her, she still liked him. But I feel like after the commander lost control, he seems to really like you. He gets angry just at the sight of you, doesn't he? Lin Xiao thought to himself, sincerely believing that Lu Zheng liked her. Liangyuan, you don't need to persuade me. I'm 21. I understand many things and can make my own decisions, so don't worry about me. When Liangyuan interrupted Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao's advice might just be words to make her happy, but she would take it seriously and might even daydream that Lu Zheng actually liked her. But in reality, it wasn't like that. After Lin Xiao left, Wen Liangyuan tidied up her emotions and started cooking. At 7 in the evening, she bid farewell to Su Qingma and the others and left the little rabbit CF. Upon arriving at her housing area, she noticed a very plain floating car parked at her door, but she paid it no mind and walked past it. Miss Wen, can we talk? A deep voice fell on Wen Liangyuan's ears. She turned her head and saw an old man in a black suit, with white hair and blue eyes, slightly hunched over, standing seriously next to the floating car. Sorry, I have something else to do. Wen Liangyuan politely declined and walked up the stairs. It's about Commander Lu Zheng. Aren't you curious, Miss Wen? The old man's words almost made Wen Liangyuan react immediately, but she hid it well, and the old man didn't notice, which surprised him a bit. After closing the door, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but feel nervous. She had been involved with Lu Zheng for half a year. For the first 5 months, no one had disturbed her because of him, but recently, with Lu Zheng and this old man, things changed. Lu Zheng's purpose was easy to guess, understanding her brother's life. But what was this person's purpose? Wen Liangyuan's parents were outstanding gatekeepers on wasteland star, unafraid of cunning alien beasts and vicious insectoids, always victorious. As their daughter, Wen Liangyuan was no pushover. She was more rational, calm, and discerning than the average girl. So, instead of making a rash decision, she chose to contact Lin Xiu using a coded message. Lin Xiu quickly replied, "Liangyuan, don't run around. I'll come take a look right away." Okay. After replying to the message, Wen Liangyuan sat on the sofa waiting for Lin Xiu. He arrived soon, and they went to check the monitoring robots in the housing area, only to find that the surveillance robots had been hacked. During that time, there was only darkness. With no sound, without any gains, they walked back to the house together. Lin Xiu was puzzled. "Liangyuan, do you remember what that person looked like?" After thinking carefully, Wen Liangyuan looked at Lin Xiu. The floating car he drove was very plain. His white hair was neatly combed. He wore a black suit, and he stood very straight like a soldier. Other features were too vague. Lin Xiu thought seriously for a long time, but couldn't capture anything. He scratched his head. "I wish I were the commander. He could definitely figure out some information." "You're already very capable," Wen Liangyuan comforted Lin Xiu. He felt a bit embarrassed, and then advised her, "You need to be careful. You handled today's situation well. Keep it up in the future." "Okay, Lord Lin Xiu," Wen Liangyuan replied with a smile. After a few more exchanges, Lin Xiu left. After returning, he worried that there might be important clues regarding this matter and reported it to Commander Lu Zheng. After listening to his report, Lu Zheng replied, "I understand. Sir, don't you think they are very suspicious?" Lin Xiu was a bit anxious. Lu Zheng felt puzzled. Suspicious? What is suspicious? Lin Xiu suddenly remembered that the commander had no memory of that day and became extremely restless. He didn't know what to do. What exactly happened? Lu Zheng's expression darkened. Lin Xiu exhaled, thinking he couldn't worry about so much anymore. "At the end of last month, we were attacked in the housing area, and I stayed in the hospital for half a month. Have you forgotten?" Lin Xiu had to say this. Originally, he didn't want to bring it up, but now the situation was clearly very dangerous, and he had to. Lu Zheng looked at him, calm and rational. "Why don't I have any memory? Do you remember Dr. Lu's S-class sedative? At that time, to resist the attack of the dark beings, you used your mental power to crush those invisible shuttles. But at the same time, your mental power was also infected and invaded, and you almost lost control on the spot. Later, Dr. Lu arrived just in time, and you had him give you the S-class sedative. The side effect of this sedative is that it damages your memory, so your mental C temporarily shut down, entering a state of forced self-healing, which is why you've been unable to use your mental power lately, not the automatic self-healing you thought." After finishing, Lin Xiu took a big breath. "Sir, we handled this matter without uploading it to the military department, not even the Chancellor knows, because we were afraid that unfavorable news about you would leak out. After all, the military department is not a united front right now. Video called Dr. Lu and asked him when I can recover that memory." Lu Zheng felt slightly anxious. For him, losing control of his mental power was unacceptable, especially if others found out. Soon, Lin Xiu connected to Dr. Lu's video call, skipping the small talk and directly asking the question. On the other end, Dr. Lu pondered for a moment before saying, "Uncertain. According to past experiments, the longest is 2 months and the shortest is 1 week." "What?" Lu Zheng's expression changed. His gaze at Dr. Lu was like a knife. Dr. Lu was quite frightened, but there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. "Sir, at that time, the priority was to suppress your mental power. I had no other way." Dr. Lu looked at Lu Zheng seriously, neither humble nor arrogant. Lu Zheng exhaled, starting to understand, and hung up the video call. "How long has it been now?" Lu Zheng asked coldly. Lin Xiu thought for a moment. "About 20 days. "Only 20 days? There are still 40 days until the maximum of 2 months. It's really suffocating," Lin Xiu sighed, feeling a bit restless. Chapter 27, "She is my friend." Lu Zheng's expression was cold. Let's talk about it again in 40 days. If they dare to go again during this time, they might just get some clues. He was so calm, but Lin Xiao couldn't remain calm. He looked at Lu Zheng and said, "Sir, the resettlement area where we were attacked is where Wen Liangyuan lives. Assassination is a daily occurrence for us, but for Wen Liangyuan, it's a disaster. In his heart, Wen Liangyuan was his best friend, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her get into trouble." Lin Xiao rarely got this excited, which surprised Lu Zheng. "Then tell me, why are we going to the resettlement area? Am I going with you to see your girlfriend?" "Lin Xiao, don't try to argue with me. Wen Liangyuan is your girlfriend. Otherwise, why are you so anxious about her safety?" Lin Xiao. This time, Lin Xiao turned his head to roll his eyes dramatically. He gritted his teeth in anger. "If it weren't for your kid and your woman, would I care this much? Would I? You heartless scoundrel. You're not taking care of your kid or your woman, so I have to? And you misunderstand me? This is driving me crazy." After ranting silently in his heart, Lin Xiao felt a little better and turned to Lu Zheng, showing a big smile. "Sir, actually Dr. Lu treats Liangyuan very well. Why don't you say Dr. Lu is her boyfriend?" Lin Xiao asked through gritted teeth, unable to hold back his anger. Lu Zheng buried himself in his work. "Oh, because Dr. Lu calls her Miss Wen. It sounds polite, not like a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." Lin Xiao. "So it's wrong for him to call her Liangyuan since they are so familiar?" Lin Xiao was almost driven mad by Lu Zheng's reasoning. He sat down cross-legged in his mind, gesturing up and down to suppress his anger. "Sir, just consider Liangyuan as my girlfriend. Can we send guards to protect her?" Lin Xiao compromised. For the sake of his good friend, he was being soft-hearted and lacking principles. Lu Zheng glanced at him and continued to handle his work calmly. "I think you don't need to worry too much about this. The resettlement area has imperial security and surveillance robots everywhere. Besides, that person was just testing the waters, so we don't need to make a big fuss. If I send someone, it will only confirm their suspicion that Wen Liangyuan has a close relationship with me. Then they will immediately take action, and at that point, our guards will be of little use and won't be able to protect Wen Liangyuan. Do you understand?" His calmness and rationality made Lin Xiao angry, but he knew it was indeed the truth. He let out a big sigh, which Lu Zheng happened to see. "Lin Xiao, you really care about Wen Liangyuan, don't you?" Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't want to talk anymore, but this person was his superior, someone he couldn't be angry with. "Sir, I still have a lot of work to do. I'll head out first." Lu Zheng responded briefly and continued to deal with his tasks. After Lin Xiao went out, he rummaged around the tea room but couldn't find anyone. So he immediately video called Dr. Lu. I'm so angry. After saying it 20 times in one breath, Lin Xiao finally felt a little better. "Doctor." Lu had a dark expression, and even his silver-rimmed glasses couldn't hide the disdain in his eyes. "Assistant Lin, what exactly do you want to say?" Dr. Lu asked patiently. Lin Xiao tilted his head and shouted, then recounted the situation to Dr. Lu. After listening, Dr. Lu said, "Although the commander is frustrating, I think his analysis is quite correct. What do you think?" "Dr. Lu, do you think I want to hear that right now?" Lin Xiao said angrily. His handsome face puffed up like a hamster, looking adorably cute. Dr. Lu acknowledged, "I know you're very angry. You're angry that the commander doesn't care about Miss Wen or the child in her belly. But Lin Xiao, you need to understand one fact. The commander doesn't know about Miss Wen's existence right now, so he can easily come to the most rational and calm conclusion." Once those words were out, Lin Xiao immediately deflated like a defeated rooster, feeling downcast. "I just think Liangyuan deserves better. She treats the Tyrannosaurus Rex so well, but he handles her affairs like he's dealing with someone else's problems." Dr. Lu sensed his sadness and was silent for a moment before sighing. "Miss Wen is too foolish. What should we do now? I'm worried about Liangyuan. If I go to see her with my identity, as the commander said, it will immediately confirm those people's suspicions." Lin Xiao was very upset, leaning against the cabinet. "Weren't you telling me that Miss Wen works at Bunny Cafe? Coincidentally, I'm good friends with the owner, so I can have him check on Miss Wen regularly. Don't worry about it." Dr. Lu felt a bit helpless. He wasn't someone who liked to trouble others, but now he considered himself friends with Wen Liangyuan and Lin Xiao. It seemed unavoidable. What level alpha is he? If his level is too low, what if he can't protect Liangyuan? Lin Xiao couldn't help but worry and asked in detail, almost making Dr. Lu so angry he would hang up the video call. Seeing Dr. Lu's unpleasant expression, he quickly smiled. Ha! Dr. Lu, don't be angry. I'm just very scared. The feeling of being on the brink of death is too terrifying. Liangyuan is a delicate girl, and she is pregnant. If she encounters what happened to me that day, she definitely won't make it. She will die, and her parents will lose her. No one knew how terrified he had been at that time. He had experienced that kind of fear, and it was terrifying, so he didn't want his good friend to go through it again. Moreover, the feeling of losing a daughter should be similar to what he felt when he lost his parents, and because he had experienced it, he didn't want Wen Liangyuan's family to feel that way. Dr. Lu looked at Lin Xiu's sad and pained eyes and instantly understood why he had such a strong reaction. It was probably because he had suffered and tasted pain himself and didn't want others to go through it again. Knowing how bitter and painful it is, he was truly a kind friend. Don't worry, he is a level 7 alpha, and his agility is quite good. He can take hits and will definitely be able to protect Miss Wen. Dr. Lu said with a smile, his gaze no longer teasing but filled with gentleness and warmth. He understood why Wen Liangyuan and Lin Xiu became good friends, because they were both so foolish. Then I can rest easy. I'm going to video call Liangyuan now. I'm hanging up, Dr. Lu. Lin Xiu suddenly felt happy. Dr. Lu was speechless, feeling like he had worried for nothing. Lin Xiu quickly told Wen Liangyuan about this matter. Her eyes turned slightly red as she said, Lin Xiu, although I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. I'm really happy. Don't be happy. This is a matter of life and death. You need to protect yourself. Do you understand? Lin Xiu looked at Wen Liangyuan seriously. Chapter 28. Protecting Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan nodded obediently, agreeing to Lin Xiu's suggestion, feeling warm inside, and thanked Lin Xiu. No need to thank me. Lin Xiu's face turned slightly red from such sincere gratitude, feeling a bit shy and embarrassed. After a few more words, they hung up. As Lin Xiu went to the tea room, he seemed like a different person compared to when he had just come out of it, leaving Assistant Zhang feeling puzzled. What good news do you have? Did you get a dessert voucher from Little Rabbit CAF? Assistant Zhang couldn't help but raise his voice, feeling a bit envious and jealous. Lin Xiu secretly despised him. Was he such a loser? A dessert voucher could make him this happy? How ridiculous. Of course not. Lin Xiu said, it's something else. Oh, I see. Assistant Zhang replied lightly as he headed towards the tea room. Lin Xiu was taken aback. He thought Assistant Zhang would ask why he was so joyful. He had already been thinking of how to hide the key information and show off, but the turn of events made Lin Xiu feel a bit disappointed. Do you really want a dessert voucher from Little Rabbit CAF? Lin Xiu said with a hint of malice in his eyes. Assistant Zhang, confused, retorted, who wouldn't want a dessert voucher from Little Rabbit CAF? True, desserts are so expensive. The average person can only buy a piece to try once a year. And I've had it twice recently. Lin Xiu laughed proudly. What's wrong with you? Assistant Zhang was very surprised. Lin Xiu looked at him with pride. I just had Little Rabbit CAF's desserts twice recently, and I think they're just average, especially by the end. They feel very heavy. He lifted his hand to take a sip of iced coffee and casually walked out, leaving Assistant Zhang with a face full of black lines, wishing he could strangle him. Showing off like that is really annoying. Inside Little Rabbit CAF, when Liangyuan thought again and again, Lin Xiu was too good to her, and she needed to repay him. So she used her employee quota to order a traditional cream puff and had it delivered near the military building. Then video called Lin Xiu to come out and pick it up. So everyone in the military building, including Assistant Zhang, Commander Lu, and other assistants, saw Lin Xiu swaggering with a crispy and sweet cream puff, walking past them and bringing a wave of sweet fragrance, arrogantly entering his office. But that wasn't even the most outrageous part. The sweet aroma of the cream puff, mixed with the tangy sweetness of mango, wafted out of his office. And for a moment, it seemed like the entire building was enveloped in a sweet scent. Even Commander Lu's office had a faint hint of cream puff aroma. For the sensitive-nosed alphas in the entire military building, this was a supreme provocation. By the time work ended, Lin Xiu walked out of the military building holding 1 cream puff that he had eaten and 5 that remained. Lin Xiu had become the most dazzling person in the military building today. When Liangyuan was unaware of all this because she had just received some surprising news. Su Qingmao was a friend of Dr. Lu and had agreed to his request to visit her in the settlement area frequently, at least once every 40 days, to ensure her safety. Surprised? Su Qingma asked gently, with a hint of curiosity. Didn't they tell you? Shaking her head, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Xiu only told me he was Dr. Lu's friend, but I didn't expect it to be you, Mr. Su. I'm sorry if this brings you trouble. Actually, it's not a trouble, Su Qingma smiled. Huh, I find it quite troublesome. Wen Liangyuan furrowed her brows, but she felt she couldn't refuse. Lu Zheng is a sharp-tongued and reclusive person. He wouldn't ask for help unless he could solve it himself. So, I owe him a lot, and I can't repay him. I'm happy to help you. It's not troublesome at all, so please don't feel pressured. Su Qingma's eyes were sincere. Not at all like someone who was lying to comfort Wen Liangyuan. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Su. No need to thank me. You just need to make me a late-night snack every day when I come to see you. You know, alphas have big appetites and get very hungry at night. He was truly a gentle and considerate person, and even when helping you, you wouldn't feel any pressure. When Liangyuan lowered her head, knowing she owed Lin Xiu and Dr. Lu a lot, and now she would also owe Mr. Su. Why did it feel like since arriving at Dongwaxing, she hadn't accomplished anything and had instead become indebted to so many people? When Liangyuan felt a bit uncomfortable inside. That evening, after Little Rabbit CAF closed, Su Qingma drove a low-profile hover car to take Wen Liangyuan to the settlement area. Wen Liangyuan wanted to say there was no need to hurry, but Su Qingma insisted on checking her surroundings for surveillance robots and testing to install a jammer, so she agreed. She thought being alone with him would be a bit awkward and tense, but to her surprise, it wasn't awkward at all. Instead, it was very relaxed and comfortable. She knew this was thanks to Su Qingma. To thank Su Qingma while he checked around, when Liangyuan took out various meats given to her by Lin Xiu and some lettuce and potatoes from the fridge, planning to make barbecue for him. When Su Qingma finished checking downstairs and upstairs and came into the house, he smelled a delicious aroma and laughed heartily, shaking the smart robot in his hand. Luckily, I found 2 hidden cameras. Otherwise, I would have felt sorry for this late-night snack. Just wait a bit longer. Wen Liangyuan placed the grill on the table, with marinated beef, lettuce, sliced potatoes, pork belly, and chicken on the side. Take your time, no rush. Su Qingma jumped outside the window and found 2 more robots. After finally finishing the checks, more than half an hour had passed, and when Liangyuan was ready. Liangyuan, can you grill some meat for me first? I'll come back to eat after I install the jammer. Su Qingma busily took the jammer and went back downstairs without waiting for Wen Liangyuan to agree. After he finally finished installing it, another 10 minutes had passed, and Wen Liangyuan had grilled a large plate of meat. When Su Qingma saw it, he couldn't help but break into a hearty smile. You really are generous, Liangyuan. Do you know how expensive meat is now? When Liangyuan hadn't bought any meat, all of it was given by Lin Xiu. She didn't know the exact prices and was confused by his words. Is it very expensive? Super expensive. 200 silver coins for a pound of chicken, 300 silver coins for a pound of pork, 500 silver coins for a pound of beef. Do you think that's expensive? Su Qingma wrapped the pork belly in lettuce and handed it to Wen Liangyuan. This is made by you. Try it first and see if it's good. If it's not good, I want to eat it. Taking the pork belly and eating it, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit embarrassed. I thought it wouldn't be much more expensive than vegetables. Vegetables are about 20 silver coins a pound. Su Qingma smiled. You really surprised me. Chapter 29. Something happened to Lu Zheng. Maybe I'm just a bit foolish. When Liangyuan blushed, recalling Dr. Lu's evaluation of her. Thankfully, Su Qingma said, and when Liangyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Su Qingma smiled again. You are really cute, Liangyuan. Being with Su Qingma put Wen Liangyuan at ease. The two enjoyed a barbecue meal together, cleaned up the grill and dishes, and then Su Qingma suggested taking a walk to help Wen Liangyuan digest. So they strolled around the settlement area. However, they didn't realize that this scene was witnessed by Lu Qing, who had been sent to the settlement area. Lu Qing's mouth dropped open in astonishment, completely shocked. It seems she knows you, Su Qingma said affirmatively. Should we go say hello? No. Wen Liangyuan, you really are something. In your first meeting, you were holding Lu Zheng's hand. In the third meeting, you became Lin Xiu's girlfriend, and now in the fourth, you're out walking with another man. You really have opened my eyes. Lu Qing interrupted Wen Liangyuan's unfinished words, her eyes filled with sarcasm and disdain. Not only Wen Liangyuan, But even Su Qingma next to her couldn't help but frown slightly. Miss Lu, are you misunderstanding something? Misunderstanding? How could I possibly misunderstand? Lu Qing's voice rose a bit. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit angry. Lu Qing, you and Lu Zheng are both so stubborn and like to overthink things. To you, others' explanations are just excuses without any clarifying effect. You are both so stubborn, it's no wonder you are siblings. Wen Liangyuan's words really angered Lu Qing. You, what kind of attitude is that? You want others to understand what you've done? Don't you find it ridiculous? Lu Qing couldn't help but mock Wen Liangyuan, who no longer wanted to suppress her anger. I think I misspoke. You guys are not just stubborn, you're also self-righteous. After saying that, Wen Liangyuan turned and strode away, not even glancing at Lu Qing. At that moment, because of Lu Qing, she felt a bit of dislike for Lu Zheng. Su Qingma looked at Lu Qing. Miss Lu, I'm a friend of Dr. Lu. He asked me to take care of his friend, and I believe that is correct. However, you misunderstood Liangyuan and are unjustly accusing her. I think you're wrong. With a cold glance at Lu Qing, Su Qingma turned and chased after Wen Liangyuan. I explained it to her. Don't be angry. It will affect your health. For some reason, Wen Liangyuan suddenly felt a little wronged. She turned to Su Qingma and asked, Mr. Su, why do you think they jump to conclusions so easily? They don't care about others' feelings at all? Is it because my status is too insignificant, so I don't deserve respect? Of course not. This has nothing to do with your status. They're just too stubborn and self-righteous themselves. Look at me and Lin Xiao. Don't we receive the same treatment as you? So this is their fault. Don't punish yourself for their mistakes. You don't deserve that. Su Qingma's comfort made Wen Liangyuan see some essence of Lu Zheng. She suddenly recalled how Lu Zheng would lose control of his mental state, getting angry at her for saying just a few more words to Lin Xiao, even causing her to end up in the hospital last time. It was clearly serious. Yet he wasn't angry? This was because she knew Lu Zheng cared about her, which made him possessive and domineering. But now, Lu Zheng was just a small misunderstanding, and she was angry. Was it because the normal Lu Zheng didn't care about her? No, it was because she knew that Lu Zheng was just that kind of person. He wasn't like that because of her. He was just inherently that way. Letting out a soft breath, Wen Liangyuan initially wanted to dislike Lu Zheng more. But then she remembered what Lin Xiao had said. In the entire Academy of Sciences, the cabinet, and the military, he was the first to stand up for women's rights. Suddenly, she felt unable to dislike him, and even like him a bit. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but mock herself. Her feelings for Lu Zheng became even more complicated. At the same time, she thought with a sense of revenge, if the out-of-control Lu Zheng knew about Lu Zheng's actions, would he be so furious that he would spit blood and then strangle himself? Thinking of this, her mood instantly brightened. Su Qingma breathed a sigh of relief beside her, and after walking for a while longer, he sent her back before driving away from the settlement area in his hover vehicle. Meanwhile, news of the destruction of the surveillance robots around Wen Liangyuan's house quickly reached the person behind it. He clenched his hands, his eyes fierce and bloodthirsty. Give up on monitoring this woman. Directly assassinate Lu Zheng. I'm very curious. How long can Lu Zheng hold out without the Yida? When all the suppressants lose efficacy on him, I think his death will not be far off. Yes, sir. An elderly man with neatly combed silver hair, dressed in a black suit, replied solemnly, then turned to prepare for the assassination of Lu Zheng. They were completely unaware of this. The next evening, after Lu Zheng finished his work, he walked out of the military building with Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang. On their way back, they were ambushed by dark figures. This attack was more terrifying than the previous ones, coming on fiercely. Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang immediately unleashed their mental powers to fend off the attack, while Lu Zheng drove the hover vehicle, countering with the onboard projectiles while retreating towards the military building. However, the opponents clearly noticed his intentions and used some sort of jamming device to infiltrate the military system, blocking the driving privileges of the hover vehicle. This was Lin Xiao's hover vehicle, and there were countless people in the military who had more power than him to block his driving privileges. Lu Zheng had no choice but to log into the mech with his ID to unlock the blockade. But this took quite a bit of time, causing the hover vehicle to fall right into the encirclement of the opponents. This assassination attempt took place in the city, Unlike the last time when it was low-key and could be cleaned up, this time it caused a huge commotion, nearly spreading throughout the entire military. The military responded quickly, and soon arrived at the site where Lu Zheng was attacked. Wen Liangyuan was busy in the Little Rabbit CAF, almost cutting her finger while cooking. At that moment, she felt uneasy and extremely anxious, but she controlled her emotions quite well and managed to finish a table full of dishes. During the meal, everyone was happy, but Wen Liangyuan was absent-minded and barely ate anything. After dinner, Su Qingma noticed something was off with her and suggested she rest. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Wen Liangyuan forced a smile, unable to relax, and had to open her light brain to contact her family. Her dad, mom, sister, and two friends were all fine, which eased her heart a bit. But then she thought of Lu Zheng, and her heart instantly tightened. She had no choice but to contact Lin Xiao to ask if Lu Zheng was okay. The first video call didn't connect, and her heart raced. She wanted to be rational, but she couldn't manage it, so she contacted Dr. Lu again. This time, it still didn't connect. Wen Liangyuan's emotions plummeted visibly. She contacted Lin Xiao again, her hands trembling. Chapter 30, I really like you this time. Lin Xiao was contacted, but he didn't speak for a while. His breathing different from usual, as if he was crying. Wen Liangyuan stood up and asked in a suppressed voice, "Lin Xiao, did something happen to you?" Lin Xiao remained silent, his choked voice reaching Wen Liangyuan's ears directly, tightening her heart, her fingers unconsciously curling. "Zheng, how is he?" "Liangyuan, have Su Qingma take you to the military hospital as quickly as possible. The commander needs you." It was Dr. Lu's voice. When Liangyuan forced out and hung up the communication, she turned to find Su Qingma, barely able to say the words military hospital, unable to articulate anything else. "Su Wingmo understood Herr Urgenji. Don't worry, wait for me at the door, I'll be right there." Su Qingma patted her head and quickly turned to drive the hovercar. Upon arriving at the military hospital, Wen Liangyuan didn't even have time to contemplate how Su Qingma could get there. She didn't even have time to say thank you before heading straight to Dr. Lu's office. Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao were waiting for her. After she arrived, without saying a word, he took her straight to the top floor of the military hospital. "Liangyuan, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly." Dr. Lu was clearly calmer than the sobbing Lin Xiao. The situation was too dangerous at the time. If the commander hadn't forcibly released the mental sea, they would have all died. But the consequence of releasing the mental sea is that while destroying the enemy, his mental power also completely lost control. No sedative on the market could control him. That was what those people were counting on. Fortunately, I arrived in time and used an S-grade sedative to calm him down. But the previously effective S-grade sedative has now diminished in effect, at most calming him for 2 hours. We all know that bringing you in would be the best option. But Liangyuan, we also knew you would be in danger, so we concealed it from the Chancellor and the Minister of Finance. However, we didn't expect you would contact Lin Xiao. Dr. Lu paused at this point. Looking at Dr. Lu, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit thankful for Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao considering her, but this was my choice, and fortunately my mental power has fully recovered. It even increased by 1 level. She didn't say this last sentence. After Eva's explanation, she knew that the idea of mental power leveling up was unconventional and quite terrifying. And humanity's typical response to the unknown and terrifying was usually destruction or surveillance. She didn't want to die or be monitored, so she couldn't tell either of them anything. Soon, they reached the top floor of the military hospital, where a large group of people stood outside the ward, each of them of noble status. People who were usually out of reach and could only be seen on television channels. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit nervous, but with Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao accompanying her, this nervousness was still within a controllable range. When they arrived at the ward door, Wen Liangyuan turned back, her gaze sweeping over the faces in the group, pausing on the Minister of Finance, who resembled Lu Zheng, and finally landing on a young man with silver hair and blue eyes. Their gazes collided in mid-air for a moment, and when Liangyuan calmly withdrew her gaze, stepping into the ward where Lu Zheng lay, the door clicked shut behind her, cutting off the outside view and light. Inside the ward, Lu Zheng lay on the bed, his handsome and sharp face pale and bloodless, the hospital gown revealing some fresh red wounds, as if cut by fragments of a mech. When Liangyuan stood calmly by the bedside, unfastening his clothes one by one. This was her first time actively cleaning and purifying Lu Zheng's mental sea unilaterally, yet she felt no tension or fear, only calmness. She lay beside Lu Zheng, pressing tightly against him, holding his hand, attempting to enter Lu Zheng's mental sea in this way. If Lu Zheng was currently in a state of mental power loss of control, she could enter. Zheng, you need to trust me, do you know? She spoke gently to Lu Zheng, her voice like warm water, harmless and warm, surrounding the thirsty and pained Lu Zheng, giving him strength to lessen his pain. As she felt Lu Zheng's muscles relax, she slowly curled her body around him, letting his ear rest against her chest, listening to her heartbeat. She had heard Eva say that this kind of comforting method was second only to deep communication and was suitable when one side was unconscious. Zheng, I really like you. Do you like me? Zheng, I am your wife, your only Yida, the mother of your child. Do you remember? Her gentle and soft tone was like the warm rain dripping in the forest, cleansing the dirty and chaotic woods, making it clear and fresh. Lu Zheng clearly felt himself in a dark space filled with the aura of slaughter, the darkness surging endlessly, the aura of slaughter invading his breath and skin, eroding him, making his blood thick and foul. Closing his eyes, it felt as if a mountain pressed down on his head, as if that mountain was tightly against his nose. Opening his eyes, countless tall buildings pressed down on his body, leaning over him, slowly squeezing the confined space around him. He wanted to move his limbs, but couldn't. He wanted to make a sound, but couldn't. Gradually, those buildings quickly descended, threatening to suffocate him in the darkness. When he was on the verge of collapse, a trace of the scent of white magnolia with dew penetrated the darkness and heavy space, entering his nostrils, making him shiver coldly, waking him from that oppressive state. Lu Zheng gasped repeatedly, opening his eyes to see a white magnolia swaying in the wind, covered in dew. The flower stood tall, its petals cold, pure, and crystal clear, with a faint red stamen, exuding a fragrant scent that penetrated his every cell, making him feel comfortable and refreshed all over. He really liked this flower. Entering Lu Zheng's mental sea, Wen Liangyuan unleashed her mental body, using 9/10 of her mental power to clean and purify the gloom in Lu Zheng's mental sea, to prevent it from forming a mental abyss. After clearing a quarter of the mental sea, Lu Zheng's mental body awakened. A majestic azure dragon with electric blue-gray scales opened its eyes, gently touching the white magnolia with its whiskers. This dragon exuded the aura of love for the white magnolia from every scale, giving the flower immense encouragement and support as their mental powers intertwined, healing each other. At that moment, Lu Zheng seemed to forget all his worries, wanting to entwine with this bright white magnolia for a lifetime. However, Wen Liangyuan's mental power was barely at level 4, and even with Lu Zheng's help, while retaining one part of her mental power, she could only barely clean and purify half of his mental contamination, and it took a long time. Chapter 31. The Awakened Lu Zheng. Zheng. You really put yourself in danger this time, when Liangyuan softly reproached Lu Zheng. The petals brushed lightly against the face of the Songlong, who mischievously opened its big mouth, trying to get Wen Liangyuan to fly into its enormous jaws. You're not a cow. What do you need flowers for? Besides, if you eat me, what will I do? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but indulge him. This version of Lu Zheng was the one she was intimately familiar with. The Baiyulan flower didn't fly into his mouth, and he became angry, using his claws to hold down the Baiyulan flower and extending his large tongue to lick all over its petals. In reality, when Liangyuan's body trembled slightly, her whole body flushed, exuding the fragrance of Baiyulan. Next to her, Lu Zheng caught the scent, and his body quickly reacted. It was a delightful, comforting healing, when Liangyuan wasn't tormented, and Lu Zheng wasn't as fierce and violent. The two held each other tightly, refusing to separate even a little bit. Outside the room, people waited for a long time, and eventually, some could not wait any longer or had other matters to attend to, leaving only Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu. Compared to the others, the two had a bit more concern, not for Commander Lu Zheng, but for Wen Liangyuan. She was still pregnant, after all. However, the situation was unexpectedly prolonged this time. Besides that, Wen Liangyuan didn't suffer any injuries, and Lu Zheng was particularly gentle, always staying with the sleeping Wen Liangyuan, affectionately calling her wife and baby. Lin Xiao took out his holographic recorder. If Dr. Lu hadn't interrupted him in time, he would have wanted Eva to monitor the entire situation. In the past, every time, Lu Zheng would wake up and leave, leaving Wen Liangyuan alone. But this time, the situation finally changed. Lu Zheng woke up first, his hand holding Wen Liangyuan's delicate and fair wrist, and every cell in his body exuded a feeling of softness and comfort to the extreme. He first loosened his grip on Wen Liangyuan, then shifted his gaze, and finally left the room. Dr. Lu and Lin Xiao happened to collide with him at the door. Lu Zheng was momentarily dazed, but quickly calmed down, looking at Dr. Lu and saying, "I'll go to your office first. After she wakes up, let her come down. I need to talk to her." "Yes, sir," Dr. Lu replied, quickly exchanging a glance with Lin Xiao. Watching Lu Zheng leave, the expressions of the two immediately changed as they entered the room, becoming fearful, especially Lin Xiao, who could hardly sit still. "What should we do? If the commander doesn't want the baby, doesn't want Liangyuan, what will she do?" He was anxious like a cat, pacing in circles and biting his own tail. If he had fur, he might have been bristling all over. Dr. Lu was much calmer and more rational than him, sitting down without saying a word. "Say something, Doctor Lu." Lin Xiao wasn't just anxious for himself. He wanted Dr. Lu to share in his worry. Dr. Lu glanced at him and replied, "I want to say something too, but I can't think of a solution." Lin Xiao sat down in frustration, irritably tugging at his hair. "I feel more nervous and scared than Liangyuan." "Clearly, I can see that," Dr. Lu said irritably. "Ugh, how annoying." Lin Xiao glanced at the sleeping Wen Liangyuan, feeling extremely restless. Why isn't Liangyuan awake yet? After looking at Wen Liangyuan on the bed, Dr. Lu stood up. "Maybe she's tired. Let her rest well. Let's go outside and not disturb her." "All right," Lin Xiao said weakly, getting up to follow Dr. Lu out. After they left, when Liangyuan opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed and her ears red, feeling enveloped in shyness. She gently got out of bed. Her legs weakened and she fell to the floor. Biting her lip, she climbed up, trembling like two noodles, and dressed at a sloth's pace before sneaking out of the hospital room. Once outside the hospital room, when Liangyuan cautiously hid in the bathroom and sent a message to Su Qingma, asking him to come pick her up. Su Qingma didn't delay or ask why. He simply agreed. When Liangyuan scolded and ridiculed herself 1,000 times in her heart for being cowardly and evasive, but she couldn't change it for now. She had no choice but to be a coward. Thus, with Su Qingma's help, when Liangyuan stealthily evaded Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu, and perhaps even Lu Zheng, and left the military hospital. The moment she got on the floating vehicle, when Liangyuan closed her eyes and let out a huge sigh of relief. Su Qingma, who was sitting next to her, noticed, and a smile appeared in his eyes. "What's wrong? You look very nervous." When Liangyuan smiled apologetically and thought for a moment. "It's something I've been looking forward to for a long time, but now that it's about to happen, I suddenly feel scared and nervous, so I wanted to run away." As she spoke, her smile faded, and she looked at Su Qingma with a bit of confusion. "Mr. Su, do you think I'm very cowardly?" Su Qingma drove the floating vehicle away, gently saying, "No, you're just too scared. It's normal to want to run away when you're afraid." Thinking of Lu Zheng's sharp and handsome face, when Liangyuan absent-mindedly smiled, realizing that she was indeed afraid of Commander Lu Zheng, to the point where she didn't dare face him or calmly discuss matters with him. Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu returned to the hospital room, only to find the bed completely empty. There wasn't even a strand of Wen Liangyuan's hair left behind. The two exchanged a glance, silently understanding, and went to Dr. Lu's office to inform Commander Lu Zheng about the situation. Upon entering, they saw the commander with a knowing expression. Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu were confused. "Sir, have you already talked to her?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. "Was it that quick? I thought it would take a long time." Although Dr. Lu didn't speak, he clearly shared Lin Xiao's thoughts. Lu Zheng looked at them and said, "We didn't talk. She ran away." "Ran away?" Lin Xiao walked to the window, trying to see something outside. "She left half an hour ago," Lu Zheng coldly replied. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Oh," retracting his head and looking back at Commander Lu Zheng. "So you didn't talk?" Lu Zheng ignored Lin Xiao, refocusing his mental energy on his work. shutting down the holographic computer and getting up. I'll head back to the military base first. This assassination incident needs to be addressed. As for Wen Liangyuan, you protect her for now. I'll find time to talk to her. That day, Wen Liangyuan and Lu Zheng left the military hospital one after the other, leaving Lin Xiu in a state of disarray and Dr. Lu speechless. Wen Liangyuan quickly learned about these events because Lin Xiu video called her, feeling slightly embarrassed. She didn't know what to say at first. Honestly, not just you, I also sighed in relief. Even though I knew this day would come, it's still a bit easier to delay it by a day, Lin Xiu said, fully understanding Wen Liangyuan's feelings. Chapter 32, Meeting Lu Zheng. Wen Liangyuan pursed her lips. Ah, Zheng, is he angry? No, he said he would find time to talk to you. So be mentally prepared, Liangyuan. You have to know that Tyrannosaurus is a cold-hearted and petty person. Lin Xiu unhesitatingly disparaged Lu Zheng without a hint of guilt. You should be careful. He hears you every time you speak ill of him. When Liangyuan recalled her previous encounters and had to remind Lin Xiu. With a chuckle, Lin Xiu's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, as long as I'm communicating with you, I will check thoroughly, whether it's the restroom or the break room. When Liangyuan was taken aback, she hadn't expected Lin Xiu to respond this way and was momentarily speechless. After chatting for a while longer, they shut down their light brains to attend to their own matters. At the Little Rabbit CAF, when Liangyuan was about to head to the kitchen to help the pastry chef, when she was stopped by Su Qingma. Mr. Su, is there something you need? When Liangyuan felt a bit guilty and dared not look Su Qingma in the eyes. Never mind. Tell me when you're ready to talk. But if you need help, feel free to let me know. Don't keep it to yourself, okay? Su Qingma said straightforwardly, showing understanding. When Liangyuan's face felt slightly hot, she bit her lip. Thank you. Mr. Su, I understand. All right, go back to your own work. I won't disturb you. Su Qingma said gently before turning to leave his straight and handsome figure, with clean and strong fingers. His usual demeanor made Wen Liangyuan breathe a sigh of relief. She withdrew her gaze and went to the kitchen to help the pastry chef. That night, when Wen Liangyuan returned home, she video called her parents. Amid her mother's sorrowful cries, she learned that her soft and indecisive sister had been deceived and lost all her silver coins, along with their parents' entire savings. Her father sat silently beside her, not uttering a word, while her mother cried continuously, sounding pitiful. Her sister slumped over in a chair, too ashamed to face her, her frail shoulders trembling with sobs. For a long time, when Liangyuan couldn't utter a single word, the only sound in the room was her mother's crying. When Liangyuan stood up to glance at her refrigerator, finding it stocked with vegetables and meats. She had been eating at the CAF lately to save money, and there were enough other supplies as well. She sat back down on the small sofa, her thin and frail body sinking into the cushions. Mom, I earned 100,000 silver coins. I'll give it all to you, but you can't give it to my sister, okay? Her mother cried and agreed, while her father hesitated to speak, eventually just turning his head away, unable to look at her. Her sister, however, was crying and swearing that she would never give money to friends again. When Liangyuan did not want to hear such words she had heard several times before, so she hung up the video call. As soon as the call ended, she hugged her knees and couldn't help but cry. She wasn't someone who cried often, but the long-term neglect and grievances really took a toll on her. After a long while, she finally wiped her tears and went to wash up. While she was washing up, Guan Jingyue sent her a message, questioning how she was handling the situation. When Liangyuan was too afraid to reply, fearing a scolding. A moment later, Guan Jingyue, disregarding the expensive message fees, called her via video. What are you doing? Knowing she is foolish and indecisive, you still gave the money to your mom. You know your mom is soft-hearted and can't withstand her pestering. When Liangyuan, have you lost your mind? Guan Jingyue said angrily, her face turning pale, her teeth biting in her lips. There's not a single penny left at home. When Liangyuan only managed to say that, and Guan Jingyue was left speechless, almost crying from anger. What are you going to do? What are you going to do for yourself? I don't want to deal with you anymore. You always make me sad and angry. Guan Jingyue finished and hung up the call. When Liangyuan wiped her eyes and opened her personal account, finding 3 silver coins, she transferred them all to Guan Jingyue for message fees. After finishing, she called Guan Jingyue via video again. Wen Liangyuan, are you crazy? Guan Jingwei exclaimed, clearly having received the payment notification. Fuming. Wen Liangyuan stayed silent, and Guan Jingwei wiped her eyes. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on your brother, and make sure he doesn't give any silver coins to your sister. Okay. Wen Liangyuan said, as she hung up the call. Not long after, she received new messages on her light brain. 2,000 silver coins credited. 2,000 silver coins credited. She opened it to see that it was Xiao Fei and Guan Jingwei transferring money to her. Originally, she wanted to transfer it back, but then she received 2 messages. Xiao Fei, take it for now. I'm waiting for payday. Brothers should pay each other back first. Guan Jingwei, pay me back when you get your salary. You're driving me crazy. Can't you make things easier for me? Don't message me for now. I'm afraid you'll make me angry. When Liangyuan didn't reply and didn't know how to respond. She had originally confidently said she would buy them gifts for the new year, but now, no gifts. And they had lent her money. She let out a soft sigh, closed her eyes, feeling restless and anxious inside. Among the pile of troubles, there flowed a bit of bitterness and pain. Fortunately, her friend was still on winter break, so she didn't need money for the time being. Otherwise, she would feel even worse. After washing up that night, she planned to read for a while before sleeping. But then when Liang Shu sent her a message in a pitiful and timid tone, when Liangyuan didn't want to deal with her and directly blocked and deleted her. Not wanting to read, when Liangyuan simply activated sleep mode in her room and went to sleep. In the next 2 days, when Liangyuan worked diligently, and even when Su Qingma suggested she take a break, she refused. Fortunately, the baby in her belly was growing strong and healthy, requiring no extra concern from her. On the 3rd day, after lunch, when Liangyuan received a message from Lin Xiu, Lu Zheng had locked himself in his house all day, not coming out or contacting them. Fearing that something might have changed, he hoped she could go check on him. After all, the current Dr. Lu, including the calming agent in his hands, had lost all effect on Lu Zheng. Only Wen Liangyuan was the most effective calming agent. Okay, come pick me up, Wen Liangyuan said solemnly and closed her light brain. She told Su Qingma that she had something to attend to and needed to go out. Su Qingma readily agreed, mainly because she had been working so hard lately, neglecting herself. Even the pastry chef in the kitchen had reported to him that when Liangyuan was pushing herself too hard, and he was very worried. Su Qingma said nothing, wanting to avoid adding to Wen Liangyuan's mental burden. He could see that she had not been happy these past 2 days and just wanted to work continuously to numb herself. You made quite a bit of food for lunch today, didn't you? We can just eat leftovers for dinner. Take a good rest at home. Don't wear yourself out. Su Qingma's starry eyes were filled with tenderness and care. When Liangyuan lowered her head, not refusing. She also didn't know how long she would spend with Zheng. Thank you, Mr. Su. When Liangyuan quietly expressed her gratitude, Su Qingma patted her head. He initially wanted to say nothing, but couldn't help but remind her, don't spoil Lu Zheng too much. He is so strong, you shouldn't indulge him. Chapter 33. Do you want to raise a child with me? Mr. Su, do you know Zheng? When Liangyuan asked in confusion. I know him, but that doesn't matter. You should go quickly. Su Qingma waved his hand. When Liangyuan didn't say anything else and turned to leave the little rabbit CAF. Lin Xiu met Wen Liangyuan at the door, and the two went to Lu Zheng's personal residence together. The commander Lu Zheng lived in a very low-key place. Not in the city center, but leaning towards the suburbs, in a 2-story small building with a large yard. As they walked into the yard, Lin Xiu glanced at Wen Liangyuan's belly. It's been 4 months, right? If I remember correctly. When Liangyuan covered her belly with her clothes, slightly blushing, yeah. I have to say, this child is indeed the commanderess. After so many times, nothing happened. It's extraordinary, Lin Xiu remarked. When Liangyuan's face turned bright red as she recalled those entangled moments, unable to utter a word, due to Lin Xiu's nonsensical comments. When Liangyuan strangely set aside her family matters and focused almost entirely on the child and Lu Zheng. The door was opened by Lu Zheng's robotic butler, Wally. When Liangyuan and Lin Xiu walked in, and Wally greeted them warmly, asking if they wanted milk or coffee. As they walked, Lin Xiu joked, you see, the commander is very wealthy. He has super expensive milk, and there's plenty of coffee at his place. When Liangyuan remained silent, feeling a bit nervous. The master is upstairs, and doesn't he allow Wally to go up? Wally said, sounding a bit aggrieved, its round body anxiously spinning in circles. Wally, if you can't go up, make me a super large milk coffee. Your master has entrusted you with a future mistress, so you don't need to worry. Just accompany me for coffee, Lin Xiao instructed. Really? Wally's round eyes turned crescent-shaped. Lin Xiao patted the spot next to him. Of course it's true. So Wally floated into the kitchen and brought out a super large cup of milk coffee, handing it to Lin Xiao, who sat on the sofa with the robot, looking like good buddies. Wen Liangyuan stood at the foot of the stairs on the first floor, watching the person and robot on the large beige sofa by the bright window, feeling quite helpless. She had no choice but to muster her courage and go upstairs to see Lu Zheng. From the outside, Lu Zheng's room looked very low-key, and it was even more understated inside. The main colors were white, black, and natural wood tones. Next to the large sofa on the first floor, a huge built-in cabinet displayed many models of mechas, machine guns, robots, shuttles, space trains, starships, and so on. Apart from these models, there were neatly arranged books, most of which were rare ancient texts that could only be found here. Next to the enormous bookshelf were running robots and other exercise equipment. The second floor had 4 rooms, one of which was open. When Liangyuan went over to take a look and found it was filled with military uniforms, but not the ones Lu Zheng currently wore. They were uniforms starting from the rank of private. When Liangyuan's father had slowly risen through the ranks and was currently a lieutenant, so she recognized these uniforms. A long white wardrobe stretched from left to right, and on the far right was the current commander's attire, including a cape. Of course, there were also belts, medals, boots, gloves, and epaulets on a shelf. When Liangyuan's heart raced slightly as she passed this room and approached the second room. She intended to continue past it but heard heavy breathing from inside, like that of a beast. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Lu Zheng's voice came from inside, filled with vigilance and coldness. When Liangyuan's palms were sweaty from nervousness. It's me, Wen Liangyuan. After she said it, she inwardly regretted being so hesitant. Why couldn't she just say it all at once? Before she could dwell on her regret, Lu Zheng's voice came from inside. Go back. When I have time, I will come and find you, and we can talk then. Talk about what? When Liangyuan felt a bit angry, forgetting her nervousness. Go back. Lu Zheng sounded a bit angry. When Liangyuan was also quite angry, thinking, I can't go back. I want you to see what I look like now. She planned to lay everything about the child on the table, and as for the result, she would leave it up to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was already overwhelmed by his nearly uncontrollable mental power, and now he was even angrier. He suddenly pulled the door open and looked down at the slender Wen Liangyuan. What do you look like? His voice was deep and magnetic, right next to Wen Liangyuan's ear, causing her to shiver slightly, her body almost melting. When Liangyuan looked up and met his gaze. This was their first eye contact since Lu Zheng was sober. Wen Liangyuan's eyes were bright and gentle, while Lu Zheng's gaze was aggressive, like 2 ice blades. Her breathing became slightly difficult as Wen Liangyuan tugged at her soft sweater around her neck, her heart racing with a mix of tension, shyness, and a desire to escape. What do you look like? Lu Zheng repeated, his cutting gaze sweeping over Wen Liangyuan. His tall and imposing figure brought her immense pressure, making her appear even more fragile. Wen Liangyuan swallowed hard, not understanding why she felt so clumsy and timid. Couldn't she be a bit braver? Gathering all her courage, as if she had scavenged every corner of her body for a bit of courage, she finally dared to open her big eyes and look at Lu Zheng clearly, saying to him, I'm pregnant, and the child is yours. Lu Zheng. His gaze shifted down to Wen Liangyuan's waist and abdomen, scanning back and forth. Wen Liangyuan, still holding on to her courage, took his hand and placed it on her belly. Inside is your child. After she said that, her face turned bright red, and she felt like a teapot on the stove, her entire face steaming. Lu Zheng, why aren't you speaking? When Liangyuan felt a bit dissatisfied, Lu Zheng took the opportunity to retract his large hand. What do you want me to say? What do you want to hear? Tell me everything. Otherwise, you might not be satisfied with what I say, even though what you say I might not do. He was rational and calm, his eyes devoid of warmth. Even the first time they met in the hospital, his attitude towards the completely unfamiliar Wen Liangyuan was not as cold. And he had even shown a little concern by saying she needed a doctor. I'm not looking for anything in particular. I just want to ask you one question. Wen Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng seriously. She knew that Lu Zheng was very serious and cold at this moment. Lu Zheng nodded, asked. His straightforwardness put her in a dilemma, and for a moment, she regretted being too hasty and reckless. She thought about turning around and leaving, and when she was thinking that, she really did turn around to leave, but Lu Zheng grabbed her sleeve. Quick, asked. This person is truly heartless, Wen Liangyuan thought. Shaking off his hand and turning to look at him. What if I ask, and I'm not satisfied with your answer? The answer is with me. The question is with you. If I'm not satisfied with the question, I'll accept it. If you're not satisfied with the answer, you also have to accept it. Do you understand? Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan and said this almost coldly, making her heart feel a chill. She forced a smile and blinked rapidly to hide her tears. She didn't want to lose. It didn't matter if she didn't win, but she absolutely couldn't lose. Once again, she gathered her courage, her bright, clear apricot eyes meeting Lu Zheng's icy stare. Commander, do you want to raise a child with me? Wen Liangyuan bit her lip and asked the question she had contemplated for a long time. Chapter 34. The child cannot stay in Wen Liangyuan's eyes. Lu Zheng didn't even flinch, not a single hair on his head moved. For Wen Liangyuan, it was a difficult and humiliating question, while for Lu Zheng, it was like air, almost imperceptible in its obvious presence. Commander, I finished asking my question. What is your answer? Wen Liangyuan suppressed her inner shame. Her fingers digging into her palm, leaving deep red marks, but her face remained brave and confident. The child won't be raised together, because he won't even come into this world. Lu Zheng answered without hesitation, turning to go downstairs. He walked with a straight and upright back, showing no sign of emotional disturbance. Wen Liangyuan stared at him in a daze for a moment, then stepped forward, slowly following him downstairs with her fists tightly clenched. When she reached the last step, she hesitated. She looked up at the door, contemplating how to leave. Liangyuan, come sit, Lin Xiu said excitedly, patting the seat beside him, then looked at Wali. Wali, go get Liangyuan a cup of hot milk. Okay, Miss Wen, please take a seat. Wali went to the kitchen. Throughout the whole process, Lu Zheng remained cold and unresponsive, holding a science fiction book. When Liangyuan recognized it as a classic from ancient times called the three-body problem, she remembered a line from it. Losing humanity means losing a lot. Losing beastliness means losing everything. Sitting opposite Lu Zheng, with a steaming cup of hot milk between them. The warmth couldn't mask the beast-like coldness in Lu Zheng's eyes. The child cannot be born. A child born of a low-level Yida will surely not have a high level. I won't be with you. Your level is too low. Also, Lin Xiu said you saved me several times. I will give you half of my fortune as a reward. Do you have any objections? Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan, closing the book and placing it aside, leaning back with his legs crossed, hands folded on his lap. His gaze towards her proud and indifferent. He radiated pure, classical Eastern nobility, with a sharp and handsome face, a straight and prominent nose, smooth jawline, and ice blue, narrow, cold star-like eyes that sliced through Wen Liangyuan's self-defense. But Wen Liangyuan was Wen Liangyuan. She was soft yet resilient, not a fragile item. And even when facing someone she liked, she would never show weakness. I will keep the child, and I want your money. After all, the commander's life is worth a lot. Her voice choked, filled with sorrow, yet she looked at Lu Zheng with stubborn resilience, refusing to back down. The child cannot stay. The terms concerning money can be discussed. Lu Zheng remained calm, his gaze proud and indifferent, showing no emotional fluctuation. The child must stay. I can forego your money. When Liangyuan stood up abruptly, looking down at Lu Zheng, her gaze resolute, I must keep the child. Commander, will you kill me? You can certainly kill me easily. After all, my level is so low, but don't forget if I die, your last line of defense will collapse and you will die too. Just a bit later than I will. Lin Xiu watched them and panicked, Sir Liangyuan. Get out. Lu Zheng shouted at Lin Xiu. It was the first time he had ever been threatened like this, especially with his life at stake. Lin Xiu timidly glanced at Wen Liangyuan to ensure she would be okay, then took Wali and left step by step. Looking at Wen Liangyuan, Lu Zheng smiled. So, if you had to choose between me and the child, you would let me die? Liangyuan, your affection is so cheap. I'm not wrong. Human emotions in this world are the cheapest. I've always looked down on them. Wen Liangyuan tilted her head, looking at Lu Zheng, seemingly not understanding why he looked so sad at that moment. Shouldn't she be the one feeling sad? You keep the child and never appear before me again. I will give you his support money. From now on, everything of the Lu family, everything of mine has nothing to do with him. You must not tell anyone about our relationship. We have no relationship. Lu Zheng seemed to have calmed down, making a decision that sounded very calm. Rest assured, the child has nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to do with you. Everything of the Lu family, everything of mine, I equally look down upon. When Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng, I will make it so you cannot find me. Lu Zheng arrogantly looked back at her. That's good. Next time I find you, you won't be able to keep the child. After glancing at Lu Zheng again, when Liangyuan stood up and strode out, Lin Xiu chased after her. Liangyuan, wait for me. The commander is not calm right now. Lin Xiu, he said I'm a low-level Yida. He looks down on me. He won't want my child. Is he so high above, and I so lowly? If it weren't for him saving me, I wouldn't be so humble. To give up my purity, my affection, my tenderness, was my life too valuable? So he saved my life, and I have to repay him with these. I'm just an ordinary girl. I want to be happily extravagant. High heels, weddings, wedding dresses. Why should I demean myself like this? To be together with him in a muddled way, and now pregnant? Isn't it all because everything is my choice, I can't blame him. When Liangyuan was filled with grievances, unable to vent her pain, and in the end, only self-blame remained. Otherwise, how could she explain how she ended up in this situation? Seeing her about to hit a dead end, Lin Xiu hurriedly stopped her. Liangyuan, don't you remember? After the commander's mental power went out of control, you were almost his whole world. Don't belittle yourself. Don't say such things. The commander must have his reasons. Lin Xiu, let's go back. I want to go back. When Liangyuan interrupted Lin Xiu opened his mouth, looking at Wen Liangyuan's red eyes, ultimately not persuading her further, and drove the hovercar away. After flying away from Lu Zheng's residence, Lin Xiu asked the question that puzzled him. Liangyuan, when did the commander save you? 2 years ago. That year, Weishua's star was attacked by the Zerg, and Lu Zheng led the Galactic Guard to protect Weishua's star and saved me. It was also Lu Zheng's mental power that stimulated me, allowing me to become a Yida from a Beta. But evidently, Lu Zheng doesn't remember. After all, Commander Lu Zheng, piloting the mecha, had saved countless people. She was just one of them. Their first formal meeting was at the entrance of the Little Rabbit CAF when Lu Zheng escorted her back to the resettlement area. The second meeting was when Lu Zheng's mental power went out of control. In the middle of the night, he knocked on her door, and when she opened it, he hugged her and threw her onto the bed. It was chaotic and entangled, and it was her first time. Since then, Lu Zheng would occasionally go to the resettlement area to find her until 4 months ago when she became pregnant. After that, there were the recent events that you all know about. After sharing bits and pieces, when Liangyuan fell silent, and Lin Xiu didn't ask anything further. After dropping Wen Liangyuan off at the resettlement area, he video called Dr. Lu, and the two of them headed towards Commander Lu Zheng's home. Chapter 35. Do you want to become a beast? On the way, Lin Xiu briefly recounted what had happened today to Dr. Lu. Doctor. Lu was silent for a long time, and then he explained to Lin Xiu the severity of a loss of control over mental power. Many ordinary people, especially betas, cannot understand how serious mental power loss is, but if it is put in another way, it becomes easy to understand. An alpha's loss of mental power is akin to some people being unable to control their basic bodily functions. For Lu Zheng, a top-tier alpha commander with a maximum mental power level of 9, this is the ultimate insult. But this is the truth. This is the most cruel reality. This is the truth that Dr. Lu has painstakingly hidden from everyone. Even when Liangyuan and Lin Xiu do not know what the loss of control over mental power really means. Lu Zheng's mental power level had once made him a beacon of faith for hundreds of thousands, even millions of Imperial Guards. This was Lu Zheng's pride, his capital, and the foundation of his confidence. But now, the words loss of mental power hit him like a hammer, leaving him dizzy and causing him to doubt his life, plunging him into extreme pain and frustration. At this very moment, Miss Wen came to find him, challenging the commander's pride, unconsciously forcing the commander to see his true self, compelling him to confront his own inadequacies. Of course, he would lose his rationality and retaliate, even harming Miss Wen. Despite her being completely unaware and a victim in this situation, Lin Xiu fell silent, as he felt he was somehow complicit in this. None of us understand what the commander is facing, but one thing is clear. He has no memory after losing control, so he has no feelings for Miss Wen and can say hurtful things to her. When Dr. Lu got to this point, he glanced at Lin Xiu and said, "Don't blame yourself. This is unavoidable. In any case, both Miss Wen and the commander are victims." Then who is the perpetrator? Lin Xiu said unconsciously, as if it were a reflex. Dr. Lu widened his eyes. Lin Xiu didn't hear him speak and asked, "Why aren't you answering?" After asking, Lin Xiu regained his senses and remembered the question he had just asked. He looked at Dr. Lu, his eyes filled with fear. Who would dare to harm the commander? It couldn't be political enemies, right? Those people have coveted the commander's position for a long time. Dr. Lu shot Lin Xiu a glance and sneered. They don't even know about the commander's loss of mental power. If they did, the military news channels would be filled with reports about it. Lin Xiu touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, blushing at his own foolishness. At least it's not political enemies. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't be able to keep his position. Dr. Lu sighed, feeling a mix of irritation and anxiety. So who harmed the commander, causing him such misery? And now it has even dragged Liangyuan into it. She is so delicate and pregnant. What should we do? Lin Xiu was most worried about Wen Liangyuan, whereas Dr. Lu was not very concerned. I think you can take a break. Miss Wen is fragile but resilient. She won't have any issues besides being sad. My biggest worry is the commander, Doctor. Lu said lightly, and Lin Xiu scoffed. What's wrong? Dr. Lu asked in confusion, as he only had a vague understanding of what had happened. You didn't hear what the commander said. Liangyuan's character was so angered that she couldn't choose her words, Lin Xiu said, feeling a bit angry just thinking about it. What did the commander say? Dr. Lu asked, intrigued. What else could he say? He said Miss Wen is a low-level beta, that he doesn't like her, and that the child born from a low-level beta would also be of low status. So he told her to get rid of the baby and never appear in front of him again. How cruel is that? As Lin Xiu spoke, he took a deep breath. For some reason, it was fine when he first heard it, but now that he was calm, he found the commander very detestable and wanted to hit him. Dr. Lu frowned deeply. Have you met the commander's father or grandfather? I met them once, and they didn't get along with the commander. Why? Lin Xiu looked at Dr. Lu in confusion. Dr. Lu sighed. It's hard for him. I hope he can get better slowly, and that Miss Wen continues to like him. One day, they will be a happy couple. How do you know so much? Lin Xiu asked, bewildered as he looked at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu smiled slightly. Did you forget my last name? Lin Xiu's mouth fell open, unable to say a word. Dr. Lu ignored him and, after the hover car stopped, elegantly jumped out after opening the door. Wait, are you related to the commander? No way. I've said so many bad things about him. Have you talked to the commander? Lin Xiu's heart raced. Dr. Lu didn't pay him any mind, using his pupils to unlock Lu Zheng's door and entering the house. Inside, Lu Zheng was reading a book, looking extremely calm. However, Dr. Lu sensed something was off. He walked over and snatched the book from Lu Zheng's hands. You need to calm down. Lu Zheng's eyes turned cold, and he instantly launched a mental power attack at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu immediately activated his wristband barrier to protect himself, and Lin Xiu ran over to hide with him. Ignoring Lin Xiu, Dr. Lu shouted, Lu Zheng, you need to calm down. Do you want to become a beast? At the same time, he activated his holographic computer and played an audio clip. The audio was a woman's gentle singing voice. Upon hearing it, Lu Zheng gradually calmed down, retracting his mental power attack and slowly sitting on the sofa. Rubbing his face with his hands, Lu Zheng's voice was low and heavy. Lin Xiu, go back and draft an agreement to give Wen Liangyuan half of my assets. Yes, sir. Lin Xiu left Lu Zheng's home to write the agreement. As soon as Lin Xiu left and the door closed, Dr. Lu couldn't hold back any longer. I don't recommend you push Miss Wen away. You need her. Doctor, Lu said disapprovingly, but Lu Zheng didn't even glance at him, let alone respond. Lu Zheng, you need Wen Liangyuan, or you won't be able to be a normal person. Dr. Lu harshly dismantled the facade, forcing Lu Zheng to see the fragile inner self he desperately tried to hide. Lu Zheng suddenly stood up, his eyes sharply fixed on Dr. Lu. I don't need Wen Liangyuan. I want like a low-level beta, and I don't need to have a filthy child. I will get better on my own. If I can't, so be it. It just aligns with what those people want. All right, since you're so determined, I won't bother discussing it further. I just warn you to handle your affairs quickly and not let your family get involved in your matters. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond our prediction. You better not let them harm Wen Liangyuan. She is not an ordinary person. She is the daughter of the gatekeeper. After saying this, Dr. Lu turned and strode out of Lu Zheng's house. Chapter 36, he is also a victim these things. Wen Liangyuan didn't know it all. She was in complete chaos, not knowing what to do. After a long time, someone knocked on the door. She asked and learned that it was Dr. Lu, and she was momentarily stunned. Let's go for a walk, Dr. Lu suggested. Wen Liangyuan didn't say anything, put on a thick coat, closed the door, and walked out. The two walked side by side in the resettlement area, and many people glanced at them. Miss Wen? I've heard about today's events. Dr. Lu's tone was somewhat worried, his eyes also looking at Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head to look at her shoelaces. Dr. Lu, am I very embarrassing? Very foolish? Am I shameless for asking someone if they want to raise a child with me, only to be looked down upon and spoken to so harshly? Before Dr. Lu could speak, Wen Liangyuan looked up at him. You don't need to comfort me, I know. I just want to accept the reality faster. Commander Lu will not be with me, nor will he accept my child. She was very clear-headed and rational, but Dr. Lu knew that she was even more heartbroken inside. Let's change places. Let him lose control of his mental state and not be able to find you again. He has hurt you like this. He should suffer a bit. Dr. Lu looked into Wen Liangyuan's eyes and realized they were red and swollen, not knowing how many times she had cried today. What if his political enemies find out? Wen Liangyuan asked worriedly. Dr. Lu widened his eyes and then smiled. Why do you care about his life or death? Wen Liangyuan was taken aback by Dr. Lu's words and fell silent for a moment. Let us change places. Don't worry about him. He won't die for the time being. If he is close to dying, I will notify you to come and save him. Dr. Lu said, and Wen Liangyuan remained silent. Move to Su Qingma's place. There are rooms in the backyard of the CAF. I've already asked him to clean and arrange them. Dr. Lu continued, his tone somewhat forceful, not allowing for refusal. When Liangyuan nodded, thank you, Dr. Lu. That night, Dr. Lu, along with Eva, helped Wen Liangyuan move her main belongings, locked the door, greeted the head of the resettlement area, and left. What relieved Wen Liangyuan was that there was a small door in the backyard, leading directly to the aircraft platform. So she didn't have to enter and exit through the main entrance of the Little Rabbit CAF. The room was also a bit far from the kitchen and dining area, but it was on the upper floor of the warehouse, which was not a problem. Come up and see the room. Su Qingma waved at Wen Liangyuan from the second floor. Okay. Wen Liangyuan took her usual pillow and went upstairs, discovering a fairly large balcony filled with greenery. Beside the house was a small pavilion with a replica wooden chair and a rectangular replica wooden table in front of it. Su Qingma stood aside, opened the door for her. What do you think? This is the small living room. The bedroom is inside, and there's a bathroom. This door leads to the cloakroom and study. I hope you like it. Walking into the house, Wen Liangyuan was momentarily stunned, first in disbelief, then satisfied. She turned back to look at Su Qingma and kept nodding, very pleased. Dr. Lu, carrying a box, followed Eva, and couldn't he help but complain when he saw the room. Almost 70% pink? What are you doing? Miss Wen likes it very much, Master, Eva said at the right moment. Wen Liangyuan also looked at Dr. Lu, who was somewhat stunned as long as she likes it. Su Qingma laughed heartily, looking at Dr. Lu with a mocking expression. Do you know what a girl's heart is? If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly, ignoring them. Eva helped Wen Liangyuan put things away. Dr. Lu and Su Qingma went outside, coming down from the replica wooden stairs, passing through the spacious and clean warehouse, stepping on the replica wooden floor to the kitchen door, which was also where they would eat and sat down to chat. I plan to give Eva to Miss Wen to take care of her, and you should also keep an eye on her. She is now pregnant, and the child in her belly is Commander Lu's. Dr. Lu said somewhat helplessly. The one who feared trouble the most had actually become a caretaker. Life was indeed unpredictable. Su Qingma sneered. Hasn't your Lu family caused enough trouble? This is just the lightest of them all. Why are you so worried? I know you hate the Lu family, But this time it's not the Lu family, it's Lu Zheng. He is also a victim, you know. Dr. Lu sighed, filled with worries. With a cold snort, Su Qingma didn't even bother to look at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu is also helpless. Qingma, just take it as a favor to me. We grew up with Zheng. If we don't protect Miss Wen, who will? I will protect Liangyuan because she is my employee, and it has nothing to do with Lu Zheng. Su Qingma said bluntly. Dr. Lu felt somewhat helpless, but also breathed a sigh of relief. At least you agreed, right? Leave now. Come here less often. Every time you come, nothing good happens, and seeing you is annoying. Su Qingma stood up, looking like she wanted to send him off. Dr. Lu stood up. All right, I have other matters to attend to. As Dr. Lu passed through the warehouse and up the staircase, he found Wen Liangyuan and told her about Eva. Wen Liangyuan naturally wouldn't take someone away from their loved one, but Dr. Lu was very persistent, and besides, he had also ended his relationship with Eva. Wen Liangyuan was helpless, and since she also liked Eva, she accepted. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I really like Eva. Doctor. Lu nodded, patted Eva's head, and felt a bit reluctant. Take good care of your owner, okay? Yes, former owner. Eva replied sweetly, and Dr. Lu smiled, patting her round head again, then looked up at Wen Liangyuan. She will protect you and will always be with you. Don't be afraid. Okay, Wen Liangyuan said softly, feeling grateful and guilty towards Dr. Lu in her heart. This day was busy and filled with great changes, especially for Wen Liangyuan. The whole night, she couldn't sleep well. Eva came into the room from the living room to check on her several times, and Wen Liangyuan felt very sorry. Eva, you should go to sleep. You don't need to worry about me. Miss, now I am your servant, so I have to take care of you. Eva said cutely and warmly, walking to the living room to open the fridge, pouring a glass of milk, heating it in her palm, and then coming in to hand it to Wen Liangyuan. Drink some milk, owner. Don't rush. The former owner said you need to calm your mind to sleep well. Eva's mechanical hand gently patted Wen Liangyuan's head. Wen Liangyuan drank the milk and couldn't help but ask Eva, Eva, you came to accompany me, but you can't follow Dr. Lu. Are you not sad? Owner, the former owner has severed the connection with Eva, but he is still Eva's good friend. So Eva is not sad. Now Eva has a new owner, who is the Miss Wen I liked before, and Eva is very happy now. Eva's words warmed Wen Liangyuan's heart. Thank you for the milk, Eva. Chapter 37. The Lu family is a den of dragons and tigers. No need to thank me. Taking care of the master is Eva's duty. Eva's round eyes turned crescent-shaped. After Wen Liangyuan finished her milk, she took the cup and placed it aside, then pulled the blanket over Wen Liangyuan. The master needs to rest now. You're very tired today, and the baby in your belly is also tired. Eva's voice became soft and warm. Wen Liangyuan nestled under the blanket and said, Thank you, Eva. Please rest now, master. Eva turned off the light and gently left the room. The next morning, Wen Liangyuan woke up to find that Eva had prepared a water cup, toothpaste, a face towel, and even matched her clothes for her. Eva, if you keep doing this, I might become useless. Wen Liangyuan was astonished. No wonder such an expensive robot had buyers. She now understood why. Master, Eva won't let you become useless. Eva will take good care of you, making you plump, white, and healthy. Eva's serious words left Wen Liangyuan speechless. After washing up and putting on the outfit that Eva had paired for her, a bow shirt with a calf-length thick skirt, fluffy beige flat shoes, and a beige cloak, Wen Liangyuan asked, Eva, won't this be unsuitable for cooking? Just as she finished speaking, Eva handed her a long apron. It resembled protective clothing, covering almost everything from her neck down to her arms and calves. Receiving it silently, Wen Liangyuan retracted her previous statement, took off the cloak, and put on the apron. She went downstairs, crossed the warehouse, and headed to the kitchen to start her busy day. Wen Liangyuan was never one to lament the passing seasons. She preferred comfort and ease over sadness. Thus, she didn't dwell on sorrowful thoughts, allowing things to unfold naturally while she went about her business. Breakfast was simple. Milk, soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, vegetable and meat pie with shrimp porridge, a typical ancient Chinese breakfast. Most people from Donghua Star preferred ancient Western breakfasts, but those from remote planets almost all liked Chinese breakfasts, which greatly influenced Wen Liangyuan. Fortunately, the people at the Little Rabbit CAF enjoyed Chinese breakfast very much. At 8:30, everyone had breakfast together. The transfer of 1 million gold coins has been completed. This single statement made Wen Liangyuan the center of attention at the breakfast table. She was stunned, and so were the others. Fortunately, Sukim reacted promptly. Liangyuan, you should change that notification sound. It could easily cause misunderstandings. Besides, aren't you a bit too fond of money? Su Qingma pretended to be disgusted. Wen Liangyuan felt embarrassed and blushed. I'll set it right immediately. Wen Liangyuan hurriedly opened her light brain, turned off the transfer notification sound, and glanced at her personal account, which displayed 1 million gold coins and 4,000 silver coins. Her heart raced. Just then, Lin Xiu sent her a document with a message. Liangyuan, take a look at the agreement. If you have any questions, ask me. I'm always available to answer. Without reading the document, Wen Liangyuan scrolled to the bottom, signed it, and forwarded it to Lin Xiu. Thank you, Lin Xiu. Sorry for the trouble. How are you? Seeing this message, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He reflexively glanced at the commander on the sofa, typed a line but found it inappropriate, hesitated, and retracted it. Lin Xiu, is he okay? When Liangyuan's excitement over the gold coins eventually settled into sadness, pain, frustration, and gloom, so she still inquired about Lu Zheng. There's nothing unusual. He has just been busy with work and reading after finishing. Lin Xiu sighed in relief, but also felt a bit restless, quickly typing another line. Don't worry about him. How about you? Are you okay? I heard from Dr. Lu that you moved. The two exchanged a few words, and when Liangyuan went back to work. After a while, Su Qingma came to find her. Liangyuan, come to the backyard. His expression wasn't very good. When Liangyuan set aside her work and followed him to the backyard. The 1 million gold coins are from Lu Zheng, Su Qingma stated firmly. When Liangyuan felt a bit guilty, but didn't lie to Su Qingma. Yes, good. Since you have such a large sum of money now, live well and don't worry about Lu Zheng. I advise you. It's a good thing that you're not marrying into the Lu family. Marrying him would only bring you trouble. Su Qingma said this with a tone of relief. But when Liangyuan was puzzled, Mr. Su, why do you say that? Is the Lu family that terrifying? Liangyuan, don't ask too much. Just listen to my advice. Don't marry Lu Zheng. Now that you have the money, live well and stay away from him. Otherwise, with your personality, marrying him would only lead to you being consumed by the demons of the Lu family. When Liangyuan understood the implication of Su Qingma's last unspoken words. Mr. Su is joking. He won't marry me unless I suddenly become a level 9 Yida. But how is that possible? After saying this, when Liangyuan forced a self-deprecating laugh, Su Qingma sensed her discomfort and gently patted her head. Don't be sad. Lu Zheng not marrying you is for your own good. Their posture appeared somewhat intimate, which was noticed by Lu Qing, who entered the backyard with a furious expression, her brows furrowed. When Liangyuan, you still say you're not Lu Zheng's girlfriend? Then why did he transfer half the money in his account to you? And what are you doing flirting with Su Qingma? Who exactly is your boyfriend? Are you tricking my brother out of money? She pulled Wen Liangyuan behind her and glared coldly at Lu Qing. Miss Lu, please speak politely. Is it Wen Liangyuan who is being inappropriate and blaming me for being rude? How ridiculous. Lu Qing looked at Wen Liangyuan with almost cruel eyes. Wen Liangyuan was not a soft persimmon. She wasn't afraid of Lu Zheng, so why would she fear Lu Qing? Miss Lu, I have no relation to your brother. He gave me money because I saved his life. You'd be better off asking Lu Zheng about this matter. In the future, for anything you're curious about, please ask Lu Zheng, because you're very noisy, and I'm quite annoyed. Lu Qing was so angry she laughed. No one had dared to speak to her like that since she was young. When Liangyuan, you're quite something. You'd better pray that you don't end up marrying into the Lu family. I can guarantee that you'll be begging me on your knees to spare your worthless life. As she said this, Lu Qing's gaze drifted to Su Qingma, her eyes turning mocking and cold. But she said nothing more, only snorted disdainfully. Miss Lu, I don't want to engage in such foolish threats with you. Please leave and don't disturb our work. When Liangyuan was completely unfazed by Lu Qing's tactics. Just remember, if you want to live well, don't marry my brother. I can't be bothered with you otherwise. Lu Qing shot a cold glance at Wen Liangyuan and turned to leave, watching her domineering back. Su Qingma's eyes were filled with mockery. He turned to Wen Liangyuan and said, Lu Qing's malice and annoyance are just the tip of the iceberg of the Lu family. When Liangyuan smiled faintly and said to Su Qingma, "It seems the Lu family really is a den of dragons and tigers. Is Lu Zheng the kindest person in that family?" She still held a bit of hope. But Su Qingma shook his head, his expression growing heavy. "No, he will become the biggest evil dragon of the Lu family." Chapter 38, Your Man's Capability. When Liangyuan was astonished and realized she had fallen into a misunderstanding. In her heart, she had defined Lu Zheng as a gentleman. A good person, especially after hearing Lin Xiu mention that he spoke out for women. She admired and liked Lu Zheng even more. But now it seemed that she didn't understand Lu Zheng well enough, or perhaps the Lu Zheng she knew was just the tip of the iceberg. When Liangyuan remained silent, and Su Qingma thought she was scared, so he comforted her, telling her not to think too much. If Lu Zheng were truly a good person, he wouldn't have climbed to this position or survived to this day. To admire his glory and brilliance, one must understand the darkness, coldness, and difficulties behind that glory. Otherwise, wouldn't he that be shallow and selfish? After saying this, Su Qingma patted Wen Liangyuan's head and turned to get back to work. When Liangyuan watched his back, and something in her heart became increasingly clear. She wanted to fully understand Lu Zheng's thoughts. However, this desire was disrupted by her busy work. A wealthy woman came to the Little Rabbit CAF to order several desserts and cakes. The pastry chef was busy, and Wen Liangyuan was also busy. The cake needed to have its ingredients prepared in advance to be made quickly that day, and the other desserts needed to be started right away. Once they finished, it was already payday. Because she had taken a few days off, Wen Liangyuan received only 2/3 of her salary, which was a result of Su Qingma's special arrangement. And Wen Liangyuan was very grateful. Holding 20,000 silver coins, the first thing Wen Liangyuan did was transfer 2,000 silver coins each to Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei. The money they had given her was essentially useless, so she returned it to them, leaving her with 20,000 silver coins. She felt a bit of security. For some reason, she often found herself staring blankly at that 100,000 gold coins, wanting to buy something to send back home to her friends and parents. But her subconscious told her that this wasn't her money, so she never used it, only glancing at it occasionally. After receiving the silver coins transferred by Wen Liangyuan, Guan Jingyue called her on the communication device, asking if she had really received her salary. Wen Liangyuan, helpless, sent her the pay stub to reassure her. And only then did Guan Jingyue accept the money. After that, Guan Jingyue mentioned something else. Dong Huaxing, doesn't your family have a wealthy aunt? I heard from your mother that your sister is going to live there for a while, and that aunt is going to introduce her to a rich boyfriend. Shouldn't you keep an eye on her? I'm afraid she'll run into bad men again, get scammed, and drag you down with her. Guan Jingyue's tone was full of disgust and exasperation. Wen Liangyuan, however, felt helpless. I don't know. I've been here for a while, and haven't heard anything about a wealthy aunt. Then I don't know. Should you video call your mother? At this point, Guan Jingyue glanced at her personal account information, which was visibly depleting. Her expression changed. The communication fees are so high. I'm not chatting anymore. I'm hanging up. Call me again if you need anything. She said this without waiting for Wen Liangyuan to respond, and hung up. Wen Liangyuan stared blankly at the light brain, and after a moment, she pulled Wen Liangshu out of her blacklist and tried to video call her, but it was abruptly cut off. She tried again, and once more it was cut off. Taking a deep breath, Wen Liangyuan suppressed her anger and thought, "Let her be. I don't care about her. I'm not her mother. I'm her sister." Closing the light brain, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit upset. Su Qingma raised an eyebrow. "Are you in a bad mood because I deducted your salary?" She quickly shook her head, startled. "No, of course not. I'm grateful to Mr. Su. It's about my sister." "You have a sister?" Su Qingma was a bit surprised. When Liangyuan nodded, "Yes, I also had a younger brother." "So you're the middle child?" Su Qingma said this with a hint of pity in his expression. When Liangyuan noticed and felt helpless. "Mr. Su, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel very pitiful." "All right." Su Qingma smiled, realizing Wen Liangyuan was much tougher than he had imagined. After chatting with Su Qingma for a while, Wen Liangyuan composed herself and began to work seriously. After work, she received a video call from Wen Liangshu. Wen Liangyuan changed into a luxurious dress, looking exquisitely white, with long black leather gloves on her hands and her hair styled up, exuding elegance. "Do I look good? Aunt Betty got this for me." Wen Liangyuan twirled around so her sister could see her clearly. Wen Liangyuan replied, "You look great." "Really? It's so rare to get a compliment from you, sis." Wen Liangyuan said, sounding a bit aggrieved. Wen Liangyuan sighed, "You look good. I'm not lying." "That's good. This is what I'll wear to the banquet tomorrow. You should come too." I told Aunt Betty. She was very surprised to hear you're working at the Little Rabbit CAF and wants to meet you. By the way, she ordered pastries from your shop a few days ago. Did you see her? When Liangyuan was visibly excited, seemingly forgetting about the scumbag who had turned her and the Wen family into paupers. When Liangyuan didn't want to engage with her. "Is that space train ticket worth 100,000 silver coins for Mom?" "Oh, I told Mom that once I marry a rich man, I'll pay her back tenfold. Don't mention it. I'll treat you well then and help you find a rich and handsome boyfriend." She smiled sweetly. But when Liangyuan felt a pang of bitterness and grievance. Did they give her the 100,000 silver coins without hesitation to their eldest daughter? Taking a deep breath to suppress the discomfort in her chest, when Liangyuan said, "I don't need it. Just give it to Mom." When Liangyuan was clearly focused on her gorgeous dress, and didn't notice when Liangyuan's sadness. She casually explained why she hadn't answered the video calls and chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. In the end, when Liangyuan agreed to go to Aunt Betty's house, not because when Liangyuan said she wanted to go for good food, but to see what kind of family this was to prevent when Liangyuan from being taken advantage of, seeing that it was still early and she had no dress. She thought about going to the mall to take a look. She didn't want to waste money, nor did she want to dress too poorly and attract attention. After much deliberation, she decided to buy a decent dress. By coincidence, she ran into Lin Xiao when she went out. They chatted for a bit, and when Lin Xiao learned she was going to buy a dress, he insisted on going to the mall with her. When Liangyuan couldn't refuse and had to agree, the two went to the mall together. The mall they visited was the highest-end one in Donghuaxing, requiring a membership card for entry. When Liangyuan looked at Lin Xiao in silence, suggesting they go to another mall where she could buy something casually. Lin Xiao chuckled, took out his light brain, swiped it, and happily led when Liangyuan inside. "You still don't understand your man's capability." "Don't say that. I have nothing to do with him." When Liangyuan denied any relationship with Lu Zheng, Lin Xiao quickly said, "All right," and then didn't dwell on the topic, mentioning Lu Zheng intentionally or unintentionally. "Dr. Lu is a relative of the commander. Do you know that? I used to say some bad things about the commander in front of Dr. Lu, hoping he wouldn't tell the commander. Don't worry, he wouldn't say anything." When Liangyuan thought someone like Dr. Lu wouldn't stoop to such trivialities. Lin Xiao nodded, "That's good." Then he mentioned Lu Zheng again. "The commander has been in a foul mood these days. It's really awful." When Liangyuan, "Lin Xiao, I want to say he deserves it, but I also feel sorry for him." When Liangyuan, as they talked, they entered a store. Chapter 39. Enemies meet unfortunately. When Liangyuan encountered Lu Qing and Jean and I, who both glared at her with cold eyes and kept casting sidelong glances in her direction. Fortunately, they were mindful of their status and did not act out, but their unfriendly gaze persisted, and when Liangyuan couldn't be bothered to care. Lin Xiao, standing by, simply greeted them, and then focused on helping when Liangyuan pick out a dress. Unlike Lu Qing and Jean's luxurious style, when Liangyuan had her eye on a simple, elegant, and modest black strapless fitted long dress, paired with a set of silk white gloves. It was on sale and priced at almost the lowest in the store. 5,000 silver coins. Ignoring Lu Qing and Jean Ni's disdainful looks, she bought it without even trying it on. This dress should be paired with several long, uneven pearl necklaces, and her hair should be styled up. That would look good. Lin Xiao suggested something, and when Liangyuan nodded, saying, "Let's go check the first floor." They then bought inexpensive pearl necklaces, high heels, and hairpins, leaving her with only 5,000 silver coins out of the 20,000 she had spent. "Are you planning to style your hair yourself?" Lin Xiao asked, surprised to see her take the hairpins. When Liangyuan handed the hairpins to the robot to pay and smiled at Lin Xiao, "My mom taught me how to style hair. It's not difficult at all. Do you want me to accompany you to the ball tomorrow?" Lin Xiao asked on the way back, a bit worried about when Liangyuan going alone. Unable to suppress a smile, when Liangyuan sighed, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Besides, I've clarified things with the commander. He gave me so many gold coins, so you don't have to take care of me anymore." She understood that Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu had been so considerate before because of her unclear relationship with Lu Zheng. But now, she had no ties with Lu Zheng, and they didn't have to be nice to her anymore. Yet, the reality was that they had not changed in their treatment of her, and, on the contrary, they seemed to care even more than before, which put psychological pressure on Wen Liangyuan, especially after seeing the content of the agreement and Eva. She realized they had indeed helped her a lot, and correspondingly, she owed them a lot. No, I always feel that you won't end things. Besides, I consider you a friend now. Even without the commander, we are still friends, right? Lin Xiu's words touched Wen Liangyuan and made her a bit happy. After returning home, Wen Liangyuan paid for some materials from a store and made 2 desserts, asking Lin Xiu to take one to Dr. Lu and keeping one for himself. Lin Xiu gladly accepted, as the cost of the pastry materials was not exorbitant. The next evening, after a busy day with the pastry chef, Wen Liangyuan's cake and the previously made desserts were all picked up. At the same time, Wen Liangyuan received the address and was reminded not to be late. She had no choice but to inform Su Qingma about this, leaving work an hour early, taking a shower, and having Eva help her with her hair. After applying a body lotion with a white magnolia scent, which smelled refreshing from a distance, Eva gave her thumbs up. Once everything was ready, she changed into her evening gown and began styling her hair, leaving some bangs in front, while Eva did her makeup. She had no idea that Eva was such a versatile robot. There were robots specifically for makeup on the market, but Eva was simply a treasure. Once ready, Lin Xiu called her, saying there was an urgent matter at the military department and he couldn't spare any time, but not to worry, Dr. Lu was on his way. Wen Liangyuan. Lin Xiu, actually it's not necessary. I can go alone. She really didn't want to trouble them. Lin Xiu was clearly very busy. Speaking hurriedly, Liangyuan, I'm super busy. I'll call you later. Don't worry, Dr. Lu will contact you when he arrives. Just remember to answer. Without waiting for Wen Liangyuan to reply, he quickly hung up. Wen Liangyuan felt helpless and had to send a message to Dr. Lu, asking if he had eaten. If not, what did he want to eat? As if he knew what she was thinking, Dr. Lu readily told her what he wanted to eat. Wen Liangyuan had no choice but to go to the kitchen to heat up the dishes. After Dr. Lu finished eating, they went together to a residence in the center of Donghua Star. The residence was very ancient, resembling an old Western castle. After getting off the flyer, the castle servants arranged for their vehicle, and they rode through a small forest and across a large, neatly trimmed lawn to the main entrance of the castle. The host, dressed elegantly, stood at the door to greet the guests arriving for the evening. What she thought would be an ordinary night turned out to be different when Wen Liangyuan, holding Dr. Lu's arm, saw Lu Zheng, Lu Qing, Jean and I, and Abella at the entrance of the castle. The group was momentarily stunned, especially Lu Qing, Jean and I, and Abella, leaving one unable to tell what they were thinking. Dr. Lu, clearly unfazed, coldly nodded to them before leading Wen Liangyuan to greet the host. Wen Liangyuan spotted Wen Liangshu standing in a line with the host. Wen Liangshu came over, took Wen Liangyuan's hand, and said, Liangyuan, come meet Aunt Betty. In front of a blonde, fair-skinned woman elegantly dressed in a black velvet gown, Wen Liangyuan bowed slowly, hello, Aunt. Looking up, she recognized the noble woman who had ordered cakes and desserts from the store. Aunt Betty looked at Wen Liangyuan with surprise, holding her hand and talking. We're relatives, but we haven't been in touch for a long time. If I had known you were in Donghua Star, I would have made sure we met sooner. Wen Liangyuan conversed politely, neither servile nor overbearing, gently and elegantly. Aunt Betty smiled, greeted Dr. Lu, and then allowed them to enter while she continued to welcome other guests. Miss Wu did very well. When Lin Xiu told me, I thought you needed someone to bolster your confidence. Dr. Lu praised Wen Liangyuan, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Xiu is exaggerating. Dr. Lu nodded in agreement. He really is exaggerating. Their mutual complaints about Lin Xiu reached an astonishing consensus, and they chatted about him, occasionally sharing a laugh, appearing very in sync. After a while, most guests had arrived, and the host came in. Wen Liangshu also entered with Aunt Betty and excitedly chatted with Wen Liangyuan. Sister, you look very beautiful today. I'm sure you can find a good boyfriend here. Aunt Betty will help you, and I will too. This left Wen Liangyuan a bit stunned, and she hurriedly said, Sister, you don't need to worry. I'm not in a hurry. Seeing them chatting, Dr. Lu made a gesture to Wen Liangyuan and went to a corner to eat. When Liangshu glanced at Dr. Lu and turned to Wen Liangyuan, saying, "Isn't it because of him that you're not in a hurry to find a boyfriend?" Wen Liangyuan. She thought to herself that the people around her were truly toxic. First, they mistook Lin Xiao for her boyfriend, and now they were starting to misunderstand Dr. Lu. It was simply exasperating. Chapter 40 Dancing with Lu Zheng. Fortunately, others came over to greet them, avoiding the topic that Wen Liangshu was interested in. A young lady with golden hair, who looked very much like Aunt Betty, was fair-skinned and beautiful. She was Wen Liangyuan and her sister's cousin, named Lydia Darcy. Wen Liangyuan noticed that there were many prominent figures at the banquet, not just generals like Lu Zheng, but also cabinet minister Lu Qing, Abella, and the ambassadorial couple Diaz. Of course, there were other ministers, but Wen Liangyuan did not recognize them. She thought that her uncle and aunt were not only wealthy, but also powerful figures. "Hello, I am Louisa Darcy, Lydia's cousin and the daughter of Ambassador Diaz Darcy." Louisa extended her hand to Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan shook her hand lightly and said, "Miss Darcy." "Hello, I am Wen Liangyuan. Looks like Miss Wen and I are relatives," Louisa said, smiling elegantly and beautifully. However, for some reason, her smile made Wen Liangyuan feel awkward, so she just responded with a smile. Louisa might have found her uninteresting, as she spoke a few words and then left, which relieved Wen Liangyuan. After that, another person came to find Wen Liangyuan. He was dressed in a black suit with a British-style shirt and black leather shoes, a handsome and suave young man. His demeanor was proud, and his gaze had an air of superiority, making him seem unapproachable. Wen Liangyuan was startled when she saw him walking towards her. But she was a courageous person. Instead of running away, she stood gracefully and gently by the table, holding a glass of juice with a piece of chocolate cake on the table. He stood arrogantly in front of Wen Liangyuan, seemingly contemplating how to greet her. After glancing at him a few times, Wen Liangyuan held back her nervousness and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, I am Wen Liangyuan." "Hello, Miss Wen. I am William Darcy." William looked at Wen Liangyuan, hesitated for a moment, and then extended his hand. "Miss, may I have this dance?" "With pleasure." Wen Liangyuan set down her juice and placed her hand in William's palm. When a new dance tune began, Wen Liangyuan joined the dance floor with William and encountered Ginny and Lu Zheng. Of course, there were others, such as Wen Liangshu and Abella. There were people dancing, and naturally, there were those watching them dance, like Dr. Lu and Lu Qing, who sat at a distance, observing the dance floor and chatting. To my surprise, she gave up on Lin Xiao and started approaching you again. Is she now interested in William Darcy? Lu Qing looked at Wen Liangyuan with a mocking and disdainful expression. Dr. Lu was unsure when Lu Qing's prejudice against Wen Liangyuan had begun to change. He couldn't explain it at the moment, so he stated the facts. "Lin Xiao and I are both friends of Miss Wen. That's her strength. She toyed with your feelings and made you speak for her. Isn't Lu Zheng the same? That's why he gave her half of his fortune," Lu Qing said with almost certainty. Dr. Lu's expression changed, and he set his wine glass down. Looking at Lu Qing, "While you insult Miss Wen, you are also looking down on us." "Lu Qing, do you think you are smarter than me? What level of Yida are you? What give you the right to say such things?" After speaking, regardless of Lu Qing's embarrassment and humiliation, Dr. Lu changed his seat and continued to admire Wen Liangyuan's elegant and graceful dance moves. In her strapless black, long dress adorned with pearls, with her elegant updo and white silk long gloves, Wen Liangyuan appeared both delicate and noble. But you couldn't treat her as a frail young lady, because her bright eyes told you of her resilience and confidence. William Darcy, who was dancing with her, was very much a match for her. This was Dr. Lu's conclusion after watching for a while. If he were Lu Zheng, he would be so angry he couldn't sleep, Dr. Lu thought maliciously. It was unclear whether Lu Zheng was angry and unable to sleep. Anyway, he was dancing with Ginny, but was distracted, his gaze frequently drifting towards Wen Liangyuan and William, which Ginny, who was rather slow, noticed. "Lu Zheng, what are you looking at?" Ginny asked a bit angrily. Lu Zheng glanced at her, as if looking at a lying little cat. A lying little cat? Ginny was confused and looked around, not seeing any little cat. "There's no little cat?" she wondered. Lu Zheng didn't explain, continuing to dance while glancing at Wen Liangyuan. His gaze was too obvious, and William noticed it. He lowered his head and gentlemanly asked Wen Liangyuan, "Miss, do you know that gentleman? He seems to be looking at you." When Liangyuan casually glanced at Lu Zheng and then withdrew her gaze, I don't know him, but he is very cool. At the end, when Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. William was also amused by her and nodded in agreement after looking at Lu Zheng. He is indeed very cool, one of the coolest people I've seen in the Eastern Galaxy. Mr. Darcy knows him? When Liangyuan asked in surprise, then understood. The people attending the ball were either wealthy or noble, naturally in the same circle, so it was not surprising they knew each other. I know him. I work at the Academy of Sciences and occasionally deal with their legion, William said candidly and openly, which made Wen Liangyuan feel slightly embarrassed. She felt a bit shy. I work at the Little Rabbit CAF, and the desserts and cakes at tonight's banquet were made by me and the pastry chef. Miss, you are impressive. Able to make desserts. William praised Wen Liangyuan without hesitation, which made her feel a bit delighted. Yes, besides that, I can also cook. You are quite surprising. With such an elegant appearance that seems detached from the mundane world, yet you can cook and make pastries. That's impressive, William complimented stiffly, making Wen Liangyuan laugh. Mr. Darcy, I think the reason you chose to work at the Academy of Sciences is probably because you don't have to deal with people often, right? Wen Liangyuan smiled knowingly, pulling William's hand and turning in a circle, then returning to their position to dance together. William did not refute her and agreed. Miss, you are exceptionally wise. Mr. Darcy is also a very intelligent gentleman. After they finished one dance, Wen Liangyuan curtsied in return, and the two stepped out of the dance floor as others entered. With a new tune about to begin, a person came to Wen Liangyuan's side and extended his hand. Miss, may I invite you to dance? It was Lu Zheng, wearing casual military attire, tall and straight, noble and striking. Wen Liangyuan's smile slowly faded, and then she glanced at the people around her, who were all watching. Not wanting to embarrass Lu Zheng, she had no choice but to extend her hand into his palm. It is my honor to dance with the commander. The two entered the dance floor, moving with the rhythm of the others while casually chatting. Miss Wen promised me that she would never see me again in this lifetime, nor would she let me find you. I think you should remember what I told you about the consequences of seeing you again, Lu Zheng said, looking into Wen Liangyuan's eyes, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 41 Jealous Lu Zheng. Mr. Lu, I came to Aunt Betty's house to attend the ball and didn't expect you to be here. It should be you who interrupted my world, not me coming to see you. Wen Liangyuan felt secretly pleased. It was not easy to have a legitimate opportunity to confront the commander, and she believed she must seize it and not waste it. You. Commander Lu Zheng was so enraged that he momentarily lost his words. But he was clearly angry and shifted the topic to Wen Liangyuan. Miss Wen, you are quite charming. The son of the Chancellor seems to have taken a liking to you. I've never seen him actively invite someone to dance, even when he accepts others' invitations. He doesn't smile this warmly. When Liangyuan danced gracefully, the fragrance of the white magnolia on her body wafting into Lu Zheng's nostrils, making him feel pleasant and somewhat calming his anger, which was soon followed by intense jealousy. A twisted, jealous thought arose in his mind. Such an enchanting scent, and it was being smelled by someone other than him. Lu Zheng realized what he was thinking and was horrified. Mr. Lu is joking. I have no charm at all when it comes to you, Wen Liangyuan said, but her smile could no longer remain light and carefree. It became slightly clouded with melancholy. In this world, there may be many who would like her, but she only wanted Lu Zheng. Of course, in reality, no one liked her, yet she still only wanted Lu Zheng. She didn't want anyone else but him. However, she couldn't voice this thought, or the commander would surely say something harsh to drive her away, and when Liangyuan sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, that very action angered Lu Zheng. The jealousy in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He couldn't help but coldly mock Wen Liangyuan. So you were having a good time chatting with Mr. Darcy? It seems I interrupted your friendly interaction. Thinking of how they had just danced and smiled together, a dragon in Lu Zheng's spiritual sea was grinding its teeth in anger, its body radiating a terrifying blue flame. Of course, in reality, Commander Lu Zheng was perfectly normal, without any strange traits. His words puzzled Wen Liangyuan. Why was the commander paying attention to others dancing? Didn't he have his own dance partner? Lu Zheng coldly looked at Wen Liangyuan, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking that compared to Mr. Darcy, Miss Wen probably didn't like him as a dance partner. That look on your face, as if you're going to eat me, doesn't seem like disappointment, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but internally scoff, though she still maintained a gentle demeanor. No, Commander, you are the best dance partner in the world. I'm very happy to dance with you. As she said this, her smile ultimately could not be maintained and gradually faded away, leaving on her face a sense of unrequited love for Lu Zheng, like a dull stone surface after a waterfall has vanished, ugly and devoid of any appreciation. Yet still yearning for the appearance of the waterfall. Her change told Lu Zheng that her earlier words were genuine. Lu Zheng was taken aback. However, a commander is a commander, and he quickly regained his composure. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Wen. I am also very happy to dance with you. Not wanting to show his vulnerability, Wen Liangyuan paused for a moment, then slowly smiled again, sincerely and gently. She thought, no matter what, I'll take this as an opportunity to understand him better. Before her feelings came to an end, since she couldn't let go. Spending time with this person was a gift from heaven, a chance to learn about him. Thus, she was indeed happy, even though beneath that happiness lay a hidden pain. It's my honor to make the commander happy, Wen Liangyuan obediently said, causing Lu Zheng to be momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say next. Eventually settling on a random topic. You haven't told anyone about our relationship, have you? As soon as Lu Zheng said this, he regretted it. But Wen Liangyuan did not mock him. Instead, she replied seriously, no, the only ones who know are Lin Xiao, Dr. Lu, and Mr. Su. No one else will ever know. Her answer should have pleased Lu Zheng, and indeed he was happy, but the azure dragon in his spiritual sea was rolling and protesting. Expressing its dissatisfaction, Lu Zheng realized that it was his uncontrollable spiritual power acting up. Commander, you don't need to worry. We have no relationship. You can completely ignore my existence in this world. When Liangyuan said these words as if her heart were bleeding, her eyes turning red afterward. At that moment, the fragrance of the white magnolia on her seemed imbued with sadness. Lu Zheng, possessing extremely powerful spiritual energy, also had very keen senses, and he could feel Wen Liangyuan's sorrow. Yet, he remained indifferent and coldly replied, it should be that way. Just then, the dance music ended, and when Liangyuan hurriedly left Lu Zheng's hand and turned toward Dr. Lu, Dr. Lu, I think I should go back now. Please wait for me to say goodbye to Aunt Betty and my sister, and then we can leave immediately. She was in a hurry, and Dr. Lu could tell. All right, I'll wait for you at the door. William had been watching Wen Liangyuan closely. When she finished greeting the Darcy couple and was heading out, he quickly approached her, slowing his pace in front of her. Miss Wen, are you going back? Turning to look at William, Wen Liangyuan nodded gently and politely. Yes, Mr. Darcy. I have to work tomorrow, so I need to sleep early. Suppressing his disappointment, William asked a servant for a pen and a piece of paper, wrote down his neural ID, folded it, and handed it to Wen Liangyuan. Miss Wen, can I contact you in advance when I want to go to the Little Rabbit CAF? Taking the paper, Wen Liangyuan nodded. Sure, I'll add you, Mr. Darcy, after I get back. This scene fell into the eyes of the Lu siblings, the Abel siblings, and the Chancellor couple, leaving everyone with an unclear expression. After exiting the castle and following the servant's guidance, Wen Liangyuan and Dr. Lu left the ancient castle. Are you all right? You don't look well, Doctor. Lu asked with some concern for Wen Liangyuan. Covering her face with her hands, Wen Liangyuan gently exhaled, I didn't expect to see Lu Zheng here, so I wasn't mentally prepared. I'm sorry, I actually guessed it, Dr. Lu said with a hint of apology in his eyes. Why? Wen Liangyuan asked, puzzled. Mr. Collins Darcy, your uncle is the brother of the Chancellor and also holds a position in the cabinet. His family's gatherings must attract many important people, and the commander would naturally be among them. So I guessed it, and Lin Xiao also guessed it. We wanted to give you more opportunities to understand each other, which is why. Dr. Lu didn't finish his sentence, but when Liangyuan understood, she smiled helplessly. It's fine. You all meant well. After all, she was pleased to have seen Lu Zheng today. This last thought she didn't voice. She merely gently closed her eyes. Chapter 42, She Likes You. After when Liangyuan and Lu Yiheng left, Lu Qing came to Lu Zheng's side. I initially had a good impression of her, thinking she was someone very similar to you, but now it seems she is a scheming person with a bad temper. On the surface, she looks gentle, but actually... Lu Qing, I think I can judge people without your analysis. What do you think? Lu Zheng turned to look at Lu Qing. and his light remark sent a chill down Lu Qing's spine. Lu Qing's face turned pale, and she lowered her head, not daring to say another word. I'm going to say hello to Collins, then we'll head back, Lu Zheng said as he walked away, and Lu Qing raised her head to look at his back, her expression darkening. After saying hello, the group left the castle to take the hover car. Abella walked alongside Lu Zheng, feeling concerned. Are you in a bad mood? Lu Zheng didn't respond, and Abella persisted. I think Miss Wen's a nice person, gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, full of resilience. Someone like her is suitable for you. You should consider it. She's just a level 3 Ada. Lu Zheng replied coldly, without mockery or disdain, merely stating a fact. Abella glanced at him. Sorry, I didn't realize that. I just noticed that she really likes you. When it comes to the word like. Lu Zheng turned to look at Abella. Isn't there a girl dancing with you tonight? My friend, your smile hasn't left your face. Abella's cheeks flushed slightly, a bit shy. She is a very gentle lady, seemingly the sister of Miss Wen, and both sisters are beautiful. What level of Ada is she? Do you know about her family situation? To prevent his good friend from quickly falling in love, Lu Zheng had to raise some practical questions. Abella frowned slightly. Like Miss Wen, she is a level 3 Ada. Well, they live on Weishui's star, daughters of a gatekeeper, with a younger brother, and they inherit nothing from their parents. Lu Zheng finished her unfinished thought, and Abella felt a bit defeated. Lu Zheng patted his shoulder. My friend, I know that in your world, everyone is good, but I hope you can distinguish between better people and just okay people. His words made the budding feelings of Abella sink into distress, but Lu Zheng clearly didn't care. He had too much work to do. After parting ways with the Abella siblings, Lu Zheng immediately linked his mental power to the light brain screen to handle work as soon as he got on the hover car. Assistant Zhang beside him was still reporting the latest military news. Meanwhile, Lu Qing left in her own hover car. A day can feel both long and short. That night, when Liangyuan lay in bed, enjoying Eva's facial mask massage, and received a video call from Wen Liangshu. Sister, is there something wrong? Wen Liangyuan's voice was a bit cold. Wen Liangshu was obviously very excited, her brows bright and a bit shy. A gentleman invited me to dance 2 dances. His name is Abella. Do you know him? Abella? Wen Liangyuan frowned slightly, recalling that he was a good friend of Lu Zheng. Yes, I know. What's up? Well, what do you think of him? Wen Liangshu asked this question, not daring to look into Wen Liangyuan's eyes, a bit cautious. Wen Liangyuan was very observant and quickly noticed her implied meaning. She sat up and looked at her seriously. Are you about to fall in love so quickly, my sister? Remember that man who abandoned you half a month ago? Have you forgotten him? A hint of sadness appeared in Wen Liangshu's eyes as she quickly said, He's a bad man. I no longer like him, but Mr. Abella is a great gentleman, different from others. Very different? In what way? Wen Liangyuan looked at her sister coldly, questioning her. He is a level 7 alpha, with excellent mental power from Cloud Star number 3. His family is noble there, and he is also a cabinet member. In short, he is exceptional and would not deceive me. As Wen Liangshu spoke, her eyes were filled with courage as she looked at Wen Liangyuan, clearly eager to show her sister that her ability to judge men had improved. However, Wen Liangyuan's words shattered her fantasy. You are only a level 3 Ada. Your parents are merely gatekeepers, and all your family's assets were given to your ex-boyfriend. The only 100,000 silver coins you have became your space train fare. And now your family has almost no silver coins, only your father's monthly salary. On Donghua Star, you can't even afford a dress for a date. Have you thought about that? Wen Liangyuan was a calm person, so she only occasionally fantasized about being with Lu Zheng, but she had never truly considered it, because she knew that marrying Lu Zheng would gain him nothing and only result in a loss. However, she could become a lady admired by most people on Donghua Star simply by marrying Commander Lu Zheng, possessing a large fortune. This was the biggest disparity between them, more terrifying than the gap between Wen Liangshu and Abella. Wen Liangshu fell silent, not saying a word for a long time. Seeing her like this, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit sorry. Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. Sister, you were right. Wen Liangshu nodded, biting her lip, her eyes filled with sadness. I was just foolish. After all, it was my first time meeting such a handsome gentleman who was so polite to me. Only then did I realize that good men are like this. She clearly regretted her past encounters with the wrong people. Wen Liangyuan felt annoyed but patiently listened to her talk. After chatting, Wen Liangshu also came to terms with reality and no longer thought about Abella. After ending the video call, Wen Liangyuan lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Eva asked with concern. Wen Liangyuan looked at Eva's round head. "Eva, I'm thinking about what kind of person Commander Lu is." "Commander Lu Zheng?" Eva asked thoughtfully, and when Liangyuan nodded, "Yes, him." "Master," Eva searched the keyword Commander Lu Zheng online and found that girls all over the galaxy are very curious about this question. "Do you want to know the answer?" Eva clearly had a bit of gossip in her tone, and when Liangyuan was also a bit curious. "Yes, I want to know." Some responses say that Commander Lu Zheng is a rational person, and it's difficult to win his affection. However, once he likes you, he won't change his mind and won't have a third party. Eva spoke confidently, and when Liangyuan listened with growing interest. "Eva, keep going." "Okay, Master." Eva agreed and continued to share information about Commander Lu Zheng. Some people commented on the commander's appearance, saying he has a cold, star-like gaze, strict and imposing features, suggesting that he has a strong desire for control and a bad temper. Chapter 43. Lu Zheng's mother, if she becomes his wife. She will definitely be firmly controlled by him. If she marries him in the future, she must obey him and listen to him. Otherwise, there will be conflicts. When Liangyuan blushed upon hearing this answer, she couldn't help but think that Commander Lu Zheng, after losing control of his mental power, indeed has a strong desire for control, is very domineering and unreasonable. Even when she has a few video calls with Lin Xiao, he gets angry. She realized that these people's answers do have some substance. Eva continued. When Liangyuan buried herself in the quilt, her ears red, feeling shy and nervous, as if Lu Zheng were right beside her. Commander Lu Zheng often has a cold expression, showing no signs of smile or warmth, which indicates that such a person has very few emotions inside, and his heart is indifferent. He doesn't have much affection for this world. Deep down, there's a kind of disdain and sarcasm towards the wickedness of human nature. Therefore, when interacting with him, one must reveal their true self, otherwise they will be treated with indifference. When Liangyuan was not very satisfied with this person's answer, she felt it was incorrect. At least the Lu Zheng she faced and the things he did made her see his emotions towards this world. He is not such a cold-hearted person. "Eva, I disagree." When Liangyuan said lightly, her excitement gradually fading. Feeling weak, she lay on the bed and asked Eva, "What kind of person does Commander Lu Zheng really like? I really want him to like me." Although she knew she was not a match for him and that she was reaching too high, she still liked him very much. When Liangyuan gently closed her eyes and recalled what the commander had said to her, the commander indeed didn't like her. It seemed he even disliked her and didn't want to see her, which is why he hated encountering her at the ball. She hesitated, her heart filled with complexities, completely unsure of what to do. The only thing she held on to was that she didn't want to give up on him for the time being and wanted to understand him better. Thinking of him made her remember the slight curve of her belly. She looked down at her belly and let out a gentle sigh, reaching out to touch it. "Eva, do you think the baby in my belly is healthy?" "Miss Wen, I can only detect that the baby resembles you. For anything else, you'll need to go to the hospital for a checkup." Eva's mechanical hand lightly brushed over Wen Liangyuan's belly. Wen Liangyuan widened her eyes, looking at Eva in disbelief. "Is it a girl?" Eva couldn't tell if it was a girl, but given the minimal emotional fluctuations, it should be a gentle child. Eva's eyes became round with a faint smile. When Liangyuan touched her belly and asked, "Eva, what should I do with the child? How am I supposed to give birth to him? I definitely won't let my parents know. After all, they would just scold and hit me. As for my siblings, there's no need to mention them. In the end, only I will know, right?" Seeing Wen Liangyuan's expression, Eva couldn't help but reach out her mechanical hand to gently pat Wen Liangyuan's head. "You are a brave person. Don't be afraid." "Yes, I've always been a brave person." Wen Liangyuan forced a smile, but the smile faded halfway. She looked at Eva seriously and said, "Eva, once the child is born, I will definitely take good care of her. Don't be afraid, Master. When the time comes, I can install a tutorial for taking care of babies to help you." Eva's words gave Wen Liangyuan a great sense of security. Throughout her life, no one had ever told her such reassuring words, encouraging her not to be afraid and standing directly behind her, even though she was a robot. "Eva, I will work hard to earn 30,000 silver coins every month. And with you, we can definitely raise the child well, right? Wen Liangyuan gained a bit of confidence. Eva nodded, yes, master, so don't be afraid. At that moment, when Liangyuan realized that Dr. Lu was indeed a remarkable person, Wei gave her Eva. Did he foresee today's situation? It must be otherwise. Why would he give her Eva? Gently closing her eyes, when Liangyuan exhaled, feeling very grateful to Dr. Lu deep down. For an entire week afterward, when Liangyuan did not see Lu Zheng, he did not appear on the news channels either. Lin Xiu also did not contact her, and she felt embarrassed to specifically video call Lin Xiu to ask about Lu Zheng's news. In the end, she could only browse Lin Xiu's personal homepage and found that he had only updated one status, crying at 4 a.m. At Donghua Star makes me happy. Thinking that Lin Xiu was Lu Zheng's assistant, she figured that Lu Zheng must be busy as well. After all, to him, work was the most important thing. Gently exhaling, when Liangyuan closed her light brain and redirected her attention back to work. Recently, she was also very busy, because the pastry chef thought she had great talent, and would let her make some simple pastries to sell on her own, of course, with commission. When Liangyuan was not afraid of exhaustion or hardship. She was only afraid of not having silver coins, so she worked extra hard. At exactly 7 o'clock, the Little Rabbit CAF closed its doors. When Liangyuan returned to the backyard, she saw a strange woman there. The woman was dressed very expensively and was followed by 2 bodyguards, clearly not of ordinary status. When Liangyuan thought she was there to order pastries and politely inquired, "Hello, ma'am. I am Liangyuan, a staff member of the Little Rabbit CAF. What do you need?" Upon hearing her introduction, the woman looked at her face, smiled with familiarity, and said, "Hello, Miss One. I am Lu Zheng's mother. I came today to see you." This was too strange, wasn't it? When Liangyuan retracted her polite smile, her eyes showing a bit of vigilance as she greeted her coldly. "Hello, Mrs. Lu. May I sit down?" she asked, unaffected. The woman looked at Wen Liangyuan with a polite gaze. When Liangyuan gestured, "Please have a seat, Mrs. Lu. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" "Coffee, please." "Thank you," the woman replied politely. When Liangyuan smiled gently yet distantly, went to the kitchen to grind a cup of coffee for her, and poured herself a cup of plain water. The two sat opposite each other. When Liangyuan held the cup of plain water and asked, "Mrs. Lu, you came to find me. Is there something you need? I heard from Lu Qing that you are Lu Zheng's girlfriend. How long have you been together?" she asked with a smile, directly addressing the core of the question. When Liangyuan thought, this is a person smarter than Lu Qing. According to Mr. Su's evaluation of the Lu family, this must be a person more formidable than Lu Qing. Miss Lu Qing misunderstood me. She previously said I was dating assistant Lin Xiu, and later she also said I was very close to Mr. Su. A few days ago, Dr. Lu took me to the ball, which Miss Lu Qing saw. She probably thought I was with Dr. Lu. When Liangyuan's voice was gentle yet distant, carrying a hint of vigilance. The woman looked at her a bit surprised, smiled with pursed lips, and said, "I find that you and Lu Zheng have quite similar personalities." Chapter 44, out of control again. Thank you for the compliment, madam. I dare not compare myself to Commander. When Liangyuan did not dare to reveal anything about Lu Zheng, fearing that it would bring harm to him. According to Mr. Su, life in the Lu family must not be easy for Lu Zheng, and she could not cause him more trouble, even if this person was his mother. She did not dare to say a word more, because often danger is unknown. Madame Lu's expression stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. Lu Qing was indeed not wrong. They looked very much alike. In response to her comments, when Liangyuan only smiled gently, remaining silent. Clearly, this was not a pleasant conversation, even though Madame Lu's expression remained unchanged. The footsteps leaving were more hurried than when they arrived, which Wen Liangyuan immediately sensed. However, she became more determined. The Lu family, even the mother, did not seem to care much about Lu Zheng. Taking a deep breath, when Liangyuan suddenly felt a headache. About half an hour later, she received a video call notification from Lin Xiu. When Liangyuan closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. "Liangyuan, are you okay?" Lin Xiu's voice sounded a bit urgent. When Liangyuan replied, "I'm fine. Why did you suddenly video call me?" "The commander is in trouble again. Dr. Lu told me not to tell you, saying he needs to suffer a bit, but he's very busy tomorrow very busy, going with Commander Ader of the Galactic Guard to the Grand Chancellor. What happened to him? Wen Liangyuan felt a bit worried, interrupting Lin Xiao's report. She tried to control her emotions, but could not, her breathing quickening. The Minister of Finance came to find him this evening and had a conflict with him. They did not attack each other with mental power, but the commander's condition has still worsened. Now he is particularly dejected, refusing to listen to anything, just sitting at the door of your accommodation area. I'm afraid someone will see him. You need to come quickly. Lin Xiao's voice was filled with urgency, which Wen Liangyuan could sense. Okay, I'll come to the accommodation area. Don't tell Dr. Lu. I'm afraid he. I know, don't worry. I'm also afraid of being scolded by him. Lin Xiao's voice became weak. Prepare some daily necessities. There's nothing in the accommodation area. Is he hungry? Wen Liangyuan's voice was soft and weak, and Lin Xiao could sense her sadness. Yangyuan, I'm sorry. Lin Xiao felt a deep sense of guilt, but he really had no other way. Only he, Dr. Lu, and Wen Liangyuan knew about the commander's condition, and they could not let a fourth person know. In this situation, he did not know who else to turn to. Dr. Lu clearly did not intend to intervene anymore, so he could only rely on Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan was silent for a moment before saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Besides, I'm also very worried about him." Lin Xiao responded softly, not saying anything further. Wen Liangyuan spoke again and ended the video call, helping Lu Zheng again. Wen Liangyuan thought of his cold, indifferent starry eyes, suddenly losing her previous confidence. But no matter what, she had feelings for him. He was also the father of her child. Most importantly, she always felt that Lu Zheng was pitiful, and she could not let anything happen to him. These complex feelings made Wen Liangyuan unable to help but despise herself internally. After changing her clothes, she left and took a flying vehicle to the accommodation area. On the way, she still called Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, I'm very tired today and don't want to cook. Can you help me make something for Ajing to eat?" Lin Xiao quickly agreed. "I'll buy takeout. They'll deliver it by flying vehicle. It will be quick." "Liangyuan, don't worry. I know you're tired after a whole day of work." "Okay, I'm almost there." Wen Liangyuan hung up the call again, looking at the phantom-like scenery outside. Wen Liangyuan decided to get off the flying vehicle one stop early to give Lu Zheng more time to eat. As she expected, when she arrived at the accommodation area, Lu Zheng had already finished eating and was pitifully pacing at the door of the house. Upon seeing Wen Liangyuan, he quickly walked over without saying a word, hugging her tightly and gently soothing her slender back with his hands. His voice sounded aggrieved and sad. "Wife, where have you been? I've waited for you for so long." "So long." Wen Liangyuan felt stiff all over, not lifting a hand, just standing there in a daze, allowing him to hold her. Lu Zheng, holding her, immediately sensed her unusualness and cautiously asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" After losing control of his mental power, Lu Zheng had become sensitive, always able to quickly perceive Wen Liangyuan's emotions. However, the Lu Zheng in the real world often ignored her emotions, did not care about her, spoke to her in a cold tone, and even looked down on her. The gap between the two was so great. Wen Liangyuan gently shook her head, raised her hands to hold Lu Zheng's shoulders, resting her face against his heart. "Ajing, I'm starting to dislike you. Wife, please don't dislike me, okay?" After saying this, his beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, looking somewhat pitiful. "But Ajing, you dislike me?" Wen Liangyuan's voice was filled with sadness, disappointment, and grievance. "Wife, I don't dislike you. I really don't. You have to believe me." He was so anxious, terrified that Wen Liangyuan was angry with him, so sensitive and fragile. Wen Liangyuan suddenly realized that she was venting her anger on him. She smiled, gently released Lu Zheng, and wrapped her hands around his neck, kissing him on the lips. Lu Zheng's expression changed from confusion to stability, and he began to kiss Wen Liangyuan back. Lin Xiao quietly slipped away, relieved. "Are you hungry?" After closing the door, Wen Liangyuan turned to ask Lu Zheng. He hugged her tightly, rubbing his head against her neck. Wen Liangyuan understood his meaning. She liked Lu Zheng too, and she wanted him. Everything happened naturally, and being under the covers always felt warm, even if it was stuffy. She still liked it. Wen Liangyuan kissed him, and after being together, she entered his mental sea, seeing the majestic azure-gray dragon within. The dragon lay weakly on the ground. Wen Liangyuan opened pure white, luminous petals, which floated and danced around the dragon. As the petals increased, the dragon slowly moved its massive body. Wen Liangyuan lay on the petals, sliding down onto the dragon's large body, resting on its neck, her hands gripping its enormous horns. Zheng, how does it feel? Wen Liangyuan chatted with Lu Zheng while scattering the white petals to clear his mental sea. The dragon flew her around, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes flying parallel, making Wen Liangyuan very happy, causing even more petals to bloom to heal his mental sea. This was the dragon's happiest day. When Wen Liangyuan was about to leave, it was reluctant to part. She stroked its face. Zheng, be good, okay? Chapter 45. Lu Zheng's thought process. The azure dragon rubbed its head against her chest in dissatisfaction, causing Wen Liangyuan's face to flush with shyness, and she couldn't help but give it a light slap on the head. The dragon, feeling wronged, rubbed against her chest again. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile indulgently, patting its head and saying, all right, I'll come and keep you company more often when I have the time, okay? The dragon was a bit pleased with this, and Wen Liangyuan was happy too, holding its head and rubbing her face against it. Zheng, to say something selfish, actually, you're quite nice like this. After saying that, Wen Liangyuan regretted it, feeling a bit guilty as she chuckled to herself. I being a little selfish? Your work is so important, yet I say such things. Seeing her downcast expression, the dragon continued to nuzzle her hand with its large head. Wen Liangyuan smiled briefly, but then her smile faded again. Whenever she encountered Lu Zheng, her smile was like a fleeting bloom. Zheng. Before Wen Liangyuan could finish her sentence, Lu Zheng flipped her over, pulling her into a new wave of entanglement, continuing until she was exhausted. This time, Wen Liangyuan didn't have much time to feel melancholy, as she was too tired and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Lu Zheng returned to normal and didn't wake her. Of course, Lu Zheng didn't dare to move because Wen Liangyuan was holding him tightly. After all, as long as he had eyes, he should know this was a shelter area, not his territory. So he felt guilty and didn't want to wake Wen Liangyuan. He could only stay stiff, allowing her to hold him while she slept soundly. However, he forgot one important thing. He was tired too, so he gradually fell asleep, sleeping very soundly until the morning light woke him up. The first feeling Lu Zheng had upon waking was a refreshing sense of comfort, as if everything that had been blocked in his body had been cleared out. The second feeling was that his arm was a bit numb. He looked down and saw Wen Liangyuan sleeping soundly in his arms. The events of the previous night flooded back into his memory. Even though he didn't have the memories of what happened, he was more aware of his body sensations than anyone else. This made his heart feel complicated, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. He truly didn't know what to do, and his body had stiffened until, after a long time, Lin Xiu called him via video, notifying him of his busy and frequent schedule for the day. Lu Zheng knew he couldn't keep pretending anymore. He picked up his light brain, and then picked up Wen Liangyuan's light brain. He only wanted to test it, but he really didn't expect that his pupils could unlock Wen Liangyuan's light brain's lock. This fact made his heart tremble, but he quickly regained his composure, picked up his light brain, and transferred money to Wen Liangyuan. Not much, just all the money he had, 1 million gold coins. Last time he had given Wen Liangyuan half, and kept half for himself. Now it was all gone. After transferring the money, he inexplicably added Wen Liangyuan as a friend. But he opened her light brain and used the hidden friend feature, so as long as Wen Liangyuan didn't use this function, she wouldn't be able to find him. After doing all this, Lu Zheng left stealthily and cautiously. Half an hour after he left, Wen Liangyuan woke up, feeling uncomfortable all over. But after being with Lu Zheng for so long, she had long since gotten used to this feeling. She got up slowly, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and then casually tidied up the room, blushing as she picked up and threw away the crumpled paper on the floor. After finishing all this, Wen Liangyuan let out a sigh of relief, patted her flushed face, and went out to take a flying vehicle to the Little Rabbit CF. Compared to usual, today was an exception, because Commander Lu Zheng was frequently appearing in the media, military news reports, and evening news. Wen Liangyuan carefully captured all the videos of the commander with her light brain. The customers in the CAF were also discussing him, and Wen Liangyuan would stop to listen to their conversations whenever she passed by. The commander is really handsome, much more handsome than Adley from North Ice Star. I agree. Although Adley is quite good-looking for a northerner, he is nowhere near as handsome as our commander Lu Zheng. They are about the same height. But the commander is clearly more robust and has a regal aura, even more so than a prince. Agree. Listening to their comments, Wen Liangyuan was extremely happy, causing Su Qingma to be confused all day, unable to help but pull her aside and ask, "Did you strike it rich? Why are you smiling so happily?" "Did I? It's nothing much," Wen Liangyuan replied, her eyes unable to hide her abundant smile. Su Qingma raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you didn't strike it rich? Let me show you." "Are you sure you didn't?" Wen Liangyuan opened her light brain, clicked on her personal account, and froze, staring blankly at Su Qingma. "Mr. Su, why do I have so much money?" Su Qingma was also stunned, almost drooling in envy. Seeing someone approach, she hurriedly said, "Liangyuan, you need to work hard. Otherwise, your wages will be deducted." Upon hearing this, the employees paused and turned to look at Su Qingma with dissatisfaction. "Manager, Liangyuan always helps us after finishing her own work. She has been very diligent." Su Qingma. When Liangyuan quickly said a few good words to her employees, and when they realized they had misunderstood, they smiled apologetically at Su Qingma. Su Qingma patted the employee's head, saying, "Get back to work quickly. Don't slack off, or I'll fire you." "Yes, manager. I will work hard today." The employee saluted and bounced away. "Be careful. Don't let your wealth show. With so much money, do you believe that people who kill and rob would line up for you? Who knows who is so foolish as to give you so much money?" Far to the north, the commander sneezed several times, and Adley mocked him. "Commander Lu Zheng, your health doesn't seem to be good. You can't even handle this little temperature." Lu Zheng shot him a cold glance. According to our Eastern saying, if a family member is thinking of me, I will sneeze. Someone like Commander Adley probably doesn't have anyone at home thinking of you. After saying this, Lu Zheng walked away, his figure tall and straight, leaving Adley furious, wanting to challenge him again, but recalling his previous defeat, feeling quite unhappy. Naturally, Su Qingma and Wen Liangyuan were unaware of all this. They were busy checking the transfer records, only to find that there were no records of any transfer. Wen Liangyuan bit her lip, feeling a bit troubled. "With so much money, I can't dare to use it. It must be a mistake by the bank." Wen Liangyuan said something that was absolutely impossible, and Su Qingma couldn't help but laugh. In ancient times, banks might make mistakes, but now? Were you thinking? There's absolutely no possibility of that. Well then, who gave it to me? Wen Liangyuan was filled with confusion. With such a large sum of money, to be honest, she felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 46, Let her be your medicine among the people you know. Who is the richest? Who is most likely to take out such a large sum of money? Su Qingma coaxed gently, and when Liangyuan's eyes brightened, then a flicker of anger appeared in her gaze. "Lu Zheng, he actually gave me money after that incident." Thinking of this fact made Wen Liangyuan dizzy with anger, flames of fury rising in her heart. "Calm down. Don't get angry." Su Qingma waved his hands beside her, trying to calm her down. When Liangyuan forced a smile, clicked on her holographic device, and attempted to video call Lin Xiao. But the call didn't go through, and when Liangyuan was so angry, she held her breath tightly, recalling what Lin Xiao had said yesterday. She turned to ask Su Qingma, "Mr. Su, is it true that communication is not allowed within the Legion?" "Obviously." Su Qingma nodded. "Huh. Don't get angry. Stay calm. Don't get angry." When Liangyuan gently closed her eyes, constantly reminding herself. But not only did it not help, it made her even angrier. Damn it. She was even more frustrated. When Liangyuan turned her head, looking pitifully at Su Qingma, "Mr. Su, I'm so mad." Su Qingma rubbed his nose, unsure of what to do. "Should we try calling again later? That's all we can do." When Liangyuan took a deep breath again, this wait stretched on for a long time, and by the time the last guest left and the shop closed, she still hadn't received Lin Xiao's video call. She had no choice but to suppress her feelings, angrily picking up a book to read. After a while, still unable to calm down, she opened her holographic device and posted a status update. I feel like I've become a furnace, flames rising high, wanting to roast something." After posting, she was still furious. When Liangyuan forcefully closed her holographic device, read for a bit, and then heard a notification sound from her device. She clicked it open to see Lin Xiao's reply to her status. "What is wrong, dear Liangyuan? Wen Liangyuan, holding back her anger, typed fiercely, "I'm going to be driven mad by the Tyrannosaurus." Lin Xiao was confused and quickly replied, "What did the Tyrannosaurus do to you?" "We've been in the Galactic Legion all day." When Liangyuan chuckled, calmly replying, "He gave me money. Impressive, right? You know his style? I can now look down upon all the wealthy." This time, Lin Xiao's reply was very slow. He stared blankly at Commander Lu Zheng, who was chatting and laughing with Adley, thinking to himself, "Dear Commander, please don't just focus on crushing people militarily. Can you learn something about love from others? If only you had emotional intelligence like them, you wouldn't have done such a thing." After venting, Lin Xiao's face remained normal. He looked at the holographic device and replied, "Liangyuan, I'm sorry to tell you that your man's emotional intelligence is low." Seeing this reply, when Liangyuan couldn't help but sneer, angrily replying, "I really want to add him as a friend and ask him what this means. But forget it. For the sake of living well, I won't get myself angry." Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and praised, "Liangyuan, you really have awareness." When Liangyuan opened her personal account, feeling like a rich woman but lacking the ability to protect her wealth, feeling very uneasy. After sulking for a while, when Liangyuan continued to reply, "Lin Xiao, I'm not chatting anymore. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Then she closed her holographic device and lazily lay on her bed, reading a random book. Lin Xiao also closed his holographic device with a simple but unlike when Liangyuan, he didn't have such a leisurely time. Returning to the military department, he had to continue working. Of course, Commander Lu Zheng, who was with him, was even more exhausted. In the office, Lu Zheng recalled the added Liangyuan account and couldn't help but click on the status page to see if she had posted anything. Sure enough, he saw it. Even the chat records between her and Lin Xiao. After reading, Lu Zheng instantly understood. His face darkened, especially when he saw Wen Liangyuan's comment about wanting to add him as a friend to ask what he meant, but then decided against it for the sake of living well, and Lin Xiao's replies about how low his emotional intelligence was. Lu Zheng's face darkened even more. When Lin Xiao entered the office, he saw the commander's gloomy face and was momentarily startled. Lu Zheng coldly looked at him, wanting to ask, "Is my emotional intelligence really low?" But for the sake of continuing to stay undercover and for the larger picture, he had to endure. Lu Zheng thought this, using immense patience to avoid confronting Lin Xiao, forcefully shifting his cold gaze away. Lin Xiao naturally didn't know he had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, nor did he know that Lu Zheng had secretly added Wen Liangyuan as a friend. And even less did he know that Lu Zheng was their mutual friend who could see their chat records. He only thought the commander was in a bad mood again. Of course, Lu Zheng's mood hadn't improved. That evening, Minister of Finance Lu Yuntian came to see him again, and this time his attitude was even more exaggerated than the last. Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang stood outside, watching from a distance, not daring to approach the office. "I told you, I will heal myself. No need for the medicine from your mouth. Lord Lu, please leave my office. Don't disturb me." Lu Zheng's gaze was sharp and cold. Opposite him was Lu Yuntian, who resembled him to a degree. But his gaze was colder, indifferent, even carrying a hint of sarcasm, seemingly mocking Lu Zheng's self-importance. "You don't need medicine? Then what is this?" Lu Yuntian opened his holographic device, enlarged the screen, decrypted it, and projected one photo after another. The photos showed Lu Zheng in a state of mental breakdown, looking confused, dazed, and lost, with eyes full of affection and indulgence when he saw Wen Liangyuan, looking extremely vibrant. Lu Zheng looked at these scenes with a mix of amusement and disdain, his gaze appearing cold yet mocking. "Look at what these are. Do you really think only you know? It's ridiculous, Lu Zheng. If it weren't for me, you would have been exposed by the media long ago. How can someone whose mental power is out of control and whose calming agents have lost effectiveness qualify to be the commander-in-chief?" He coldly looked at Lu Zheng, his expression not resembling that of a father looking at his son, but rather like he was looking at an insignificant person. It was true. There were many surveillance robots in the resettlement area. Lu Zheng sat in his chair, his shoulders seemingly slumping a bit. "What do you want?" He knew that Lu Yuntian had grasped his lifeline. The position of commander-in-chief was the thing he cared about the most. "I don't want anything. After all, you are my son. I only want what's good for you." Lu Yintian changed the holographic screen, looking coldly at Lu Zheng, marrying Wen Liangyuan. If you don't like her, just treat her as a medicine. If a calming agent that works for you appears in the future, you could divorce her and marry the girl you like. After saying this indifferently, Lu Yintian opened Wen Liangyuan's basic information and unfolded the page on her mental power. Chapter 47, The Lu Family. Although she is only a level 3 Yida, her spiritual C is exceptionally resilient, able to withstand your torment without any issues. And her self-healing ability is extremely strong. This quality is more valuable than that of an average level 6 Yida. Furthermore, being the daughter of the gatekeeper sounds nice and barely matches you. Lu Zheng raised his head to look at him, only to find that no matter what he said, he had a deadpan expression. Lu Zheng couldn't help but show a mocking smile. Have you forgotten? She's a person. Doesn't she love you? She can marry you and become your legal wife. She should be more than willing. I'm just helping her. Lu Yintian appeared to be elevating her status, which nearly made Lu Zheng laugh. Lord Lu, I don't know who the naive one is here, you or me. Lu Zheng lowered his head, opened his holographic device, and began to handle his work, no longer intending to pay attention to Lu Yintian. After all, he couldn't compete with Lu Yintian now. Lu Yintian closed his holographic device, saying, as long as you still want to live and wish to be the Imperial Starfleet commander, you have no choice in this matter. He glanced indifferently at Lu Zheng before turning to leave. Lu Zheng, however, did not raise his head, nor would he send him off like those people. Moreover, after Lu Yintian left, he couldn't help but smash the cup beside him with force. With a loud crash, the cup shattered on the floor, water splashing everywhere. Assistant Zhang and Lin Xiao, along with a few other assistants, dared to slowly approach the office after a long while. By this time, Lu Zheng had already regained his composure. He looked at the assistants and set a rule. From now on, the Minister of Finance is prohibited from visiting my office. Yes, sir, the assistants quickly replied. All right, I'm fine. Go back to your work and leave when you're done, Lu Zheng said. After he finished, the assistants all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zheng saw that the last person was Lin Xiao and called out, Lin Xiao, wait. Lin Xiao's body stiffened, while the other assistants, including Assistant Zhang, hurried away with seemingly elegant but very anxious steps, leaving Lin Xiao slowly turning around, wanting to cry without tears. You go to the little rabbit CAF and tell Wen Liangyuan to be more rational and not to dream of being the young mistress of the Lu family. Just say this, and don't say anything extra. Lu Zheng's voice was cold and without fluctuation. Lin Xiao didn't dare to say anything and slowly left his office. The assistants were a bit far away and did not hear what Lu Yintian and Lu Zheng had said. Thus, Lin Xiao felt uncomfortable all the way to the little rabbit CAF, turning around in circles, not daring to find Wen Liangyuan. As time passed, he grew increasingly anxious and restless. Finally, Lin Xiao mustered the courage to find Wen Liangyuan. Sitting in front of her, he felt at a loss, completely unsure of what to do. Lin Xiao, did Ajing send you to do something? She asked. He had been silent, but his expression was filled with anxiety and irritability. How could Wen Liangyuan not sense it? Looking at Lin Xiao in such a state, she felt even worse than he did. Carefully raising his head to look at Wen Liangyuan, Lin Xiao deliberated and repeated himself before finally saying, the commander told you not to marry him. That's all. He didn't say anything else. After saying this, Lin Xiao lowered his head again, not daring to look at Wen Liangyuan, unable to hold back a smile. Wen Liangyuan felt sad, embarrassed, and ashamed, but she was also relieved that the messenger was Lin Xiao. Otherwise, she feared she would be humiliated to death. With a powerless and bitter smile, she knew her expression must look terrible. Looking at Lin Xiao, she said, don't worry about me. I'm fine, really. She turned around to comfort Lin Xiao, which made Lin Xiao feel even more unsure of how to act. After a long time, he finally said gloomily, actually, the commander probably isn't having an easy time either. The Minister of Finance came to see him, and he got angry again. At that moment, Wen Liangyuan just wanted to say she was being foolish. Knowing that Lu Zheng had quarreled with the Minister of Finance, her first fear was for Lu Zheng's safety, not anything else. But she held back and didn't say it, afraid Lin Xiao would look down on her. In short, Lin Xiao looked up at Wen Liangyuan and said, I think the commander said this to protect you. Even though the Minister of Finance is the commander's father, he is still a very formidable person. The commander asked me to inform you, probably to make you cautious about the Lu family. His words made Wen Liangyuan feel less upset and relax a little. I understand. Thank you, Lin Xiu. After they exchanged a few words, Wen Liangyuan sent Lin Xiu away. On her way back, she couldn't help but lean against the wall slowly, looking down at her shoes. She maintained that position for a long time, long enough for one leg to go numb, before slowly walking back inside. With Eva's help, she washed up and went to sleep. The next noon, the CAF welcomed a distinguished guest. She was dressed in a fashionable suit, her hair in an elegant updo, and followed by several bodyguards. Due to the scarcity of resources, customers who could afford to visit the Little Rabbit CAF were either wealthy or noble, and this guest was clearly a standout among the noble women. When Liangyuan saw her in the pastry room, but did not step out to meet her until Su Qingma personally came to notify her. Only then did Wen Liangyuan take off her apron, hat, and sleeves, walk out of the pastry room, and approach the noblewoman. "Hello, Madame Lu." Wen Liangyuan greeted her coldly, but politely. "Miss Wen, please take a seat." Madame Lu gestured to the chair across from her. Wen Liangyuan tidied her skirt and sat down politely. "Miss Wen, I came to see you because Grandpa Ajing's birthday is approaching, and he wants to see his future granddaughter-in-law," Madame Lu said, looking kindly at Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan recalled the words Lu Zheng had said through Lin Xiu yesterday, and suddenly seemed to understand a bit. She smiled and replied, "Madam, you jest. I have no relationship with the commander. We aren't at the stage of meeting the parents, and marriage is a far-fetched idea. After all, for young people, marriage is a shackle." She was grateful for her living environment, which had exposed her to many terrifying alien beasts and insectoids from a young age. Thus, she no longer felt any fear towards such a commanding noblewoman. Madame Lu clearly did not expect Wen Liangyuan to be so difficult to deal with. For a moment, she was a bit taken aback, and after a while, she said, "I checked, and your father fought alongside Grandpa Ajing against the insectoids when he was young. Our families aren't completely unrelated. This time, let us not discuss marriage. Let us just visit the birthday banquet and see the elders. What do you think, Miss Wen?" This statement left Wen Liangyuan speechless. She could not bear the guilt of disrespecting her elders, especially since her father was stubborn and cared about his reputation. She couldn't let him get angry or lose face. "Then I suppose I will have to trouble you at your residence," Wen Liangyuan finally agreed. A deeper smile appeared on Madame Lu's face. "That's right. We can arrange for your father to have a video call with Grandpa Ajing then." Chapter 48. Catching his bride, what an honor it is for the gatekeeper to communicate with the aging general he has followed all his life. It must be something he can talk about for his entire life, a source of pride and joy for him. In the end, it was something the Lu family used to trade with her. When Liangyuan returned to the pastry room, inevitably distracted, the master chef waved her off, telling her to go to the backyard to prepare dinner and not to block his work. Grateful for the chef's understanding, Wen Liangyuan made an extra dish of braised pork for dinner. After dinner, Wen Liangyuan called out to Su Qingma, "Mr. Su, are you going to Grandpa Lu's birthday banquet? Do you want to go with me?" Su Qingma looked at her, and when Liangyuan nodded, smiling helplessly, "I might feel a bit flustered alone." "Sorry, Liangyuan, I can't go, but I can take you there and pick you up afterward." Su Qingma smiled. "That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Su." On the day of the banquet, when Liangyuan finished cooking dinner and got off work, returning to her room to get her dress ready, she only had one dress that she could wear out, the one she wore last time at Aunt Betty's house, and she didn't have any extra coins to buy a new one. She had to rummage through her wardrobe, hoping to find a suitable dress. In the end, she found a beige short puff-sleeve dress, which had the advantage of cinching at the waist just below the bust, and the wide skirt could effectively hide her pregnancy belly. The problem was that the dress was too casual, lacking in elegance and luxury. When Liangyuan had to try putting her hair up, pinning pearls at her hair, and wearing pearl earrings, which improved her appearance a bit. When Liangyuan turned around in the mirror and sighed with relief. At least she could save some money. Although she knew well that the gold coins in her personal account were enough for her to buy the most luxurious dress in all of Donghuaxing, in her heart, that money did not belong to her. Since it was for the child, she decided to use that money after the baby was born. When Liangyuan slowly exhaled, touched her belly, and put on a temperature-regulating trench coat, preparing to go out. Su Qingma intercepted her on the stairs. "You're planning to wear this?" Nodding. When Liangyuan looked down at her dress, "What's wrong?" "Too weak," Su Qingma commented, then glanced at the time. "Wait for me. I'll be right back." "Mr. Su." Su Qingma moved quickly, and when Liangyuan didn't call out to him, but she also didn't dare to leave, sitting on a bench waiting for him. Less than half an hour later, Su Qingma returned, holding a beautiful and exquisite large box. Upon seeing her, he opened it and handed her some pearls to hang around her neck, along with a pair of long gloves. He pushed her back into the house. "Don't refuse. This is one of my sister's dresses from her wardrobe. She never wore it, so it will be better to put it to use than to let it sit." "Mr. Su?" "I." When Liangyuan turned to look at him, hesitating, Su Qingma smiled. "It's my regret and worry that I can't stop you from entangling with Lu Zheng. Let this dress be my compensation for my feelings. Please don't refuse. I'm sorry. I seem to be a bit reckless and self-righteous." Clearly, when Liangyuan was also trying to make amends. Su Qingma stroked her head. "It's fine. I can't understand your feelings, but you know what you're doing." When Liangyuan gave Su Qingma a steady look and turned back into the house, she followed Su Qingma's advice, putting on the gorgeous dark red dress, taking off the pearls from her hair and hanging them around her neck, wearing the black long gloves, and stepping into low-heeled shoes as she walked out of the house. Yes, such a glamorous dress isn't suitable for jewelry. "You should put on some dark lipstick to enhance your complexion," Su Qingma advised. When Liangyuan didn't refuse and followed his instructions, Su Qingma took another careful look at her. "That's good. Let's go. Are you mentally prepared? Can I say no?" When Liangyuan felt helpless and anxious, Su Qingma laughed cheerfully. "Clearly not. Let's go. The hover car is waiting outside." The Lu family's old residence is not in the city center, but on a mountain in the suburbs. First, there is a huge, luxurious wrought iron gate. Then they pass through a forest and cross an artificial lake, arriving at a lawn in front of the castle. Lu Zheng, Lu Qing, Madame Lu, and the Minister of Finance were welcoming the guests. Su Qingma parked the hover car and escorted Wen Liangyuan through the forest and the artificial lake, then paused, waiting for Wen Liangyuan to approach Lu Zheng and the others before turning to leave. "Welcome, Miss Wen, please come in." Madame Lu was very polite, while Lu Qing greeted her coldly, lifting her head high and not even looking at Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan nodded to Lu Zheng, the Minister of Finance, and Madame Lu, as a form of greeting, standing tall as she entered the house. The house could not be described as merely affluent. It was spacious, bright, and luxurious, with a crystal chandelier in the center of the hall shining brightly. The servants were elegantly dressed, and the guests were extraordinary, even more so than at Aunt Betty's banquet last time. After all, the prince was present, led by a servant, when Liangyuan approached Old Master Lu to pay her respects. Junior, when Liangyuan pays her respects to Grandpa Lu, wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. Old Master Lu resembled Lu Zheng somewhat, making it easy to imagine that decades later, Lu Zheng would likely look the same. As Old Master Lu paused to chat with others, he turned his keen gaze toward Wen Liangyuan, staring at her for quite some time before nodding. "Have you greeted Ajahn?" The tone of his voice was inevitably misleading. Wen Liangyuan did not believe that such a shrewd-looking elder would be unaware of this. It was intentional. This fact made her feel a sense of disgust, but she did not show it. "Not yet. Go find him, or you'll be pestered by the young ladies in the family to dance again," Old Master Lu said with amusement, turning to chat with the curious guests. When Liangyuan turned to leave, faintly hearing a remark, "I wonder if Lu Zheng can catch his bride," she couldn't help but smile coldly. Did Lu Zheng need to catch her? They only needed to use Lu Zheng as bait, and she would be tempted. Thinking of this, when Liangyuan couldn't help but feel colder inside. Her life could be changed by love, but she would never submit to it. "Miss Wen, you must be eager to marry into this family. After all, this family represents the highest power. No woman would refuse to become the mistress of this castle and be Madame Lu," Lu Qing said disdainfully, her gaze looking down on Wen Liangyuan. When Liangyuan glanced at her, her face wearing a gentle smile. Indeed. Chapter 49, I don't want to marry Lu Zheng, to be honest. Becoming the next lady of this castle, becoming Lu Zheng's wife, was indeed something she had fantasized about countless times. But the reality was that when such a beautiful opportunity was presented to her, she would not accept it. The wealth of this castle came with an equal amount of danger. She did not think she was strong enough to bear such overwhelming wealth. She was self-aware. Lu Zheng's expression changed. When Liangyuan, one must have self-awareness. Some things are better left unthought of. It's scary to not have the fate to enjoy them. When Liangyuan looked at her, Miss Lu, we were polite when we first met, but why do you seem to dislike me so much now? Because you're fickle. One moment you like this, the next you like that. I hate women who are always looking for backups the most. She looked at Wen Liangyuan with disdain. And when Liangyuan felt a bit angry, I've explained it to you, she said. Lu Zheng coldly smiled and retorted, is your word credible? When Liangyuan stopped talking and turned to leave, Lu Zheng chased after her, but when she bumped into Lu Zheng, she had to stop, unwillingly standing in place. Watching Lu Zheng and Wen Liangyuan walk away. In the corner, when Liangyuan turned to Lu Zheng and asked, Commander, why are you following me? Lu Zheng said nothing, just sat down and tiredly closed his eyes. When Liangyuan thought about getting up to leave, but he opened his eyes and sat up, there is something to discuss later. When Liangyuan didn't want to hear him, and thinking about the money in her account, she coldly laughed, Commander, you really are generous. The payment is 1 million gold coins. Her voice was filled with sarcasm, mixed with a hint of sadness. Lu Zheng caught on, looking at Wen Liangyuan with a serious expression, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It's not a payment. Don't insult yourself, and don't insult me. What is it then? What identity are you giving me money from? At this moment, when Liangyuan realized she was being a bit aggressive, more unlike her usual self, she was angry and sad, ultimately turning into a heavy gloom in her heart. She leaned on a chair to sit down, unable to straighten her back. It's money from the person you saved, and the identity of the one you saved. Lu Zheng said this seriously, looking at Wen Liangyuan. Don't get too deeply involved with the Lu family. Don't trust anyone from the Lu family. Even you? When Liangyuan countered. Lu Zheng nodded, including me. With a mocking smile, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but coldly look at him. Commander, when will I be able to distinguish clearly that you are you, and Zheng is Zheng? This question left Lu Zheng unable to answer. I've always found it strange. You're a level 9 alpha. Although you can't find a level 9 Yida, there should be many level 8 and 7 Yidas. Why don't you look for them? When Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng, her expression serious. Don't you know? The spiritual bodies also depend on compatibility. Lu Zheng initially found it strange, but then thought about it. She was a Yida with awakened spiritual power later, and he understood. When Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng, so, does that mean our spiritual bodies are very compatible? You're a dragon. Shut up. Lu Zheng's face suddenly changed, and his expression became very bad. When Liangyuan was startled and quickly reacted, your spiritual body? Never say it. Keep it buried in your heart. Lu Zheng coldly stared at Wen Liangyuan, and she felt a chill in her heart, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead, her face turning pale. Lu Zheng looked at her, realizing he had gone too far. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but my spiritual body. You don't need to talk harshly to me. I know I can't say it outside. When Liangyuan's mood became very bad, very frustrated, and very wronged. Hadn't he just yelled at her? I'm apologizing to you. I'm sorry. Lu Zheng's expression twisted a bit, as if he was not used to apologizing to others, saying I'm sorry. When Liangyuan looked at him with red eyes, you just yelled at me so loudly? When you are Zheng, you are so gentle and pampering. Lu Zheng. He seemed unsure of what to do. If it weren't for Lu Zheng coming in time to rescue him, Lu Zheng really wouldn't know what to do. Grandpa said he has something to tell you. Please go up to the second floor to his study. Lu Zheng spoke while coldly looking at Wen Liangyuan. Lu Zheng walked ahead, and Wen Liangyuan followed behind him. Lu Zheng whispered warning words in Wen Liangyuan's ear. When Liangyuan glanced back at Lu Zheng and voiced her suspicion, you don't look at all like Zheng's sister. I don't believe you're siblings. This remark was as damaging as a cannonball. Lu Zheng suddenly stood still, her face turning very ugly. When Liangyuan saw this, and hurriedly walked a couple of steps to Lu Zheng's side. Lu Zheng, are you really his sister? You don't look alike at all. Lu Zheng did not answer. He quickened his pace and pushed open the door to old Master Lu's study, stopping Wen Liangyuan's thoughts. Inside the study, lights flickered around, and after they entered, 2 lights came over and stopped beside them, guiding them to old Master Lu. Most of the Lu family members were here. Old Master Lu, Minister of Finance Lu Yuntian, Madame Lu, Lu Zheng, Lu Qing, and the old master sat in the main seat while they sat on the ancient sofa beside him. Lu Zheng stood by, and a robot pushed over 2 chairs for Wen Liangyuan and Lu Qing to sit down. "How is your father?" After everyone sat down and the robot served tea, the old master's gaze fell on Wen Liangyuan as he inquired about this matter. Wen Liangyuan looked at him. "Yes, doing well. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Lu. When will they come up? Our 2 families should sit down together and discuss your marriage with Lu Zheng." Old Master Lu's gaze was undeniable and irrefutable. When Liangyuan glanced at Lu Zheng, her gaze falling into his deep eyes like a starry river, she knew Lu Zheng was signaling her to refuse. Ignoring Lu Zheng, she turned her gaze back to Old Master Lu. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Lu. I don't want to marry Lu Zheng." As soon as this was said, the eyes of the Lu family members, including Lu Zheng, fell on her, clearly not expecting her to refuse the marriage so straightforwardly. Especially Lu Qing. When Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng, "He doesn't like me. I can feel it very clearly. I am indeed a girl without distractions, but I also have my pride and self-respect. I cannot marry a man who does not love me, even if I like him very much. It is absolutely impossible." Would the Lu family admire her for this statement? No, they only thought she was foolish, that she wouldn't make a choice. The Minister of Finance looked at her coldly and stated the facts. "Miss Wen, don't you know how important power and money are to your family in this era?" "I know, but I won't sacrifice myself for them. I'm not a saint. I'm just an ordinary person. As for money, I'm not worried. My monthly salary is enough for me to live well." Chapter 50. As she wishes, of course. "You're not worried, because Lu Zheng's gold coins have all been given to you." Lu Qing finally couldn't hold back and said this. Clearly, this was something the Lu family hadn't anticipated. Their gazes fell on Wen Liangyuan, who straightened her back, placing her hands gracefully on her waist to hide her pregnant belly from their sight. The first to react was Lu Zheng. He looked at them, knowing that she had saved him numerous times without regard for her own reputation, and she was more than qualified to inherit all of his wealth. He noticed Wen Liangyuan's gesture of covering her belly and understood her intentions, so he stepped closer to her, positioning himself to obscure most of her figure. "Have you made your own decision about this? Your money is not just yours alone." The Minister of Finance looked at Lu Zheng, his expression ambiguous, complex, and hesitant. Lu Zheng met his gaze evenly, bright and firm, stating, "I believe I have the authority to decide over this money, and my life is worth a lot." In terms of momentum, he did not yield to the seated Minister of Finance. When Liangyuan glanced at him, slowly withdrawing her gaze, ready to face the anger in the eyes of Madame Lu and Lu Qing, unafraid. "Grandfather, I've decided this matter. It's my intention." Lu Zheng looked at the elder Lu, expressing his thoughts. "All right, Grandfather understands." The elder Lu then looked at the others, stating that Lu Zheng would decide this matter himself. Once these words were spoken, although Madame Lu and Lu Qing were fuming, they didn't dare to say anything further, and the Minister of Finance remained silent as well. The elder's gaze fell on Wen Liangyuan again, shifting from serious to gentle. "Let me connect you with your father via a video call. It's been a long time since we last met." "Okay." Wen Liangyuan activated her holographic device to contact her family, and the video call was quickly connected. She expanded the holographic screen, allowing Wen Yuan and the elder Lu to communicate. Clearly, the elder had forgotten about Wen Yuan, and their conversation was awkward, mostly inquiring about the current living conditions on Weishui Star. However, the elder was still the elder. Despite the awkwardness, he maintained a normal expression. "Actually, the reason for contacting you this time is simply to facilitate the marriage between your daughter and my grandson. What do you think?" After chatting for a while, he finally got to the main point. When Yuan clearly hadn't anticipated this, immediately shifting his gaze to another spot. When Liangyuan knew that it was the position where her mother often sat. After a moment, when Yuan finally spoke from there, "My daughter's marriage matter has always been based on her wishes. Let us see how the 2 children's fates align. As a father, I shouldn't be the one to discuss this with my daughter." The elder hadn't expected him to mean this. He originally thought they would agree immediately, which would allow him to pressure Wen Liangyuan, somewhat coercing them to be together. When Liangyuan's expression remained unchanged. Afterward, the elder spoke a few more words. and Wen Liangyuan kept looking to his daughter for her wishes. The elder couldn't continue the conversation and politely wrapped up and ended the video call. Afterward, the Lu family's expressions were not pleasant. If Wen Liangyuan had a more ordinary background, it would have been easy to deal with her. However, she was the daughter of the gatekeeper, and even though the monthly silver coins were not much in the Imperial Galaxy, their status was quite high, making it difficult to handle. Your parents respect you a lot. The elder Lu glanced at Wen Liangyuan, just as you all respect Lu Zheng. Wen Liangyuan said softly and harmlessly, understanding everything in her heart. Why do her parents respect her? Because she has provided a lot of silver coins, filling countless pits caused by Wen Liangyuan's troubles over the years. As long as they still regard her as their daughter, they would consult her on these matters. In contrast, Lu Zheng's situation was evidently different. His voice within the Lu family was earned through his own hard work and bloodshed. Her words made Lu Zheng somewhat satisfied, while causing the others in the Lu family to change their expressions, particularly the Minister of Finance, Lu Yuntian, Madame Lu, and Lu Qing, while the elder Lu's eyes slightly narrowed like a cunning old fox. Their undisguised gazes all fell into Wen Liangyuan's eyes. Wen Liangyuan exchanged a few polite words and left the vast, dark study. Lu Zheng accompanied her to the door. You did very well today, Lu Zheng suddenly said beside her. Wen Liangyuan turned to look at him. Are you afraid I would agree to this marriage? So, when you heard my normal refusal, you still want to praise me? She was a bit angry. Because you're protecting yourself, Lu Zheng said coldly without indulging her temper, quickening his pace down the stairs. Wen Liangyuan caught up to him, grabbing Lu Zheng's hand and pulling him outside, disregarding the curious and scrutinizing gazes around them. Strangely, Lu Zheng did not resist Wen Liangyuan's actions and cooperatively followed her outside. Outside, the scenery was beautiful. Wen Liangyuan stopped and released Lu Zheng's hand. Turned to look at him. Commander, what exactly is our relationship? Lu Zheng remained silent, only looking at her, smiling slightly and lowering her head. Wen Liangyuan took a few deep breaths before raising her head to look at Lu Zheng, her eyes filled with turbulent emotions. We have no relationship. I understand now. You need to calm down, Lu Zheng said in a relatively gentle tone. Wen Liangyuan looked into his eyes. I've always been very calm. Miss Wen. Lu Zheng's tone became a bit heavier. When Liangyuan lowered her head again, I understand. This time, she truly calmed down. Yes, she had no relationship with Lu Zheng. At most, they were acquaintances. As for Lu Zheng's words, their relationship was very close. Thinking of this, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. Raising her head with a mocking expression towards Lu Zheng, holding his hand, you said that holding hands with you, for a Zheng, is it considered crossing the line? How could I hold hands with a man other than him? If outsiders heard this, it would sound strange, even absurd, but Lu Zheng understood and comprehended it, which was exactly why he couldn't find a single word to respond. The only thing he could do was release Wen Liangyuan's hand and say politely, Miss Wen, I'll take you back. When Liangyuan looked at her palm, still feeling the warmth of Lu Zheng's hand. No need. Mr. Su will come to pick me up. Commander, please go back to entertain the guests. Could you have a servant bring my coat out? Thank you. Lu Zheng replied and went back inside. Shortly after, he came out again, holding Wen Liangyuan's coat. Miss Wen, your coat. He handed the coat to Wen Liangyuan, and then he didn't go back inside, standing by waiting for Su Qingmo to pick her up. Putting on the coat, Wen Liangyuan didn't even glance at him, tilting her head back to look towards the forest. Su Qingmo arrived quickly, and Lu Zheng watched as Wen Liangyuan left with him, only turning back to the house after their figures disappeared. Chapter 51. Her discovery. His comings and goings always attracted attention, and the people around him were equally noteworthy, especially the young and beautiful girls. On the other side, the departing Wen Liangyuan asked Su Qingmo a question that had been on her mind. Mr. Su, why do I feel that Mrs. Lu and Lu Qing are strange? She was utterly confused but couldn't find an answer, because Lu Qing looked quite a bit like Lu Zheng. Su Qingmo was surprised by her keen observation and chuckled. What makes you think that? Well, it feels like they aren't genuinely concerned about Lu Zheng. My sister and I, even though I dislike her, I still worry about her when something happens. And I can't help but assist her, Wen Liangyuan said, her eyes showing a bit of helplessness, but more warmth and a touch of pity for Lu Zheng. Su Qingma smirked coldly, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. The reason you feel that way is because you are biological sisters, whereas Lu Qing and Lu Zheng are not biologically related. That's not entirely accurate. They should be considered half-siblings. Half-siblings? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but repeat, and Su Qingma nodded. Yes, they're not biological siblings, but Lu Qing has always treated Lu Zheng very well, so it seems like they're close. But you could figure this out. That's impressive. Su Qingma's compliment didn't make Wen Liangyuan feel happy. Instead, she felt a bit uncomfortable. It's because Lu Qing said that Lu Zheng gave me all his money. And I noticed Lu Qing's expression after Lu Zheng spoke. So, Lu Zheng is quite pitiful. The last sentence was said softly and gently. Su Qingma looked at her, not surprised by the feelings in her eyes. Lu Zheng was indeed very pitiful. Turning to Su Qingma, Wen Liangyuan's eyes widened. Mr. Su, what has happened to Lu Zheng? What's wrong with him? Liangyuan, there are many things I can't discuss as an outsider because it's Lu Zheng's business. It's disrespectful to talk about these things without his permission. However, I can tell you things that are well known, like the fact that they are not biological siblings. Beyond that, I can't say more. If Lu Zheng doesn't care about these matters, then discussing them is fine. But the problem is, Lu Zheng cares a lot. Knowing that others care and still discussing it is extremely inappropriate. When Liangyuan understood this simple principle, so she didn't ask further. Su Qingma sighed in relief. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about him. Isn't he doing well right now? I believe that one day he will become the head of the Lu family. And by then, he won't have to fear these unspeakable matters. Su Qingma had always believed in Lu Zheng. He could achieve these things. I believe in him too. When Liangyuan smiled, reflecting on her attitude towards Lu Zheng, feeling a bit uncomfortable. The space in the hover car was small, and her downcast emotions caught Su Qingma's attention. What's wrong? When Liangyuan felt upset. I think I lost my temper with Lu Zheng today and treated him coldly. I feel so guilty, Mr. Su. Her demeanor almost made Su Qingma laugh out loud. Liangyuan, Lu Zheng's heart is exceptionally strong, so you don't need to worry about him. He won't take your anger to heart. However, Su Qingma's words didn't provide much comfort. Instead, it had the opposite effect, making Wen Liangyuan feel even sadder. So, is it because he is so strong that both the Empire and the Lu family naturally think he should bear these burdens? And then just throw everything onto him, knowing he can solve it? As for how much he sacrifices or how hard it is for him, does it matter? Even if, in the end, the media exposes his mental breakdown, he might be dismissed, and the people he once protected could turn against him, scolding him? At this point, Wen Liangyuan's eyes reddened slightly. Completely unexpectedly, Su Qingma realized something and felt a bit flustered. Liangyuan, don't be sad. Lu Zheng is not as fragile as you think. He is incredibly strong. Others might take years to get into military school, but he went at 15. You can't view him as an ordinary person. Because of Su Qingma's words, Wen Liangyuan felt even worse, more heartbroken. Su Qingma never anticipated this. She had no choice but to increase the hover car's speed. Once they arrived at the Little Rabbit CF, she helped Wen Liangyuan inside and hurriedly asked Eva to comfort her. After Wen Liangyuan stopped crying, Su Qingma finally sighed in relief. From now on, you are no longer my employee, Liangyuan. You are my ancestor. Saying this, Su Qingma's tone was extremely helpless. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit embarrassed. EMC, Mr. E. It's nothing. Just rest well. I'll head back first. Su Qingma stood up and left. Wen Liangyuan hurriedly saw him off, thanking him several times. Once back home in the hover car, Su Qingma couldn't hold back and called Lu Zheng via video. The call connected quickly, and Lu Zheng was expressionless, sitting in his room and secretly handling work. Without looking up, he asked, "Is there something?" "Guess what Liangyuan told me?" Su Qingma got straight to the point, but Lu Zheng's expression didn't change, leaving Su Qingma feeling frustrated. "Aren't you curious about what she said? That it's worth me giving you a video call?" Su Qingma coaxed. Lu Zheng looked up at him and said, "Go ahead, what did she say?" Su Qingma snorted coldly, setting the hover car to autopilot, his eyes fixed on Lu Zheng's facial expression. "I told her you are very strong, so she doesn't need to worry about you." But guess what she said? Lu Zheng didn't reply and continued to focus on his work. Su Qingma, holding back his frustration, continued. She said, "Is it because you are strong that we naturally throw the difficulties onto you, regardless of how much you sacrifice or how hard it is. We don't care. Even in the end, if the media exposes your mental breakdown, you might be dismissed, and the people you once protected could betray you and scold you. This time, Su Qingma noticed a change in Lu Zheng's expression. He paused, his eyes not moving, clearly lost in thought about what Wen Liangyuan had said. It took him a while to come back to his senses, his gaze shifting to other screens as he continued working. He didn't speak, didn't refute, and wasn't even impatient. This was already a change for him. Others might not see it, but Su Qingma did. He smiled slightly. Lu Zheng, I always thought it was like this until Liangyuan said these things. I realize that you also have it tough, that you are tired and have sacrificed a lot. And only when Liangyuan feels that. I used to think she was silly, wondering what she liked about you. Wasn't it just asking for trouble? Now I realize she can always see things in you that we can't. She's the smartest. Chapter 52. Mr. Darcy has an appointment. Lu Zheng did not speak. Said nothing at all. Su Qingma, recalling the words about mental power going out of control, looked at Lu Zheng on the screen. But how could your mental power go out of control? Isn't there an inhibitor? Besides, Liangyuan can also help purify you. She raised her head to look at Su Qingma, thinking it was nothing, just that she was overthinking. Lu Zheng guessed that when Liangyuan must have let something slip. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up the video call. Lu Zheng lowered his head to continue working, unaffected by this matter. On the other side, after several days without contact, Wen Liangshu missed Wen Liangyuan and called her for video chat, saying something. Miss Jones invited my cousin Lisha and me to their home tomorrow at noon. We can meet Mr. Jones. Should I go? Also, I don't have any silver coins on me. If you have some, could you lend me a bit? I'll pay you back later. She felt a bit embarrassed. When Liangyuan nodded, not in a good mood, I have some, but I only have 3,000. She had to keep 2,000 for herself. Moreover, her sister didn't use silver coins casually and couldn't give all of it to her. 3,000 is fine, just transfer it to me. By the way, what if Mr. Jones really likes me? What do you think? Wen Liangshu was much more determined this time than last time. And when Liangyuan could see that she had come to a lot of realizations. What do you like about Mr. Jones? His annual salary of 200,000 silver coins? Or his entire family fortune? When Liangyuan couldn't help but tease, and when Liangshu's face turned slightly red. He is very gentlemanly and respects people. Of course, an annual salary of 200,000 makes him even more attractive. When Liangshu did not deny it. When Liangyuan felt a little speechless. Don't be bullied, Jenny. Jones often hangs out with Lu Qing. He isn't easy to deal with. Maybe she dislikes you, and that would make things even harder for you. Not scared. When Liangshu reminded her, not much to talk about. I have to prepare my dress. Oh, remember to transfer me the money. Got it. After Wen Liangyuan hung up the video call, she transferred 3,000 silver coins to Wen Liangshu and noted, it's not easy for me to earn money, so don't spend it recklessly. Wen Liangshu replied with an emoji and didn't respond to any other messages. The smile on Wen Liangyuan's face gradually faded as she hugged her knees, resting her head on her legs, her thick black hair cascading down. She envied Wen Liangshu for being able to boldly say she liked Mr. Jones. The next morning, Wen Liangyuan received another video call from Wen Liangshu, saying that Mr. Darcy wanted her ID and that she had forgotten to add him last time. Wen Liangyuan suddenly remembered this matter and hurriedly found a piece of paper to add William's ID. He quickly responded with a message. Miss Wen, Miss Jones is hosting a small ball. Will you come? Seeing this message, Wen Liangyuan paused for a moment and then replied, Mr. Darcy, I already took leave yesterday, and it wouldn't be good to take leave again today. Have fun. The ball was at noon, and she wouldn't get off work until 7. Besides not wanting to see Ginny, it was also a significant reason not to ask for leave again. Most importantly, she already had a child, and it seemed inappropriate to date a young man. Clearly, because she did not attend, Mr. Darcy also did not go to the ball. As when Liangshu told her in a video call the next afternoon that Mr. Darcy didn't attend. When Liangyuan said nothing, and when Liangshu added, I suddenly realized that it's fine if you don't like Dr. Lu. This William Darcy obviously likes you very much. His father is a chancellor, and he is a researcher at the Academy of Sciences. His family must be quite wealthy, more than enough for you. Think about it. This was something Wen Liangyuan never expected. When Liangshu would actually encourage her date. She remained silent, and when Liangshu continued, Why aren't you talking? Mr. Darcy is handsome and elegant. Although he seems a bit proud and doesn't like to talk to us, he's really great. He might even manage the Academy of Sciences in the future. Don't you like him? You just take care of yourself. You really don't need to worry about me. Wen Liangyuan had no choice but to say this. Otherwise, Wen Liangshu would keep going on. I'm your sister. How can I not care about you? Wen Liangshu retorted. Wen Liangyuan, feeling helpless, said, but I have my own thoughts. Really, you don't need to worry about me. What do you want? Wen Liangshu sounded a bit irritated. After a few more exchanges, Wen Liangyuan could no longer hold back and had to find an excuse to be busy, seizing the opportunity to hang up the video call. Not long after hanging up, William sent her a message, saying he had arrived at her Little Rabbit CAF and wanted to try the desserts and coffee inside. Wen Liangyuan let out a sigh, glanced at her failed creation, and replied, Mr. Darcy, would you like to try my dark dessert? It's free. Absolutely. William didn't mind at all, nodded to the waiter, and chose a seat by the window. So, Wen Liangyuan indeed brought out her failed dessert and placed it in front of William. Mr. Darcy, dare to try it? Her sudden appearance startled William. He first looked at her and said, Miss Wen, please sit. Then his gaze was drawn to the dessert on the table, smiling as he said, It looks great. I'll give it a try. Good. Wen Liangyuan was infected by his smile, and her mood lightened a bit. She picked up the spoon and handed it to him, saying, I might have put a little too little sugar in it, so it might not be sweet enough. This was a simple cake, but Wen Liangyuan didn't use the master chef's recipe. She used her own whimsical recipe, which was why it was deemed a failure by the master chef. The cake was served on a porcelain white plate, round and fluffy, golden brown and soft, with the aroma of sugar and eggs wafting through. William took a piece, looked at Wen Liangyuan sitting opposite him, and his eyes lit up. This tastes great, better than anything I've had before. Huh? Wen Liangyuan was quite surprised. It was deemed a failure by the master chef. Haven't you tried it yourself? William looked at Wen Liangyuan with a smile. His eyes not as proud as when they first met, appearing warm. I haven't. Wen Liangyuan smiled and said, finishing, she asked a passing waiter for a spoon, scooped up a piece, and ended up being charmed by it as well. It seemed it really is good. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, eagerly putting down the spoon, taking out her holographic brain to snap a photo of the cake. Just as she was about to take another, she suddenly thought of including the handsome Mr. Darcy in shot, but she didn't know if he would agree. Mr. Darcy, would you mind if I take a photo of you with the dessert to post online? William was taken aback for a moment, then stiffly nodded, sure, that's fine. It looked a bit awkward, and Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. Trust me, you don't have to do anything. Just sit here and eat the cake. You don't need to do anything else. Chapter 53. There might be a little jealousy. This made William breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Wen Liangyuan took a picture of William's handsome profile under the sunset, alongside a delicious cake, which looked so romantically artistic. After taking the photo, Wen Liangyuan handed it to William and asked, Mr. Darcy, what do you think? As soon as his gaze fell on the photo, William couldn't take his eyes off it. Wen Liangyuan smiled warmly. The winter sun made the handsome Mr. Darcy and the cake appear warm and romantic, giving off a feeling that the cake must taste wonderful. At least that's how she felt. Miss Wen, you took a great shot. You have a talent for discovering beauty, William said, looking at Wen Liangyuan, who was full of warmth and smiles under the sunlight. Rarely complimented, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit shy, lowering her head and blushing. Mr. Darcy, why don't you sit here? I'll take a picture of you too. You must look great under the sunlight. William opened his holographic device, gesturing for Wen Liangyuan to sit down. You both sit down. I'll take your picture, and it'll be perfect for the next door poster. Su Qingmao walked over, opening his holographic device. Wen Liangyuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave in to Su Qingmao, and they both sat down, facing the sunlight. As Su Qingmao took a wonderfully atmospheric photo of them under the warm winter sun, they sat opposite each other, one in a black suit, handsome and suave, and the other in a white long-sleeve dress, pure and delicate. The warm sunlight poured over them, and in the middle of the table was a plate of golden, soft, and sweet cake. The picture looked like a couple's photo, yet also like a gathering of friends, very romantic and beautiful. Su Qingmao sent the photo to Wen Liangyuan, who then forwarded it to William, along with the one they had just taken. I'm going to post this, she said, as long as Miss Wen likes it. William replied, then turned to Su Qingmao politely saying, "Mr. Su, I think the poster can just feature Miss Wen alone. You can blur me out." He meant that, and Su Qingma agreed, saying it was no problem as long as it wasn't deleted. As he spoke, Su Qingma's gaze was drawn to the cake on the table. "Liangyuan, is this today as failed product?" "Yes, I thought I'd let Mr. Darcy try it. He seems to like it," when Liangyuan smiled. Su Qingma then asked a waiter for a spoon, tried it himself, and found it tasted quite good. "I like it too." Su Qingma looked at Wen Liangyuan and added, "Do you know why I don't like the pastries from the shop? The master chef makes them too sweet, but your sweetness is just right. I really like it." Wen Liangyuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Are there many people whose tastes are similar to ours? Then can we add half-sugar pastries to the menu? And can I also get a commission like the master chef?" She was straightforward. She liked money and wasn't too shy about discussing it. Su Qingma smiled and nodded. "Are you only thinking about making money all day?" Their familiarity made William's expression subtly change, but he hid it well, so neither of them noticed. It wasn't until Su Qingma saw him off that William turned to him and bluntly asked, "Mr. Su, are you and Miss Wen in a romantic relationship?" Faced with the arrogance and indifference in his eyes, Su Qingma felt a bit uncomfortable, then recalled something and realized, "We are not a couple. I should be considered her mentor. Why? Does Mr. Darcy seem to care about our relationship?" William breathed a sigh of relief, and the coldness in his eyes faded slightly, though his arrogance remained. "I think your relationship has always been that of mentor and mentee." The implication of this statement left Su Qingma slightly speechless. "Mr. Darcy, I don't think you need to harbor any animosity towards me. The person you should really have an issue with isn't me." "Who is that?" William asked, showing a hint of impatience. "Is he Miss Wen's fiancé?" Su Qingma, however, remained calm. "I'm not sure. If you're curious, you can ask Liangyuan. She is a proud and straightforward person. She should tell you." Su Qingma didn't elaborate further, adhering to his principle of not interfering in others' lives. As he sent William off, he returned to the CAF, where Wen Liangyuan was waiting for him. "Mr. Su, you've been gone for so long. Are you afraid to discuss the commission with me?" Wen Liangyuan raised an eyebrow, her heart racing a little. She was somewhat worried that her request might cost her this job, but she also wanted to be treated equally, so she took the initiative to fight for it. Yet, now that she had, she felt a bit scared. Su Qingma smiled. "I won't cheat you, so I'll add the half-sugar cake to the menu today. You could try it for a week, and if there is no business in a week, I'll remove it." "What about the material costs?" Wen Liangyuan was quite concerned about this. Unable to help but laugh, Su Qingma looked exasperated. "Liangyuan, you're really focused on money. Fine, I'll reimburse you. Is that okay? I'll definitely do a good job." When Liangyuan's eyes lit up, Su Qingma chuckled helplessly and reached out to pat her head. "Good luck." "Okay." When Liangyuan felt a bit shy. When the master chef heard about this, he was also happy for her. "I didn't expect this. Thanks to you for thinking of it. Our little rabbit CAF's business will get better, and the boss might even give us a raise." When Liangyuan had initially worried that the master chef would be unhappy since she was altering the cake recipe, which might harm his interests. But he didn't mind at all. "Thank you, chef. I'll definitely work hard," she said, feeling a bit embarrassed for having misjudged him. That night, lying in bed, when Liangyuan posted a status with a picture of William's profile and the cake, along with the photo they took together, but William was blurred out. She added a line of text. "The winter sun is very warm. Thank you, Mr. Su, Mr. Darcy, and the master chef. It's truly romantic to have you in my life." After posting, she went to sleep. Meanwhile, this set of photos was seen by Lu Zheng, who was still working late at night. He didn't even know why he was following her, feeling various emotions. After a while, he realized that it was his uncontrolled mental energy that was feeling jealous, angry, and upset. He let out a breath, closed the holographic screen, and continued with his other work, completely unaware that the sleeping when Liangyuan didn't know anything about this. The next day, after making breakfast, when Liangyuan went to the pastry room to start making pastries, especially since she would earn a commission, and it was quite significant, 5 silver coins for every 1,000. At Little Rabbit CAF, she could earn several hundred silver coins for every cake sold. She thought to herself that if she could sell 3 cakes a day, she could make 80 to 90,000 silver coins a month. This way, The cost of the space train from Weishui Star to Donghua Star would no longer be an issue. Before the public's second month of the new year, she might even have money to buy things to send back home. With this thought, Wen Liangyuan felt even more motivated, almost unable to resist video calling her family to share the good news. However, recalling the 100,000 silver coins she had lost, she remained cautious and decided not to tell her family, planning to save it for when they needed it. Chapter 54. The commander is angry. That night, her dreams were all about saving money, and when she woke up, she felt so satisfied that she really thought she had saved some money. Of course, it was just a dream. When Liangyuan got up, in a good mood, cooked breakfast, kept it warm, and then went to the pastry room to make pastries. She was so eager to make money. By the time Su Qingma came to work, she had already made 2 types of cakes and put them in the oven. Liangyuan, you really love money. Su Qingma couldn't help but be shocked. When Liangyuan's eager look for making money truly astonished him. It's okay. When Liangyuan felt a bit shy. How many silver coins for each piece? Su Qingma asked again, which left Wen Liangyuan in a dilemma about how to set the price. So she followed her heart and replied, I don't know. Then let's make it the same as the store's price. Su Qingma laughed after saying that. And when Liangyuan knew he was joking, feeling a bit helpless, she replied, Mr. Su. All right. This time I'll tell the boss to use your and William's photos as the poster for the Little Rabbit CAF, but he didn't agree. Su Qingma said this while looking at Wen Liangyuan with a somewhat funny expression. That look was indeed strange. Wen Liangyuan didn't quite understand. But most of her attention was drawn to the fact that she couldn't make money. The last poster had brought in 100,000 silver coins. If she didn't succeed this time, wouldn't that mean losing 100,000 silver coins? Obviously, yes. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit unhappy thinking about this. Su Qingma couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Mr. Su, what are you laughing at? Wen Liangyuan asked helplessly, glancing at the smart oven. There were still 20 minutes left. Nothing, keep it up. Su Qingma patted Wen Liangyuan's shoulder and turned to leave the pastry room, just bumping into the master chef. Ignoring Su Qingma, the master chef went straight to the oven, took a look inside, and said it looked good. Receiving praise from the master chef made Wen Liangyuan feel a bit shy, her face slightly flushed. It's not that good, just like this. You need to have confidence. Believe in yourself, the master chef said with a smile and began to prepare his pastries, while Wen Liangyuan started to help him organize the materials. When the fragrant and soft pastries were made, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but take a photo and post it online. She then received a like and a comment from William. It looks delicious, Miss Wen. Save me a piece, thank you. Wen Liangyuan promptly replied, Okay, Mr. Darcy. After that, there were comments from Wen Liangshu and Lin Xiao, all of which Wen Liangyuan replied to, including the prices of the desserts. Once the price was sent out, the two stopped replying to her. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and close her light brain, finding it a bit funny. But unexpectedly, within less than half an hour after the pastries were made, 2 not-so-cheap pastries were bought by someone. Yes, the same person bought both. 2 pieces of dessert, valued at 70,000 silver coins. Wen Liangyuan earned over 300 silver coins in commission at once. However, because of this, William's portion was gone, and Wen Liangyuan could only make more. Fortunately, by the time William arrived, the pastries had just come out of the oven, smelling even better than the one from yesterday. Mr. Darcy, sit by the window. With your handsome looks, you'll attract female customers to our shop, Su Qingma said with a suppressed laugh. In fact, there was only a spot there. William didn't expose him and sat by the window, basking in the warm winter sun while enjoying the freshly baked pastries. Mr. Darcy, try this. Since you were my guinea pig yesterday, today I'll give you a 50% discount. Wen Liangyuan said with a smile, and William took a bite. Praising her work, they chatted and laughed, and Su Qingma took the opportunity to snap a photo, then sent it to Lu Zheng with a note. Mr. Darcy's dessert is 50% off. When Lu Zheng saw the photo, his instinct almost made him crush the spoon in his hand, but in the end, reason prevailed, and instead of breaking it, he used it to scoop a large spoonful of dessert into his mouth. The sweet and soft aroma of the dessert filled the entire office, and Lin Xiao and the other assistants kept swallowing their saliva. Finally, Assistant Zhang succumbed first, saying in a pitiful tone, I really want to eat. His voice stirred up Lin Xiao's cravings. I also want to eat cream puffs, preferably mango-flavored. And the cream should be frozen. That would be even better. One bite would be crispy, sour, icy, and sweet. Oh, perfect. The other assistants also wanted to eat, but unfortunately, their salaries didn't allow them to casually buy a piece of dessert. In the end, several of them sat in the fragrant office, watching the commander finish 2 pieces of dessert. Not only that, he was glaring at the pastries with a fierce look as if they were his enemies. Of course, for the usually self-controlled Commander Lu Zheng, this was a significant humiliation. Who would have thought? He had merely come across a post about dessert and ended up unable to control his appetite. As he ate, he recalled the scene at that time, biting down tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What made him angrier was that he had paid full price for 2 pieces, while that William Darcy got a 50% discount. How ridiculous. As if he was some rare treasure. While feeling angry, the commander took a fierce bite of the dessert, swallowing it down harshly. When Assistant Lin Xiao came in to report on work, there were still 2 dessert boxes on Lu Zheng's desk. The 2 exchanged glances, unable to suppress their swallowing. What do you think dragons like to eat? Lu Zheng looked at them, not asking about work as usual, but instead posing a completely unrelated question. The 2 looked at each other, unsure of what the commander was getting at, but based on their limited knowledge of him, Assistant Zhang cautiously answered first. I've heard that there are dragon tribes living on the Beast Star, which are quite similar to the ancient dragons of the Tang Dynasty, and they say they eat meat. Assistant Zhang was very glad he had read the basic introduction to the Beast Star and knew there might be ancient dragons there. Lin Xiao nodded along, yes. They eat meat, but there are also herbivorous dragons. However, powerful ones like the Azure Dragon prefer to eat meat. Meat, haha. Yes, meat. Lu Zheng's anger flared up. The Azure Dragon in his spiritual sea loved to eat desserts, and he wanted to use its taste buds. The 2 exchanged glances, unsure why the commander was acting so strangely, and for a moment, they didn't dare to speak. And a 50% discount. 50% discount. As the commander spoke, he crushed the folder in his hand and then casually clapped his hands, coldly saying, redo it. The 2 were very glad there was a backup in the light brain, and they didn't dare to speak, as they could feel that Commander Lu Zheng was very different now. He was filled with a lot of anger. They didn't dare to provoke him. Chapter 55. My affection for you has lasted a long time after they left. The nearly mentally fractured commander crushed the 2 dessert boxes on the table in anger. As time passed, it had been increasingly longer since when Liangyuan had last cleared and purified his mental sea. He was becoming less able to control the various desires and cravings within him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zheng gritted his teeth in frustration. The chaotic self that had lost control of his mental power seemed to be growing stronger, requiring him to spend a lot of time and rationality to keep it in check. Even if he managed to control it, he would still be influenced by it, becoming jealous, irritable, and volatile like a single-celled organism. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng's expression darkened further. Not allowing himself to sink deeper, Lu Zheng continued to handle his work. But today was rare. He finished work at 6 instead of working until midnight. He went a little rabbit CAF. He could clearly feel that the part of him, Zheng, needed to see Wen Liangyuan to find peace and have good days ahead. So this time he didn't force himself to endure. After all, the agreement between them was that Wen Liangyuan was the one who broke it first. With this thought, Lu Zheng's gaze darkened. Little Rabbit CAF was bustling with customers. When Lu Zheng arrived, Wen Liangyuan was chatting and laughing with William, appearing very harmonious. The part of Lu Zheng inside him, that dragon, seemed to be emitting a message. That was his flower. Yet, William couldn't sense it and continued chatting with Wen Liangyuan, infuriating the dragon, which felt like it could breathe fire in the mental sea, stirring up chaos. Lu Zheng's expression grew darker, his eyes like a terrifying deep sea at night, capable of swallowing people whole. The customers at Little Rabbit CAF were frightened by him, and many who were close by quickly got up to settle their bills and leave. However, Lu Zheng felt nothing. The instinctual cravings of his body compelled him to approach William and Wen Liangyuan. The strong rationality he had maintained for so long felt fragile at this moment, almost shattering with a single blow. His presence was extremely palpable, and both William and Wen Liangyuan noticed him. Wen Liangyuan's emotional side clearly reacted faster than her rational side, and she almost immediately broke into a joyful smile. cheerfully calling out, "Ah, Zheng." After calling out, her rationality returned, and she quickly regained control of her body, her smile gradually fading until only a gentle smile remained. "Good evening, Commander." William stood and greeted, "Good evening, Commander." Ignoring William, Wen Liangyuan's reaction infuriated Lu Zheng. Although his precarious rationality was forcefully operating, it was still defeated by his vigorous, instinctual cravings. "I came to see you, but it seems you have a guest," Lu Zheng said coldly, his gaze fierce as he looked at William, as if he were an intruder in his territory. Wen Liangyuan. This was a scene she had never imagined. But her rationality still intact, she hurriedly greeted William, "Mr. Darcy, I'll have a few words with the commander. You can sit for a moment." After saying this, she forced a smile and quickly pulled Lu Zheng toward the backyard. Once in the backyard, Wen Liangyuan released Lu Zheng, feeling a bit angry. "Dear Commander, what are you doing? Don't you know that your earlier demeanor can easily lead others to misunderstand our relationship?" Damn it. Because of Lu Zheng, Wen Liangyuan unexpectedly felt a hint of happiness, which left her speechless, but the happiness was indeed present. "Hold me," Lu Zheng said, further bewildering Wen Liangyuan. But before she could react, Lu Zheng hugged her tightly, the kind of embrace that was close and suffocating. Feeling his warmth and breath, Wen Liangyuan's face turned red. Her body softened, and her palms felt weak, almost numb in the area connecting to her heart. She felt quite lacking, but there was nothing she could do. Lu Zheng was like a terrifying drug to her, making her body heat up and her heart race. "Commander, you should be in Lu Zheng's state now." "Not Ah Zheng's state," Wen Liangyuan said with certainty, because Ah Zheng would directly pick her up and throw her onto the bed. And not just hug her like this. But the problem was, the cold and ruthless Commander Lu Zheng wouldn't be the type to hug her like this in a volatile and irritable manner, right? What on earth happened to you? When Liangyuan raised her hands to embrace Lu Zheng's shoulders, burying her head in his chest, unable to help but slowly release her mental power to surround him. Lu Zheng said nothing, allowing her to hold him and to use her mental power to soothe the dragon in his turbulent and irritable mental sea. The familiar scent of magnolia entered his nostrils, gradually cooling his hot and restless heart, making it feel refreshing, comfortable, and free. After about half an hour, they finally let go of each other, or rather, it was the restored Commander Lu Zheng who slowly released Wen Liangyuan. Almost immediately, Wen Liangyuan felt the cold aura emanating from him, and the joy in her heart and body gradually dissipated, leaving only helplessness and sadness. Just now, were you on the verge of losing control of your mental power? So, Ah Zheng's emotions almost overtook your rationality, but you were still you, right? When Liangyuan looked at the unfamiliar Lu Zheng, her voice soft and weak. Lu Zheng nodded. Yes, his emotions and cravings affect me greatly. He wants to see you, desires you, and if he can't see you or have you, he becomes restless and angry. I can only suppress him for a few days. The longer it goes on, the harder it is for me to keep him in check. My abnormal behavior today is because of him. When Liangyuan smiled weakly, lowering her head, her voice very faint. I actually quite like you like this. You have rationality, but you become jealous. You hug me, and you give me a feeling that you really like me. Her weak and helpless demeanor for the first time made Lu Zheng feel guilty. I'm sorry, he said. Does the commander think I need your apology? When Liangyuan said, rising on her toes to hug Lu Zheng tightly. Don't push me away. Let me hold you. I just miss you. No matter how much she occupied herself or how busy she was, she still uncontrollably thought of him. She recalled an ancient saying, what one thinks of persistently will surely echo back. And her persistent thoughts were destined to drift down like fallen flowers, flowing with the water and never returning, for the water does not flow back. What relieved her was that at least at this moment, regardless of Lu Zheng's reasons, he did not speak to her coldly or push her away. I have liked you for a long time, so if you want me to stop liking you, please give me time. I can do it, so don't worry. When Liangyuan couldn't help but comfort Lu Zheng. Upon hearing these words from Wen Liangyuan, Lu Zheng suddenly felt her sadness. He couldn't bear to push her away and instead lifted his hand to pat her head. Chapter 56, as long as he likes me, don't do that. You don't need to do anything. If you treat me like this, I'll think you like me just a little bit, and then continue to fantasize. Wen Liangyuan gently closed her eyes, feeling the unfamiliar yet familiar scent on Lu Zheng. Liangyuan, Mr. Darcy is waiting for you outside. Seems like he has something to tell you. Su Qingma didn't finish his sentence, as he saw them embracing in the backyard. When Liangyuan blushed, released Lu Zheng, wiped her face, and turned to look at Su Qingma. I'll be right out. Ignoring Lu Zheng, when Liangyuan turned and left. Looking at her departing figure, Su Qingma coldly smiled at Lu Zheng. What's wrong? You seem a bit jealous. Jealous? Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Qingma with a slightly mocking gaze. Your imagination is getting richer. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the small gate, clearly intending to leave from there. Aren't you going to take a look at William Darcy? He seems to be interested in Liangyuan. Don't underestimate him. After all, he has good abilities, a decent family background, and he's quite handsome. Su Qingma crossed his arms, looking confident. Turning back to him, Lu Zheng expressionlessly nodded and continued to walk away with big strides. Su Qingma dropped his hands, snorted coldly, arrogant. You'll regret it sooner or later. By then, if your wife runs away, don't cry. To this, Lu Zheng felt it was absolutely impossible. In the hall, after William stated his request, there was an undeniable smile in Wen Liangyuan's eyes. Good. Then Mr. Darcy, please wait for me for a moment. I'll be right back. After saying that, she hurried to the cake room. Su Qingma was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Mr. Darcy wants to bring desserts for my mother and sister. So let me bake 2 more pieces. These 2 won't be discounted, and I've made quite a bit today. Wen Liangyuan was very happy, her eyes full of joy. Obviously, the sadness left by Lu Zheng had been swept away by the joy of making money. Seeing her so happy, Su Qingma couldn't help but feel a bit happy too. After making the pastries, when William paid and left with the desserts, Su Qingma and Wen Liangyuan sat by the window to rest and chat. What do you think of William? Su Qingma casually asked. Mr. Darcy? Wen Liangyuan wasn't quite used to saying William's name. Su Qingma hummed. What do you think of him? Very good, although a bit arrogant, but overall, he is a great person, and he even brings desserts for my mother and sister. Such a warm-hearted person is rare. Wen Liangyuan said this with a smile in her eyes. I always wished I had an older brother when I was a child. Me too. When I was bullied by older kids, I really wanted an older brother. Su Qingma said. Wen Liangyuan smiled. Right? I feel the same way. Don't you have an older sister? Su Qingma found it a bit funny. When Liangyuan looked uncomfortable, in my eyes, she's like my younger sister. She didn't say much, but she expressed everything. Su Qingma patted her hand. You've worked hard, little sister. Mr. Su is really nice, knowing that I don't like being an older sister. When Liangyuan said this, her smile faded a bit. Always cleaning up after her, filling in the holes, thinking about it now still feels quite depressing. It's in the past. Don't care about her anymore. Live your own life. Well, don't let her know how much money you earn, even if you give her some. You should keep a bit more for yourself. Su Qingma said gently. When Liangyuan obediently nodded, I know. She wouldn't be as foolish as before. After that day, perhaps when Liangyuan really had a talent for making desserts, as her pastries sold just as well as those made by the master chef, with almost none left over. After 2 or 3 days, 2 very wealthy-looking ladies came to the Little Rabbit CAF. When Liangyuan was already quite familiar with them, stiffened for a moment, then politely invited them to sit down. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lu. Miss Lu, what would you like to eat? When Liangyuan politely showed them the menu. But Lu Qing didn't even look at it, with an arrogant expression. Just bring me something. After all, don't all desserts taste the same? Compared to her, Mrs. Lu was a bit more polite. The wife of the Prime Minister told me that your shop's original flavor-heavy oil cake, with half sugar, is very delicious. Please bring us 2 pieces and 2 cups of black tea as well. Thank you. Wen Liangyuan passed the order to another waiter and went to the pastry room to prepare the cakes. Her expression wasn't quite right, and the master chef noticed it. Someone was buying pastries. She should be happy, as she could earn a commission. This comment made Wen Liangyuan reveal a helpless smile. Master, am I really falling into the money pit? Almost. The master chef smiled, arranged the pastries on a white porcelain plate, placed a spoon neatly, and then put them all on a white tray. Go ahead. This is a commission of 350 silver coins. The master chef patted Wen Liangyuan's head, and she smiled. Good. Thank you, master. Remembering the 350 silver coins, even though Wen Liangyuan wasn't very happy, she still wore a smile and politely placed the pastries in front of them. Enjoy your meal. Wen Liangyuan intended to leave after placing the cake. But the Lu mother and daughter wouldn't give her the chance and stopped her. Miss Wen, can we talk? How many desserts do you have today? We can buy them all. This sentence was said by Lu Zheng, causing Wen Liangyuan's expression to pause for a moment before she returned to normal. She was so unhappy, but she couldn't do anything. She could only sit down with a smile and politely say, "There's no need for that. It's my honor that you can come and chat with me." This was what she said herself, but she felt like she was going to vomit. Lu Zheng sneered. "I'm not like the others in my family. I have a bad temper, so I want to ask you directly, what do you want to marry my brother?" "Mrs." Lu lowered her head to drink tea, elegantly using a spoon to eat the cake. When Liangyuan glanced at her, then said, "I want Lu Zheng to like me. As long as he likes me, I will marry him." As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Lu's hand holding the cake paused. Lu Zheng's eyes fell on Wen Liangyuan, filled with surprise, disbelief, and finally disdain. "How dare you make such a demand?" she said in shock, while Mrs. Lu finally reacted, putting down her spoon, her gaze falling on Wen Liangyuan. Looking at them, Wen Liangyuan's emotions were calm. "I think this is the most equal request, not a demand." "How dare you?" Wen Liangyuan, before making demands, "You should look at yourself. What do you have? You're just the daughter of a doorkeeper with nothing to your name. How dare you expect the Imperial Commander, Lu Zheng, to like you? Don't you know the gap between you? He is the most outstanding commander of the Empire in 100 years. And you? Just one of the countless ordinary daughters of the Empire. You have nothing to show for yourself. Where does your confidence come from?" Chapter 56. I make the decisions about our matters. Lu Zheng was as angry as a cat with its fur standing on end, glaring at Wen Liangyuan with a fierce and disdainful look. Wen Liangyuan remained unfazed, her gaze calm. "Just because I saved his life, because I am his lifesaver, just because I don't rely on Lu Zheng to live, just because I want to marry him, I can live well on my own, because I am an independent woman, not an accessory." At this point, Wen Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng and said, "You look down on the countless ordinary Yidas. You look down on me, but how do you know we don't look up to you? We are poor, but we can survive without you, can't we? Besides, you are just a third-level Yida. The only difference is that your parents are more impressive than mine." When Liangyuan seldom spoke like this, she was truly angered this time. Her friends, not to mention others, just look at Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei. They are also the children of gatekeepers, yet they managed to get into the top university, Yunkangsing, through their own efforts. Lu Zheng was so angry, she couldn't say a word. Mrs. Lu coldly watched Wen Liangyuan from the side. There was no need for Miss Wen to say these things as they sounded ridiculous. The pride in her eyes deeply hurt Wen Liangyuan. But this time she didn't act impulsively. Instead, she suppressed her frustration inside. "As long as Lu Zheng likes you, can you marry him?" Mrs. Lu brought the topic back, and when Liangyuan nodded along with her words, "Then I think you're dreaming. What Lu Zheng likes are passionate, lively, capable women who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not someone like you who can only bake desserts and nothing else." Unfortunately, she misjudged Wen Liangyuan. She smiled and continued, "But the current issue is that you need me to marry Lu Zheng, not that I want to marry him. And you must be clear about one fact. I can still live very well without Lu Zheng, while Lu Zheng cannot be away from me for long. Do you not understand the supply and demand relationship? Let me remind you, the current situation is that I am a necessary luxury for Lu Zheng, while Lu Zheng is a comparatively desired luxury for me." Her gentle tone and clear, resilient gaze slowly tore open the reality for them, equivalent to giving them 2 hard slaps on the face. Unfortunately, she didn't care about that. She stood up and left without even looking at them. They might think that Lu Zheng is a hot commodity for her, and indeed, he is, but she wouldn't die without him. Su Qingma followed her to the backyard. Watching her wash and prepare vegetables while chatting with Eva, admiration in her eyes. When she casually looked up, Wen Liangyuan caught the gaze of Su Qingma and touched her face. "Mr. Su, what are you looking at?" Su Qingma's eyes were a bit complicated. "I think you are amazing. If my mother had half of your capabilities back then, we wouldn't have suffered so much." "Your mother?" Wen Liangyuan was a bit puzzled. Su Qingma nodded. "My mother encountered a hypocritical person back then. In front of the family, she was gentle and polite, but behind the scenes, she was extremely insulting, treating people as if they were nothing, two-faced. My mother was driven out of the house and fell ill from anger. and after encountering my father's situation, she never recovered. This was the lifelong pain in his heart. Su Qingma's eyes darkened. Wen Liangyuan sighed. Although it's not good to speak ill of others, she felt compelled to say, Lu Qing's mother seems to be that kind of person. After saying that, Wen Liangyuan regretted it, smiling awkwardly. Mr. Su, I'm only telling you this. Please don't spread it. I regretted saying it as soon as I finished. She really didn't want to speak ill of others, but she couldn't help it. Wen Liangyuan was not very satisfied with this aspect of herself. Su Qingma laughed heartily, occasionally making a sarcastic remark. It's nothing. Besides, I've been working with you for almost 2 months, and I've never heard you say anything bad about anyone until now. It seems you're really upset. Wen Liangyuan shook her head helplessly and stopped talking. She was afraid she would lose control again, and it would be bad if she ended up making another sarcastic remark. Of course, this matter not only troubled Wen Liangyuan. Su Qingma turned around and told Lu Zheng, even sending the video of the argument between Lu Qing and Wen Liangyuan. Now, Lu Zheng was even more annoyed. This incident affected Lu Zheng for nearly half an hour, delaying his work progress by a full 35 minutes, seriously disrupting his plans and making him quite angry. After work, the first thing Lu Zheng did was return to the old house to meet them. Of course, in the study were not only Lu Qing and her mother, but also Minister of Finance Lu Yuntian and Old Master Lu. Lu Zheng's cold gaze fell on Lu Qing. When did my matters require you to make decisions? This statement directly turned Mrs. Lu's face extremely ugly. Lu Qing was even more incredulous. Jinyu, you can't speak to your mother like that. Jinyu is Lu Zheng's childhood nickname, which Lu Qing had called him since he grew up. This time, she was genuinely angry. What about you? Lu Zheng didn't even bother to look at the red-eyed, pitiful Mrs. Lu, his gaze directly landing on Lu Qing. Wen Liangyuan has saved me several times. She's my lifesaver. Why do you have to trouble her? Is it because of the gold coins I give her? Lu Zheng's tone was mocking and full of doubt. They were not from a merchant family and didn't have that many gold coins. Money was still very important to them. But Lu Zheng never cared about that, yet he knew the others in the Lu family did. Jinyu? How can you view me this way? Lu Qing's eyes turned red, filled with sorrow. I'm just suspicious of you, and you're this upset? Then you look at Wen Liangyuan as if she were a commodity, even measuring her. Wouldn't she be upset? Lu Zheng's gaze was very cold. Of course, I didn't come back to say this. I just want to tell you, don't cause trouble for Wen Liangyuan in the future. I will decide my matters with her. I make the decisions. For Lu Qing, who had taken care of him since childhood, he couldn't say harsher words. He was indeed soft-hearted. All right, we won't interfere with this matter anymore. Old Master Lu agreed with Lu Zheng, ignoring Lu Yuntian's gaze. Lu Zheng nodded and glanced at Old Master Lu before turning to leave. From beginning to end, he hadn't looked at Lu Yuntian or Mrs. Lu even once. When Lu Zheng went downstairs, Old Master Lu looked at them, especially at Lu Yuntian. Take care of your wife. Don't let her interfere in Lu Zheng's matters in the future, or you know your son. After being scolded by Lu Zheng, he was also confused. Old Master Lu felt a bit helpless. However, he had no way to deal with the grandson he had raised, so he could only comply with his wishes. After Old Master Lu finished speaking, he left. Lu Qing watched his back, gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 58. What do you mean? At night, Wen Liangyuan was snuggled under the blanket, preparing to sleep when someone added her as a friend. She clicked to accept. Are you feeling quite proud? Because of you, Lu Zheng went home and scolded us all. This statement took her a while to process, and she finally realized that this person was Lu Qing. Miss Lu? Lu Qing coldly smiled and quickly typed a line of text. Are you happy? Lu Zheng stood up for you. He has never spoken to me like that. He has always been relatively polite to me, never this indifferent. It's all because of you. Wen Liangyuan took a long time to respond, and then her mood slowly settled as she typed back. Are you sure it's really because of me? What do you mean? Lu Qing quickly typed another line. Wen Liangyuan saw this line and smiled faintly. He wouldn't do that for someone like me. The reason he scolded you all is because this matter concerns him, not because of me. That's it. She didn't wait for Lu Qing to reply and typed another line. Lu Zheng has nothing to do with me. Also, you're really annoying, always affecting my mood. I think I'll delete you. You don't need to add me again. I want to accept it. After finishing, without waiting for Lu Qing to respond, She quickly added her to the blacklist and deleted her. This way, Lu Zheng could no longer add her. In fact, she didn't dislike Lu Zheng that much, but Lu Zheng's emotions were truly a burden for her, a hardship. Every time she was disturbed by her, it took her a lot of time to sort out her feelings, resulting in her being unable to focus on her work. She didn't want to be like this, but she was already very busy every day and tired. Why should she bear Lu Zheng's emotional garbage? Especially during this time, as the child grew bigger. Her physical burden also increased, and she had even less mood to listen to Lu Zheng's tantrums. Eva looked at Wen Liangyuan's sad expression and asked, "Master, where are your parents? Doesn't He, the little baby, tell them?" Wen Liangyuan looked at Eva and replied, "Eva, the reason I can come to Donghua Star is because of conditions." "What conditions?" Eva asked in confusion. Wen Liangyuan explained, "I didn't get to go to college, but my sister did. My parents used their contribution points to exchange for my opportunity to come to Donghua Star as compensation for me. However, the 100,000 space train fare between the two places keeps us far apart. The moment I arrived here, they had already given me up. They no longer expect anything from me, and I can no longer get anything from them. We have a tacit understanding. I understand their intentions without needing to say it." Eva was silent for a long time, gently comforting Wen Liangyuan's head with her mechanical hand. Wen Liangyuan felt Eva's kindness and grew increasingly grateful towards Dr. Lu. "Thank you, Eva, for taking care of me and keeping me company. I really appreciate it." She grasped Eva's hand, and her heart was filled with warmth. "Master, no need to thank me. Eva is also very happy to be with you." Eva's eyes became round and bright, and Wen Liangyuan nodded. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Lu Zheng was nearly driven to anger. She violently threw the cup in her hand, which smashed hard against the robot Dawa, creating a loud noise, shattering the cup, and water flowed down Dawa's body. Lu Zheng was stunned and hurried over to wipe the water off Dawa. "Dawa, you should have dodged." "Master, you've become very irritable lately. Is it because of Wally's owner?" Dawa asked kindly, not angry at all. "Yes, because Wally's owner is disobedient, and that Miss Wen, I really dislike her. At first, I want to get along with her, but then I found out she's a fickle woman, and I started to dislike her. Plus, she's hanging on to my brother, which makes me dislike her even more. I don't want to hate her like this," Lu Zheng said, remaining still. Dawa was confused for a moment before saying, "But Wally's owner is very smart." Dawa's words shook Lu Zheng greatly, and she asked Dawa, "What did you just say?" "I said, Wally's owner is very smart. It's impossible for others to hang on to him." Dawa didn't understand why his master would feel this way. "Then why am I so angry?" Lu Zheng softly asked herself. Dawa, seeing nothing unusual, also started to disobey. Lu Zheng stopped talking, got up from the floor, and said, "Dawa, clean up the garbage." "Yes, master." Dawa began to pick up the broken pieces of the cup. Wen Liangyuan had no idea that her disobedience had made another person so angry. However, even if she knew, it would only affect her for a few minutes. The next evening, Wen Liangshu finally played enough and took the time to visit Wen Liangyuan at the Little Rabbit CAF, bringing her 2 dresses. "Your room is quite nice. It feels great." Wen Liangshu looked around the room while Wen Liangyuan was organizing the dresses she brought. "That's good. Your sister treats you well, buying you such pretty dresses." She turned around just in time to see Wen Liangyuan and couldn't help but take credit, sitting on the edge of the bed to help organize the dresses. "Where did you get the money?" Wen Liangyuan said in a muffled voice. "Oh, Mom gave it to me. Xiao Fei's dad owes Dad a lot of money, and he paid it back all at once. Our family has money now, and Mom transferred me 100,000 silver coins so I could buy 2 dresses and dress up," she said nonchalantly, not noticing the stiffening of Wen Liangyuan's expression and movements. "I'll help you hang them." She took the dress from Wen Liangyuan's hand and hung it in the wardrobe, then noticed the dress given by Su Qingma. "This dress is really beautiful. It has such an expensive feel, and there's a pearl necklace." She took the dress out and held it up against herself, then looked at Wen Liangyuan. "Give it to me. I just happen to need an elegant and expensive dress." "No," Wen Liangyuan said decisively. Wen Liangshu was taken aback for a moment and immediately became dissatisfied. "Why not? Sister bought you 2. What's wrong with giving me one?" "No is no. No reason." Wen Liangyuan didn't even look at her. "You. Fine, I'll video call Mom," she said angrily, throwing the dress into the wardrobe, causing it to wrinkle instantly. Wen Liangyuan hurried over to pick it up, carefully hanging it back up. At this moment, Wen Liangshu was calling her mom. I bought her 2 dresses, but when I asked her for one, she wouldn't give me any. Mom, you judge for yourself. Isn't she too stingy? She spoke righteously, making it seem like all the blame was on Wen Liangyuan. Beiya's face darkened, using the enlarged screen from Wen Liangshu to question Wen Liangyuan. Liangyuan, why didn't you give your sister one? She bought you 2. Isn't it just one dress? What is the harm in giving it to her? You let her take those 2 dresses back. I don't want her dresses, and she can't take mine. Wen Liangyuan did not give a dress to Wen Liangshu as she usually would, but chose to love herself more. Chapter 59. Late night snack afterward. Beiya said a lot of unpleasant things. Neither your father nor I forced you to marry, nor did we exchange you for silver coins. What's wrong with you giving your sister a dress? Isn't it just a dress? Why not give it to her? If she dresses nicely and find a boyfriend, she'll treat you well. Actually, as long as it doesn't involve Wen Liangshu and Wen Liangshun, they are considered fairly good parents, but once those 2 are involved, they become very biased. Wen Liangyuan couldn't even understand why they were so biased. Clearly, she was also a daughter of the Wen family. Wen Liangyuan's face turned extremely ugly, and when Wen Liangshu saw this, he quickly hung up the video call. Are you angry? Raising her head to look at Wen Liangshu, Wen Liangyuan let out a breath, stood up, and said, I'm not angry. Let me see you out. I still have things to say. I can't leave. Wen Liangshu felt a bit guilty. Wen Liangyuan sat back down and said, Go ahead, what is it? I like Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones clearly likes me too, but Miss Jones doesn't like me. She said I'm too low-ranking and my dowry isn't much. Can you help me? Wen Liangshu looked at Wen Liangyuan with some sadness. I don't understand what I can do to help you. Wen Liangyuan thought for a moment and realized she didn't really have anything to help with. Cousin Latia told me that Miss Jones listens to Commander Lu Zheng's words. Don't you know Commander Lu Zheng? Maybe you can ask him to help me. And maybe I can marry Mr. Jones. When Wen Liangshu said this, she felt a bit happy. Who told you I know Commander Lu Zheng? Wen Liangyuan was a bit puzzled. Miss Louisa. She said she saw you at the Lu family's ball. Is that true? Wen Liangshu obviously couldn't understand how her ordinary sister could possibly appear at the Lu family's ball. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit helpless. She had almost forgotten that Louisa Darcy was Cousin Latia's cousin, and since Wen Liangshu was with Latia every day, it was natural for her to play with Louisa. So, it was strange that she knew she went to the Lu family. After all, on the day she went, she saw the wife of the Chancellor. So it was also not surprising that the Chancellor and Louisa were there. Okay, Wen Liangyuan agreed to help her. Did you really agree? Wen Liangshu was obviously extremely excited and a bit incredulous. Yes, I will talk to Commander Lu Zheng, but I'm not sure if it will work out. So you should be mentally prepared for failure. Wen Liangyuan thought about it and decided to say it this way. Then I'll wait for your news. After saying this, Wen Liangshu quickly opened her light brain and transferred 20,000 silver coins to Wen Liangyuan at a very fast speed. I originally wanted to give you 10,000, but since you helped me, I'll give you an extra 10,000. Sister's good to you, right? Wen Liangyuan didn't refuse. It's acceptable. After accompanying Wen Liangyuan for a while, Wen Liangshu left. Wen Liangyuan thought about her matters and found it a bit hard to sleep, so she decided to contact Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was still working in the office. When he received Wen Liangyuan's video call, he pitifully exclaimed, I'm so hungry, Liangyuan. I'm sticking my back. Are you still busy? When Liangyuan glanced at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Yeah, and looking at the commander's demeanor, it seems like we'll be busy until dawn. Lin Xiao was a bit frantic, his eyes red from lack of sleep. But you suddenly contacted me. Is there something? When Liangyuan found it a bit hard to speak, Lin Xiao understood right away and thought of another way. How about this? You bring 2 pieces of dessert for me to eat and cook 2 dishes and a portion of rice. Then I'll arrange for you to meet the commander. When Liangyuan never expected that she could meet Commander Lu Zheng just by bringing 2 desserts, 2 dishes, and a portion of rice. If this got out, people would probably line up from the military building to outside the planet. Okay, I'll prepare it. Shall we meet at 10? Will you come and pick me up? When Liangyuan smiled, feeling a bit pleased, while also looking forward to seeing Commander Lu Zheng working overtime. Of course. I'll wait for you at the Little Rabbit CAF at 10. Lin Xiao said happily, his eyes bright. When Liangyuan got up, put on her coat, went downstairs to the kitchen, and conveniently packed the 2 leftover pieces of cake from the fridge. She cooked very simple dishes: stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, mapo tofu, and a large pot of rice. She guessed that the people in the office must still be hungry, and if she only made a portion for Lin Xiao, it seemed a bit unreasonable. As for the people in the office, including Assistant Zhang, they all thought there was only 1 portion for Lin Xiao, which made them anxious and constantly grumble. Lin Xiao chuckled to himself. He knew that with Wen Liangyuan's perfectionist nature, she would definitely think of the fact that the others in the office hadn't eaten yet and would prepare extra food. So he intentionally obstructed them from ordering takeout, which also included Commander Lu Zheng, who was supposed to order them a late-night snack. At 9:50, Lin Xiao got up from his chair. "I'm going to the restroom." At 10:10, Lin Xiao returned from the restroom, and strangely, he was followed by a delicate girl dressed in a white sweater, black pants, and black boots. She had long hair and big, bright eyes, and her appearance attracted the attention of most people in the office. "Do you want to eat a late-night snack?" Lin Xiao placed the huge food box on the table, which contained double portions of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, mapo tofu, and rice for 6 people. Everyone hesitated a bit, looking at Wen Liangyuan, then at the delicious food Lin Xiao had taken out from the food box. Wen Liangyuan also held 2 boxes in her hands. One was the dessert, and the other was Commander Lu's meal. She placed the dessert box on the table, and Lin Xiao opened it, putting the dessert on the table. "I am a pastry chef from the Little Rabbit CAF. My name is Wen Liangyuan, and I'm Lin Xiao's friend. Thank you for taking care of him, so I specially invited you to dinner. Please don't be polite." "Thank you, Miss Wen." "Thank you, Lin Xiao's friend." After everyone expressed their gratitude, they didn't hold back anymore, especially after seeing the exquisite desserts. They were even more excited. "What about the commander?" Assistant Zhang glanced at the tightly closed office door of Lu Zheng. Wen Liangyuan also looked over, feeling a bit nervous. "Forget about him. Let us eat ourselves," Lin Xiao boldly said. Assistant Zhang and the other assistants nodded, really not caring anymore, and picked up their bowls to eat. "Go ahead. The commander is alone." Lin Xiao turned to Wen Liangyuan and quietly said, giving her a gentle push towards the door. Assistant Zhang and others were distracted by the food and didn't notice this. Wen Liangyuan took a deep breath, nervously holding the food box, and knocked on Lu Zheng's office door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," with a voice cold as ice. Wen Liangyuan shivered and carefully pushed the door open to enter. At the desk, Lu Zheng was sitting in his chair, using his mental power to connect to the light brain, releasing 6 light screens to handle different tasks. Chapter 60, his reasoning. His eyelashes were so long, his deep blue eyes sharp and beautiful, thin lips a bright red, with a smooth jawline and a distinguished nose. He seemed to exude dominance and nobility even while simply handling work. Dressed in a crisp military uniform, with tall boots and his hat set aside, it seemed that the documents had affected his mood, and his gaze became as sharp as a knife. When he looked up at Wen Liangyuan, she instinctively took a step back, her fingers curling slightly, startled by him. His gaze was so terrifying, it felt as if it could cut through the air, making it hard for Wen Liangyuan to breathe. Once he recognized her, his expression softened, becoming cold and aloof, no longer as frightening. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head, her face involuntarily flushing, her breathing quickening. For some reason, despite their familiarity, every time she saw him, her heart would race uncontrollably. Touching the collar of her sweater, she sought some breathing space. "Are you the young lady from the hospital whose heart beats so fast?" Lu Zheng suddenly said, which reminded Wen Liangyuan of the day she had seen him on the hospital lawn, a scene quite similar to today. "Yes. That time I was trying to cleanse your spiritual sea, but I didn't understand it, which led to my spiritual sea drying up, so I went to the hospital," Wen Liangyuan said, her face slightly reddening, her eyes becoming moist. Lu Zheng's gaze lingered on her, and for a long time, he couldn't find the words to speak. Previously, he had heard her mention saving him multiple times, but he had felt little for the Wen Liangyuan who saved him. However, this time he was deeply shocked. "Spiritual sea drying up?" he murmured, repeating it softly. Wen Liangyuan didn't understand, looking at him. "What?" "Nothing. Just felt like I owed you less gold coins," he thought for a long time before saying this. Then looked at Wen Liangyuan. "All that money is yours. You can manage it as you wish." Wen Liangyuan replied, I don't have any use for the money. There is. You could buy a house. When the child is born, can you still let him live in the backyard of the CAF? Lu Zheng said something unprecedented, leaving Wen Liangyuan stunned for quite a while. Don't worry, before you give birth, the military hospital will open its doors to you. Dr. Lu and Lin Xiu will take care of you. You can reach out to them for anything you need. He was worried, and when Liangyuan really didn't understand why he was like this, but she still spoke the truth. I don't want to keep owing them favors and troubling them. It doesn't make sense. When Liangyuan lowered her head, thinking about how much she already owed them, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. No, you don't owe them anything. I owe them. So don't feel burdened. I will repay them. You can just accept it fully. Lu Zheng had always thought this way, but he didn't expect Wen Liangyuan to think that she owed them. Do you understand? He looked at Wen Liangyuan, who could only nod. What are you holding? Lu Zheng looked at her and noticed a food box in her hand. Is it a late-night snack? Are you hungry? Wen Liangyuan asked, and upon receiving Lu Zheng's approval, she walked over to open the food box, placing stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat and mapo tofu on the table, along with a small bowl of rice, handing him chopsticks. Eat. Lu Zheng took the chopsticks, prepared to eat, but suddenly remembered something, hesitating for a moment, and after a long time, awkwardly said, Aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry, you eat. When Liangyuan replied, sitting on the office sofa. While eating, Lu Zheng felt awkward and stiff, as it was the first time someone had brought him food, making him uneasy. Although the food was delicious, it still couldn't make him feel at ease. You came to deliver a late-night snack? Is there something you need? To avoid the awkwardness, he tried to make small talk. When Liangyuan nodded, looking at him gently, yes, there is. Can you talk to Miss Jones? About what? Lu Zheng glanced at the screen while eating. About my sister and her brother's marriage. Can she take a step back? When Liangyuan said this with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, Lu Zheng paused, putting down his chopsticks. From what I found, your sister has had 2 boyfriends, both of whom deceived her, taking all her family's assets, and she spent almost all the money she earned working, including the money she made for shooting posters. If we disregard the identity of the Abela nobility and only consider their individual capabilities, do you think they are a good match? At least your sister's IQ is not comparable to Abela's, and I'm very worried that if she marries him, she will leave him broke. His words left Wen Liangyuan in a daze for a long time, and after a while, she shook her head. No, she won't. If she falls in love with Abela, she will wholeheartedly think of him and won't be deceived. Sorry, Miss Wen, I can't gamble my friend's happiness. In fact, I plan to persuade him to give up on your sister after a while, since he is my good friend. Lu Zheng was clearly very firm. When Liangyuan took a deep breath and nodded, I understand. Of course, you are different from her. You are meticulous and a clever, gentle girl. Not only did you save me, but you have also protected my secrets multiple times. Even in front of my family, you didn't slip up. You are excellent. Lu Zheng was being very factual, praising Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan was not moved by this. She looked at Lu Zheng and asked, Then why doesn't the commander like me? Is it because you prefer passionate, strong, capable women rather than someone like me, who is delicate and weak? This time, Lu Zheng didn't respond quickly. After a while, he slowly said, Miss Wen, I'm sorry if I hurt you. I apologize. Lowering her head, Wen Liangyuan bit her lip several times, unable to stop the slight sourness in her heart. I understand. You are so rational even in liking someone, analyzing it with your logic. So, I suppose it's completely normal for you not to like me. Before Lu Zheng could speak, Wen Liangyuan added, I'll wait outside. You finish eating and clean up the dishes. Lin Xiu will take me back. She wasn't here for Wen Liangxiu. She had simply come because she missed Lu Zheng and wanted to see him. Little did she know that being here would make her feel so sad and upset. She couldn't help but think if she had worked hard to get into the top 2 of the Weishui Star, allowing her to attend Yunsong Star University for free, and then worked hard to get into the Donghua Star Academy, where she met Lu Zheng. Would it have changed much? But she only ranked 3rd. The first was Guan Jingyue, and the second was Xiao Fei. They both studied desperately, just for those 2 free spots. Chapter 61. Back to school? She missed surpassing Xiao Fei by 2 points, and she thought her parents would let her attend school. After all, her family was slightly better off. In her working study situation wasn't a big issue, but she didn't get the chance. After muddling through 3 years on years.He, she met Lu Zheng after coming here. He liked passionate, strong, and capable women. And she, aside from cooking since childhood and having to hone her culinary skills, as well as the pastries she made that gradually became popular, seemed to have no other advantages. All of his logic and reason told her that he didn't like her like this. On the way back, Lin Xiao was sending Wen Liangyuan home, and she asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Lin Xiao, how old are you? Which university did you graduate from? I'm 25. Graduated from RUNWAY University. Why? Lin Xiao smiled at Wen Liangyuan, feeling great after having a good meal. That's impressive. What about Lu Zheng? Which university did he graduate from? Wen Liangyuan asked, her heart trembling and going numb. The empire's top and most difficult university, the Imperial Military Academy, was something others took until they were 18 or 20 to get into. The commander went at 15, and by 17, he was already on the battlefield during the academy exercises. It took him 10 years to go from being an outstanding student at the Imperial Academy to the youngest commander in a century. When Lin Xiao revealed this answer, his eyes sparkled like stars, filled with pride, admiration, and worship. Really? When Liangyuan thought to herself, if she were that outstanding, would she look at a guy who only graduated from high school? The answer was 70% no. This was still under her emotionally sensitive state. If it were someone as rational as Lu Zheng, the answer would be 100% no. Then she understood Lu Zheng's feelings. No wonder he gave her so much money. For her, money was actually very important, but for an imperial commander, money really wasn't important. Liangyuan, how old are you? Which university did you graduate from? In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Xiao also asked Wen Liangyuan. Her expression stiffened, and there was a lot of awkwardness in her eyes. But she finally answered, 21, I didn't go to university. Compared to her, Lin Xiao didn't feel awkward at all. He smiled. Then how many points did you get in your university entrance exam? I was first in our class with a perfect score of 900. I got 780 points, 10 points above RUNWAY University's admission line. This was something Lin Xiao was proud of. When Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh, tears welling up in her eyes, I got 826 points, third in years. The first was 6 points higher than me, and the second was 2 points higher. With a perfect score of 900, she scored 826 points. Lin Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at her, your score is actually 20 points higher than the admission score of the Imperial Military Academy. Why didn't you apply to that university? The tuition is very expensive and transportation costs are high. When Liangyuan closed her eyes after finishing her sentence, Lin Xiao's body stiffened, looking at Wen Liangyuan with disbelief and shock. How could this be? He was speechless for a long time. It's nothing. My family is indeed struggling. The family's resources are only enough for my sister's school expenses. When Liangyuan spoke lightly, but Lin Xiao felt an immense sadness. Liangyuan, can you still check your score now? Try it. Lin Xiao looked at Wen Liangyuan, having an idea in his mind. When Liangyuan thought he didn't believe her score, so she logged onto the website to check and then took a screenshot to show Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao set the hover car to autopilot and opened the picture to look at it. Hearing about the score and seeing it visually was a huge difference. Lin Xiao almost wanted to kneel. My God, you're a definite academic genius. Fortunately, my 2 friends are even more impressive. When Liangyuan felt a bit shy being called an academic genius, her face slightly reddening. Do you want to go to university? Lin Xiao asked Wen Liangyuan. She was confused for a moment, not reacting, and Lin Xiao repeated, schools usually recruit in the summer. You can quit your job now and focus on studying for half a year. I believe you can get into the Imperial Military Academy. Is that possible? When Liangyuan's eyes widened, filled with excitement and fervor. Of course it's true. Lin Xiao felt like he had become a guiding light for Wen Liangyuan. Did you forget what I just said? The Imperial Military Academy, many people only get in at 18 or 20, and those are the outstanding ones. Actually, there are many people in their 20s. You have no problem at all. For some reason, Wen Liangyuan suddenly felt a surge of strength within her. She looked at Lin Xiao, excited and elated. What if I buy a house near the military academy and then focus on studying for the exam? Absolutely doable. After all, the 100,000 gold coins the commander gave are signed in the contract. He can never get it back in his life. If he dares to ask for it back, we'll expose him, hee. Lin Xiu was also very excited. After arriving at their destination, the two were still in the midst of their excitement and hadn't come to their senses. Once they entered the courtyard and sat down, they continued to chatter about their study plans. Dr. Lu just gave you EVA. You can completely download the courses to EVA and have it tutor you. Then after I get off work tomorrow, I'll go look at houses near the military academy for you. Lin Xiu rubbed his hands together, his eyes bright, not even noticing Assistant Zhang's message. Wen Liangyuan also didn't notice. Her attention was entirely on the house. 120,000 gold coins. Can you buy a house? Wen Liangyuan had no idea about the housing prices on Donghua Star. A 100 square meter house on Donghua Star is only about 20 million silver coins. 120,000 gold coins times 100 is the value in silver coins. Do you think you can afford it? Lin Xiu's words made Wen Liangyuan sort out how much money Lu Zheng had given her and how much she actually had. With her mouth agape, Wen Liangyuan was extremely shocked. You're definitely a rich woman now, Lin Xiu defined her. Wen Liangyuan felt very shy, thinking she was dreaming right now. With so much money, what size house do you plan to buy? Lin Xiu looked at Wen Liangyuan, eager to try, looking like he was the one wanting to buy a house. Just then, Wen Liangyuan suddenly remembered the housing in the resettlement area. Do we forget about the houses in the resettlement area? Lin Xiu touched his nose and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. So does that mean you're not buying it? Let us not buy it. We can make do with that. Wen Liangyuan wasn't someone with many requirements, especially since the houses in the resettlement area were quite good, so she didn't have many demands. When are you going to quit your job? Lin Xiu asked this question and then saw Assistant Zhang calling him on video. He hurriedly picked it up and was naturally scolded by Assistant Zhang. Wen Liangyuan remained silent beside him, not saying anything. After hanging up the video call, Lin Xiu looked at Wen Liangyuan with a pitiful expression. I have to go back to work overtime. If you have any new developments, you can find me, okay? Wen Liangyuan nodded. Go ahead. I'll look for you when I move. Chapter 62 Ball. As for studying, Wen Liangyuan hadn't made up her mind yet. After Lin Xiu left, she couldn't sleep the whole night, tossing and turning, constantly thinking about how to implement this big plan. The next day at work, she couldn't help but seek out Su Qingma alone to share her thoughts. Su Qingma was taken aback at first, and then, after hearing her scores, he was shocked for quite a while. Afterward, with a serious expression, he said, Your plan seems to have come a bit late. I hope it's still in time. Mr. Su, is it possible? When Liangyuan lacked confidence and didn't fully believe in this matter, Su Qingma reached out and patted her head, saying, Of course it's possible. Just think it through. After speaking, he sighed, which startled Wen Liangyuan. Mr. Su? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but ask. Su Qingma smiled sadly, pounding his chest and lamenting. Thinking about not being able to enjoy good food in the future makes me very sad. Wen Liangyuan felt helpless, but she cared more about studying than anything else. Fortunately, Su Qingma didn't try to keep her there and helped her pack her things that same day. The master and the others were a bit reluctant to see her go and tried to persuade her for a while. For various reasons, Wen Liangyuan returned to her small house in the resettlement area and spent almost the entire day there. That night, as she lay in her small house, she felt a bit unreal about the situation. She hadn't told her parents about this and hadn't mentioned how much money she had. She made the decision on her own. However, late at night, various emotions surged within her, and she found herself unable to sleep, eventually getting up to chat with Eva. Luckily, Eva was a very interesting robot and managed to comfort her. Master, please rest well. Tomorrow you can download courses for Eva, and Eva will tutor you seriously. Eva said sincerely. When Liangyuan nodded, Okay, I will work hard. The next day, Lin Xiu video called Wen Liangyuan. As soon as he got off work, he came to help her. Before Wen Liangyuan could say anything, he took out the courses he had bought. Tajda, aren't I amazing? How are you going to thank me? Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled, and Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. How about I cook for you? You probably haven't had dinner yet. Clearly, my hunger is quite obvious. Lin Xiu said as he lowered his head to load the courses into Eva. Wen Liangyuan went to the kitchen to cook. The meal was simple, 2 dishes and a soup. There was twice-cooked pork, stir-fried asparagus, and tomato and egg soup, which left Lin Xiu's belly round and satisfied. Liangyuan, don't you think the commander doesn't know how to enjoy life? How could he not marry you? Lin Xiu said, confused, looking at Wen Liangyuan. You're so beautiful and gentle. It's truly puzzling. When Liangyuan was cleaning up the table with Eva and remained unfazed by his words, it's a good thing. It means the commander isn't like you, who would succumb to cravings. Lin Xiu's face turned slightly red, feeling embarrassed. He touched his belly and opened the bag he brought, taking out several notebooks and pens in 7 different colors. Although the light brain is great, I still prefer writing by hand, because when I write by hand, my brain also processes it, and I remember it much better. So I took the liberty of buying you a lot of notebooks. I hope you like them. The notebooks were all thick, and the large pile looked quite substantial. There were many pens as well. When Liangyuan had Eva wash the dishes, and when she came out, she was taken aback. How many are there? I love them all. Thank you, Lin Xiu. When Liangyuan picked up each notebook, as she had always enjoyed collecting them during her studies, and she still loved them now. It's nothing, Lin Xiu said, scratching his head, feeling a bit shy. I ate quite a bit of your cooking. Your happiness is what matters most. When Liangyuan's eyes were filled with an uncontrollable smile. After a while, Eva came out, and Lin Xiu asked her to open the light screen to project the courses for Wen Liangyuan. They listened to each course for over 10 minutes, and soon more than 2 hours had passed. Lin Xiu pressed pause and turned to Wen Liangyuan. Liangyuan, how do you feel? Can you understand it? When Liangyuan nodded. Apart from physics, the rest is okay. That's good. You can review the others. I can help with physics. Although when Liangyuan was the one who needed to study again, Lin Xiu seemed much more excited than she was. When Liangyuan felt very happy. This gave her a sense that working hard could really change her fate. That night, after Lin Xiu left, she studied alone until very late. If it weren't for Eva needing to recharge and rest, she might have stayed up even later. The next day at noon, William contacted her, wanting to invite her to a ball hosted by his sister. When Liangyuan glanced down at her belly, her regular dress couldn't cover it anymore. So she straightforwardly declined William's invitation. I'm sorry, Mr. Darcy, but I don't think I can go to the ball. I hope you all have fun. William felt disappointed, but quickly composed himself and extended the invitation again. I want to go to your Little Rabbit CAF for coffee tomorrow. Will you be there? He noticed that the background behind Wen Liangyuan was no longer the Little Rabbit CAF, but looked more like home, which made him speculate a bit. When Liangyuan shook her head, I'm no longer working at the Little Rabbit CAF. I'm now in the resettlement area. I plan to use this time to study hard. I will take the entrance exam for the Imperial Military Academy next summer. She didn't want to say this at first and thought of a casual excuse. But when the moment came, she couldn't bring herself to say anything else. William clearly felt disappointed, but he hid it well, so when Liangyuan didn't notice. She continued, but you can still go to the Little Rabbit CAF. The desserts made by our master are delicious, and he can also make the half-sugar pastries I used to make. All right, but can I come to see you? We're friends now, right? William said this with a slightly unnatural expression. When Liangyuan still didn't notice, her attention was drawn to the light screen projected by Eva. I'm quite busy for now. Can I invite you when I have time? Although he felt sad, William nodded. Okay, that's fine. After hanging up the video call, William didn't come out for a long time, trapped in a sad mood. His sister, Louisa Darcy, noticed, can't she come? Brother? William nodded, looking at Louisa. It's okay. You can invite your friends. I've invited Lu Zheng, cousin Litya, and her cousin Wen Liangshu, along with other young ladies. Are you sure you want to attend? Can't you find one among them to be my sister-in-law? William stood up and looked at her. My sister, Lydia, is my cousin. We can't marry close relatives. My brother, I'm not talking about cousin Lydia. I'm talking about Miss Lu Zheng and the other young ladies from noble families. Chapter 63, Something happened, you misunderstood me and even tried to run away. Where are you going? Can you take me with you? Louisa followed William out, exposing him. William stopped and looked at her, apologizing. My sister, I can't take you with me because I'm going to a place meant for men. As he said this, he strode out, leaving Louisa fuming and stomping her feet in place. The ball was quickly held, and as expected, William was absent, which left the young ladies who came for him feeling disappointed. Fortunately, other gentlemen arrived, otherwise the ball might have been quite dull. Lu Zheng glanced at the dancing crowd and went to the balcony to drink and relieve her boredom. Being the hostess, Louisa took care of everything and came to find her. You look unhappy. Is it because of your brother? Louisa directly hit the nail on the head. Lu Zheng hadn't spoken for a long time, and Louisa continued, "It's unavoidable, like my brother. He seems to have someone he likes now, which makes me unhappy too, but I can't change anything." Upon hearing her words, Lu Zheng found a sense of shared experience. Yes, it turns out I'm not the only one feeling this way. Everyone is the same. My brother has been distracted lately, and I have a feeling I'll soon have a sister-in-law. Louisa forced a smile, and Lu Zheng managed a weak smile in return. Yours is better. My brother doesn't plan to marry her, but he scolds me because of that lady, you know? He has always respected me, but because of her, he disrespects me. The grievances in Lu Zheng's heart flowed like a river. From what you said, I feel this lady is quite despicable. What's her name? I'll help you deal with her, just like we did back in school. I'll handle the things you can't do. After all, we're good sisters. And I'll do it discreetly, so Lu Zheng won't find out who did it, and you can vent your anger. It couldn't be better. Louisa innocently said something excessive, which was exactly the feeling Lu Zheng wanted. Her name is Wen Liangyuan. She works at the Little Rabbit CAF. She's the daughter of the gatekeeper of Wayshu Star, an ordinary lady, yet my brother got angry at me because of her. Every time Lu Zheng thought of this, she felt a surge of anger. A fleeting dark light flashed in Louisa's eyes, but it was gone in an instant, and she spoke to herself. I certainly don't oppose my brother getting married, but I hope the other party can match him, a capable lady. We share the same thought. I also hope my brother can find a woman who matches him, like Miss Lu. If it's someone else, I would oppose. The two completely ignored everyone else and chatted happily. Wen Liangyuan, of course, knew nothing of these matters. In the early morning of the next day, her residence was attacked, leaving her completely dazed. Fortunately, Eva reacted quickly and immediately contacted Lin Xiu and Dr. Lu. The security team in the settlement responded promptly and took action. However, regardless of the circumstances, this targeted attack brought great disaster to Wen Liangyuan. When the whole house was bombed, despite her and Eva desperately trying to escape, she was still seriously injured and fell into a coma. The blazing flames spread out, waves of heat crashing over her. Wen Liangyuan lay on the ground, blood pooling around her, feeling as though her skin was almost baked dry. Eva, in an effort to protect her, was blown apart. When Lin Xiu and Dr. Lu arrived, they both had to use great restraint to stabilize their emotions. Then, with trembling hands and shaky voices, they managed to handle everything as calmly as possible. Wen Liangyuan once again went to the obstetrics department of the military hospital, with Dr. Wang as the chief surgeon, working alongside other doctors to treat her. Eva was sent by Dr. Lu to the factory for repairs. Lin Xiu sat at the door of the operating room, holding his breath for a long time until Su Qingma and Dr. Lu arrived. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you contacted the commander?" "Doctor?" Lu asked Lin Xiu, who shook his head, unable to get through. "He went to inspect the troops, and the signal is jammed there. We can only communicate one way." Su Qingma exhaled. "I didn't even know about the child. She wore loose clothing and seemed to move normally. I had no idea she was pregnant. I made her work so hard every day. I really should be damned." Dr. Lu closed his eyes. "It didn't happen while she was with you, so don't blame yourself. If she had stayed at the Little Rabbit CAF, this wouldn't have happened. At least the security there is much better than in the settlement." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu couldn't hold back his tears. "It's all my fault. I encouraged her to study, to apply to that ridiculous Imperial Military Academy. Now look, something happened. It's all my fault. I not only failed to protect her, but I also put her in danger." His heart was filled with blame and pain. Lu Yiheng and Su Qingma did not comfort him, allowing him to suffer in silence. The two remained quiet, guarding the door of the operating room. This operation took a lot of time because Wen Liangyuan had not only issues with the child, but also internal organ problems. Fortunately, they were at a military hospital. If it were another hospital, it would have been difficult. This rescue took a lot of time, and when Wen Liangyuan finally woke up, it was already the next evening. Don't move. I'll moisten your lips," Lin Xiu said, using a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten Wen Liangyuan's lips. She looked pale, as if she had lost a lot of weight. "Me? Where is Eva? What about the baby?" Wen Liangyuan's voice was weak due to pain. Lin Xiu didn't dare to look at her, lowering his head. "The baby has been taken out and is being kept in a bionic womb. Don't worry. It's not a big problem." Wen Wen Liangyuan groaned softly, suddenly remembering, and was instantly drenched in sweat, her face pale. Lin Xiu quickly called for Dr. Lu. Don't move yet. You need a rest, okay? Dr. Lu looked at Wen Liangyuan seriously. You need to stay calm. What I can tell you is that Eva is fine. She is being repaired at the factory, and the chip is intact. She is still the same Eva. The baby is 5 months old. It's clear it's a girl. It has been taken from your body and is being raised in a bionic womb. There won't be any issues. Your body is severely damaged and needs proper rest. When Liangyuan slowly calmed down, exhaling softly as she lay obediently on the bed. Tears in her eyes, her voice weak. It hurts so much, Dr. Lu. After knowing that they were all okay, she deeply realized how much pain her body was in. Dr. Lu exhaled, reaching out to touch her hair. I've already given you a painkiller. Your body is actually all right. The most painful part is your spiritual sea. But as you know, there is no painkiller for the spiritual sea. It hurts so much, Dr. Lu. Can you think of a way to help me? When Liangyuan's eyes were filled with pleading as she lay on the bed, her skin aching. I'll contact the commander for you. His spiritual power can protect you, allowing your spirit to heal and stabilize. The pain will be alleviated, Dr. Lu said as she went out. When Liangyuan began to hope for Lu Zheng. She was in so much pain that every moment felt like torture. Chapter 64, Letting Go of Him Completely. Dr. Lu, how is it? Lin Xiu and Su Qingma looked at Dr. Lu, who let out a sigh. She needed her alpha to comfort her. The attackers were clearly hostile and vicious. The bomb contained a nerve toxin that severely eroded her mental strength. Even the pain of pulling a single hair could cost her life. Dr. Lu never expected anyone to be so cruel as to use weapons meant for the insectoid against a gentle, weak pregnant woman like Wen Liangyuan. I told you those idiots in the cabinet are fools. I repeatedly proposed banning the weapons and shutting down private research institutes. But those people kept talking about democracy and freedom. It's ridiculous. Sukim Mokerstangridi. He had been working on these issues for years, but had never succeeded. Lin Xiu, contact the commander. Liangyuan needs him. Without him, she can't endure such extreme pain. Dr. Lu lowered her head, her expression darkening. Yes. Lin Xiu began trying to contact Lu Zheng, but couldn't get through. Dr. Lu, who had been relatively calm, now looked a bit worse. While they were unaware, when Liangyuan was writhing in pain, trembling all over, drenched in cold sweat, her face pale as she clutched the blanket and curled up on the bed. It hurt so much when Liangyuan bit her lip hard to keep from screaming. Her whole body felt like it was being skinned alive. By the time Dr. Lu and the others entered, when Liangyuan had fainted from the pain, Dr. Lu's face grew even paler. The commander must come quickly. She was about to collapse. Yiheng, can you administer general anesthesia? Su Qingma suggested, but Dr. Lu shook her head. No. The pain she was experiencing was linked to her mental sea affecting her entire body. She was too weak. General anesthesia would have severe consequences. Lin Xiu stood by the door, video calling Assistant Zhang to ask if he had any news about the commander. While they were doing this, Wen Liangyuan's pain never stopped. She was fainting from the agony, only to wake up in pain again, feeling as if she were being torn apart. Zheng, why isn't he here yet? She curled up in a small corner of the bed, weakly asking Dr. Lu, her voice damp with tears. It hurts so much. When Liangyuan's world had turned pale, devoid of color, her heart felt heavy and painful, as if it were submerged in cold, dirty water. The pain in her mental sea was cold and dark. She was dragged into the darkness, filled with resentment and fear. She struggled all day, and in the end, it seemed she had become accustomed to the pain, quietly curling up, breathing weakly, motionless for a long time. Give up, Wen Liangyuan. Just give up completely. He doesn't like you. He sees you as a stranger. Even if you're in excruciating pain, he won't care, won't come to save you, because to him, you are unimportant. Unimportant, not at all important. She gently closed her eyes, letting out a weak and piercing cry, feeling as if her whole body were being skinned and broken apart. Her nails being knocked off one by one, her bones shattered, the bone fragments grinding in her flesh, oozing out fresh blood and bits of meat. Mom, it hurts so much. Lu Yiheng, Su Qingma, and the others were sitting at the door of the ward, listening to Wen Liangyuan's heartbreaking screams, unable to say a word. The pain began here, morphing into a fear that penetrated Wen Liangyuan's very bones. She had been in pain for an entire day, feeling as if she had been pulled from water. They hurriedly fed her nutrient solution to prevent her body from losing too much moisture. Lin Xiu was working with the city guards on the attack case, and after a while, he came to report to her. The invisible drone that attacked you has been automatically destroyed, leaving no debris behind. We don't know who did it. We've checked all the city surveillance, and we can't find out where they flew out from. I'm sorry, Liangyuan. It's my incompetence. Lin Xiu lowered his head, unable to bear looking at the pale and weak Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan was curled up on the wide bed, looking small. She looked at Lin Xiu and said, "No, Lin Xiu, you've worked hard." Her voice was hoarse and weak, barely audible unless one listened closely. But Liangyuan, don't be afraid. There are only a few families in Donghu Star that possess invisible drones. As long as we investigate carefully and see which family had their drone destroyed recently, we will surely find the culprit behind this. Lin Xiu spoke easily, but he knew better than anyone that no one in the Donghu Star city guards dared to investigate these families. Looking down at her hands, Wen Liangyuan took a while before saying, "Although I don't want to say it, the fact is those people are targeting me. Possibly because I can heal and clear the commander's mental sea. After all, if I die, it would be most disadvantageous for the commander." Lin Xiu looked at her in disbelief. "Liangyuan, he couldn't find the words. Let's investigate from this angle. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. After all, the commander has been attacked several times, hasn't he?" Wen Liangyuan said lightly. This remark happened to reach the ears of Commander Lu Zheng, who had just walked to the door. Lu Zheng paused for a moment, suddenly hesitant to step inside. But soon, his rationality overcame these emotions, and he stepped into the ward. In Wen Liangyuan's eyes, there was no change. She looked at him calmly, without resentment or any expectation. Yes, when the pain reached its peak, she uncontrollably resented him. But after regaining her clarity, she understood. From beginning to end, it was her own delusion. He had never said he liked her, and she had disturbed his life. Since that was the case, she should stop disturbing him. She also realized why she resented him. Because she had expectations of him. She had previously failed to understand the simplest truth that external matters cannot be guaranteed. She had treated Lu Zheng as her own possession and thus had expectations of him. But in fact, Lu Zheng had no feelings for her. He was never her possession. Her expectations seemed self-indulgent. And now, she had completely understood. She would no longer have any expectations of Lu Zheng. Lin Xiu glanced at the two of them, his gaze lingering on Wen Liangyuan for a while, then turned and went out, closing the door behind him to leave them some space. Lu Zheng stepped to the bedside. "I was inspecting military affairs in the Galactic Core, and communication, there is one way. There are moles within the core, and I couldn't leave for a moment." He was explaining, while Wen Liangyuan looked at him calmly, gently nodding. I know, Lin Xiu told me. Actually, the commander didn't need to come this time. Official duties are important. Since you came, I'm very thankful. It must have been hard for you to make the trip." Her tone was polite, her eyes gentle yet distant, devoid of any emotion. Lu Zheng, used to seeing the deep emotions in her eyes, suddenly found it hard to adapt to her gentle and distant demeanor. Does the commander have other business? Seeing that he was silent, Wen Liangyuan didn't want to see him any longer. Chapter 65. My alpha is dead. I went to see the baby. She is a little girl, very small, but healthy, though you can't really tell what she looks like yet. Lu Zheng felt increasingly restless inside. He thought he was being influenced by the dragon in his spiritual sea. Wen Liangyuan heard his description and lowered her eyelids. "As long as she is healthy. How about you?" Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan. Even if he didn't take care, he still noticed a change in her, a change that puzzled him. When Lu Zheng asked this, Wen Liangyuan's eyes turned slightly red, and she bit down on the soft flesh inside her mouth. "I just want to tell you that from now on, I will no longer like you. Really, you find it troublesome, and I find it troublesome too. Since it's troublesome, it needs to be eliminated for both our sakes." She had thought it unnecessary to tell him, but after serious consideration, she felt that since the beginning of liking was unilateral, the ending should be clean and decisive for both of us to feel at ease. At this point, when Liangyuan managed a difficult smile, tears falling uncontrollably, she hurriedly raised her hand to wipe them away. "I'm sorry for the ending to look so pitiful and ugly in front of you, but fortunately, it's the last time. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of unease and restlessness filled Lu Zheng's heart. He uncontrollably asked Wen Liangyuan, "What do you mean?" "The commander should understand," Wen Liangyuan said, raising her hand to press the corner of her eye. "From now on, I won't save you anymore. You need to take good care of yourself." This was the last sentence Wen Liangyuan said before Lu Zheng left. That day, it rained heavily. Just like their first meeting, the raindrops pattered down on the ground, hitting the windows and making them foggy, creating a gloomy atmosphere. The baby's health indicators were normal, but she had stayed in the artificial womb for 3.5 months. Wen Liangyuan, in order to clear her relationship with Lu Zheng, refused his offer to treat her spiritual sea and stayed in the military hospital for 3.5 months. When spring arrived, the baby was finally brought out. The baby was very fair, which she inherited from Wen Liangyuan, but in other respects, she didn't resemble her at all. At that time, Wen Liangyuan had transferred to a regular ward to save money, and besides her, there was another new mother in the ward. The new mother, named Xiaoyan, exclaimed loudly upon seeing the baby in Wen Liangyuan's arms, while her alpha, Mr. Lin, was feeding her a spoonful of glutinous rice porridge. "Hurry up and eat." Xiaoyan quickly swallowed the glutinous rice porridge and glanced at her own baby, who was sleeping soundly beside her. She asked Wen Liangyuan, "Why is my child so ugly, while yours is so beautiful?" "This is not scientific. Clearly, I'm almost as beautiful as you." Wen Liangyuan looked down at her little magnolia flower. With its delicate little face, soft pink lips, and round eyes that seemed to hold stars, the body soft and adorably lovely. The chubby little hands touched her face, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wen Liangyuan turned to Xiaoyan and said, "She stayed in the artificial womb for 3.5 months. "Oh, I see." Xiaoyan felt a bit guilty. "Are you okay?" Wen Liangyuan nodded, bending down to place the baby on the bed. "I'm fine. Hurry up and eat." "Mr. Lin couldn't help but scoop another big spoonful of glutinous rice porridge to Xiaoyan's mouth. She opened her mouth to eat, looking softly at Wen Liangyuan. "What about your alpha? How long have you been here? Hasn't he come to accompany you?" Wen Liangyuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. "My alpha is dead." This sentence made the commander, who had just reached the door, pause. Lin Xiao beside him almost couldn't hold back a loud laugh, adding, "Serve him right." Xiaoyun and Mr. Lin were focused on feeding glutinous rice porridge and chatting with Wen Liangyuan when Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao entered, their gazes naturally falling on the two of them. Xiaoyu didn't recognize Lu Zheng, but her alpha, Mr. Lin, clearly did. Upon seeing Lu Zheng, he hurriedly put down his bowl and saluted. "Lieutenant Lin Qi, I've met the commander." Xiaoyun was stunned, especially after Lu Zheng nodded coldly and, with an imposing presence, walked over to Wen Liangyuan. She was even more dumbfounded, her alpha feeding her glutinous rice porridge without chewing, swallowing it directly. Lin Qi felt helpless and touched Xiaoyun's face to bring her back to her senses. Xiaoyun indeed returned to her senses, but her hand pointed at Lu Zheng, and her eyes looked at Wen Liangyuan. "Didn't you say your alpha is dead?" Wen Liangyuan's expression didn't change at all. She picked up the little magnolia flower and replied, "He is indeed dead. They were just friends, here to see the baby." Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao raised his head to hide the intense and uncontrollable laughter that was about to spill out and kept silently laughing in his heart. Xiaoyan believed Wen Liangyuan, nodding. "Are they friends of your alpha? Is your alpha a soldier?" After staying here for 2 months, it was the first time when Liangyuan found Xiaoyan's chatter a bit excessive. But she still answered, "Yes, you could say that." Xiaoyan had a million more questions, but when Lin Qi saw the commander's face darkening and becoming terrifying, he quickly blocked his little wife's mouth with a big spoonful of glutinous rice porridge. "Hurry up and eat. Who just told me she was very hungry?" Xiaoyan gulped down the glutinous rice porridge quickly, initially wanting to free up time to speak, but Lin Qi was determined not to give her any chance to talk, continuously feeding her spoonful after spoonful. After the noisy chatter died down, Lu Zheng's expression finally eased a bit. He looked at Wen Liangyuan. "The new house is right next to the Imperial Military Academy, very close to where I live. The resettlement area is never very safe. Moving somewhere safe is necessary." Wen Liangyuan held her little magnolia flower tightly. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Commander, how much is the house? I'll transfer the money to you. As soon as she said this, Lu Zheng's expression changed. No, you don't need to. It's just a gift to congratulate you on your daughter's birth. You have no right to refuse it, do you? If you really don't want it, you can decide when your daughter turns 18. He thought about how he had her friend's matter in mind. Wouldn't he transferring money expose it? But he saw that after he said this. Wen Liangyuan's expression froze for a moment, and after a while, she said, "Okay, then I'll thank you on behalf of Lan'er." She bowed while holding the baby. Xiaoyun beside them was dumbfounded, looking at her alpha. They. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was stuffed again with a big spoonful of glutinous rice porridge by Lin Shi. After they packed up their things, Xiaoyun pressed down on Lin Shi's hand. "Stop it. I'm going to burst." Lin Shi, feeling a bit guilty, touched his nose and stopped feeding her. Xiaoyun snorted coldly. That commander looks like a heartless man who hurt Miss One, which is why she said in front of him that her alpha is dead. These unfiltered words fell into the ears of the two who had just stepped out of the ward, causing Lu Zheng's face to darken significantly, while Lin Xiao once again raised his head to suppress his laughter. Wen Liangyuan, who went to find Dr. Lu, did not hear this. Otherwise, she might have explained a thing or two for Lu Zheng. Chapter 66. Knowing the killer. All right, I'll hand over the new mom tutorial to you later. You can pass it to Eva, and she'll explain it to you. Dr. Lu lightly tapped the soft little hand of the baby. Take good care of our little Yuan. He then looked at Wen Liangyuan. Have you decided on a name? Yes, it's called Little Yuan. Wen Liangyuan said, looking at Dr. Lu. Thank you, Dr. Lu, for all the trouble you've taken these days. We're friends, aren't we? Over the past few days, a deep friendship had developed among a few of them. Little Yuan reached out to hold Dr. Lu's hand, and a satisfied smile appeared in Dr. Lu's eyes. What a good girl our little Yuan is. Wen Liangyuan's eyes were full of tenderness. Then we'll head back first. I'll send you the address once I get home. Come over to my place in a few days. I'll prepare a big feast for you all to show my gratitude for your care these days. Okay, I can start looking forward to that. Doctor. Lu indeed loved the delicious food Wen Liangyuan made. It should be said that it wasn't just Dr. Lu and Su Qingmo, but also Lin Xiao. After bidding farewell to Dr. Lu, Wen Liangyuan carried the soft and adorable little Yuan to the entrance, where Su Qingmo had already parked the hover car. Beside him stood Commander Lu Zheng, who was carrying baby supplies, Lin Xiao, and the hover car driven by Lin Xiao. Liangyuan, do you really not need me to take you back? Lin Xiao felt awkward standing next to Commander Lu Zheng and kept signaling to Wen Liangyuan. His eyes filled with tension. When Liangyuan handed the baby to Su Qingmo and walked over to take the items from Commander Lu Zheng's hands. Thank you, Commander. You're so busy yet still come to see us off. Commander Lu Zheng looked at the unfamiliar and polite Wen Liangyuan, feeling quite displeased. No need. It's been 3 months. For these 3 months, Wen Liangyuan had always maintained this attitude towards him, devoid of any warmth, filled with politeness and distance. He didn't look at Wen Liangyuan and walked straight past her to Su Qingmo, ignoring the baby supplies on his arm, opening his arms. Give me the baby. I'll take her back. Su Qingmo glanced at Wen Liangyuan, but ultimately did not refuse, handing the baby to Commander Lu Zheng. The baby, familiar with Commander Lu Zheng's mental energy, immediately stopped crying and behaved very well as he wrapped her in his mental energy. Wen Liangyuan had no reaction and would never stop Commander Lu Zheng from being good to the child. Then I'll take you back, Lin Xiao said as he opened the hover car door, but was stopped by Commander Lu Zheng. No need, you go back and handle your work. I won't be going back today. Lin Xiao froze in place, unsure of what to do, realizing he would have to stay up late to handle work again tonight. Commander Lu Zheng ignored him, holding the baby with one hand, tossing the baby supplies onto the hover car, setting the destination for autopilot, and then sitting in the back seat. Throughout the journey, he did not communicate with Wen Liangyuan, and she had no reaction either, taking off her backpack and sitting in the front passenger seat, but was stopped by Commander Lu Zheng. The baby needs you. Can you sit in the front and comfort her with the back of your head? He coldly accused Wen Liangyuan with reason. When Liangyuan paused, stood up, and moved to the back seat, sitting next to them. Su Qingmo and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, but said nothing as they turned to leave. It wasn't that they didn't want to say anything. They just couldn't handle Commander Lu Zheng, primarily. In the narrow space, with Commander Lu Zheng sitting next to her, exuding a domineering and strong aura, His gaze was also cold. Fortunately, Wen Liangyuan was no longer the Wen Liangyuan she used to be. She wouldn't blush, wouldn't have her heart race, and wouldn't feel shy. As the hover car drove out, Commander Lu Zheng, without looking at Wen Liangyuan, coldly said, "I found out who attacked you." Turning his head to look at her, Wen Liangyuan had heard from Lin Xiao that it was people from Donghua Star, which was hard to investigate. How'd he find out? Had he offended those people? I've checked one by one. There are 3 families that bought invisible aircraft and destroyed them recently. The other 2 have no motive to harm you. Only one person does. And it's because of another person. Commander Lu Zheng's voice was cold and deep. When Liangyuan lowered her head, her hand gripping the seat cushion tightly. Is it because of you? Initially, I had a part in this. The person who attacked you is Louisa Darcy, the daughter of the Chancellor. And she attacked you because of my sister. She said she would help Lu Qing teach you a lesson, but I believe this is a pretext. Her true intention was to kill you, and that is indeed because of me. Commander Lu Zheng said calmly, but he noticed when Liangyuan's shoulders slump. If she wants to thoroughly destroy me, killing you would suffice. His eyes remained on Wen Liangyuan as he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry that because of me, you've encountered life-threatening troubles. When Liangyuan turned to look at him, her eyes filled with deep sorrow, her eyelids reddening. Commander Lu Zheng, you see, everyone knows I'm important to you, but you don't care about me at all. To you, I'm not important in the slightest. After saying this, she quickly turned her head and wiped away the tears that had fallen from the corners of her eyes. Sorry, I lost my composure. Commander Lu Zheng said nothing, just gazed at her intently until the baby in his arms began to squirm, prompting him to return to comforting her. When Liangyuan glanced at the baby in his arms, "Give her to me. She doesn't like the way you're holding her." "All right." Commander Lu Zheng carefully handed the baby to Wen Liangyuan. As soon as the baby was in her mother's arms, she found a comfortable position, blowing little bubbles and sleeping even better. Commander Lu Zheng felt a bit uncomfortable watching from the side. After a while, they arrived at their destination. The residential community was called Yayuan, with 2 households on the first floor and the elevator doors facing opposite directions, making it unlikely to encounter neighbors. After opening the door, Commander Lu Zheng had Wen Liangyuan input her iris data. Once they entered the house, Wen Liangyuan saw the intact Eva and instinctively turned to look at Commander Lu Zheng. Realizing their current situation, she quickly withdrew her gaze, walked to Eva's side, and gently touched the round head of the baby. "Eva, as long as you're okay." When Liangyuan felt a surge of emotion. If it weren't for Eva, she would have died in that attack. Commander Lu Zheng ignored them, bringing all the baby supplies from the hover car into the house, and then pouring himself a glass of water. At that moment, when Liangyuan and Eva were in the baby room, soothing the child, the house had 4 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, transformed into a cloakroom, a study, a baby room, and another room. Now, when Liangyuan was in the baby room, which was pink, with most of the items being pink and very pretty, adjacent to Wen Liangyuan's room, the room had the same color as the outside, with green curtains and white walls, and the furniture, including the sofa and projection cloth, was light brown, very simple. After the baby fell asleep, when Liangyuan left the room and saw Commander Lu Zheng sitting on the sofa. Chapter 67 Punishment, Ensign Lu Zheng said 2 words, and when Liangyuan sat down opposite him. Regarding Lu Qing and Lu Isha, I know they did it, but there is currently no concrete evidence, so we cannot simply send them to prison. Please be patient for now. When Lu Zheng spoke about this matter, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. When Liangyuan looked at him, as long as you know, I believe they won't escape punishment. The problem is, isn't Lu Qing your sister? Why would she want to harm you? It's not exactly harm. It's a warning, Lu Zheng said lightly. Why? When Liangyuan didn't understand, Lu Zheng looked at her and said, because I have been disobedient. When Liangyuan's face changed drastically, her hands and feet grew cold with fear. Disobedience warrants a threat to life? Is she crazy? When Liangyuan felt a bit angry, Lu Zheng replied with a hum. No one from the Lu family, including me, should be trusted. They are all crazy. So next time you encounter Lu Qing doing something terrible, you can deal with her with the harshest methods. As long as she doesn't die, I can protect you, Lu Zheng said calmly, picking up his cup to take a sip of water. His attitude sent a chill through Wen Liangyuan's heart. As long as she doesn't harm Xiaoyu, I won't take action. This community has good security, but still, be careful. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Lu Zheng put down his cup and turned to look at Wen Liangyuan. Remember, kindness is of no use in the face of cruelty. Wen Liangyuan was stunned, not speaking for a long time. Lu Zheng stood up, apologizing. My emotions were somewhat influenced by that dragon. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head at his words, not looking at him. She had said before that she would no longer purify his spiritual sea, so since that was the case, she had to keep her word. Clearly, Lu Zheng had no demands in this regard, and he left the academy. After he left, Wen Liangyuan sat in her place, not moving for a long time. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zheng returned to the Lu family and gave Lu Qing a harsh lesson. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with disappointment. I am your sister. I've been desperately taking care of you for years, and yet you treat me this way for an unrelated woman. What she cared about most was the position she had fought hard to obtain, and Lu Zheng easily destroyed everything she had worked for. Truly ruthless, hitting the snake at its 7 inches. She had originally gone to meet the Minister of Internal Affairs in high spirits, only to receive a notice of her dismissal. How ridiculous! Madame Lu, Lu Yuntian, and Grandpa Lu, along with Lu Yuntian's brother and their families, all watched this unfold in the hall. Lu Qing and Lu Zheng had always been the pride of the Lu family in the political center, but now Lu Qing had been dismissed. Such a big deal made them unable to sit still. After all, the Lu family's glamour was superficial. There were only 2 outstanding young members, relying on them to hold everything up. Now, Lu Qing was targeted by her own brother. This was a heavy blow for the Lu family. Lu Zheng's eyes, like knives, scanned everyone present, landing on Lu Qing and Madame Lu. You are in charge of the resettlement area, and such a big incident happened there. Shouldn't you take full responsibility? Lu Qing? This is a straightforward method, and anyone who is on the stage cannot protect Lu Qing. Grandpa Lu, risking his life, spoke up. But aren't there still people below? The head of security for the resettlement area? We can make him take the blame. And Lu Qing's assistant secretary can be pushed out too. Why are you targeting your own sister? Lu Zheng coldly looked at them. What a pity. The person she targeted is Wen Liangyuan. As for Wen Liangyuan's importance to me, I believe you all know. With a mocking expression, he looked at them. Without Wen Liangyuan, it's like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, ready to die at any moment. If I die, will the Lu family also be on the edge of a cliff, ready to die at any moment? Between Lu Qing and me, you can think carefully and make a serious choice. He was forcing them. The people of the Lu family realized this, their faces turning extremely ugly, filled with resentment, anger, and more importantly, fear. Seeing their indecisiveness, Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile. You see, you're so incompetent, like barnacles clinging to me. It's truly disgusting. So I will now cut you off. This sentence made everyone except Lu Yuntian's face turn extremely ugly. Madame Lu was trembling all over. What do you mean? In a literal sense, Lu Zheng stood up, adjusted his scarlet cloak like their blood. Next, I will cut off all resources I provide to the Lu family. Without me, you will be like a delicious piece of meat, devoured by other families. Of course, if you want to take revenge on me, that's fine too. I will make the Lu family's demise accelerate. You better pray for my long life so you can enjoy a little more comfortable days. After saying this, Lu Zheng strode out, only to be called back by Lu Yuntian. Stop. What do you mean? Oh, the woman you harmed to death, her son has grown up. It's that simple, Lu Zheng said, his gaze falling on Lu Qing. It was you who made me realize how useless and ridiculous kindness and goodness are. Lu Qing laughed heartily, her eyes cold and fierce as she looked at Lu Zheng, completely ignoring the other's attempts to stop her. But what if I tell you that we didn't kill your mother? The bowl of medicine was clearly handed to her by you. At this point, Lu Qing's eyes had turned venomous, ruthless, and cold. You are so pathetic, useless. I give you a small piece of sweetbread, and you hand that bowl of medicine to your mother, and then she dies in your arms. Don't you remember? Ha ha ha. Yes, you are timid and cowardly, and you forgot about this incident. Let me remind you, you were 8 years old at that time, starting like a monkey, and at 8, your body was only as big as 5 years old. I found it quite funny, so I teased you. As a result, you really took me as your sister. How amusing. Later, after drinking your medicine, your mother kept spitting blood, as if she was expelling all the blood from her body. Funny enough, that woman, before dying, even hypnotized you to lose that part of memory. Indeed, she loved you very much, but you killed your mother. Almost everyone in the Lu family knew about this. And at this moment, Lu Zheng finally understood why they always looked at him with pity, disgust, and fear. His head throbbed painfully. Lu Zheng looked at Lu Qing with a cold, murderous gaze. You have robbed the Lu family of its last chance to survive. All of this is because of you. They are in trouble, and you are the sinner. Since that's the case, let them kill each other. Isn't Lu Qing hidden in the crowd harming him? Then let the crowd betray her. Let the crowd devour her to death. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, Lu Qing's expression changed. Chapter 68: The Collapse of Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng. What do you mean? You murderer. What right do you have to judge me? Lu Qing was furious. Almost wanted to grab a fruit knife and kill Lu Zheng. She lost her sanity, but Mrs. Lu still had her wits about her, firmly holding Lu Qing back, afraid to let her do anything more extreme. The others in the Lu family also looked at Lu Zheng with resentment, all angrily speaking harsh words. Amid the chaos, Lu Zheng left the Lu family and returned to his own house. For the first time, he didn't change his clothes, didn't take off his shoes, and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, ignoring Wally's incessant chatter. As an intelligent robot, Wally was quite clever, so he did nothing and went back to his room to charge, giving Lu Zheng space to himself. For Lu Zheng, his mother was the most important person in his world, and now, after leaving the Lu family, along with the intense pain in his scalp, came a flood of hatred. Without saying a word or doing anything, he sat on the sofa in a daze, his body becoming damp and heavy, dragged into darkness by the pain. He remembered a dream he had. In the dream, he was covered in blood, and a woman's painful voice kept speaking in his ear. Forget it, forget it. Never think of it again, forever. The woman's voice was filled with sorrow. Each word was the passing of life, the disappearance of strength. Darkness like thick water drowning them, making it hard to breathe, gradually suffocating them. With a muffled groan, Lu Zheng opened his eyes, clutching his head in pain as he fell onto the sofa, breathing labored, his whole body in agony, especially in his chest. Lu Zheng pressed hard on his chest, tears falling unconsciously from his eyes, his face gradually turning pale and bloodless, and he had almost lost all his strength. For Lu Zheng, pain was lonely and tragic. It wasn't until Wally noticed his condition and forcibly gave him double the painkillers that the intense pain eased slightly. Leaning against the sofa as if his body had lost all strength, he was no longer as serious as usual. He sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, still wearing military boots, looking utterly disheveled. Wally stood beside him worriedly. Master, are you still in a lot of pain? You can only endure it for now, because taking too many painkillers has side effects. Lu Zheng looked at Wally. Do you think when Liangyuan felt the same pain that day? And when she needed me the most, I wasn't there for her. It's not about love, but just about helping each other, and I'm not as good as her. Wally didn't reply, just looked at him and handed him a cup of water. No need. I just feel I'm being too excessive. Lu Zheng gently closed his eyes, feeling a bit of regret. He shouldn't have gone to the Galactic Corps that day. Even if there was no love for Wen Liangyuan, he should have protected the mother of his daughter. This was the first time in 3 months that Lu Zheng felt regret. He got up, looked at Wally. Pack up anything in the house that can be used for babies. I'm taking it to the Academy of Arts. Yes, master. Wally hurriedly went to pack. Half an hour later, Lu Zheng carried a box to the Academy of Arts. He didn't notice his own appearance, but as soon as he arrived at Wen Liangyuan's house, she noticed. His face was too pale, like he had applied the whitest foundation without any lipstick. It was terrifying. When Liangyuan stepped aside, letting the box-carrying commander in, Commander, is there something you need? Lu Zheng changed into the slippers handed to him by Eva, handed the box to Wen Liangyuan, a gift for the child. Hope she likes it. Wen Liangyuan took the box, noticing it was a bit heavy. She didn't say anything, just carried it into the living room and set it down. Lu Zheng followed her and weakly sat down on the sofa, looking nothing like his former self. When Liangyuan couldn't hold back any longer, what happened to you? Are you okay? Lu Zheng struggled to open his eyes. I'm in pain. I was excessive that day. Why did I go to the Galactic Corps? I should have stayed on Donghua Star. His words caught Wen Liangyuan off guard. She didn't know how to respond, and it took her a while to say, You lost control, Commander. Lu Zheng's body stiffened. He initially wanted to use the excuse that the dragon within him was affecting his emotions. But looking at Wen Liangyuan's gentle eyes, he couldn't say it. He shook his head. Looking at Wen Liangyuan, I didn't lose control. I just feel very painful, unusually weak, unable to protect myself. But I really want to see my only family in this world, so I use the excuse of bringing gifts to come find you. I hope you don't dislike me. After all, I don't have a single silver coin now. I'm so poor, I can't even afford a bottle of beer. Wen Liangyuan said nothing, just went inside to bring the child out, wrapping her in a soft towel and gently placing her in Lu Zheng's arms. Then she opened her light brain and ordered a box of beer and some snacks from a nearby supermarket. After doing all this, she sat on the other side of the sofa, coldly watching Lu Zheng hold his daughter, burying his face in her embrace. She sensed that something significant had happened to Lu Zheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collapsed to this extent. A usually strong commander wouldn't break down like this, helpless and pitiful, even if killed by the Zerg. Fortunately, the daughter was very well behaved, probably sensing her father's emotions. She let Lu Zheng hold her, her soft little hands pulling at his hair occasionally. About 20 minutes later, the supermarket delivery arrived. Wen Liangyuan went to get the items and returned without disturbing Lu Zheng, putting the beer in the fridge and heading to the kitchen to cook something for Lu Zheng. She initially planned to stir-fry a couple of dishes, but stopped herself. In the end, she cooked a bowl of noodles, a cabbage, tomato, and egg noodle soup. The noodles cooked quickly. Wen Liangyuan sprinkled a little green onion on the golden fried egg and took a pair of chopsticks to serve the noodles. At this time, Lu Zheng had already released the little girl, who was now softly and adorably sleeping in his arms. Lu Zheng lay back on the sofa with his eyes closed, his brows tightly furrowed, looking extremely weak. Eat the noodles, give me the child. Wen Liangyuan placed the noodles on the table, took the child from Lu Zheng's arms, and walked into the nursery. She didn't come back out because she didn't know what her identity should do or could do. Now Lu Zheng was in a state of collapse and weakness, and she wouldn't take advantage of his vulnerability. This was all she could do. For Lu Zheng, a bowl of noodles was actually quite ordinary. What was extraordinary was that the girl cooking the noodles was someone he had once hurt. Even if he lost all his wealth, it still couldn't erase the fact that he had harmed her. Chapter 69, Not Rejecting Her for the First Time. Lu Zheng put aside all his indifference and arrogance, seriously contemplating the issue. Wen Liangyuan was clearly unaware of this. Sensing that Lu Zheng had finished his noodles, she placed the child in the crib and got up to handle the dishes. However, she discovered that Lu Zheng had already cleaned up, as he was coming out of the kitchen with water dripping from his hands. Faced with Wen Liangyuan's gaze, he forced a smile. After entering the military academy, he would be able to take care of himself. Washing dishes was no problem. Wen Liangyuan nodded and walked into the kitchen to open the refrigerator. She brought out some chilled beer and a few plates of snacks, placing them one by one on the coffee table in the living room. To make him more comfortable, she also started playing a pastoral poetry movie on a large screen, lowering the automatic curtains halfway. I have to take care of the baby, so I want tea drink with you. If others come, it will be noisy and disturb the baby's sleep. Are you okay alone? Wen Liangyuan said gently and politely. Lu Zheng didn't mind at all. He replied, as long as you and the baby are here, it's enough. You can watch the movie. I won't disturb you. So Lu Zheng sat on the floor, opening one can of beer after another. He hardly ate anything, just kept drinking. The movie screen cast flickering lights on his face, and his posture gradually relaxed, eventually becoming lazy, the kind he usually despised, his gaze becoming increasingly obscure. Wen Liangyuan curled up on the sofa, focused on watching the movie. The two of them didn't speak until Lu Zheng finished an entire case of beer. When he finally said with difficulty, "Did it hurt a lot that day?" Wen Liangyuan was slightly taken aback, then naturally replied, "Yes, maybe even more painful than you now. Just the skin touching the sheets hurt. If I drink beer, it might hurt even more." Lu Zheng looked at her. "Have you let go of me?" Not understanding why he said that, but when Liangyuan remained calm and rational, answering according to her thoughts, "Yes, I have let go." "Why?" Lu Zheng asked, confused. "Can you really let go of someone you like so much?" "Because I realized something." As she said this, when Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng, her gaze still filled with pain. If it weren't for the movie screen being very dark, perhaps her emotions would have been exposed. When the screen brightened, when Liangyuan withdrew her gaze, "What did you realize?" Lu Zheng continued to ask. When Liangyuan exhaled, speaking with difficulty and pain, external things cannot be expected. This time, she didn't give Lu Zheng the chance to ask her again. She answered directly. Subconsciously treating you as my own, having expectations of you. Treating you this way makes me want you to treat me the same. If you don't, I will suffer, feel lost, and sad. But that's not how it should be. You are not my own. You are an external thing. I cannot have expectations of you, nor can I give to you, naively thinking you would give to me in return. That is unrealistic and painful. I assent it. After realizing this, I'm not so sad anymore. As long as there are no expectations and no giving, there will be no pain. When Liangyuan wiped her eyes, this time, her action did not escape Lu Zheng's notice. He saw it. Sorry, Lu Zheng said heavily, and when Liangyuan shook her head, no need, because it's unnecessary. The pain is something I brought upon myself. It has nothing to do with you. She clarified her relationship with Lu Zheng, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered, and he said ambiguously, "It's good that you let go." After that, the two of them didn't speak again and finished watching a movie. After night fell, Lu Zheng left the academy and returned to his residence. When Liangyuan stood by the window, watching his hovercar leave. Not long after Lu Zheng left, when Liangyuan received a video call from William. "Mr. Darcy, do you need something?" When Liangyuan's expression was low, her eyes tired. William noticed, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." When Liangyuan smiled, "But Mr. Darcy, don't keep me in suspense. What is the matter?" She knew that William was not one to chat idly. Thinking of what Louisa Darcy and Lu Qing had done, when Liangyuan had a guess. Clearly, she was right. William's expression was somewhat awkward. "My sister has been dismissed, and so has Lu Qing." It was Lu Zheng who did it. Although he doesn't have evidence of what they did, he still found other ways to punish them. He is truly a formidable person. When Liangyuan found it hard to respond to his words, those two had nearly taken her and her child's lives. And Eva was in pieces. She couldn't find any comforting words. Of course, I'm not saying this to absolve them of their guilt. I just want to apologize on behalf of my sister. I'm sorry that her recklessness caused you harm. William felt deeply sorry. When he heard about this, his reaction was that because of his sister, he would lose the chance with the girl he had always liked. I know my apologies are pale and useless. But Miss Wen, I hope you. Mr. Darcy? Actually, I almost lost my life. This matter is very serious to me. I will never forgive your sister, never. When Liangyuan believed she was not a pushover, at least for those who had harmed her, she held resentment, so she interrupted William. William was not surprised to hear her words. "Miss Wen, you misunderstood my intention. I apologize for her, but I never expected to gain your forgiveness. I want you to know that I was completely unaware of this matter. If I had known, I would have done everything to stop her and protect your safety. At the same time, I assure you that she will no longer have the opportunity to harm you in the future. I hope this incident will not affect our friendship." William spoke calmly, but only he knew the agitation and frustration inside him. When Liangyuan took a while to respond, "Mr. Darcy, this is not your fault." "I know." She could see that William was a relatively simple person. She didn't want to discuss the deeper reasons behind this matter. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up the video call. Sitting on the sofa, hugging her legs, when Liangyuan suddenly felt a bit at a loss about what to do. She opened her light brain, clicked on her personal feed, found a photo of a starry sky, and edited a post. "So many stars, aren't they noisy?" She wanted to express that she was very troubled and in pain, but showing emotions externally was a foolish thing, so she had to settle for vague remarks. This post was quickly seen by Lu Zheng. After looking at it for a while, he closed his light brain, loosened the bathrobe tie, threw himself onto the bed, and closed his eyes. He admitted that his emotions today were more than in the previous 27 years combined, and they were terrifying. And all of this was seen by Wen Liangyuan, but he did not feel rejected. Instead, he felt a sense of calm. Chapter 70. Taken back to the Lu family early the next morning, Wen Liangyuan was awakened by the video call notification. She groggily opened it and saw Lin Xiu's worried face. "Lin Xiu? What's wrong?" Wen Liangyuan fully woke up, first glancing at the child who was sleeping soundly before asking Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu exhaled deeply, his expression not only showing worry but also seriousness. "Liangyuan, please, come see the commander. His situation is quite dangerous." "What happened to him?" "I'll get ready." Wen Liangyuan admitted that when she heard the words about Lu Zheng's dangerous condition, her heart almost leapt into her throat. Lin Xiao sighed in relief. I'll pick you up. We can talk on the way. Okay. Wen Liangyuan hung up the video call, quickly washed up, got dressed, and casually packed 2 sets of clothes for the baby, along with a large bag of formula, diapers, and other essentials. Just as she finished packing, Lin Xiao knocked on the door. Wen Liangyuan hurriedly picked up the child, briefed Eva, and followed Lin Xiao down the elevator. The two said nothing in the elevator because there were cameras present. Once they got into the hover car, Lin Xiao entered the address, chose autopilot, and began to speak. The commander has not woken up since he fell asleep last night. While he was scared and contacted me and Assistant Zhang. We went to the commander's residence together. And no matter what we tried, we couldn't wake him. We had no choice but to find Dr. Lu, who suggested that you go. You can enter the commander's spiritual sea and see what happened to him. After Lin Xiao finished explaining, Wen Liangyuan, holding the child, was at a loss for words. Liangyuan, we know we are being unreasonable, but we can't just watch the commander fall into danger. So we can only ask you, please don't hate us. If you have to hate me, I will accept it all. Lin Xiao's heart was filled with guilt, and when Liangyuan shook her head, Lin Xiao, we are friends. Just think of it as me helping you keep your job by saving your boss. Doesn't that sound a bit better? When Liangyuan said, revealing a faint smile. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. Liangyuan, you really are too kind. Fortunately, the commander has saved me before. When Liangyuan deeply remembered that time, when, just as her heart was about to be pierced and drained of life by the sharp claws of the insectoid, the commander, dressed in mecha, descended from the sky and severed the insect's claw with one strike, saving her life. Without Commander Lu Zheng, she would have long lost her life. To her, Lu Zheng was her hero who descended from the heavens. When Liangyuan forced a pained smile, which gradually faded. He came to see me yesterday, and his condition was very bad, but I didn't realize it. I should have comforted him and stayed with him, right? When Liangyuan's heart ached, she didn't want to see anything happen to Lu Zheng. Even if they had separated and would never be together, she still wished for his well-being. Her neck felt stiff, and Lin Xiao watched her sad expression, not knowing what to say. When they arrived at Lu Zheng's residence, the situation had changed. Dr. Lu and Assistant Zhang looked extremely grim. When Liangyuan approached, holding the child, what happened to him? Her voice trembled. Dr. Lu snorted coldly. The Minister of Finance, Lu Yuntian, and the old man took the commander away in the name of family, and even submitted a leave request for him to the Chancellor. What? When Liangyuan's expression changed, she started to think repeatedly about the reasons behind the Lu family's actions, her head pounding as she quickly recalled the matters regarding Lu Qing and Luisa. Lu Zheng was so upset yesterday because he dealt with Lu Qing and Luisa, and what had the Lu family done to him? What could cause such a strong and resilient person to break down? What was it? In that moment, when Liangyuan felt a chill all over her body. This must be something more terrifying than death. To others, death might be a scary thing, but definitely not for Lu Zheng, as he would never fear death. Therefore, it could only be something else. When Liangyuan felt a sharp pain in her head, she looked at Dr. Lu, Assistant Zhang, and Lin Xiao. Please, take me to the Lu family. Don't they want me to marry Lu Zheng? They need something from me. Maybe I can do something. What about the child? Doctor, Lu said calmly, a cold smile on his lips. The Lu family are all madmen, absolute madmen. If you don't care for yourself, can you not care for the child? Dr. Lu, what do you know? When Liangyuan's face instantly turned pale. You must know something to say that, right? Doctor. Lu glanced at Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang, who automatically distanced themselves, giving them space while looking around to ensure no one was nearby. I don't know the specifics, but I do know this. Su Qingma also knows. Lu Zheng has been in their hands since he was 5, and his personality changed drastically after that. His mother died under mysterious circumstances when he was 8. We haven't seen him from 8 to 15 years old. After 15, Lu Zheng changed drastically in appearance. Due to his peak mental power level, he almost became the Lu family's mascot. Later, when he entered military school at 15, Lu Zheng broke free from their control and started to become normal, but he was completely different from when he was 4 or 5, turning cold as ice. Coupled with what happened to Su Qingma's mother, it further convinced me that the Lu family are all a bunch of madmen. In short, you need to be careful when you go to the Lu family. What about you, Dr. Lu? What is your relationship with the Lu family? Wen Liangyuan looked at him, confusion filling her eyes. Dr. Lu smiled coldly and replied, my grandfather and Lu Zheng's grandfather were brothers. We lived in the same castle when we were young. My mother cared a lot for Lu Zheng's mother, and I was also good friends with Lu Zheng. But when we were 5, our family was kicked out of the Lu family castle by Lady Lu. We went to live outside and later learned about these matters. Knowing all this, Wen Liangyuan felt no fear. She held the child tighter and looked at Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, let's take Wally with us. We'll go to the Lu family together to protect his master. She was so determined that Dr. Lu felt a sense of compassion. All right, don't be afraid. Su Qingma and I will help you. When Liangyuan didn't say anything further, Dr. Lu immediately had Lin Xiu bring Wally out, drove the hover car, and took Wen Liangyuan to Lu Zheng's home. Have you thought of an excuse? Lin Xiu said with a bitter smile, feeling very uneasy. Chapter 71. Deception and Pretense. When Liangyuan looked at Lin Xiu, gesturing for him to see the child in her arms. The child missed his father. Wasn't that a legitimate excuse? Nodding with a smile, Lin Xiu said, it is indeed legitimate. At that moment, the Lu family was watching the unconscious Lu Zheng on the bed. Lu Qing had a beaming smile on her face. Wasn't he disobedient? We could use some childhood neurotoxin on him to make him obedient and well-behaved again. Lu Madam's gentle and calm eyes also sparkled with a hint of excitement. Will there be significant side effects? Lu Yintian and Old Master Lu sat nearby, showing no signs of opposition as they looked at them, until Lu Qing turned to them. Dad, Grandpa, what do you think we should do? The two exchanged glances, and Old Master Lu said, let's use a little on him. It would be best if the one family's daughter could marry him and have a child. If that child undergoes genetic modification from a young age, wouldn't we have another Alpha or Yida with peak mental strength? Lu Yintian chuckled, but then recalled the one family's attitude, his expression darkening. Unfortunately, the Wen family is ungrateful. Their daughter, like Lu Zheng, is not easy to deal with. At that moment, several researchers arrived at the Lu family castle carrying large boxes, led by a servant to Lu Zheng's room. Greetings, old master, Madam Miss, they all bowed. Then one person wearing plain glasses stepped forward. We don't have many instruments, but the ones the Lu family had before should still be usable, right? Seeing him, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. Dr. Lin, you don't need to worry. Those instruments have been well maintained at home. Dr. Lin also gave Lu Qing a relatively gentle smile, making her very happy, her face slightly flush. Lu Madam quickly reminded her from the side. Dr. Lin, please come and check Lu Zheng's body. Why did he suddenly fall into a coma? We haven't had a chance to do anything yet. Lu Yintian didn't care about these trivial matters. He was more concerned about whether his most important chess piece could still be used. All right, sir. Dr. Lin led his team forward, setting up the instruments they brought to check Lu Zheng's physical data. As Dr. Lin conducted the examination, his expression darkened. He looked at Lu Yintian and said, Sir, everything is normal with the commander's body, but he has sealed off his mental ocean and also closed off his 5 senses with his mental strength. What? Lu Yintian's expression changed, and the rest of the Lu family did the same, rushing to the bedside to look at Lu Zheng. They hadn't expected him to seal off his mental ocean and 5 senses. Why has it come to this? Lu Madam asked calmly once again. Dr. Lin looked at her and said, severe trauma can lead to this, especially since the commander has extremely powerful mental strength, which can easily achieve this. Severe trauma? Lu Qing repeated the 2 words and suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. If it weren't for the presence of her beloved, she might have laughed out loud. Lu Madam was wary of her making any extreme moves and guarded against her carefully. How can he wake up? Lu Yintian was more concerned about this issue, looking at Dr. Lin with a not-so-pleasant expression. Let his Yida come to wake him up. Entering his mental ocean might help, Dr. Lin said while packing up the instruments. The Lu family exchanged knowing glances, and they all thought of a name simultaneously. When Liangyuan, just then, the steward came in with news, sir. There is a woman outside claiming to be the commander's Yida. She says her name is Wen Liangyuan, and she is holding a child. This news brightened the eyes of everyone in the Lu family. They straightened their appearance, exchanged glances, and went out together to welcome Wen Liangyuan and the child in her arms. Standing at the castle entrance, looking up at the massive, dark, and oppressive building, A suffocating feeling washed over her. When Liangyuan glanced back at the vast lake behind, which lay a huge forest, the Lu family's building resembled a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the darkness. Look who has arrived. A voice reached Wen Liangyuan's ears. She turned to see everyone from the Lu family. Just a small Wen Liangyuan, and yet they all came out to greet her. She quickly became wary. But no matter what she was thinking, her eyes were filled with warmth, her best weapon. No one would ever know what she was truly thinking. I'm here to see Zheng. Dr. Lin told me he is sick, and I'm very worried. Although I haven't married him yet, he is indeed the father of my child. Wen Liangyuan was followed by Wali, who was carrying many baby supplies. The Lu family exchanged excited glances discreetly, greeting Wen Liangyuan warmly and politely before arranging for her to stay in the room next to Lu Zheng's to help take care of him. At the same time, they assigned 6 maids to assist Wen Liangyuan and the child's daily needs. When Liangyuan looked at Lu Madam, the child doesn't need their care. Wali will take care of him closely. The child dislikes strangers, and I don't want him crying loudly because of the maids. As a mother, you should understand how I feel. Lu Madam nodded. Yes, as a mother, I understand. She waved her hand, and several maids turned and left. Miss Wen, if you need anything, just let me know. Lu Madam said gracefully before turning to leave. When Liangyuan closed the door and looked at Wali. Wali, check the room for any unauthorized electronic devices. Since entering the Lu family, Wen Liangyuan had been on high alert, feeling tense and defensive. Wali conducted a serious inspection and eventually found miniature surveillance drones at the head of the bed, on the ceiling, and on the wardrobe doorknob, as well as a few other places. When Liangyuan's expression darkened, she did not intend to play their games of intrigue, as she knew she would never outsmart them. So she immediately sought out Lu Madam, who arrived quickly. Miss, is there something wrong? When Liangyuan pointed at those places. Ever since I was attacked in the settlement months ago, I have had a significant shadow over my living space. I had Wali check this room and found several miniature surveillance drones. Lu Madam, please handle this. I can trust you, right? She fixed her gaze on Lu Madam, staring deeply into her eyes, not allowing her to look away. After a while, Lu Madam nodded and said solemnly, I will have the drones removed, and I will also enhance the castle's security with all my efforts to protect you and your child. Chapter 72, protecting him, her expression told Wen Liangyuan that she was unaware of these matters, and Wen Liangyuan also showed a trusting look. Thank you, madam. I will feel at ease with you around. Neither of them could discern what the other meant, but this conversation, though strained, barely reached a consensus. In less than an hour, the room was transformed into a clean space. In the castle's study, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lu Zheng was sleeping, completely defenseless. I suggested forcibly administering medication to him. We can't really wait for Wen Liangyuan to wake him up before giving him the medicine, can we? Lu Qing spoke with anger and impatience. Madame Lu looked at Lu Yuntian, who seemed a bit impatient. You think I haven't thought of that? But it's easy to make mistakes this way. There has been no description of the precise amount of neurotoxin needed for a peak level 9 mental ability. What if something goes wrong and ruins him? Lu Zheng was the most important piece in his hands. He could be manipulated and controlled, but he must not be destroyed. If he is destroyed, who will bear the family's burdens? Is it you, a level 3 Ada, or me, a 60-year-old level 6 Alpha? Lu Yuntian coldly interrupted Lu Qing, stating a harsh reality. His words were a thorn in Madame Lu's heart, because she was a level 6 Ada, yet her union with Lu Yuntian had produced a level 3 Ada. There wasn't even an Alpha. Otherwise, Lu Zheng wouldn't exist. Seeing her sad expression, Lu Yuntian also felt guilty. You find a way to steal the child from Wen Liangyuan. We need to test her mental ability. If it's decent, we can use medication and gene modification on her. Isn't there any record in the database? Madame Lu asked. A bit puzzled, Lu Yuntian shook his head. No, I had someone check. The child was too small at birth to be tested, and then she was in an artificial womb. She was only recently brought out and hasn't undergone mental ability testing yet. Lu Zheng is a peak level 9. No doubt about that, but Wen Liangyuan is just a level 3 Ada. I think that child's mental ability level must be very low. She has probably just an ordinary beta, Lu Qing said a bit jealously. Though her words were filled with envy, it was also possible. Lu Yuntian looked at Madame Lu. You handle this. Quickly take the child to test while Wen Liangyuan isn't paying attention. We can only proceed with the next step once we have the results. At the same time, to help Lu Zheng wake up as soon as possible, we should provide as much assistance to Wen Liangyuan as possible. She wants to know something and do something. We should make it easy for her. What if she learns all the secrets? Lu Qing remarked darkly. Lu Yuntian looked at her. Then we will modify their entire family of 3, making them live together forever, willingly becoming pawns of the Lu family. Wen Liangyuan was unaware of these conversations, but to prevent the Lu family from going too far, she deliberately went out, found a corner with a micro-filming robot, and secretly contacted Dr. Lu and Su Qingma. The child is asleep, and I can't disturb her, Wen Liangyuan whispered faintly. The butler, watching the surveillance video, had a cold expression. Finally, he found a technician to lock onto the image, eliminate noise, and amplify the voices, clearly hearing Wen Liangyuan's conversation with Dr. Lu. Subsequently, the butler quickly contacted Madame Lu and Lu Qing, who rushed to the surveillance room. In short, I can't trust them. I feel they will harm me and the child. Dr. Lu, I beg you, please send me 12 messages a day. If I don't reply within 2 hours, inform the city guards and Assistant Lin Xiuzhang about my situation. When Madame Lu heard this, her eyes rolled back in anger, nearly causing her to faint. Lu Qing was so furious she ground her teeth, wishing she could bite Wen Liangyuan to death. This was certainly not the end. Their conversation continued. All right, I promise you. But how is Lu Zheng doing? Doctor. Lu was acting, but he was genuinely concerned about Lu Zheng's condition. Wen Liangyuan unconsciously showed a worried expression. I haven't seen him yet. After I hang up the video call, I will go check on him. Is Wali taking care of the child properly? Take my advice. Never trust anything the Lu family says, Dr. Lu cautioned earnestly. Wen Liangyuan was a bit confused, but Dr. Lu, I find Madame Lu quite nice. At least she isn't as annoying as Lu Qing and doesn't seem as scheming as Lu Yuntian. She seems like a person who's easy to get along with. When I mentioned the micro-filming robots in the room, she looked genuinely shocked and later responsibly helped me with the situation. Dr. Lu's expression changed. Liangyuan, have you forgotten what I said? None of the Lu family can be trusted, even the seemingly easygoing Madame Lu. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, when Liangyuan forced herself to nod, I understand, Dr. Lu. In the surveillance room, upon seeing the change in expressions between Wen Liangyuan and Dr. Lu, Madame Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qing coldly remarked, it seems Wen Liangyuan has begun to trust you a bit. After all, she's just a sheltered young lady. How much independent thought can she have? Though she's still better than her sister. Madame Lu said nothing, but it was undeniable that there was a hint of joy in her eyes, indicating that stealing Wen Liangyuan's child would not be a difficult task. Moreover, there were testing instruments in this castle. As long as they were careful, it wouldn't be exposed. Thinking this, Madame Lu felt even happier. After Wen Liangyuan hung up the video call, she lowered her head, her expression changing, and then went to Lu Zheng's room. The room was large, ancient, and luxurious, but thick curtains blocked the light, making it dim. The floor was covered with a thick, luxurious carpet, providing a soft feeling underfoot. When Liangyuan cautiously approached the window, pulled back the bed curtains with a strong tug, instantly brightening the room. Standing by the window, looking at the person on the bed, when Liangyuan narrowed her eyes slightly. She knew that there might be more micro-filming robots in this room, so she had to be careful with her words. Approaching the bedside, she looked at Lu Zheng, who was sleeping in a painful and difficult manner. When Liangyuan leaned down, slowly resting on him, her head on his chest, feeling his heartbeat, their fingers intertwined tightly. I'm not going back on my word. I just don't want my child to lose her father. You understand? When Liangyuan said with a hint of discomfort, but Lu Zheng showed no reaction. When Liangyuan slowly relaxed, closed her eyes, and released her mental power to soothe Lu Zheng, whispering softly, you need to get better soon. Otherwise, it will be very tough for the two of us. Chapter 73. The baby's pride. The words were spoken very softly, and when Liangyuan herself could hardly hear them. But the people on the other end of the monitor analyzed her lip movements and understood what she was saying. However, they didn't care. After all, when Liangyuan was just a young lady. Despite her meticulous thoughts, she was still no match for these people. After spending quite a while with Lu Zheng without entering his spiritual sea, when Liangyuan was outside, using her mental power to soothe his body. After returning to her room, Wen Liangyuan took a shower, fed the baby, and changed the diaper. Then she rested. Wally was charging at the door, keeping watch over the mother and daughter. The next day, while Wen Liangyuan was cooking in the kitchen, Madame Lu, dressed elegantly, came to talk to her. The child resembles Lu Zheng a bit. I saw him from afar, and he looks very handsome. I'd like to see him again. May I? When Madame Lu said this, her eyes were filled with sincerity. And when Liangyuan felt that it would be unreasonable not to agree. Miss Wen, is it difficult? I thought we were family. Madame Lu looked a little sad. When Liangyuan smiled gently, of course not. The baby is in the room. I'll go get him for you. Okay, I'll go with you, Madame Lu said, her eyes betraying a smile that she could hardly contain. But when Liangyuan looked at her, the smile on her face became restrained. Upon entering the room, when Liangyuan picked up the baby and handed him to Madame Lu. Madame Lu noticed a small bracelet on the baby's soft hand and asked in confusion, "What is this bracelet?" When Liangyuan smiled, her eyes a bit touched. That day, Lu Zheng came to see me and brought a big bag of things for the baby. Later, when I organized them, I found several bracelets, so I picked the lightest one to put on the baby. I don't know what it is, but it's Lu Zheng's intention, and I don't want to diminish his kindness towards the child. She genuinely didn't know what the bracelet was, but it was light and looked beautiful in silver, similar to the silver bracelets children wore in ancient times, so she put it on the baby. Lu Zheng is also preparing gifts for the baby. Madame Lu was a bit surprised, not expecting the cold Lu Zheng to do such things. When Liangyuan agreed with her statement, smiling, I didn't expect it either, but the gifts he sent are quite complicated. Most of them are weapons. However, the child can use them in a few years. Clearly, although when Liangyuan had some disdain for the gifts Lu Zheng sent, she was still very happy to receive gifts personally given by him. At least they weren't something bought casually from outside. They were all things he liked to collect. After chatting for a while, when Liangyuan suddenly remembered the porridge she was cooking and hurried back to the kitchen. Madame Lu didn't notice that at the moment she left, a not-so-obvious smile appeared on her face. Madame Lu was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Before long, the entire Lu family was caught up in joy. They hadn't expected to obtain the child so easily. They couldn't wait to take the baby to the basement and the laboratory to have the instruments test the child's mental power level. Dr. Lin and 2 assistants were all on high alert, while Lu Qing and Madame Lu stood nervously aside. And Lu Yuntian and the old master were not only nervous, but also filled with anticipation. Dr. Lin glanced at the 2 assistants, who stepped forward to turn on the instruments, and after confirming everything was normal, they began the testing procedure. Dr. Lin took out a piece of radiation-proof clothing and handed it to Madame Lu to put on the baby. Lu Qing snatched the clothing away, saying no. The baby is very healthy and doesn't need a radiation-proof suit, she said gently, not daring to look at Dr. Lin, who said nothing in reply. Lu Yuntian and the old master were eager to know the results and didn't care about such trivial matters. Madame Lu hesitated for a moment, but then took the clothing from Lu Qing and wrapped it around the baby. The baby's chubby little arms clapped, occasionally looking at Madame Lu and smiling, looking adorably cute. Madam, it's ready, Dr. Lin said, signaling for Madame Lu to hand over the baby. Madame Lu took a deep look at the baby before handing him to the 2 assistants. Wow, wow. The baby chattered away, and suddenly, a hint of guilt appeared in Madame Lu's eyes, but she didn't stop it. Just like that, the baby was placed on the instrument. But then an unexpected incident occurred. The test results showed as encrypted, which puzzled everyone present, and they all looked towards Dr. Lin and the 2 assistants. Pick up the child, Dr. Lin said, and the 2 assistants walked over to pick up the baby. Dr. Lin approached and noticed a bracelet on the baby's hand. What is this? Dr. Lin asked, puzzled. Madame Lu was momentarily dazed, suddenly recalling what Liangyuan had told her, and repeated it verbatim. That's right. It was a gift from Lu Zheng to the baby. He didn't specify what it was, so when Liangyuan didn't know and just put on the baby, as everyone listened to Madame Lu's words, Lu Yuntian was the first to react. He looked at Dr. Lin and asked, Doctor, do you mean the reason we can't test is because of this bracelet? Yes, based on the current situation, that is indeed the case, Doctor. Lin replied with a somewhat grave expression. Lu Yantian looked at the bracelet on the baby's hand. What if we try to take the bracelet off the baby? I'll give it a shot, Dr. Lin said, moving closer to the baby, intending to remove the bracelet, but he didn't succeed. As soon as his fingers got close, the bracelet emitted a burst of energy due to his mismatched fingerprint, knocking him back. Lu Yantian stepped closer, wanting to approach the baby, but the bracelet instantly transformed into a protective shield, just like the shields triggered by their holographic devices. Lu Yantian's expression changed, and Dr. Lin thought carefully and said, "Is this a mother-child bracelet?" Clearly, either Commander Lu Zheng or Wen Liangyuan should have another one, without the approval of the larger ring. The smaller ring cannot be removed. Once triggered, let alone removing it, we cannot even get close. I don't believe it, Lu Qing said, stepping closer to the baby, trying to reach out to touch the bracelet, but she couldn't touch it at all. She was so furious that she felt dizzy, hitting the protective shield over and over, while the baby inside laughed giddily, as if mocking her foolishness. Lu Qing was infuriated. "You little rascal. What are you laughing at? Just wait until you lose your protection. I'll show you how to discipline you." At that moment, she completely lost her gentleness. Madame Lu hurriedly reminded her and hinted at Dr. Lin, which helped Lu Qing barely suppress her anger. After all, having lived for over 30 years, it was the first time she was so mocked, and it was by a little child. It truly infuriated her. Chapter 74. Finding the commander this time. Gaining Wen Liangyuan's trust, they managed to take the child out, but couldn't conduct any tests, leaving several people feeling a bit unsettled. However, no matter what, they had to bring the child back. Otherwise, if Wen Liangyuan grew suspicious and informed Dr. Lu about the child's disappearance, that would lead to another disaster. Thus, when Liangyuan saw the child lying on a large bed, with the protective shield around her opened, keeping her safe, her expression showed no surprise as she looked at Mrs. Lu, realizing that the baby must have been mischievous. She didn't say anything unnecessary, and Mrs. Lu also couldn't say much, watching helplessly as Wen Liangyuan closed the protective shield and took the child away. When Wen Liangyuan returned to her room, Wally was immediately very worried. Using the wristband on her hand, Wen Liangyuan reconfigured the child's wristband, and Wally began to conduct a basic check on the child. Wen Liangyuan stood by, not daring to speak, her face very serious. "Wally, is the child okay?" She couldn't help but ask anxiously. "Miss Wen, we need to wait a little longer," Wally replied, continuing with the serious examination. After about half an hour, Wally finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Wally's expression, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but relax as well. It was good that nothing was wrong. The baby's health is really good. Based on my assessment, her mental strength level must be much higher than Miss Wen's, Wally said, his round eyes smiling. Wen Liangyuan smiled back, feeling a bit happy. "Although I don't care much about the child's mental strength level, I'm glad to hear you say that. If her mental strength is high, it will be easier for her to survive in this cruel world." Wally grinned, looking at Wen Liangyuan. "Miss Wen, you really don't need to underestimate yourself. You should know that the commander is so capable. He will definitely protect his child well." Looking at Wally, Wen Liangyuan revealed a gentle and resilient smile in her eyes. "I know that even if Lu Zheng doesn't love me, he will still be good to the child. He must be a good father, and I will be good to the child too. I will be a good mother. Miss Wen, you shouldn't belittle yourself. How can you be sure that the commander doesn't love you? After losing control of his mental strength, the one he cares about the most is clearly you. No one in the world understands Lu Zheng better than Wally," and his words made Wen Liangyuan unable to stop herself from fantasizing. However, this fantasy faded quickly as her attention was drawn back to the child. Finally, after Wally finished the check, Wen Liangyuan immediately looked at him, wanting to ask, but not daring to, feeling a bit anxious. "Don't worry, Miss Wen, the child is perfectly fine. On the contrary, I detected that she's in a very good mood." Wally couldn't help but smile again. Wen Liangyuan sighed in relief. "That's good." With the child safe and perhaps influenced by Wally's words, Wen Liangyuan, feeling very good, took the child to Lu Zheng's room. The mother and daughter played on Lu Zheng's big bed, and the child even reached out to poke Lu Zheng's face. Wen Liangyuan pulled her hand back. "Baby, aren't you afraid of Daddy?" The child's response was to continue her actions, and she couldn't help but show a sweet smile. After playing for a while, the child became tired. Wen Liangyuan placed her next to Lu Zheng, and the child nestled in Lu Zheng's arms and fell asleep. Wen Liangyuan also lay down on the other side, allowing little Yuer to sleep between them, while she slowly activated her mental strength to soothe Lu Zheng. That day, Lu Zheng's body reacted. He opened his mental sea, and when Liangyuan closed her eyes, placing one hand on the blanket to touch Lu Zheng's face, entering his mental sea. Unexpectedly, the mental sea was in chaos. The giant dragon was nowhere to be found, leaving only a mess and an endless darkness. When Liangyuan sat cross-legged, releasing white magnolia petals infused with her mental strength. The pure white petals flew out one by one, creating a rain of petals. Thus, with the help of these petals, Wen Liangyuan began to search for the trace of the dragon in Lu Zheng's mental sea. She searched for a long time without finding it, and just as she was about to continue, she remembered that the child might be hungry. So she had to exit Lu Zheng's mental sea and took the hungry child to drink milk. That night, after dinner and tidying herself up, in order to wake Lu Zheng faster, Wen Liangyuan had no choice but to sleep on Lu Zheng's bed, just like during the day, with the child sleeping between them. She touched Lu Zheng's face and entered his mental sea again. This time, Wen Liangyuan didn't search in the places she had looked during the day. She specifically went to the dark area. Although the white petals were continuously corroded and turned to dust by the black mental haze, she never gave up, feeling no fear, and continued to walk steadfastly and gently. Eventually, at the abyss, she saw a giant dragon rolling in the black haze. The moment she saw the electric blue-gray dragon, Wen Liangyuan felt a mix of happiness, excitement, nervousness, and then heartache and pity. She soared on countless white petals, reaching the giant dragon's side and hugging its neck. "Ah Zheng, I miss you so much." She forgot her previous words, forgot their current situation, and her heart was filled with longing and affection for Lu Zheng. The dragon rolled its massive body, and when Liangyuan held tightly onto its neck, fearing that she would be thrown off, which would be too painful. "Ah Zheng, you don't remember me?" When Liangyuan's heart was filled with panic and a bit of fear. It took her a while to calm down slowly, remembering that this dragon had tried to eat her white petals several times. Thinking this, when Liangyuan released more white petals, urging them to enter the dragon's mouth. To help the dragon calm down faster, she also covered its body with a lot of mental strength, as if massaging its massive body. In this way, Wen Liangyuan essentially allowed her mental strength to be absorbed by the dragon. As the released petals increased, Wen Liangyuan visibly became weaker, until she was utterly exhausted. At that moment, the dragon's chaotic eyes regained clarity. His eyes sparkled like lightning, bright and spirited. Compared to the weak Wen Liangyuan, he was as radiant as the sun. At the moment when Liangyuan was about to collapse, the dragon rolled its body, ensuring that when Liangyuan was safely seated on its neck, landing safely. After landing, the electric blue-gray dragon slowly revealed a human figure, which gradually transformed into Lu Zheng as time passed. For the first time in the mental sea, when Liangyuan saw Lu Zheng in his normal form, not just as a dragon. Yes, her spiritual entity was a white magnolia flower, and she could command the flowers, while Lu Zheng had transformed into a dragon, which was rather unusual. And now, he had turned into Wen Liangyuan, and that dragon had become her petals. He walked towards Wen Liangyuan step by step, and she stood weakly, slowly revealing a gentle and resilient smile on her face. Chapter 75. With Lu Qing, Lu Zheng walked to her side and stopped. "It seems you saved me again?" Tilting her head to look at him, Wen Liangyuan smiled faintly. "But this time, the commander has no gold coins. What will you use to pay?" Lu Zheng remained silent, and Wen Liangyuan didn't leave any awkward moments between them. She looked at Lu Zheng and recounted everything that had happened in the past 2 days. After hearing it, Lu Zheng's expression darkened. "Are you sure?" Wen Liangyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Dr. Lu is absolutely right. The people of the Lu family are indeed extraordinary, like madmen." This indirectly answered Lu Zheng's question, and his gaze grew even darker. "Let's go outside. Isn't the commander going to treat me? Your dragon has eaten quite a few of my petals. If you treat me, we can call it even," Wen Liangyuan said, her face slightly pale. Lu Zheng looked at her. "All right, once outside, They remained still in their original positions. But it became Lu Zheng using his mental strength to provide Wen Liangyuan with a sense of security. After a long time, it grew dark. Wen Liangyuan slowly opened her eyes, got out of bed, and left Lu Zheng's room while holding the child. Lu Zheng had not opened his eyes the entire time. His hand, covered by the blanket, slightly curled. Back at her room, Wen Liangyuan's face turned red. She hadn't expected to lie together with the commander in a normal situation. And they were very close, with their child lying between them. She couldn't help but blush. Wally, who was nearby, asked with concern, "Miss Wen, is something wrong?" Wen Liangyuan looked at Wally, who was changing the baby's diaper, and her heart was overwhelmed with shyness. "I was just thinking, the commander's room is very big. Miss Wen, have you forgotten? The commander's room is even bigger and very suitable for raising children," Wally said with a bright smile, looking completely normal. Wen Liangyuan blushed. "Is that so?" Despite this, she kept reminding herself to manage her feelings and not to do anything inappropriate, or it would be hard to end. "Of course, the commander will be a good father," Wally said, his eyes shining with light. Wen Liangyuan withdrew her gaze, forcing herself to focus and not be swayed by Wally. That night, like usual, Wen Liangyuan entered Lu Zheng's room, but was stopped at the door by Lu Qing. "Miss Wen, you seem very eager." Her sarcastic tone made Wen Liangyuan uncomfortable. She coldly looked at Lu Qing. "Miss Lu, it seems you don't care much about your brother. I seriously doubt whether you two are really siblings." Lu Qing, unfazed, responded with a neutral expression. "Of course, we are not siblings. Isn't that obvious?" Wen Liangyuan didn't expect her to admit it so readily, but her attitude did not affect Wen Liangyuan's judgment. It was indeed obvious. After all, one was a top alpha, and the other was just a common level 3 Ida. Wen Liangyuan had never been someone easy to bully, nor was she one to hold grudges lightly. Lu Qing's face turned pale with anger. This was a pain that would forever haunt her heart, making her furious every time she thought of it. Perhaps to others, being a level 3 Ida was not a big deal, and even some very poor families might find it impressive, like the Wen family. But for Lu Qing, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, it was a piercing pain. "Wen Liangyuan, you're just a level 3 Ida. What are you being so arrogant about?" Lu Qing lost her composure, her features contorted in anger, looking a bit deranged. "I am indeed a level 3 Ida, but I don't care. I'm very willing and satisfied. Are you?" Wen Liangyuan coldly stared at Lu Qing. "You're jealous of Lu Zheng, aren't you? That's why you hate him so much. You want to control him. So what if you tell everyone he is a top alpha? He is still just a pawn in your hands. You might treat him well, but once he disobeys, you'll feel betrayed, and that feeling could kill you. Then you'll want to regain control over him, right?" Unfortunately, Lu Zheng is Lu Zheng. He's not a level 3 Ida that can be controlled. When Liangyuan loathed Lu Qing, or rather, she detested people with such a strong desire for control and a ruthless nature, especially when it came to Lu Zheng. Lu Qing was at a loss for words, realizing that her true nature had been seen through by Wen Liangyuan. Her mood soured, even turning to rage. "What about you? What do you amount to? Don't try to belittle me to make me bow to you, Lu Qing. We're different. I've never had such fanaticism for everything in this world, so you can't hurt me. What about your child?" Lu Qing retorted, her eyes sharp and cold like a blade. "What about your child? Don't you care?" "Of course I care about my child, but aren't you afraid to hurt her? I think if you dare to harm my child, you'd end up dead before her, and she would live well. Do you want to bet?" Lu Zheng has already woken up, hasn't he? He won't allow anyone to harm his child, and of course, I won't either. I will protect my child very well. After treating Lu Zheng earlier, when Lu Zheng used his mental power to create a safe space for her, her mental strength had already reached level 5. She was no longer a level 3 Ida. She was now a level 5 Ida. A level 5 Ida would be highly sought after by any alpha below level 5. If Lu Zheng didn't want them, then as a trade, finding a few strong individuals to protect her child would be quite easy. Not to mention, she also had over 2 million gold coins. She would never run out again because this was what she had earned with her own mental strength, even risking her life several times. Lu Qing's mood plummeted, all due to the morning's mischief with the diaper-clad child and the evening's frustration with her mother. "I hope you continue to be this lucky," Wen Liangyuan, Lu Qing said before turning to leave. Once Lu Qing left, Wen Liangyuan sent a message to Lin Xiao. That night, Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang arrived at the Lu family, personally conveying the chancellor's message that the military needed Lu Zheng to return quickly. Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang didn't see Wen Liangyuan, which made them a bit uneasy, especially Lin Xiao. He quickly contacted Dr. Lu and learned that Wen Liangyuan had just replied to Dr. Lu's message, which relieved them. They got in the hovering car and left the Lu family castle. The two, feeling somewhat reassured, had no idea the trouble they had brought to the Lu family. In the study, a group of people was sitting in a hurry, having not even taken a sip of tea before starting to discuss what to do about Lu Zheng. Chapter 76. Controlling Lu Qing, we must wake Lu Zheng up as soon as possible. The military is urging Lu Zheng to return to avoid prolonged delays and complications. We need to speed up the process. Old Master Lu glanced at Lu Yuntian, his anxiety evident as he puffed his cheeks and glared. Lu Yuntian nodded and looked at the butler. Any abnormalities in the surveillance of Lu Zheng's room in the past couple of days? The butler bowed, his expression serious. Miss Wen's visits to the young master's room have significantly decreased, and her anxiousness has also lessened a lot. I suspect the young master's condition has improved. Really? Let's watch the footage. Lu Qing said excitedly, almost unable to wait to punish Wen Liangyuan and that annoying child. The butler nodded, loaded the video on his light brain, and enlarged it. They watched frame by frame, examining Wen Liangyuan's expressions. It was clear that, even if she were an actress, she wouldn't withstand such meticulous scrutiny. Finally, they noticed traces of changes in Wen Liangyuan's expressions, from a slight frown to occasional relaxation. The group exchanged glances. Lu Zheng has woken up, Lu Yuntian said coldly. The others remained silent, but looked at Lu Yuntian, especially Lu Qing, whose gaze was filled with excitement. Action! Take Lu Zheng to the underground laboratory, Lu Yuntian commanded. Looking at Dr. Lin, Lu Qing, Madame Lu, and the butler. The butler nodded, turned, and soon led a group of strong-willed alphas, all level 3 or above, toward Lu Zheng's room and Wen Liangyuan's room. Lu Yuntian and Dr. Lin proceeded to the underground laboratory, while Old Master Lu went to the surveillance room. Madame Lu and Lu Qing stayed by the door of Wen Liangyuan's room with a group of formidable alphas. Lu Zheng did nothing as they took him to the basement. Only when he saw Dr. Lin, his two assistants, and the relaxed Lu Yuntian did his expression turn grim. My good son, you're really clever. Lu Yuntian stood up, dressed in black, looking ominous, especially with those cold eyes that made one shiver. What do you want? Lu Zheng gritted his teeth, filled with hatred for Lu Yuntian's calm and indifferent demeanor. What do I want? Aren't you supposed to be experienced in this? Lu Yuntian looked at Lu Zheng, his gaze shifting to Dr. Lin. Treat him well. Just don't let his mental strength falter and, of course, maintain his reproductive ability. Otherwise, how can we produce the next generation of elites? Dr. Lin nodded, looking terrifying in his white coat and silver-rimmed glasses. The two assistants began preparing the serum, starting from 0.01 milliliters and increasing incrementally. They planned to test it on Lu Zheng one by one until they succeeded. At that moment, the once invincible Lu Zheng on the battlefield was pitifully vulnerable in this small laboratory, having lost almost all ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the syringe filled with neurotoxic agents was slowly injected into his body, trembling in fear like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Meanwhile, in her room, holding the baby, Wen Liangyuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She groaned softly, sensing something was wrong, and immediately placed the baby in Wally's arms. Wally, listen to me. If anyone dares to harm the baby, activate the silver ring shield on her hand to protect her. Yes, Miss Wen. Wally immediately agreed, watching as Wen Liangyuan rummaged through the baby supplies. Miss Wen, what are you looking for? Wen Liangyuan pulled out a retractable baton and 2 tranquilizer guns from the baby supply bag. Thank your master for these. I've always wondered why he sent such things for his little girl. Miss Wen, these weapons were actually organized by me. The master said to prepare non-lethal weapons for the little miss to use when she turns 5. Wally, being a robot, wouldn't feel awkward. Otherwise, he would have blushed. When Liangyuan stowed the baton, held the tranquilizer guns in both hands, and sent a message to Lin Xiao and Dr. Lu. Come quickly. After a deep breath and a glance at Wally, who nodded solemnly, Wen Liangyuan took a deep breath and opened the door. As soon as she stepped out, everyone turned to her. Wen Liangyuan smiled and said, "I want to show you something." When the guards looked over, she immediately aimed her tranquilizer gun at their legs and fired, ignoring their struggles as they collapsed. Wen Liangyuan walked step by step toward the terrified Lu family mother and daughter, unhesitatingly shooting Lu Zheng in the leg with the tranquilizer gun and grabbing Madame Lu's hand. Ignoring the people lying on the ground, Wen Liangyuan dragged Madame Lu and kicked open Lu Zheng's door, but didn't find him inside. She returned, stood beside Lu Zheng, and looked at Madame Lu in her grasp. "Where is Lu Zheng?" Madame Lu kept her eyes closed and her mouth shut, not saying a word, her breathing unchanged. Lu Zheng lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at Wen Liangyuan, speechless. Wen Liangyuan pulled out the retractable baton from her pocket, flicked it open, released Madame Lu, and swung the baton hard against Lu Zheng's arm. The sound of a bone breaking immediately followed, and Lu Zheng screamed in pain, her face turning pale, sweating profusely, gasping for breath, and crying out, "Wen Liangyuan, how dare you hit me? You scum, I won't let you go. Mom, it hurts so much." Wen Liangyuan said nothing and struck again, breaking Lu Zheng's other arm. This time, she had no strength left to curse Wen Liangyuan. She gasped weakly, moaning, her mouth bleeding, sounding pitiful and frail. Ignoring this, Wen Liangyuan raised the baton again, this time aiming for Lu Zheng's legs. Before she could strike, Madame Lu reluctantly opened her eyes. "Mom, it hurts, save me, save me." Lu Zheng kept screaming for her mother, begging for help. Wen Liangyuan looked at Madame Lu with icy eyes. As a mother, she should understand what one would do for their child, right? While one may hesitate to harm their own child, they might not think twice about harming someone else's. With a sarcastic and cold smile, Wen Liangyuan saw that Madame Lu still hadn't reacted. She lifted the baton again. "How about you choose a leg? You can hit me, even kill me. Just don't harm Zheng." Madame Lu looked at Lu Zheng, her eyes filled with pain. Chapter 77. Underhanded schemes. When Liangyuan smiled gently. "Why would I kill you? I don't like being in prison, and here, your life has no value. Your daughter is of more value. Since you want to help her choose which leg, I'll make the decision myself." When Liangyuan swung the stick in her hand forcefully, and Mrs. Lu turned pale instantly. Lu Zheng screamed continuously, begging for mercy. "Please spare me. I'll tell you where Lu Zheng is, I'll tell you." Ignoring Lu Zheng's pleas, the stick didn't stop until Mrs. Lu shouted loudly, I'll tell you. Just don't hurt my daughter." At the same time, Wen Liangyuan's stick brushed past Lu Zheng and struck the wall with a loud bang, chipping off a layer of plaster and sending dust down onto Lu Zheng's legs. When Liangyuan turned her head, a gentle smile on her lips, looking at Mrs. Lu, "Carry your daughter. Take me to Lu Zheng. You know I can't trust you, but I trust your love for your daughter." Mrs. Lu closed her eyes, resigned, squatting down to carry her daughter Lu Zheng. Looking at Lu Zheng's two limp arms in front of her, Mrs. Lu felt a deep hatred for Wen Liangyuan, almost wanting to die together with her. Wen Liangyuan didn't care at all. Her gaze was calm and composed as she looked at Mrs. Lu. "You can kill me, and I might not even hate you, but if you touch Lu Zheng, if you touch my child, then you can't blame me for being ruthless." At this point, Wen Liangyuan raised her head to stare directly at the camera overhead, locking eyes with the old man in the surveillance footage. Her gaze was both gentle and sharp, making the old man almost forget to give commands, but he managed to remain composed, immediately instructing someone to stop Wen Liangyuan and to attack her with mental energy. "As long as she doesn't die, it's fine." "Yes, sir." The guard turned to leave, but little did he know that with just a moment's distraction, the old man in the surveillance could no longer find Wen Liangyuan. He ordered the technicians to lock onto her and search the entire castle, but it was of no use. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the surveillance room. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was a bit terrifying, causing the old man to shudder, and the nearby technician was equally spooked. "Go open the door," the old man commanded. The technician had no choice but to get up, picking up a cup nearby to open the door. As soon as the door opened, his eyes immediately scanned the hallway, ready to smash the cup at anyone he found. Taking the initiative, suddenly, a door in the hallway burst open, startling the technician. He threw the cup, which smashed against the door with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. At that moment of shock, he was hit by a tranquilizer gun. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly slid down, crashing to the ground. Wen Liangyuan didn't even look at him, standing at the door. Inside the room were Mrs. Lu and her daughter, their mouths stuffed and unable to make a sound. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, seeing that the technician had not returned for a long time, the old man felt a bit alarmed. He grasped his cane and gun, stepping out of the room just in time to see the technician lying on the ground. His gaze fell on the wide-open door, and the old man pulled out his handgun, firing until the gun was empty. As he checked his gun, Wen Liangyuan stepped forward, the tranquilizer gun once again aimed at his leg. The old man stared with his murky, defiant eyes, collapsing onto the technician. Wen Liangyuan walked into the room. Looking at Mrs. Lu, "Let us go. Take me to see Lu Zheng. I miss him." Once again, Mrs. Lu carried Lu Qing, leading Wen Liangyuan step by step toward the basement. Wen Liangyuan remained on guard against Mrs. Lu, several times nearly falling into her trap. Fortunately, she was meticulous and kept a close eye on Mrs. Lu's actions. Someone less cautious might have been caught. Finally, after knocking out several people with the tranquilizer gun, they reached the basement. Wen Liangyuan extended her stick, and Mrs. Lu set down Lu Qing. Wen Liangyuan placed the stick against Mrs. Lu's neck, pushing her closer to the laboratory step by step. The underground laboratory was spacious and bright, filled with many cold and terrifying instruments. And the most frightening figures were Lu Yuntian and the unflinching Dr. Lin. On the cold metal bed lay Lu Zheng, completely naked, his skin appearing bluish, and he was in extreme pain, every muscle in his body tense. Seeing this, Lu Yuntian remained expressionless, only looking at Wen Liangyuan, calmly saying, "I underestimated you." When Liangyuan looked at him, "I grew up on Weishui's star, the daughter of a gatekeeper. My parents are among the best gatekeepers, having repelled hundreds of insectoid attacks. And I often participated in the defense." She pushed Mrs. Lu down the steps. "The woman you love most is in my hands. Release Lu Zheng, or I will ensure you are forever separated from him. You're very bold to threaten me." Lu Yuntian was unmoved at all. When Liangyuan felt a bit uneasy inside, but it didn't show on her face. She moved closer step by step. "I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating facts." She glanced at Lu Zheng. At that moment, Lu Yuntian's movements were like lightning. In an instant, he punched Wen Liangyuan's shoulder, sending her flying, and then he pulled Mrs. Lu into his arms. "You're still young," Lu Yuntian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Looking at Dr. Lin, since she has delivered herself to us, immediately include her in the experiment. I can't wait to know the results." "Yes, sir." Dr. Lin approached Wen Liangyuan, lifting her and placing her on the bed beside Lu Zheng. His two assistants began preparing the medication. Lu Zheng was filled with fear, trembling. When Liangyuan turned her head to look at him, "A Zheng? A Zheng." She kept calling out his name. Dr. Lin planned to give Wen Liangyuan a tranquilizer shot, but was stopped by Lu Qing, who had come down with Mrs. Lu. "I want to hear her screams, to see her in extreme pain. The tranquilizer can be skipped. She doesn't deserve it." Thus, Dr. Lin readily set aside the tranquilizer and needle, walking over to Lu Qing to help her reconnect her two arms. Lu Qing let out another scream, and at the same time, her hatred for Wen Liangyuan deepened. After her arms were reattached, she ignored the risk of them breaking again, walking to the bedside and slapping Wen Liangyuan across the face. With a loud crack, Wen Liangyuan's head snapped to the side, a cut appearing at the corner of her mouth, blood trickling down. Seeing her like this, Lu Zheng's heart trembled. Wen Liangyuan's eyes turned red. Looking pitifully at Lu Zheng, "A Zheng, I miss you so much, and I miss the baby too. Don't you miss her?" She asked under the old man's control. "And the situation is very dangerous. Please save us, okay?" Chapter 78. Cruel past with a visibly changing expression. Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan, his eyes filled with struggle. Lu Qing threw his head back and laughed heartily, looking at Wen Liangyuan with a mocking expression. "What are you doing? Are you actually begging him? Don't you know he's weak and useless? Especially in this underground laboratory. Anywhere else, Lu Zheng is a very difficult person to deal with, but here, he is utterly weak. Do you know why?" As Lu Qing spoke, Lu Zheng didn't dare to retort, his eyes filled with fear. Wen Liangyuan gritted his teeth and looked at the other members of the Lu family. What have you done to him? It's simple. We controlled him when he was very young, disciplined him, instilled deep-seated fear and obedience in him, and he became very obedient. Even if he grows up to become an extraordinary powerhouse, so what? As Lu Zheng spoke, he approached Dr. Lin, looking at him with admiration, while Lu Yintian and Madame Lu next to him looked at Lu Zheng with indifference. In disbelief, Wen Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng, unable to imagine that he had encountered such a terrifying thing, done by his own family. Of course, he had resisted countless times, but what was the use? This was his true home. Lu Zheng laughed madly, his eyes full of madness. Wen Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng and suddenly felt that his own suffering was nothing compared to his. In comparison, it was almost like heaven. What about his mother? Wen Liangyuan's voice trembled. At that moment, two assistants of Dr. Lin walked over with syringes and injected toxins into her arm. His mother? He killed her with his own hands. The medicine was personally served to his mother by him. But that woman could hardly be considered a good mother. Before she died, she even hypnotized him to forget that memory. But that's okay. Aren't I reminding him of it now? Lu Zheng said, his eyes filled with malice. When Liangyuan felt the excruciating pain in her arm, her face pale, and her eyes coldly stared at Lu Zheng. She had already thought about how to punish her. You are too inhumane. This is beyond my expectations. When Liangyuan felt a chill run down her spine. What does it matter? If we don't do this, how can we obtain a top-level, 9-tier psychic powerhouse? Lu Zheng looked at his mother, and a rare smile appeared on Madame Lu's face, while Lu Yintian also had a hint of pride in his eyes, as if Lu Zheng was their masterpiece. Compared to them, Dr. Lin was clearly more fanatical and proud. He walked to Lu Zheng's side and reached out to stroke Lu Zheng's head. He is my most perfect creation. By combining genes and neurotoxins, I have transformed his potential from an 8-tier alpha to a 9-tier alpha. I failed countless times and lost countless alphas, but only Lu Zheng endured. He is the strongest. Over the years, they had no audience for this matter, but at this moment, when Liangyuan, due to her identity, became the audience to listen to their boasting. This feeling of being able to finally show off after being pent up for decades intoxicated Lu Zheng and Dr. Lin, while Lu Yintian and Madame Lu appeared more seasoned and calm in comparison. When Liangyuan looked at them, her scalp tingling and her heart aching, especially when she looked at the lifeless Lu Zheng. This feeling of pain and resentment became even clearer. You are violating the law. Genetic experiments are prohibited. When Liangyuan could only utter this dry statement. You think we're the only ones doing genetic experiments? Wrong. Countless people are conducting this experiment. Even the royal family is involved. That madman Diaz is probably also doing it. You don't know this because you are insignificant ants. To us, you ants are merely numbers, understand? Dr. Lin's expression was filled with madness, looking very terrifying, and when Liangyuan couldn't help but tremble inside. This feeling of fear was unbearable for her. She was now a 21-year-old adult, and yet it was like this. What about 5-year-old Lu Zheng? How terrified would he be? How inhumane had these people treated him over the years? When Liangyuan closed her eyes, not daring to look at Dr. Lin, let alone at Lu Zheng, she was extremely afraid. Lu Zheng, how powerful and excellent he is. Dr. Lin looked at Lu Zheng with almost worshipful eyes regarding this great work he had personally created. He is excellent and strong, but it has nothing to do with you trash. When Liangyuan opened her eyes again, coldly looking at them, almost led astray by them. At this moment, the trembling and fearful state of when Liangyuan became calm, resilient, confident, and composed. No matter what you do or say, it cannot change Lu Zheng's strength. You are merely embellishments. The true powerful core will always be Lu Zheng himself. You people hide in the rear and have no idea how terrifying and fearful it is to be eaten by alien beasts or drained your marrow by the insect race. But Lu Zheng, he went to the battlefield at 17, unafraid of everything. He looked down on it all and controlled it all. Without him, countless ants, including myself, would ultimately die from being drained of their marrow by the insect race or eaten by alien beasts. And most of the time, he was piloting a mech, bravely fighting against alien beasts and battling the insect race, only occasionally using his psychic powers, which you gave him, clearly imperfect and flawed. This time, Madame Lu and Lu Yuntian could no longer maintain their composure. They walked to Wen Liangyuan's side, and Madame Lu slapped Wen Liangyuan's face twice. What do you know? Madame Lu looked at Wen Liangyuan with a face full of resentment, wishing she could eat her flesh. Although Lu Yuntian said nothing. His tensed hands told Wen Liangyuan that he would kill her, but Wen Liangyuan was not afraid of them. Did I step on your sore spot? Or why are you angry? Because this is the truth. Lu Zheng later found it inconvenient to use mechs in the city and had to use his psychic powers more frequently than before. But each time he would lose control of his powers. Why? Because his self-healing ability is far inferior to other alphas. And this is where you refuse to admit your failure. You think you have created a perfect work, but in fact, you have turned a perfect work into a defective one. In an extremely calm state, Wen Liangyuan was a terrifying person. She could find your pain points and stab them accurately and ruthlessly, leaving you bleeding. Lu Qing pushed Madame Lu aside and slapped Wen Liangyuan's face repeatedly, causing her cheeks to swell and blood to flow from her nose and mouth. She fiercely grabbed Wen Liangyuan by the neck. Watch your words. Let me tell you, your life is in our hands right now. I can kill you at any time. Chapter 79. Powerful Wen Liangyuan smiled faintly at her, but her eyes were filled with cold indifference and murderous intent. Were you, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family, yet so incompetent, over 30 and still just an ordinary cabinet official, too afraid to confess your feelings for someone you secretly love? A cowardly person like you dares to threaten me. Her words made Lu Qing stumble back 2 steps, and when she regained her composure, she stepped forward and slapped Wen Liangyuan twice, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Wen Liangyuan coldly looked at Dr. Lin. Do you really think your skills are good? They're not. They're very poor. It's just that serious researchers look down on this area, and you've messed it up like a locust. You know very well that someone loves you in secret, yet you pretend not to see it, continuing to dangle the Lu family fool along. And you keep reaping the benefits from the Lu family. What a true hypocrite. Doctor. Lu's eyes turned extremely cold, looking at Wen Liangyuan as if she were dead. He jabbed a syringe into her, causing Wen Liangyuan to scream in pain. Killing me won't cover up your incompetence. You're not qualified for the Academy of Sciences. Your abilities are insufficient to enter, so you resort to underhanded means. You are a complete failure. Dr. Lin, furious, jabbed Wen Liangyuan several times, causing her body to tremble from the pain. But the more it hurt, the fiercer she became. Her eyes fierce like a wolf on the brink of death, terrifying. Mrs. Lu, unable to bear good airs, Alpha, can do nothing to change this situation, allowing her husband to find another woman, and then killing this poor woman after using her up, pretending to be deaf and mute, continuing to live a harmonious life with her husband. With a heart like yours, no woman in the entire galaxy can compare. They all bow down in submission. Incompetent, venomous, malicious, weak, and vain. Aren't you describing yourself? After finishing her words, Wen Liangyuan revealed a wide smile on her swollen face. Mrs. Lu grabbed Wen Liangyuan by the collar, tightly choking her neck. Years.He. Wen Liangyuan remained motionless, her eyes still looking fiercely at her. Mrs. Lu, frightened, took a step back, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Wen Liangyuan. What about Lord Lu? You and Mrs. Lu are such a perfect match. Inept, weak, vain, and cruel. Unable to bear your responsibilities, you let Zheng take them on, while you sit in the unpromising position of Minister of Finance, completely suppressed by Diaz. And you dare to hope to continue the Lu family's legacy through Lu Zheng. But didn't your father tell you? After you die, the ancestors of the Lu family might not even dare to recognize you, because you poisoned and exploited a weak woman. Your behavior towards your own son is utterly disgraceful. This sentence stabbed directly into Lu Yuntian's lungs. He gripped Wen Liangyuan's collar tightly, lifting her to kneel on the metal bed. I've decided I don't want anything, but I must kill you. Wen Liangyuan clutched his hand tightly, looking at Lu Zheng beside her. Zheng, I really don't understand why you fear these fools. Why? They're the ones who killed your mother. Don't you understand? The ones who killed that poor woman are not you. It's them. They wanted her dead, so she couldn't live. Don't you understand? Otherwise, why would she die in your arms? You were just a 5-year-old child then. Why do you live in their shadow? They are the ones who should die. Even if you don't love me, don't you love your daughter? Do you really want to watch her lose her mother, just like you did? Lu Yuntian exploded in anger, throwing Wen Liangyuan away. With a bang, she fell to the ground, her body spasming in pain. Zheng, you can't let your daughter lose her mother. I've risked my life to save you so many times. Not to make you their pawn. You, who is deeply loved by your mother, will you really be their pawn for the rest of your life? Lu Qing misses. Lu and Dr. Lin slowly approached Wen Liangyuan, intent on killing her, regardless of the experiment, but they had to kill her. Seeing Lu Zheng slow to respond, Wen Liangyuan felt despair and slowly closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive, as she could do nothing more. She had reached her end. Until the feeling of death did not come for a long time. She felt confused, slowly opening her eyes to see a perfectly godlike man standing in front of her. Completely naked, looking around, she saw everyone else had passed out on the ground. Wen Liangyuan helplessly collapsed, and tears finally fell from her previously dry eyes. You scared me to death, Wu. Lu Zheng, regardless of whether he was dressed or not, directly picked Wen Liangyuan up from the ground and held her in his arms. He was tall and strong, lifting Wen Liangyuan so that her feet barely touched the ground. She wrapped her legs around his waist and hung her arms around his neck, crying like a little helpless child. Wu, you scare me to death, Wu. Lu Zheng lifted her plump bottom with one hand and comforted her frail back with the other, holding her tightly. Just moments ago, she had been so imposing, so fierce. Like a wolf cub, her aura overwhelming. How could she be crying the blink of an eye? The last word was low and magnetic, causing Wen Liangyuan to soften her waist and her arms to go weak. It's not that, I'm just too scared, so I forgot to be afraid, forgot my fear, and blurted out everything I observed. Wen Liangyuan's face turned red, looking delicate and soft, completely unlike her earlier terrifying self. Lu Zheng chuckled softly, playfully and affectionately in his eyes. Everything you observed and blurted out hit right on a mark. His teasing made Wen Liangyuan furious, and she bit down on his solid shoulder muscle, but then obediently let go. Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile. Very clever, very impressive. Dazed, she looked up at him, her heart warm. Are you praising me? Lu Zheng carried her outside, and when they reached the top of the last ladder, he turned around, releasing his mental power to destroy the entire underground laboratory. With a series of loud explosions, Wen Liangyuan, scared, buried her head in his chest. What will they do? She murmured. Lu Zheng carried her outside. Let them survive here, killing each other for a few days. After a few days, we'll notify them there's a problem, and let Lu Yiheng give them a diagnosis, sending them all to Fengyun Psychiatric Hospital, where the security is very strict and they won't be able to escape. Chapter 80, a bit of sweetness leaning against Lu Zheng's shoulder. When Liangyuan's voice was muffled, I still want to let Lu Qing marry Dr. Lin, to let them torment each other, but you are much harsher than I am. Lu Zheng chuckled. Harsher? They hurt the mother of my daughter, the little mama. When he said the last three words, when Liangyuan's body softened halfway, and it was then she realized he was still naked. Why don't you put on a piece of clothing? Or what? We've already seen everything. Right, we know the commander is magnificent, but there's no need to flaunt it like this. Several voices came from nearby, and when Liangyuan looked up to see Dr. Lu and Lin Xiu arriving, her face turned red, and she buried her face in Lu Zheng's embrace. Where's the child? Lu Zheng's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of change. He simply lowered Wen Liangyuan to cover the key areas, but for Wen Liangyuan, it was just, the little miss is with me. While he was holding the child and carrying a lot of baby supplies on his other arm, following Lin Xiu and Dr. Lu from a distance. For Lu Zheng and Wen Liangyuan, Lin Xiu and Lu Yiheng simply couldn't bear to watch, covering their eyes with their hands to avoid seeing anything. That's it. I've got no choice, Lin Xiu said, as an assistant. I have to eat under Lu Zheng's command. And he had to contribute his coat to wrap around Lu Zheng's waist as a makeshift skirt. When Liangyuan was still held by him. Sir, do you want to go back to change into some clothes? Lin Xiu asked thoughtfully. No need, just go directly to the academy, Yuan, Lu Zheng said, carrying Wen Liangyuan towards their hover car. Dr. Lu took the child from Wally's arms, and Lin Xiu hurriedly picked up Wally and ran to the driver's seat, while Dr. Lu took the child to the passenger seat. Wen Liangyuan and Lu Zheng sat in the back. They didn't ask what had happened, but from the situation, they could guess that the bad guys didn't gain anything, and the good people were fine. That was enough. Soon, they arrived at the Academy Yuan. After dropping off the family and a robot, Lin Xiu turned to leave, heading to the military hospital to get something, while Dr. Lu entered the house with him. First, check her, I don't mind. Lu Zheng placed Wen Liangyuan on the bed, reached out to tidy her hair, and then left the room. Dr. Lu nodded and let Eva in to perform basic checks on Wen Liangyuan. The results were good. There were no major issues with her body. Just a simple detoxifying agent was needed, and it would take some time to expel the toxins. Once the toxins were expelled, her body would be fine. As for her swollen face, a top-grade ointment was applied, and it would be better in no time. Dr. Lu, can you check on Zheng? And also tell me about his situation? Wen Liangyuan's voice was filled with concern. The happiness she felt coming out of the underground laboratory had completely dissipated. Dr. Lu paused, then nodded. All right, I promise you. Wen Liangyuan sighed in relief, asking Eva to bring the child over. She lay on the bed with the child, the toxins still affecting her. Even though she didn't want to sleep, she couldn't hold on and gradually fell asleep. The child, who hadn't been close to her mother all day, didn't cry, but she indeed missed her mommy, snuggling in Wen Liangyuan's arms and falling asleep. After they both fell asleep, Lu Zheng came to the door, opened it to look at them peacefully sleeping, listening to their even breathing, and slowly closed the door. Is it okay to check here? Dr. Lu looked at Lu Zheng, a hint of concern in his eyes. Should we go to the military hospital instead? Lu Zheng sat down and gently closed his eyes. It's fine, don't worry about me, I'm okay. This is just a routine for me, isn't it? Dr. Lu's body stiffened. Only after coming to the Lu family did he have a rough idea of what Lu Zheng had been through. I'm sorry, as your cousin. I've never saved you, never realized what kind of terrible life you were living. His words made the exhausted Lu Zheng shake his head weakly. In that kind of situation, no one could save me. It's not your fault. Su Qingma's mother? Your aunt? Was she also driven out of the Lu family like that? Dr. Lu asked as he let Eva check Lu Zheng's body. Lu Zheng responded with an Aunt? Yes, she was quite capable, protecting her 2 children from harm. But she didn't save you. Dr. Lu had to say something extremely helpless and painful, because she knew that if she saved me, she would lose her 2 children. If she didn't save me and feigned ignorance, they would only lose their good life, but they could still live well, couldn't they? Lu Zheng had long lost his feelings about this matter. His tone was flat, showing no fluctuations at all regarding being abandoned. I'm sorry, Dr. Lu said, filled with guilt and pain. No need to apologize. All the suffering I endured in the first half of my life has been compensated by the heavens. Hasn't it? I have a lovely little daughter, and he didn't finish his sentence, and Dr. Lu didn't hear the rest. Miss Wen, she's impressive. Her exam results in the entrance exams at 18 were much higher than the admission scores of the Imperial Military Academy. She deserves you. Dr. Lu expressed his slight displeasure at Lu Zheng's attitude towards Wen Liangyuan. I know, this incident has shown me that her observational skills, logical abilities, and disaster response skills are all top-notch. She is a very smart person. But we are not suitable. I don't like her. When he said this, Lu Zheng didn't dare to look at Dr. Lu and lowered his head. She saved you again. Dr. Lu reiterated, and Lu Zheng did not object. He nodded. Yes, I was already in despair, thinking that since it was like this, I might as well let things go, at worst just die. As Lu Zheng spoke, there was a hint of loneliness and much pain on his face. He looked at Dr. Lu, but she told me she risked her life to save me. My mother would rather die than let me die, not to make me a pawn for them. She also told me that I have a daughter, and I need to protect her. She woke me up. At this point, Lu Zheng gave a pale smile. Is it laughable? In 27 years of life, no one told me that my existence and my life are extremely important. She was the first. His gaze fell again, and Dr. Lu couldn't see through what he was thinking. After that, Lu Zheng stopped speaking. When Lin Xiu arrived, they checked Lu Zheng's body and reached a vague conclusion. They stayed for a while, and Lu Zheng sent them off. He watched Eva and Wally having fun, not wanting to disturb them, and went to the kitchen, planning to prepare formula for his daughter. He checked the specific process and standards on his brain, following a standard and a process. After finishing, he carefully entered the room and handed the bottle to his chubby, soft little daughter sleeping in Wen Liangyuan's arms, taking the opportunity to capture a photo of them sleeping together. Chapter 81. His little daughter. After getting everything ready, he went outside to open his holographic computer and check for information with the title, "What is a good gift for a little daughter?" As he looked at the gifts others had given their daughters, and then thought about the gifts he had given his daughter, Lu Zheng's face turned green. He didn't even take a break and sent a message to Su Qingma. "Lend me some money." Su Qingma quickly replied. Lu Zheng pursed his lips and sternly typed a line. "Lend me some money. I don't have money to buy a gift for my daughter. The gifts I gave before were almost all weapons." Su Qingma, giving weapons to your daughter? What kind of brain circuit do you have? Giving weapons to a baby who's only a few months old? Lu Zheng suppressed his anger. "Stop using so many question marks. It's annoying." Su Qingma, biting his lip and holding back his irritation. Lu Zheng typed another line. "Lend me money, 1,000,000 silver coins." Su Qingma looked speechless and quickly typed. "Little Rabbit Cafe hasn't given you dividends for nearly 5 years. I'll just give you a lump sum." Upon seeing this message, Lu Zheng paused. "No need. I said Little Rabbit Cafe is yours. If you lend me money, I will pay you back, but it may take a little longer." Su Qingma didn't agree. "I'll just give it to you." After reading his reply, Lu Zheng was about to respond when he received the transfer notification. He clicked to take a look. 100 million silver coins had arrived. Lu Zheng paused. "What do you mean?" Su Qingma quickly typed. "The dividends from 5 years, is that too little? I only pocketed a third. You wouldn't be calculating this too, would you?" After seeing the message, Lu Zheng paused. "Fine, I accept. So, please continue to manage Little Rabbit Cafe. And when my daughter grows up, I will return it to her. I will inform Lu Yiheng to keep an eye on you." Su Qingma smiled and sighed in relief. "No problem." After sending the message, Su Qingma looked at her sister. She had given Lu Zheng the money. "So what do you want to tell me?" Su Qingyu lowered her head. "Lu Yiheng called me. Lu Zheng has completely escaped from that terrifying past. In fact, when Mom left the Lu family castle back then, it wasn't because Madame Lu was two-faced, but because they were going to experiment on you and Lu Zheng together. This is how it is, so we need to treat Lu Zheng a bit better." After Su Qingyu finished speaking, she didn't dare to look at her brother for a long time. Why didn't Tiwi save him? Su Qingma couldn't quite believe it. Su Qingyu still didn't dare to look at Su Qingma. When you had to choose between you and Lu Zheng, you should know that Mom would choose you without hesitation. "I understand." Su Qingma sat dejectedly on the sofa, unable to utter a word for a long time. "So we need to." "Sister, there's no need to say this. It has always been Lu Zheng taking care of us, hasn't it?" Su Qingma interrupted her sister. Su Qingyu hummed in agreement and nodded, not saying anything further. Su Qingma let out a heavy sigh before saying with discomfort, "Luckily, I'm still nice to his future wife. Otherwise I'd feel guilty to death." He gently closed his eyes, believing this was the right thing he had done. Lu Zheng didn't know about these things. And even if he did, he probably wouldn't care, as in his heart, the most important person now was his chubby, soft little daughter. Driving the hover car, Lu Zheng appeared on the most prosperous street in Donghua Star and entered a mother and baby store. He stood tall and elegant, so striking that people couldn't help but stare, including the store staff, who couldn't take their eyes off him for a long time. Unlike other places, the mother and baby store still relied on human service. Although there were robots providing assistance, the main staff were still human. Once they saw Lu Zheng enter their store, their hearts shattered. Such a handsome man. And he S.A. dad. A few girls were stunned for a moment, and after a while, hurriedly approached Lu Zheng to attend to him, asking what he wanted to buy. Lu Zheng pulled out a photo on his holographic computer, enlarged it, and increased the clarity. In an instant, a remarkable scene appeared in the mother and baby store. A huge photo not only piqued the curiosity of the staff inside, but also attracted people outside. Because he was too good-looking, some even started filming videos. The photo clearly showed a mother and daughter. The woman was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, her long hair spread across the pillow. And even with her eyes closed, it was evident that she was a gentle and delicate beauty. In her arms was a chubby little daughter, holding a bottle and sucking, with big black eyes like grapes, a tender little face, and black hair. "Wow, this is too beautiful. Sir, are they your wife and daughter?" The staff asked excitedly, and Lu Zheng nodded. "Yes. What is the age range of children in your store?" He closed his holographic computer and looked at the staff very seriously. Sir, we have everything from 1-month-old babies to 10-year-old girls, all available for purchase. The staff's eyes sparkled. This was definitely a big order. Lu Zheng nodded. Take me to have a look. All right, sir. The staff led Lu Zheng around, and as he looked around, he found black diapers that looked cool. So he stopped and said, I'll reserve these until she's 2 years old, but how will you tell when she's wet? Sir, our diaper will change color to remind you, so that's not a problem. The staff hurriedly noted down that he needed to reserve for 2 years. Before she finished recording, Lu Zheng looked at her again. How long do children usually use diapers? Sir, generally until they're 2 years old. Some clever babies can manage around 1 year old. The staff explained based on experience. Lu Zheng nodded seriously. Then help me calculate. I'll reserve for 1.5 years, the kind that changes frequently. All right, sir. The staff hurriedly recorded, her eyes shining. Just the diapers alone would be a big order. Plus other things? Wouldn't that mean even more profit? Thinking of this, the staff's eyes lit up. Lu Zheng ignored her and then reserved clothes for 10 years, milk powder for 10 years, nutritional supplements for 10 years. Everything was reserved for 10 years. The delivery address is Sci-Fi. After reserving these items, Lu Zheng found that he had spent nearly half of his silver coins, carrying 2 large bags of toys as he got back into the hover car. He sat in the hover car for a long time before taking a deep breath and drove back to Sci-Fi. Luckily for him, as soon as he got home, he disinfected all the toys, then had Wally dry them while he took a shower and changed into a new outfit. After finishing all this, Lu Zheng walked into the room and saw that his daughter had already woken up. He carefully took the child from Wen Liangyuan's arms and brought her to the living room, spreading the disinfected toys all over the room, holding his daughter in a doting manner. You wear what you want. What do you like? Eva couldn't help but remind him. Mr. Lu, the baby still has to wait a few months before she can play with toys. Clearly, Lu Zheng was disappointed. Chapter 82 Warmth, seeing Eva like this. Wally hurriedly comforted Lu Zheng. Don't worry, sir. After a while, the little miss will start playing. I checked, and it said she will start playing after 6 months. Clearly, Lu Zheng did not feel happy about this. His expression remained downcast, and in the end, Eva even felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. I didn't mean to make you unhappy. Eva sincerely apologized to Lu Zheng. Having a smart robot apologize to him made Lu Zheng feel a little uncomfortable. You all go about your business. I want to be alone with my little camellia. Yes, Mr. Lu. Eva and Wally turned and went to the charging room. When Liangyuan woke up, the sky was dark. She reached out to feel beside her, but didn't touch the child. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately sat up and looked under the bed. Not finding the child, she breathed a sigh of relief, but then began to worry again. Eva, where's the baby? When Liangyuan got out of bed, put on her shoes, and, regardless of her messy hair and tired body, hurried to find Eva, worried about the child. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out, she saw an astonishing scene. The living room carpet was covered with toys, and the handsome Commander Lu Zheng was lying on the floor with a chubby, adorable baby lying on him. Phew! Wen Liangyuan let out a breath of relief, brushed her hair back, and walked over, only to see that both Lu Zheng and the baby were asleep. How long have they been playing? Wen Liangyuan murmured as she went into the room to get a blanket and gently covered them both. She then went to the bathroom to take a shower, wash her hair, and change into comfortable clothes before coming out. Afterward, she lit a few fragrant candles and turned on the tool robot to project a very heartwarming pastoral movie on the screen. She went to the kitchen, planning to make something delicious for Lu Zheng. With the help of Wally and Eva, she worked quickly. 3 dishes and a soup, beef stew with potatoes, spicy stir-fried meat, boiled shrimp, plus a big bowl of vegetable and carrot soup and a dipping sauce. After placing these on the coffee table in the living room, Wen Liangyuan saw they were still asleep, so she quietly set the movie back to the beginning and then pulled open the bed curtain, turning on a soft yellow light. The light was sufficient, but the color was very warm. Excepting the 2 bowls of rice, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and 2 small bowls of soup that Eva handed her. When Liangyuan knelt on the carpet and arranged the utensils, turning to look at Lu Zheng and the little girl, she found they were still sound asleep, and she didn't notice the deep satisfaction and tenderness in her eyes. She stood up and walked to their side, gently lifting the little treasure from Lu Zheng's arms and placing her on the nearby sofa, covering her with a blanket. As soon as the baby was taken away, Lu Zheng opened his eyes wide. In that moment, his gaze indeed startled Wen Liangyuan, but fortunately, Lu Zheng quickly regained his composure. Realizing where he was and who was in front of him, he averted his gaze, and when Liangyuan looked at him, sitting cross-legged on the round cushion beside him, and handed him the chopsticks and rice bowl. "Let us eat." "Okay." Lu Zheng stared for a long time before picking up the chopsticks and lifting the bowl to eat. When Liangyuan served herself and him a large bowl of soup, placing one bowl next to Lu Zheng and one next to herself. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. In the movie, the female lead also began to eat, and her meal was all vegetarian, far from their sumptuous feast. Lu Zheng didn't speak, and neither did Wen Liangyuan. There were only the sound from the movie and the wind outside, but it wasn't awkward at all. Both were in an extremely relaxed state, very quiet and comfortable. After a while, Wen Liangyuan remembered something and asked him, "What about your body, Dr. Lu? What are the test results?" Lu Zheng didn't answer for a long time, until when Liangyuan picked up a piece of beef and placed it in his bowl. Then he said, "There is no conclusion for now. How about going to the military hospital?" When Liangyuan's appetite was affected and Lu Zheng looked at her. "We can't go to the military hospital. If people find out, the consequences would be extremely dangerous." I understand." When Liangyuan listened to Lu Zheng in this regard, as she didn't understand at all and didn't intend to show off in front of him. "What about how you feel? How do you feel about your body?" When Liangyuan paused eating and looked at Lu Zheng with concern in her eyes. Lu Zheng looked at her and said, "I feel great, so don't worry. Just eat well. Your cooking is really good." His sudden compliment made Wen Liangyuan blush. "Well, not just well, it's very good. I've eaten at quite a few places, and yours is the best." Lu Zheng earnestly praised Wen Liangyuan again. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head to eat rice, not daring to look at him, only shyly responding with an Not noticing Wen Liangyuan's state, Lu Zheng looked at his daughter on the sofa. "This afternoon, I went to the maternal and infant store and ordered the best formula, diapers, clothes, and other items. You don't have to buy these anymore. Just message them, and they can deliver anytime." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket with a staff member's ID written on it. Looking at the note in his hand, Wen Liangyuan took a long time to react. After a while, she put down her bowl and chopsticks, took the note in her hand, and lowered her head to ask him, "Aren't you going to add my ID?" After asking, Wen Liangyuan turned to look at Lu Zheng, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but eventually pressed them tight and lowered her head to pick up her chopsticks and bowl to eat again. It seemed she had said a lot, yet it felt like she hadn't said anything at all. The warm and comfortable atmosphere between the two suddenly became polite and distant, even though the scene and the people hadn't changed. After finishing the meal, Lu Zheng, along with the two robots, cleaned up the dining table. When Liangyuan went to the bathroom to brush her teeth, wash her face, apply skincare products. And after finishing all of that, she picked up the child and returned to the room, not speaking to Lu Zheng in the meantime. Because she didn't know what identity to speak to him from, she just wanted him to rest well. That night, Lu Zheng tidied up the kitchen and living room and returned to his own home. So, the next morning when Liangyuan woke up, she didn't see Lu Zheng. She stood in the living room in a daze for a long time before taking any other action. Of course, Wally was still there, and he even took on most of Eva's work, which Liangyuan had no objection to. From that day on, it seemed Lu Zheng vanished from Liangyuan's world. She couldn't bring herself to ask Lin Xiao about Lu Zheng's situation, so she had to watch the news channel every day, hoping to get some news about him. On the third day, she indeed saw news about Lu Zheng. The news wasn't good, but wasn't very bad either. It was about the Lu family. It said that there had been a collapse at the Lu family's castle, and the Minister of Finance, his wife, and their daughter had been trapped in the basement for 3 days. After they got out, they were immediately taken to the military hospital, and the doctors checked them and found no major issues. Chapter 83, the result of the Lu family, when Liangyuan saw the news and immediately video called Lin Xiao. The video call was quickly connected, and when Liangyuan immediately asked Lin Xiao, "Didn't the commander say they would be sent to Fengyin Psychiatric Hospital? Why did they go to the military hospital?" "Sorry, Liangyuan, Dr. Lu and I forgot about Old Master Lu." The commander was furious about this, and both Dr. Lu and I were scolded badly, Lin Xiu said, his voice filled with regret, though he didn't sound wronged. Taking a deep breath, Wen Liangyuan managed to suppress her annoyance. I also made a mistake. I forgot about Old Master Lu too, which is why I only remembered when you mentioned it. Don't feel too bad. It's not just us who forgot about Old Master Lu. The commander forgot him too. In fact, we all share some responsibility for this. But the main responsibility lies with Dr. Lu and me. You guys only have a poor memory, Lin Xiu said helplessly. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely remember to send Old Master Lu to the underground laboratory, letting their family of 4 experience those difficult days. Unfortunately, because of Old Master Lu, they had barely endured 3 days of that life before being rescued. What bad luck. What about Dr. Lin and his 2 assistants? Wen Liangyuan was more concerned about this person. Without him, the Lu family couldn't do much, like a tiger without teeth. Their dead died in the basement. Preliminary judgment suggests they died from being crushed by the equipment. The death was tragic and extremely brutal, Lin Xiu said, a shiver running through him as his heart involuntarily quickened. When Liangyuan nodded, not speaking. She didn't dare to say that the collapse of the underground laboratory was related to Lu Zheng, nor that the deaths of those 3 were connected to him. It seemed that Lu Zheng was certain she wouldn't say anything at all, not even giving a single instruction, which showed his lack of concern. When Liangyuan felt helpless towards his trust. What about Lu Qing? How does she feel about her loved one dying? At that moment, when Liangyuan suddenly realized she had a very indifferent side, she didn't care whether Lu Qing lived or died, and even wanted to hear about her tragic fate. Things aren't going well. I heard she's close to going crazy, speaking indiscriminately in the hospital, and Mrs. Lu is also in poor mental condition because of her. As for the Minister of Finance, true to form, he's calm and composed, showing no signs of panic at all, Lin Xiu said, his voice filled with indignation. Clearly, he very much disliked Minister of Finance, Lu Yintian. Okay, I understand. When Liangyuan chatted with Lin Xiu for a few more moments, planning to hang up, but Lin Xiu's next words made her stay on the line. The commander has been very busy lately, extremely busy. The internal traitors in the Galactic Legion are widespread and hard to deal with, and the time given by the Chancellor is limited. The commander is as busy as a spinning top every day, with no time to rest, so he hasn't come to see you. Please don't be angry. Lin Xiu's voice was clearly tinged with helplessness when he said this. Okay, I understand. When Liangyuan was a bit worried about Lu Zheng's condition and quietly asked, is he eating well? No. Where would he have time to eat well? He's only eating whole, grain-hard bread and multivitamin tablets. Lin Xiu was also very tired, leaning back in his chair. Don't even mention the exhausted commander. I'm not doing much better myself. When Liangyuan sighed in resignation and asked, has anyone in your office eaten? Sort of. Lin Xiu casually replied, suddenly realizing the implication of Wen Liangyuan's question, his eyes lighting up. Are you suggesting that you want to cook for us? Lin Xiu's voice was filled with eagerness, and he immediately sat up straight, looking like a well-behaved student. When Liangyuan replied, sort of, you 6 assistants, plus the commander. Make a total of 7 people. I'll make 7 dishes and a soup. You can come pick it up in an hour. All right, no problem. What do you need me to bring you? Lin Xiu asked happily, his eyes shining. When Liangyuan replied, helplessly, you don't need to bring anything. Just come pick it up in an hour. I'm hanging up now. After ending the video call, when Liangyuan went to the kitchen, opened the smart refrigerator, and took out a pound of ribs, a pound of chicken wings, a pound of pork belly, a pound of mantis shrimp, a large stalk of asparagus, a big handful of vegetable shoots, and several potatoes. Then she called for Eva and Wally to help her cook. The ribs were made into spicy fried ribs, the chicken wings into cola chicken wings, the pork belly into braised pork, the mantis shrimp into pepper and salt shrimp. The asparagus was stir-fried with beef. The vegetable shoots were stir-fried with minced garlic, and the potatoes were shredded and served cold. The soup was a refreshing vegetable and carrot soup. After finishing all this, when Liangyuan found the large food box from before and began to pack the dishes. When Lin Xiu arrived, she had just finished. Liangyuan, you're amazing. Lin Xiu stepped forward and gave Liangyuan a tight hug. When Liangyuan smiled helplessly and pushed him away, saying, let the commander eat some too. I'm worried he might be hungry. It's fine. I just told him that I went out to buy delicious food for him to save room for. Lin Xiu winked at Wen Liangyuan. When Liangyuan sighed, knowing he was clever. Hurry back. You must be starving. Are you worried we'll starve? Or are you worried your man will starve? Lin Xiao teased, looking at Wen Liangyuan with playful eyes. Wen Liangyuan's face turned slightly red as she pushed Lin Xiao to hurry. Hurry back. I'm worried about them all. Lin Xiao happily left, leaving Wen Liangyuan with a hollow feeling in her heart. She knew better than Lin Xiao and everyone else that even if she did all this, Lu Zheng wouldn't like her. But she thought, am I being foolish? Always worrying that he might be hungry or cold. Letting out a breath, Wen Liangyuan turned and leaned against the wall, looking down at her wet slippers from washing vegetables. She felt downcast for a long time before finally picking herself up, closing the door, grabbing a book, and sitting on the edge of the bed to read while keeping watch over the sleeping child. In the military office, Lu Zheng took a bite of the meal and froze. After that, he continued eating as usual, but when he finished, he looked at Lin Xiao and said, from now on, let's order takeout from a different place. The owner of this shop must be very tired. We shouldn't trouble them often. After saying this, he put down his utensils and returned to his office. Lin Xiao understood everything in that moment as he watched Lu Zheng's back. He knew the commander had realized that this meal wasn't from takeout, but was made by Liangyuan. Lin Xiao stared blankly for a while before starting to eat again. Assistant Zhang, not knowing this, smiled and said, this tastes great. It's even better than what my mom makes. We can order this often. If the commander doesn't want to eat it, we can buy from another place for him. The other assistants began to agree, but Lin Xiao dared not say a word, obediently eating his meal. Chapter 84, opening a restaurant when Liangyuan didn't know about these things. When Liangshu returned to Weishui's star, she video called her sister and talked about many things. Jinny is not a good person. She introduced a girlfriend to her brother, and that lady can inherit a large fortune, with an income of 100,000 silver coins a month. I can't compare to her at all. After all, our family is so poor, we have nothing. Even if I turned my hair into silver coins, I still wouldn't match her. By the end of her speech, Wen Liangshu felt overwhelmed with sadness. Seeing her so upset, when Liangyuan shared her plan, aren't you good at cooking? Come to dong waxing, and we can open a Chinese restaurant together. Really? When Liangshu's eyes lit up, but then her expression turned sour. But we don't have rent money. How can we open a shop? This was a big concern for her. Just come, and we'll figure it out. I have friends who can help. When Liangyuan couldn't bear the thought of her sister marrying someone she didn't like. Okay, but when Liangshu couldn't continue because she didn't have the money for such a large space travel fare. I'll transfer you the space travel fare. After saying this, when Liangyuan exited the chat interface and transferred 150,000 silver coins to Wen Liangshu before returning to the chat. At that moment, when Liangshu received the notification, her eyes reddening as she looked at Wen Liangyuan, sister, I will work hard and not let you down. Let me know when you're about to leave. And remember to video call me when you arrive at dong waxing. When Liangyuan hung up the video call, after thinking for a moment, when Liangyuan realized that it was not suitable for Wen Liangshu to know about the child yet, so they couldn't live together. She needed to find a place for her to stay. After thinking it over, she decided to video call Su Qingma and discuss these matters. Sukim Mosmaid, her eyes sparkling. Why don't you come open a restaurant here? We can have our breakfast, lunch, and dinner at your place. Plus, we are right in the commercial center, which is a great location. There are very few Chinese restaurants here, and if you come, you will definitely have a bright future. When Liangyuan hesitated for a while, not sure if this was the right choice, Su Qingma continued, after you leave, we will revert to our previous lives, eating poorly and living badly. I really miss your cooking. Don't worry about the shop. I'll help you figure it out. Okay. When Liangyuan finally agreed, and Su Qingma let out a sigh of relief. However, you need to tell me all the bills. I'm not at ease, when Liangyuan reiterated, and Su Qingma naturally agreed to everything. In the following days, Su Qingma was busy with this matter. Knowing that when Liangyuan was opening a restaurant, the staff at the Little Rabbit CAF were all excited. Once the shop address was found, the employees rushed to help. After all, they were on the verge of breaking down from eating robot-made meals every day. So they eagerly anticipated the completion of Wen Liangyuan's restaurant. To thank them, Wen Liangyuan cooked meals at home every day and sent them to improve their diet. On the 5th day, Lin Xiao learned about this and, having some free time, came to the shop to help. The shop style was simple and rustic, which Wen Liangyuan liked. Light brown wooden tables and chairs, light green curtains, green plants, and a light brown bookshelf, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. If it had been done manually, it would have taken a lot of time, but since it was done by robots, everything was completed in just 2 days, when Liangyuan only needed to pay. The rent was not cheap, costing 5 million silver coins a year, which Wen Liangyuan paid in one lump sum. The renovation cost was also significant. The whole 2-story building and a backyard, totaling over 200 square meters, cost nearly 2 million silver coins. When Liangyuan realized just how difficult it was for the poor to rise up. Nevertheless, after about half a month, the shop was finally ready. When Liangshu arrived on the 8th day, and once there, she didn't act coy. She busily helped out every day. Of course, when Liangyuan was the busiest, running around with Su Qingma and spending the rest of her time caring for the child, hardly having any time to rest alone. After half a month, the shop was nearly complete, and when Liangyuan finally relaxed completely, lying in bed and having a good sleep. During this half month, she hadn't thought about Lu Zheng or had any contact with him. It was as if they had completely forgotten each other. When Liangyuan let out a sigh, shaking away Lu Zheng's image from her mind, and got up to take care of the baby. Just after finishing with the baby, when Liangshu video called her, Liangyuan, "Come see me, I'm feeling a bit sad." Looking at the baby still nursing, when Liangyuan rubbed her slightly aching forehead. "What happened? Jenny just video called me, inviting me to her house. She wants to introduce a beautiful woman to me. That beautiful woman is going to be her sister-in-law. Most importantly, she said that woman can inherit a large fortune from her parents, and after being with her brother, they will be very rich and live a better life." When Liangshu was clearly heartbroken, crying and unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. "Are you very sad? What about Mr. Jones? Has he contacted you?" When Liangyuan asked the key question. When Liangshu paused and shook her head sadly. "Mr. Jones hasn't contacted me. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Try sending another message. If he still doesn't respond, then don't message him anymore. Forget him completely and start liking another guy." When Liangyuan said rationally, though she couldn't help but show a sarcastic smile, mocking herself. How much better could she be? She was just as miserable. Okay. When Liangshu wiped her tears and reopened the chat interface with Abraham. She sent him a message, but it couldn't go through, showing a red dot. She returned to the chat with Wen Liangyuan, unable to hold back her tears, and cried out loud, "Sister, he blocked and deleted me. Do you know? He no longer likes me. He has fallen for another woman." When Liangshu was devastated. When Liangyuan looked at her, turned her head and held back her emotions before slowly saying, "Face reality, you don't have an inheritance. What you have is just land on Wayshui, star that can't sell for much. Your conditions are very poor in Mr. Jones's eyes." Her gaze became increasingly rational as she looked at Wen Liangshu, who this time did not refute her sister's words but accepted them. "Get your emotions in order. Practice your cooking and manage our restaurant well. You will become a wealthy person and meet a man who appreciates you, and you will become a happy couple." Wen Liangyuan suppressed her discomfort and anger, painting a bright future for her sister. Chapter 85 Daily Life. Undoubtedly, the effect of painting a big picture was quite good. When Liangshu's emotions stabilized, and she told Wen Liangyuan that she would definitely work hard and not let her down. Wen Liangyuan wasn't very trusting of her, but out of support for her sister and to give her a little more confidence, she nodded slightly and said, "I believe you can do well." "Thank you, Liangyuan. I will definitely work hard." After hanging up the video call with Wen Liangyuan, Wen Liangshu curled up her blanket and cried for a while before regaining her composure. As a result, the next day, when the sisters were drafting the menu together, Wen Liangshu's eyes were red and swollen. "By the way, do you want to use human waiters or robot waiters?" Su Qingma asked a key question while calculating costs with her light brain. "Robots, right? Aren't robots more cost-effective?" Wen Liangshu almost answered without hesitation, but Wen Liangyuan had the opposite opinion. "Sister, please listen to me, okay? I want to use human staff. Many people with lower education levels actually find it very hard to get jobs. I think our restaurant can provide 5 or 6 job positions. What do you think?" When Liangyuan looked at her sister with a hint of softness, unconsciously acting a bit spoiled. She rarely behaved this way, and when Liangshu couldn't resist, quickly agreeing, all right, I'll listen to you, okay?" When Liangyuan was a little happy, "Thank you, sister." "Why thank me? The one who should be grateful is me. Without you, I would be nothing. When Liangshu could no longer deceive herself, she saw the reality clearly. Her judgment of people had always been decent, but others' judgment of her had also been decent. She had no inheritance, no stable income. How many people would be willing to marry her? And would she be willing to marry someone with nothing? She asked herself and found she couldn't do it. Since that was the case, she should work hard to change her situation. Otherwise, in the end, she would have nothing. So, she felt very grateful to her sister for pulling her out of the mire and realized her past selfishness and narrow-mindedness. People always cherish what they have and grow only after being hurt. Su Qingma sent them recruitment messages, and soon, many applicants responded. Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu selected 6 people, 4 waiters, 1 dishwasher, and 1 vegetable cutter. Of course, there were also 2 robots assisting, which greatly increased the production speed. Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu were obviously the cooks, but overall, Wen Liangshu was still the main chef. The dishes she made tasted great, and Su Qingma was very satisfied after trying them. A few days later, their shop opened. On the opening day, everyone followed the rehearsed plan in an orderly manner. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the business was mediocre, and it took a while for a single customer to come in and eat. Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Su Qingma, who came to help, hurriedly comforted them. When more customers arrived, the sisters went to the kitchen, and Su Qingma sent a message to Lu Zheng. How many people in your office building Haven Tea had lunch yet? Why not let them come to the restaurant to try the dishes? Our new store is offering a 20% discount. When Lu Zheng saw this message, he opened an earlier photo Su Qingma sent, which read, Wen Xiaochu Private Kitchen. He forwarded this photo to Lin Xiao and said that Wen Liangyuan's new store was opening, and all dishes in the restaurant were 20% off. Upon seeing the photo and text from the commander, Lin Xiao immediately understood and quickly shared this information in the work group, assuring everyone that the dishes made by Wen Xiaochu were exceptional, asking if they wanted to go eat together. He wasn't just anyone. He was the personal assistant to a promising commander, and his status was much higher than others. As soon as he posted, many people were willing to join. Of course, it was just for the taste. It was to give Lin Xiao face. Lin Xiao was quite oblivious to this and didn't realize it, but Assistant Zhang was smart and immediately understood. However, he had tasted the food before, so he knew Lin Xiao wasn't lying. Thus, he also responded, and many people started to feel a bit excited. So at noon, dozens of people from a military building who were free followed Lin Xiao, and Assistant Zhang went to Wen Xiaochu Private Kitchen in the city center. Seeing such a large crowd, Su Qingma instantly understood and quickly went to the back kitchen to inform Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu to prepare mentally. Then Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang, like half-hosts, invited everyone to sit down while they went to the back kitchen to watch Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu cook. Wen Liangyuan's eyes lit up when she saw them. Not seeing Lu Zheng made her eyes dim a little, but she quickly recovered. You guys go ahead and order. What are you doing here? It's greasy, and it will dirty your clothes. Wen Liangyuan looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but smile. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly. Liangyuan, just smelling the aroma makes my mouth water. By the way, did you hire another chef? I forgot. Let me introduce you. When Liangyuan pointed to her sister and introduced, this is my sister, Wen Liangshu. Her cooking skills are even more stable than mine. Wen Liangyuan smiled proudly. Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang hurriedly greeted Wen Liangshu politely. Wen Liangshu also responded with a big smile. After greeting, they went out, and the waiters began to take orders from everyone, with each person ordering a dish, totaling about 30 dishes. For the Wen sisters, this was indeed a big project, so they had to arrange for the robots and the vegetable-cutting waiters to help. Lin Xiao and the others waited in the lobby for 10 minutes, and the waiters started to bring out dishes one after another, taking about an hour and a half to serve all the dishes. Fortunately, they had a 2.5-hour lunch break and hover cars for transportation, so it was manageable. During the meal, Lin Xiao didn't expect Wen Liangyuan's sister to have such excellent culinary skills, and he couldn't help but sneak into the kitchen to take a look at them several times. This action left Wen Liangyuan very helpless, but she couldn't stop him. After they finished eating, paid, and left, Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu looked at the large amount of income, exhausted to the point where they could barely lift their hands. Especially Wen Liangshu. Wen Liangyuan was a bit better. She had spent 2 years at home doing all the dirty and tiring work. So her physical strength was much better than Wen Liangshu's. What should we eat? Wen Liangyuan looked at Wen Liangshu. They had been busy for most of the day and hadn't eaten anything yet. Just something casual. Actually, I don't really want to eat anymore. Wen Liangshu smiled pale, having smelled too much grease. That's true. Wen Liangyuan closed her eyes for a moment, opened the home surveillance to check on the child, and found that the child was still fast asleep, with Eva and Wally guarding her on either side. Wen Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Whenever she had free time, she would check on the child, and Wally and Eva taking care of the child were extremely capable, even more considerate than Wen Liangyuan, which made her feel very at ease. However, being at ease didn't mean she didn't miss her child. Previously, the longest separation was just over an hour. Almost every time the child woke up from a nap, she would see her. But today, she hadn't seen her child for 5 or 6 hours. Chapter 86. The father of the baby on the first day of opening. She couldn't just leave all the work to her sister. But if she didn't leave, she really missed her child very, very much. Wen Liangyu's thoughts were scattered, and soon, Wen Liangshu noticed her abnormality. What's wrong, sister? Wen Liangyu looked at her and didn't know how to respond at first. After a while, she shook her head and said, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. I just want to go home for a bit. It was past lunchtime, and there were hardly any customers. Usually, people wouldn't come until after 4:30 p.m. Wen Liangshu smiled and said, then remember to come back by 4:30. She glanced at the time. It was only 2 p.m. You still have time. Go ahead. Okay. I will definitely be back before 4:30. Wen Liangyu didn't hesitate, took off her apron, and left Wen Xiaochu private kitchen. On the way, Wen Liangyu planned to get a driver's license and buy a hover car. This would make it more convenient to come back to see the child. Of course, this was just a temporary thought. When she got home, Wen Liangyu found the baby lying in bed drinking milk. Eva and Wally were quietly accompanying the baby, and both robots looked a bit happy when they saw Wen Liangyu return. After the baby finished drinking, Wen Liangyu bent down gently to pick the child up, feeling a wave of guilt. I'm sorry, baby. I'm not a good mother. I can't be by your side. The baby reached out a little hand and touched Wen Liangyu's face, making her feel even worse. Actually, her most important task now should be taking care of the child, because Lu Zheng had thought of everything, and she could wait until the child was a bit older before going back to work. But the restaurant, which had finally gotten on track, and her lonely, helpless sister weighed heavily on her mind. After thinking for a long time, Wen Liangyu finally made a decision. She planned to take the child to her workplace. With Eva and Wally taking care of them, there would definitely be no problem. This way, she could see her child often, and the child could see her mother anytime. After hesitating for 3 minutes, Wen Liangyu began to pack the items needed for the baby to go out. In less than half an hour, she was ready and then left with the 2 robots. On the civilian aircraft, there were many people going to work. Wen Liangyu looked at Eva and said, Eva, what do you think about me getting a driver's license? If I buy a hover car, it will be much more convenient for us in the future. Before Eva could respond, Wally chimed in, I think that's a great idea, Miss Wen. You can definitely implement it. Okay, then I'll go get it after a while. Wen Liangyu was determined to get a driver's license once the restaurant stabilized. When she arrived at Wen Xiaochu private kitchen, it was not even 4 p.m., and Wen Liangshu was resting. Wen Liangyu found a small vacant room close to the kitchen that no one wanted to stay in and place a stroller inside, along with the baby, Eva, and Wally. After a while, Wen Liangshu woke up, washed her face, and went out, only to notice something unusual. The small room Wen Liangyu had chosen was quite close to her own room. When she walked in, she saw Wen Liangyu playing with the baby and the 2 robots. Liangyu? Sister? What's going on? Where did the baby come from? Wen Liangshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wen Liangyu knew her sister would find out, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. For a moment, she was a bit dazed. After a while, she placed the baby in the stroller and told Eva and Wally to watch over the baby before pulling Wen Liangshu outside to talk. In the backyard, besides a large kitchen, there was a small courtyard where the 2 sisters sat in silence for quite a while. Finally, Wen Liangshu broke the silence, looking anxious and agitated. So what is this all about? Where did the baby come from? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? I had the baby last year. At the end of last year, something happened, and the baby was kept in an artificial womb. It was only about a month ago that I could hold her. Wen Liangyuan said, lowering her head to take a sip of water before putting the cup down. Please don't tell Mom and Dad. Wen Liangyuan felt puzzled and distressed. Why not tell Mom and Dad? They have the right to know you're their daughter. Looking at her, Wen Liangyuan's eyes were heavy, filled with rationality and sharpness. The usual tenderness in her gaze suppressed. Sister, you know they won't care about me. If they find out about this, they will just scold me and won't be able to help me at all. The last thing I need is to face others' criticism and lectures. Wen Liangyuan had long seen through all of this, and she never brought it up because it was unnecessary. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head, filled with guilt. I'm sorry. Parental favoritism is their issue. It has nothing to do with you. Wen Liangyuan said mockingly. After saying this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, I still have a bit of resentment, but it doesn't matter, does it? As long as everything is fine now. Everything has to be clear and understood. Otherwise, there really isn't much to see or take in life. Everyone just pretends to be foolish and muddles through life. Wen Liangyuan had long lost any expectations of them. But no matter what, they were still family, so within her ability, she would help in any way she could. Her words left Wen Liangyuan speechless for a long time. She had always thought her sister was like her, but it turned out they were very different. After a while, she stiffly said, if I say that from now on, I want to be a good sister. Will you have any expectations of me? Wen Liangyuan smiled gently, returning to her original self, gentle and harmless, delicate and beautiful. Of course, you're my sister. I have always expected you. Regardless of truth or falsehood, Wen Liangyuan said this, and Wen Liangyuan's thoughts were not complicated. At least she wasn't as sensitive as Wen Liangyuan. She took it seriously and smiled again, and Wen Liangyuan felt happy as well. Later, Wen Liangyuan went to see the baby and found that the child looked nothing like Wen Liangyuan at all. Not at all. It felt like she wasn't even her child. She looked at Wen Liangyuan with confusion, and Wen Liangyuan helplessly replied, Sister, how could I possibly hold the wrong baby? She is my daughter, but that's a military hospital. The baby is the commander's. How could there be a mistake? Wen Liangyuan naturally didn't know these details and still doubted, saying, she really doesn't look like you. But if she doesn't look like you, then she must look like her father. She looked at Wen Liangyuan and asked, who is the baby's father? He must be very good looking, right? Otherwise, how could you have such a beautiful child? Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan didn't speak, and Wen Liangyuan realized her slip of the tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. I didn't mean to say you're ugly. I was just doubting, haha. The baby's father was indeed very good looking, so after sleeping together for a night, I couldn't forget him. Wen Liangyuan pretended to boast. Wen Liangyuan widened her eyes in surprise, never expecting her sister to be like this. After a while, she stammered, you really are a person who doesn't reveal her true self. Chapter 87, The Young Widow. Fortunately, Wen Liangyuan managed to suppress her shyness and force a laugh. But when Liangyuan could roughly guess, she was smiling and couldn't help but slap her lightly. You can't laugh? Whose child is it really? Wen Liangyuan's eyes were filled with confusion. When Liangyuan coughed, her face slightly flushed, unsure of how to respond. She remained silent and fidgeted, prompting Wen Liangyuan's expression to change. You didn't go to a nightclub, did you, Wen Liangyuan? You actually have the guts to do that. And you want not to tell Mom and Dad? I think you're dreaming. Wen Liangyuan. She never expected Wen Liangyuan's imagination to be so vivid. For a moment, she was speechless. You must have read too many Mary Sue novels. Go to a nightclub and then getting pregnant overnight. As she spoke, her face grew slightly redder. She thought to herself that she wasn't in any better situation. Although compared to those female protagonists, her encounters with Lu Zheng were simply countless. When Liangyuan lowered her head, her face turning even redder. When Liangyuan felt a bit awkward. Although she had had a boyfriend, her family was very strict. So she had never experienced anything intimate and was still a pure young lady. Thus, seeing Wen Liangyuan looking all flirtatious, she couldn't help but feel shy and cautiously asked, have you slept with him many times? Wen Liangyuan coughed and replied seriously, of course not. P.S. Dead. How could I sleep with a ghost? What? Dead? Wen Liangyuan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to get rid of the child? Are you planning to keep it and eat it? How will you raise a child if he is dead? Are you going to cut your own flesh to feed it? You're too naive. The shyness in Wen Liangyuan's heart instantly vanished, and Wen Liangyuan was also quite shocked. She hurriedly pulled Wen Liangshu to sit down and said, "Don't think too much. It's not that exaggerated. He really is dead, but he gave me a lot of silver coins. The rent is 5 million, and the renovation costs over 2 million, all of which I paid. Where do you think I got the money? It was given to me by the child's father." "That's good. You scare me to death. I thought he didn't give you anything but just a fertilized egg. Wouldn't that be terrible for you?" Wen Liangshu said, making a dramatic statement. Wen Liangyuan looked helpless and took a while to respond. "So you don't have to worry. As long as I work hard, I can definitely support the child. The most important thing is that the child's father has already placed orders at the mother and baby store. Whether it's formula, diapers, or baby clothes, he has everything reserved. I just need to message them, and they will deliver it, so you really don't need to worry." Wen Liangyuan found it a bit difficult to reassure her sister. The two sisters chatted for a bit longer, and soon it was dinner time. Customers began to arrive one after another, and the two stopped talking and started to serve them. When the customers introduced themselves, they would mention, "We were referred by Lin Xiao. He said your store is offering an 80 discount today." Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu realized that most of the evening customers had come because of Lin Xiao. During a break, Wen Liangyuan specifically sent a thank you message to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was puzzled and video called Wen Liangyuan. "Liangyuan, I just posted a status. Those people probably came because they saw my post. But I didn't tell them about the discount. I was worried you would lose money." After hanging up the video call, Wen Liangyuan still felt confused. She opened her own social media feed and indeed saw Lin Xiao's post. There was no mention of an 80 discount, just that the food was delicious and not too expensive. Who said that then? Wen Liangyuan didn't feel like asking around and continued cooking. On the opening day, they had Lin Xiao to thank for the good business, but on the second day, Lin Xiao was busy and couldn't come to eat, resulting in far fewer customers. However, Wen Liangyuan was somewhat comforted that a few new customers had come to the store. Although there weren't many, it kept the store from feeling empty. Actually, this state was what Wen Liangyuan preferred, as it meant she wasn't too busy, could earn money, and had free time to take care of the child. Of course, when Wen Liangshu found out, she thought Wen Liangyuan lacked ambition. This was not because Wen Liangshu had changed her mind, but because when the two sisters were going through the accounts yesterday, they discovered that after deducting costs, they had made a net profit of 100,000 silver coins in a day. Wen Liangyuan was fine with it. After all, she had worked at the Little Rabbit CAF, where making 1 million in a day was common. Sometimes they even made over 1 million, almost 2 million, like that time Aunt Betty ordered a cake. So, for Wen Xiaochu's private kitchen to earn 100,000 silver coins in a day, Wen Liangyuan was not surprised at all. Wen Liangshu didn't know this, which was why she was surprised. But it was good. At least she experienced the benefits of making money, and probably wouldn't focus all her attention on love in the future. The following day, business at Wen Xiaochu's private kitchen slowly improved, better than the second day, but not as booming as the first day. However, since there were no discounts, the earnings were still about the same. The daily net income remained around 80,000 silver coins. Wen Liangyuan was very satisfied with this. So she happily hugged the child and went for a nap, leaving Wen Liangshu to watch the store. Lu Zheng also happened to come by, but the staff warmly welcomed him. Lu Zheng was an extremely intelligent person. While Wen Liangshu was serving dishes, he skillfully engaged her in conversation. He mainly wanted to see the child, but didn't know how to contact Wen Liangyuan directly, so he came to the store. And Wen Liangshu, being a bit naive, said without reservation, "The child is very well behaved. She doesn't look like my sister at all. According to my sister, she looks just like her deceased husband." Deceased husband? Lu Zheng couldn't help but grind his teeth, his expression darkening. "Yes, that's what my sister said. But the child is really cute, like a fairy tale angel. I can't believe she was born from my sister." This matter had been bottled up in Wen Liangshu's heart for a long time. Wen Liangyuan had told her not to disclose this to outsiders, especially to people from Yushua's star, particularly their parents. But Wen Liangshu only had friends and parents from that side, so after holding in for so long, she finally couldn't contain herself and poured it all out to Lu Zheng. But at least that man had a conscience. He gave my sister a lot of money. Otherwise, how would a young widow survive? Wen Liangshu sighed. Lu Zheng. He couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead and said with a serious expression, "They weren't married. so she shouldn't be called a young widow. Oh right, I forgot. Sorry. Wen Liangyuan readily accepted this, showing no embarrassment, leaving Lu Zheng speechless. Don't just talk to me without eating. Hurry up and eat. Some of the dishes I made are even better than my sister's. Wen Liangyuan's face turned slightly red, and after finally expressing her frustrations, she remembered that the man sitting across from her was really handsome. Chapter 88. Angered, she looked at Lu Zheng carefully for a few moments. Feeling a bit uneasy about the powerful commander, Lu Zheng put down his chopsticks. What are you looking at? Are you married? How many silver coins do you make a month? Do you have a house? How many people are in your family? Do you have a hover car? You dress so well, you must be quite something. Wen Liangyuan's eyes sparkled, and Lu Zheng suddenly felt that he couldn't swallow his food. Wen Liangyuan urged him, and only then did Lu Zheng answer her questions one by one. First, I'm not married. Second, I make 1 million silver coins a month. Third, I have a house. Fourth, I'm the only one in my family. Fifth, I have a hover car. Sixth, my family conditions are pretty good. After Lu Zheng finished speaking, he guessed what Wen Liangyuan was up to and couldn't help but feel pleased, although he didn't show it on his face. So what do you think of me? My sister and I run a restaurant, and we can earn 30,000 silver coins a day, which is 900,000 silver coins a month. Although we've only been open for 8 or 9 days, we have great potential, right? Even though I don't have any inheritance to rely on, my restaurant business is doing well, and I don't need you to support me. The more Wen Liangyuan spoke, the more excited she became. Her eyes wide with enthusiasm as she looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng was stunned, feeling dazed for a long time, and finally interrupted Wen Liangyuan. I don't want to get married for now, and I prefer women with children. I think they have great figures. As soon as he said this, Wen Liangyuan looked as if she instantly understood, then said, So you like young mothers? Lu Zheng. He thought that perhaps his brain had been smashed by a mech otherwise. He wouldn't be so foolish as to talk for so long with someone who had a limited understanding. He didn't realize that what he said was indeed easy to misinterpret. And Wen Liangyuan's response was already quite innocent. After finishing the meal, Lu Zheng didn't see his little daughter and left the little rabbit CAF in a daze after paying. Meanwhile, Wen Liangyuan was completely unaware of all this. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wen Liangyuan accidentally let it slip that Wen Liangyuan learned Lu Zheng had come. And of course, she checked the surveillance footage. Wen Liangyuan didn't listen carefully to what they said. She just sat there watching Lu Zheng for a long time before closing her eyes. Do you like this type? Hey. I suddenly remembered something. This man said he likes young mothers, the kind with good figures who have had children. Wen Liangyuan took 2 steps back and carefully examined her sister, and indeed found that she looked gentle and soft, and because she had given birth and not breastfed, her figure was really good, at least curvy, with smooth skin. I can't believe I didn't notice that you just happened to meet his criteria, Wen Liangyuan said, completely oblivious to Wen Liangyuan's shocked expression. She felt that Lu Zheng seemed a bit relaxed in front of her sister. Why aren't you talking? Wen Liangyuan noticed her sister had been silent for a while and felt a bit unhappy. Wen Liangyuan hesitated and replied, Sorry, but I don't know what to say. She poked at the handsome face on the monitor, and Wen Liangyuan felt frustrated. What do you think of him? He told me he makes 1 million silver coins a month, has a house and a hover car, and lives alone. Where can you find such a family? You should hurry up and seize this opportunity. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit uncomfortable and was at a loss for words. What are your thoughts? You don't want to spend your whole life alone, do you? Wen Liangyuan asked with concern. Wen Liangyuan was speechless. You're thinking too much. She didn't want to discuss this topic in detail with Wen Liangyuan, so she changed the subject, and Wen Liangyuan also forgot about it, allowing Wen Liangyuan to breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, Wen Liangyuan received a video call from Jinghua. I think your sister should go home and check on your parents. It seems their situation isn't good. Wen Liangyuan was taken aback, confused. How could that be? Wen Liangyuan didn't tell me anything. It happened after she left. Today, actually. You should check the news channel, Jinghua said with a sigh. I didn't want to say anything, but my parents mentioned that your parents have been unwilling to contact you, saying the train fare is too expensive. However, your mother's condition isn't great either, and no one is taking care of them. Right now, my parents are looking after them. Jinghua's parents weren't in good health either, and taking care of others would tire them out. So Jinghua had no choice but to think of contacting Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangyuan. She sighed. her eyes showing a hint of disdain. I know they are biased and treat you just okay. So let Wen Liangshu go back and take care of them. After all, they dote on her so much, right? Wen Liangyuan didn't see her expression and seriously thought about the issue, while also opening the news channel. The first thing she saw was the smoke rising everywhere, followed by the corpses of the insect race, green blood all over the ground, and the imposing galactic army driving mechs to rescue people. Wen Liangyuan withdrew her gaze, unsure of what to do. Guan Jingwei warned her, Wen Liangyuan, I advise you not to go back to take care of them. They are biased. Just send money and let Wen Liangshu take care of them. There was a hint of disappointment in Guan Jingyue's eyes, filled with warning. Promise me, don't sacrifice too much. They won't remember it. In their eyes, you will always be someone who can be cast aside. After a long while, Wen Liangyuan nodded, I promise you, but I thought of another way. I know people in the Galactic Army. I can ask for their help to bring my parents up to Donghua Star for treatment. That's also a good idea. This time, your parents were injured while on duty. They should bring them up. Guan Jingyue sighed in relief, then thought of something else. But you have to promise me one thing. The Empire will definitely pay for medical treatment for injuries sustained on duty, so don't spend your own money. Save some for your dowry. These days, men look at dowries when marrying. Guan Jingyue clearly had encountered such men before, and her expression turned a bit unpleasant, recalling how she had helped herself in her childhood. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh, looking at her and saying, in the future, when someone asks you how much dowry you have, don't say you don't have any. Just say you have 1 million in dowry. I'll give it to you. Wen Liangyuan, are you joking? Guan Jingyue's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Wen Liangyuan nodded seriously. You know I don't joke. Guan Jingyue was silent for a while, and when Liangyuan ignored her, continuing, in 2 months, you'll graduate. Come to Donghua Star Academy. With your abilities, it will be completely fine. At this point, both Guan Jingyue and Wen Liangyuan felt a bit dazed. As if in the blink of an eye, they had passed their youth and reached the age of 22. Chapter 89. Heavily injured, the two fell silent. And for a while, no one spoke. After a moment, Guan Jingyue smiled faintly, her eyes a bit sad and serious. All right, since you have the confidence to provide me with a dowry, I can tell you that I will also give you a dowry in the future. 1.5 times more than yours. Wen Liangyuan, you know I don't like to lie. She knew that for Wen Liangyuan, a dowry of 1 million wasn't such a big challenge, while for herself, if she could get a job at Donghua Star Academy, based on her grades, she would earn tens of thousands of silver coins a month. This was a great opportunity for her. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the video call. Wen Liangyuan turned around and saw Wen Liangshu, whose eyes were slightly red. Wen Liangyuan thought she had overheard her conversation with Guan Jingyue and felt a bit worried. After a moment, she heard Wen Liangshu stutter, I'm really worried about Mom and Dad. Saying this, she collapsed into Wen Liangyuan's arms. Wen Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit sad inside. Don't be sad, Mom and Dad will be fine. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit of sadness. No matter how biased she was, they had raised her, and she still had feelings for them, so it was natural to feel upset. I know. So I've decided to go home to take care of them, Wen Liangshu said, wiping her tears. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit sad. It turned out her love for her parents was not as strong as Wen Liangshu's. At least when it came to taking care of their parents, she hesitated, not wanting to be as straightforward as Wen Liangshu. Don't go back. I'll have Lin Xiu bring them to Donghua Star for treatment. They were injured on duty, and the Empire provides free medical care. Wen Liangyuan shared her plan and comforted Wen Liangshu a bit before starting a video call with Lin Xiu. The video call connected quickly, and before she could say anything, Lin Xiu chattered away. Liangyuan, we're just about to head back to Donghua Star. The commander is injured. This bug attack is peculiar. It seems to target the commander specifically. So he had no choice but to use his mental strength. And now he is on the verge of losing control. We need your help. When Liangyuan paused, suddenly recalling what she had said, she bit her tongue and looked at Lin Xiu, saying, I can help Lu Zheng, but I have one condition. Lin Xiu, can you bring my parents along? Lin Xiu clearly didn't expect her to say that. After a moment of thought, he nodded. All right, I promise you. I'll have Assistant Zhang pick up your parents later. I'll take the commander back to Donghua Star first. You wait for me at the shop entrance, and I'll take you to the military hospital together to save a trip. Okay, I'll pack my things and wait for you. Wen Liangyuan said as she ended the video call. For her, This was finally a legitimate excuse. She sighed in relief and went back to her small room to start packing her things. Wen Liangyuan followed her closely as she quickly explained the situation. Mom and Dad will arrive at the military hospital in a few hours. I'll go to the hospital to make arrangements and buy some things. Can you handle this here? Wen Liangyuan asked, leaving Wali to help Wen Liangshu. Wen Liangshu touched Wali's bald head and sighed in relief. All right, wait for Mom and Dad's situation. Tomorrow, I'll switch with you to take care of them, Wen Liangyuan said, and Wen Liangshu nodded in agreement. After quickly packing her things, Wen Liangyuan helped in the kitchen for another hour. After estimating the time, she went to sit at the shop entrance, holding a child to soothe. Eva stayed by her side. If there was nothing wrong, she could take care of the child alone, but given the situation, it was more reassuring to have Eva with her. So when Liangyuan decided it was better to bring Eva along. About half an hour later, Lin Xiao piloted the shuttle to arrive. When Liangyuan held the child, and Eva carried the things as they boarded the shuttle to the military hospital. Inside the shuttle, Lu Zheng was asleep, his brow furrowed tightly, looking a bit uncomfortable. When Liangyuan sat in the back, looking at Lin Xiao, her heart filled with worry. Was the situation on Yushui Star serious? Actually, it was okay. She had worried much because growing up on Yushui Star, she had seen life and death and endured hardships. So, while these situations were terrifying for others, they were not as frightening for her. But now, seeing Lu Zheng covered in blood and in a messy state, when Liangyuan still felt uneasy, she gently stroked Lu Zheng's head, noticing there were no visible wounds, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao, while piloting the shuttle, said with concern, "The situation is dire. It's more dangerous than previous times. You should have guessed most of it from the commander's condition. However, there's no need to worry too much. The Empire's medical team has already rushed over. As long as they manage it properly, there won't be a large number of casualties." When Liangyuan responded with a hum, then remembered her parents. Before she could ask, Lin Xiao took the initiative to inform her, "Uncle and Aunt are on Assistant Zhang's shuttle. They might arrive about 2 hours later than us due to the transfer surgery and other procedures." As Lin Xiao said this, his expression was somewhat cold, which was completely different from his usual demeanor. When Liangyuan found it strange, "Lin Xiao, is something wrong? You just said the commander was deliberately targeted by the bugs. This feels even more terrifying than the bug attack on Yushui Star." Her observation was keen, and Lin Xiao had to admire that, turning his head to show a pale smile. "Liangyuan, you really can't hide anything from you. You guessed it." However, his words made Wen Liangyuan even more worried. She suddenly recalled the last time when the Galactic Legion had an insider and Lu Zheng had to deal with it. Was it related to the insider in the Galactic Legion? Who could it be? When Liangyuan's heart was filled with anxiety, Lin Xiao sighed, "Liangyuan, you're not suited to know these things. It's too dangerous. But I'm very worried about Lu Zheng, don't you know, Lin Xiao?" When Liangyuan couldn't suppress her inner anxiety and was getting a bit restless. "What are you worried about? Taking care of yourself is the most important thing." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, and Lin Xiao turned to see Lu Zheng waking up. A smile of joy appeared on Wen Liangyuan's face. But then she recalled the nature of their relationship, and her smile gradually faded, returning to a somewhat cold demeanor. "It's good that the commander is okay," Wen Liangyuan said coldly, tightly holding the child in her arms. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said with some relief, "Then we don't have to go to the military hospital, right? After all, it's crowded and chaotic there, with many factions, making the situation very dangerous. It's best not to go. Otherwise, it could lead to troubles that are hard to handle. Go. Isn't miss when father and mother going to the military hospital? We should go visit them." Lu Zheng's decision made both of them look at him in confusion, not understanding why. Lu Zheng looked down at himself and said, "Indeed, I'm not in a suitable condition. First, take me back to wash up and change clothes." Chapter 90, Hypothesis. Well, Lin Xiao struggled to change course and flew towards the commander's house. Wen Liangyuan's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he withdrew it, then said flatly, "It's still a ways to go, Commander. Close your eyes. I'll clean up your spiritual sea." "No need to clean it, I'm fine." Lu Zheng firmly rejected Wen Liangyuan. The commander doesn't need to feel any psychological pressure. This is a deal I made with Lin Xiao. Wen Liangyuan's tone was indifferent. His voice calm, without any fluctuation. Lu Zheng felt strange and glanced at both of them. What deal? Very simple. I help you clean your spiritual sea. And Lin Xiao helps me bring my parents to Donghua Star for treatment because there's no one at home to take care of them, and I'm quite worried. So I facilitated this deal. Please don't resist, Commander. After Wen Liangyuan finished speaking, he didn't care what Lu Zheng had to say or wait for his refusal. He directly placed his daughter on Lu Zheng's lap and firmly grasped his hand, exuding a particularly strong presence. As for Lu Zheng, with his beloved little girl already sitting in his arms, what other demands could he have? He obediently didn't struggle, allowing Wen Liangyuan to hold his hand, and somewhat cooperatively closed his eyes to relax his spirit, letting Wen Liangyuan clean it up properly. Lin Xiao, piloting the shuttle, occasionally glanced back, his eyes filled with cunning. Indeed, no matter how powerful a person was, when faced with their soft and adorable little girl, all their coldness would turn into gentleness. Seeing that the family atmosphere was quite good, Lin Xiao took a longer route, and by the time they arrived at Lu Zheng's house, his spiritual sea had been mostly treated and cleaned by Wen Liangyuan. This left Lu Zheng surprised and shocked, looking at Wen Liangyuan with confusion. Aren't you a level 3 Yida? It should be quite slow, especially with me as the subject. But you? How come the speed of treatment and purification is getting faster? Wen Liangyuan hadn't expected that Lu Zheng, holding his little girl and thoroughly indulging her, would still notice the speed of his treatment and purification. With a faint smile, Wen Liangyuan said nonchalantly, maybe I'm leveling up and you're leveling down, just achieving a strange balance. This statement was completely made up, yet it lifted Lu Zheng's spirits. I haven't leveled down, but I'm sure you have leveled up. Wen Liangyuan. Seeing her silent, Lu Zheng recalled the last incident. I've noticed Miss Wen has a hobby of telling people that I've died. Wen Liangyuan suddenly remembered the surveillance footage she saw last time, where Lu Zheng was chatting with his sister in a small restaurant lobby. They seemed to be having a lively conversation. Thinking of this, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but associate it with the type Lu Zheng mentioned he liked when talking to his sister. She couldn't help but show a cold smile. Looking down at her figure, she was quite aware of it. Though not super flat, she wasn't exactly curvy either. It couldn't be helped. After all, they had never seen who the child's father was. She couldn't just go around telling people. To protect the commander's reputation, she had to make some sacrifices for potential benefits. Are you sure this is for my sake? Lu Zheng was a bit upset. Of course, it's for the commander's reputation. Wen Liangyuan's eyes were calm, without a hint of panic. Oh, so Miss Wen is so understanding and thoughtful for others. I'm truly impressed. Lu Zheng felt his frustration rising at her calm demeanor. I can't bear the commander's admiration. As for the fact that this person didn't like her, the more Wen Liangyuan thought about it, the angrier she became, almost unable to suppress her anger. Naturally, Lu Zheng couldn't tolerate being rebutted like that. He smiled and said, but in the end, I still have to thank you. Thank me for what? Isn't this what I should do? Wen Liangyuan coldly replied. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance, watching them argue in the living room. Unsure of what to do, he decided to go into the kitchen to cook something for himself, not daring to let Wen Liangyuan take action again. After all, she was not someone to be trifled with in her current mood. Once in the kitchen, Lu Zheng came up with a plan and said with a smile, thanks to Miss Wen's considerate kindness in telling people I'm dead, I won't need to clarify rumors. The marriage with the Minister of Internal Affairs' daughter should go smoothly, especially regarding rumors. As soon as he said this, Wen Liangyuan's expression could no longer be restrained. You want to marry the Minister of Internal Affairs' daughter? When did this happen? I didn't know about it. Lin Xiao didn't tell me. Seeing Wen Liangyuan anxious, Lu Zheng felt a rush of satisfaction, his eyes nearly bending with joy. Such trivial matters weren't worth mentioning to Miss Wen. Wouldn't that disturb her peaceful life? Wen Liangyuan stood up from the sofa, still holding her daughter. But she definitely didn't want to stay there any longer, nor did she want to see this person. What? Lu Zheng feigned confusion, looking utterly baffled, which only made her angrier. Wen Liangyuan forced a smile and sat back down. I'm not angry. I just think it's quite good. She knew her emotions were a bit out of control and lost composure, but she truly couldn't accept the fact that he was marrying someone else. She had never considered being with him. After all, there was no possibility for both of them. But when a reality was right in front of her, it was still a bit hard to accept. When Liangyuan gently held her daughter, her earlier fighting spirit completely gone, leaving her somewhat negative. Seeing her like this, Lu Zheng realized he had overstepped today. He actually didn't need to say too much to her. Remaining silent wouldn't be wrong. For a moment, both fell into introspection, until Lin Xiao brought out a bowl of noodles and, seeing them still sitting there, curiously said, "Aren't you going to take a shower? Aren't we going to the military hospital?" This reminded both of them of the important matters they had to attend to today. Lu Zheng went to shower, and when Liangyuan asked Lin Xiao in the living room about Lu Zheng's marriage to the Minister of Internal Affairs' daughter, Lin Xiao paused, unsure how to answer. He guessed that the commander had her reasons for saying this, and found himself in a dilemma. His awkwardness was interpreted by Wen Liangyuan as him not wanting to see her heartbroken, so he concealed the truth, and now she finally understood. He could no longer hide it, and could only painfully acquiesce. When Liangyuan's heart ached terribly, her eyes turning slightly red, and her voice choked as she asked Lin Xiao, "Are they really going to get married, right?" Seeing how heartbroken and sad Wen Liangyuan looked, Lin Xiao realized the situation was dire, but he couldn't betray the commander. So he could only say, painfully, "The commander hasn't informed us about this yet." However, before the commander fell out with the Minister of Finance, the Lu family did have this plan. Then why does the Lu family want him to marry me? Since they plan to marry the Minister of Internal Affairs' daughter, why would they want Lu Zheng to marry me? When Liangyuan said this, and suddenly recalled Lu Zheng's mother's tragic fate, causing her scalp to tingle and her heart to ache, filled with resentment. Chapter 91. Maturity, is it to make me the second mother of Lu Zheng? When Liangyuan thought of this and felt a tingling pain in her palms, unable to sit still, she suddenly got up from the sofa. Although she knew that the plan wouldn't be implemented since Lu Zheng had fallen out with them, and there was no chance of success, just thinking about it still made her heart sink. When Liangyuan's face turned pale, and Lin Xiao was startled by her expression. "Liangyuan, don't think too much. The commander is not that kind of person. He is different from the others in the Lu family." Seeing that when Liangyuan was still like this, Lin Xiao had no choice but to put down the noodles in his hands, stand up, and place his hands on her shoulders, pressing her to sit down. "Don't scare yourself. If there's any problem, just talk to the commander. He will give you a complete answer." Lin Xiao was extremely afraid of Wen Liangyuan's heart-wrenching demeanor. It frightened him to death, and he kept his spirit tense, watching her without daring to relax. It wasn't until Lu Zheng came out of the shower that Lin Xiao let out a big sigh of relief. His large movement naturally caught Lu Zheng's attention, and coupled with Wen Liangyuan's unusual complexion, he asked, "What happened?" His inquiry made Wen Liangyuan shift her attention to him. "When the Lu family wanted me to marry you, did they also ask you to marry the daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs?" When Liangyuan couldn't hold back any longer and didn't want to bottle up her feelings, so she decided to clarify everything for everyone's comfort. Lu Zheng's gaze fell on Lin Xiao, who was startled and quickly lowered his head to eat noodles, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "You don't need to look at him. You were the one who told me you wanted to marry the Minister of Internal Affairs' daughter first." When Liangyuan didn't forget that Lin Xiao was her good teammate, Lu Zheng sat down, calmly looking at her and saying, "They did indeed plan this matter, but I won't do it, nor will I agree." At this point, his calm gaze softened a bit, filled with a hint of pity. "You should know the kind of tragedy I grew up in. How could I bear to let such a tragedy happen to you?" When Liangyuan let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her face, and tears rolled down her cheeks, falling onto her clothes. "That's great. At least you don't have such plans, right?" When Liangyuan felt that all the grievances in her chest had disappeared, and she felt much more at ease. Although the thought of this person not liking her still made her a bit uncomfortable, it was just a little, at least not as overwhelming as before. Moreover, perhaps because of having faced the most painful experiences, suddenly accepting the fact that he would marry the daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs didn't seem so difficult anymore. Taking a deep breath to suppress the acidity in her chest, when Liangyuan looked at Lu Zheng seriously. "You should marry her, really. Without the protection and support of the Lu family, it will be very difficult for you alone. Having someone to support you would be good. And me? I can't help you with anything, can I?" She didn't dare to say the last sentence because she felt she had no standing or identity. Turning to Lin Xiao, when Liangyuan smiled and said, Lin Xiao, after you finish eating, let's go to the hospital. The commander just got back from being busy. Let him rest well. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Zheng, then at Wen Liangyuan, unsure of what choice to make. Wait for me. I'll go with you. While Lin Xiao was still pondering how to respond, Lu Zheng made the decision for him, but Wen Liangyuan disagreed. No need. You just came back from the battlefield and are very tired. You need to rest. I'll go by myself. It's not a big deal. Plus, I still have Lin Xiao to help me. After saying this, Wen Liangyuan didn't give Lu Zheng a chance to refuse, picked up her daughter, and walked toward the door, with Lin Xiao hurriedly following. Lu Zheng's hair was still dripping with water as he watched them leave his house, unsure of how he felt inside. After a while, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Wen Liangyuan had quite a temper and was not to be trifled with. Since they had spent quite a bit of time at Lu Zheng's house, by the time they arrived at the military hospital, Wen Liangyuan's parents had already been taken into the operating room under Assistant Zhang's arrangements. At the door of the operating room, Assistant Zhang was still sitting there. Wen Liangyuan hurriedly went up to thank him, and Lin Xiao patted Assistant Zhang's shoulder, saying, "Thanks, brother." Assistant Zhang said a lot, which finally put the two at ease. Wen Liangyuan smiled and said, "After my parents finish the surgery, I'll treat you both to a meal. Let's go to our family's small restaurant." The military hospital's robotic programs were particularly well equipped, so taking a short break and coming back wouldn't be a problem. Remembering the delicious food they had last time, Assistant Zhang immediately agreed without hesitation, but Lin Xiao looked a bit unhappy. "Liangyuan, why didn't you say it earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have had to eat that terrible bowl of noodles at the commander's house." When Liangyuan felt a bit helpless, she hadn't thought of this matter and suggested, "How about you take a couple of digestive tablets?" Assistant Zhang laughed and affectionately patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. "I think Miss Wen's suggestion is great. It just so happens that we're in a hospital, so go buy two and take them." Seeing him so smug, Lin Xiao couldn't help but punch him twice. Just as the two were playing around, Dr. Lu walked over. When Liangyuan hurriedly hugged her child and greeted Dr. Lu, with Eva also enthusiastically greeting him beside her. "You all look so happy. What good news has happened?" Dr. Lu said, patting Eva on the head. Eva also liked this former owner very much and remained still, allowing him to pet her. "I said I would treat them to a meal, but Lin Xiao has already eaten, so we suggested he take 2 digestive tablets. We can't waste good food." When Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. Just then, Dr. Lu magically pulled out an entire box of digestive tablets from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Xiao. "Here, eat it. No need to go to the pharmacy for it." "Huh? You, this doctor, are so awesome. You carry digestive tablets with you. And it just so happens to be my lucky day." Lin Xiao didn't hold back and immediately opened the box and chewed on 2 tablets, feeling quite pleased. Dr. Lu smiled, his silver-rimmed glasses giving him a scholarly, yet slightly disheveled appearance. The little wildcat at home loves to eat delicious food and always overeats. There's no helping it. Digestive tablets have become a household staple. This subtle bragging made everyone present show expressions of envy and jealousy, including those who arrived late. However, Dr. Lu seemed oblivious, casually taking the little girl from Wen Liangyuan's hands. "Come, let Uncle hold you." "Uncle? You're still the commander's brother? I always thought you were his younger brother," Lin Xiao said from the side, making Dr. Lu instantly happy. "Maybe I look younger. People have said that since I was little." This sentence felt like a knife stabbing into the chest of the commander, who had just arrived. "Yes, after all, I can't do such unscrupulous things like catching turtles in the water or climbing trees to steal bird eggs, can I? Doesn't that make me seem a bit more stable?" A dark voice fell into everyone's ears, and they turned to see the commander in a black cloak and military boots. Dr. Lu turned pale, momentarily unsure of how to respond. After all, any rebuttal would be like stabbing a knife into Lu Zheng's chest. Thinking of that consequence made Dr. Lu shiver, and he dared not think further. Chapter 92. Bias. The originally harmonious scene became much more serious and cold with the arrival of Commander Lu. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Aside from the laughter of Xiao Yuer, there was hardly any sound, especially since they were at the entrance of the operating room in the hospital corridor. It felt even more desolate. It wasn't until the operating room door opened and the patient was wheeled out that when Liangyuan stood up, and the atmosphere began to change. The patient had a prosthetic leg and needed some time to adapt, but there were no major issues, so there was no need for excessive worry. The doctor bowed to Commander Lu and nodded to Dr. Lu. With Dr. Lu present, handling matters was particularly simple. In less than half an hour, Wen Liangyuan's parents were in the same hospital room and were both in stable condition. Wen Liangyuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Lin Xiao, Assistant Zhang, and Dr. Lu all came to greet them, and when Commander Lu slowly approached to greet them, the two stood up to bow, but were thankfully stopped by Commander Lu. How could they let the commander come? Mr. Wen felt a wave of self-reproach, thinking his position was too lowly and his contributions too insignificant to deserve a personal visit from the commander. Mrs. Wen held Wen Liangyuan's hand and kept nodding. With him there, the couple felt they couldn't rest comfortably while recovering, so Commander Lu had to leave after saying a few polite words, though he was reluctant and wished to stay a little longer with his little daughter. Once he left, Lin Xiao and Assistant Zhang followed him out since there were still matters to attend to at the military department. Dr. Lu also had to see other patients, leaving Xiao Yuer in Wen Liangyuan's arms before he left. For a moment, only Wen Liangyuan's family remained in the ward. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and it was Wen Liangyuan who broke the silence first. She placed Xiao Yuer in Eva's arms and poured them 2 cups of hot water. The two drank absent-mindedly, their gazes fixed on Wen Liangyuan, occasionally glancing at the child in Eva's arms, doubting whether she was Wen Liangyuan's daughter, but they hesitated since the two looked completely different. After a long while, Wen Liangyuan finally spoke. "She's indeed my daughter. I did not intend to hide it from you." The two stared at her, mouths agape, unable to utter a word for a long time, before lowering their heads, not knowing what to think. When Wen Liangyuan was 18 and applied for college, she scored so high yet did not get to attend, and her relationship with them had plunged to an all-time low. The years from 18 to 20 were the hardest times of her life. While her peers, some with much lower scores, went to college, she could only stay home and help her parents. The walls of her home and the vast fields outside were her only companions, and the feeling of torment nearly drove her to despair, especially when her sister and brother returned home and shared funny stories from school. It was even more painful for her, like a knife to the heart. So, when she saw her parents, her first feeling was not one of emotion or longing, but rather the painful memories and struggles. Her parents felt indebted to her, so when they learned that their contributions could earn her a chance to live on Donghua Star, they wasted no time in redeeming them. Although they did not realize that life on Donghua Star might be difficult for her and that she would face many hardships, they only wanted to quickly make up for their shortcomings to alleviate their own guilt. They had thought that the high cost of the space train would mean they would never see each other again, at most communicating via video calls or sending things. But they ended up meeting. I don't know who the father of the child is. It was an accident, but the daughter is very cute. So I don't dislike this accident. The child's father left me a lot of money, enough for me to live comfortably for 2 lifetimes. So I'm capable of raising this daughter alone. Please don't blame me. I won't be a burden to you. The last sentence, "I won't be a burden to you," felt like a knife thrust into them, causing a strong reaction, especially for Mr. Wen. You are already an adult. You should be able to make your own decisions about these matters without needing to discuss it with us. His cold attitude was also like a knife in Wen Liangyuan's heart. Mrs. Wen remained silent, simply lowering her head and sipping water. Wen Liangyuan replied with an then mentioned Wen Liangshu. "When I go back, I will have Wen Liangshu take care of you. You won't have to see me. Get out, mister." Wen smashed the cup in his hand at her feet. "We raised you, supported you through high school. We've done more than enough for you. You can't ask us for too much." The child was very bold, but was also taken aback, though thankfully did not cry. Wen Liangyuan let out a deep sigh, suppressing the bitterness in her throat. "I certainly have no demands of you. I even feel that I owe you a lot. That's why I treat Wen Liangshu so well, giving her money to open a restaurant, so that she can find a good husband in the future. This is all to repay your kindness in raising me." This sentence left Mr. Wen unable to get angry anymore. During this time, Wen Liangshu had video called them once, saying she earned 80,000 silver coins that day, with her sister taking 30,000. She could earn 900,000 a month, and in the future, she would have a dowry to find a wealthy husband, never again to be looked down upon or abandoned because of a lack of dowry. This was a life-changing opportunity for Wen Liangshu and Mr. Wen did not dare to refute it, as she was his beloved eldest daughter. How could he bear to see her lose everything? You all rest well. I will go back first. After Wen Liangyuan finished speaking and was about to turn to leave, she was called back by Mrs. Wen. Help me contact Aunt Betty. Years.He. If she has time, she can come and see me. We can catch up? Okay, I will tell Wen Liangshu to contact Aunt Betty. After Wen Liangyuan said this, she left the ward with Eva. Outside the ward, Lu Zheng stood with his arms crossed and legs bent, looking cold and unapproachable in the corridor. When Liangyuan approached him, I just brought someone. Are you going to take me home? If you haven't eaten, you can stay after dropping me off. I'll cook for you, and I'll invite others too, as a thank you. Lu Zheng responded with an remaining silent, but readily took the daughter from Eva's hands, carrying her out. Once they were in the hover car, when Liangyuan felt deeply saddened, a feeling that needed to be expressed. She thought, since she knew all of Lu Zheng's secrets, it wouldn't be too much to reveal her own secrets in front of him. Did the commander hear what we said in the ward? When Liangyuan hesitated but started with this question. Regardless of whether Lu Zheng responded, she needed to voice her grievances. Lu Zheng was not such a cold person. He sensed Wen Liangyuan's inner torment and pain. You're a poor little thing without me. They're not very good to you, at least not as good to your sister. They're quite biased. His words were very flat, lacking any emotional fluctuation, yet they nearly brought Wen Liangyuan to tears. Yes, they're very biased, but they think it's not their fault. They believe they are very good to me and owe me nothing. But I feel they owe me. I think they're very biased, and they treat me poorly. Chapter 93. Bold affection. At this point, when Liangyuan was already a bit hysterical, she couldn't control her emotions at all, looking so broken, so pained, and so wronged. All I ask for is to be treated fairly, but they wouldn't even give me that. When Liangyuan's eyes were red, tears rolling down one by one, completely uncontrollable. Lu Zheng looked at her, pitiful like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and sighed. There was a moment where he felt that both of them were very pitiful. Stop crying. Aren't we supposed to invite them for dinner later? If they see you like this, how can they eat? Lu Zheng wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to, so he could only awkwardly say this. When Liangyuan forced a smile, leaning weakly against the cushion, one hand intentionally brushing against her daughter's little cheek, thinking that she would definitely treat her well, giving her all the love, letting her grow up in love. Don't be as thirsty as I am. Her words brought a hint of smile to Lu Zheng's eyes. It was a good thought. His gentle demeanor at this moment gave Wen Liangyuan the illusion that he somewhat liked her, so she mustered the courage to boldly ask him, "Can you supervise me?" Supervise? What do you mean? Lu Zheng was puzzled. Wen Liangyuan's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head to focus on her daughter, not daring to look at him. Supervise us nearby. See if I will love our little Yuer for a lifetime. Not wanting her to see the expression on his face, Lu Zheng quickly turned his head. Sorry, I don't have that kind of time. You silly, I don't mean for you to live with us. Just come by every few days to check on us, especially our little Yuer. I'm afraid she wouldn't even recognize her dad by then. When Liangyuan accepted this without changing her expression, but only she knew how sad she felt inside. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't promise you that. But I will come when I have time. If I don't have time, there's really nothing I can do. Lu Zheng's life was a mess, and he couldn't give Wen Liangyuan any promises. He knew too well how painful it was to be filled with hope only to lose it, and it was better not to make promises at all, for everyone's sake. When Liangyuan didn't say anything, just nodded, I understand, it's fine this way. After that, the two didn't talk anymore. When they reached their destination, Lu Zheng held his daughter and found a spot in a small restaurant, sitting down to play with her. After sending messages to Lin Xiao, Assistant Zhang, Dr. Lu, Su Qingma, and others, when Liangyuan went to the backyard to find Wen Liangshu. It was already 7 o'clock. Their small restaurant, like Little Rabbit Cafe, basically closed at 7, so there were no customers at this time. When Liangshu was counting the money, and when Liangyuan approached, she was startled. You're back so soon? How are Mom and Dad? She didn't seem worried at all. They wanted to take care of them. It's not very convenient for me to bring the child. When Liangyuan said gloomily, her bad mood lingering. Where is it inconvenient? Aren't you bringing Eva? When Liangshu replied, Eva can help you take care of the child. I don't want to go to the hospital. The smell of disinfectant is really bad, and I have to face Mom and Dad. Just thinking about it is a bit annoying. You go, okay? I don't want to go. When Liangshu thought of this and lost interest in the coins on her holographic screen. This time, Mom and Dad came to Donghua Star and troubled friends. I have to invite them to dinner. You can invite them too, but you don't know them. Wen Liangyuan wanted to argue, but didn't want to go, so she pretended to be dead and didn't speak. Ignoring her little schemes and pretentiousness, Wen Liangyuan said, "Also, contact Aunt Betty. Just say that Mom is in the military hospital and misses her." "Why aren't you contacting her? I'm so annoyed," Wen Liangyuan said with a distressed face, showing no good temper towards her sister. Wen Liangyuan ignored her because you have Aunt Betty's contact information and you're familiar with her. Most importantly, Mom and Dad love you very much and can do this for them. After saying this, Wen Liangyuan turned to walk toward the kitchen, but was stopped by Wen Liangyuan. "What is wrong with you, Wen Liangyuan? Did I offend you? Why are you being so sarcastic to me? As if I owe you so much. It's infuriating." Wen Liangyuan didn't hide her anger, her face looking very unpleasant as she glared at Wen Liangyuan. Throughout their lives, what Wen Liangyuan admired most about Wen Liangyuan was her ability to say whatever she wanted without caring about the occasion or how it might ruin relationships. She was so free. As for Wen Liangyuan, she had to think things through, be considerate, afraid that others would be unhappy with her, and afraid of becoming enemies, making everything feel delicate and precarious. But now, she suddenly didn't want to care about these things anymore. After all, she had money now, and it was her child's father who gave it to her, not some other wild man. It was all legitimate and upright, giving her a little bit of confidence. So she didn't tolerate as she usually did, but instead got angry with Wen Liangyuan directly. "I've told you everything. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Anyway, these aren't my business." After saying this, Wen Liangyuan took off the apron tied around her waist, took out ham and other marinated items from the refrigerator, planning to make a stew. Turning to look at her, Wen Liangyuan was furious, hands on her hips, and angrily stepped forward. "What do you mean? What did you just say? What do you mean it's none of your business? Aren't you the daughter of this family?" Wen Liangyuan paused her movements of cutting the ham, then raised her head, looking gently at her sister. "Do you remember that year? The Zerg suddenly launched an attack. Mom carried you, Dad carried the younger brother, and left me in the house. If it weren't for Jingwe's parents, I might have had my brain sucked dry by the bugs. So do you think I'm the daughter of this family? I'm an outsider." After saying this, Wen Liangyuan lowered her head and continued cutting the ham. Weren't you asleep then? Were you pretending to sleep?" Wen Liangyuan always thought Wen Liangyuan was asleep and was carried out by Jingwe's dad, so she didn't remember this matter. Their whole family thought so, but to her surprise, Wen Liangyuan remembered everything. "If I hadn't pretended to sleep, I could imagine how awkward the situation would have been." Wen Liangyuan exhaled. "I don't want to think about those bad memories anymore. You should quickly video call Aunt Betty and then go to the hospital to see them." After that incident, she was sad for a long time and often secretly hid to cry. Later, she finally recognized reality and stopped crying, but inevitably, when she thought of it, her heart would still feel cold. It was all unavoidable. This time, perhaps because of her guilty conscience, Wen Liangyuan didn't get angry with Wen Liangyuan anymore, but instead video called Aunt Betty, talked about her parents' situation, and arranged to meet at the military hospital. "Shushu, how about we come pick you up? You can't reach the military hospital by taking a regular aircraft," Aunt Betty said with concern. Wen Liangyuan glanced at her sister, and, seeing she had no reaction, could only nod. "Okay, then I'll trouble Aunt Betty." Aunt Betty acted quickly and even brought cousin Lisha along. After they left, Wen Liangyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and started cooking. About an hour later, Wen Liangyuan made a pot of marinated dishes. A plate of steamed sausages and cured meat, a plate of stir-fried greens, a plate of spicy chicken, a plate of green pepper stir-fried meat, a plate of steamed fish, and a large plate of cold seaweed salad. When everyone was eating, she completely lost her appetite, but it wasn't appropriate to leave, so she could only grit her teeth and eat. Fortunately, they were all friends, so after finishing, Wen Liangyuan didn't care about it all. They cleaned up by themselves. Afterward, Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao, along with assistant Zhang, saw Wen Liangyuan off. Lu Zheng and Wen Liangyuan sat in the back, with Lu Zheng holding their daughter, while Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang sat in the front. Once they got home, Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang left first, leaving Lu Zheng behind to spend more time with his daughter, which Wen Liangyuan did not refuse. Taking advantage of Lu Zheng playing with their daughter, Wen Liangyuan found time to take a hot shower to relax. When she finished and came out, she found the living room had changed dramatically. Unlike the quietness before her shower, the room was now filled with scented candles, and another pastoral movie was playing, depicting the couple's journey in building a farm, which was very interesting. Lu Zheng and little Yuer were sitting on the carpet, surrounded by toys. Clearly, although little Yuer was still too young to play with toys, Lu Zheng insisted on her having them. Even if it was of little use and mostly annoyed by her father, little Yuer would still reach out to touch the toys, which made Lu Zheng happy for a while. Wen Liangyuan, with a towel drying her hair, sat next to them, her eyes involuntarily drawn to the movie. Seeing that she liked it, Lu Zheng rewound the movie to the beginning, and although Wen Liangyuan wanted to stop him, it was too late. Actually, I just played with little Yuer and didn't watch seriously. Now it's just the right time to watch it properly. Not just for you, Lu Zheng said coldly. Wen Liangyuan hummed in response, not saying anything else, focusing intently on the movie. In the film, both the male and female leads had great personalities. Although the male lead was a bit gruff and seemed very masculine, starting off cold like a homeless person, he changed after meeting the female lead, becoming very kind and considerate towards her. The female lead was very gentle and understanding, a traditional good woman and wife. She respected her husband deeply and loved him, managing a somewhat struggling but still surviving farm together. Later, they had a daughter, and after her birth, the male lead changed, making the farm beautiful just to please her. The female lead would occasionally get jealous, and to appease her, the male lead raised some little white rabbits. The movie had no dramatic ups and downs. It was a typical pastoral film, but the cinematography was outstanding, the editing artistic, and the life depicted was rich, making every frame look like a beautiful oil painting. It was very comfortable to watch, hence the rave reviews. After the movie, Wen Liangyuan, who hadn't eaten much for dinner, felt a bit hungry and even made sounds uncontrollably. Lu Zheng was sitting close to her and naturally heard it. Wen Liangyuan felt extremely embarrassed, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in, especially since Lu Zheng calmly remarked at that moment, "Do chefs not like eating their own food? Is it that I don't like my own cooking? I'm just too upset to eat, okay?" When Liangyuan suddenly thought his emotional intelligence was a bit low, almost to a shocking degree. "Really? I didn't notice," Lu Zheng said somewhat cluelessly, which made Wen Liangyuan's anger flare up as she got up and walked to the kitchen. "I want a late-night snack. Do you want some?" Eating a late-night snack is something only extremely undisciplined people would do, Lu Zheng said, his gaze once again drawn to the movie. When Liangyuan smirked coldly, opened the fridge, and took out fresh beef, pork, shrimp, potatoes, and other ingredients. She marinated the meat and even had Eva set up a small charcoal grill on the coffee table in the living room. Lu Zheng sat on the carpet with their daughter, watching the movie and playing with toys, while he watched her bustle back and forth from the kitchen to the living room. Before long, the coffee table was piled high, and when Liangyuan even made a particularly fragrant plate of chili powder to put on it. "Do you know what late-night barbecue is? If you don't know, you'll find out when you see me eat it." When Liangyuan realized she was quite petty and a bit small-minded, but she had nothing to say about it. So, Lu Zheng was greeted with a mouth-watering spicy aroma. He watched her eat enthusiastically, sweating profusely, clearly enjoying herself. "It doesn't look that good." Lu Zheng admitted he was a bit childish. He actually wanted to try it. After all, the taste of meat grilled over charcoal was truly tempting. When Liangyuan smiled and, without a hint of anger, said generously, "It's really not that good, so I won't ruin it for you. I'll just ruin it for myself." That said, she continued to bite into the fragrant, spicy meat, making Lu Zheng swallow hard as he watched her. "Let me help you share a bit. You look like you're struggling." When Liangyuan suppressed her strong urge to laugh and continued to think for him, "Even if you're doing it for my sake, I can't let you be undisciplined. After all, eating barbecue at night is the least ambitious thing to do." "Really? I think helping a friend is fine," Lu Zheng said, sitting on the sofa with their daughter. Sitting on the sofa gave him a broader view of the late-night barbecue's allure compared to sitting on the carpet. No, I don't need your help. I think I'm fine and can handle it myself." When Liangyuan's smile almost reached her ears, she never expected that in front of delicious food, the commander could be so childish, completely losing his usual cold and dominating demeanor. It turned out that even the most aloof person could change their expression in front of good food. As a father, how could Lu Zheng let her little mother get fat? After saying that, he didn't argue with Wen Liangyuan and directly grabbed 2 skewers of shrimp to eat. The flavor is okay, Lu Zheng said after tasting it, giving a lukewarm evaluation, but his hands were much more honest than his words. At least he ate the skewers much faster than he had imagined. This was the most unrefined day for both of them, especially Lu Zheng, who even competed with Wen Liangyuan for the barbecue, acting like a carefree young man who loved food, completely losing the imposing commander demeanor he usually had. However, for Wen Liangyuan, seeing him like this made him seem much more approachable, yet he still felt distant. After finishing the barbecue, their little girl fell asleep, and Lu Zheng carried her to her room to sleep, then came out to help Wen Liangyuan clean the table. Once they finished cleaning, Lu Zheng didn't leave. Wen Liangyuan handed him a set of pajamas to change into, and he didn't refuse. Wen Liangyuan sat nervously on the sofa, clearly aware she wanted to sleep with Lu Zheng, so she didn't want to miss this perfectly timed opportunity. After Lu Zheng came out, before he could reach the living room, she boldly stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. "Miss Wen, have you thought it through?" Lu Zheng tilted his head, giving Wen Liangyuan a second to consider. Her answer was to continue kissing him on her tiptoes, without saying a word, only the kiss becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 94. Intimacy. Everything that followed seemed natural, leaving Eva and Wally blushing. After which they both went to the charging room. Wen Liangyuan and Lu Zheng naturally didn't care about this. Wen Liangyuan lay in bed, holding Lu Zheng, her entire face turning the color of peach blossoms. This was the first time she was much more enthusiastic than Lu Zheng, and it was also the first time during Lu Zheng's waking hours. Relatively speaking, he was a bit shyer than Wen Liangyuan, but of course, this was just the beginning. Later, he got the hang of it with Wen Liangyuan. It was uncertain whether little Yue knew that her parents were making her siblings, but she was very well behaved and didn't cry at all, sleeping soundly. Until late at night, when Wen Liangyuan got up to feed little Yue. The baby made some soft noises, happily clutching the bottle. After finishing her milk, she fell back asleep. Lu Zheng stood by the door, taking the scene in. Did he have to get up every night? He carefully placed the child back in bed, and when Liangyuan hummed in agreement, almost. "Do you still have energy during the day?" Lu Zheng furrowed his brows slightly, feeling it was a bit tough. When Liangyuan covered their daughter with a small blanket, adjusted the lights, and led Lu Zheng out. "Just take some medicine and go back to sleep. You'll get used to it, to avoid affecting the restaurant's business." When Liangyuan needed to take some medicine every night to fall asleep. At first, it was uncomfortable, but later she got used to it. However, gradually, she wasn't too sure if it was because she had taken too much medication, but she began to feel that the medicine wasn't very effective. But there was no need to let the commander know about this. Back in the room, when Liangyuan took her medicine as usual and lay down to sleep, while Lu Zheng sat beside her, his expression slightly unsightly. "I might have to be away for a while." This sentence came quite abruptly, and when Liangyuan, who was already drowsy, suddenly became very alert. "Why?" "The Queen wants me to lead troops to station on Yunxing, where there are abundant and rare minerals that have been controlled by other families. The Queen means for me to take over and reclaim it." Lu Zheng smiled after saying this. It was indeed the truth. Although tomorrow's news would report that the Empire had discovered a rare mineral on Yunxing and needed him to lead troops for mining, rather than reclaiming the mine. When Liangyuan didn't know how to respond for a moment, and it took her a while to answer. She knew they wouldn't see each other for a long time. "How long will you be gone?" "Little Yue will surely miss her dad." When Liangyuan used little Yue to cover up her own longing for him. Lu Zheng didn't answer because he didn't know the answer either, not hearing his voice. When Liangyuan felt a bit helpless and nestled into his arms, saying, "If there's danger, make sure Lin Xiu comes to notify me." She hadn't forgotten that she was Lu Zheng's last line of defense. His words made Lu Zheng feel a bit uncomfortable, and then he revealed something. "Actually, I don't plan to marry the daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs because we're not suitable." When Liangyuan smiled and narcissistically said, "Commander Lu Zheng, do you like me a little? But you're afraid to admit it?" "Not sure, I don't know." That was Lu Zheng's answer. When Liangyuan couldn't help but bite him on the cheek, but she didn't apply much force, so there were no marks left. "No need to worry. I want to marry someone else. Lu Zheng said something that sounded like a guarantee, making Wen Liangyuan's face slightly red and a bit shy. I don't care whether you marry me or not. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but say something tough, and Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, about to say a few words, but Wen Liangyuan didn't given the chance, pressing him down instead. Are you really going to waste time, Commander? After saying this, she kissed him, and the two rolled together. The next day, Lu Zheng led the Galactic Legion to Yunqing. The news reports were indeed, as Lu Zheng had said, only stating that a mineral had been discovered on Yunqing, so they were going to mine it. When Liangyuan realized that this situation wasn't very optimistic, her heart racing. In the afternoon, Su Qingma came to the restaurant to eat, and that's when she found out. This situation wasn't good. At least Lu Zheng's current situation was a bit dangerous. Although the benefits from mining were substantial, the AD family would go crazy. Su Qingma was very worried, and Wen Liangyuan felt even more anxious hearing this. The AD family? What's their background? Commoners don't actually know much about these noble families because they generally keep a low profile, at least in front of the public. Su Qingma replied seriously. If the Lu family, Dashi family, and Lin family have power and influence on Donghua Star, then the AD family is also very powerful on Yinbing Star, even having a hand in everything. Now, they're being forced to retreat from Yunqing, giving up the rare minerals, which are falling into the hands of the Lu family. They will definitely harbor resentment, and when the time comes, the commander will be in danger, especially after he falls out with the Lu family. The situation will become even more perilous. Su Qingma spoke with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Compared to him, Wen Liangyuan was even more worried. I should go with him. Go with him to die. Sukin moritortiv. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head, momentarily unsure of what to do. Don't be silly. He is so powerful and still in danger. You, being so fragile and unable to take care of yourself, will be even more at risk. Instead of adding trouble for him, it's better to stay obediently on Donghua Star. Su Qingma didn't want to say these things, but it was the truth. Did Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang go with him? Wen Liangyuan asked softly, and Su Qingma nodded. Of course, they have to go with him. And there's also the powerful Lu Yiheng with him, so you can rest assured. Unable to hold back, Wen Liangyuan revealed a relaxed smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she nodded, yes, I'm very reassured now. With Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang being very capable, and Dr. Lu not being weak either. With them around, Lu Zheng's safety wouldn't be a problem. While the two were chatting, Wen Liangshu walked over, looking like she had something to say. Su Qingma glanced at her and said to Wen Liangyuan, "It seems like you two have had a conflict." Wen Liangyuan was a bit surprised that he guessed it, feeling a bit helpless. Fortunately, it was just a small conflict. It was no big deal. Su Qingma nodded, stood up, and said, "Then I'll take my leave first. Remember to send lunch to our little rabbit CAF." When Liangyuan nodded, okay. After sending Su Qingma out, she was immediately blocked by Wen Liangshu upon returning. "Let us talk." She was very direct. When Liangyuan nodded and sat down on a chair in the backyard. When Liangshu's expression was a bit off, and she sat down with her as well. "What do you want to say?" When Liangyuan asked directly. Chapter 95 Anger. When Liangshu's expression became awkward for a moment, then she said, "Mom and Dad want to go back. Do you want to go see them? Also, they need 200,000 silver coins for the space train fare to go back. Can you share half with me? Additionally, I want them to stay here for a few days and enjoy some comfort. Is that all?" "Of course, that's all." When Liangyuan smiled and readily agreed. "Okay, then let's go to the military hospital to pick them up." When Liangshu felt a bit happy. "All right." When Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu took a flying vehicle to the military hospital. Originally, Wen Liangshu wanted Su Qingma to send them, but Wen Liangyuan refused, which made her a bit unhappy, but Wen Liangyuan couldn't be bothered with her. At the military hospital, the people inside brought them out and then left. On the way, when father didn't say a word, while when mother chatted a lot. Wen Liangyuan seemed to have forgotten what happened that day, speaking gently with Wen mother. When they arrived at the private restaurant, Wen Liangyuan personally bought bedding and sheets for them, bustling around, and even had Eva take care of them. After the room was ready, Wen mother looked a bit happy and asked Wen Liangyuan, "Can Aunt Betty come here to visit? And your cousin Lisha?" Wen Liangyuan nodded. "Of course, sister will take good care of them." Good. Wen mother was obviously very happy, and after a week of rest, Her mental state seemed to have improved a lot. When father entered the room, when Liangyuan nodded at him, "Dad, what do you want to eat?" "Just stir-fry a couple of dishes." When father was still a bit awkward, but when Liangyuan treated them as if nothing had happened, as usual. When Liangyuan went to stir-fry, and when Liangshu sneaked in, "Can I stay at your house? I don't want to live with mom and dad. They are so annoying." When Liangyuan paused her cooking, looked at her, "My house has no room." Suddenly, she didn't want to let Wen Liangshu stay anymore, and even found her annoying. Even if there was a room, she didn't want her to stay at her house. "Mom and Dad miss you very much. Why do you want to live at my place?" When Liangshu's expression turned sour, and she showed signs of being angry. "How can you say that? I'm your sister. You're my sister, but that doesn't change the fact that Mom and Dad miss you." When Liangyuan placed the scrambled eggs with tomatoes on a plate and washed the pan to cook the next dish. When Liangshu glared at her fiercely, "Fine. You're so annoying. If you don't help me, what's the point of lecturing me?" Taking a deep breath, when Liangyuan looked at her, her expression turning cold and impatient. "Don't annoy me. Stay away from me, thanks." She rarely spoke with such a dark face. This time she was truly angry. When Liangshu didn't dare to retort or say anything else, and went to the other side to cook with the smart kitchen tools. When Liangyuan finished cooking and served the dishes to her parents. Just then, Aunt Betty also arrived. And when Liangyuan went to stir-fry 2 more dishes, Cousin Lisha came to the kitchen and looked at Wen Liangyuan cooking with admiration. "Cousin, you're amazing. You can cook so many dishes?" The beautiful and elegant Cousin Lisha always made people feel good, and Wen Liangyuan was no exception. "It's fine, cousin. Why don't you sit down? It's full of oil smoke here." "No, it's just the smell of cooking." After Lisha finished speaking, she walked over to open the refrigerator. Her eyes lit up. "There's so many dishes in here. They all look delicious." When Liangyuan smiled, and didn't he stop her? "Tell me what you like to eat, and I'll see if I can make it." "Sure." Cousin Lisha looked around, and then saw that her favorite dish was being stir-fried by Wen Liangyuan. She smiled with her eyes curved. "I really like the twice-cooked pork you're making." When Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, "Okay, it'll be ready soon. I'll go wash my hands." Cousin Lisha washed the dishes and then helped Wen Liangyuan set the table. When Liangshu couldn't stand it and came over to help. Cousin Lisha smiled. "After opening the restaurant, I found you become a bit more diligent." When Liangshu's face turned sour for a moment, but she didn't say anything and continued to help them, not paying attention to them. When Liangyuan went to call Aunt Betty and the others to come eat, just as she walked over, she heard them chatting, and their voices weren't low. When Liangyuan smiled helplessly and knocked on the door, knock, knock, knock. The voices inside abruptly stopped, and there was a hint of nervousness. When Liangyuan was puzzled, wondering if they were discussing some secret. "Aunt Betty, Mom and Dad can eat now." When Liangyuan called out, and they came to open the door. When they looked at Wen Liangyuan, their expressions seemed a bit off. And when Liangyuan frowned slightly, "Okay, we'll be right there." When Mother said, then turned to look at them, and they all breathed a sigh of relief before coming out to eat together. When Liangyuan didn't bother with them, she thought, even if they had some secret, she didn't care. After the meal, Aunt Betty and Cousin Lisha planned to take them shopping. When Liangshu originally didn't want to cook and wanted to go shopping with them, but when she heard Mom wanted to buy some things, she decided not to go. "Sister, you go with Mom and Dad. You can buy them some things. I can handle the restaurant by myself." She even had a look that said when Liangyuan could rest. When Liangyuan was quite helpless. "I'll transfer you 1,000,000 silver coins. You go. I need to watch the children. Didn't you forget?" When Liangyuan gave her a glare, but when she heard about the silver coins, Wen Liangshu became happy at once. "Okay, then I'll go with them." When Liangshu turned around, humming a tune as she went to her room to find a pretty dress, planning to wear it and go out with them. When Liangyuan couldn't be bothered with her, transferred her 1,000,000 silver coins and also transferred 200,000 silver coins to Wen Mother, with a note, "Let Wen Liangshu pay for the purchases. I transferred her 1,000,000. This is for your transportation." She didn't want to say it this way, but she knew that if she didn't specify, they wouldn't use Wen Liangshu's money. She originally wanted to give them more, but she knew they would give that money to Wen Liangshu and would be reluctant to spend her money. She had no choice but to do so. In the afternoon, Wen Liangshu went shopping and buying things with them. Originally, Cousin Lisha also wanted to go with them, but she found it boring and didn't want to go, wanting to stay behind to help Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan naturally wouldn't refuse. She found cousin Lisha to be even more pleasant to get along with than she had imagined. She was elegant, diligent, and beautiful. In just a few hours, all the waitstaff in the small restaurant liked her very much. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but join their ranks. In a short time, cousin Lisha had grasped the essentials of serving and came to help dressed in the uniform. During this time, William arrived. Chapter 96 tell him during this time. He was busy at the Academy of Sciences and hardly had time to contact Wen Liangyuan. Now he finally understands that the minerals in Yunxing have a greater purpose. After submitting the report, he tidied himself up and finally had time to visit. When Liangyuan saw him, she happened to be free and planned to tell him about her child. "Mr. Darcy, let's talk," Wen Liangyuan said, leading William to the backyard. Cousin Latia observed this scene and felt a bit anxious. In the backyard, when Liangyuan brought the child out, and the moment William saw the child, he looked as if struck by lightning. This child is very good looking. He couldn't help but curl up, sitting on the chair with a slightly pale face. When Liangyuan looked at him, suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing what to do for a long time. She always thought he only had a slight affection for her, but the current situation seemed different. "I'm sorry, I haven't told you." When Liangyuan felt very guilty. "Why are you apologizing to me? You did nothing wrong, did you?" William looked at her, his eyes reddened from the research experiments, looking very tired. Yet, even in this state of fatigue, he hurriedly composed himself to come here. Sitting on the chair, when Liangyuan lowered her head and couldn't say a word for a long time. The two fell into silence, and, after a while, William finally spoke. Who was the father of the child? For others, when Liangyuan could easily say she didn't know who the father was, or that the father had died. But she couldn't lie to him. Taking a deep breath, when Liangyuan said with some difficulty, "The father of the child is none other than Commander Lu Zheng." "That makes sense. When we first met, I felt something was off about your situation," William said sadly, his eyes filled with pain. "Why didn't I ask clearly back then?" When Liangyuan dared not look at him. "Yes, but he doesn't like me. But I don't mind, it's okay." She had long let go of these matters. Cousin Latia entered and saw their situation, especially William's expression, which made her feel uneasy. After a while, Cousin Latia quietly turned and left without them noticing. After leaving, she found a chair to sit down, unable to calm down for a long time. Not knowing what to do, she had no choice but to contact her aunt. The video call was quickly connected. Although it was chaotic, she rationally explained the situation slowly. After listening, there was a long silence on the other end. "This is how it is. You should intervene, shouldn't you? You can't just watch things get worse," Cousin Latia said, her expression slightly displeased. The other end responded, but didn't say anything further. Cousin Latia hung up the video call and stayed in the restaurant without paying them any more attention. In the backyard, after a while, William finally managed to process his emotions. He looked at Wen Liangyuan and smiled. "Did I suddenly rush over and scare you?" His voice had a hint of apology, which made Wen Liangyuan even sadder, her neck stiff and unable to utter a word for a long time. William smiled again. "I never asked you anything, nor did I say much to you, and you don't need to say too much to me, right? It's not your fault. By now." His mood remained understated and reserved. He said nothing but seemed to have said everything. However, he thought that this matter should not bring any trouble to Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan still felt sad. In fact, she had long been aware of some of his feelings, but he hadn't said anything, had he? But discussing these things now seemed particularly ridiculous, so she said nothing. "Is he not good to you?" After a while, William spoke again. Noticing that the child in the cradle didn't resemble Wen Liangyuan at all, but rather looked like the child's father. Wen Liangyuan smiled slightly, reaching out to poke the child's chubby cheek. "Actually, he wasn't bad. Although he didn't really like me, he gave me all his money." This surprised William a bit, and he smiled. "It seems he is quite good to you. After all, people like us rarely give all our assets to another person. Even I can't do that." By the end, he was not just surprised, but shocked and incredulous. He looked at Wen Liangyuan with a hint of self-mockery. "I can't give everything to another person. I can't do it." At that moment, he felt a bit of admiration for Lu Zheng. Who could have such courage? Wen Liangyuan felt warm inside. She knew Lu Zheng was a good person, a very good person. Even though last time, in the hospital, she was in so much pain that she somewhat hated him. Upon reflection, he hadn't meant to hurt her. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit helpless and smiled self-deprecatingly. "What are you laughing at?" William raised an eyebrow, asking Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan looked at the little child in the cradle and reached out to play with her. "I don't feel like he treats me well. He can't give me what I want, so I never thought." By the end, her voice had grown softer. William suppressed his heartache and said often, "Love is not something to be spoken about. It's something to be acted upon." True, when Liangyuan forced a smile. The situation between her and Lu Zheng was something only she could understand. It was not something that could be clearly articulated. The most crucial part was Lu Zheng's memories. If he had memories after losing control of his mental faculties, then they would be fine. If Lu Zheng never had such memories, then no matter what he did, it would stem from a sense of responsibility, unrelated to love, and he would never love her when he was sober. How could one heart possibly love two people at the same time? This was something Wen Liangyuan later realized. Seeing her silent, William knew he didn't need to stay any longer. He stood up, "Then I'll head back first. Miss Wen, take good care of yourself." Wen Liangyuan nodded, asking Eva to watch the child, and got up to see him out. "Mr. Darcy, take care. I'll send you the menu from our restaurant later. If there's anything you want to eat, just let me know. We support delivery." "All right, thank you, Miss Wen." William nodded and left in his hover car, whether intentional or not. After William left, Wen's parents returned swiftly, along with Aunt Betty, whose expression was not good. As soon as they entered the backyard, they didn't even wait for Wen Liangyuan to greet them before Aunt Betty quickly said, "Wen Liangyuan, you cannot date William." Chapter 97. Identity. The voice sounded very serious, especially Aunt Betty, and the expressions on Mr. and Mrs. Wen's faces were almost unpleasant. Wen Liangyuan noticed their expressions and felt a bit angry. She had only met Mr. Darcy by chance, and she absolutely had no ulterior motives, yet they seemed to regard her as if she had committed some heinous crime. Looking at Aunt Betty, Wen Liangyuan's face was very unsightly. "Aunt Betty, I know my status isn't worthy of William, but you don't need to be so agitated, because the person I like is not William, so you can rest assured." Cousin Lydia hurried to Aunt Betty's side, taking her hand. "Sister, Liangyuan, my mother didn't mean it that way. It's just that William is my cousin, and we were all startled." Aunt Betty remained silent, only looking at Wen Liangyuan, seemingly trying to confirm whether or not she had feelings for William. Wen Liangshu, who had been silent all along, looked at them and couldn't bear to see them treat Wen Liangyuan this way. "My sister doesn't like Mr. Darcy. I can vouch for that." Her words made the three elders breathe a sigh of relief. Wen Liangyuan looked at them, full of confusion. "What are you hiding? Is it so serious that I like Mr. Darcy?" They exchanged glances, and Aunt Betty awkwardly said, "William's sister Louisa is not someone easy to deal with. And, considering their family situation, being close to him brings you no benefit. The marriage partners they prefer are those who can move in high society and politics, which you can't handle." Aunt Betty, fearing Wen Liangyuan might overthink, repeated herself. Wen Liangyuan didn't quite believe them, but she wouldn't argue further on this point. "It's fine. We're just friends. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him." They all breathed a sigh of relief, but only Cousin Lydia's expression was not good. After they went shopping again, Cousin Lydia sought out Wen Liangyuan privately. "Can we talk?" Cousin Lydia's friendly smile slowly faded, becoming somewhat serious. Wen Liangyuan nodded and went to the kitchen, bringing out 2 cups of red tea, placing one in front of each of them. "Please sit, cousin." The two sat across from each other, with Wen Liangyuan's daughter nearby, who she was playing with, extending a finger for the child to grasp. "Don't contact William in the future," Cousin Lydia said, her gaze shifting to the child, with a hint of sadness and disbelief in her eyes. Wen Liangyuan, feeling a bit irritable recently, looked at Cousin Lydia. "Whether you believe me or not, we rarely contact each other, and our relationship is one of gentlemanly friendship. Don't be angry, I just don't want things to get worse," Cousin Lydia said apologetically, her voice softening. "If we both liked each other, would the situation become worse?" Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but retort, leaving Cousin Lydia speechless. With a weary smile, Wen Liangyuan reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't like him. I only consider him my friend." "Okay, I understand." Cousin Lydia seemed hesitant, as if she had a lot to say, but Wen Liangyuan was too tired to care. In the gap of their conversation, the child fell asleep. Wen Liangyuan pushed the child to the room, placing the soft little one on the bed and asking Eva to keep her company. As dinner time approached, when Liangyuan had little time to feel melancholic, she began to get busy, and the waitstaff started as well. Cousin Lydia was also busy, working alongside them. Because of this matter, things passed, but little did they know that 2 or 3 days later, it would lead to another incident. Mr. and Mrs. Wen Liangshu, Aunt Betty, Cousin Lydia, Uncle Darcy, and even the busy Governor Diaz, along with the Academy of Sciences President Yi Qingxiu, William, and Louisa, were all present. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but scoff, thinking they might believe that William liking her was a heinous crime, which was why even the busy governor showed up. Liangyuan, William is my cousin, his father is my uncle, and your mother is my aunt. Our families are actually related, Cousin Lydia explained. When Liangyuan nodded, I know, but you don't need to specifically explain it to me. I don't care about that. Her cold attitude made her seem detached and rational. There's one more thing you don't know, Cousin Lydia said, her eyes a bit anxious. When Liangyuan, with the child's fingers wrapped around hers, remained emotionally stable. What did I know? Actually, Cousin Lydia appeared extremely troubled. When Liangyuan smiled, what about me? Is this hard to say? Their demeanor made Louisa unable to hold back any longer. She coldly said, to put it simply, you are not your parents' biological daughter. You are my parents' biological daughter. However, at that time, the family situation was complicated, so they gave you to Cousin Lydia's family to help find a suitable place for you. Then my aunt gave you to her sister, and you went to live on Vortex Star. Do you understand? Her icy and arrogant tone clearly stemmed from her jealousy towards Wen Liangyuan after being severely punished by Lu Zheng for targeting her before. But when Liangyuan didn't care about her at all, she suppressed the shock of realizing she wasn't a biological daughter, the absurdity of facing her biological parents, and all the complex emotions within her, maintaining a cold and expressionless face. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Qingxiu finally reacted, looking at Wen Liangyuan with a hint of affection and pity. I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured over the years. The situation was very complicated at that time, and we had no choice but to send you away. Governor Diaz echoed his wife's words, tilting her head to look at them. When Liangyuan felt a surge of sarcasm inside, she suddenly thought that compared to these people, Lu Zheng was 100 times better. Why was my son sent away? Why was I the one sent away? Wen Liangyuan's gaze fell on William, suddenly feeling a deep sense of ridicule, irony, frustration, and grievance. They couldn't find the words to respond, and Louisa viciously said, isn't it because you're just a beta? You only affect your parents' contribution value, making it impossible for them to live on Donghua Star. My brother is an alpha, so it won't affect those things. When Liangyuan knew that the previous king was very foolish and had issued a law that could be considered absurd, to live on Donghua Star, a personal account must have more than 10 million silver coins. If any account didn't reach 10 million, the average value of the family's accounts had to exceed 10 million. Otherwise, they could hardly continue living on Donghua Star. Chapter 98, Disappointment. If the performance is poor and cannot be made up within 3 months, the family will be expelled from Donghua Star to live on other planets. This is certainly only applicable to ordinary people like Beta. Ida and Alpha are inherently entitled to some status and will not be expelled. So, the Darcy family sent her away simply because she is neither Ida nor does her family's average account balance reach the standard of 10 million silver coins. When Liangyuan suddenly felt it was absurd and ironic. The people present remained silent for a long time, their gazes fixed on Wen Liangyuan, who did not look at them at all. After a while, the child grasped her tighter, and when Liangyuan came to her senses, slowly exhaling and smiling. It's okay. It's fine. Faced with such a huge secret and such a ridiculous life, she could only say 4 words. They all looked at Wen Liangyuan in shock. For some reason, perhaps out of competitiveness, vanity, or a desire for protection, Wen Liangyuan wanted to reveal who the father of her child was. At least that person loved her very much when his mental power was out of control. At that moment, the painful memories seemed to become the only thing she could confidently speak about. How ironic. She looked at them, saying that she was doing well now, thriving on her own, and that her child's father was Lu Zheng, who had given all his wealth to her. So even if she did nothing and lived off her savings, she could still live freely for the rest of her life. Therefore, she didn't really need their guilt and remorse. Besides, she wasn't a fool, was she? So, There is no need to say those emotionally stirring words that might sound touching. Otherwise, it would be very awkward for her. This statement was somewhat harsh, but when Liangyuan didn't feel that way at all. She simply expressed what she most wanted to say. Moreover, she obtained all of Lu Zheng's money merely because Commander Lu Zheng's life was valuable, not for any other reason. Why shouldn't she have confidence? Her expression and words left them speechless for a long time, as they never expected things would evolve like this. William, who had been silent, glanced at them, stood up, and said, "I'm leaving first. You can chat slowly." He left the backyard, and even when Louisa called his name repeatedly from behind, he did not stop. When Liangyuan looked at his departing figure, feeling a deep pain in her heart, as if her heart was grating against sand, making it hard to breathe. It felt like if she moved even slightly, her heart would ache violently. The others also looked at him, some confused, some frustrated, and others filled with regret. "You all go back. There is nothing more to say between us. It's just that my inner doubts over the years have finally been clarified." When Liangyuan said, suddenly feeling a sting in her nose and her throat choking, "You are not wrong to be biased. I'm an outsider who took their survival resources, and it is indeed deserved. And you're not wrong to throw me away. Just a beta. What does it matter to throw away one or two? I don't blame you at all. I just hope we one team meet again in the future." Just as when Liangyuan was about to turn and leave, Yi Qingxiu called out to her, pained. "You did not take their survival resources. When we sent you away, we gave you 6 million silver coins and 2 jobs as gatekeepers of Wayshui Star. That 6 million silver coins is enough for you to live comfortably until you're 20. Those 2 jobs are their rewards. You need to know you owe them nothing. Rather, they're living well because of you." These words made when Liangyuan widened her eyes, while her parents lowered their heads, unable to say a word. When Liangyuan looked at them and suddenly smiled through her tears, "That's good, that's good. As long as I don't owe them anything. The rest doesn't matter." She couldn't help but laugh again, tears hanging in her eyes, looking at Yi Qingxiu. "You gave them 6 million silver coins and 2 job opportunities to support me, and I'm very grateful. Let me calculate. 1 gatekeeper job at Wayshui Star earns 100,000 silver coins a year, so 2 jobs would be 200,000 silver coins. Supporting me for 20 years would be 4 million silver coins, plus the original total of 10 million silver coins. I'll transfer it all back to you." Saying this, when Liangyuan took Yi Qingxiu's hand, unlocked it with her pupil, and before Yi Qingxiu could react, directly transferred the money. She didn't transfer much, directly giving 20 million silver coins. "Fortunately, you have no love for me, just gave me silver coins. This way, I can repay a bit." As she spoke, she decisively deleted Yi Qingxiu from her contacts. Yi Qingxiu stared blankly at all this, unable to say a word for a long time. Louisa stepped forward and pushed Wen Liangyuan away. "What is your problem? What's so great about having a few stinky coins? Isn't it all from Lu Zheng? If you have the ability, earn it yourself." Grabbing Louisa's hand, Wen Liangyuan twisted it back, causing Louisa's face to turn pale, and she screamed, "Ah, Wen Liangyuan, let go of me. You have no right to treat me like this." When Liangyuan released her hand and pushed Louisa away, turning to wipe her hands on her clothes as if Louisa's hand had soiled hers. Louisa was furious, wishing she could kill Wen Liangyuan. But when Liangyuan didn't even glance at them, completely indifferent to their feelings, the Grand Chancellor, who had been silent, stepped forward to stop the angry Louisa and looked at Wen's parents. "You should return to Wayshui Star. Don't worry, your retirement pay will still come. After all, we thank you for raising the child for 20 years. He remained calm and restrained, and it could even be said that the only people who lost control in the room were Wen Liangyuan and Louisa. This made Wen Liangyuan feel even worse, like a thorn in her throat. She looked at them deeply, not saying a word, and left the Wen family's private restaurant with Eva and the child, heading straight back to her own house. Once home, after settling the child, when Liangyuan realized that she could confidently do all this only because of the money Lu Zheng gave her, which was truly ridiculous, she couldn't help but break into a big smile, but as she laughed while holding the child, she began to cry. She cried loudly. In this life, her heart had never felt so dark. She had truly been left with nothing. Thankfully, she had a child, a few friends who were willing to be good to her, and several friends because of Lu Zheng's kindness. At least it wasn't He that miserable. After crying for a long time, almost making the child cry as well, when Liangyuan finally calmed down and coaxed the child to sleep, she then casually nestled in the living room, playing a movie, and took the opportunity to buy a huge red velvet cake, a delicious roast chicken, and a few cans of beer from the nearby supermarket. Chapter 99. Sadness. Wally and Eve didn't stay in the charging room. They sat on either side of her, like two guardian angels. When Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pat their heads, a grin spreading across her face. Thankfully, I still have you two by my side. Eve's eyes sparkled, looking a little sad. Master, don't be upset. Be happy. Wally, being more composed, chimed in, Miss Wen, are you missing my master? This remark almost made Wen Liangyuan spit out her drink. She put down the beer can and forced a helpless smile. Wally, you really are something. It's better when you don't talk, but when you do, it's quite frightening. She chuckled and reached out to pat Wally's head. Eve laughed and said, Master, are you thinking about Commander Lu Zheng? When Liangyuan's face flushed slightly as she stubbornly picked up her beer and continued to drink. No, of course not. How could I possibly like him? The two robots exchanged glances, unable to discern if she was being truthful or not. When Liangyuan proudly glanced at them and happily picked up a spoon to start eating cake. After a bite, she realized the cake didn't taste nearly as good as the desserts from the little rabbit CAF. It was almost like eating sugar. She thought to herself, no wonder the cakes at the little rabbit CAF are so expensive. There's a reason for the price. Of course, this supermarket cakes weren't cheap either. They were quite pricey. Under normal circumstances, when Liangyuan would never spend so much money on a piece of cake that didn't taste good. But today was different. After a few more bites of cake, she stopped eating, her mind filled with so many thoughts that she couldn't eat or drink anymore. She could only sit blankly on the carpet watching movies, laughing one moment and crying the next. She knew that when it came to emotions, she was still quite young, especially in the privacy of her own home, where she felt unrestricted. Wiping her face, when Liangyuan couldn't help herself and took out her light computer to post a personal update. There's no moment as good as this one. Just as she finished editing, tears fell uncontrollably, and she quickly raised her hand to wipe them away, continuing to edit, deleting that line, and then editing again, not even knowing what she was doing. After a while, she closed her light computer, tears still streaming down her face. For the first time, when Liangyuan realized how weak and emotional she really was. After a long time, she couldn't utter a single word. Eve and Wally silently kept her company, with Wally secretly recording and sending it to Commander Lu Zheng, who was far away on Cloud Star. Of course, when Liangyuan had no idea that her pitiful, sorrowful appearance was all seen by Lu Zheng. After crying for most of the night, when Liangyuan got up to prepare formula for the baby at the right time. Once the baby was fed, she took 2 sleep aid pills before finally falling asleep. The next day, she woke up while feeding the baby, feeling utterly drained, with a terrible headache. She took a painkiller, which helped a bit. After getting herself ready, she had Eve do her makeup, and then, just like usual, she went to the one family private restaurant without any difference. In the restaurant, without Wen Liangyuan and her parents. Wen Liangyuan hesitated for a while before deciding to contact Wen Liangyuan. She didn't want to see her, but this restaurant was the result of both their efforts. How could she easily abandon it? So, she took the initiative to video call Wen Liangyuan. When Wen Liangyuan answered, they were at the space station. Wen Liangyuan actively said, Sister, are you going to give up on our hard work? I hope you can come back. We will always be sisters. Her heart was filled with pain and discomfort, and she even felt a bit resentful towards Wen Liangyuan. However, she understood that she cared about her sister, so she didn't want her to leave. Wen Liangyuan lowered her head, her eyes crinkling with a smile, and somewhat helplessly said, Do you think I'm leaving? No, I'm just here to see Mom and Dad. Do you want to video call them? This time, Wen Liangyuan hesitated a bit but nodded, wanting to see her parents. The interaction with her father and mother was at least much more natural than previous times. When Liangyuan felt a bit apologetic, I shouldn't have acted that way yesterday. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Her parents were at a loss for what to do. They hadn't treated her particularly well in the past, but they hadn't abused her either. They just hadn't shown her much affection, so they felt guilty. But compared to biological parents, This was already much better, right? Wen Liangyuan knew she shouldn't compare the two situations, but she was also very clear that they had raised her. At least they hadn't abandoned her or let her go hungry. When she didn't know her origins, there was a lot of resentment and grievance because she had regarded them as her biological parents. But now that she knew they weren't, how could she still have so many emotions? After all, those who had no blood relation to her had raised her, and what more could she ask for? When Liangyuan smiled and said, "I'm very grateful to you for raising me. Really, I shouldn't have argued with you. I'm sorry." Her mother's eyes turned red, filled with guilt, while her father turned his head, unable to say a word. "Don't think too much. I will come back to see you whenever I have time. You both take care of yourselves. I will definitely urge my sister to work hard to make money and buy a house on Donghua Star in the future, so you can come live with us." They talked a lot, and after discussing their backgrounds, they seemed to be more open with each other. When Liangyuan wasn't completely ungrateful, she just didn't have expectations or trust. Being good to them was good, but she wouldn't be as foolish as before. Previously, she had regarded them as her biological parents. Now, they were her adoptive parents to whom she needed to repay. After sending them off, when Liangshu returned, not only were their parents more polite to Wen Liangyuan than before, but even when Liangshu was much more courteous, at least not speaking loudly like before. When Liangyuan didn't feel much about this. However, Yi Qingxiu seemed to be ill, always coming to the one family private restaurant. And when Liangyuan didn't know what she was up to, she always looked unwell, as if something big was happening. After a couple of times of not paying attention to it, she eventually couldn't help but start to wonder. Finally, she could no longer tolerate it and took the initiative to confront Yi Qingxiu. "What exactly do you want?" When Liangyuan said impatiently, "Sit down and have a meal with me," Yi Qingxiu replied, pointing to the seat across from her. When Liangyuan glanced at her, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The waitstaff brought out dishes one after another, even serving 2 bowls of rice, clearly having planned this ahead of time. Since Yi Qingxiu came, Wen Liangyuan didn't want to cook for her, so all her meals were prepared by Wen Liangshu. Chapter 100 Selfish Eat. Yi Qingxiu's delicate, fair wrist picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Wen Liangyuan, who reached out to take them, saying thank you. She didn't eat, merely holding the chopsticks and picking up 1 grain of rice at a time. Yi Qingxiu was quite happy eating and said, "The food at your restaurant is really great. You're amazing." She couldn't help but praise her daughter whom she hadn't seen for 21 years. When Liangyuan looked at her with a hint of impatience in her eyes. "No need to flatter me. If you want to eat, just eat more." "I'm not flattering you, just stating the truth. It's not easy to find a suitable place here." Yi Qingxiu clearly didn't know that this was arranged by Su Qingma. When Liangyuan forced a smile and replied, "Fortunately, Mr. Su is quite capable, so he took care of the place." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu's expression became a bit awkward. When Liangyuan ignored her and directly asked, "How long do you plan to stay here?" She didn't want to see Yi Qingxiu often, as it would constantly remind her, "You're just someone who was abandoned after being weighed against pros and cons." She didn't want to be that person. She'd rather have nothing at all, no parents, no friends, than be someone discarded after being calculated. That would be a great insult to her. She felt inferior, but also proud. Besides Lu Zheng, no one could make her temporarily give up her pride. Of course, her devotion to Lu Zheng was also because after he lost control of his mental strength, he treated her as if she were the whole world. Otherwise, she wouldn't sacrifice herself like that. At this moment, Yi Qingxiu was just a troublesome person to her. After experiencing so much, Wen Liangyuan was no longer the Wen Liangyuan of the past. "Mrs. Darcy, have you forgotten me all these years?" After a long while, Wen Liangyuan could no longer hold back and asked this question. Yi Qingxiu was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. "I've checked the information. The residence regulation was abolished 5 years ago. Why didn't you come to Yushwixing to bring me back 5 years ago? If you had, I might have been able to go to the Imperial Military Academy like Lu Zheng, and this summer I would have just graduated from university." After saying this, Wen Liangyuan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged up. Yi Qingxiu was at a loss for words. She really didn't know what to say. She had been busy with experiments and research, hardly finding time, and her husband, occupied with political affairs, also had little time. But no matter what, It was clear that they hadn't kept her in mind. Otherwise, they would have brought her back regardless. Yi Qingqiu couldn't explain, because any explanation would only make Wen Liangyuan's life seem like a joke, which she couldn't bear. She remained silent, and when Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, "Then let me speak for you, okay?" She wore a smile on her lips. "Just an ordinary beta. Recognizing me would actually be a bit troublesome. After all, an ordinary beta cannot marry into an excellent family or engage in politics, which means I have no value for the family. So, why not just not recognize me at all?" However, she comforted herself that she could still live well on Yushwixing, right? When Liangyuan looked at Yi Qingqiu with extremely rational eyes, almost completely exposing them. Her gaze was so frightening that it left Yi Qingqiu nowhere to hide. Yet she didn't stop. And the reason for coming now, acting this way in front of me, is only because I am no longer a beta. I have become an eta. Of course, I am just the most insignificant part of it. And there's also the aspect of putting on a show for others. After all, the Chancellor has political enemies. If it were to accidentally leak that he abandoned his young daughter for self-preservation, wouldn't that invite criticism? Would it lead to the Chancellor losing his authority, affecting his political career? When Liangyuan's eyes were filled with mocking amusement, leaving Yi Qingqiu speechless. When Liangyuan straightened up and said, "Go back. I don't feel like having dinner with you. Let's just pretend we are strangers from now on. No need to force a closer relationship." To get closer to them would mean betraying herself for Wen Liangyuan. After a long while, Yi Qingqiu looked at her with red-rimmed eyes. "It's not like that. I came here of my own accord, not your father's." "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Wen Liangyuan coldly replied before turning to leave. Yi Qingqiu couldn't stay any longer either. She stood up without having eaten a single bite, her back looking a bit pitiful. After that day, she didn't come back for nearly 2 months. When Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, something joyful happened, at least for Wen Liangyuan. Xiao Fei and Guan Jingwei graduated. They had taken a ride from Yongkongxing to Donghuaxing that morning. When Liangyuan knew their abilities and had already gotten a registration form for the Academy of Sciences and another for the cabinet from Su Qingmo. Guan Jingwei wanted to go to the Academy of Sciences most, but Xiao Fei wanted to go to the cabinet. When Liangyuan planned to help them. So she shamelessly cooked for the staff at Little Rabbit Coffee House for half a month for free and obtained 2 exam registration forms from Su Qingmo. The exam was crucial. As long as they ranked in the top 100 out of tens of thousands, they would get an interview opportunity, with a 5% chance of being retained. Both Xiao Fei and Guan Jingwei were exceptionally talented, and when Liangyuan knew that if they were given the chance, they would seize it tightly and never let go. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. Wen Liangyuan hosted them at home, and Wen Liangshu was also there, making it a small gathering of the 4 from Yushwixing. When they saw Xiao Yu, Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei were both stunned for a while. And after they regained their senses, when Liangyuan was slapped on the arms by both of them. "Sorry, I didn't want to affect your studies." When Liangyuan felt guilty, rubbing her sore arms and quickly soothing them. "Don't be angry, my friends. How about we have a nice barbecue tonight?" They naturally agreed. And when Liangshu busied himself, which surprised both of them, amazed that such a lazy person had become so diligent. When Liangshu felt completely embarrassed. "Hey, you, how did I notice that after going to university, you become whiter, thinner, and more beautiful?" When Liangshu was a bit surprised, and then looked at Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, you too, you've become tall and handsome. You used to be so thin and dark, it was depressing." "Xiao Fei, Guan Jingwei, are you complimenting us or saying we were ugly before?" Guan Jingwei couldn't help but laugh and said. When Liangyuan laughed heartily, "Don't say my sister. I think so too. You both look great now. The interview will definitely go well." Chapter 101. Like interview? My friend, we don't even know if we can pass the exam. Tens of thousands are competing for 5 positions. Guan Jingwei, didn't he expect to learn such a terrifying statistic upon arriving here? The Academy is hiring 5 people, but nearly 30,000 have applied. The cabinet is even more exaggerated, needing 5 people with 60,000 applying. This is still considering that a lot of people from other planets are unaware of the situation, and this is just a few surrounding planets of Donghua Star. If everyone knew, the competition would be too horrifying, even scarier than a battlefield, and it would instill fear. When Liangyuan got up, opened a food movie, and when Liangshu brought out all the delicious food, while Eva and Wally prepared the barbecue grill. The barbecue spot was on the balcony. The balcony was quite large, with some vegetables planted that could be used for cooking. The night breeze was very comfortable, and when Liangyuan lay on a rattan chair, holding a can of beer, clinking glasses with Sci-Fi and Jingyue, and finally, the three of them toasted with Wen Liangshu. Today's barbecue was mainly handled by Wen Liangshu and Jingyue, while Eva and Wally took care of the kids with Wen Liangyuan. As for Sci-Fi, he had no complaints about doing the dirty and hard work. The four worked well together, and the barbecue was very enjoyable. Halfway through, Wen Liangshu was called by her cousin Latia to go buy clothes, and she happened to encounter a sale at the mall, leaving in a good mood. This left the other three staring at each other in surprise. However, her departure allowed the three of them to express their true feelings. First, Jingyue, unable to hold back, looked at Wen Liangyuan with teary eyes, saying, "Actually, I miss the past. Back then, the three of us were competing every day. When we turned 17, we were still competing, but you missed a step and drifted away from us." Xiao Fei's eyes turned slightly red as he looked outside, remaining silent. Just drinking beer quietly. What nonsense. Aren't we still together now? And I'm doing well, right? When Liangyuan felt a pang of disappointment. But her pride wouldn't allow them to see her weakness. It's different, I understand. These aren't what you truly want. These are just what life has given you. It was never your choice. Are you really happy? She asked Wen Liangyuan, leaving her unable to answer. What could she say? What could change anything? Nothing. Since it can't be changed, then let us not talk about it. Forget it. Let us not discuss this. I don't want to affect your good mood. Jingyue thought, feeling immense pain inside, almost crying. Back then, the three of them competed for 2 spots, and the 2 of them went to the free Yunsong Star University, while she was left at home by her parents. When Liangyuan gently looked at Jingyue, reaching out to tidy her hair, saying, "If I could work, how about I earn money to be your dowry? Let us work hard to be each other's family. How about that?" Jingyue was an only child, and her parents treated her well, also treating Wen Liangyuan well. Their relationship was very good. Xiao Fei looked at the 2 of them and said irritably, "Did you forget about me?" The 2 exchanged smiles, their eyes full of warmth. And when Liangyuan said with a hint of exasperation, "You should save money to marry a wife. We don't need you to think too much about it." At this point, when Liangyuan suddenly brightened up, looking at Xiao Fei, saying, "I have a cousin. Although she is not in the cabinet, she works in Donghua Star, and she is very gentle and reasonable. Her name is Latia. Would you like me to introduce her to you?" Xiao Fei looked helpless, seriously replying, "I already have someone I like. Thank you, but you don't have to introduce anyone to me." In the end, he lowered his head. Seeing the scene, Jingyue felt a bit bitter, but she quickly composed herself, looking at Wen Liangyuan and saying, "Don't mind him. There are many people pursuing him at school. It's just that he doesn't want to." When Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, "It seems my sister was right. After going to university, you became more attractive, and now girls are chasing you." Not sure if it was due to the alcohol, but Xiao Fei's face flushed slightly as he said uncomfortably, "Where did I become more attractive? I'm still the same ugly person. If I were really good looking, you would have noticed it long ago." "Xiao Fei!" Jingyue exclaimed, and Xiao Fei turned his head, taking another sip of beer, feeling miserable. The saddest thing for a person is to watch the one they like walk a completely different path from theirs, and with every step, you can feel the diminishing possibilities of a future together. In the end, when you meet again, you know it's completely impossible. Xiao Fei couldn't help but shed tears, just listening to their conversation without interrupting. And when talking to him, Jingyue would pay special attention to his demeanor, though he didn't notice it himself. When Liangyuan always regarded them as good friends and didn't see these feelings, she was very happy and excited. The arrival of these 2 brought her happiness and joy. After a while of drinking, when Liangyuan and Wally started setting up a bed for Xiao Fei in the study. It was just a mattress. As for Jingyue, she would sleep with Wen Liangyuan. Once the bed was ready, Wen Liangyuan and Jingyue went to take a shower, while Xiao Fei cleaned up the food and trash. After everything was tidied up, he went to Eva to play with the little baby. Little Yuer had already been around for several months and could now smile, lively and adorable. Gently touching little Yuer's cheek with the back of his hand, Xiao Fei smiled affectionately. "You look so fierce and beautiful, not at all like your mom." You should be growing up to be soft and elegant. That would resemble her more. Do you look like your dad? Is he prettier than a girl? What would happen if he abandoned your mom and went out to chase other women? Xiao Fei looked helpless, feeling that this child would grow up to be stunning, while also not having a good impression of a child as father. His troubles were overheard by Wen Liangyuan. Ah Fei, don't talk nonsense. I have no connection with the child as father. We won TB together. Wen Liangyuan wanted to give them a heads up that there was really no way to be with Lu Zheng in the future, and it wasn't shameful. Xiao Fei looked at her, retracting his hand that was touching the baby, his gentle gaze turning stern. Why won't you be together? Doesn't he intend to take responsibility for you? Why? When Liangyuan held back her guilt, walking over to pick up the baby, I feel like I don't really like him, so we probably won TB together. Is that so? Xiao Fei nodded, understanding, indeed. It's hard to be happy with someone you don't like. Why do you sound so experienced? When Liangyuan regretted it, as soon as she said it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. What is there to apologize for? Isn't it's just the experience of growing up? Xiao Fei said with a smile. Chapter 102. Friend Xiao Fei's parents did not love each other. They were just aimlessly together, having children and getting married. Their relationship was a mutual torment, filled with contempt for one another, yet they lacked the ability to break free from each other, so they lived together in a miserable way. But for Xiao Fei, caught in the middle, things were difficult. Fortunately, he met Guan Jingyue's father, who occasionally gave him something to eat, ensuring he wouldn't starve. Because he had excellent grades, he received continuous support from the school at that time, allowing him to complete his entire middle and high school education, and even later, his university studies, relatively unscathed. He was incredibly strong internally. For others, these experiences might be a terrifying memory, but for him, they were simply unnecessary hardships that didn't deserve his time. Thankfully, his parents continued to torment each other, but had come to recognize the harm they caused their child, so they no longer troubled him. Otherwise, life would have been even harder, and of course, they wouldn't have been of any help. However, Xiao Fei was completely indifferent to this. When Liangyuan looked at him and said, "You'll surely be able to get into the cabinet, right?" "I can't guarantee that. I can only say I will do my best." At this point, Xiao Fei's eyes were filled with confidence and composure. He leaned over the balcony railing, his long, rough fingers gripping a can of beer, occasionally taking a sip, his eyes sparkling brightly. "Besides the cabinet, I will try for other job opportunities as well. I will do my best to stay in dongwaxing. If I can't, I will return to Yongkongsing to pursue a master's degree and follow my boss. I surely won't go hungry." It seemed he had a clear vision for his life. His words were extremely coherent, and his goals were clear. When Liangyuan looked at him and said, "You are so outstanding. You will definitely be able to stay in dongwaxing. If you can stay in the cabinet, won't they assign you housing?" At this point, when Liangyuan suddenly thought of her relative, Aunt Betty's husband, her stepfather, who was in the cabinet, she chuckled self-deprecatingly at the reality in her heart. She looked at Xiao Fei and said, "My cousin Lisha, her father, is in the cabinet. Are you sure you don't want me to introduce you?" They were friends, so discussing such practical matters wouldn't make either of them angry. Xiao Fei was indeed tempted for a second. No one would dislike the feeling of taking a shortcut. However, his rational mind, unaffected by emotion, told him to refuse. "Liangyuan, I know you mean well, but it's really unnecessary. Just consider it my youthful arrogance. I need to be polished and learn through hardship. So, let me suffer a bit. Perhaps after I hit rock bottom, I will recognize reality and ask you to introduce me to her." At 22, Xiao Fei had been steeped in hardship since childhood, constantly being honed and tortured by reality, yet he never surrendered. At least his clean and handsome appearance remained upright without any signs of bending. When Liangyuan understood him, these were just his words. In reality, his capabilities and his incredibly strong rationality would never let him hit rock bottom. All right, then let's leave it to fate. The thought of introducing him was, of course, because their personalities matched well. Otherwise, Ginny and Louisa had more power, yet they had never entertained such thoughts. Knowing that Ginny and Louisa's personalities did not match the outstanding Xiao Fei. After chatting for a while, they each went to rest. The next morning, Xiao Fei had already left when Guan Jingyue and when Liangyuan got up. He had only cooked a pot of minced meat porridge and steamed some buns, leaving a note for them to eat, saying he saw a good part-time job online last night and was going for an interview that morning. Wen Liangyuan smiled bitterly. Picking up the porridge and taking a sip, he really was a tightly wound string, not relaxing at all. Guan Jingwen nodded, looking a bit down and uncomfortable, because he had no way out. Both of them were better off than he was. Wen Liangyuan said, 500 silver coins a day. Do you want to come work part-time in my shop before and after exams? It's no use for you to take care of me there. I'll look elsewhere. You don't need to worry about me. Jingwei smiled gently, her eyes full of resilience. Wen Liangyuan couldn't say much more and could only nod in agreement. After breakfast, Wen Liangyuan took the child, Eva, out to the Wen family private restaurant, while Jingwei went to look for a part-time job. Just halfway through her search, Xiao Fei called her on video and sent her an address, saying there were 2 job positions available. At that moment, Guan Jingwei said nothing, just stiffly replied with an and then almost couldn't hold back her tears. How could you not like him? He was so good, so attentive, but the person he liked was not her. It was her best friend. She didn't plan to voice it because both of them were her best friends and family. There was no room for love between them. Wiping her tears, Guan Jingwei video called Wen Liangyuan, telling her she was going to work part-time with Xiao Fei. Wen Liangyuan nodded, said a few words to her, and then ended the call. The next day, they confirmed where they would be working part-time, except during exam times. Upon learning this, during lunch when the child was asleep, Wen Liangyuan went to the Little Rabbit CAF to buy 2 large cakes and brought them to their workplace. Their workplace involved repairing robots and handling after-sale services. Both of them were so capable that they naturally worked on maintaining and reprogramming robots. In a place with 20 to 30 people working, the manager happened to be there as well. Wen Liangyuan took the opportunity to visit friends, bringing the expensive cakes for everyone to taste and inviting the manager to dinner at a restaurant. As a result, people who previously disliked or looked down on the 2 poor university students became much more polite after tasting Wen Liangyuan's pricey cakes. This is what Guan Jingwei told Wen Liangyuan. Their attitudes improved significantly. They would leave us a bit of meat when eating together, unlike before when they would clean the plates completely. But Liangyuan, such expensive cakes really aren't worth it, are they? Guan Jingwei felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Those cakes were worth more than what they could earn in a year of part-time work. When Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving, "What are you thinking? I bought those cakes at a discount, and it was a 2-for-1 deal, much cheaper than you expected, so you don't need to feel burdened. But why would they give you a discount? Aren't they very expensive?" Guan Jingwei was puzzled. "That's because their shop is right next to ours, and they often eat at my restaurant, so I gave them a discount. So just rest assured." Chapter 103 shouldn't be so bad. After when Liangyuan finished speaking, she felt a bit helpless. After learning the truth, Guan Jingwei and Xiao Fei both breathed a sigh of relief. In a few days, it will be time for their exams. The 2 of them became visibly nervous, and when Liangyuan had to find a way to calm them down so they wouldn't be so anxious. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the exams. Xiao Fei got up early to cook breakfast, and Guan Jingwei also woke up early. Only when Liangyuan was still fast asleep. By the time she woke up, the 2 of them had already left, leaving her breakfast and a note telling her they would come to find her at the shop after the exams. During this week, when Liangyuan felt very comfortable because Guan Jingwei would help her turn off the alarm, get up to feed the baby, and Xiao Fei would cook breakfast. Occasionally, he would also take Wen Liangyuan to the restaurant. When the baby cried, they were even more nervous and attentive than Wen Liangyuan. So, she really had a good week of sleep and didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night. Her mental state improved at a visible rate. Today was the day of their exams. After finishing breakfast, Wen Liangyuan had Wali tidy up the house while she took the baby and Eva to the restaurant. In the evening, after the shop closed, they came to the store after the exams. Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu prepared a large feast in the backyard. "Let us keep it casual today. Once the exam results are announced, I'll prepare a big feast for you." Wen Liangyuan's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but take a photo, followed by a few group photos. After sharing the photos, they started eating. Guan Jingwei and Xiao Fei exchanged glances and smiled, saying if we both make it onto the list when the exam results are announced, we'll go to the supermarket and buy a bunch of ingredients to cook for you. Really? The happiest person was none other than Wen Liangshu, who had recently been forced to become diligent. Xiao Fei nodded, raised a can of beer, and toasted, "Cheers to you, great job." The 4 of them drank, ate, chatted, and had a great time. After a while, Wen Liangyuan quieted down and took out her light brain to edit her personal status, posting a few photos, happy with friends and family. Her post was seen immediately, but the person she hoped would like it didn't. However, Lin Xiao and others did like it. A month later, the exam results came out. Guan Jingwei ranked 11th and Xiao Fei 17th. Their exam results made Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangshu so happy that they almost jumped up. They never expected to achieve such good results. Wen Liangyuan couldn't resist posting about their excellent results again, which was more like showing off than just sharing. After all, her results had only been a few points away from theirs in the past. She didn't know what she was proving. Perhaps she was fantasizing about whether she could also achieve such good results if she could go to university. She wasn't sure if she had such thoughts. But Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei understood her. That night, they encouraged her to shift her focus away from the restaurant and return to studying for university. When Liangyuan thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed to them. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on her. The last time she made up her mind to prepare for exams, an incident led to her baby's premature birth. This time, she resolutely decided to prepare for exams again, but suddenly experienced severe pain in her body, rolling in bed in agony, covered in cold sweat and pale as a sheet. Ugh! When Liangyuan groaned softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei hurriedly found a doctor to check on her. The doctor found nothing wrong and could only give her a calming agent to force her to sleep. An hour later, they saw a news report on the Imperial News Channel. The youngest and most promising Commander Lu in 100 years was severely injured during a battle with the Zerg. His body nearly shattered, and now he was in a nutrient pod, his life uncertain. This was certainly relatively good news. In reality, the mortality rate was as high as 97%. When Liangyuan woke up and learned this news, her expression was blank as she continued to live her life without any signs of abnormality. She shut herself off, trusting only herself and not trusting anyone else even a little. However, her mental state deteriorated visibly day by day, and she lost a significant amount of weight in just a few days. Originally, with Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei helping to take care of the baby, she hardly stayed up late, ate well, and slept well. Her skin was rosy, her hair smooth and shiny, and her eyes bright, no longer looking as lethargic as before. But now, they were still watching the baby for her, yet her mental condition had worsened even more than before. Sometimes, she would lose focus while doing things, almost cutting herself with a kitchen knife. Fortunately, when Liangshu noticed in time, saving her finger. With her mental state poor, she couldn't eat or sleep well, and she quickly fell ill. While Commander Lu was undergoing surgery on the starship, he briefly regained some consciousness and looked at Lin Xiao, saying a lot. Give her my house, everything I have, all that I got after I die, give it to her. Protect her, don't let her be bullied, don't let her suffer. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice choked with reluctance, and the pain in his body made the blood in his fingers and torso grow cold, turning into ice, flowing back to his heart, piercing and crushing it. Promise me, Lin Xiao. He stared intensely at Lin Xiao, who was choking on his words, unable to make a sound. Yes, yes, I promise you, Lin Xiao finally managed to say after a long while. Tell her, I remember everything now, those memories, the memories where I force her. Our first meeting, I remember it all. I shouldn't have let her love me so wronged when I was oblivious. He couldn't speak anymore, dark blood pouring from his mouth. The entire rescue bed was soaked in his blood. In his memories, the rough man forcibly claimed her, giving her no chance to breathe, taking advantage of her indulgence to do as he pleased. Afterward, he shamelessly curled up in her arms like a big cat seeking affection. Commander Lu's body stiffened as he watched all this, wishing he could throw that person out. He hated his uncontrollable self. He thought, how do you not understand? She endured all of this because she loved you, and what about you? What have you done? You only know how to make unreasonable demands and take, but never protect her. He shouldn't have forgotten her. He should have remembered their first meeting clearly. For on that day, she was so gentle, soft, obedient, and beautiful. Their beginning shouldn't have been so bad. Commander Lu closed his eyes, once again placed in the nutrient pod by Dr. Lu for recovery, while Dr. Lu remained silent the entire time. Chapter 104 Pain memories became chaotic, and Lu Zheng didn't even know what he was searching for. He just felt cold all over but still wanted to find something. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He found nothing and felt like a ghost with nowhere to go. Until a gentle and affectionate voice called out to him, "Ajeng, Ajeng." At that moment, he seemed to feel something and stumbled into her warm embrace. She was so delicate and small, yet it felt as if she could contain his entire world. When Lu Zheng woke up, they had already returned to Donghua Star. His body still needed the nourishment of the nutrient pod for recovery and required occasional surgeries to repair it. But he couldn't wait that long. He went to the Academy's Yuan to visit her. However, he saw a clean, handsome man walking with her, cradling their soft and lovely little daughter in his arms. Accompanied by the person he had been longing to see, they chatted and laughed, occasionally exchanging glances, creating a harmonious scene with no signs of anything amiss. Lu Zheng leaned on his cane, his body swaying as he fell pale into the back seat. Assistant Zhang, in the front seat, turned to look back and was frightened to see him, his expression changing dramatically as he stuttered to video call Dr. Lu. "No more nonsense. Get him back quickly." "Yes, yes." Assistant Zhang immediately drove the hovercar away. Wen Liangyuan, who was walking with Xiao Fei, seemed to sense something and looked over in confusion, as if trying to find something. But she found nothing. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Fei asked with some confusion. When Liangyuan turned to him and gently shook her head. "Nothing. Liangyuan, what exactly happened? Why are you acting so strangely?" Xiao Fei didn't voice the last question. When Liangyuan lowered her head, apologetic. "It's okay. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. But you can't go on like this. Your condition is serious, you know?" Xiao Fei frowned slightly, worry evident in his eyes. "I know, don't worry." When Liangyuan was actually unaware of what she was saying. Seeing her so off, Xiao Fei took the initiative to end their walk, and they went back together. They placed Lu Zheng back in the nutrient pod to rest. Dr. Lu frowned heavily, looking at Assistant Zhang. "I told you, he can't leave this building. He can't leave the nutrient pod. Fortunately, we got him back in time this time. Otherwise, he would be ruined. Do you take my words as mere wind in your ears?" Assistant Zhang lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Dr. Lu suppressed his anger. "From now on, you can ignore Lu Zheng's words, but you must listen to me. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dr. Lu," Assistant Zhang replied, lowering his head. "Where is Lin Xiao?" Dr. Lu asked, noticing Lin Xiao was missing. He questioned angrily. Assistant Zhang, looking distressed, replied, "He is with other assistants investigating the mastermind behind this incident. Get out." Dr. Lu dismissed Assistant Zhang. After he left, Dr. Lu opened the nutrient pod, looking at the gradually awakening figure inside with no pleasant expression. He said harshly, "Commander Lu Zheng, if you want to die, you might as well die far away. Do you understand?" Lu Zheng gently closed his eyes. "She has someone else." This nonsensical statement took Dr. Lu a moment to process before he realized who it was. Obviously, because he didn't like her and gave her no hope, she had turned to someone else. It was that simple. At that moment, Lu Yiheng clearly saw the extreme sharpness and coldness in Lu Zheng's expression. She betrayed me. Her affection was so false, just like everyone else. Lu Yiheng looked coldly at him. "Otherwise, your adjutant stabbed you in the back, and your father married your mother only because she was a high-ranking Eton capable of bearing high-level alphas. Your mother's death was simply because she lost her value." He placed his hands on the nutrient pod, leaning down, coldly looking at Lu Zheng. "Human nature is like this. There is no one in this world who can love someone for a lifetime. Don't you understand such a simple truth?" Finally, he looked at Lu Zheng with a face full of mockery. "You still don't understand the feeling of your body breaking, your heart almost being ripped out. There is not a single person in this world worth trusting." At that moment, madness filled Lu Yiheng's eyes. Lu Zheng looked at him with fierce, brutal eyes, telling her, "I'm dead. Have you thought it through?" Lu Yiheng asked Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng didn't look at him or speak, just reached out to close the nutrient pod's door, then remained inside. Lu Yiheng sat by the nutrient pod's door, his eyes blood red, pressing his hands tightly over his mouth. It wasn't until Lin Xiao returned that he calmed down a bit. "Did you find out?" "Yes, the matter is related to Miss Yuqing. She planted a positioning robot between us, colluded with Adelie and the Chancellor, and used sound waves to attract the insect race to Yunqing, joining forces with traitors in the Legion to attack us." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, He noticed Lu Yiheng's lack of reaction, his eyes wide open. Miss Yuqing? The positioning robot is on the adjutant and me, Lu Yiheng said, wiping his face. The adjutant was killed by Lu Zheng. Yuqing is still alive, and she has always been on Lu Yiheng's side. Lin Xiao and the others didn't know what to do. What about Adderley and the Chancellor? Lu Yiheng lowered his head, his voice slightly off. Lin Xiao looked at him. The evidence has been destroyed by them. Additionally, the Chancellor is submitting an application to the Queen to suspend the commander's positions in the military department. The Galactic Legion will be temporarily handed over to Adderley to manage. And as for the commander, we'll talk about it once his health is restored. The Lu family is trying their best to bring the commander home. What should we do, Dr. Lu? Lin Xiao was filled with worry and fear. Lu Zheng was their cornerstone, and now something had happened to him. Exhaling heavily, Lin Xiao leaned back against the wall, his body filled with exhaustion. We need Liangyuan's help. She can marry the commander as a spouse. She would be the first in his world, and the Lu family would have no way to deal with her. Lu Yiheng looked at him. Probably not, because Lu Zheng saw her with another man. She has already found her own happiness. Unlike him, Lin Xiao was clearly more familiar with Wen Liangyuan. He understood what kind of person she was. Impossible. Liangyuan would never like anyone else. She has been video calling me every day, but I didn't have the courage to answer. I'm afraid she would collapse if she knew about the commander's situation. Dr. Lu, I empathize with your feeling of betrayal, but we must trust Liangyuan. She is completely different from Miss Yuqing. At the last moment, it was the commander who risked mental exhaustion to save us. We must save him too, especially since Liangyuan is his. During this time, Lin Xiao had already noticed Lu Yiheng's madness. Besides treating Lu Zheng, they dared not believe anything Dr. Lu said. Chapter 105 Sadness despite Lu Yiheng's pain and objections. Lin Xiao forcefully contacted Wen Liangyuan. When Wen Liangyuan answered Lin Xiao's video call, she seemed to regain her spirits in an instant. She quickly notified Wen Liangshu to hand over the one family's private restaurant to him, stating that he should give her 2/3 of the daily earnings. Without waiting for Wen Liangshu's excited response, Wen Liangyuan immediately hung up and turned to video call Xiao Fei and Guan Jingyue, asking them to help her move everything to Lu Zheng's house, including Eva and Wally. Upon arriving at Lu Zheng's house, they found Dr. Lu, who usually treated her decently, had become very cold, which slightly dampened Wen Liangyuan's exhilaration. Guan Jingyue stood in front of Wen Liangyuan, coldly staring at Dr. Lu, who averted his gaze. Xiao Fei placed the items in Wally's hands and coldly looked at Lin Xiao, asking where Commander Lu Zheng was. On the way, they had learned that Xiao Yu's father was none other than Commander Lu Zheng, who was currently in a precarious situation between life and death. Thus, Xiao Fei's question immediately attracted the full attention of Guan Jingyue and Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan handed the child to Eva and looked at Lin Xiao, saying, I want to see him. Lin Xiao sensed that both Commander Lu and Dr. Lu were emotionally off, filled with hostility towards the world. So he thought it would be better to clarify things first. Liangyuan, who are they? Lin Xiao asked, realizing he sounded a bit strange. But the current situation was indeed bizarre and dangerous. When Liangyuan pulled them forward and introduced, this is Xiao Fei, my good friend since childhood, and this is Guan Jingyue, also my good friend since childhood. We grew up together and have a very close relationship. Lin Xiao sighed in relief and glanced at Dr. Lu, saying, Dr. Lu, I'll take them to see the commander. Upon hearing Wen Liangyuan's introduction, Lu Yiheng realized he had misunderstood, so he did not stop them and allowed Lin Xiao to take them to visit Commander Lu Zheng. Standing in front of the nutrient chamber, they did not see Lu Zheng, not even Wen Liangyuan. This was because Lu Zheng refused to see them. In that moment, Wen Liangyuan found herself at a loss for feelings. After coming out of the medical room with Xiao Fei and Guan Jingyue, they sat dazed in the living room. Looking at the daily necessities she had brought, she suddenly felt it was all so ironic. Eventually, Xiao Fei and Guan Jingyue had to leave for something, and Wen Liangyuan watched them go, feeling very upset but saying nothing. Once the two left Lu Zheng's house, Xiao Fei's expression darkened instantly, completely different from how he had been in front of Wen Liangyuan. Guan Jingyue was equally angry, feeling it was unfair for Wen Liangyuan. What kind of commander is this? Our Liangyuan is so worried about him, Yet he wouldn't even see her. What is going on? Xiao Fei remained silent, which only made Guan Jingyue angrier. Don't you think it's strange? What can I say? What difference does it make if I find it strange? Xiao Fei retorted. Guan Jingyue was frustrated, saying, I'm really unhappy. Why does Liangyuan have to be so foolish? He is a powerful commander, so what? What good is it if he doesn't love her? He doesn't respect Liangyuan at all, and doesn't give her any face in front of us. Never mind. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let us just forget about it. Otherwise, Liangyuan will definitely be sad. Biting her teeth to suppress her emotions, Guan Jingyue suddenly felt a sting in her eyes. Perhaps it was because of their lower status that he thought it unnecessary to care, appearing indifferent. Xiao Fei felt a lump in his throat and didn't say another word, just listening to Guan Jingyue vent her frustrations. Wen Liangyuan was unaware of all this. She felt very embarrassed and humiliated. After a long while, she looked at Lin Xiu, asking, how long does he have to stay in there? Can I see him? Lin Xiu knew that the commander had been in the nutrient chamber long enough and could come out, but since he didn't want to, there was nothing they could do. Lin Xiu remained silent, and when Liangyuan suppressed her sadness, looking at him, help me pack my things. I want to leave here. She thought that if he was unconscious, she could take care of him, so she brought many things, but he was conscious and didn't want to see her. And now when Liangyuan understood, wait for me, Lin Xiu said, walking towards the nutrient chamber. As he reached the door, he happened to see Commander Lu Zheng, dressed and leaning on a cane, walking out. Sir, Liangyuan is leaving, Lin Xiu said cautiously, speaking in a very low voice. When they entered the living room, when Liangyuan noticed that Lu Zheng had lost a lot of weight, he was already tall, but now he looked even thinner. He appeared very weak, needing a cane to walk. The way he looked at her was filled with coldness, showing no emotional fluctuation, as if they had never known each other. This scene instantly reminded Wen Liangyuan of the time when Lu Zheng's mental state was out of control. The out-of-control commander had been very clingy and loved her. However, the commander, after returning to normal, was like this, his eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation, cold and heavy, making her feel a chill all over and a deep sense of self-mockery in her heart. This gaze made her realize that between Lu Zheng and herself, the warmth they had worked hard to build had returned to the beginning. Their previously friendly interactions from months ago had reverted to square one, as if nothing had ever happened. When Liangyuan was a brave person, she looked at Lu Zheng, gazing deeply into his eyes. Are you unhappy to see me, Commander? Who is that man beside you? Without answering, Lu Zheng asked Wen Liangyuan a question, his expression unchanged, his voice cold and heavy. My friend, Wen Liangyuan replied truthfully. Friend? His voice carried a hint of doubt and mockery, as he vividly remembered the scene of them laughing and playing with the child. Don't you believe me? Wen Liangyuan felt a bit incredulous, her hands tightening into fists, her nails digging into her palms, leaving marks. Why should I believe you? Lu Zheng coldly stared at her. Wen Liangyuan immediately lowered her head, a tear rolling down her cheek. She hurriedly raised her hand to wipe it away, saying, You don't need to believe me. She took out her light brain to contact Xiao Fei and Guan Jingyue, asking them to come quickly to help her move. Efa, Wally, move the things to the roadside first, Wen Liangyuan said as she stood up with the child in her arms. She didn't want to stay with Lu Zheng any longer. Wally is my robot. You have no right to use it, Lu Zheng said, causing Wen Liangyuan to stiffen all over. She answered with a soft, Wally, you don't need to help me. Wally looked wronged, standing pitifully to the side, watching Eva busily moving around. Later, Lu Zheng added, Eva doesn't seem to be a robot either. He looked deeply at Wen Liangyuan, hoping she would take a step back, explain things to him properly, and not be so stubborn. At that moment, Wen Liangyuan had never felt such pain. She nodded without saying anything and also told Eva not to move anything. Chapter 106. A little jealousy. Fortunately, Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei were well prepared. They rented a hover car and packed all of Wen Liangyuan's belongings. Wen Liangyuan said nothing, handing the child over to Guan Jingyue and slowly leaving Lu Zheng's house. The moment she stepped out of the room, Wen Liangyuan's already weak body swayed, nearly falling. Luckily, Xiao Fei caught her and carefully helped her walk outside, while Eva, disregarding everything, opened the door and ran after them. Lu Zheng's face darkened, looking even worse. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Xiao, Wali, and Lu Yiheng remained silent, all a bit puzzled by Lu Zheng's actions. They couldn't understand, but how could Wen Liangyuan understand? Once back home, Wen Liangyuan developed a high fever. Her frail body curled up in bed in great pain. Fortunately, Eva helped take care of the child. Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei had a lot of materials to review for their interviews, so they could only occasionally check in on her. And for this, Wen Liangyuan was grateful. She was afraid her friends would see her in such a disheveled state, or rather, she couldn't let them see her in any more disarray. Today, she had lost all face in front of her friends, accompanied by heart pain and throbbing headaches. Wen Liangyuan cried for a long while before she finally calmed down. For quite some time afterward, her condition was not good, but slightly better than when Lu Zheng was injured. Although she still spaced out every day when she focused, she was more or less normal, unlike before, when she was in such pain and frail. But whether intentionally or not, Wen Liangyuan still secretly followed the news channels. One day, she saw a report that the Minister of Finance had taken advantage of his position to receive numerous benefits from other planets. Within a week, the matter was investigated. The Minister of Finance was removed from his position, and since all the funds were recovered, along with the saying that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, he didn't go to prison but lost his former glory. Then there was Commander Adri from Babing, suspected of interfering in the affairs of the Donghua Star Legion and attempting to deliver benefits and place his own people inside, who was also under investigation. Adri was stripped of all his positions on Donghua Star and fined 1 million gold coins, returning to Babing in disgrace. Not long after returning, he lost his position as head of the family to his younger brother. Adri took his group to Yunxing, essentially fleeing. When Liangyuan learned about this partly through the news and partly through Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, it was time for Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei's interviews. The day before the interviews, Wen Liangyuan specially paid for them to buy 2 sets of nice clothes. Afterward, she waited at the entrance of the cabinet for Xiao Fei to come out. The cabinet's interview time was half an hour earlier than that of the Academy of Sciences, so their plan was that after Xiao Fei finished his interview, they would go together to find Guan Jingyue at the Academy of Sciences. Originally, the plan was perfect, but unexpectedly, they saw Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao in the lobby of the cabinet. The lobby was very luxurious, and when Liangyuan sat there holding the child, with a cup of hot milk in front of her, when she saw them walk in, she turned her head and pretended not to see. Lin Xiao spotted Wen Liangyuan and ran over happily. Liangyuan, we're going to work at the cabinet. The commander even has a civilian position. I might not have mentioned it to you. Without even glancing at Lu Zheng, who was frowning at the entrance, when Liangyuan smiled at Lin Xiao and said, "It's fine. But are you okay working at the cabinet?" "Of course, I graduated from Donghua University. But what are you doing here?" Lin Xiao replied confidently, secretly thinking that when Liangyuan wasn't here to see the commander at work, was she? Unable to hold back a smile, he excitedly asked, "Are you here for the commander? To see him?" "My friend is here for an interview, and I'm accompanying him," when Liangyuan said but didn't finish as she saw Xiao Fei just walking out. She smiled and said, "He's here. So we'll be going now." "Oh, okay." Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, staring blankly as Xiao Fei approached, naturally taking the daughter from Wen Liangyuan's hands, and the two walked away, chatting and laughing. Watching them leave, Lin Xiao walked over to Lu Zheng's side. Liangyuan has a really good relationship with her friend, even came to accompany him for an interview. Lu Zheng ignored him and went straight to the interviewer's office. Pushing the door open startled everyone inside, even the robots. "You scare me. What brings the commander here?" The interviewer raised an eyebrow. Lu Zheng walked over. "Is there someone from Wasteland Star here for the interview?" The interviewer was a bit surprised. "How do you know?" "There happens to be someone from Wasteland Star with an excellent resume, countless awards, and strong coping abilities. He has a rare talent, and I'm planning to keep him." As the interviewer spoke, he smiled at Lu Zheng. "Is this someone related to you? Are you worried he won't be able to stay?" "No. I've rescued him a few times before, just casually asking." Lu Zheng exchanged a few pleasantries and turned to leave the interviewer's office. The interviewer was still astonished. "Yes, really not a relative?" Lu Zheng actually didn't know what he wanted to do, But undoubtedly, the interviewer's words made him reconsider his thoughts. Why should he do anything? That person was so capable. Not admitting to feeling jealous, Lu Zheng snorted coldly and returned to his office, while Lin Xiu hurriedly messaged other assistants to get their things organized and come to the cabinet. After leaving the cabinet, Wen Liangyuan and Xiao Fei went to the Academy of Sciences, unexpectedly running into Yi Qingqiu and William at the entrance. Wen Liangyuan looked at Yi Qingqiu expressionlessly, even reluctant to nod. As for William, she didn't even glance at him, just turned her head to talk to Xiao Fei. The two were clearly taken aback, unable to react for a while, and then when Liangyuan's attitude brought them back to reality. They didn't say anything, just nodded at Wen Liangyuan and walked into the Academy of Sciences building. Wen Liangyuan's behavior could be considered rude, which naturally caught Xiao Fei's attention. Liangyuan, do those two know you? Not really, just a casual encounter. It's just that compared to other casual encounters, we have a bit of a small conflict. But it's nothing to worry about. When Liangyuan shook her head, not wanting to discuss those two further. She knew William was innocent, even pitiable. But what about herself? Wasn't she pitiable? When Liangyuan couldn't forgive or understand them, so she could only act as if they were strangers, thinking it would be better for everyone. Xiao Fei knew she had something on her mind, but also understood that if she didn't speak, he wouldn't pry. So he pretended nothing had happened and changed the subject, chatting while waiting for Guan Jingwei to come out. After waiting for nearly an hour, Guan Jingwei finally emerged with a beaming smile. She bounced over to them. I could have aced the interview. The interviewer was very satisfied with me. Later, the president of the Academy of Sciences came, asked me several professional questions, and although I stumbled a bit, I answered correctly. She directly asked me to stay, and I could start work this coming Monday as her assistant. After Guan Jingwei finished speaking, she noticed that both Xiao Fei and Wen Liangyuan looked a bit off. What is wrong with you two? You should be happy for me, right? Her ability to stay was naturally not a problem, but the issue was that she could be the assistant to the president of the Academy of Sciences. What kind of treatment was that? When Liangyuan knew that Yi Qingqiu must have done something, or rather, something to curry favor with her. Xiao Fei's gaze lingered on Wen Liangyuan for a moment before looking at Guan Jingwei. That president knows Liangyuan. Liangyuan said they have some small conflicts. I'm worried that being around her might cause trouble for you. I even somewhat pettily think she might be doing it on purpose. Is that so? Guan Jingwei looked at Wen Liangyuan, feeling a bit worried. Wen Liangyuan smiled and looked at them, saying, Don't worry, she's the kind of person who focuses on the matter, not the person, so she won't cause you trouble. With a sigh of relief, Guan Jingwei smiled and became happy again. Then let's implement the original plan. I'll cook with Xiao Fei, and you all just enjoy a good meal. We'll provide the dishes, and you and Wen Liangshu don't need to worry about anything. Okay? When Liangyuan nodded, all right, then today Wen Liangshu and I will just be like a couple of small salted fish waiting for the delicious food you make. They went to a nearby large supermarket that required a membership card to enter, and obtaining a membership card also came with a hefty annual fee. However, none of this affected the supermarket's popularity. The three of them pushed a large shopping cart, placing little Yuer in a small seat in the middle, and then started browsing the supermarket. It was the first time little Yuer saw so many people. She was initially scared but later became excited, looking around with her bright, round eyes. After finishing their shopping and paying, the group took a flying vehicle back home. Cooking a big meal is very time-consuming. When Liangyuan played with the child in the living room while the two of them busied themselves in the kitchen. Coincidentally, cousin Latia actually video-called Wen Liangyuan, saying she wanted to come visit and asked if she was welcome. Wen Liangyuan had a good impression of cousin Latia, so of course, she welcomed her and immediately sent her the address, reminding her to just come directly. That said, Latia still brought a lot of things. Cousin? When I said I didn't want you to bring anything, I really meant it, not just out of politeness, when Liangyuan said helplessly, as Latia struggled to carry everything. She hurriedly took the items from Latia and walked towards the cabinet, but Latia quickly closed the door and rushed to stop her. We can drink the red wine at dinner. Red wine? When Liangyuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Latia smiled, blushing a bit. I'm sorry. I haven't had any in a long time. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. I occasionally drink beer. When Liangyuan smiled and took out the red wine and some snacks, putting away the things that wouldn't be needed for now in the cabinet. While she was putting away the items, Latia went to the kitchen looking for a decanter. Liangyuan, where's the decanter? Her question made Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei pause for a moment. When Liangyuan hurried over to introduce them, this is my cousin, Latia. She then pointed to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, my good friend. Xiao Fei and Latia nodded to each other, and when Liangyuan pointed to Guan Jingyue, my good friend. The few of them exchanged greetings, and when Liangyuan looked at Latia, saying, Cousin, I don't have a decanter here, are you sure? Latia raised an eyebrow and found a decanter in the cabinet, to which when Liangyuan smiled, I haven't opened that cabinet before. Latia smiled gracefully, taking the decanter and walking out, leaving Xiao Fei and Guan Jingyue looking at each other, as they didn't understand about decanters and such. After that, the two continued cooking while Latia looked for wine glasses, candles, and flowers to start setting up the long dining table on the balcony. It was quite a show, and the neighbors next door felt it too, peeking through the window. When Liangyuan warmly invited them to join for dinner, but they declined. So when Liangyuan could only smile and continue watching the child, Latia went back to the kitchen and looked at Xiao Fei and Guan Jingyue. Is there anything I can help with? I can cook too. Guan Jingyue and Xiao Fei exchanged glances and unanimously agreed to invite Latia out of the kitchen. Xiao Fei coldly refused her. Sorry, we plan to have a meal with Liangyuan and her sister. It's already been agreed upon. Miss Darcy can help next time. Guan Jingyue added, Thank you, Miss Darcy. Bringing things is already very nice of you. We're very happy. Okay. Latia nodded dejectedly and turned to leave the kitchen. Coming to the living room to look at Wen Liangyuan, they are really polite. When Liangyuan glanced at her, maybe it's because they aren't familiar with you. By the way, let me tell you something. What is it? Latia teased little Yuer, casually responding. When Liangyuan smiled and glanced at the clean, handsome, and cool Xiao Fei in the kitchen, saying, What do you think of Xiao Fei? What do you want to do? Latia's heart immediately became defensive. You aren't trying to introduce him to me, are you? As she spoke, her gaze kept looking at Xiao Fei, who was cooking in the kitchen, in a white shirt and black trousers. With his sleeves rolled up due to cooking, revealing a long and strong wrist, he looked very clean and neat. How old is he? In terms of looks, Latia was somewhat satisfied. When Liangyuan hesitated a bit, feeling a little embarrassed, just turned 22, the same age as me. Latia's face darkened, looking a bit unhappy. I'm 25. Okay, Wen Liangyuan, you want to introduce someone 3 years younger than me? Isn't it said that 3 years is just right? What's wrong with that? Wen Liangyuan didn't think this was a problem at all. Latia blushed a bit, feeling a little embarrassed. It also depends on whether he has any interest in me. If he does, just pass my ID to him and let him add me. Okay, then I'll add you first. Wen Liangyuan said, as she added Latia, SID, feeling a kind of secret nervousness in her heart. The two chatted for a while, and when Liangshu came back after closing her shop, carrying a bag of fruits. Like Latia, she also wanted help in the kitchen, but was chased out. You two are really stubborn. After finishing, she took a large plate to wash the fruits. You can't stop me from doing this, right? Clearly, they couldn't. Jingyue chuckled, and Xiao Fei focused on cooking without saying a word. After washing the fruits, when Liangshu brought them outside, where Latia took them to the balcony dining table. Upon seeing it, when Liangshu's eyes lit up, Are we going to have such a romantic setup today? What do you think? Cousin Latia looked a bit expectant. When Liangshu was overjoyed, I love this kind of atmosphere. I want to take pictures later, lots of them to keep as memories. Chapter 108. Romantic and beautiful loving romance is a hobby of every girl, including Guan Jingyue, who has always stayed behind in the kitchen before coming out. Upon seeing it, she paused her actions of removing her apron, her hands dropped, and her eyes sparkled as she looked on. How beautiful. As long as you like it, you can take a shower now and change into a lovely dress. We'll wait for you to join us for dinner, said her cousin Lisha with a gentle and beautiful smile. When Liangyuan pressed a button and the window opened, letting fresh air circulate throughout the balcony. Turning to look at Jingyue, who appeared a bit anxious, when Liangyuan smiled and took her to the room, handing her the strapless black long dress she had bought for the first time. Go on. Tonight is destined to be a romantic and beautiful evening. Okay, Jingyue replied. Lisha walked into the kitchen, opened the smart kitchenware, and kept all the dishes warm, then glanced at Xiao Fei, who was still tasting the soup base. Romance isn't just for beautiful ladies. Gentle gentlemen can have it too. Now that the dishes can be kept warm without affecting their taste, Mr. Xiao, would you like to join our romance? I think I can invite a good friend to keep you company, so you won't be alone. Lisha clearly liked the clean and cool aura that Xiao Fei exuded, especially when he wore a white shirt, making him even more charming. Facing such a gentle and elegant lady, Xiao Fei found it hard to refuse. He handed the spoon to Lisha and said then, "Could you please keep an eye on the soup base for me? I'll be right back." Accepting the spoon gracefully, Lisha smiled. "I would be happy to help." Saying that, she contacted her brother, her cousin Ian Darcy, who had his own company and didn't plan to enter the cabinet to live off others. Ian naturally didn't want to come, but was tempted when he heard there were two cousins and a beautiful lady. Yes, he had been thinking about marriage lately, but had always struggled to find a girl he liked, even though he was only 24. By the time Lisha contacted Ian, Jingwei had finished her shower. When Liangyuan styled her hair into an elegant updo, and at the moment she appeared, even Xiao Fei, who had seen her often, was momentarily stunned. They all marveled at her pure, cool whiteness. Standing beside Xiao Fei, they looked like a pair of twins. Once they were ready, everyone placed the delicious dishes on the dining table, and instantly, the aromas that had been confined broke through their restraint, making them swallow hard. The neighbors regretted not accepting Wen Liangyuan's invitation. At that moment, Ian arrived. He was a strong gentleman, and everyone's gaze fell on him as he appeared. Behind him followed a robot holding several bouquets of flowers, which he presented to the four ladies in the room, saying, "May you always be as beautiful as flowers." "Thank you, Mr. Darcy." When Liangyuan expressed her gratitude, he had deep blue eyes, was poised and handsome, and aside from Xiao Fei, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Standing together, they represented two extremes. One was an Eastern gentleman, the other a Northern gentleman, but both were equally attractive. The last bouquet was for Guan Jingwei, who was standing at the back. Ian took her hand and kissed it, saying, "Lilies match your temperament perfectly. I hope you like it." His deep blue eyes seemed to lock onto Jingwei, making her feel uncomfortable as she hurriedly accepted the flowers, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I really like them." Lisha and Wen Liangyuan exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up, while Wen Liangshu adjusted the chairs and invited everyone to sit down for dinner. Xiao Fei and Ian sat together. Although Lisha had good intentions to keep Xiao Fei from being too bored, it was clear that Ian and Xiao Fei had nothing to talk about. One was a tech guy whose mind was filled with data. The other was a businessman whose mind was focused on making money. So they could only discuss the current situation of the empire, but fortunately, they shared similar views and the conversation went fairly well. When Liangyuan stood up to introduce everyone, and once the introductions were done, they all sat down to eat. This meal had taken a lot of time to prepare, especially for the two who had cooked, which was quite hard work. When Liangyuan raised a glass and said, "A toast to the two cooks. Thank you for bringing us such a wonderful feast. We are very happy." Guan Jingwei felt a bit shy, as she was rather sensitive, while Xiao Fei maintained a gentle expression. "I promised you all. I can't go back on my word. Let's eat before the food gets cold," Xiao Fei said, placing a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Wen Liangyuan's bowl. "Eat up." His action caught Lisha's attention, and her expression darkened for a moment before returning to normal, almost unnoticed by anyone else. Jingwei and Wen Liangshu didn't find it strange at all. After all, Xiao Fei had always taken care of Wen Liangyuan since they were young, and Jingwei now understood Xiao Fei's hidden feelings. Though she felt sad, she didn't think it was a big deal, and even vaguely felt that sadness was a process that would eventually pass. "Thank you for the sweet and sour ribs. I feel like I've been looking forward to this dish for a long time." Wen Liangyuan had never made sweet and sour ribs. The reason for this was a bit long. The material resources on Weishui Star were not abundant, and it could even be said to be difficult, making prices very expensive, especially for meat. For Wen Liangyuan, being caught between her sister and brother, getting to eat two pieces of meat was quite challenging. In the past, she would have thought they were biased, but now she didn't feel that way. However, the dish of sweet and sour ribs had been etched in her memory, and her rationality couldn't change that. Seeing the sweet and sour ribs made her want to eat, but it was also accompanied by sadness. Both Jingwei and Xiao Fei understood her feelings, so Jingwei added another piece of sweet and sour ribs to her plate. "Have another piece," Don't waste it, Jingyue said with a smile, her eyes full of encouragement for her. She truly was the best girl in the world. However, she didn't know that all her actions, including the changes in her emotions and expressions, were observed by Ian. He was a confident and proud person who would actively pursue what he valued without waiting for fate or any uncertain things. So he also placed a piece of sweet and sour ribs in Jingyue's bowl, smiling as he said, "I feel like you enjoy eating too." That was a definite statement. Lisha smiled, not feeling any particular way about his actions, and focused on enjoying the food, occasionally stealing glances at Xiaofei. Wen Liangyuan ignored them, eating while teasing the little girl in the cradle or taking out her light brain to snap a few romantic and beautiful photos. She was someone who found joy in herself and was easily satisfied, having no great desires. Chapter 109, Pursuing You After Dinner. Everyone tidied up the table and chairs and gathered in the living room, lying down or sitting while watching a movie, drinking beer, or snacking on some treats. When Liangyuan cut a large plate of fruits in the kitchen, and when she came out, she happened to see such a harmonious scene. Unable to resist, she took out her light brain and snapped a photo, posting it on her personal feed. Today, even the air is romantic. After posting, she didn't pay any more attention to it and joined them in drinking beer and watching the movie, occasionally chatting, feeling quite content. Ian was a man of action. He directly sat next to Jingyue. "May I ask you a question, Miss Jingyue?" After posing this question, Ian intentionally struck a charming pose to attract Jingyue's attention. Jingyue, of course, didn't sense his intentions. She nodded seriously. "Mr. Darcy, feel free to ask anything. I will answer if I know. What do you think of me?" Ian glanced at Xiaofei, but decided to be more proactive. He felt that a girl like Jingyue needed someone to chase her vigorously for her to realize that someone liked her and was pursuing her. After all, in such a situation, an ordinary girl would definitely understand that he was interested in her, yet she had no awareness at all. Thus, he had to change his strategy. Initially, he wanted to inquire about her personality, but now he decided it was better to take the initiative. Jingyue was unaware of his thoughts. She was just taken aback by his question and didn't know how to respond for quite a while. "Is this question difficult to answer?" Ian raised an eyebrow, fully utilizing his charm. He indeed had the capital to do so, and Jingyue blushed slightly, shaking her head. "No, it's not that difficult to answer." "Then what is your answer, Miss Jingyue?" Ian's beautiful blue eyes were filled with affection as he gazed at Jingyue, making her face turn even redder. Mr. Darcy was a handsome and charming gentleman. Jingyue thought for a long time and eventually gave a vague and non-offensive answer that could also be seen as a compliment. Ian felt a bit displeased, glanced at the spacious living room, and stood up. "Your dress is beautiful today. I invite you to dance?" I think they won team mind. He raised his voice intentionally, and everyone turned to look at them, then voiced their agreement. "I don't mind you dancing here at all, and I'm looking forward to it." Lisha was the first to express her approval, her face filled with joy. When Liangyuan smiled gently and said, "Jingyue, show us your most beautiful dance moves so he can see the beauty of our Waishui Stargirl." They all chimed in, and when Liangyuan added, "Then I'll lower the volume of the movie and play a romantic and beautiful piano piece." "Thank you, cousin, for making this happen." Ian smiled at Wen Liangyuan, and when Liangyuan lowered the movie's volume, finding a romantic and beautiful piano piece. At this moment, Lisha, who was also beautiful and confident, didn't want to be outdone. She smiled and reached out her hand to Xiaofei. "A lady inviting you to dance. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" She was beautiful and graceful, dressed in a jade-colored long dress, incredibly alluring. Xiaofei glanced at Wen Liangyuan and Wen Liangyuan, only to find that neither of them intended to help him out, so he had to stand up. After all, it would be too disrespectful to refuse a lady's invitation to dance. So they sat on the sofa, clearing more space in the living room for the four of them to dance in the center. Xiaofei was fine. His calm personality matched well with Lisha. Jingyue, being a girl and the first time being invited to dance, felt a bit awkward and nervous, her breathing quickening. To avoid looking too bad, she had to actively express her state. "Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I hope it doesn't affect your good mood today." After saying this, she offered an apologetic smile. Ian shook his head, gazing at her. "Not at all. It's my greatest honor that you agreed to dance with me. I'm very happy. When he said he was happy, a smile appeared in his eyes, making Jingwei blush again. Mr. Darcy seemed like a person who loved to smile. Jingwei tried to relax and actively found a topic to talk about. Fortunately, when I see beautiful ladies, I always can't help myself. I hope you don't dislike me. He came from a business world and, influenced by his parents, had mastered this set of skills perfectly. Jingwei, a novice, was no match for him, even though she had someone she liked. Facing such a handsome and charming gentleman who could compliment her, her mood became exceptionally beautiful. Where do you work, Miss Jingwei? My company is in the city center, quite close to the restaurant where my cousin and the others work. Ian took the initiative to inquire about where Jingwei worked. I just started working on Monday. I'm currently at the Academy of Sciences. When Jingwei talked about her job, she became less hurried and more confident and composed. Ian quickly noticed this change. A lady as young as you can work at the Academy of Sciences. You are an outstanding woman. It's my honor to dance with you. This statement came from the heart. Ian graduated from RUNWAY University. Although his grades were decent, he was not cut out for research, so he admired Jingwei. Jingwei felt his sincerity and was discussing something she was interested in, completely relaxing. It's also my honor to dance with Mr. Darcy. Can I come find you for dinner in the future? At the restaurant run by my cousin and the others. Ian seized the opportunity to propose future contact. He was a successful businessman and would never miss any opportunity. Just moments ago, he was still unclear about Ian's intentions. But if he didn't understand now, Jingwei would be pretending not to know. However, Jingwei didn't like to pretend, so she understood Ian's meaning. Her expression turned slightly awkward, and she momentarily didn't know how to respond. Ian, being such a smart person, surely knew what she was thinking. He directly laid it out. To be honest, I think Miss Jingwei is very beautiful, and I want to pursue you. I hope you can give me a chance and not reject me. When he said this, there was no gentle and elegant smile on his face. He looked very serious and earnest. You know, your good friend is my cousin, so I'm absolutely sincere. His gaze locked onto Jingwei's, not giving her a chance to evade. Jingwei was flustered. Mr. Darcy, I think I have something to tell you. I already have someone I like. I know you have someone you like, but that doesn't prevent me from pursuing you, does it? You're not in a relationship with him, right? Ian said this with near certainty. Jingwei lowered her head, unable to find a direction to escape. Chapter 110. Lin Xiu's pain. Just agree with me, Miss Jingwei. I will never put you in a difficult position, Ian said gently. Jingwei could only nod, hoping that Mr. Darcy would not dislike her. Before coming to Donghua Star, Jingwei still had hopes of being with Xiao Fei, but after arriving, that hope was buried deep in her heart, unable to be brought to light again. She had witnessed Xiao Fei's genuine affection for someone, which was absolutely undeniable. She could never have a chance with him. She recognized reality and decided to accept it. Therefore, in the face of Ian's strong pursuit, although Jingwei did not plan to accept him right away, she did have a desire to give Ian a chance. It was both an opportunity for herself and for him. Although she felt anxious and was afraid of not doing well, causing Ian, who liked her, to turn against her. Jingwei believed she needed a bit of impulsiveness. So, she impulsively responded to him, with only one request, that he not dislike her. Ian was surprised by her straightforwardness and felt a bit pleased, smiling as he said, I have never disliked anyone I have liked before because I believe in my own judgment. His confidence infected Jingwei. After the dance, Ian pulled Jingwei back to the sofa to sit down, then returned to the center of the living room, looking serious as he addressed his friends. I want to pursue Ms. Jingwei, and I hope to gain your support. His grand declaration caught Jingwei off guard, leaving her stunned for quite a while. It wasn't until everyone's gaze turned to her that she felt the weight of the situation. Although it was embarrassing and nerve-wracking, being specially noticed in front of everyone felt quite nice, especially since the person giving her that attention was so handsome. It was a strange experience, one she had never felt before, and surprisingly, she found it quite pleasant. I'll sing you a song. This is our first meeting, and I hope you can have a wonderful memory, Ian said, searching for a song to sing, his gaze fixed on Jingwei, ignoring everyone else. Wen Liangyuan watched his sister with a smile, nudging her gently. Wen Liangyuan looked over and rubbed her hands together, asking, What's up? Is there something going on? Don't you think Ian is particularly narcissistic? If it weren't for his handsome face and wealth, I would definitely think he was being a nuisance, Wen Liangyuan replied, pouting a bit, feeling a tinge of envy. Wen Liangyuan, having grown up with her, understood her well. With a gentle smile, she said, "You will meet someone very handsome and wealthy who will focus on you. At that time, you won't think he's narcissistic because he likes you." Since the mystery of her background had been unveiled, Wen Liangyuan felt that her sister had made great progress. She was no longer as spoiled as before and had learned to take on responsibilities and face difficulties. This was a positive change. She knew that as her sister became more excellent and with her share of the restaurant profits, she would meet a remarkable man who would appreciate her qualities and be with her. As for the once liked Abraham, he would gradually fade away in the flow of memories. When Liangshu's face flushed slightly, never expecting her sister to say such things. Once she realized, she turned her head, a bit proud and shy, saying, "Right now, I just want to make money. Love can wait." "Are you sure?" When Liangyuan smiled. When Liangshu felt a bit embarrassed, gently patting her hand, still somewhat unsure, as she did have a desire for love, especially with someone very handsome. "You see, I knew it." When Liangyuan smiled happily. When Liangshu lightly patted her hand again, "Don't laugh at me." "I'm not laughing at you. I'm just speaking the truth," When Liangyuan replied, smiling as she curled her lips. When Liangshu tugged at her hand, and they both looked at Ian, who had just finished singing. Everyone applauded nonstop, and Lisha cheerfully suggested, "How about you two dance another song for us? I think Miss Jingyue is quite tired today, so how about we save the dance for another time?" Ian noticed that Jingyue looked a bit weary after cooking all afternoon. How could she not be tired? Throughout this entire process, Xiao Fei occasionally glanced at Wen Liangyuan and took a sip of beer, creating a world of his own, filled with atmosphere. Lisha was captivated for quite a while. While they were having fun and enjoying the beautiful, elegant evening, Lu Zheng saw the personal update posted by Wen Liangyuan. He didn't know why, but he couldn't control his emotions, feeling frustrated, irritable, and even possessive. Normally, he would need her at this time, but this time he didn't want to. He thought he could heal himself, especially when she posted photos with other men. He was doing okay himself, not suffering much, as the hardships were all borne by others. So his assistants were all lamenting. Lin Xiao and assistant Zhang were in despair, having to help him prepare materials for the election of the Minister of Internal Affairs while enduring his irritable and domineering moods. Moreover, due to being busy and not eating or sleeping well, Lin Xiao looked terribly haggard in just 2 days, appearing quite miserable. The next day, he could no longer hold back and video called Wen Liangyuan. "Liangyuan, I beg you, save me. I feel like I'm dying. I can't live like this, it's so hard, please." His wailing left when Liangyuan stunned, unable to comprehend what he wanted for a while. Only managing to ask what is wrong. Lin Xiao wiped away his tears. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is getting increasingly irritable. Every day, he is either angry or on the verge of getting angry. "I'm so busy, I don't even have time to eat. And yet he still yells at me and throws documents on the ground. What should I do?" As he spoke, he transformed into a pitiful figure, looking both miserable and helpless. When Liangyuan hesitated, unsure how to comfort Lin Xiao. She knew what he meant, but she didn't want to do it. Although Lin Xiao had helped him a lot, she still had some reservations about clearing and treating Lu Zheng's mental sea. The last time Lu Zheng spoke and acted as he did really hurt her. It left her feeling quite upset. Lin Xiao was, of course, aware of Wen Liangyuan's concerns. Knowing this, he didn't speak up, only pitifully asking, "Could you make me a meal? I don't really want anything else. After all, I also hate how the Tyrannosaurus Rex treats you. Doesn't he appreciate how good you are?" Chapter 111. The neighbors moved away in the end. Lin Xiao managed to force a smile that looked bitter and helpless. If it weren't for knowing his fearless and cheerful personality, Wen Liangyuan might have been deceived by him. "All right, stop pretending to be so pitiful. I'll finish cooking and you can come pick it up in 40 minutes. After having a fun day yesterday, Wen Liangyuan happened to be at the restaurant today with plenty of ingredients and robots to help, so cooking wasn't too troublesome. After saying a word to Wen Liangshu, Wen Liangyuan focused on preparing the meal for Lin Xiao. About 40 minutes later, the meal was ready, and Lin Xiao indeed arrived at the private kitchen on time, presenting a bouquet of fresh flowers to Wen Liangyuan before taking the meal box and leaving. Wen Liangyuan watched his swiftly retreating figure and glanced at the flowers in her hand, realizing he felt a bit shy. Back in the office, several assistants were waiting at the door, looking a bit pitiful. Lin Xiao shot them a disgruntled glance. Every time I go to get the food myself, you guys don't help me with any work, but when it comes to eating, you're quicker than me. The assistants were momentarily at a loss for words, as they really wanted to enjoy the delicious food. Assistant Zhang quickly responded, "You can give me 2 folders, and I'll help you a bit. I'm almost done with my work anyway." After Zhang finished speaking, Lin Xiao gave him a big thumbs up, his eyes shining with the words, "Brother, well done." The other assistants exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed, and could only offer to help Lin Xiao with a little bit of work before joining the meal. And so, they worked together to set the meal up little by little, then began to feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Lu Zheng returned from the cafeteria, passing by them. Upon catching the familiar aroma, his expression darkened instantly. However, he said nothing, only quickened his pace, and the veins on his hand gripping the cane were visibly bulging. Once back in the office, Lu Zheng felt uncomfortable and opened the office door to look at them, saying, "No more eating in the office from now on. If it happens again, there will be a fine of 1,000 silver coins." After saying this and seeing their drastically changing expressions, he didn't care about them anymore and slammed the door shut, feeling much better, with a slight smile on his face. A door separated 2 worlds of different emotions. Lin Xiao wore a bitter face, filled with anger, thinking, what reason is there for him to not let us eat when he can't have any? Assistant Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he scooped a spoonful of egg custard into his mouth, muttering, "This is probably what they meant in ancient times by only allowing the officials to set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps." "No, sir. He didn't eat in the office either," the assistant beside her pointed out. Zhang looked at her. "Did you forget when we were at the military department? The commander used to eat in the office. He's just in a bad mood now, taking it out on them." The young assistant nodded, remembering, but thought, "What can we do? We are just his assistants. He is our superior. Well, let's not waste time talking. If we have one meal, we eat it. At worst, we can go to a small restaurant for lunch or dinner later. Isn't that the same? Plus, we can eat in the restaurant without having packed the food, and it would taste better." Lin Xiao had been around Lu Zheng long enough to know that if a road was blocked, he would take a bridge. This was nothing that could stump him for long. Several assistants gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, admiring him greatly. Lin Xiao chuckled, eating while saying, "Modest, modest." As for these matters, Lu Zheng naturally knew nothing. However, by evening, he found out because the entire office was empty except for him. Lu Zheng's face instantly dropped to freezing point, feeling as if the entire office had turned icy due to his presence, becoming a world of ice and snow. And anyone who got close could feel the chill. The cabinet members were not military personnel, so they all lamented the commander's strong mental state. Lu Zheng was unaware of all this. About an hour later, he saw Lin Xiao's post, which included a picture of Wen Liangyuan smiling brightly. She wore a white dress, with a white apron around her waist, her hair neatly tied back, looking pure and beautiful like a pristine magnolia flower, as white as snow and jade. Lu Zheng opened the photo, scanning it several times before pulling his gaze away. His heart told him he missed this flower, but after a while, he was very clear that she had someone more suitable for her. That person was handsome and clean, like a refined gentleman from ancient times, perfectly matched with her. As Lu Zheng thought about this, his anger surged, and he turned off his holographic screen, feeling a deep gloom settle over him. Using his cane to rise and walk outside, when he reached downstairs and saw Lin Xiao and the others, his rationality returned, and he turned into a corner to avoid them. "What are you doing, Lu Zheng? Where are you going? Do you want to find her? What do you want to say to her? You said some very hurtful things to her before. What right do you have to see her now?" Lu Zheng exhaled, but he didn't want to work overtime anymore. This was the first time in nearly 10 years that he didn't want to put in extra hours. He coldly mocked himself and sent Lin Xiao a video call to let them know they could leave work. As for himself, he didn't let them see him off and drove his own hover car to the academy. For Wen Liangyuan, Lu Zheng was someone she didn't understand. She couldn't bring herself to hate him, felt hesitant about loving him, and even wanted to run away. Thus, she was filled with contradictions, rationality, and helplessness. choosing to immerse herself in the world of cooking every day to numb herself. After closing the shop and saying goodbye to Wen Liangshu, Wen Liangyuan took her child Eva home, only to find the neighbor moving away. "Hello, Miss One. It's been a pleasure being your neighbor, but unfortunately, this happiness ends today as I have to move to another place. I hope you can maintain a good relationship with the new neighbors." The neighbor was a handsome, single young man with blue eyes, slightly curly hair, and a tall, upright figure. Overall, he was a very good person. When Liangyuan had a good impression of him. "Thank you for your wishes. I also hope you can maintain a good relationship with your future neighbors." After a brief conversation, the neighbor, clearly in a hurry, hurriedly left. When Liangyuan returned home, first settling Eva in a rocking chair for a nap, then lying on the sofa to rest for a while. Her mind told her to get up quickly to take a shower, change clothes, and soak her feet to relieve her fatigue, but when Liangyuan just didn't want to move. Chapter 112. The neighbor is him at this moment. She admitted that she was vulnerable and needed someone to help her, but there was no one. Jingyu and Xiao Fei had both moved to the house allocated by the empire. They were now homeowners and no longer had a squeeze in with her. When Liangyuan let out a breath, feeling a pang of sadness. Usually, when they were together, chatting and watching movies, her attention was completely diverted, and she wouldn't think of Lu Zheng or feel sad. But now that the child was asleep and she had nothing to do, lying on the sofa, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Lu Zheng, and she felt a wave of sorrow. After a while, when Liangyuan gently exhaled, glanced in the direction of the next door, remembering that there were new neighbors who had moved in, it would be better to go and say hello. With this thought, when Liangyuan got up and rummaged through the fridge, finding the dumplings and buns they had made together before, she took a box of each, along with a piece of dessert, packaged them nicely, and knocked on the neighbor's door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, she heard a familiar voice. It was Wally. When Liangyuan paused for a moment, then realized that perhaps all robot voices sounded alike, and she felt relieved. She stood by the door waiting, and after a while, the door was opened, leaving her stunned for a moment. Without saying a word, when Liangyuan's smile instantly faded, and she turned around and slammed the door shut, not even giving him a glance. Lu Zheng stared blankly at the closed door, then turned to Wally, wondering if he had upset her. What should he do? He had no experience in comforting someone. Wally, being a robot, naturally understood even less. He shrugged his shoulders, saying, "It's you who upset her, not me." After saying that, Wally knocked on the door again. Knock, 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 knock. Is there something? When Liangyuan's voice was quite rude, she thought the one knocking was Lu Zheng. Wally immediately spoke up. "Hello, Miss Wen, may I see Eva?" "Miss here." His voice sounded a bit pitiful. After hesitating for a while, when Liangyuan finally opened the door slightly, peeking at Lu Zheng and Wally, then stepped aside to let Wally in. However, right in front of Lu Zheng, when Liangyuan slammed the door shut again, completely denying him the chance to speak. Even though the door was closed, at least there was still a robot beside her, but now that the door was shut, even the robot was gone. Lu Zheng suddenly felt a bit upset, regretting that when Liangyuan no longer seemed to care like before. She was completely indifferent. Meanwhile, Wally was having a very pleasant time with Eva. After about 2 hours, Wally had to leave because his master was calling him. "Eva, I will come to see you another day. I have to go back and take care of my master." Wally looked pitiful, his eyes full of reluctance. When Liangyuan looked at Wally, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. Wally, being a clever robot, smiled and said, "Miss, don't worry. There are still some nutrients at home. The adult won't go hungry." "Does he just eat nutrients?" When Liangyuan couldn't deny that she was indeed worried. Wally nodded, maintaining his usual expression. "It's not safe for adults to order takeout. They can only eat nutrients." "I understand. Wally, you can go out and take care of him." When Liangyuan had hardened her heart, saying nothing, and didn't even give Wally a box of dumplings to take to Lu Zheng. As for Lu Zheng, seeing Wally return empty-handed made his expression very grim, and he was filled with sadness. "Wally, I don't want to eat nutrients anymore." Wally silently put the nutrients back in the fridge. "Master, what do you want to eat tonight?" "I want to go next door to eat dumplings or noodles." Lu Zheng looked at Wally, making Wally feel uneasy. "Master, I'm a robot. I can't eat." "Who wants to eat you?" "I said I want to go next door to eat dumplings or noodles. You think of a way." Lu Zheng couldn't come up with a solution himself, so he threw the problem to Wally. "Wally, faced with such a master and unable to resist, could only search his mind for a solution with a tearful expression. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with an idea, and his eyes turned into heart shapes. Master, you can use your psychic power to comfort the young lady. This one can't comfort her. Only you can. That way, you'll have a chance to go next door to eat dumplings or noodles. This idea made Lu Zheng's eyes light up, but he also felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, it was about his precious daughter. Will using this hurt my little Yueo? This was what Lu Zheng cared about the most. Wally searched his mind for all the answers and shook his head. There are no side effects. It will only deepen the bond between father and daughter. Hearing this, Lu Zheng's eyes brightened. He then slowly released his psychic power to connect with his daughter's psychic energy, conveying the feeling that Dad wanted to be by her side, but couldn't reach her. The baby's heart was still very fragile, and the feeling of his psychic energy protecting her one moment and then leaving the next made her cry out loudly, and she cried very sadly. When Liangyuan got up from the sofa, went to little Yuer's room, and held her, constantly comforting her, even using her own psychic energy to soothe her. Previously, whenever little Yuer cried, general methods of comfort would not work. When Liangyuan would use her psychic energy to calm her down, and this method was very effective. However, today this method lost its effect because no matter how much psychic energy Wen Liangyuan released, or how much love she had in her heart, little Yuer continued to cry, gradually becoming heart-wrenching, which frightened Wen Liangyuan. She was in a state of panic, looking at Eva with fear. Eva, can you see what happened to the child? Why can't I comfort her? She should be fine, right? What is going on? When Liangyuan was extremely anxious, her words jumbled, but Eva understood. Master, how long has the little master not been with her father? Eva's voice was full of concern. When Liangyuan suddenly realized, maybe a few months? Do you remember your psychic energy gradually upgrading? Eva said, although you have been hiding it and not saying anything, I know. Eva's words tightened when Liangyuan's heart. She looked at her daughter. Will Lil Yuer also be like me? Initially a beta, then gradually awakening to an eta. Eva, why is this? Eva's voice grew heavy. This is because the child has not received good care from the beginning, leading to underdeveloped psychic energy or even latent psychic energy. In such cases, high-level psychic stimulation is necessary for awakening. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you transformed from beta to eta is that your psychic energy awakened due to the commander's psychic stimulation. Chapter 113. Kicked out of the house when Liangyuan suddenly remembered that after Lu Zheng saved her, she had transformed from beta to eta. So, my ability to become eta relies entirely on Lu Zheng's mental power stimulation, doesn't it? This question seemed to be directed at Eva, yet it felt like she was asking herself. Looking at the endlessly crying child in her arms, her heart was filled with sadness, and she also felt resigned. This was her fate. How could she bear to let her child suffer like her? She couldn't do it. When Liangyuan forced a bitter smile and said, Eva, could you go next door and ask Commander Lu Zheng to come over? The child needs him. Okay, master. After Eva finished speaking, she went to knock on the door next door. In a short while, Lu Zheng and Wally entered the room openly. When Liangyuan sat on the sofa, gently coaxing the crying child in her arms. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up at Lu Zheng and said, could you please calm her down? I really can't soothe her. I don't know what is wrong with her. As she said this, when Liangyuan felt particularly helpless, her heart breaking, her eyes red and looking very pitiful, Lu Zheng suddenly regretted his actions. He was hurting her. Feeling guilty, Lu Zheng quickly set down his cane, sat on the sofa, and took the daughter from Liangyuan's arms, slowly releasing his mental power. The daughter sensed the enveloping mental power and immediately stopped crying, showing a lovely and warm smile. When Liangyuan watched this scene and did not feel relieved, instead, her heart was filled with bitterness and sadness. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had unconsciously fallen. You see, mental power is so funny. I treat her so well, putting in all my effort to love her, but it can't compare to your simple mental power comfort. No matter how I coax her, she still cries and fusses. I'm helpless. I finally understand why you loved me so much when your mental power was out of control, but after it returned to normal, you didn't love me anymore. Really, I can't blame you. This is just the effect of mental power. The attraction between mental powers has nothing to do with you and me, right? So can I assume that I like you because of mental power? I actually don't like you. It's just mental power. I assent it. When Liangyuan was on the brink of collapse, feeling completely shattered, Lu Zheng felt both bitter and pained. He had hurt Wen Liangyuan. I'm sorry, I want to tell you the truth. Please don't be angry, okay? With a bang, the door closed near Lu Zheng's nose. While he stood by, gloating, Master, why do you seem a bit foolish? You should have eaten the dumplings or buns before confessing. Lu Zheng touched his nose, although he still felt bad because of Wen Liangyuan. He didn't feel as guilty anymore. I couldn't help it. What could I do? So you deserve to be hungry, Wally said sarcastically. He wanted to chat more with Eva, but now he had no chance. Meanwhile, Wen Liangyuan, who had kicked someone out, felt a mix of sadness and joy. Stuck in a state of discomfort, she wished she could pull Lu Zheng back and give him a good scolding to relieve the resentment in her heart. After all, she hadn't done anything. She had only calmly kicked him out of the house. She never expected that the dignified Commander Lu Zheng would resort to such underhanded tricks just to see the child, nearly driving her to tears. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. It was so ridiculous. When Liangyuan was very angry, looking at her cheerful daughter, momentarily speechless. She poked her little nose and said, "If you dare to betray Mommy and go find Daddy, Mommy will ignore you from now on for the rest of your life." After saying this, Wen Liangyuan felt a little sad again. She really missed Lu Zheng, but what he had done to her before was so excessive, and the things he said were very hurtful. She had her own pride. She was very clear that no matter how much she liked Lu Zheng, she would not throw away her pride for him. That was simply not worth it. After a long time, when Liangyuan exhaled and placed her daughter, who had fallen asleep again, on the bed, she moved the rocking chair from the nursery to her room and placed the child in the cradle. Looking at her child sleeping soundly, she felt relieved. As night fell, when Liangyuan resignedly entered the bathroom to take a shower. After drying her hair, she placed the dessert she had planned to give to her neighbor on the coffee table, turned on a movie, and began to eat dessert while watching. The lights were off, so the room was dim, but it was just the right level of safety for Wen Liangyuan. Unbeknownst to her next door, Commander Lu Zheng was already swallowing his saliva from hunger, looking somewhat pitiful. Wally sighed and reluctantly came to disturb them. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. This time, Wally knocked on the door for nearly 10 minutes before when Liangyuan finally came to open it. It wasn't that she wanted to answer the door. She simply couldn't continue watching the movie due to the noise and had to comply. Wally, I support you coming over to play. You can come anytime, but I do not welcome the other person. I hope you understand that. When Liangyuan had to say this to Wally. However, what Wally said was completely different from what Wen Liangyuan had imagined, even shocking her a bit. Master only ate nutritional supplements today and is very hungry. Miss Wen, do you have anything to eat? I want to get him something. I'm afraid he'll starve, especially since his health is poor and he needs to rest well. Wally's words took Wen Liangyuan a moment to process. Since you have helped me a lot, I'll give you the food, but it has nothing to do with Commander Lu Zheng. I hope you understand, Wally. After saying this, Wen Liangyuan turned and went to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to take out a box of dumplings and a box of buns, which she handed to Wally. Wally held the dumplings and buns, tears shimmering in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Wen. You are truly the most wonderful girl in the world. Seeing Wally like this, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but pat him on the head. Hurry back to take care of him. Isn't he very hungry? Okay, thank you, Miss Wen, Wally said before returning to his own home. And when Liangyuan closed the door, 2 doors separated 2 worlds. As for Lu Zheng, he finally didn't have to go hungry anymore, happily eating a meal of dumplings and even 2 buns. Her cooking is really good. After finishing, Lu Zheng said with a sense of appreciation, then added, I hope I can eat again tomorrow. Wally, standing by, said unkindly, there are only 6 buns left in the fridge. Tomorrow you can only eat these 6 buns. 6 buns are fine. My standards aren't that high. Lu Zheng thought his requirements were pretty low. As long as it was made by Wen Liangyuan, that was enough. Wally nodded. Adding an egg and a cup of milk should be enough to fill you up. Chapter 114. Justifiable emotions. Thus, Commander Lu became the neighbor next to Wen Liangyuan's home. Early the next morning, when Liangyuan got up, tidied herself, and prepared to take her child to work. But she ran into the commander who had just opened the door. Are you going to the Wen family's private kitchen? The commander said plainly, his tone flat. Wen Liangyuan didn't understand what he meant, but still nodded. It's not something I can't say. I am indeed going. Do you need something? If you want to order takeout, you can place an order on the platform. You don't even have to tell me. After saying this, Wen Liangyuan planned to leave, but was called back by Lu Zheng. I have something I want to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Wen Liangyuan's expression changed, and she retorted sarcastically, what does the commander want to say? She felt there was nothing to talk about between them. There's a lot to discuss about the child. Lu Zheng was straightforward and said it directly. Wen Liangyuan's body stiffened for a moment. Then her shoulders slowly relaxed. I don't want to say much about the child with you. You must be tired bringing the child to the restaurant every day, right? Lu Zheng said, causing Wen Liangyuan's heart to tremble, her eyes feeling sore. Wen Liangyuan didn't refute. That's true, but I can handle it. Thank you for your concern, Commander. I'm not worried. I'm trying to help you. If you trust me, you can leave the child with me, and I will take care of her. Lu Zheng's tone was calm, and there was no expression in his eyes, presenting a factual demeanor. Wen Liangyuan looked down at the child in her arms, but still shook her head, refusing him. No need. I can take care of her myself. After saying this, Wen Liangyuan no longer gave Lu Zheng a chance to speak and turned to leave with Eva. Lu Zheng watched the mother and daughter leave, feeling a bit sad, but unable to stop them. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wen Liangyuan prepared as usual, but her thoughts were vastly different from before. Wen Liangshu quickly noticed her abnormality. What's wrong with you? You seem distracted. Did something happen? Remember to tell me. I'm your sister and can help. Don't hesitate. After the mystery of her background was revealed, Wen Liangshu realized she had been a very irresponsible sister. Facing Wen Liangyuan, she often felt guilty, so whenever she could be of help, she wanted to assist her sister to alleviate her own guilt. Wen Liangyuan was unaware of her sister's emotions, but was pleased that she could notice her abnormality. I don't know how to say it. It feels strange. Wen Liangyuan started, but got stuck, not knowing how to continue. Just say what's on your mind. You can express it however you want. There are no customers right now. We just need to prepare, Wen Liangshu said while chopping vegetables. Wen Liangyuan nodded, lowered her head, picked up the lotus root, and started cutting. It's nothing much. It's just that the child's father has become my neighbor and offered to help take care of the child. But I refused him. After refusing, I feel a bit uncomfortable about it. As she spoke, Wen Liangyuan's voice became very soft. Wen Liangshu nodded, beginning to understand her feelings. So you feel conflicted, right? On one hand, you don't want to stop the child from getting close to him since they're father and daughter, and he treats the child well. But on the other hand, he doesn't treat you well, and you harbor resentment toward him, making it hard for you to happily allow them to be together, right? Wen Liangshu wanted to let Dr. Lu teach her, but she was momentarily speechless, realizing that she understood her sister better than anyone else. What she didn't know was that Wen Liangyuan was deeply shocked by this. Sister, I didn't expect you to be so smart, completely pinpointing my thoughts. Wen Liangyuan smiled bitterly, but the smile faded halfway, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. I really feel so conflicted and distressed. After saying this, Wen Liangyuan slowly exhaled and quickened her pace to continue chopping vegetables. Her praise made Wen Liangshu feel guilty. In fact, these insights weren't her own, but were told to her by Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu? Why? Why'd he tell you these things? Isn't it strange? Wen Liangyuan had always been grateful to Dr. Lu, who had helped her a lot. Even though Dr. Lu had treated her coldly during their last meeting, she didn't dislike him. Instead, she felt there might be more to his actions. Now, hearing Wen Liangshu say this, she was even more convinced. When did Dr. Lu come to find you? How come I didn't know? Before you came to work, I don't know how he got my contact information, Wen Liangshu said, continuing to chop vegetables, not sensing anything unusual. Wen Liangyuan was not as carefree as Wen Liangshu. She quickly considered the implications, stopped chopping, washed her hands, dried them with her apron, and turned to leave. Sister, you continue chopping. I'll go contact him. Go ahead, it's fine. I can handle it alone. Wen Liangshu said cheerfully, increasingly enjoying cooking. Arriving at the baby room, Wen Liangyuan found Dr. Lu's ID and initiated a video call. The call connected quickly, but Dr. Lu's expression looked off, giving a somewhat frightening impression, which startled Wen Liangyuan. Fortunately, Dr. Lu changed his expression quickly, and Wen Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief. feeling a layer of sweat in her palms. "Dr. Lu, you video call my sister today," she told me. "Did Lu Zheng mention our situation to you?" Wen Liangyuan, being meticulous, couldn't possibly overlook this point. Lu Yiheng was also extremely clever and would have guessed she could think of this. With a light smile, Lu Yiheng said coldly, "Let me tell you something to avoid any misunderstandings between you." Without waiting for Wen Liangyuan to respond, Lu Yiheng continued, "That day, he excitedly went to find you. Saw you with a man, holding a child, chatting and laughing, and your attitude was quite intimate. So Lu Zheng got jealous and, at that moment, he was on the brink of mental collapse, which greatly affected him, leading him to do something very excessive toward you. This is how it is. So it's understandable that Lu Zheng got angry and did those things. You need to keep an eye on his mental state. There may be significant problems coming up. I'm sorry to trouble you." Lu Yiheng was also overwhelmed. He didn't want to deal with these matters, but what could he do? He couldn't just watch Lu Zheng suffer. Chapter 115. The white-eyed wolf in his heart. He always felt that he owed Lu Zheng. After all, if his parents had been able to lend Lu Zheng a hand back then, Lu Zheng wouldn't have fallen into such dire straits and become so miserable. When Liangyuan hung up the video call, sat in her chair with her head down, lost in thought, her whole demeanor filled with a sense of despair. It wasn't until a child nearby cried that she finally snapped back to reality. Slowly exhaling, when Liangyuan weakly held the child, trying to comfort him, and suddenly remembered Lu Zheng's previous abnormal mental state, how irritable he had been, and how hurtful his words were. But why did she repeatedly try to understand Lu Zheng? When had he ever understood her? Thinking of this, when Liangyuan suddenly smiled, her smile tragic and pitiful, looking at the baby in her arms, wondering why she felt that the child's father was so heartless towards her. He clearly didn't like her. As she said the last sentence, her heart ached terribly, and tears welled up in her eyes, unable to fall. Lu Yiheng, who had caused this situation, clearly had no idea about any of this. Even if he did, he would probably just see it as part of their reconciliation process, without any real feelings. Because right now, he was even more irritable. Yu Qing lay on the bed, looking disheveled, her body a mess, yet her eyes, like those of a little wolf cub, stared defiantly at Lu Yiheng. "So what if I betrayed you? If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me." Her words pierced Lu Yiheng's heart like knives, and for the first time, he felt a sense of despair. Originally, her fate should have been the same as Adeli's, a life he fought to keep, but he never expected her to treat him like this. Lu Yiheng had become a complete joke. From the moment they first met, "You were deliberately getting close to me, weren't you?" Lu Yiheng still found it hard to believe that the obedient and gentle girl from back then had turned into the ungrateful, white-eyed wolf she was today. He couldn't bear the feelings of despair and sorrow in his heart, stood up, clenched his fists, and looked at the person on the bed, demanding, "Why did you betray me? I didn't betray you. I just used you. After all, if I want to get to Lu Zheng and want to kill him, I need your help." Yu Qing's eyes were filled with cold laughter. "Did you ever love me?" When he asked this question, Lu Yiheng suddenly calmed down. He thought, "I actually don't need to demean myself like this. Wouldn't it be better to be calm and strong like Wen Liangyuan? The world is so big. Who can't live well without someone else? Hadn't I done just that for the first 20 years? Just because of this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf, my life would change? How ridiculous. Lu Yiheng's life would never be ruined by a white-eyed wolf." He had calmed down, but Yu Qing didn't notice, continuing to speak fiercely. "How could I love a pathetic worm like you? Even if I die, I won't love you, nor will I even look at you. You should think about it. If I loved you, would I let you fall into an irretrievable situation? If I loved you, would I use you to kill your best brother? I only do these things because I don't love you. Are you stupid? Of course, you are also stupid. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been deceived by me for 4 or 5 years, even thinking that I loved you. The person I love has never been you. It has always been Adeli. He is my faith, my eternal master." Lu Yiheng, bare-chested, bathed in sunlight, had marched from nails all over his shoulders and back, looking mesmerizing. He took out a cigarette and smoked, ignoring the still fierce Yu Qing on the bed. "If you want to kill or torture me, just do it quickly. Don't use this torturous method. I find it amusing, really. Doing this with someone I don't love, don't you find it disgusting? Of course you love me, so you don't find it disgusting. But I don't love you, and I find it disgusting. Why don't you consider me? You selfish brat. I hate you. Since the incident, Yu Qing had mostly stayed on the bed, constantly tormented by Lu Zheng, her mind filled with hatred. Finally, after finishing the cigarette, Lu Zheng turned his head, and his gaze became extremely calm. Lu Zheng was a typical Virgo, the kind of person whose rational mind could control his thoughts, heart, and brain. Of course, without the earlier torment and pain, he wouldn't have reached the stage where he could control himself. He was pushed to this point step by Yu Qing. Casually tossing the cigarette but into the garbage disposal robot's pocket, Lu Zheng walked to the bedside, unchained Yu Qing's arm, and threw a dress over her naked body. Ignoring her dazed expression, Lu Zheng bent down to connect his light brain to hers and transferred a sum of money to her account. 100,000 silver coins for your space train fare, and 5 million silver coins for your living expenses. Go find your master, your faith, your AD lie. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. I will take all responsibility and face a military tribunal. Loving you for a while isn't a loss. After all, having such an interesting companion for 5 or 6 years, cooking and providing for me, don't think I'm generous or that I have feelings for you. This money is just your compensation. As he said this, Lu Zheng revealed an extremely bright smile. The gloom and sorrow in his eyes swept away. Seeing that Yu Qing was still dazed, Lu Zheng spoke a few more words. To be honest, since the incident, I have been struggling with how to handle you. I was in such pain and despair, preparing myself all this time. And now that preparation has reached its peak, so at this moment I am not in pain at all, even feeling a sense of relief as if I'm shedding garbage and taking responsibility. I am very grateful to you for helping me see myself clearly and making me stronger. From now on, my eyes will no longer be blind. To avoid falling for someone like you next time. Of course, I won't say that you make me feel disgusted. After all, this isn't your fault. It's my own fault. The disgusting person is me for having fallen for you, for having believed you, for having loved you so much. I am guilty. I am disgusting. The way Lu Zheng had treated Yu Qing in the past was now reflected in how he felt about himself at this moment. Having been by Lu Zheng's side for so many years, Yu Qing always knew that he was never harsh on others, but was harsh on himself. He could push himself to the brink of death just to satisfy himself. And now, Yu Qing had become the garbage in his life, and to satisfy himself, to completely not care about Yu Qing, he treated her like a stranger, not even wasting a moment hating her. He was forcing himself, previously arrogant and complacent, thinking that no matter how much turmoil ensued, Lu Zheng would always love her. She was just a pathetic worm who could never leave him. Chapter 116. Immaturity. At this moment, she realized how ruthless Lu Zheng was in giving her up. What made her feel worse was that Lu Zheng would definitely follow through on his words. From this moment on, she would completely disappear from his life. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't completely vanish and would leave some traces behind, but Lu Zheng would absolutely not do that. He would make sure that Yu Qing completely disappeared from his life, leaving not a single trace. Others might not be able to do it, but Lu Zheng would definitely be able to. Are you sure you've thought this through? You asked him again. In truth, when she asked this question, Yu Qing didn't even know what she was thinking or what she wanted to achieve by asking it, but she just blurted it out. And she vaguely hoped for Lu Zheng's answer. Lu Zheng glanced at her, as if this wasn't a big deal. Why can't I have thought it through? All right, I understand. I'll leave today. Thank you for your generosity. With that, Yu Qing left the place where Lu Zheng was staying. The next day, Lu Zheng was preparing to go to the military court, but he was stopped midway by Lu Zheng. I didn't expect the commander to have so much time. Not busy in the cabinet, but coming to my little place, Lu Zheng couldn't help but mock. How could someone as smart as Lu Zheng be affected by him? This is not a little place. After taking a look at Lu Zheng's house, Lu Zheng said coldly, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? If the commander doesn't mind, please come in to sit down and rest and have a cup of coffee." Lu Zheng turned and went inside, and Lu Zheng followed him in. Lu Zheng probably knew what Lu Zheng was going to do, so he made him a cup of hand-ground coffee, as well as one for himself. In the afternoon sun, the two sat facing each other by the window, drinking coffee. "I know what you came for, but this matter is my responsibility. I've been struggling and suffering over it, but now I've made up my mind. I will take full responsibility for this matter, and you don't need to advise me anymore." Lu Zheng was never a coward. As long as he had made up his mind about something, he would move forward without hesitation until the end. Putting down his coffee cup, Lu Zheng looked at him calmly and said, "You don't need to overestimate your own status with me. In fact, I'm not here to advise you on this matter. I'm here to ask you to help me with something." "What is it?" Lu Zheng knew that whatever Lu Zheng was going to say wouldn't be trivial, and his nerves suddenly tensed. "The director of your hospital, I need you to observe him closely. I feel he has connections with Diaz." Lu Zheng's expression became very serious. Adrian had been exiled to the desolate Yunxing, and unless something unexpected happened, he would never return. However, Diaz was still alive and even planned to carry out his next scheme. Lu Zheng could not allow the next conspiracy to unfold, so he had to stop it. But those around him were well aware of Diaz, making it very difficult for him to get close. In the end, it could only be Lu Zheng, who was near the director. "Are you planning to make a deal with me?" Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, and Lu Zheng nodded, not surprised that he guessed it so quickly. "You're a smart man. You should know what the consequences are once you enter the military court. You would accomplish nothing in your life. But if you choose to help me, I will let the past go. We can call it even, and you don't need to feel guilty towards me. After all, helping me with this matter is dangerous and may cost you your life." I have to say, this was a very tempting offer, and Lu Zheng had no resistance to it. He nodded. "I will help you with it." Lu Zheng let out a breath, and this expression just happened to fall into Lu Zheng's eyes. "You see, you're quite a twisted person. You care about me so much, but speak in such a twisted and cold manner. It's evident that you also have a poor attitude towards Wen Liangyuan, which has caused her so much distress," Lu Zheng said, ignoring Lu Zheng's grim expression and continuing to talk. "I think you could tell Wen Liangyuan about your memory recovery. You could tell her about the mental torment you're experiencing. You could tell her that what you said and did that day were all influenced by your mental state. Her closeness to Xiao Fei challenged your jealousy and possessiveness, which caused you to lose control. This was the truth, and there was no need to lie. But how could Lu Zheng possibly say that? Just by looking at his expression, Lu Zheng could tell what he was thinking. He smiled helplessly. "Sometimes I don't understand what you're thinking. It could be resolved by just taking a step back, but you insist on not doing so." Seeing that he didn't understand what he was thinking, Lu Zheng felt a bit troubled. He hadn't planned to say much, but now he had to. "I did regain my memory, and I do like her, but I'm not sure if I can be with her. You say she likes me, or the me after losing control of my mental state." In this matter, he was so lacking in confidence, contrasting sharply with the confident and authoritative commander on the battlefield. His words made Lu Zheng unable to hold back a smile. Lu Zheng was a bit annoyed. "What are you laughing at? I don't think there's anything funny about this." His tone was certainly not good. Lu Zheng's expression settled, and he suppressed his smile, saying, "You can ask Wen Liangyuan, why guess blindly? How could you possibly understand someone else's thoughts? She's still a woman." Looking at him with annoyance, Lu Zheng was speechless. "How could I dare to ask her? I feel so guilty. Do you think I'm like you?" The commander who said this didn't even realize how childish he sounded. Lu Zheng laughed heartily, the gloom in his heart clearing away. "I suddenly think you're quite immature. To be honest, is it because you've never been in a relationship that you have no experience and are completely a loss? How could a man endure being talked about like this?" Lu Zheng's expression changed. "What do you mean? Is it bad not to have been in a relationship?" He indeed had never been in a relationship. He had been on the battlefield since he was 17. When would he have time for romance? Even if he had time, he had no partner. It could be said that Wen Liangyuan was the first woman he liked outside of the military academy and battlefield. Then go find her. Take the initiative to talk to her. Let her give you a chance to pursue her, and then the two of you can work it out together. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up at this point. "Don't forget, there's a bond between you two, which is your child. With a child involved, what else could Wen Liangyuan say? Sooner or later, she'll end up in your hands." When he said this, Lu Zheng's gaze darkened slightly. Lu Zheng thought without thinking and found this approach feasible. When he reacted, he felt a bit speechless. How could he believe his nonsense? Chapter 117. Indeed, I like it, but why do I feel a bit eager inside? He decided not to delve deeper and planned to talk about it after returning home. After leaving Lu Zheng's house, Lu Zheng unexpectedly found the door of Wen Liangyuan's house wide open when he got home. He was a bit surprised, so he walked over and saw the robot Eva cleaning at the door. "Mr. Lu, may I ask if you need anything?" Eva said politely. Lu Zheng glanced into the house, but didn't see anyone, feeling a bit confused. Where's the child? Where did she go? Eva smiled and said, the owner is taking a shower, and the little owner is sleeping in a room. Would you like to come in and take a look, Mr. Lu? Thanks to Wally's education, Eva now knew they were a family, just temporarily living apart, and would eventually be together, so she invited Lu Zheng in. For Lu Zheng, this was a rare opportunity to see his precious daughter. How could he refuse? Without hesitation, he leaned on his cane and walked into the house, heading straight for the room. Sure enough, in the cradle by the bed lay a soft, chubby little baby, looking extremely cute, almost melting his heart. Lu Zheng sat beside her with a silly smile, thinking how she was definitely his child. Otherwise, how could she be so beautiful? He couldn't help but feel proud, occasionally reaching out to poke the baby's chubby face, nearly unable to resist kissing her, but then he remembered his physical condition and refrained. However, he couldn't escape Eva's watchful eyes. Eva glanced at him, ignored him, and continued cleaning the house. When Wen Liangyuan came out of the shower, Eva took the initiative to tell her Mr. Lu is here, and he is in the room with the little owner. Wen Liangyuan glanced at the towel on her body and felt a bit embarrassed, but then she thought that they had done everything together. So what was the big deal about showing a bit of leg or shoulder? So she walked into the room, only to bump into Lu Zheng, then quickly looked away and asked, is there something you need, Commander? Lu Zheng felt a bit awkward and turned his head away. I saw your door wide open. I didn't mean anything, just wanted to see the child. The child is fine, no problems, so you don't need to worry, Commander, Wen Liangyuan said somewhat coldly. Lu Zheng understood her meaning and clearly felt unwelcome. So he got up. Then I'll take my leave. I won't disturb you. With that, he left rather briskly. When Liangyuan turned around and saw his lonely figure, and she suddenly felt a bit guilty. Coupled with Dr. Lu's words, she found herself speaking before thinking. Would you like to stay for dinner? I made beef stew with potatoes. It should be good. Of course, if you don't like it, I won't force you. When Liangyuan admitted that she was weak and soft, that she couldn't bear to part with Lu Zheng, and that she liked him. But what she didn't know was how happy Lu Zheng was upon hearing her invitation, even though he suppressed his inner excitement and joy. I really like beef and potatoes. Thank you, Lu Zheng replied quickly, only realizing afterward that he was a bit too eager. He smiled and added, I also really like children. Thank you. Not wanting to say much more, when Liangyuan nodded. Then you can wait in the living room. I'll change and bring the child out. All right, take your time. Lu Zheng was overjoyed, almost forgetting what he had said, and feeling his face slightly flush when he realized it. Seeing his flushed ears. When Liangyuan found it a bit amusing, but didn't laugh at him. She quickly changed into comfortable clothes, then went to the kitchen to bring out the beef stew with potatoes and a cold seaweed salad, along with 2 bowls of rice. While she was preparing these, Lu Zheng went into the room to bring the child out. He couldn't use his cane while holding the baby, which made his legs hurt, but he endured it without showing any signs, at least not in front of Wen Liangyuan. Come and eat. Wen Liangyuan placed a pair of chopsticks next to a bowl and invited Lu Zheng. What about the child? What do we do with her? Lu Zheng clearly had no experience. When Liangyuan put her chopsticks down, walked over, and took the child. Eva, could you help, please? Not a problem, I'm master. This is what I should do. Eva gently and affectionately took the child. Lu Zheng felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected such a common-sense question would stump him. I'm sorry. Hearing such an abrupt apology, when Liangyuan was puzzled. Why is the commander apologizing? I don't quite understand. I've never taken care of a child and haven't been around you both, so I don't even know how to take care of one. I'm very sorry. Lu Zheng felt guilty. In this entire situation, it seemed he had only contributed a single gold coin while doing nothing else. Yet he ended up with a soft, chubby daughter. When Liangyuan didn't he expect him to say that, feeling a bit sad and also touched. You're different from others. You've been busy, right? In this regard, when Liangyuan had never blamed Lu Zheng, his identity destined him to be this way, didn't it? It was a choice he made. If he had a choice, when Liangyuan knew he would definitely be a good father. What Wen Liangyuan said gave Lu Zheng some courage. He looked at her, suppressing the panic and nervousness in his heart, and asked, do you still like me? When Liangyuan was a bit stunned, she hadn't expected him to ask so suddenly. So she answered honestly, I do like you. She had thought about lying, but Lu Zheng was the child's father and also a smart person. When Liangyuan considered herself straightforward. So she answered directly, Besides, it was also the answer in her heart. Lu Zheng suppressed his shock, looking into Wen Liangyuan's eyes, and said seriously, I have regained my memory, including all those memories after my mental powers went out of control. They have all returned. Hearing someone else say it was completely different from hearing it from him. Wen Liangyuan's face turned red, inevitably recalling those uncontrollable absurdities and joys. I understand. She felt very shy and very nervous. Her shy appearance gave Lu Zheng a lot of encouragement. In the future, I want to participate in taking care of the child. Is that okay? He wasn't saying he wanted to help take care of the child, but that he wanted to participate in taking care of the child, which was a significant distinction. The former implied that he believed women should take care of children, while the latter recognized that the child was a shared responsibility for both of them and should be cared for together. Thus, Lu Zheng's response gave Wen Liangyuan a great sense of comfort. Taking care of children is very tiring. Are you sure it's not a problem? Not a problem. I'm not as busy as I was before, from the military to the cabinet. You can trust me. Chapter 118. When Commander Lu Zheng said this, he wore a joyful smile that was quite unlike his usual self. Then I'll trouble you with it. Can we start from tomorrow? Wen Liangyuan smiled, a bit eager to see how Lu Zheng would handle the child. Of course, but can I take her to the cabinet? Sometimes I need to be there in person to handle matters. Lu Zheng asked for Wen Liangyuan's consent, as she was the mother of his child. Of course, as long as the child is happy and healthy, that's all that matters. I know you'll take care of the rest, Wen Liangyuan said. Her grievances towards him had always stemmed from his lack of affection. In other respects, she had never denied him. She knew he was a determined and strong person. Whatever he set out to do, he would surely succeed, and becoming a good father was certainly not difficult for Lu Zheng. That's great. Lu Zheng sighed in relief. Wen Liangyuan looked at him with tenderness in her eyes. You seem like a child at this moment. Ever since I regained my memory, I felt less confident in front of you, even less than a child. Lu Zheng chose to express his thoughts honestly, as the feedback he received after sharing them had truly shocked him. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit shy, her face turning slightly red. I don't think you lack confidence. You were quite fierce when talking about me. It made me want to hit you. Do you still want to hit me now? Lu Zheng thought about letting her hit him once, but then remembered his physical condition and smiled sadly. Wait until I feel better before you hit me. Hitting me now would only cause you trouble. His words puzzled Wen Liangyuan, and she paused her chopsticks, looking at him seriously. Is there something wrong with your body? I hope you tell me the truth. Don't make me worry. It's nothing serious, just a long recovery process. Lu Zheng downplayed the immense pain he was experiencing during recovery with a casual remark. Wen Liangyuan clearly didn't believe him, but she didn't intend to press him for details. By the way, there's something else I need to discuss with you. Lu Zheng recalled his recent plans and decided to share them with Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan looked at him in confusion, noticing he was unusually talkative today. Go ahead, I'm listening, but I might not have any useful advice. It's fine. This is something I've been working on recently, and you're an important person to me, so I hope you know. Lu Zheng's gaze was steady as he looked at Wen Liangyuan, giving her a strong feeling. She understood that the two of them had truly merged into one. What do you plan to do? Wen Liangyuan asked proactively, noticing the fleeting light in Lu Zheng's eyes and the faint smile within them. I plan to run for the position of Minister of Internal Affairs. Once I bring down the Grand Minister Diaz, I will also run for the Grand Minister position. I know this sounds a bit unbelievable, even arrogant, but it's part of my plan, Lu Zheng said, his gaze steady, his voice deep and pleasant, slowly revealing these astonishing plans that others might find absurd. Wen Liangyuan wasn't particularly knowledgeable, but she understood respect and comprehension. I know that as long as you say it. You will definitely succeed. Don't you find it unbelievable? Lu Zheng smiled gently, asking Wen Liangyuan. Rather than unbelievable, I want to ask why you're doing this. Aren't you already tired? Wen Liangyuan felt sorry for Lu Zheng, but her reserved nature made it hard for her to express it directly, so she chose this indirect way. Lu Zheng could sense her concern and worry. Over the years, the situation for people from the Eastern Galaxy in the Empire had become increasingly difficult, and the number of people in important positions was scarce. I might have a bit of ambition and courage, so I want to do something for myself and for others from the Eastern Galaxy. People from the Eastern Galaxy had always had a tough time in the Empire. For instance, the gatekeepers of the fringe planets were mostly from the Eastern Galaxy. Furthermore, Many people living on those fringe planets were also from the Eastern Galaxy. They had previously lived on planets ranked in the top 20, but were driven out by those from the Northern Galaxy. And that's not all. Even the government was mostly controlled by people from the Northern Galaxy. In the three most authoritative places in the Empire, the Minister of Internal Affairs was from the Northern Galaxy. The Grand Minister of the Military was Deus. The President of the Academy of Sciences was also from the Northern Galaxy, and even the head of the military hospital was from the Northern Galaxy. Among important positions, only the Minister of Finance was from the Eastern Galaxy. At this moment, Wen Liangyuan suddenly understood a bit of why Lu Zheng did what he did. So your father. I am the pawn he has carefully cultivated. Although we have fallen out, the path I am on is indeed what he expected. To me, he is a cold-hearted and ruthless father. But to the people of the Eastern Galaxy, he is like a savior, Lu Zheng said, his eyes filled with sarcasm. How fragmented a person must be to achieve this. No matter what he has done for others, to you, he is a villain. You don't need a reason to hate him. Wen Liangyuan exhaled softly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Grand Minister Deus and President Yi Qingxiu. Can you tell me what they plan to do? For these two, Wen Liangyuan had no feelings, but she still wanted to know something, as she couldn't ignore her inner thoughts. I promise you, I won't kill them, Lu Zheng said. Then he took Wen Liangyuan's hand, holding it in his palm. They're doing what my father once did to me, trying to create more powerful and obedient alphas and etas in my father's way, to use them as their pawns and consolidate their rule. As Lu Zheng spoke, he suddenly felt very troubled and obscure. He looked up and slowly exhaled. I have to admit, in this regard, they really don't have my father's talent. After saying this, Lu Zheng lowered his head, his eyes slightly reddening. I actually hate him quite a bit, you know? He is a ruthless and cold-hearted person, and in this aspect, I really can't compare to him. In the end, a smile appeared on his face, a crazy yet fragile smile. When Liangyuan gripped his hand back, let it go. No matter what he has done, he's a villain to you. Don't force yourself to forgive him. If you forgive him, what will happen to you? What about your mother? She was afraid that Lu Zheng would get stuck in a dead end and ultimately harm himself. So she had to say these words. How could such a smart person like Lu Zheng not understand her meaning? He smiled. Take it slow. It's definitely not something that can be accomplished in a short time, but you have to believe me, okay? I have always only believed in you. When Liangyuan's eyes turned slightly red, involuntarily recalling those painful memories. I'm sorry, Lu Zheng said. When Liangyuan smiled through her tears, why are you apologizing to me? We're doing fine now. Let us eat. I'm so hungry. Okay, Lu Zheng replied. After they finished eating, they cuddled together to watch a movie while teasing the child. It was then that Lu Zheng remembered they hadn't taken the child to test her mental strength yet. When will we take the child to test her mental strength? Lu Zheng asked Wen Liangyuan. When Liangyuan glanced at the child in her arms, hesitant. I'm afraid she might have a very low level like mine. Your level is low? You're already at level 5? Lu Zheng said helplessly yet affectionately. When Liangyuan's face turned slightly red. How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. I'm much higher than you. How can I not notice? Lu Zheng smiled, a bit smug and proud. When Liangyuan pursed her lips and smiled, all right. Forget it. Let's take her when I'm better. I don't want others to see her father as a person leaning on a cane, giving them a chance to mock her. Lu Zheng had many concerns in his heart and chose to express a little. I want to advise you on this matter. You have your own pride. And I'm also afraid to face this situation, so I'll go with your decision. When Liangyuan knew that Lu Zheng might be worried about the level of the child's mental power being leaked and what his father or that chief minister would do. Although the child is Deus's grandson, Deus is not just the child's grandfather, but also a cold-hearted politician. Many times, a politician's identity occupies most of his life. So when Liangyuan didn't dare to take any risks, the two reached a consensus on this matter. After watching the movie, Lu Zheng planned to go back to his own home, but when Liangyuan stopped him, suggesting they sleep with the child together, if he didn't mind. Glancing at his own leg, Lu Zheng hated it, but agreed. It was truly just sleeping. The child lay between them, and they fell asleep like that without any distance. The happiest person, of course, was the child. The next morning, without needing to take care of the child, when Liangyuan got up an entire hour late. While Lu Zheng was unaffected, he usually woke up early, so it wasn't a difficulty for him. Thus, he got up an hour earlier than when Liangyuan and With Eva's reminder, hurriedly yet gently prepared milk powder for the child, changed diapers, and cleaned the baby's bottom. After finishing all this, he hadn't even washed up himself, and an hour had already passed. Lu Zheng glanced at the door of the room and finally understood why Wen Liangyuan was so tired every day. So he decided to take good care of the child to lighten her burden. After that, he made breakfast. Although he wouldn't cook, he could use a robot. So Eva boiled 2 eggs and steamed buns. When Liangyuan got up, Lu Zheng had just finished washing up, not using a cane, and came out of the bathroom nonchalantly despite the pain in his leg. When Liangyuan picked up the cane from the side and handed it to Lu Zheng, asking, "Are you sure you want to force yourself?" With a slightly flushed face, Lu Zheng still reached out to take the cane she offered, saying, "Thank you, madam." Just those 4 words made Wen Liangyuan blush the entire morning, even daring not to look Lu Zheng in the eye. Until they left, the redness on her face hadn't faded. Holding back her shyness, Wen Liangyuan glanced at Lu Zheng and stubbornly said, "I'm not your madam right now. I'm your child's mother. That's all our relationship is. So when will you become my madam?" Lu Zheng pressed on. "Let's see how you perform." When Liangyuan responded, unable to hold back anymore. Her shyness broke through, and she turned to flee, calling out from the air, "Take good care of the child. Don't let her cry." "Okay, got it," Lu Zheng replied loudly. Thus, Commander Lu Zheng stayed at home to take care of the child and didn't go anywhere. All the cabinet work was handled remotely. Even during video conferences, they saw Lu Zheng holding his chubby, soft daughter, and everyone widened their eyes. Lin Xiao's reaction was the most exaggerated, exclaiming, "Oh my God, is she this cute? Those big dark eyes are as big as grapes, and her little arms are like lotus roots. Isn't she a bit too chubby?" Lin Xiao's earlier comments were quite normal, but when he added that she might be too chubby, it angered Commander Lu Zheng. "Where is she fat? Not fat at all. It's called baby fat, you know?" Lu Zheng's face darkened, with every cell in his body expressing his dissatisfaction with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao awkwardly laughed. "Old people say that such children will be very lucky when they grow up. Haha." This comment was quite nice, and Lu Zheng's expression relaxed slightly as he agreed. Of course, she will become the most precious daughter of the empire, more precious than a princess. This statement made everyone exchange glances, and they were a bit hesitant to speak. Although the royal family is a symbol of good fortune for the empire, it's still quite precious, and ordinary people really wouldn't dare to say such words. But Lu Zheng could, and while everyone dared not echo his words, they certainly had no thoughts of opposing him. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I need to continue taking care of the child." Lu Zheng found chatting with them rather boring and preferred to watch his daughter. A few people could sense his disdain and quickly hung up the video call. Lin Xiao was the last one, asking, "Sir, can I come to your house to see Liangyuan and the child?" "Why do you want to see my madam and child?" Lu Zheng retorted. Lin Xiao dared not speak further. Lu Zheng coldly smiled. "Remember to go to the Wen family's private restaurant after work and bring Liangyuan back." Just as he was about to hang up, Lu Zheng remembered something and reminded Lin Xiao, "Also, don't call her Liangyuan in the future. If you call her Liangyuan, what should I be called?" Lin Xiao. "Okay, sir." After Lin Xiao hung up the video call, he began looking forward to the end of the workday. After work, he went to the Wen family's private restaurant, and the first thing he said to Wen Liangyuan was, "Miss Wen, the sir asked me to pick you up after work." This statement was quite peculiar, and since Wen Liangyuan was drinking water at the time, she choked and coughed repeatedly, her eyes turning red, looking a bit pitiful. "What stimulated you to call me Miss Wen? That's really strange." Wen Liangyuan wiped the water from the corner of her mouth. Looking puzzled, "Your man said he wouldn't allow me to call you Liangyuan and asked me to change my title. He said if I called you Liangyuan, what would I call him?" Lin Xiao chose to report this without hesitation, sounding quite justified. When Liangyuan paused, awkwardly smiled, and said, "Let us just return to normal. Otherwise, I'll feel very embarrassed." Chapter 119, his unease. Lin Xiao felt a surge of pride on his face. If the commander was unhappy later, he would say it was your idea. When Liangyuan smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat? I could prepare something here to take back. Sweet and sour ribs. Spicy chicken." Lin Xiao kept going, rattling off a long list of dishes, leaving Wen Liangyuan quite helpless. "Are you sure?" Obviously, it was a lie. Lin Xiao touched his nose and said a bit sheepishly, "I'll keep it low-key. Otherwise, What if your man takes my life? The phrase your man made Wen Liangyuan feel a bit shy no matter how many times she heard it. Don't say that. I'm not talking nonsense. Lin Xiao followed Wen Liangyuan into the kitchen, bumping into Wen Liangshu and politely greeting her. Hello, Miss Wen. Hello, Mr. Lin. What do you want to eat? You took good care of my sister before, so I think I need to take good care of you. Wen Liangshu said as she handed Lin Xiao the menu. Lin Xiao awkwardly laughed and looked at Wen Liangyuan in the fridge. I've already talked to Liangyuan about it. Oh, then what do you want to eat? Wen Liangshu asked him. Seeing Lin Xiao at a loss, when Liangyuan came to his rescue, he wants sweet and sour ribs and spicy chicken. I'll make the spicy chicken, and you can make the sweet and sour ribs. Okay, no problem. When Liangshu genuinely wanted to thank Lin Xiao, so she made a huge plate of food. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Thank you, Miss Wen, you really are generous. It's no big deal. When Liangshu smiled, and when Liangyuan slightly curled her lips, packing the spicy chicken she made. Sister, do you want to go with us to the academic garden? Can I? When Liangshu was very eager to go, especially after hearing when Liangyuan mentioned Lu Zheng. Of course you can. When Liangyuan nodded. When Liangshu took off her apron, wait for me a moment, I'll change my clothes. Otherwise, I look too ugly and will affect you. Affect me how? No need to trouble yourself. When Liangyuan really didn't understand. When Liangshu shouted while going into the room, I look too ugly. I'm afraid he will look down on me, and it will reflect on you. Turning to look at Lin Xiao, when Liangyuan was a bit confused. Is that so? Sort of. Lin Xiao replied uncertainly, looking a bit like a big fool. When Liangyuan could only nod, all right. However, they ended up waiting for a whole hour, and both Wen Liangyuan and Lin Xiao were anxious. While Wen Liangshu took her time showering, changing clothes, and doing her makeup and hair. Now she's still doing her eyebrows. It was already dark, and when Liangyuan looked at the cold food, wanting to cry without tears, while Lin Xiao, with admiration on his face, said, she really is a time killer. Yes. When Liangyuan was filled with anxiety, she feared Lu Zheng would be impatient and angry. She knew he was very punctual, but they couldn't just leave Wen Liangshu behind. They had to wait it out. When they finally set off, it was another 20 minutes later, and when Liangshu finally appeared before them, wearing a white formal dress with her hair styled and adorned with pearls, looking very beautiful. Not only that, she wore a pair of very exquisite high heels. When she came out of the room, both Lin Xiao and Wen Liangyuan were stunned. She looked really good, right? Wen Liangyuan smiled and said to Lin Xiao beside her. Lin Xiao nodded. Bright and beautiful is probably the best way to describe her. When Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh. You're really good at compliments. What are you laughing at, sister? When Liangshu said, glancing down at herself. Am I too extravagant? Clearly, not too extravagant, just the right level for a formal event. When Liangyuan smiled with her eyes curved, and when Liangshu felt a bit shy. What do you think about me and Commander Lu finalizing your engagement? This unexpected remark shocked Wen Liangyuan, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No. There's absolutely no need. We're still in the stage of getting to know each other, not at the engagement level yet. Is that so? When Liangshu said, in confusion. When Liangyuan nodded, and when Liangshu looked at herself again, then I should change into something else. This is too fancy. When Liangyuan and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, almost wanting to cry. And then Lin Xiao quickly said, Miss Wen, I think it's completely unnecessary. This dress suits you very well. Not fully believing Lin Xiao. When Liangshu turned to Wen Liangyuan, sister, is that true? Yes, it looks great and very suitable. When Liangyuan had to say, it's seriously since the dress color was not extravagant and was very appropriate for a slightly formal occasion. That's good. When Liangshu felt relieved. Seeing this, when Liangyuan and Lin Xiao both sighed in relief, and the three finally set off. At this moment, when Liangyuan had no idea that Lu Zheng at home was extremely anxious and worried, but he felt he had no right to urge her to come home, so he could only wait impatiently. He even couldn't help but get distracted while taking care of the child. It wasn't until the aircraft landed on the rooftop and when Liangyuan entered the house that Lu Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he hid it well. So when Liangyuan and the others didn't notice. Moreover, due to what he had done earlier, when he saw Wen Liangshu dressed up coming here, he sent a message to Abra, inviting him over for dinner. After sending the message, He handed the child over to Lin Xiao and took Wen Liangyuan's hand, leading her to the room to talk. Earlier, I was against them seeing each other, right? A few days ago, Aber came to visit me and said he couldn't forget your sister. So today, I invited him over for dinner. Lu Zheng's words seemed to carry a hint of trying to please Wen Liangyuan, and it was quite obvious. Wen Liangyuan sensed it and didn't know how to respond for a while. After a long moment, she realized that Lu Zheng was acting this way because he lacked a sense of security. However, the phrase sense of security couldn't just be spoken into existence. She looked at Lu Zheng, hiding her inner feelings, and gently said, "If you handle this well and they get married, we can officially start dating, okay?" "Okay," Lu Zheng replied, and when Liangyuan stepped forward to hug him, "Did you wait a long time at home today?" "It was my sister. She took a long time to get dressed. Next time, I'll let you know in advance so you won't have to wait." "Okay." Lu Zheng couldn't deny it. The anxiety and irritation in his heart faded little by little. "Let's go out. We can't leave the guests alone, can we?" When Liangyuan gently let go of Lu Zheng and pulled him out. In the living room, when Liangshu sat a bit awkwardly, playing with the child alongside Lin Xiao. When she saw them come out of the room, she suppressed her nervousness and tried to calm her expression, making an effort to appear normal. Chapter 120 Forgiveness. Lu Zheng took the initiative to greet Wen Liangshu, which only made the already nervous Wen Liangshu even more anxious. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. "Hello, I'm Wen Liangyuan's sister, Commander Lu Zheng. It's nice to meet you." In the end, she managed to regain some composure, feeling a bit more calm. Compared to the girls who would scream upon seeing Lu Zheng, Wen Liangshu was quite stable. Wen Liangyuan looked at Lin Xiao and Wen Liangshu and said with a smile, "I have something to tell you. Later, Zheng's friend, Abraham, will come here to have dinner with us." Lin Xiao responded with an "oh," happily playing with the child, completely unconcerned about this matter. The one who was tense and uncomfortable was none other than Wen Liangshu, who had lost the feigned calmness she had when facing Lu Zheng. After Lu Zheng and Wen Liangyuan went to the kitchen, she anxiously paced back and forth in the living room. Lin Xiao, who had been relatively calm, was drawn to her. "Miss Wen, what's wrong?" Wen Liangshu looked at Lin Xiao with fear in her eyes. "I seem to be very nervous. I don't know what to do. Can I run away?" She looked pitifully at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao appeared a bit confused. "So what's wrong? What happened? Why do you want to run away?" "Let me tell you, if something really happens here, then where the commander is the safest place in the entire empire." Wen Liangshu was almost in tears, as this was all caused by Commander Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao said, "Oh," again, looking calm. "Oh, what is it? Didn't he just say? Abraham will come to have dinner with us." Wen Liangshu was incredibly anxious, or else she wouldn't have said these things to Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Lin Xiao calmly replied, "Oh, is that so? What's the big deal? Mr. Abraham is a very easygoing person with a good temper." Wen Liangshu. Finally, she understood what it meant to talk past each other. Rolling her eyes, she sat down next to Lin Xiao and the child, feeling quite speechless. "I have a bit of a crush on him, so I'm really shy. Do you understand?" She glanced at the kitchen and whispered, "This matter, keep it down, okay?" "Got it. So you're shy? Nervous? Embarrassed?" Lin Xiao analyzed Wen Liangshu's feelings, her eyes showing a bit of excitement. Wen Liangshu, feeling speechless but also distressed, nodded and said dejectedly, "I really like him, but right now I just want to run away. I'm so nervous, you know? I don't understand. Didn't you wear a really nice dress today? If so, why are you nervous? You're beautiful enough to match him, aren't you?" Lin Xiao said, not quite understanding, but spoke her mind, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling several times. When Liangshu finally calmed down a bit, she smiled helplessly. "Thank you all for your patience today. You've worked hard." Lin Xiao smiled back. "It's nothing, it's normal. Aren't we friends?" Because of Lin Xiao, Wen Liangshu felt a little less nervous and a bit happier. "Is it really okay for me to be like this?" She was actually very worried that her imperfections would make Abraham dislike her. Lin Xiao shook her head. "No way. You're beautiful, bright, and graceful. Abraham will like you." The child didn't understand what they were talking about, so he could only make sounds. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. This little kid likes to listen to gossip, even at such a young age. Wen Liangshu, not understanding his nonsense, got up and went to the balcony, trying to catch a glimpse of Abraham's arrival. However, she was unsuccessful, as Abraham came directly down from the rooftop elevator. When the doorbell rang, everyone else was fine, looking perfectly normal, except for Wen Liangyuan, whose body instantly tensed up. Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile. "Eva, go answer the door." Eva bounced over to open the door, while Wen Liangyuan stood stiffly on the balcony, unsure of what to do. Lin Xiu carried the child over. "Don't worry. It's just one person. It's not a ghost. So what's there to be afraid of? I'd rather he be a ghost. I'm not afraid of ghosts." Wen Liangyuan said nervously in a very quiet voice, which Lin Xiu didn't hear. At the door, Abraham came in, already changed in his slippers. And beside him was his sister. Wen Liangyuan and Lu Zheng came out of the kitchen to greet them, with Wen Liangyuan smiling. "We'll leave you to it. You all find a place to sit down. We'll continue cooking." "No problem. You don't need to worry about us. We're all friends, not outsiders." Abraham said this with a distracted tone, his eyes scanning the room, finally locking onto Wen Liangyuan, who was wearing a white dress on the balcony. Lin Xiu carried the child over to greet Abraham. "Hello, sir." Abraham initially wanted to head straight to the balcony, but he also wanted to hold Lu Zheng's child. After all, that rascal Lu Zheng had bragged about it many times. "Let me hold the child." Abraham reached out his hands, and Lin Xiu placed the child into his arms. The child, not shy at all, immediately tugged at Abraham's hair, giggling happily. Lin Xiu laughed. "It's a good thing I have blonde hair. It's not easy for the child to pull." Abraham realized he was being teased about his blonde hair and felt a bit speechless. "Mr. Lin Xiu, you are becoming more lively and adorable." Being called lively and adorable by a grown man made Lin Xiu's face turn green. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Ginny. "Brother, I also want to see the child," Ginny said with bright eyes. Though she had a spoiled personality, she wasn't that bad. After the incident with Lu Qing, she no longer interacted with them. Abraham liked children very much, but he couldn't hold back anymore and placed the child in Ginny's hands, then walked towards the balcony. Previously, Lu Zheng had tried his best to prevent him from interacting with Wen Liangyuan. After listening to Lu Zheng's analysis, combined with some misunderstandings, he had given up on the idea. But he had always been thinking about Wen Liangyuan, and now that he finally had an opportunity, he didn't want to miss it. Arriving at the balcony, Abraham took a deep breath and nervously said, "I want to clarify the misunderstanding from last time." Wen Liangyuan heard the footsteps and knew Abraham was coming. She was too nervous and scared to turn around, and when she heard what he said, her blood seemed to freeze. "Go ahead," Wen Liangyuan said, managing to sound relatively calm. Abraham nodded, looking at Wen Liangyuan's back and murmuring, "The girl from last time is the one my sister wanted to introduce to me. I already told her that we have no contact. I only found out today that my sister said a lot of inappropriate things to you. I apologize on her behalf. I'm sorry, but she has corrected herself and is very supportive of us being together. I hope you can forgive her." Abraham cared deeply for his sister, and their bond was strong. Chapter 121. Blow-drying my hair after his sister realized her mistake, he hoped that Wen Liangyuan would forgive her once they were together. Wen Liangyuan never thought much of his sister and genuinely liked him, so she naturally didn't care about that. Besides these, did Mr. Abella have anything else to say to me? She liked clear questions and clear answers, and she never liked vague answers, believing that her IQ wasn't high enough to understand them. Abella looked into Wen Liangyuan's bright eyes, suppressing his shyness, his eyes filled with smiles. "I want to pursue you. I want you to be with me. I think we're very compatible, right?" To be honest, Wen Liangyuan had fantasized about this scene more than once, and now that it was actually happening, it felt surreal, as if she were in a dream. She hesitated to respond, which made Abella a bit flustered and nervous. "What do you mean, Miss Wen?" Wen Liangyuan smiled and said, "Mr. Abella is a very good person. Being with you will make me very happy. And I like happy days, so I also like being with you." This was a very proactive confession. Abella's face was all smiles, and he even disregarded everyone present, lifting Wen Liangyuan and spinning her around on the balcony. "I really feel lucky to be with you. Heaven still favors me." Abella was as happy as a child. Wen Liangyuan felt shy and couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. Watching their happiness, Lu Zheng in the kitchen felt a surge of envy. Wen Liangyuan beside her said, "It seems they really have a connection. At least they haven't looked for anyone else or been with anyone else in between." Lu Zheng glanced at her, suppressing his guilt, and said, I think we also have a connection. After saying this, he turned his head, not daring to look at Wen Liangyuan. Pretending not to know his little thoughts, Wen Liangyuan smiled and said, "There is indeed a connection. You saved my life the first time we met." Lu Zheng was silent for a while, because he didn't know what to say. Wen Liangyuan's expression remained unchanged as she turned to look at Lu Zheng seriously. "I really appreciate you. If it weren't for you, I might have always been a beta and never become an Ada." Lu Zheng, who was aware of this saying, couldn't help but reach out to touch Wen Liangyuan's head. "What do you want to eat?" The gradual upgrade of mental power is generally related to parents. And Wen Liangyuan was indeed unfortunate in this regard. Wen Liangyuan felt Lu Zheng's concern and comfort, which made her a bit happy yet also amused. "Are you sure your hands are clean? You're just touching my hair." Seeing the white flower on his hands, Lu Zheng felt like crying but glanced at the white flower on Wen Liangyuan's head again, feeling awkward. "I'm telling you, if you don't wash my hair for me later, I won't let you off," Wen Liangyuan said angrily. Lu Zheng hurriedly agreed. "Okay, I'll even dry it for you. Is that good? That's more like it," Wen Liangyuan said with a slight smile. When it was time to eat, everyone was surprised to see the flower on Wen Liangyuan's head. Lin Xiu exaggeratedly said, "Are you trying to wrap your head in flour and then throw it into a frying pan for us to eat?" As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes widened, and the timid Jean and I turned pale with fear. Lu Zheng glanced at Lin Xiu and said after dinner, "I think you still need to work overtime." Lin Xiu. After that, Lin Xiu didn't dare to say another word, obediently eating his meal. After finishing, he greeted them and prepared to leave. When Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, comforting Lin Xiu, "Don't be in such a hurry. I won't make you go back to work." "No, I have other matters. I'll leave first," Lin Xiu said and ran off, faster than a rabbit, as if Lu Zheng were chasing him in a mecha. When Liangyuan turned to Lu Zheng and said, "Lin Xiu is just that kind of person. Are you still angry with him? Hurry up and eat. Don't talk about him anymore." Thinking of how Lin Xiu kept calling Wen Liangyuan without changing it, Lu Zheng felt angry. Hearing him say that made him even angrier. After Lin Xiu ran out, he drove the hover car away, still blushing with an embarrassed smile, but no one knew that. After dinner, Jean and I clearly got a hint from her brother and found an excuse to leave. Abella and Wen Liangxiu shyly said something to them, clearly going out on a date, and they didn't stop them. After sending them off, the two of them cleaned up the kitchen and dining area. Wen Liangyuan planned to take a shower and wash her hair. As she entered the bathroom, Wen Liangyuan remembered Lu Zheng's promise to help her wash her hair. Just as she was about to call him, she noticed Lu Zheng sitting on the living room sofa, pale, rubbing his injured leg. Wen Liangyuan quickly slipped into the bathroom, leaning against the wall as her breathing became rapid. She didn't know what to do about his injury. She had asked him before, and he had told her, but asking again would probably yield the same answer. Taking a deep breath, Wen Liangyuan suppressed her discomfort and decided to video call Dr. Lu later to clarify things. As she couldn't shake this feeling from her heart. Having thought this through, Wen Liangyuan planned to take a shower but was distracted by the sound of footsteps approaching. "Knock, knock, knock. Aren't you going to let me help you wash your hair?" It was Lu Zheng's teasing voice, and Wen Liangyuan felt a bit helpless. More so shy and nervous. "No, it's fine. I can do it myself. Just help me dry it after I wash it." "Okay, then I'll wait for you in the living room." Lu Zheng returned to the living room. Hearing his footsteps leave, Wen Liangyuan let out a sigh of relief and started washing her hair. When she came out after a shower, she realized Lu Zheng had also finished showering. Not only that, but he had also dried his hair and was sitting on the sofa fiddling with a small robot. "You're so fast." Wen Liangyuan was a bit surprised as she walked over and sat beside Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng patted his lap. "Lie down on my lap. I'll dry your hair." The distance felt a bit too close, and it was an intimacy they had never shared before, even more so than lying in bed, making Wen Liangyuan feel embarrassed and shy. "Can I just sit and have you dry my hair?" When Liangyuan's face turned crimson, she really felt like she had no shame. Lu Zheng readily agreed and didn't force her, knowing that they shouldn't be too close. "All right, then you sit down, and I'll stand behind you to dry your hair." When Liangyuan nodded, moving a stool to sit in front of Lu Zheng, watching a movie while obediently remaining still, like a cute little rabbit. Chapter 122. Proud, Lu Zheng chuckled lightly. "You really look like a child. So obedient." Wen Liangyuan glanced at the child in Eva's arms. Her eyes curved with a smile. Do you think our child will be this well-behaved? I actually hope she isn't too obedient. I hope she has a bit of temper. At least no one would dare bully her. Lu Zheng casually expressed his deepest thoughts. I just want her to be happy. I have no other demands. Wen Liangyuan said gently, her eyes filled with affection and love. She would definitely play the role of a good mother, protecting her child well and never letting her experience the things she had gone through. Seeing her sad expression, Lu Zheng could roughly guess what she was thinking. Don't worry, I'm here. No matter what it takes, I will protect both the child and you. You don't need to worry. There's no need to be anxious. This is a promise from a man to you. After Lu Zheng finished speaking, Wen Liangyuan replied with a soft and continued watching TV. In contrast to their warm environment, Abella and Wen Liangshu were in a Western restaurant, enjoying music and desserts, adding a touch of romance and beauty to the scene. However, this bit of romance was quickly disrupted. Wen Liangshu saw Xiao Fei having dinner with her cousin Lisha. You stay here. I'll go say hello. She hurriedly told Abella and stood up to walk over to them. What are you doing here? You didn't even tell us. Wen Liangyuan's straightforward voice startled both of them, particularly Lisha. Lisha smiled and asked, Do you want to join us? Wen Liangshu pointed at Abella. No, I'm just here to say hello. Don't make a fuss. It's just friends having a meal. You should go back and not neglect your friend. Xiao Fei said impatiently, clearly not fond of Wen Liangshu. Wen Liangshu felt a bit awkward and replied, Okay, I thought you two were a couple. I won't disturb you then, bye. After saying that, Wen Liangshu ran back, her face filled with excitement, clearly eager to gossip with Abella. Unbeknownst to her, after Xiao Fei's comment, Lisha's expression turned a bit sad, and she lost her appetite for the delicious dessert, placing her spoon down on the plate with a sense of despondency. Xiao Fei looked at Lisha, his expression somewhat serious. I'm sorry if my actions made you unhappy. Shaking her head, Lisha said sadly, You're the most difficult man I've ever tried to pursue. No matter what I do or say, it seems I can't attract your attention. After saying this, Lisha lowered her head, feeling increasingly frustrated by Xiao Fei's indifference, which had eroded her confidence. Xiao Fei didn't like her, so seeing her sad only felt like a hassle to him, along with a vague sense of irritation. If I made you unhappy, I apologize, but I'm sorry. There are some things I really can't do. Please forgive me. Xiao Fei felt helpless. He had made it clear from the start that he wasn't interested in her and had someone he liked, but it seemed Lisha didn't want to give up, which troubled him. Can I ask you a question? Lisha gathered her courage, believing her own qualities were good enough not to make Xiao Fei dislike her. Go ahead, Xiao Fei replied, thinking of Wen Liangyuan and feeling a bit sad. What kind of Yida do you like? What level? I'm level 6. I think my level is not too low, and I can match you. Lisha knew that by saying this, she had already lost her composure, but she couldn't control herself. He was so gentle, speaking softly with you and quickly understanding your inner thoughts. Yet he was also so hard to approach. It felt like he was filled with mystery, making you unconsciously drawn to him, wanting to know more about him, thus spending more time on him. But because of this, she found herself liking him without even realizing it, and by the time she did, it was too late to back out. As Lisha thought about this, a mocking smile appeared on her face. I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my composure. She stood up, preparing to leave. I'm going now. Let's meet again another day. Meanwhile, Wen Liangshu, who had been distracted watching them, saw both of them leave the restaurant one after the other. Unable to resist her curiosity, she sent a message to her sister. Xiao Fei is having dessert with cousin Lisha in the restaurant, and they seem quite close. But it looks like they parted on bad terms. Their expressions are a bit off. By the time when Liangyuan received the message, her hair had already dried. What's wrong? Who sent the message? Lu Xiao was quite secretive about Xiao Fei, so he paid close attention to their relationship, but couldn't say it outright and had a hint at it. Wen Liangyuan, unaware of Lu Zheng's thoughts, naturally conveyed the message from Wen Liangshu to him. It seems cousin really likes Xiao Fei, but Xiao Fei doesn't like her. What should we do? It's really troublesome. Wen Liangyuan's eyes were filled with worry. She hoped her friend could find happiness, especially someone as good as her cousin. Initially, when she learned that the two of them were going out, Wen Liangyuan was quite happy, but when things took a turn for the worse, she became unhappy. Lu Zheng let out a sigh of relief, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking Xiao Fei was indeed a bit unfortunate. Are you trying to match him with cousin Lisha? He couldn't believe it and asked again. Wen Liangyuan, unaware of his thoughts, answered honestly, it's not really matchmaking. I just gave him cousin Lisha's contact information so he could reach out to her. After considering it, Wen Liangyuan felt she might have done something wrong and looked at Lu Zheng, saying, did I do something wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong. You're thinking about your friend's lifelong happiness, which is a good intention, just like I'm considering Abella's lifelong matters, right? Lu Zheng attempted to shift the concept. He and Abella were like brothers, while Wen Liangyuan and Xiao Fei were very good friends, especially since Xiao Fei liked Wen Liangyuan and had delusions about her. The idea of being matched with another girl by someone you like is suffocating just to think about, and it must be extremely painful. Lu Zheng thought of this and felt a bit happy, even a sense of pride and a vague feeling of victory. He knew he was a very petty person in love. After all, even now, he couldn't forget the painful feeling of seeing them close together in the car. So, Xiao Fei should endure a bit of pain, right? Lu Zheng thought this and deeply agreed. Meanwhile, Wen Liangyuan almost got swayed by him, but then calmed down. I should indeed consider my friend's lifelong matters, but I shouldn't get too involved, right? Chapter 123. Sister quarrel. When Wen Liangyuan said this, she reflected inwardly, confirming that she hadn't participated much, but indeed had some expectations that shouldn't exist. Forget it. Starting today, I won't pay attention to them anymore. Wen Liangyuan said something and got up to find a hair tie to put her hair up. As for Lu Zheng, he suddenly thought of someone, William Darcy. Has William contacted you during this time? Lu Zheng couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this question, Wen Liangyuan's body instantly stiffened, and then she shook her head, saying no. After that unhappy day, we haven't seen each other again. I heard that if biological siblings grow up together from a young age, they will have a sense of mutual repulsion and won't develop any extra feelings for each other. But if they're separated at a young age and don't know their relationship, when they meet again, it is easy to develop feelings. Lu Zheng confirmed that he was petty, even selfish on this issue. Even if others had no ulterior motives, just having some feelings for Wen Liangyuan was unbearable for him. Just thinking about it made his heart uncomfortable, and his uncontrollable possessiveness grew wildly. He had been struggling to suppress it, always trying to control it. But even so, there were times he couldn't hold back, like at this moment, when he said this regretful remark after regaining his rationality. When Liangyuan returned to the sofa and sat down, looking down at her hands resting on her lap. I don't want to talk about these issues, nor do I want to ponder them. Let's just pretend it never happened. Okay. As she said the last sentence, when Liangyuan looked up into Lu Zheng's eyes, her own eyes filled with pleading. Lu Zheng felt extremely guilty. He could watch others suffer without any psychological burden, but he couldn't stand seeing Wen Liangyuan so sad. I'm sorry, I think I overstepped, Lu Zheng said, reaching out to pull Wen Liangyuan close to his shoulder. Wen Liangyuan closed her eyes, feeling his body warmth, wishing he wouldn't say anything next time. She could say very ruthless things to all her relatives because they had never cared about her, but she couldn't say such things to William. It caused her pain and discomfort. She could even feel that William was extremely pained and sad. But there was nothing she could do, nothing she could change. Perhaps the best she could do was to do nothing at all. That night, after lying down, when Liangyuan couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed, finally, she opened her light brain, intending to send a message to a friend. Before the message was sent, she saw another message from her younger brother, Wen Liangshan. Sis, can I come to Donghua, to find you? Can you give me 100,000 space train fare? My scores are pretty good, and I want to study at the Imperial Military Academy. I need your help. Seeing this message, Wen Liangyuan thought for a long time and then gave a positive response. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Message me before you come, and I'll pick you up at the space station. After sending the message, Wen Liangyuan exited the chat screen, clicked on Wen Liangshan's profile, and transferred him 200,000 silver coins. Wen Liangshan quickly received the transfer notification and happily continued to message Wen Liangyuan. I'll buy you anything you need. By the way, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. He clearly seemed hesitant, and Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. My little brother actually has a secret? Still hesitating about whether to tell me? So, do you think you should tell me? Wen Liangshan was a child with a good sense of values. At least much smarter than Wen Liangshu, and his relationship with Wen Liangyuan was pretty good. Now, seeing Wen Liangyuan's message, he couldn't help but blush and still told her, "My girlfriend is also coming to study at the Imperial Military Academy with me. Don't worry, I just need you to cover this space train fare. I don't need anything else. I plan to be self-sufficient." His firm confidence made Wen Liangyuan feel comforted. "Okay, just remember to message me before you come, and also remember to respect your girlfriend and don't do anything out of line. Got it? Even if you do anything out of line, please take precautions." Wen Liangyuan thought this was a normal message to send, but she didn't know that after her brother received it, he turned bright red. "Sis, I can't chat anymore. I'm going to find my girlfriend." The serious and earnest Wen Liangshu chose to flee in panic, unable to handle such an overt topic. Just imagining his fleeing expression made Wen Liangyuan unable to resist showing a bright smile. She suddenly felt like she wanted to see her brother. The next day, Wen Liangyuan arrived at the Wen family's private restaurant. The two sisters prepared dishes together, and Wen Liangyuan shared this matter with Wen Liangshu. Wen Liangshu was not very happy. Why did he come here to study? Can't he study on other planets? Why insist on coming here? It's really a bit annoying. Seeing Wen Liangshu's unhappy expression, Wen Liangyuan was a little confused. Isn't it a good idea for him to have this thought? Besides, his scores are enough for the Imperial Military Academy. This is a matter of honor for the family. Why are you like this? Wen Liangyuan couldn't understand what her sister was thinking. With an irritated glance at Wen Liangyuan, Wen Liangshu angrily said, "Does it not cost money for him to come here? Where will the money come from? Will mom and dad get it to him? Do mom and dad have that much money? Can they afford it? Tuition is so expensive and accommodation fees are so high. Is it just talk?" After saying this, Wen Liangshu threw the lotus root in her hand into the basin, splashing water all over Wen Liangyuan's sleeve. Wen Liangyuan looked at her sister in disbelief. She thought she had changed, but unexpectedly found her still the same. She couldn't help but get angry. "Then why don't you think about yourself? Don't you spend a lot of money? Why is it okay for you to spend, but not for your brother? Don't you think that's unfair?" The more Wen Liangyuan spoke, the angrier she got. This person had previously dated and didn't know how much money she had cost the family, and the family hadn't blamed her. Yet now she was blaming her brother for the cost of education. It really left her speechless. "You, Wen Liangyuan, you have indeed become powerful now. You can speak to me like this, and you still consider me your sister?" Wen Liangshu was furious. She had only recently managed to earn over 900,000 silver coins a month, planning to save up a nice dowry for herself to marry Abraham in the future. At least not to be poor and avoid being criticized for climbing too high. But now that her brother Wen Liangshan was coming, her dowry plan was about to be disrupted. How could she afford to support him in studying? Donghua Star is so expensive. The costs are outrageous. Who can afford it? Wen Liangyuan didn't expect her to say this, and for a moment she was also angered. "What do you mean I've become powerful now? What do you mean I'm speaking to you like this? I've always spoken like this since we were young. You, Wen Liangyuan, I tell you, I won't give him a single coin for coming here. If you want him to come here, you give him the coins. It has nothing to do with me, understand?" Chapter 124. Seeing through her after Wen Liangshu finished speaking, he threw the knife he was using to peel lotus root into the basin and turned to return to his room. Watching her leave, Wen Liangyuan felt an unbearable anger. But prioritizing the bigger picture and the restaurant's business, she had to suppress her impatience and clean up the mess. While tidying up, Wen Liangyuan thought about whether she had done something recently to upset Wen Liangshu. It seemed that since they acknowledged each other as family, Wen Liangshu's attitude towards her had changed significantly, becoming more polite and courteous than before. Today's Wen Liangshu, however, resembled her former self. Could it be that she could no longer maintain her politeness and finally revealed her true colors? Thinking of this, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile. Her sister would always be like this. Taking a deep breath, Wen Liangyuan decided to give up all expectations of her. On that noon, Wen's private restaurant had only Wen Liangyuan as the chef, and she was extremely busy, especially since there were many more customers than usual. Fortunately, with the help of robots. Otherwise, Wen Liangyuan would surely have been overwhelmed. After finally finishing the lunch rush, Wen Liangyuan could finally take a proper break when Wen Liangshu appeared glamorously in the dining area, holding a bag and evidently preparing to go out. The restaurant staff looked at Wen Liangyuan, then at Wen Liangshu, sensing the tension between them, and excused themselves to attend to their own tasks, not daring to linger nearby. "Where are you going?" Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but ask Wen Liangshu, though she hadn't intended to. She could manage alone, but it was just tiring. "I can go wherever I want. No need to explain to you, right?" Wen Liangshu replied sarcastically, straightening her back and walking out. "Wen Liangshu, let me analyze what you're thinking, okay? I don't like our emotional conflicts affecting my mood, and then I have to go home and put on a long face in front of the person I love, making him comfort me. I don't like this." Wen Liangyuan, exhausted from a long day, felt even more drained by Wen Liangshu's words, and her anger boiled over. She intended to express everything clearly to Wen Liangshu. With a haughty nod, Wen Liangshu crossed her arms and sat down, looking at Wen Liangyuan, as if saying, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Wen Liangyuan looked at her calmly, her gaze so direct that it almost made Wen Liangshu feel exposed. She felt a bit uncomfortable, but held on. "Since we acknowledged each other as family, you have been very polite and courteous to me, which is fine. I think this change in you is good. But since you got together with Abel, you seem to have become proud again. Why? Can you tell me why? I don't understand why you would change like this. Also, our family supported you through school. And because of you, I didn't go to university, right? Now, my brother hasn't said he needs your money, and you exploded in anger. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to distance yourself from him, so he won't drag you down?" Wen Liangshu smiled coldly. "Why don't you understand? Isn't it obvious? When I was inferior to you, I treated you well, was polite to you. Now that I'm about the same as you, why should I continue to bow and scrape to you? Be polite to you? And do you dare admit that you've always considered me your sister? I know you look down on me. You don't have to argue with me." Wen Liangyuan suddenly felt a headache. "I know you're not that kind of person. You're vain and greedy, but you've been okay to us. So why say such hurtful things to me? At least if you got 100,000 silver coins, you would think of giving me some. At least when you're tired, you can manage the restaurant by yourself and let me rest. And today, after working alone all morning, I finally understand how hard it was for you when you were busy by yourself." Wen Liangshu turned her head to wipe her tears. "I didn't say those things to hurt you. This is my true feeling. I really don't want to take care of Wen Liangshan, you know? It's hard for me to be with Abel, and I don't want my happiness to be affected by Wen Liangshan. The moment you mention those things, I know you want to spend money on him, but Wen Liangyuan, I don't want to spend money on him. I want to think about myself. You know Abel's family is well off. If I don't prepare a little more dowry, his family will look down on me and stop us from getting engaged. Not to mention I've dated 2 people before and was cheated out of a lot of money. They will look down on me even more if they know about this. Do you understand? But Wen Liangshan, it doesn't matter where he studies. He doesn't have to come here. The costs on other planets are nearly 2/3 cheaper, you know." As Wen Liangshu spoke, she couldn't help but cry. If she had known she would meet such a good man as Abel, she would never have gotten involved with those 2, even though she and had deep exchanges with them. But the fact was she had been cheated out of money, draining her parents' savings. If people found out about this, how could they still respect her? To prevent this from happening, she had to save more dowry. Yet at this moment, when Liangyuan was saying her brother was coming here to study, the costs here were so high, especially at the Imperial Military Academy, where just a single mech could empty a household, not to mention other expenses. She earned 900,000 a month, and it would barely be enough. Seeing her cry like this, when Liangyuan couldn't help but step forward and embrace her. "You should tell me what's on your mind. How would I know you're in so much pain if you don't tell me?" Being spoken to like this made Wen Liangshu even sadder. "I know I'm selfish, I can't compare to you, and I'm deeply jealous of you. But I also know you're my sister. Can you please not force me to give? I can't do what you do." Wen Liangyuan suppressed her own discomfort and pain and nodded. "I know. When Liangshan told me he would earn money to study. With his grades, he should be able to get a scholarship, so don't worry. He won't ask you for money." Saying this made Wen Liangyuan feel sour and a bit wronged. She gently released Wen Liangshu and said lightly, "Go on your date. Leave this to me, it's no problem." She didn't want to see Wen Liangshu right now, even though she knew that Wen Liangshu's choice was beneficial for herself and that she wasn't harming anyone, just choosing not to help. But she had seen through Wen Liangshu and planned to no longer invest in her, treating her as an ordinary sister. Wen Liangshu also didn't want to stay here. After all, it was a bit awkward. She exchanged a few forced words with Wen Liangyuan before turning to leave. Taking a deep breath, Wen Liangyuan picked up her light brain and sent a message to Lin Xiao. Please tell me Lu Zheng's ID. Chapter 125 ID Exposure. While handling work, Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then thought that their relationship might be progressing and felt a surge of happiness. He eagerly sent Lu Zheng's ID to Wen Liangyuan. It seems like you guys have been doing well lately. After seeing this string of IDs, Wen Liangyuan replied briefly to Lin Xiao, then added Lu Zheng's ID. However, upon adding it, she discovered something strange. She already had Lu Zheng as a friend. When did I add him? How come I didn't know? Wen Liangyuan felt confused. Are you busy lately? Do you want to go out and have some fun? Since coming to the cabinet, I feel quite idle, and it's a bit uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Xiao's message, Wen Liangyuan set aside her confusion and replied, I've been quite busy, but I'll let you know when I have time, and we can go out together. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up upon reading this message, and he proactively suggested, in the countryside of Donghuaxing, there is a particularly large castle. The owner is very hospitable. He is my friend, and he has a large vineyard. Let us go visit him then. Smiling, Wen Liangyuan replied, Sure, just contact me when the time comes. I'll get back to my work now. Originally, Wen Liangyuan wanted to ask Lin Xiao when Lu Zheng added her, but she thought Lin Xiao might not know either, so she didn't ask. With lingering curiosity in her heart, Wen Liangyuan finished her busy afternoon at the restaurant and went home. Before going home, she stopped by the supermarket, bought a lot of things, and then carried them inside. The house was very clean. Everything was in order, looking warm and comfortable. The child was lying in the cradle, which was placed on the balcony of the living room, with the last rays of sunlight shining on the child, as if covered in a layer of golden light. Lu Zheng was sitting next to the child, reading a book, his profile looking very handsome. As Wen Liangyuan came in, the sound of her placing items in front of the refrigerator caught Lu Zheng's attention. Wen Liangyuan set down the book in her hand and, despite the pain in her legs, walked over step by step. Why did you buy so many things? It must be tiring to carry them back alone. Next time, remember to message me, and I'll come pick you up, Lu Zheng said, squatting down to help Wen Liangyuan organize the items from the bags, neatly placing them in the refrigerator. Wen Liangyuan was taken aback by his words and tentatively suggested, It seems we haven't exchanged contact information yet. Why don't we add each other? As she said this, she kept her gaze fixed on Lu Zheng's face, not missing any subtle expressions. Lu Zheng was momentarily stunned. Then his expression became subtly awkward, followed by a hint of guilt. Is that so? He looked down, and when Liangyuan smiled, Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but after all this time, we haven't added each other as contact information. By the end of her smile, it faded, and when Liangyuan's eyes showed a hint of loneliness. She didn't understand why Lu Zheng secretly added her, but didn't message her, ignoring her updates. Lu Zheng, do you really like me? When Liangyuan's voice trembled slightly. She was very aware that at this moment, her heart was extremely fragile, although she usually appeared strong. At this moment, any small thing could hurt her. Lu Zheng didn't know what she was thinking, but he firmly gave her an answer. Clearly, I like you. This statement was serious and earnest, without any flaws. When Liangyuan forced a smile, I like you too. I really like you, you know? At this point, when Liangyuan looked into Lu Zheng's eyes, something unfortunate happened to me today, and I felt a bit sad. I wanted to add your ID, so I asked Lin Xiao to send it to me. When I was adding you, I realized I already had you as a friend, and I even hid it. Why? I don't quite understand. Do you remember that time? When you moved to the Little Rabbit CAF. I wandered around the settlement for several days, but couldn't find you. Later, you came back and found me. The next day, when I woke up, I first transferred you some money and then, for some reason, added you as a friend. Afraid you would find out, I even clicked to hide friends. After saying this, Lu Zheng felt a wave of anxiety. Are you upset about this? When Liangyuan slowly exhaled, gently shaking her head, I'm not angry, just feel a bit strange. Hearing that she wasn't angry made Lu Zheng a bit happy, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. As long as you're not angry, that's good. I'm most afraid of you being angry. Are you still saying this to me? I usually don't get angry. When Liangyuan smiled, her eyes curving, warm and gentle. Lu Zheng reached out to touch her face, his tone gentle and indulgent as he asked, Didn't you just say something happened that made you a bit sad? What happened? Tell me about it. Lowering her head, she took his hand, forcing a smile. I kind of dislike my sister, but then I think, why should I dislike her? After all, she is nice to me at times. By the end of her smile, it completely vanished, filled with distress and frustration. Am I being too petty? After saying this, she didn't dare to look at Lu Zheng, afraid of seeing a look of disdain on his face. Lu Zheng stood up, pulled Wen Liangyuan to her feet, and gently hugged her, stroking her back again and again. You're not being petty. Just follow your heart. If you dislike her, then don't associate with her anymore. Lu Zheng's voice was soft, making Wen Liangyuan feel a sense of being protected. But we opened a restaurant together. How can I not associate with her? Wen Liangyuan was filled with worry. Lu Zheng chuckled lightly. How about I get you a dessert shop? You can manage it well and make money for me. After all, you can make desserts too. The shop manager has been complaining about not wanting to work anymore, so why not take over? What about the private restaurant? Wen Liangyuan felt a bit uncomfortable. That was her hard work, and it was hard to let go. Give it to your sister. In the future, let her give your share of the profits to your parents as a way to repay their kindness in raising you. From now on, don't have any financial ties with her. Once that is cut off, you two will gradually lose contact. You won't even need to formally sever ties. She won't affect you at all. Lu Zheng felt a bit heartbroken for his little wife, so he planned to protect her well, ensuring she was happy every day. After hearing his words, Wen Liangyuan felt a bit happier and smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. By the way, what is the name of that dessert shop? Have I eaten their pastries? I probably haven't tea, right? Since coming to Dong Waxing, I've only had desserts from the Little Rabbit CAF. After all, besides the Little Rabbit CAF, she couldn't afford desserts from other shops. Moreover, the entrance of the Little Rabbit CAF was also the place where they first met and fell in love at first sight, which made it even more meaningful. Chapter 124. Lu Zheng's little secret. Lu Zheng's expression and gaze were intriguing, and Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh. What does that expression mean? Why does it feel so strange? Holding her hand, Lu Zheng led her to the living room and sat down with a doting smile. What do you think of the desserts at Little Rabbit Cafe? How are the people there? I think it's great. I really like it. It's the most comfortable place I've ever been, she replied. Then how about I give you Little Rabbit Cafe? Lu Zheng casually suggested, picking up a book to read. Looking like a laid-back old man. Wen Liangyuan was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. What? You're going to give me Little Rabbit Cafe? Didn't you say you were out of money? Where would you get the money to buy it? Could it be that he was secretly hiding some personal savings? That seemed unlikely. Her suspicious gaze made Lu Zheng chuckle. What does that look mean? I really am out of money, but I don't need to buy Little Rabbit Cafe because it's originally mine. Wen Liangyuan's mouth dropped open, her eyes filled with shock. You. What? Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow. Wen Liangyuan smiled and sat beside him. When I took that poster photo, the 100,000 silver coins were also finalized by you. Did you see my photo? I did. Su Qingma sent me your photo, saying it was perfect for the Little Rabbit Cafe poster because it looked very warm. So I agreed and even gave you an extra 50,000 gold coins. It was originally 50,000, but I gave you 100,000. When he first saw the photo, it felt oddly familiar, but at the time, he didn't have the memories after losing control of his mental energy, so he didn't think much of it. He just thought Wen Liangyuan was quite photogenic and decided to give her an extra 50,000 gold coins. If he had known their relationship would develop like this, he would have given her 10-fold, 20-fold, countless times more. Wen Liangyuan fell silent for a moment before saying, Then what about the poster I took later? Why didn't you accept it? I was really in need of money at that time. That was the one she took with William, and she thought it looked great. As soon as Lu Zheng heard her mention that, his expression darkened instantly. He couldn't even imagine how he felt when he saw that photo. It was extremely disappointing. Taking a deep breath, he felt a bit angry even now. How could I agree to have you appear on a poster with another man? Hanging it at the entrance of Little Rabbit Cafe? Lu Zheng retorted coldly, which scared Wen Liangyuan. She touched her face and smiled, then remembered something else. Why didn't you like my posts when I shared them? You didn't even give me a like. You only posted photos with other men. Why would I like them? Am I trying to annoy myself? Lu Zheng's face darkened at the thought, resembling a stormy sky. Wen Liangyuan was startled and shrank her neck. Please don't be angry. I was just asking. Before she could finish, she suddenly realized something. At the time of the poster incident, He probably didn't like her. So why did he give her money? Thinking this, when Liangyuan asked, "You kept saying you didn't like me. So why didn't you agree to use the photo of me and William for the poster? Isn't that strange? And if you didn't like me, you should be happier to see me with someone else because you could easily get rid of me." The more she thought about it, the worse she felt, especially with those previous memories. Lu Zheng hesitated, looking a bit awkward, but under Wen Liangyuan's gaze, he still spoke up. "It's hard to explain. Even though I said I didn't like you, seeing you with another man made me feel a strong sense of jealousy and anger. So I couldn't stand it, having you on the same poster with another man, hanging at Little Rabbit Cafe." After saying that, Lu Zheng lowered his head, feeling guilty and thinking that he had been a bit too much back then. When Liangyuan snorted coldly, angrily saying, "Back then, you were so adamant about not liking me. It made me really upset." When it came to the past, Lu Zheng felt unsteady and guilty, quickly changing the topic to make Wen Liangyuan stop thinking about it. "Don't be sad about me and your sister. It's not worth it at all. By the way, what do you want to eat now? I'll make it for you." Lu Zheng was good at changing the subject, and Wen Liangyuan was indeed hungry. However, during their previous conversation, Wen Liangyuan's mind wasn't on food. Now that her attention was drawn back, she felt a strong sense of hunger in her stomach. "I'm hungry. I want noodles." She didn't know why, but every time she was hungry, she only craved noodles. Wen Liangyuan felt like she was the kind of person who couldn't enjoy life. "Then I'll cook you some noodles," Lu Zheng said, turning around to pull the small blanket tightly around the child, ensuring they were warm, and led Wen Liangyuan to the kitchen. While Lu Zheng was cooking the noodles, Wen Liangyuan asked about Little Rabbit Cafe again. "Isn't Mr. Su managing Little Rabbit Cafe well? What will happen when you give it to me? I don't want to manage it anymore. I transferred him back to the military. He is too busy with military affairs to find time for it. Since Little Rabbit Cafe was empty, I couldn't find someone else to manage it for a while. So I kept him doing both jobs. He complained to me about it a lot. But now that you're taking over, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief." As Lu Zheng spoke, he added a handful of greens to the pot along with the noodles. When Liangyuan nodded, then curiously asked, "Since you transferred him back to the military, won't it be a problem for you to go to the cabinet yourself?" "Don't worry, I have it all planned out. It won't be a problem. Just wait and see," Lu Zheng said confidently and proudly. He might not feel this confident about other matters, but he was exceptionally self-assured and proud about these things, radiating strength. "I still find it hard to accept that Little Rabbit Cafe is yours because it doesn't match your temperament at all." As when Liangyuan spoke, she looked at Lu Zheng with a doubtful gaze. Lu Zheng sighed. "Did you forget about our first meeting at Little Rabbit Cafe? It wasn't a coincidence. I just happened to go to the shop and ran into you. Is that so?" When Liangyuan asked, puzzled, Lu Zheng nodded. "So don't overthink it. Just wait to take over Little Rabbit Cafe, learn to make pastries well, and expand it by opening more branches to make money." He smiled slightly, then thought of her sister, and when Liangyuan's smile faded. "How do I tell Wen Liangshu? I'm afraid she'll be angry. Don't always consider the bigger picture while neglecting your own emotions. If you're afraid she'll be angry, does she care about you? If she doesn't care about you, why should you care about her?" Chapter 127 Happiness. She doesn't really not care about me. She just doesn't think of me as much. When Liangyuan felt sad even saying this. If her sister truly cared about her and kept her in mind, she wouldn't have said those things. Lu Zheng wiped his hands clean and touched her head. "Don't think about these things anymore. If you really don't want to talk to her, I can talk to her for you, okay?" As her future husband, it shouldn't be too much to help her a little, Lu Zheng thought, and surprisingly felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. When Liangyuan didn't think of this, she decided it was better to talk to her sister herself. "I'm afraid if you talk to her, she will look down on me even more and hurt me with her words. I don't want that. Then it's up to you. How about I take a shower and then come out to eat noodles?" Lu Zheng suggested with a smile. "That's fine. Just cook slowly," when Liangyuan replied. She had spent the entire day in the kitchen, and despite the robot helping a lot, she still had a strong odor. So, she went to take a shower while Lu Zheng cooked the noodles. When Liangyuan came out of the shower, Lu Zheng had just placed the noodles on the table. "Come eat. I'll help you dry your hair later," he said, pulling out a chair. He then went back to the room and brought out a shower cap, tying Wen Liangyuan's hair up in it. "Eat quickly. Aren't you eating?" When Liangyuan asked him. "Iva, eat then. Don't worry about me. Just tell Su Qingma that you should go check out the Little Rabbit CAF tomorrow. Lu Zheng was clearly an impatient person. Once he decided something, he wanted to do it immediately. When Liangyuan, sitting down to eat the noodles, was taken aback. Wasn't this too rushed? It's not too rushed. He's also quite busy. He'll definitely agree to give you the little rabbit CAF, Lu Zheng said as he took out his light brain to send a message to Su Qingma. When Liangyuan wanted to say something else, but saw Lu Zheng stop and didn't continue. Her personality made it a bit difficult for her to take the initiative, and Lu Zheng helping her would be better. If necessary, she could just explain to Wen Liangshu later about being scolded. It wouldn't be a big deal. With this thought, Wen Liangyuan felt she had prepared for the worst, so her mood relaxed. After finishing the noodles, the two of them lay on the balcony together, enjoying the breeze. When Liangyuan recalled what Lin Xiu had said and shared it with Lu Zheng. Lin Xiu said there are grapes in the manor, so I'm really excited and want to go see them. When Liangyuan had always been interested in wine, but hadn't come across suitable grapes. She planned to buy some after checking them out to make her own wine. If possible, she also wanted to buy a piece of land to grow grapes. Thinking of this, when Liangyuan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but share her thoughts with Lu Zheng beside her. I want to buy a piece of land and grow grapes, grow many things, or even raise chickens and rabbits, and then build a little wooden house where we can all live. In the afternoon, we could bask in the sun. Oh my, just thinking about it is so beautiful. As she thought about it, when Liangyuan suddenly realized that what she was saying was something she had dreamed of since childhood. The picture she described was indeed beautiful. Lu Zheng couldn't help but be drawn in. Do you want me to accompany you? We can go see the manor and stroll around the nearby village. If we come across anyone selling land, we could buy a couple of plots. How does that sound? Is that possible? When Liangyuan asked, a bit excited. Smiling, Lu Zheng said, "You're the head of the family now. If you think it's okay, then it's okay. All right, then we'll go in a few days." When Liangyuan thought of the little rabbit CAF and decided to wait until she took over the CAF before going. That won't take too many days. I believe you can handle it. Lu Zheng patted Wen Liangyuan's head again, giving her a sense of safety and protection, since she had agreed with Su Qingma. When Liangyuan didn't go to the one family restaurant the next day, but went to the Little Rabbit CAF instead. Of course, before going to the Little Rabbit CAF, she sent a message to Wen Liangshu, asking her to prepare as much as possible on her own. Wen Liangshu was a bit angry upon seeing her message. The restaurant is for both of us. Why aren't you coming? At that moment, when Liangyuan was in the Little Rabbit CAF, surrounded by several waitstaff, making it inconvenient for her to explain, she had to say, "I'm out dealing with something right now. I'll explain in detail when I return. Do as you please," Wen Liangshu said before hanging up the call. Hearing this, Wen Liangyuan's mood plummeted, even though she had planned not to care about him too much. Hearing those words still made her feel sad, and she couldn't help but want to mock herself. But with so many people around, she couldn't let her emotions affect others. So when Liangyuan forced a smile and adjusted her expression, "I think Mr. Su has already told you. He's too busy to manage it. So I'll be in charge of the Little Rabbit CAF for now. If you have any questions, you can ask me." When Liangyuan was quite familiar with these people, and she couldn't help but smile as she said this. Everyone else chuckled, especially the master pastry chef. "Little apprentice, your half-sugar cake business is doing so well that you're almost stealing the master's thunder. Now that you're managing the Little Rabbit CAF, you can continue making your half-sugar cakes and let the master take a break." The second master couldn't help but say. The master made very sweet pastries. The second master made very sweet bread, and when Liangyuan made half-sugar cakes and half-sugar bread, it was indeed quite unique. When Liangyuan looked at them happily, "I hope we can maintain the current situation of the Little Rabbit CAF together. You can have a little confidence. You'll do better than Mr. Su because he is a store manager who doesn't know how to make desserts." The master couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling extremely proud. The other waitstaff also couldn't help but smile. Yes, we think so too." When Liangyuan felt extremely happy, the previous gloom swept away. This was something Mr. Su must not know, otherwise he might trouble her. I don't think he will, because he's been so busy lately that he might lose his hair. The second master said this with a hint of schadenfreude, and this time when Liangyuan finally believed in Lu Zheng, Su Qingmo really was too busy to take charge. Thus, when Liangyuan happily took over the Little Rabbit CAF, and after ensuring everyone was doing their part, she went to the one family restaurant. The two shops were not far apart, so she arrived quickly. When she got there, the waitstaff all looked a bit unhappy. Wen Liangyuan curiously asked them, "What's wrong with you all?" Chapter 128. Angry, the youngest Annie couldn't bear the grievance. Tears fell down her face. "Miss Liangyuan, you go talk to Miss Wen. I don't want to do this anymore." Upon hearing this, Wen Liangyuan's expression changed, feeling a bit annoyed. "What's wrong? Why didn't you want to do it? Didn't you do well? I don't want to say anymore. You go tell Miss Wen." Annie wiped her tears, looking aggrieved. Wen Liangyuan had no choice but to go to the backyard to find Wen Liangshu. At this moment, Wen Liangshu was sitting in the yard, soaking up the sun, letting the robot handle the ingredients. When Wen Liangyuan arrived, she turned her face away, clearly not wanting to talk to her. "I have something to tell you." Wen Liangyuan ignored her and directly sat down across from her. Wen Liangshu snorted coldly, opened her eyes, and looked at Wen Liangyuan. "Just in time. I also have something to tell you. Then you go first." Wen Liangyuan's character made her say this. Wen Liangshu nodded, "All right." She stood up, crossed her arms, and looked down at Wen Liangyuan. "I haven't been happy interacting with you lately. I don't want to manage the one family private kitchen with you anymore. Sell it to me. I'll give you 10 million silver coins. If you think that's too low, I can add another million." Looking at Wen Liangshu, Wen Liangyuan felt it was a bit absurd. She originally wanted to give it to her, but she unexpectedly offered to buy it. Since that was the case, she was too lazy to say anything else. If she wanted to buy it, then let her buy it. So Wen Liangyuan showed no signs of inner struggle and nodded. "All right, 10 million is fine. I'll sell it to you. I'll transfer the money to you right away. As for the change of ownership of the restaurant, we can discuss it later." After saying this, Wen Liangshu directly transferred 10 million silver coins to Wen Liangyuan. Upon receiving the 10 million silver coins, Wen Liangyuan suddenly remembered Annie's situation. "I have one more thing to tell you about Annie. Why is she so wrong today? Did you say something to her? She's just a little staff member. Is it not allowed for me to scold her a bit when she makes a mistake?" Wen Liangshu looked coldly at Wen Liangyuan. "I just hate you acting so kind." Wen Liangyuan could no longer suppress her anger. "Wen Liangshu, I advise you to speak nicely to me and not make me angry. I tolerate you because I regard you as my sister. I care about you, but that doesn't mean I'm a soft persimmon that you can manipulate at will. Who do you think you are? And since you think Annie is not suitable as your employee, I will take her with me." After saying this, Wen Liangyuan prepared to turn and leave. "Do whatever you want. You can do whatever you like. After all, you're not my sister. We have no blood relation. So we can cut ties from today." Wen Liangshu's face changed dramatically with anger, speaking without thinking. Wen Liangyuan turned her head and looked at her coldly. This time, she truly let her go, never to think of her again, never to care. "My matters are of course up to me. Why would they be up to you? Were you?" Wen Liangyuan said coldly before turning to leave. When she cared about someone, she could tolerate their capriciousness and anger. But if she no longer cared for someone, then no matter what that person did, she would not care or regard them for even a second, because to her, it was an insult, it was disgusting. Taking Annie away from the one family private kitchen and returning to the Little Rabbit CAF, Wen Liangyuan's anger finally subsided a little. The staff at the Little Rabbit CAF earned 15,000 silver coins a month, with food and accommodation included. "What do you think?" Wen Liangyuan took a deep breath and arranged her expression. Annie nodded obediently, looking very docile. "I can do it, no problem. Thank you, Miss Liangyuan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." "How could you not know what to do? There are plenty of jobs waiting for you to find. So don't be afraid of anything, and especially don't let yourself be wronged out of fear. Understand?" Wen Liangyuan looked at the obedient and compliant Annie and suddenly thought of her former self. Oddly enough, the two did have some similarities. But if I don't endure the grievances, I won't have food to eat. Annie lowered her head and said pitifully. Wen Liangyuan fell silent, and after a while sighed helplessly. In any case, at the Little Rabbit CAF, you could be free and not worry about anything. The chefs and the older brothers and sisters here are all very nice. At this point, Wen Liangyuan suddenly remembered her own experience working here. To be honest, I had nothing before, not even a silver coin. And it was here that I worked. They were all very good to me, so you don't need to be afraid at all. The Little Rabbit CAF was a warm place for Wen Liangyuan. Upon hearing Wen Liangyuan's words, Annie finally let out a sigh of relief. Then Wen Liangyuan took her to the kitchen, planning to make lunch for them. This was the happiest time for the staff at the Little Rabbit CAF, as they could enjoy delicious meals without spending silver coins. Wen Liangyuan was not an easy person to deal with, and had quite a temper. Before long, the matter escalated to Abella. Abella liked Wen Liangyuan very much and naturally indulged her in everything. He immediately contacted Lu Zheng. "What did Liangyuan do? Liangyuan is super angry. She cried while video calling me." Hearing this, Lu Zheng was speechless. "Their matters are their own. Why are you meddling? Let's just pretend we don't know anything." At this point, Lu Zheng suddenly thought of what Wen Liangyuan had said and couldn't help but sound a warning bell. "Abella, I know you like Wen Liangyuan, but loving someone should never be indulgent without limits, or it will backfire, especially with someone as arrogant and overbearing as Wen Liangyuan." Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, Abella felt that Lu Zheng knew something, so he asked, "If you're a good brother, don't lie to me. What exactly happened?" Lu Zheng didn't want to be the one to speak ill of others. "How am I supposed to say that? You're a boyfriend. You should observe it yourself. Why are you asking me?" After saying this, Lu Zheng showed no regard for Abella and directly hung up the communication. Abella was a bit confused, so he decided to go see for himself what had happened, especially since his good friend had reminded him like that. So that afternoon, Abella left work an hour early and came to the one family private kitchen, pretending to be a customer ordering food. The staff had no problems, and the food was also fine, which made him even more puzzled. He then went to the backyard, planning to see what was wrong with Wen Liangyuan, and he was shocked when he got there. "What are you doing? You can't even do such a simple thing right. What did I bring you here for? Why are you so useless?" This harsh and domineering remark surprisingly came from his sweet little heart. Abella's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 129. Conspiracy. What's worse is yet to come. "I'm sorry, Miss Wen, I didn't mean to. This is my first mistake, and I will definitely correct it. Please give me another chance." The waiter was almost in tears, with red eyes, looking pitiful. Wen Liangyuan had a bad temper all day today, and the staff in the store were anxious and worried, which inevitably led to mistakes. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Let me tell you, this is your first mistake. If you make another mistake next time, you can get lost," Wen Liangyuan said angrily and stormed into the kitchen. A few robots detected her unusual emotions and didn't dare approach her. The waiter left in grievance. Abraham walked out from the bushes and slowly approached Wen Liangyuan. Hearing the footsteps made Wen Liangyuan even angrier, and she impatiently said, "Is there another customer ordering?" "Sweetheart, I ordered the dishes," Abraham said, and the entire atmosphere changed completely. The irritable Wen Liangyuan turned and ran in front of Abraham, hugging him tightly. "How did you come here? Why are you here? If I didn't come, how would I know you were so angry?" Abraham said helplessly, not changing the subject. Wen Liangyuan's face turned pale, and she angrily said, "It's all Wen Liangyuan's fault. She inexplicably made me angry. Tell me everything that happened, and I'll help you analyze it." Abraham, being a friend of Lu Zheng, was naturally a smart person and wouldn't be easily fooled. Wen Liangyuan, feeling wronged, explained the situation, and Abraham frowned so hard it could crush a fly. "To put it bluntly, sweetheart, you went too far this time. You made your sister angry." Seeing the person she liked speaking up for her sister, Wen Liangyuan became even angrier and directly pushed Abraham away, stomping her foot in frustration. "Why are you speaking for her? Am I wrong? She provoked me first." Wen Liangyuan was extremely angry and deeply disappointed in Abraham, feeling like she wanted to break up with him. Seeing her lose her composure, Abraham tried to speak patiently. "I think you misunderstood. Wen Liangyuan was very clear about your brother's matter. You don't need to spend money. Why do you still misunderstand her? And about what happened today? She didn't provoke you. You provoked her first. Moreover, to be blunt, what you said was excessive. Even if she is your sister, I would be angry if I heard it." Abraham reasoned with her emotionally, hoping Wen Liangyuan wouldn't be so extreme. Wen Liangyuan was furious, completely unable to control her anger. But she didn't know what was wrong with her, why she couldn't control her temper. "I don't need you to care. I don't want to hear what you say. Please leave here. Let's not meet for a while." Wen Liangyuan still said such hurtful words, leaving Abraham stunned on the spot. "Sweetheart, are you sure you want to do this? We won't be in contact for now." Abraham couldn't believe it and asked Wen Liangyuan again. Wen Liangyuan firmly nodded, "Yes. I need to calm down. After I cool off, We can meet and talk. What I say now will only hurt you, right? Abraham nodded in disappointment, saying nothing more as he turned and reluctantly left. Unbeknownst to them, this scene turned into a video, and on the other side, the person watching the video was very pleased. Why are you so happy? Isn't this just the beginning of success? Louisa steadied herself on the sofa's armrest, her eyes full of smug smiles. Lu Zheng, sitting nearby, crossed his legs, and upon hearing this, the smile on his face slowly faded, turning cold and cruel. I'm very happy that it's showing initial success, too. It means this drug is very effective. Since that is the case, I will use it on them to turn them against each other. It's better to wait a bit longer. Wen Liangyuan is the kind of person with weak willpower, easily influenced by drugs, and unable to control her temper better. But for people like Wen Liangyuan and Lu Zheng, using the drug might be difficult. Louisa, being an outsider, remained calm, and her words were more reasonable. In the shadows behind her, Yuqing nodded. I agree, so we still need to conduct more experiments. After all, Wen Liangyuan is just the beginning. We need to reach a consensus. Louisa looked at Lu Zheng. You need to calm down. I know you are eager for revenge and want to take down Lu Zheng immediately, but it takes time, doesn't it? After saying this, Louisa no longer looked at Lu Zheng, but turned to Yuqing. Actually, you could take a good rest. You know, we really need talents like you. If you get hurt or sick, it will be very troublesome for us to pay the price to find someone like you again. Yes, Yuqing said. After leaving the Lu family, she went directly to Yunxing to find Adley, but Adley was a small-minded person who disregarded ethics and directly kicked her out of the castle, leaving her to suffer in the harsh conditions of Yunxing, almost dying. If it weren't for Louise's people finding her and bringing her back in time for treatment, she might have turned into a skeleton. So now, Louisa became Yuqing's savior. She would do whatever Louisa asked without hesitation, let alone just researching a drug that affects people's emotions. This was child's play for Yuqing, and she could do it easily. Yuqing was very grateful to those who helped her. Hearing Louisa telling her to rest, she firmly refused her suggestion. Miss Darcy, don't worry, everything will be fine. And I will be fine. Even if I have to die, I will finish the drug research before I die. Yuqing said this with determination in her eyes, hiding the severe pain in her heart, and continued with the tests. Lu Zheng, who had been silent all along, watched them go back and forth, feeling extremely irritable. But she suppressed her anger. After all, she needed Louisa's help now. She was no longer the high and mighty young lady of the Lu family. Hurry up, she finally said dryly. They naturally didn't know these things. If they did, they might have already started to guard against it. Wen Liangyuan helped at Little Rabbit CAF, so she had time to make desserts. On her way home after work, she made a piece of dessert to take home for Lu Zheng. As soon as she got home and was taking off her shoes at the entrance, she heard voices coming from the study, along with the chattering of a little baby. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but show a gentle smile on her face, took the cake into the kitchen and placed it in the fridge, then returned to her room to grab her pajamas and entered the bathroom, taking off her clothes and putting them in the laundry basket. Chapter 130. The Dean. After finishing her shower, Wen Liangyuan found that the father and daughter were still in a meeting in the study. She didn't want to disturb them, so she walked into the kitchen to prepare something delicious. She couldn't let Lu Zheng spend the night on just a piece of cake. While cooking in the kitchen, she received a video call from Lin Xiao. Liangyuan, I'm about to starve to death here. Please help me out and make me something to eat, okay? He had been eating takeout or nutritional supplements every day lately, and it was driving him crazy. When Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh at his words and nodded helplessly. All right, come quickly. I'll make a few more dishes. Your timing is perfect. I'm just washing rice. Okay, I'll hang up now. But what do you want to eat? I'll bring something with me. Lin Xiao was the kind of person who felt embarrassed to take advantage of others. So he always brought something when he came over for dinner. Just bring a little bit of fruit, not too much, just a bit will do. They don't like eating it anyway. When Liangyuan said this while looking fondly at the study, with a father and daughter both dislike fruit for some unknown reason. All right, I'll hang up then. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he ended the call, tidying up his documents while humming a tune. He had finally completed his work for the day. Just as he was preparing to leave the cabinet, he saw Assistant Zhang with a face full of grievances. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment. What else with that expression? You look very down. Do you need my help? Of course, he was just being polite. He didn't feel like helping and just wanted to go eat. Assistant Zhang looked at him, feeling hopeless. I can't leave until the commander finishes the meeting. If I had known it would be like this, I would have swapped work with you when I came to the cabinet. He mainly handled the documentation, and since coming to the cabinet, most of Commander Lu Zheng's workload had been paperwork. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, was primarily responsible for military matters, so he found things much easier here. Of course, back when he was in the military department, Lin Xiu had been busy as a dog, which was quite pitiful. At that time, it was he who asked Lin Xiu for help, and now Lin Xiu was asking him. It was indeed a turn of fate. Next year it will be my turn, he thought, feeling quite sorry for himself. Lin Xiu could understand his feelings, but he had no intention of staying to help. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he quickly left, moving as if he were being chased by a ghost. Assistant Zhang continued to lean against the wall and enter the office to get busy. As Lin Xiu left the cabinet building and was about to take his hover car to the academy garden, he was stopped by someone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the president of the Academy of Sciences, Xiu. This was a rare encounter with a big shot. Lin Xiu quickly bowed respectfully. I have met the president. May I ask if there is anything I can help you with? Xiu felt a bit awkward and hesitant upon hearing his words. After a moment of thought, she said, Are you going to the academy garden? Although he didn't understand why she was so certain, Lin Xiu nodded. Yes, I'm going to the academy garden. Xiu turned around, took a box from her hover car, and handed it to Lin Xiu, looking a bit uncomfortable. Please deliver this to Wen Liangyuan. Thank you. Deliver it to Liangyuan? Are you very familiar with her? Lin Xiu asked, extending his hands to take the box. Still a bit puzzled. Xiu, caught off guard by his question, became even more awkward, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. This cool and composed president had never shown such an uneasy demeanor before. Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, thinking he had asked something terrible. He quickly scratched the back of his head to avoid further awkwardness. President, I'm in a hurry, so I'm sorry I can't chat more. I'll take my leave now. Goodness, did he just turn a simple question into such a situation with the president? If word got out, he would probably boast about it for 10 years, earning admiration for a decade. This bit of pride lingered with Lin Xiu all the way to the academy garden. Holding the box, he said proudly, I asked the president a question, and I completely caught her off guard. Can you guess what the question was? When Liangyuan received the box from Lin Xiu and set aside the fruit he had brought. What question? Who is the president? She wasn't very familiar with these titles. Lin Xiu laughed, following Wen Liangyuan into the kitchen to help. It's the president of the Academy of Sciences, Xiu. She's really amazing, someone I admire a lot. Oh, I see. Wen Liangyuan's face turned awkward for a moment, feeling a bit at a loss. She lowered her head, and Lin Xiu didn't notice her unusual demeanor. Just like that, I asked her if she knew you, and she was completely stunned, looking so uncomfortable. After saying this, Lin Xiu reflected on it, and suddenly realized something was off. Liangyuan, did something happen between you two? Why did she react like that to my question? When Liangyuan was also taken aback by Lin Xiu's question, unsure how to respond, as she didn't want others to know about their relationship. Then she suddenly thought of Guan Jingyue and found her answer. Maybe it's because of my friend. My friend also works at the Academy of Sciences as the president's assistant, so it should be that connection. I don't know anything else. When Liangyuan hastily came up with this topic, opening the box in her hand, and at that moment, she felt a bit regretful. Inside the box was a piece of top-quality beef, which she recognized as a chef. It was the kind that money couldn't buy. Lin Xiu was also stunned upon seeing the beef, as he often bought beef for Wen Liangyuan and naturally knew the different types. My goodness, this is quite extravagant. Wen Liangyuan was momentarily at a loss for what to do, and then Lin Xiu found an excuse for himself. The president is indeed impressive. Even a casual gift is so extravagant. If it were me, I might be poor for a year. Lowering her head, Wen Liangyuan forced a smile. I absolutely agree with that. If it were me, I would be about the same. Lin Xiu chuckled, suddenly finding common ground. He secretly glanced at the study. Is the commander still busy with work? Assistant Zhang was almost crying when he chatted with me today. It used to be me on the verge of tears, and now it's him. It really is a turn of fate. At this point, Lin Xiu was very pleased and happy to be at the cabinet. When Liangyuan heard Lin Xiu mention Lu Zheng, her mood improved quite a bit. He was indeed very busy. She hadn't seen him since she returned. However, Wen Liangyuan didn't feel angry. After all, Lu Zheng was busy with work, not for any other reason, and he was personally taking care of the child, which made her quite happy. There's no helping it. The elections are approaching, and it's like this for everyone, Lin Xiu smiled. Chapter 131 Trouble Election? Are you in such a hurry? Wen Liangyuan still remembers what Lu Zheng said last time, knowing that he is running for Minister of Internal Affairs in this position. Lin Xiu is helping Wen Liangyuan organize the vegetables, and it's not that urgent, just a normal process. When the time comes, you can open the news and see the commander every day. That is pretty good, Wen Liangyuan said, suddenly remembering the days when he used to look for Lu Zheng's shadow in the news every day. It is pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xiu is clearly even more excited than Wen Liangyuan, with a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. On the other side, after Louisa returned home, she did not find the beef she wanted, so she became angry and pushed open her mother's door without regard for politeness. Didn't you say you were going to buy beef for me? Why didn't you bring any back? There's nothing in the fridge. What do you want me to eat tonight? Louisa is very dissatisfied with her mother. Ever since the recognition incident, her mother has often been absent-minded. She roughly knows what her mother is thinking, but she is even angrier. Are you thinking about Wen Liangyuan again? That is why you forgot to buy me beef. She lost her rationality and directly questioned her mother. Yi Qingqiu looked up at her daughter, feeling a bit wronged and in a lot of pain. Wen Liangyuan is your biological sister. Isn't she? Why are you so hostile towards her? Yi Qingqiu really doesn't understand, and even suspects this is heaven's retribution against her. Upon hearing her mother's question, Louisa's first reaction was anger, and she couldn't help but mock. Don't you understand the reason why I'm hostile towards her? Why are you asking me such a question? I don't understand the reason. If I did, I would explain it to you. Yi Qingqiu raised her head and wiped her eyes, tears unable to be controlled, flowing down her cheeks. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Yi Qingqiu felt very upset and wronged. Since that day, you have been losing your composure every day, haven't you? Louisa was very impatient with such a mother and mocked again. Yi Qingqiu, who is always the president of the Academy of Sciences, has her own pride and temper, and she could no longer tolerate it. She stood up and slapped Louisa's face, directly knocking her head sideways. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I told you to speak to me properly. Just because I'm easygoing, do you think I'm a soft persimmon? I'm still your mother, not someone you can bully at will. You need to understand that. Yi Qingqiu gritted her teeth. If she were really that weak, she wouldn't have decisively sent her daughter away back then. Louisa, you are my daughter. Please understand a fact. I can send her away, and I can also send you away. I do feel a lot of guilt toward her now, but that doesn't change the fact that I was very determined to send her away back then. This is the first time Louisa was hit by her mother, and the first time she heard such cold words, leaving her a bit dazed. And tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. You hit me? You've never laid a hand on me since I was little, and now you hit me because of Wen Liangyuan. Louisa couldn't help but shout, throwing things around the room, forcefully smashing the books on the table to the ground like a madwoman. Yi Qingqiu slapped her face again, knocking her to the ground, covering her face. Her hair a mess, looking very disheveled. I hope you calm down, and also, I did buy beef for you today, but I didn't bring it back. I gave it to Wen Liangyuan. After saying this, Yi Qingqiu turned and left the study. Louisa stood up fiercely from the ground, her entire face twisted, almost losing all rationality, not saying a word as she left the castle. Where are you planning to go? She intended to drive the mecha to the Academy of Arts to cause trouble for Wen Liangyuan, not letting her have it easy. She was stopped by William in the parking lot. William had just gotten off work, and as he parked the hover car, he noticed his sister walking in with an unusual expression, feeling a bit strange, and couldn't help but stop her, despite being in a bad mood. Where are you going? What is wrong with you? William said, unable to help but push Louisa's hair aside, seeing her swollen cheek and being startled. Did father hit you again? Why did he hit you? What did you do? William was very anxious, his face changing. Louisa was originally holding back, but when her brother showed concern, she couldn't help it anymore and pouted, starting to cry pitifully. Brother, you're mistaken. The person who hit me this time isn't father, it's mom. Tears streamed down Louisa's face as she still couldn't accept this fact. William couldn't believe it, shaking his head violently. How is that possible? Mom only has a bad temper occasionally. Just don't provoke her. She's usually very gentle. How could she hit you? Because he works with her mother at the Academy of Sciences, William knows her temper quite well. Upon hearing her brother's words, Louisa cried out loud. I said I wanted to eat beef and asked her to buy it. She didn't bring it back and got angry at me. When I asked, she actually gave the beef to Wen Liangyuan, and then I got angry and said some wrong things, and she hit me twice. William knows his sister's temper very well, realizing that when she says she feels wronged, it's just something to listen to and shouldn't be taken seriously. Where did Mom go? You come back with me, and I'll talk to her properly and have her apologize to you. Okay? William planned to calm his sister down. Otherwise, he didn't know what she would do. Louisa's temper isn't so easy to calm down. She immediately pushed William away with a slap and said fiercely, You don't need to stop me. I'm going to find Wen Liangyuan to settle the score. It's all because of her that Mom got angry with me and hit me. Hearing this, William's face changed, and he tightly grabbed Louisa's hand, not letting her move. You clarify. Where do you want to go, and what do you want to do? Louisa was in a fit of anger and didn't see her brother's expression, so she voiced her thoughts. I'm going to the Academy of Arts to find trouble with Wen Liangyuan. It's all because of her that Mom got angry with me and hit me. I'm so angry. I can't take it anymore. Louisa said as she tried to walk out, but William grabbed her again. You calm down. Think about it. If you said a few unpleasant words and Mom hit you, do you think she would easily let you go if you really went to the Academy of Arts to find trouble with Wen Liangyuan? William knows his sister too well. So when he heard she wanted to go to the Academy of Arts, he broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't afraid of her finding trouble with Wen Liangyuan. He was worried about Lu Zheng being there. If she caused trouble without results, she would suffer even more, and it would be a real mess for her. With Lu Zheng's temper, she would definitely have a hard time. Chapter 132. William thought of these things, but Louisa was too angry to consider them. She just wanted to find trouble with Wen Liangyuan and didn't care about anything else. Louisa wasn't stupid, and soon realized what was going on. She shook off her brother's hand. Are you afraid I'll go find trouble with Wen Liangyuan? So you're making excuses to protect her? Louisa looked at her brother in disbelief. Her heart pained as she said this. William forced a smile, looking at Louisa with a speechless expression. Do you think I care about that? I'm just thinking Lu Zheng is at the academy, and if you go, you'll definitely regret it. Do you think you can beat Lu Zheng? He knew his sister all too well, so he was clear that he couldn't say anything that showed concern for Wen Liangyuan. He could only say it like this. Otherwise, Louisa would get even angrier and more reckless, and the situation would escalate beyond words. Louisa had no idea about this. Listening to her brother, she just wanted to laugh out loud. Lu Zheng, he's just a sickly cripple now. What can he use to stop me? Let me tell you, if I'm unhappy, I can kill Lu Zheng too, eliminating future troubles for father. Louisa turned and headed for her hover car, leaving William unable to stop her. Even William, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help but feel angry. He finally understood why their mother would hit her. Louisa had truly lost her mind. Listen, Louisa, have you thought about the woman you're going to trouble? She is your biological sister, my biological sister, with the same mother and father. William didn't want to say this. It was the fact he least wanted to acknowledge in his life, that Wen Liangyuan was his sister. But the situation was such that he had to say it, even if it made him unhappy. Louisa looked up and laughed mockingly at her brother. You treat her as a sister, but she might not treat you as a brother, so I will never regard her as my sister. I'm not as foolish as you. And don't forget who she married. Lu Zheng is our father's political enemy. Do you think I would let them go? At this point, Louisa didn't want to say any more and directly pushed her brother away, driving her hover car out. William was extremely anxious and, seeing he couldn't stop her, had to drive his own hover car to follow Louisa. Meanwhile, Wen Liangyuan and Lin Xiaojing were bringing out the dishes they had prepared from the kitchen and placing them on the living room table. Lu Zheng and his daughter, Xiaoyu, had just finished a meeting and came out of the study. Seeing Lin Xiaojing, Lu Zheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why are you here again? His tone was far from polite and even a bit dissatisfied. He felt that Lin Xiaojing was interrupting their family time, having been by Lu Zheng's side for many years. Lin Xiaojing knew he wasn't angry, and with a bit of thick skin, he smiled and sat down. Commander, You know the nutrient solution is particularly unpalatable. And the cafeteria food isn't good either. So I'm here to improve my quality of life at your home. The moment Lin Xiaozheng said your home, Lu Zheng's expression visibly brightened. He particularly liked those two words. When Liangyuan and Lin Xiaozheng didn't notice that his mood had improved and thought something interesting had happened. What is up? When Liangyuan asked gently, Lu Zheng handed his little daughter over to Eva, looking mysterious. Nothing, just suddenly feeling happy. The food is delicious, probably because. When Liangyuan smiled and went into the kitchen, taking out a dessert from the fridge and placing it in front of Lu Zheng, along with 2 small spoons, one for him and one for Lin Xiaozheng. I didn't know what flavor you liked, so I just made a half-sugar one. I hope you like it and that it'll improve your mood. Lu Zheng stared blankly at the dessert in front of him. He obviously knew it was specially prepared for him. After all, Lin Xiaozheng hadn't mentioned it before and had come later. This dessert was clearly unrelated to him. What's wrong? Afraid it won't taste good? When Liangyuan asked, noticing he hadn't eaten yet and feeling a bit strange. Lu Zheng shook his head, scooped a piece with a spoon, and put it in his mouth. He found the taste incredibly wonderful, as if a layer of happiness enveloped him. It was very good, soft, glutinous, sweet, and delicious. Seeing the commander like this, Lin Xiaozheng couldn't help but take a spoonful for himself, and his eyes instantly brightened. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Your cooking skills have improved so much. Lin Xiaozheng couldn't help but give Wen Liangyuan a thumbs up, the exaggeration making her a bit shy. As long as you like it, you don't have to praise me so much. Knowing her personality, the two stopped talking and focused on finishing the dessert before starting on the dishes. Just as they were happily eating, 2 hover cars, each with their own purpose, were rushing toward them. The first to notice something unusual was Lu Zheng, followed by Lin Xiaozheng, and finally Wen Liangyuan. All 3 reacted quickly, first thinking of the children, Eva and Wally. Lu Zheng immediately instructed Lin Xiaozheng to take them and run, while he stayed in the house. Previously, Lu Zheng's mental power had been a bit out of control, but after living with Wen Liangyuan for so long, it had been subtly purified over time and had now become even more refined and powerful. Once Lin Xiaozheng had taken the children, Wen Liangyuan, and the robots away, he immediately turned around and unleashed his mental power to contain the hover car that was throwing out bombs. William, who was behind, instantly changed his expression. He knew that if Lu Zheng didn't release his mental power and continued to contain Louisa, the bomb would explode inside the hover car, and Louisa would die. William had no choice but to stop the hover car on a rooftop and run downstairs, intending to communicate with Lu Zheng. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Lin Xiaozheng and Wen Liangyuan outside the house. William? What's wrong? Why are you here? What is going on? What is up with that hover car outside? Wen Liangyuan sensed it had something to do with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here so recklessly. William's face changed. Liangyuan, help me with something. Take me inside. You need to communicate with Lu Zheng quickly, as fast as possible. Okay, don't worry, Wen Liangyuan reassured him. Turning to open the door and bringing him in, discovering Lu Zheng was using his mental power to lock onto the hover car that was dropping bombs outside. When Liangyuan's expression changed. What's going on? How did this happen? She had thought the hover car was crashing toward them, which was why they had to leave quickly, but she didn't expect it was dropping bombs. William, what is going on? How did you end up here? Is the situation outside related to you? Chapter 133. Provocation facing death. Everyone is fearful, even the gentle Yuan. In this room, apart from Lu Zheng, everyone is likely on edge. However, Lu Zheng is not at ease either, because his wife and daughter are in this room. He turns to William and says, listen, I will absolutely not destroy this house for your sister. You should understand, if I do not destroy this house and my mental power remains, your sister will die in the explosion. The only way out for you now is to get her out of here. I will handle the bomb. For Lu Zheng, it is absolutely impossible to let them evacuate and allow the bomb to explode in this house. After all, this is where his family lives, isn't it? Moreover, even if it were not for his own family, he must consider others. This building is not just home to them. If their actions endangered everyone in this house, Wen Liangyuan would feel deeply guilty. He does not like this kind of thing. Lu Zheng turns to William and suggests, why don't you stand by the window and communicate with her? If she can understand your words, maybe she won't want you to die with her. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, William's expression changes instantly. Okay, I will go talk to her. At this point, although William is scared, for the safety of his sister and their family, he has no choice but to go to the balcony and communicate with Louisa, urging her to leave in her hovercar. Louisa, unable to detonate the bomb, is already on the brink of insanity. Seeing her brother come to reason with her only fuels her anger, and she begins to pound on the machinery inside. William, don't try to persuade me. I don't want to hear a word from you. Leave here immediately. I want to blow up their house. Even if they don't die, I want them to be punished. Her hatred is overwhelming. She cannot believe her beloved mother bought beef for Wen Liangyuan instead of bringing it home for her. And now, her brother is also trying to teach her a lesson for Wen Liangyuan. She cannot tolerate this happening to her. William is also getting angry. Louisa, I'm telling you, don't go too far. Who do you think you are? Does the whole world need to revolve around you? Why should it? He angrily paces on a balcony, unable to remain rational. We grew up with our parents, enjoying the best resources and education, while she left her parents at a young age and suffered on a remote planet. But now, what do you want to do to her? Don't you realize our existence is unfair to her? Yet you want to create more unfairness? Why are you so selfish and immature? I beg you to stop. For your own future. William has never spoken so harshly to Louisa before, and she is deeply hurt. The more hurt she feels, the angrier she becomes, wanting to destroy everyone who has ruined her mood. Shut up. I hate you. I also hate Wen Liangyuan. I wish I could kill her. So get out of my way. I'm telling you, if you don't move, I'll kill you too. William looks at his sister, his eyes filled with disappointment. Let me tell you a fact. You can't kill her, because you, your hovercar, and that bomb are all trapped by Lu Zheng. If you don't leave, you will explode with that bomb. In the end, it will be you who dies, not them. Do you understand? This is the fact I want to tell you. William is frustrated. He cannot understand how he is such a foolish and hot-tempered sister, so arrogant and disregarding of human life. It's simply too much. I won't leave. I would rather die here and give Wen Liangyuan a nightmare than leave. Unless you make her come here and kneel to apologize, I will absolutely not let her go. Louisa feels incredibly wrong that her brother and mother are standing on the side of another person instead of with her. Her voice is not small, and Wen Liangyuan and Lu Zheng hear every word clearly. Wen Liangyuan shows a mocking smile as she walks step by step toward the balcony, staring directly into Louisa's eyes without blinking. Standing next to William, Wen Liangyuan's eyes are extremely cold and filled with mockery. You are such a naive person. Do you really think that dying here will become my nightmare? Let me tell you at 1T, I will only be very happy. After you die, I can set off fireworks here every day, drink and celebrate, because the person I hate has finally died in front of me. This is a huge celebration for me. Why would I have a nightmare? Isn't that absurd? Wen Liangyuan is usually good-tempered and easy to talk to, but if you provoke her, she is definitely not easy to deal with. Louisa is left speechless by her words, her mind in a daze. Don't you want to die? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and detonate the bomb. I will be very happy when you die. After all, you can't kill me, can you? Wen Liangyuan is filled with disappointment towards William, their mother, and this entire family. What kind of family can raise such a daughter? It must be an abnormal family. After all, such stingy and biased parents like Wen's father and mother did not raise her to be a psychopath, did they? At this moment, uncertain if it is good or bad, Wen Liangyuan is actually glad she did not grow up with such parents, but became the daughter of a gatekeeper on another planet. Even if they are biased, at least she is normal, unlike this crazy woman. Wen Liangyuan's words leave Louisa stunned. She never expected Wen Liangyuan to be unafraid of dying here. This is her last card, and for a moment, she's at a loss about whether to retreat or advance. Wen Liangyuan continues to watch her, wondering how she does not know what Louisa is thinking. To restore the calm dinner time, she must say something provocative. Louisa, if you want to die, just go ahead and die. I really don't want you to waste my dinner time. As soon as these words come out, Louisa's expression darkens significantly. Her eyes are almost fierce, filled with hatred as she looks at Wen Liangyuan. I am the eldest young lady of the Darcy family. Do you think I will die just because others want me to? You are too naive. Prepare for death, Wen Liangyuan. I will absolutely not let you go. seeing that she's finally going to leave and stop the noise, Wen Liangyuan breathes a sigh of relief. I will be waiting for your good news, and I want T take a step back. I hope you want T run away then. Chapter 134. Anger. Louisa glared at Wen Liangyuan like a venomous snake, then reluctantly drove the hover car away with her bomb. The bomb now was not like before. It could be released freely, so everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zheng knew when Liangyuan was in a bad mood and didn't speak to her. He turned around, opened the door, and let Lin Xiu bring the child and 2 robots into the house. The family stood in the living room, staring blankly at the 2 people on the balcony, especially little Yor, who didn't blink. When Liangyuan touched her forehead, feeling a bit unhappy about her outburst, she changed the subject and asked, Mr. Darcy, would you like to join us for dinner? William hesitated to stay, awkwardly exchanged a few pleasantries with Wen Liangyuan, then turned to leave the living room without saying a word to Lu Zheng or even looking at him. Once he finally left, Lin Xiu let out a big sigh of relief, handed the child to Eva, and sat down in his dining chair, looking at them as he said, I don't know if you've heard, but when I was studying at RUNWAY University, Louisa got angry and disabled a classmate. Later, that girl had to get prosthetics to barely get by. Her parents wanted to sue Louisa, but you know the weight of the Darcy family. They couldn't do it. Everyone favored Louisa, saying that girl provoked her, which made her so angry to punish her. But as far as I know, Louisa liked that girl's boyfriend. When she couldn't win him over, she disabled that girl to force her to break up. Later, that boy fell into depression because he was pursued by her, and now we don't even know where he is. Lin Xiu's words left Wen Liangyuan, who was sitting down, speechless in disbelief. She thought, how could the chancellor and the dean not care about her? What can they do? They're busy as hell, even for parent-teacher meetings. It's their assistants who come. Lin Xiu said irritably, clearly having a bad impression of such parents. Wen Liangyuan smiled faintly. So not growing up around them is a stroke of luck for me, right? Lu Zheng, who was sitting next to her, casually held her hand and nodded. Thank goodness you didn't grow up around them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met. Lu Zheng's words provided great comfort to Wen Liangyuan. After all, at this stage, Lu Zheng and the child were the 2 most important people to her, and everyone else was secondary. So great, Wen Liangyuan said. Lin Xiu knew she was unhappy and served her a chopstick of braised pork. Eat more, don't starve. Don't worry, I won't starve, Wen Liangyuan forced a smile. After dinner, due to the odd atmosphere, Lin Xiu found an excuse to leave. Lu Zheng and Wen Liangyuan snuggled on the sofa, watching a movie. Lu Zheng was watching Wen Liangyuan, while she was distracted. The movie was only being watched by the 2 robots, and the child was sleeping in the room. They sat in silence for quite a while, with only the sound of the movie filling the living room, until a video call notification interrupted this moment of tranquility when Liangyuan got up from Lu Zheng's arms. Is it yours or mine? It should be yours. I'm currently on mute, Lu Zheng replied, continuing to watch the movie. When Liangyuan nodded, answered the video call, and found it was Guan Jingwei calling. What's up, you? You look so happy. Did something good happen? Guan Jingwei felt a bit shy at her words. I have something to tell you. Ian and I have decided to officially date. You're my best friend, and I wanted to tell you first. Her news made Wen Liangyuan happy. Are you going to treat us to a meal? Although I'm full now, we can go another day. Let's go to the countryside castle another day. There are lots of grapes there. We can go grape picking and eat at the farmhouse there. What do you think? It was Ian's idea. I think it's good. Guan Jingwei was no longer as cold as before. Her whole face was filled with smiles, giving a soft and sweet impression. She had become much gentler, especially compared to before, which was quite obvious. When Liangyuan was pleased with her change. Perfect, I also decided to go. Since that's the case, we don't need to go separately. Let's go together. Okay, no problem. We'll arrange everything first and let you know once we set the time. But you need to tell me if you're free this week. When Guan Jingwei said this, her eyes were looking in another direction, filled with a strong smile. And when Liangyuan guessed Ian was beside her, she smiled. Of course I have time. Just let me know whenever. Looks like you're going to be busy with your date. Dressing so beautifully, right? I won't disturb you. I'll go watch a movie with Lu Zheng. Are you watching in the cinema or at home? Guan Jingwei was a bit surprised, not expecting these 2 to watch a movie together. When Liangyuan smiled, of course at home. We have a child. How can we go to the cinema? You guys hurry up. I won't disturb you. After saying that, she hung up the video call and returned to the sofa, sitting down next to Lu Zheng to watch the movie. Wen Liangyuan felt completely relaxed, and her mood improved a lot. Lu Zheng turned to look at her and sighed in relief, then became more focused on the movie. On the other side, after Louisa got home, she blurted out everything that had happened. William, who followed behind, wanted to stop her, but was too late, so everything she did was known by Yi Qingxiu. 2 hours ago, Yi Qingxiu had slapped her, but now she didn't even want to slap her again. She just looked at Louisa with cold and disappointed eyes. And that gaze had already made Louisa irritable. "Don't look at me like that." Louisa was furious, directly picking up a vase in the house and smashing it on the floor. The servants were so scared that they trembled and didn't dare to step forward. "What kind of gaze should I use to look at you?" Yi Qingxiu retorted. Her whole demeanor was cold and aloof, making it hard for anyone to approach. "Mom, you need to have a good talk with your sister instead of communicating with her in this attitude." William pressed his brows, sitting on the sofa, feeling exhausted. Yi Qingxiu turned to look at him coldly, her face full of sarcasm. "Haven't I had enough good talks with her? Tell me, my son." Without waiting for William to speak, Yi Qingxiu looked at Louisa and continued, "Let me tell you this. Wen Liangyuan's mental strength level is not weaker than yours. In this family, she is actually more useful than you. If you dare to provoke her again, I'll bring her back and kick you out." Why you treat me this way? It's not fair." Louisa was so angry that tears fell from her eyes, and she couldn't help but roar, completely losing her usual proud and noble demeanor. "Isn't it unfair? I've been good enough and patient with you. You're the one who keeps pushing your luck," Yi Qingxiu said, getting a bit angry. Chapter 135. Entangled. All the research she did was for the Empire, but her children often troubled her instead of bringing her peace. Especially this little daughter. She truly felt weary of her. This was the darkest, most painful, and distressing time in Louisa's life. "Mom, why aren't you gentle and understanding like other mothers? Why do you look at me with such disappointment and indifference? Are you really my mother?" For the first time, she asked this question in return, but her heart was filled with unbearable pain. Yi Qingxiu had no intention of entangling herself in this issue with her. After all, it was useless for her, just a waste of time. She stood up and said, "I don't think I can talk to you about this. You should think it over clearly. I'm going back to the research institute to work. Don't video call me unless it's important." After saying this, she left the cold and imposing house, leaving the two siblings behind. At the moment the door closed, William turned to look at his sister and said the most realistic thing. "Have you ever thought about why Wen Liangyuan has always looked down on returning to this home? To have parents like ours? Have you ever considered that?" As he spoke the last sentence, his gaze fixed on Louisa's eyes, not allowing her any chance to evade. Louisa was left dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. It was a cruel matter for her. "How can I tell you? Because she has a warmer family than ours. So she has no expectations of a family like ours. What you care about means nothing to her, so when you trouble her, it's just a bother." It won't stir her emotions. "Sister, it's not worth it to trouble Wen Liangyuan because she doesn't care at all. No matter how much you do or how much trouble you cause, she won't care because she doesn't love our father, our mother, nor does she care about them. Because she has no expectations of her biological parents. She has no expectations of her biological sister either. No feelings. She is so cold. But it is precisely because of this that she better protects herself, especially since she has someone stronger beside her to protect her. This is actually the best." William couldn't help but remind himself. After listening to what he said, Louisa was still unhappy, still conflicted, still in pain. "I don't care. Before when Liangyuan appeared, Mom and Dad were decent to us. It changed only after she showed up. It's all her fault. I don't care. It's her fault." William truly loved his sister and did not intend to let her collapse, nor would he tell her the truth, because he clearly understood that right now, Louisa had no other path to take except to hate Wen Liangyuan. How could she hate her own parents? If she didn't put all the blame on her, she would have to accept the cruelty of her parents. How could Louisa accept that? She would collapse, go mad. Because William saw through this point. He did not intend to explain. "Then you should rest well. You know, with Lu Zheng by her side, you can't target her. I should say, not just you. Even the entire empire cannot target her." William's words gave Louisa a reason to relax. She told herself, yes, she is choosing to stop because she can't fight Lu Zheng. Not because she is afraid, absolutely not. Seeing Louisa's expression improve, William sighed in relief, turned back to his room, turned on the soundproofing, and took out his light brain to video call Wen Liangyuan. At this moment, the movie they were watching was nearing its end. Wen Liangyuan was momentarily taken aback when she received William's video call. "Hello, Mr. Darcy. Is there something you need?" "Liangyuan, Louisa shouldn't he trouble you any more recently. You can relax a bit. If she changes, I will let you know. Remember to spend time with Lu Zheng. He will protect you." After saying this, William closed his eyes, looking very tired. Wen Liangyuan let out a breath. "Why not stop her? I really don't understand. Does she have to do something regrettable before you intervene?" For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, and William fell silent. Forcing a smile, Wen Liangyuan's eyes were filled with bitterness. "I understand now. Don't worry, I'll hang up." After saying this, Wen Liangyuan ended the video call. Lu Zheng walked into the kitchen, poured 2 cups of hot milk, placing one in front of Wen Liangyuan and the other in front of himself. "You don't need to worry about anything. Just manage the little rabbit CAF well. I will handle the other matters." Lu Zheng's words gave Wen Liangyuan a great sense of security, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Her whole body relaxed as she leaned softly against the sofa. With eyes sparkling like water, she looked at him. "Do you want to do it with me?" After saying this, Wen Liangyuan reached out and poked Lu Zheng's injured leg, unable to help but laugh with her eyes squinted. "Will this leg affect your mobility?" "I think it shouldn't." This was simply a provocation and temptation. How could Lu Zheng endure it? Forget about leg pain. Even if his leg were crippled, he would still have to teach her a lesson, to warn her not to be so arrogant and so blatantly provocative next time. Wen Liangyuan was not very happy and wanted to do something that would make her sweat a lot, so she provoked Lu Zheng, and she had no regrets. Eva and Wally would take good care of the child, so the two of them felt very reassured and tangled with each other as soon as they closed the room door. Since Lu Zheng's legs were not very convenient, Wen Liangyuan used a navel orange for the first time. This was quite bold and laborious, but Lu Zheng liked it. In the end, Wen Liangyuan lay languidly in Lu Zheng's arms, feeling low-spirited and not very happy. Lu Zheng gently touched her face, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Are you happy now?" Lu Zheng's gaze was not only gentle, but his voice was also very soft, directly intoxicating Wen Liangyuan. Clearly not wanting to do it, but still entangled with him. Now having exhausted herself to this extent, Lu Zheng really didn't know what to say. Wen Liangyuan forced a smile, holding Lu Zheng and closing her eyes. "Fortunately, I can still hold you. Otherwise, I would definitely collapse. Really, thank you for being by my side." Tears flowed from her eyes, which Lu Zheng gently wiped away. In the past, she dared not make promises, but now she could promise, "I will always be with you, always by your side. Okay, I will watch over you for a lifetime." Wen Liangyuan was extremely tired, and after saying this, she fell asleep in Lu Zheng's arms. Lu Zheng lowered his head and kissed Wen Liangyuan's face, then got up to take her to the bathroom to clean up before going back to sleep. The next morning, Lu Zheng got up at around 6 as usual. After washing up, he went to the kitchen to heat milk and prepare breakfast, then took care of the child, proceeding in an orderly manner. Chapter 136. Starting a relationship when Liang was rarely so gentle, waking up past 10 o'clock, not because she was lazy, but because her body was truly exhausted and weak. The more arrogant she had been last night, the more regretful and uncomfortable she felt this morning. As she recalled the events, she wished she could slap herself twice, bury herself in the ground, and never come out to face anyone again. It was simply mortifying. Before she could mentally prepare herself to leave the room, Lu Zheng came over and pushed the door open. "Breakfast was ready. When are we go little rabbit CAF? I'll take you there." His nonchalant demeanor made Wen Liang feel a bit relieved. Just as she was about to lift the blanket and get out of bed, she remembered her situation and blushed again. Lu Zheng noticed her shy appearance and thought of her boldness from last night, finding it a bit amusing. However, knowing she was sensitive, he didn't tease her. "I'll wait for you outside. Take your time. No need to rush." "Okay," Wen Liang shyly replied. As soon as Lu Zheng closed the door, Wen Liang jumped out of bed, only to find herself weak in the legs, and fell to the ground. Hearing the noise, Lu Zheng quickly opened the door and saw Wen Liang sitting on the floor, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Her skin was covered in marks like peach blossoms. Very enticing. Lu Zheng forced himself to look away, walked over, picked her up, and placed her gently on the bed, then took out clothes from the wardrobe. Wen Liang's shyness was completely overshadowed by the pain of falling, and now she felt a bit wronged and sad. After Lu Zheng retrieved the clothes for her, he didn't ask for her opinion and directly helped her get dressed. Although his movements were clumsy and disorganized at first, he eventually succeeded after a few minutes. Sweating profusely. After all, the commander's learning ability was impressive. Once dressed, Lu Zheng took her hand and led her to the dining table in the living room. If there's anything in the future, you can tell me. If it's too much to bear, let me handle it. Don't make things difficult for yourself or suffer. When Lu Zheng said this, his eyes were filled with concern. Wen Liang lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. But she felt a warm sensation rising in her heart. It was the first time she had ever felt this way in her life. It was as if she had found a support, no longer afraid, no longer uneasy. No matter what setbacks she faced or what she did, Lu Zheng would be there to protect her, and that feeling brought her warmth and comfort. She suddenly opened her arms, hugged Lu Zheng's shoulders, and pressed herself deeply into his embrace. Lu Zheng, if you don't love me, what should I do? Fortunately, you love me, and I will love you well too. Though she didn't say the last sentence, everything was unspoken. Lu Zheng held her tightly. We are the closest person to each other in this world, and we have a child, right? Wen Liang obediently nodded. Yes, we are the closest to each other in the world. We have a child. We are a family. Then, do you want to date me? Lu Zheng suddenly said, catching Wen Liang off guard, and her face flushed red. She couldn't help but pull away from his embrace and lightly slapped him, though the force was gentle. Hurry up and answer. Why are you hitting me? Are you angry? With Wen Liang's affirmative answer, Lu Zheng, the commander, felt a bit elated. I'm not angry. I'm just thinking about whether to agree to date you or not. Wen Liang had already agreed in her heart, but she was just pretending to be tough. Lu Zheng rubbed her lower abdomen with both hands. Last night, when he went so deep, she kept crying, saying it was deep and painful. If she didn't push him away, obedient and compliant, which made him feel pity. Don't touch me, it hurts. Wen Liang said pitifully, pulling Lu Zheng's hand down. There is probably already my child here, and you still don't plan to date me? Do you want to have an illegitimate child? Lu Zheng boldly said, and Wen Liang couldn't help but slap him again. Don't say that again. If you do, I'll get angry. After saying that, Wen Liang turned her head, her ears and neck turning pink, looking delicate and soft. So, will you agree to date me? If you don't agree, I will keep talking. Lu Zheng thought of his plan and felt a surge of warmth. But the premise of everything was that she had to agree to date him first before he could implement his next plan. Fearing she wouldn't agree, Lu Zheng placed his hand back on Wen Liang's lower abdomen and rubbed it, urging her to agree. His voice and eyes were filled with a hint of threat. Wen Liang was speechless for the first time, biting her lip and reluctantly nodded. She felt forced into this, as if she didn't actually want to date him. Did you really agree? Lu Zheng asked Wen Liang in disbelief, and Wen Liang suppressed her shyness and nodded again. Heavens, you finally agreed to me. Lu Zheng, like a young boy, stood up despite his leg pain and spun Wen Liang around in his arms, his face filled with joy. I'm so happy. I'm really happy. He repeated his happiness several times, making Wen Liang fully aware that he was genuinely thrilled. Put me down quickly. I still need to eat breakfast and go to work at Little Rabbit CAF. Wen Liang said helplessly. Seeing Lu Zheng so excited, she was also quite happy, but she couldn't let him know, or he would become proud. Thinking of this, Wen Liang felt her body becoming soft and wanted to stay in his arms forever. All right, after breakfast, I'll take you to Little Rabbit CAF, then I'll take the child to the cabinet to work. Lu Zheng's excited tone seemed to tell others that he was so happy even to go to work. Wen Liang couldn't help but smile. But then she felt a bit worried. Is it okay to take the child to the cabinet? I'll take Eva with me. I just need to change her diaper and prepare milk powder, so don't worry. Lu Zheng had clearly thought this through. Feeling relieved, Wen Liang responded with an then asked, will you come to pick me up after work? I'll pick you up from work every time from now on. When Lu Zheng's cold eyes filled with smiles, it was like an iceberg melting, making one feel deeply immersed and enchanted. It was beautiful. As Wen Liang felt warmth in her heart, she also had a question. Why didn't you send me to work before or pick me up after work? And only now? Lu Zheng was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. After a long while, he stammered, saying, "Before, you didn't agree to date me, and I was afraid that if I took you, you wouldn't be happy." This was the truth. He truly feared that when Liang wouldn't be happy, so he didn't dare to do anything overstepping, scared that he would annoy Wen Liang and be driven away. Then he would have truly lost everything. Chapter 137. Worries when Liangyuan felt a bit amused and a bit heartbroken at the same time. She reached out to hug Lu Zheng's shoulder and said, "If I'm unhappy in the future, I'll just tell you directly, so you won't have to guess." "Okay." Lu Zheng was a little pleased. "Let's have breakfast. Don't delay your work time." When Liangyuan released Lu Zheng and smiled. After breakfast, Lu Zheng took the child to work at the cabinet. Today was destined to be an unstable day, as an uninvited guest came to the Little Rabbit CAF to disturb Wen Liangyuan. This person was none other than the Academy of Sciences president, Yi Qingxiu. The moment when Liangyuan saw Yi Qingxiu, she couldn't help but think of Louisa, who had wronged her. Her expression darkened, and she asked, "May I ask what brings the president to the Little Rabbit CAF?" She didn't think there was anything to discuss between them. Clearly, Yi Qingxiu did not think so. "I want to apologize for some things. It's all my fault for not teaching Louisa well, which caused her to trouble you." When Liangyuan had long guessed it was about this matter and didn't want to discuss it further. After all, it was useless. Your apology can't change the outcome. And I don't want to say much. Can you forgive her? Yi Qingxiu absurdly asked and immediately regretted it. "I'm sorry for my thoughtless words. I didn't rest well last night. Please don't be angry." When Liangyuan looked at her dark circles and knew she wasn't lying, but there was nothing to say. Clearly, she couldn't forgive her. After all, she wanted to take my life. How could I possibly forgive someone who wanted to kill me? She was not a compassionate person at all, although she had already guessed it. Yi Qingxiu was still taken aback by her firm answer. "I will discipline her and make sure she doesn't do such things again. That's your family matter. It has nothing to do with me. In any case, I only have one thing to say. She will pay the price for what she has done." When Liangyuan laughed coldly, not taking Yi Qingxiu seriously at all, Yi Qingxiu's expression changed. "What do you plan to do to her?" "It's not what I plan to do to Louisa, but what Lu Zheng plans to do to Louisa. You know, Lu Zheng is not someone who allows me to be bullied." When Liangyuan knew that Lu Zheng had not dealt with Louisa yet, it was just that the timing wasn't right. When he did act against Louisa, the entire Darcy family would fall. This was her confidence. And this confidence came from Lu Zheng's love for her. She saw it clearly. After that, the two parted unhappily, as Yi Qingxiu was clearly in poor spirits and not speaking clearly, possibly not only due to her mental state, but also worrying about her daughter. However, when Liangyuan didn't care about that, they spent the next 2 days in peace until the weekend. A group of people planned to go to a countryside castle to pick grapes and cook. Initially, it was only cousin Lisha, Ian, Xiao Fei, Guan Jingyue, Lin Xiu, and Wen Liangyuan with Lu Zheng. Later, Su Qingma and Lu Yiheng found out and insisted on coming too. A large group in the countryside was quite happy, especially little Yuer, who had become quite the darling, being passed around from one person to another without returning to her parents' arms. They arrived in the morning and rested in their rooms for 2 hours. By noon, they went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables for cooking. The main cooks were Xiao Fei, Guan Jingyue, and Wen Liangyuan. Cousin Lisha envied her younger brother. "How did you manage to win over you? I put in so much effort, but Xiao Fei doesn't even pay attention to me." At this point, Lisha felt a bit sad. Ian snorted and exchanged a glance with Guan Jingyue in the kitchen, their eyes filled with affection. "It depends on the individual. There's no experience to speak of." This was a bit annoying and made Lisha feel uncomfortable. She sighed. Lu Yiheng, who had been listening to their conversation, said irritably, "Why do you have to like him? Isn't it good to like yourself?" His words successfully attracted the attention of the two siblings, who turned to look at him in unison. Cousin Lisha huffed and replied, unhappily, "Do you think I'm like you? I still want to fall in love, okay? Then why not date me? After all, I'm single right now." Lu Yiheng had not been in a good mood lately. He had met several girls, but none wanted to date him. Lisha shot him a sarcastic glance. "Date you? I'm not tired of living." Lu Yiheng had no response, while Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Yiheng shot him a glare, and Lin Xiu touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward, and obediently fell silent. Seeing their expressions, Su Qingma smiled and said, "What dating? Just go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get married. At this point, Su Qingma suddenly became curious about Lu Zheng's situation. Commander Lu, may I ask if you proposed? When are you getting married? As soon as this question was asked, everyone's attention was drawn, and their gazes fell on Lu Zheng in unison, creating a tacit understanding. Lu Zheng coldly looked at them, his eyes filled with icy laughter. A few of them felt uneasy under his gaze and instinctively looked away. No longer daring to ask him, Lin Xiu directly got up to help in the kitchen. When Liangyuan glanced at him, a bit puzzled. Isn't it boring outside? What are you doing here? It's indeed boring outside. So I came to find you guys, Lin Xiu replied, finding a small stool to sit on and started peeling potatoes. Okay, originally, the three of them in the kitchen could chat well, but now that Lin Xiu was here, they couldn't talk anymore. However, Lin Xiu wasn't fooled. He quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere and got up to leave the kitchen. I'm going to pick grapes. Don't go. It will be more fun if we go together in the afternoon. What feeling do you get going alone? Wen Liangyuan said with a smile. Lin Xiu thought about it and nodded. Then I'll go out to get some fresh air. Once Lin Xiu left, the three of them returned to their original topic. What about your brother coming here for school? He said that so naively. He has no idea how expensive it is here. Guan Jingyue felt a bit uncomfortable. She didn't want this matter to fall on Wen Liangyuan again, as it would make her very tired. Xiao Fei looked at Guan Jingyue and said in agreement. You is right. Your brother doesn't understand these situations, but you do, so you need to make plans. You can't bear it all by yourself. What they both said was correct, but when Liangyuan fell into worry, not knowing what to do for a moment. Logically speaking, her current finances were enough to cover Wen Liangshan's schooling expenses, but she didn't want to be taken advantage of. It was truly a hassle. She fell silent, and the two had a bad premonition. Xiao Fei said irritably, listen to my advice. You can't manage him. Even if you can, if something happens, the Wen family will come looking for you, and they'll say you're meddling. Chapter 138. Jealousy. However, the Wen family raised me, compared to my biological parents. They have truly been exceptionally kind to me. I can't forget my gratitude, especially now that I know who Yi Qingxiu and Dias are. I'm even more thankful to the Wen family. Although it can't be compared, they have allowed me to grow up healthily, at least healthier than Louisa. Sigh. When Liangyuan sighed heavily, unsure of what to do for a moment, to ease the minds of the two of them, when Liangyuan had to recount the recent events between her and Louisa. After listening, Guan Jingyue's eyes widened. This was simply unreasonable, showing no upbringing at all. She really didn't know how your biological parents raised her. When Liangyuan took a deep breath, thinking that the Wen family had treated her quite well. So if he encountered any difficulties while studying here, she would definitely help him. Since she had said this much, the two of them didn't want to stop her. But they began to worry, especially Xiao Fei. This matter weighed heavily on his mind, making him lose interest in eating. He worked in the cabinet and was familiar with Lu Zheng, who thought he was unhappy and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Lu Zheng completely ignored him, as he clearly saw the way he looked at Wen Liangyuan. After dinner, a large group went to pick grapes. Lu Zheng's legs weren't very good, so he walked slowly at the back with the children and the robot, while the rest walked happily ahead, especially Xiao Fei and Wen Liangyuan. I didn't expect him to bring the child to the cabinet. You wouldn't believe how impressive it was to see a baby sitting at the conference table, commanding the room. Although Xiao Fei didn't like Lu Zheng. He loved children very much. When Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe he went overboard, even bringing the child to meetings. Not to mention you. I didn't believe it at first, especially the way he changed diapers, which left me speechless. When Xiao Fei said this, his voice became very soft, turning to look at Wen Liangyuan with deep affection in his eyes. As long as you're doing well, I'm relieved. I can see he truly loves you. When Xiao Fei said this, his eyes were filled with loneliness. When Liangyuan looked at him, suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Fei, I wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. What are you stammering for? Those grapes over there look good. Go pick some and bring them back to make wine. Xiao Fei was attracted by a bunch of heavy grapes and walked over, cut them, and placed them in the basket. The grapes were round and large, dark in color, looking very delicious. If in the future they could buy a piece of land in the countryside to build a house and plant some grapes and vegetables, it should be a wonderful life. When Liangyuan stepped forward and stopped behind him, Lu Zheng had also said something similar to me a few days ago. He said if someone was selling land, he planned to buy it, to live the life you described. Xiao Fei paused, forcing a smile, his eyes filled with disappointment and discomfort. Is that so? I thought he was very career-oriented. He is indeed very career-oriented. He is planning to run for election soon. Recently, Lu Zheng would inform Wen Liangyuan about everything he did. Xiao Fei nodded, yeah, I know about that. Upon hearing that he knew, Wen Liangyuan wanted to probe for more details, worriedly asking, so, do you think he can get elected? If he can't get elected, no one else will stand a chance. Although Xiao Fei didn't tea like Lu Zheng, he had to admire his unmatched capabilities. Wen Liangyuan's eyes flashed with pride, which Xiao Fei noticed, leading him to ask a question. When do you plan to get married? Huh, I don't know. He hasn't mentioned it to me. Wen Liangyuan didn't care much about this question. They had just started dating, and the process was bound to be slow, needing to take their time. Now that they have a child, if they truly plan to be together, they should get married quickly. Otherwise, what if complications arise? Xiao Fei suppressed the discomfort in his heart and made a suggestion. You're hinting at something. Wen Liangyuan cut a bunch of heavy grapes and placed them in her basket, smiling as she said this. Xiao Fei nodded. Your man is very outstanding. Many girls like him. Hearing the phrase your man, Wen Liangyuan felt pleased. He is already mine. I'm not worried about whether others will like him. When she said this, she was so determined and confident. Xiao Fei forced a smile. Aren't you afraid of unexpected events? Not afraid. Lu Zheng said he will always be with me, so I'm not afraid. Wen Liangyuan felt full inside, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Yeah, shall we head back? It's about time. Xiao Fei glanced at his basket, which was nearly full. Okay, let me find one more bunch of big, dark grapes to bring to Lu Zheng. I wonder if he likes them. I haven't asked him yet. Wen Liangyuan said as she began searching again. In the end, she really found a bunch under the sunlight, dark and shiny, looking very sweet and delicious. She couldn't help but feel happy, holding the grapes and smiling with her eyes curved. Lu Zheng would definitely like them. Like what? Lu Zheng walked over with the child. They were moving slowly, and he had caught up with them. Wen Liangyuan smiled sweetly, holding up the grapes as she walked in front of Lu Zheng, proudly saying, I found these dark and shiny grapes for you. They must be very sweet. I knew you would like them. After glancing at the grapes in Wen Liangyuan's hands and then at the other grapevines, Lu Zheng nodded in satisfaction. They should be very sweet. Do you like them? She looked like a child, presenting her beloved toy to the person she liked, hoping he would like it, a bit cautiously. Watching this made Xiao Fei's heart ache. Filled with pain, Lu Zheng glanced at him and then looked back at the grapes in Wen Liangyuan's hands. As long as it's from you, I like it. He said this, but if it were sour, I doubt you would like it. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but say proudly. Lu Zheng reached out and tapped her nose. I said I like it, don't argue. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Fei. Mr. Xiao, are you going to come back with us? Or do you want to wander around by yourself? The way Lu Zheng said this had a bit of provocation in it. No need, I'll go back with you. Xiao Fei was in a bad mood and wanted to pick a fight with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng's face turned cold, mister. Xiao seems to be in a good mood, not going to find cousin Latia, but prefers to be with us. With his bad mood, how could Xiao Fei be good? Of course, after all, cousin Latia isn't here, and there's no cute little baby. As Xiao Fei said this, he smiled at the little girl. Little wearer, disregarding her father's threats, gave Xiao Fei a sweet smile. Babies are really cute. It seems she likes me a lot. Xiao Fei said proudly, reaching out to poke the baby's little finger. Chapter 139 Young People. Lu Zheng glanced at his precious daughter, pulled her finger back, and raised an eyebrow at Xiao Fei. My baby likes many people, and you're just one of them. Is that so? Xiao Fei replied coldly with a smile. Reaching out to the child. Lu Zheng didn't expect his child to also reach out wanting to be held by Xiao Fei, which made him quite angry. He turned around while holding the child and left, saying, no holding her. He looked quite furious, a bit childish and juvenile. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but rub her forehead and said helplessly, it seems to be getting more and more childish. Xiao Fei smiled gently. People who are happy tend to be a bit childish. It seems to be a common trait. Is that so? I didn't know. Wen Liangyuan had never heard this saying before, but it was very appropriate for Lu Zheng. Thinking of this, a gentle and sweet smile appeared on her face. which made Xiao Fei feel both happy and pained. As long as I see you happy, I can rest assured. Wen Liangyuan looked up at Xiao Fei and recalled his conversation with her cousin Latia. How did your chat go? Last time, Wen Liangshu told me that you seemed to part on bad terms. Xiao Fei frowned slightly. I let her down. She is a good girl, but we just aren't meant to be. What kind do you like? I can help you find someone, Wen Liangyuan said eagerly. Xiao Fei suppressed the sadness in his heart. No need to help me find someone. I'm still young and plan to work hard for a few more years before thinking about marriage. Let's talk about it in a few years. I'm still young too, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but add. Xiao Fei exclaimed, I don't know who is making such a big deal and not telling us. At first, he was genuinely scared, but later he slowly accepted it. The process of acceptance was naturally painful and torturous. However, thankfully it's all over now, and things are relatively okay. The two chatted all the way back to the castle, where Lu Zheng stood at the door with the child in his arms, glaring at them fiercely. Xiao Fei, feeling unhappy, handed the basket of scissors to Wen Liangyuan. Liangyuan, you go in first. I'll wander around elsewhere. Aren't you done wandering yet? Wen Liangyuan asked, puzzled. Well, haven't I been to the vegetable garden before? Actually, I'm most curious about the vegetable garden, Xiao Fei said before striding away, not giving Wen Liangyuan a chance to speak. Wen Liangyuan arrived at the door, and Xiao Fei was in a bad mood. With a cold snort, Lu Zheng said with a stern face, I'm not happy either. What are you unhappy about? Wen Liangyuan asked, looking at Lu Zheng in surprise. Is holding the child too tiring? Seeing that she didn't know, he had nowhere to vent his anger. So he just held it back. Holding the child is indeed a bit tiring. Then let's go inside quickly. I'll take over for you, Wen Liangyuan said, quickly walking into the hall, placing the two baskets of grapes and scissors on the table, then swiftly returning to take the child from Lu Zheng's arms. Others returned one after another, with Xiao Fei being the last to arrive. Everyone was chattering away, deciding that the group would make a jar of grape wine. Lu Zheng, holding the child, hid in the corner, really not wanting to participate. After finishing the grape wine, the group went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables and prepare dinner together. Overall, the day was extremely busy. That night, lying in bed, Lu Zheng still wanted some exercise, but when Liangyuan ruthlessly refused. I'm so tired. Don't bother me. I want to sleep, Wen Liangyuan said, her voice soft and filled with exhaustion. This voice ignited a fire in Lu Zheng's heart, but the one who sparked it didn't care about anything. So he had to get up and go to the balcony to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Calming down didn't help much. He took a cold shower to soothe his heated body and then returned to lie down with Wen Liangyuan. The two spent a fulfilling but exhausting weekend in the castle. In the evening, as they dragged their tired bodies back, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but wonder why she spent money to suffer. Wouldn't it be better to stay at home, watch movies, and cook something to eat? Why bother to go out and be so tired? While thinking this, she said out loud. Lu Zheng, holding the child, opened the door with one hand holding the child and the other pulling Wen Liangyuan to sit on the sofa. So let's not go out anymore. We can just stay at home as a family of three. Wen Liangyuan tiredly opened her eyes and nodded in agreement. I completely agree with you. Placing the child beside Wen Liangyuan, Lu Zheng reached out to touch her face and then walked into the bathroom. You rest for a bit. I'll wash up and then look after the child while you take a shower. Okay, Wen Liangyuan tiredly replied, hugging the child and closing her eyes. Lu Zheng touched her face again before going into the bathroom. When he finished washing up and came out, he saw the child sleeping soundly on Wen Liangyuan, and she was asleep too. He couldn't believe the child could sleep so well on her. He tiptoed over and carefully lifted the child from Wen Liangyuan, holding his breath as he placed the child in the cradle. Seeing that the child showed no signs of waking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Once again at the sofa, Lu Zheng instructed Eva to play soft, beautiful music while he began to massage Wen Liangyuan's body. After a while, he looked at Wali. Wali, go get a basin of hot water for the mistress to soak her feet. Okay, master, Wali replied and went to the bathroom. Shortly after, he returned with a large basin of hot water at a suitable temperature. Thank you, Wali, Lu Zheng said, removing Wen Liangyuan's socks and placing her feet in the basin to soak. When Wen Liangyuan regained consciousness, she found that her exhaustion had completely vanished, replaced by a wonderful feeling of energy. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was soaking her feet and Lu Zheng was sitting opposite her, their feet in the same basin. She couldn't help but be playful, lifting her feet to step on Lu Zheng's foot, but inadvertently used a bit of force, waking him up. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Lu Zheng said groggily, then fully regained his awareness, clearly exhausted himself. "Is it tiring to take care of the child?" Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but tease him, her eyes glinting with mischief. Lu Zheng straightened up and reached out to touch Wen Liangyuan's head, messing up her hair. "Only after becoming a dad did I realize that taking care of a child is really tiring." "Madam, you've worked hard." The phrase "madam, you've worked hard" made Wen Liangyuan's face turn red, and she suddenly became shy, completely losing the confidence she had moments ago. "What, madam? We're just dating now," Wen Liangyuan said softly. Lu Zheng chuckled lightly, his voice deep and magnetic, making Wen Liangyuan's ears feel warm. "Dating can still be called madam. I see many young people do it," Lu Zheng said as he opened the light screen on his light brain. Upon checking the survey, Wen Liangyuan discovered that many young people indeed did so. However, she quickly realized, actually, we are young people too. I'm only 22. Chapter 140. Relying on each other, Lu Zheng thought about his age and said somewhat uncertainly, "I'm 28 this year, so I guess I'm still considered young." Upon hearing this, Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but pat him on the back, exclaiming, "What? Am I supposed to be with an old man? It seems you like being with handsome people," Lu Zheng narcissistically remarked, prompting another gentle hit from Wen Liangyuan. "Are you hungry?" Lu Zheng rubbed his arm where she had hit him and gently shifted the topic. Wen Liangyuan touched her stomach and, distracted by him, replied, "I'm a bit hungry, but I really don't want to move. Let's order takeout, okay?" Knowing that she liked to eat his home-cooked meals, Wen Liangyuan still felt too tired to move. Lu Zheng touched her hand and said, "You order. I'll eat whatever you choose." "Okay." Wen Liangyuan sighed in relief, smiled, took her feet out of the basin, and curled up on the sofa as she opened her holographic brain to order takeout. "I really want to eat stir-fried pork with green peppers. Do you want some?" Wen Liangyuan asked Lu Zheng, who was pouring out the foot-soaking water. "As long as there's meat and peppers, I'm fine with anything else. Just go with what you want." "Great." Wen Liangyuan was delighted and ordered 6 dishes and a soup in one go. When Lu Zheng came out of the bathroom, he said, "Go take a shower. I'll wait for the takeout." Wen Liangyuan lazily replied, "Can I take a shower after we eat? I don't want to move right now." Lu Zheng sat down beside her and patted her head, saying, "Be good, go take a bath. I've prepared the water for you and even added your favorite rose petals and lit your favorite scented candles." "Really?" Wen Liangyuan's eyes lit up, surprised by his thoughtfulness. "Do you think I would lie to you?" "Just go check the bathroom," Lu Zheng said with a smile. Wen Liangyuan, successfully distracted, jumped off the sofa and ran to the bathroom without even putting on her shoes. She was thrilled to see a bathtub full of water with rose petals floating in it and scented candles lit nearby. She peeked her head out, excitedly looking at Lu Zheng, and said, "My commander, I found out that you're truly a treasure." Lu Zheng, who was using his holographic brain to find a movie, glanced at her and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, I'm a big treasure waiting for you to dig up. Now, go take a shower." Hum. Wen Liangyuan said, and withdrew her head. After she finished her shower, Wen Liangyuan found that the food was already set up and the movie was one she liked, an unromantic, slow-paced countryside film. At this moment, the sun's afterglow still hung in the sky outside the balcony, casting a soft golden light throughout the room. The movie was filled with green landscapes, mostly green grass or red tomatoes, with pure and beautiful colors. The incredibly handsome Lu Zheng was arranging the food, creating a stunning scene. When Liangyuan walked over step by step, stopping behind him, she reached out to hug him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, and said, "I really want to do one thing." "What do you want to do?" Lu Zheng's voice was deep, magnetic, and pleasant, very captivating. "I want to pick you up from work, then go eat ice cream as a family and have lots of snacks, returning home together in the sunset." That had been her dream since she was 17, finding someone she liked, having a cute baby, and doing some boring but heartfelt little things every day. Such a life would surely be the best, and now it seemed like she had it. If she could go back to her 17-year-old self and tell her that she would have a lovely and smart child and a handsome and strong husband, she would probably wake up smiling from the dream and absolutely not believe it. But she truly had it, didn't she? Wen Liangyuan's heart suddenly softened. Ajin, are you going to reject me? No. How could I reject you? I just feel like this is a dream. Lu Zheng turned around and held her tightly. Tomorrow is Monday. Can you pick me up from work? I'll try to finish my work before I leave. Okay. Wen Liangyuan smiled with her eyes curved. Lu Zheng pulled her hand and sat down on the carpet, handing her a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of fragrant rice. Hurry up and eat. Get some good sleep. There's a lot to do tomorrow. All right. Actually, I'm not that tired anymore. Didn't you just give me a massage? How about I give you a massage while lying in bed later? Although I'm not very good at it, I still want you to relax. Wen Liangyuan picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with chili and placed it in Lu Zheng's bowl. Whatever you say. Lu Zheng smiled faintly. That night, while lying in bed, Wen Liangyuan kept her word and gave Lu Zheng a good massage. At the same time, she noticed the deep, jagged scars on his legs. Her hands froze, and she didn't dare to continue massaging, afraid of hurting Lu Zheng's skin. Lu Zheng straightened up and pulled the blanket over his terrifying legs, saying, "At that time, the situation was critical. I couldn't react at all, and I was blown up. When I woke up again, I was lying in a nutrition meal, and my whole body was in pain." He pointed at his right leg. This leg was blown to pieces, and it took Lu Zheng all his effort to piece it back together. For that, I lay in nutrition meal for 2 whole months. When Liangyuan floated on him, hugging him tightly, feeling both sour and pained. At that time, your mental state was really bad. Did you say those cold words to me because you saw me with Xiao Fei? Lu Zheng responded with a sound. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't. Especially after I saw you a few more times, my mental state slowly calmed down, and my condition stabilized completely. That's when I dared to come find you. He raised both hands and held Wen Liangyuan tightly, saying, you know what? You are my medicine. Without you, I would really die. For others, this might sound like a touching statement, but for the two of them, it was a reality. Lu Zheng's mental state needed Wen Liangyuan. Without her, he would collapse, and in Wen Liangyuan's barren and cold world, she couldn't do without Lu Zheng either. They needed each other and couldn't be apart. Wen Liangyuan smiled and said, do you know, without you, I wouldn't be happy. Without Lu Zheng, all happiness feels discounted. It's not real. Only when you are around can I be truly happy. I don't know, but now that you've told me, I know I won't leave you in the future. Lu Zheng rarely heard Wen Liangyuan's heartfelt words. She was introverted and not good at expressing her true feelings, so he cherished this moment. Like you said last time, will you use your whole life to prove it? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but show a sly smile. Lu Zheng replied, I don't mind as long as you don't. I certainly won't mind. I'll just be happy. As Wen Liangyuan spoke, she kissed him, the movement passionate yet reserved, creating a delightful contradiction. Chapter 141. Discovering Wen Liang's abnormality, everything happened as it should. The two were passionate and coordinated. In the end, Wen Liang could only lie on the bed and let him do as he pleased. As she drifted into a drowsy sleep, Wen Liang suddenly thought of something. Why did Lu Zheng's leg injury not affect him at all when it came to doing such things with her? However, before she could think it through, she fell asleep and couldn't remember it the next day. In the morning, things were the same as usual. Lu Zheng got up early, made breakfast, took care of the child, and directed the robot to clean the house. When Wen Liang woke up, a delicious breakfast was served on the table. Hot milk, a fried egg, and a steamer of buns. The buns had been made by Wen Liang earlier and were steamed by Lu Zheng for breakfast. After breakfast, Wen Liang greeted the father and daughter before heading off to work. Lu Zheng took the child's basic necessities along with a robot to the cabinet. The little rabbit CAF was particularly busy today. Someone had ordered a large batch of cakes, with over 50 orders, all specified to be delivered by Annie. Wen Liang found it strange, and, after checking the addresses twice without finding anything unusual, she worked with the head chef to prepare the pastries and sent them off with Annie. However, an accident occurred. Annie got into an argument with a customer and smashed a cake in their face. Now the customer demanded to see the owner, or they would leave a bad review. Wen Liang had no choice but to change her clothes and follow the address to find Annie and the customer. Upon arriving, she discovered it was a very affluent community, and without hesitation, she went straight to the designated floor. But the scene she saw as she stepped out of the elevator filled her with rage. Annie was kneeling in the pastry, covered in it, her clothes looking dirty and disheveled. Even her hair was a mess, making her look utterly pathetic. Wen Liang rushed over to help her up, asking what happened. Who treated you like this? Annie, crying in Wen Liang's arms, pointed to a half-open door, clearly indicating the owner inside. Wen Liang was furious, let go of Annie to let her lean against the wall, and pushed the door open to walk in. Inside, someone she hadn't seen in days was lounging on the sofa, casually eating snacks and looking completely carefree. Wen Liang's anger surged because she knew this was intentional targeting. Wen Liangshu? What does she want? Why target Annie? She's just a young girl. Even though Wen Liang was furious, Wen Liangshu remained nonchalant, completely dismissing her. I'm not targeting her. She was 30 seconds late delivering the cake. Shouldn't I punish her? Your punishment was to smash all the cakes on her? Wen Liang gritted her teeth, shocked that her sister could insult someone like this. It was too much. She threw the cake at me first. I only thought of this method because of her. It's all her fault, isn't it? Why blame me? Wen Liangshu looked at Wen Liang with a smirk, seemingly enjoying her anger and helplessness. Wen Liang gently closed her eyes, took a long time to muster a powerless smile, and said, What's your goal? What do you want? I don't want to say much more. Very well, straightforward. Wen Liangshu finally stood up from the sofa. Apologize to me. Say your shop service was inadequate, and let this matter drop. No one is allowed to mention it again. After doing this, take Annie back. Otherwise, I will give you all 50 orders bad reviews. I plan to have 50 different people do it in one day. Do you think your shop can withstand that? As she said this, Wen Liangshu was filled with pride. Wen Liang was not someone who would allow herself to be bullied. She keenly sensed Wen Liangshu's abnormality. Fine, I agree to all of that, but I have a condition. Wen Liang planned to take Wen Liangshu to Lu Zheng for a checkup. Wen Liangshu's behavior was too abnormal. From the last time until now, Wen Liang's doubts had only deepened. Initially, she hadn't thought in this direction, but once the thought came, she couldn't stop. She kept digging deeper and finally concluded that Wen Liangshu's changes were too abrupt and abnormal. After a while, she finally said, Come with me to see a friend. I think you'll be happy to see him. Are you talking about Abla? No, he won't see me. I said some very inappropriate things to him that day. He wouldn't want to see me. Wen Liangshu said, showing a hint of vulnerability as she fell onto the sofa, talking to herself in sadness. I'm a bad person. Abla is so good, yet I said things that made him angry and disappointed in me. I'm really terrible. The more Wen Liangshu spoke, the more she felt she had gone too far, eventually reaching for her hair as if to pull it out. Wen Liang quickly grabbed her hand. How can you hurt yourself? What is wrong with you? Hearing Wen Liang's words, Wen Liangshu broke down, reaching out to hug Wen Liang. I'm sorry. I regret saying those things to you every time, but I can't control my temper. What should I do? Please help me. I also drove away the person I liked the most. The person she liked most was Abla, but she had also hurt him. She was a bad person, unable to keep the one she liked the most. Come with me to see that friend. After seeing him, you'll know the outcome. Wen Liang planned to resolve this matter before finishing work and then pick up the father and daughter, so she wanted to move quickly. Fortunately, Wen Liangshu had fallen into self-doubt and sadness because of Abla, and after Wen Liang repeated herself a few times, she reluctantly dressed and walked outside with her. Annie, you go back first. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Don't worry. Wen Liang sighed. Annie nodded and turned to leave. After that, Wen Liang took Wen Liangshu to the military hospital and had already notified Lu Zheng in advance. Wen Liang, why did you bring me to the hospital? I'm not sick. Wen Liangshu looked confused. She just couldn't control her emotions. Wen Liang pressed her lips together and remained silent. The more Wen Liangshu thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Suddenly pushing Wen Liang away, is something wrong with Abla? Did you bring me to the hospital to see him? Is that it? At that moment, Wen Liangshu's eyes were filled with panic and fear. Where is he? Let me go quickly. I want to see if he is okay. Wen Liang grabbed her hand tightly, using considerable strength to keep her calm. Fortunately, Wen Liangshu didn't have much strength to begin with, so she was easily controlled by Wen Liang. Right now, don't say anything. Don't do anything. Just follow me to the hospital. Don't worry. I will let you see Abla. Chapter 142, the parties involved when Liangshu became obedient. And just mentioning Abella seemed to act as a switch for her emotions, which was very effective. They waited outside for a while before Lu Zheng arrived late. After getting into the hover car, Wen Liangyuan sent a few messages to Lu Zheng. When Liangshu's emotions are quite off, I suspect she might be ill, but she still listens to Abella. Contact him and ask him to come to the military hospital as soon as possible, because the situation is unpredictable. To be honest, I really dislike Wen Liangshu, but seeing her like this makes me worry. I really don't know what I'm doing. The first two messages were like formal notifications, while the last one was all about her feelings. Upon reading her messages, Lu Zheng immediately contacted Abella. At that moment, Abella was lying on the sofa, looking dejected while drinking beer, truly resembling someone who had just suffered a breakup. Stop drinking beer and hurry to the military hospital. When Liangshu has been admitted, and the situation is unpredictable, it could be very dangerous. Lu Zheng frowned slightly, realizing for the first time that his good brother was actually quite love-stricken. Abella, clearly having had too much beer, was not focused and didn't react right away, thinking, what does it have to do with me if she's in the hospital? We have nothing to do with each other. Are you sure Wen Liangshu has nothing to do with you? If you're sure, then I'll hang up. It's up to you. Lu Zheng coldly said, not wanting to offer any advice and ready to end the video call when Abella stopped him. Wait, tell me her room number. Abella knew that when it came to matters concerning Wen Liangshu, he had no pride and no rationality. She hasn't entered the ward yet. She is just at the military hospital. Once you get there, I will let you know where she is. Liangyuan is with her, so you don't need to worry too much. Lu Zheng finished and hung up the video call. Abella closed his light brain, got up from the sofa, and quickly prepared himself, driving the hover car to the military hospital at a swift pace. At this moment, Lu Yiheng was already checking on Wen Liangshu. She had indeed been drugged, but the drug was not very safe. Currently, both our hospital and the Academy of Sciences were in the experimental stage regarding this drug. It was unclear who had the audacity to use it on a person. Lu Yiheng's expression darkened as he suddenly thought of the director of the military hospital. Could this matter be related to him? He didn't speak, and when Liangyuan found it strange. So how does this drug affect a person? How could she have been plotted against? As expected, it should be through injection. Lu Yiheng took off his mask and looked at Wen Liangyuan, saying, you need to pay attention to the people around her. Don't miss anyone. Carefully rule them out, especially anyone who has approached her in the past month and has a motive to commit a crime. This matter can only be handled by him. I can't do it. When Liangyuan felt a bit troubled, worried, and looked at Dr. Lu. What are the side effects of the drug? Based on current observations, excessive use of the drug can numb the nerves, leading to slow thinking, eventually resulting in immobility and becoming like a fool. Using this drug on a person is truly malicious. Lu Yiheng coldly laughed, suddenly realizing that there were indeed many malicious people in this world. After a while, when Liangyuan managed to suppress her inner agitation, looking at Wen Liangshu, is she okay at this stage? Will she become a fool? At this dosage? She should be fine for now, so you don't need to worry too much. Not only Wen Liangyuan, but even Lu Yiheng himself breathed a sigh of relief. So what should we do? When Liangyuan felt a weight in her heart, fearing that this situation would last too long and affect Wen Liangshu's normal life. Let us admit her to the hospital. I will slowly use medication to dilute the toxins in her body. As for you and Lu Zheng, I think you need to quickly investigate anyone abnormal around her and absolutely don't let anyone slip by. He had participated in quite a few experiments with this nerve toxin and had some experience in dealing with it. When Liangyuan sighed in relief. Okay, then I'll head back first. Just as she took a step, she suddenly remembered about Abella and turned to look at Lu Yiheng. Her boyfriend will come over later. Let him stay with her. With him around, Wen Liangshu's emotions will be more stable. Okay, Lu Yiheng sighed in relief. As soon as Wen Liangyuan walked out, she saw Abella at the hospital entrance. She quickly summarized the situation to him, and Abella thanked Wen Liangyuan before rushing into the hospital. Checking the time on her light brain, she realized it was only half an hour until Lu Zheng got off work. Wen Liangyuan hurriedly set off, not daring to delay any further. Half an hour later, Wen Liangyuan arrived at the cabinet. She sent a message to Lu Zheng from the first floor, but after a while, without any response. She became a bit worried and almost went upstairs to look for him when Lu Zheng finally replied with a message. I'll be down soon. Please wait a moment. When Liangyuan didn't reply and waited downstairs. Soon, two girls came and sat down beside her. Recently, Lord Lu has been bringing his child to work. My beautiful dreams have been shattered, sob, sob, sob. I used to fantasize about dressing up nicely if he came to work, but I never expected he would get married and have a child. Sobi. Calm down a bit. I had already decided that it didn't matter whether he got married or not, but him bringing his child to work is really a blow to me. I'm super upset. He must really love his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't do this. Forget it. Let us accept reality. Such an outstanding man is destined not to belong to us. I don't even know who he will belong to. The long-haired girl looked around, and then her gaze fell on Wen Liangyuan, nudging the short-haired girl. It definitely won't be someone like her. Although she looks pretty and has a good temperament, it's obvious she's not worthy of Lord Lu. Wen Liangyuan heard their discussion and was momentarily speechless. She really wanted to say, "The Lord Lu you keep talking about is now mine." However, this sentence never got the chance to be spoken, because just then, Lu Zheng came out carrying the child, accompanied by a robot. Wen Liangyuan smiled gently, stood up, and walked towards Lu Zheng, while the two girls stared in shock as she took the little girl from Lu Zheng's arms and held her in her own. "Is the baby still good?" Wen Liangyuan lightly tapped the child's nose. Eva beside her gently said, "The baby is very good, always obedient." Lu Zheng stroked Wen Liangyuan's hair. "My daughter is of course the best. Did anything interesting happen today?" Wen Liangyuan smiled helplessly, her eyes glancing at the two girls who had just spoken, noticing their mouths agape, unable to close. Sensing her gaze, Lu Zheng looked over, and the two girls immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at them anymore. They hadn't expected that their casual words would be overheard by the person involved. Chapter 143. Going to eat ice cream when Liangyuan withdrew her gaze and coldly looked at Lu Zheng, saying, "I've noticed that you have quite a few admirers." "Huh? Really? I didn't notice," Lu Zheng replied, filled with confusion. He was unaware that someone liked him, but he did know about Liangyuan, which was strange. Seeing his bewildered expression, Wen Liangyuan felt much better, saying, "Just kidding, let us go home." Wen Liangyuan clearly forgot what she had said to Lu Zheng last night. Lu Zheng, however, remembered it well and replied, "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere." "Where to? Aren't we going home for dinner?" "I'm a bit hungry," Wen Liangyuan said, completely forgetting about it, momentarily confused by Lu Zheng's suggestion. "I'll take you somewhere first, and then we can have dinner. It shouldn't be a problem. You don't have to go home and work so hard." After hearing what she said yesterday, Lu Zheng had been distracted all day at work, thinking about it. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he give up? So the two got into the hover car, which headed straight for the bustling city center. When Liangyuan was puzzled, wondering where they were going. "The baby has everything. I don't lack anything either." At this point, when Liangyuan suddenly felt a bit guilty, she remembered that she hadn't bought Lu Zheng anything yet and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I haven't bought you anything all this time. Let us buy you something today." "What do you want?" She spoke gently, feeling guilty. Lu Zheng found her demeanor a bit amusing. He hadn't even realized this was an issue. So how could Liangyuan think of it? Moreover, they had only been together for a few days. It was too soon to expect her to consider these things. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt sad for her apology. She treated him so well, feeling guilty over the slightest oversight, but what had he done? Forget the past. He would treat her well from now on. With this thought, Lu Zheng revealed a gentle smile, full of affection, saying, "You don't have to buy me anything. Just being by my side is the greatest happiness for me." These words slipped out unconsciously or without any particular emotion. Yet they made Wen Liangyuan's heart tremble with joy. She couldn't help but smile, her expression soft and happy. "It feels like you're trying to deceive me with such words." Of course, she knew he wasn't but she still felt a bit reserved. Lu Zheng understood her feelings as he looked at her shy yet joyful expression, saying, "Why would I deceive you? If you deceive me, I won't deceive you. I promise." "Who asked for your promise? You just have to prove it with your life," Wen Liangyuan teased, turning her head to look at the scenery outside, her heart fluttering with joy. At that moment, her heart was filled with happiness, especially when she looked at the child. Lu Zheng not only loved her, but also gave her a clever and adorable child. Her life felt complete and filled with happiness. The grievances and sadness she had endured before became less important, even trivial, in the embrace of this happiness. Lu Zheng responded, and upon seeing them all ahead, he parked the hover car. Eva was particularly obedient now, getting out of the hover car and following them while holding the child. The two walked hand in front, with Eva following behind, holding the child. Since we're at the mall, just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you, okay? Wen Liangyuan leaned forward and looked at Lu Zheng's face. Lu Zheng smiled and leaned in to kiss her lips, saying, "In public, don't tease me with such tempting actions, okay? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh, her neck turning red. She didn't realize that her earlier action was enticing him and thought Lu Zheng was overthinking it. Lu Zheng snorted lightly, playfully saying, "You're in front of me now. If you show even a hint of a different expression, it's enticing." She glared at him and tightened her grip on his hand, spinning it halfway in the air. "This is a public place. You're not allowed to say nonsense, or I'll get angry." "Okay, I won't say anything nonsense." "Don't be angry," Lu Zheng said calmly. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, feeling a bit helpless. Why do I feel like the formidable commander Lu Zheng has become childish since we started dating? Saying a man was childish was indeed a blow, especially someone who was usually so strong. Lu Zheng turned to look at her, his eyes fierce. "Let us go back and compare to see who is more childish." When Liangyuan paused, suddenly feeling sore in her waist, legs, and even her lower abdomen. Everything hurt, and she immediately didn't dare to provoke him anymore. "Okay, I know I was wrong. Sorry, I won't provoke you next time." When Liangyuan complied, not feeling embarrassed about apologizing, which left Lu Zheng stunned. Seeing Lu Zheng's expression, when Liangyuan found it suddenly amusing. As she laughed, she suddenly noticed an ice cream shop ahead. Her smile froze on her face. "Lu Zheng, you didn't bring me here just to eat ice cream, did you? Their ice cream is super expensive. It costs 100,000 silver coins for a small cup. As long as you like it expensive, what does that matter? I'll just work harder to earn silver coins to buy it for you," Lu Zheng said, not allowing Wen Liangyuan to refuse, pulling her hand and leading her into the ice cream shop. Inside the ice cream shop, most customers were children, with a few young girls. There were not many couples like them bringing kids, as raising a child was costly, even in Donghua Star. Being able to afford 2 ice creams was indeed a luxury. Seeing the poster on the wall, when Liangyuan hesitated when she saw that the jasmine-flavored ice cream cost 200,000 silver coins for 2 scoops. "How about we go back? I think it's too expensive, really." However, seeing the jasmine-flavored ice cream, which was her favorite, she couldn't bear to leave. Although she said she wanted to go back, her gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the ice cream containers. Lu Zheng found it amusing and, without giving her a chance to back out, pulled her hand and walked toward the ice cream counter, saying to the girl in the red dress, "I'll have 3 scoops, 2 jasmine-flavored, and 1 tiramisu." "Okay, please find a seat, and I'll bring it over once it's ready," the staff replied enthusiastically, thinking about the generous commission they would earn. Seeing Lu Zheng had already placed the order, when Liangyuan decided not to be pretentious anymore. Excitedly, she pulled Lu Zheng's hand and found a seat, saying, "The jasmine flavor is really delicious. I had a scoop before and haven't forgotten it since." Chapter 144. Will you not like me? So I ordered 2 for you. Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan with a doting expression, making her face turn red. Why is she still so shy? Lu Zheng was a bit puzzled. Raising his hand to touch his own hot face, when Liangyuan didn't need to look to know it was as red as a monkey's butt. I don't know either. How could she stabilize her heartbeat? She couldn't help but blush. There was nothing she could do. In front of Lu Zheng, she just felt so useless. She had resigned herself to it. "Do you want to eat the tiramisu?" When Liangyuan said this with a hopeful look, which made Lu Zheng unable to hold back a smile. "I'll eat 1/3, you eat 1/3, and the baby eats 1/3. How about that?" Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, knowing without saying that Wen Liangyuan really liked it. "Well, never mind. I'll just have a small spoon. You eat the rest. Don't give any to the baby. She is still small and can't eat cold stuff." When Liangyuan recalled what was written in the parenting book and felt a bit helpless. "Okay, I understand." Lu Zheng really didn't understand this aspect. The books he read weren't comprehensive enough, but he was willing to listen to Wen Liangyuan. "Wen Liangyuan spoke." She saw the staff bringing 3 cups of ice cream over and instantly felt happy. "They're here. We can eat now." Happy like this? Lu Zheng felt a bit annoyed with himself for not noticing sooner. It turned out she liked ice cream this much. "It's fine." When Liangyuan's face was slightly flushed, The staff placed the items on the table in front of them and smiled, saying, "The jasmine-flavored ice cream is delicious. Most customers who come to the store order it." "Is it?" Lu Zheng wasn't very convinced. It was just ice cream made from jasmine. "How could it be that good?" "You'll know when you try a bite later," Wen Liangyuan confidently said, took a big scoop with her spoon, and put it in her mouth, instantly closing her eyes in delight. "It really is the most beautiful taste in the world. How can it be this good? I'm so lucky to be able to eat such a big scoop of jasmine ice cream." Wen Liangyuan took another scoop, finally satisfying her craving a bit, and then turned to look at Lu Zheng, showing an embarrassed smile. "Am I too inexperienced? I feel so uncultured." "Not at all. I'm even more uncultured than you." Lu Zheng had never eaten ice cream. After a scoop of tiramisu ice cream went down, he felt waves of deliciousness. He liked it too. When Liangyuan smiled again, took her spoon, scooped a big spoonful of jasmine ice cream, and held it out to Lu Zheng. "Hurry up and eat. It tastes really good." "Okay." Lu Zheng didn't refuse at all and readily ate the scoop of jasmine ice cream from Wen Liangyuan, making her feel a bit pained. Lu Zheng found it amusing. "Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, I'll buy you another serving." "But it's so expensive. One serving costs 400,000 silver coins. I feel so pained." When Liangyuan looked at the 2 balls of jasmine ice cream in front of her and felt a bit reluctant to eat them, Lu Zheng, feeling helpless, said, "Go ahead and eat. Your husband can afford to take care of you." "What husband? We're just dating. You're my boyfriend, not my husband." Although she said that, when Liangyuan's face turned bright red, Lu Zheng was very happy, discovering that the tiramisu was delicious, and the person in front of him was even more delightful. "Hurry up and eat. If it melts, it won't taste as good." "How do you know?" When Liangyuan took a scoop and felt a bit reluctant to eat it. "It's written on the poster." Lu Zheng pointed to the poster that said to try to finish it quickly, as melting would affect the taste. When Liangyuan nodded, no longer feeling as reluctant as before, and started eating 1 scoop at a time. "I feel like I'm eating money right now. 1 scoop is so much money, my heart is bleeding." When Liangyuan felt a bit helpless. "Liangyuan, this kind of mentality is not good. Once you decide to eat, don't think too much, just enjoy it. That's the most important thing. If you're eating while worrying about the cost, you want to be happy, and you'll still spend the money. Wouldn't that be a loss?" As Lu Zheng spoke, he gently touched Wen Liangyuan's face, his movements tender and meticulous, melting her heart. "Babe, who gave you that scoop of ice cream you had before?" When Lu Zheng asked this question, his heart ached. He had already guessed who it was, but didn't want Wen Liangyuan to keep remembering that incident, wanting her to forget. When Liangyuan was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, even the delicious ice cream in front of her lost its flavor. It was when Liangyuan's smile slowly faded, her face filled with grievance and pain. It was when Liangshu. She said the last few words extremely quickly. If Lu Zheng hadn't been paying close attention, he might have missed it. "Did your parents buy it for you?" Lu Zheng's heart ached. His precious treasure could only have a small scoop of ice cream from someone else. "Yes, but because our family conditions were poor, we could only buy a small scoop of ice cream. It was 10 years ago, and back then, it was too expensive. It was only 50,000 silver coins for a scoop." As when Liangyuan said this, her eyelids drooped, tears welling in her eyes. Not wanting to cry in front of Lu Zheng, she quickly raised her hand to wipe them away. "It's all in the past. We don't have to talk about it. There are many such memories." And she completely didn't want to bring them up. She didn't even dare to tell Lu Zheng that her biggest dream, when she was 17, was to find a man who could buy her ice cream and lots of snacks, and then have a cute baby. The reason for such a dream was that she felt she wasn't treated like family and couldn't eat snacks or ice cream, only watching others eat, hence the aspiration. Looking back now, it was certainly childish and ignorant with a hint of pity. But it's okay. That's all in the past. As long as she doesn't mention it, no one will know. When Liangyuan sighed with relief at this thought and looked up at Lu Zheng with a smile, although she couldn't help but have a hint of bitterness on her face. "Did I affect your mood? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing the smile on Lu Zheng's face fade, when Liangyuan felt a bit guilty. "Why are you apologizing to me? Aren't we family?" Lu Zheng retorted, his tone cold. When Liangyuan smiled absent-mindedly, suddenly feeling like giving up. "I'm afraid if I become very negative, incompetent, and pitiful, you won't like me anymore." After saying this, she lowered her head, lacking the courage to look at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng reached out to rub Wen Liangyuan's face, not allowing her any chance to escape. You see me at my worst. Will you not like me? Chapter 145. Caring heart. This girl, who always appears gentle and strong, can also feel insecure, unhappy, and sad about her past. Lu Zheng suddenly felt that he had spent too little time with her. He should invest more time in understanding her past, her sadness, and her scars. After a while, when Liangyuan firmly shook her head, gently touched Lu Zheng's face, then withdrew her hand, saying no, absolutely not. She was so resolute that Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile. Look, you've seen me at my worst, and you don't despise me. I haven't seen you at your worst. You're just a bit negative. Why would I despise you? Lu Zheng's words made Wen Liangyuan happy, but she also felt a bit doubtful. He was too outstanding, making her lack a lot of confidence. We're completely different, okay? You were sick. It wasn't intentional. And are your negative emotions intentional? Clearly, they've been building up for a long time, and you can't control them anymore. Lu Zheng felt heartbroken for Wen Liangyuan. Wen Liangyuan couldn't find the words to continue the topic, so she suggested, let's go back. I want to rest. I'm a bit tired. Lu Zheng turned to look outside and noticed the sunlight was still strong, realizing it would take a while to see the sunset, so he decided to delay their departure. I want to stay here a bit longer. I want to finish my tiramisu and try the jasmine-flavored ice cream. Actually, he didn't particularly like ice cream. Perhaps it was due to his poor health as a child, which made his gums hurt and his stomach uncomfortable when he ate cold food. He didn't know why. After all, he had been checked, and there were no issues. In the end, Lu Zheng simply concluded that he was too sensitive. But to watch the sunset with Wen Liangyuan and walk home while stepping on shadows, Lu Zheng planned to eat a couple more, as a little pain was worth it. Thinking this, Lu Zheng stopped thinking about anything else and quickly finished the tiramisu ice cream in a few big bites, then asked the staff for a jasmine-flavored ice cream. This time, he intended to eat slowly, thinking it must be delicious since she liked it so much. As Wen Liangyuan watched Lu Zheng, her eyes overflowed with tenderness. It felt so good at this moment. There was nothing better than now. This was the best. Of course, having the most handsome commander in the entire galaxy in front of you was the best. Recently, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit narcissistic, like a child, wagging his tail whenever he had the chance. When Liangyuan smiled, her eyes filled with helplessness, and then said, "You really are the most handsome commander in the entire galaxy." Receiving his lover's affirmation, Lu Zheng felt incredibly happy, even though his expression still had a hint of coolness. "Do you feel very happy?" Lu Zheng asked with a smile, though his heart was anxious, fearing that Wen Liangyuan would say she was unhappy. Wen Liangyuan had seen through him long ago. How could she not know what he was thinking? Of course I'm happy. Having the most handsome commander helping with the kids and making breakfast is simply the happiest. She had never thought Lu Zheng would make breakfast or take care of the kids, which made her feel like a giant baby who needed to be taken care of. Before, she was all capable, but now she just needed to be someone who could cook. The greater the contrast, the happier she felt. As they chatted and slowly enjoyed their ice cream, time passed, and soon the sun would set. Lu Zheng finally slowly got up, holding the child in one arm, letting Evo walk ahead, while he held Wen Liangyuan's hand as they exited the ice cream shop. "We've been here for 2 hours. It's unbelievable." When Liangyuan looked at the time on her hollow brain and realized that she wouldn't be able to cook when they returned home as it was too late and she didn't want to move. "Don't look at the hollow brain, look at the sun. How beautiful it is." Lu Zheng's face was a bit pale, but because the sunset was so brilliant, it cast a golden glow on his face, which Wen Liangyuan couldn't see. After moving her gaze from Lu Zheng's face to the sun, Wen Liangyuan stared for a while, then slowly came back to her senses, turning to look at Lu Zheng with disbelief. Without saying anything, she suddenly rushed over and hugged him, burying herself in his arms, protected by him along with the child. "When did you plan to do this? I never expected it. I just mentioned it casually. How did you take it seriously?" Because she hadn't taken it to heart, she didn't react immediately when these things appeared before her, but now she suddenly understood. Understanding made her heart feel so touched, warm and soft. When Liangyuan couldn't help but shed tears, gently patting Lu Zheng's back, not wanting to use much strength, just a light pat. "Lu Zheng, are you planning to wear multiple hats? Being my father, my mother, and my brother, why are you so good to me?" Lu Zheng's big hands pressed against her frail back. As long as it makes you happy, wearing multiple hats isn't bad. It's worth considering. When did you become so bad? Wen Liangyuan's voice choked up, and the baby thought something was wrong with her, pouting and about to cry, which scared Lu Zheng quite a bit. Don't be sad. If you cry, the baby will be sad with you. Lu Zheng's voice was filled with helplessness. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Stepping out of his embrace to look at the baby, taking her in her arms and kissing her forehead. I'm not crying. I didn't cry. Wen Liangyuan contradicted herself, and Lu Zheng smiled, taking her toward the hover car. Let's go. Let's walk in the sunset to the car and then go home. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wen Liangyuan's heart felt soft and delicate, wanting to go back and lie in his arms. However, as soon as they got home, Lu Zheng rushed to the bathroom. Wen Liangyuan handed the child over to Eva and stood at the bathroom door, feeling a bit worried. Ajin, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. Just ate too much ice cream. My stomach hurts a bit. Lu Zheng's voice was filled with embarrassment. He never expected this to happen. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh. And halfway through, she remembered he did it for her, feeling a bit amused yet helpless. I'll go make you some ginger soup, okay? Wen Liangyuan smiled. Do whatever you want. Just let me be alone for now. Don't mind me. Lu Zheng's face turned completely red. Wen Liangyuan turned to the kitchen to make a pot of ginger soup. Not wanting to cook, she also ordered a lot of takeout on her hollow brain. After thinking for a moment, she worried about Lu Zheng and bought him a dose of medicine. After a while, Lu Zheng finally emerged from the bathroom, holding his stomach and looking pale. You look serious. Are you okay? Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but feel a bit worried and regretful, wondering why she hadn't noticed earlier and let Lu Zheng eat so much ice cream. Chapter 146. Lemon brown sugar, ginger, tea, feeling weak and lethargic. Lu Zheng lay on the sofa with his eyes closed, shaking his head. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm just really hungry after having diarrhea. He looked tired, yet still complained about his hunger. Wen Liangyuan found it both amusing and frustrating, giving him a gentle pat on the back. Just lie still. I'll go get you some ginger soup. As she headed to the kitchen, she thought ginger soup could be a bit spicy, so she cut a piece of brown sugar to add, and then decided to slice 2 lemon pieces to enhance the aroma. Afterward, Wen Liangyuan found a white porcelain cup and brought it out, steam rising from the cup, giving a warm feeling. Drink this, it should relieve the pain. I also bought you some medicine. Let's try this first. Lu Zheng caught the scent of lemon and the sweetness of brown sugar, instantly feeling more energetic. He took the cup from Wen Liangyuan and sipped it slowly. It tastes pretty good. You could sell this at the Little Rabbit CAF. After finishing the whole cup, this was Lu Zheng's evaluation. Wen Liangyuan's eyes lit up, though she still felt a bit unsure. Is it really okay? Why don't you try it? Otherwise, you won't believe me, Lu Zheng said, handing her the remaining bit of ginger soup. Wen Liangyuan didn't mind, took the cup, and drank the little bit left. Her eyes brightened. It really was good. So what do you think of my suggestion? Lu Zheng leaned his head on Wen Liangyuan's shoulder, sounding a bit spoiled. Wen Liangyuan smiled, pushing his head back to rest on the sofa. She picked up the cup and went back to the kitchen. Let me try again. I just forgot how many grams of brown sugar I used. Okay, take your time. Lu Zheng lay on the sofa with his warm belly, feeling lazy. At that moment, the sun had completely set outside, leaving only some evening glow hanging in the sky, looking radiant and beautiful. Feeling comfortable, Lu Zheng sighed. Liangyuan, you can put less sugar in. When Liangyuan responded from the kitchen, don't worry, I made 3 cups, but they're all small, so you won't have to worry about feeling uncomfortable from drinking too much. All right, I'm willing to be your little guinea pig, Lu Zheng said sweetly. When Liangyuan couldn't help but laugh. Before long, she brought out a tray with 3 small white porcelain cups, each filled with lemon brown sugar ginger tea. Let's see how it tastes. She looked at Lu Zheng eagerly, filled with expectation. Lu Zheng, being quite professional, suggested, can you give me a glass of plain water? I want to test the flavor. Sure. Although when Liangyuan didn't understand why, she still got him a glass of plain water. Here, try this. Lu Zheng took the water, sipped it, then picked up a cup of ginger tea and took another sip. This is a bit sweet for someone who doesn't tea like sweet things. He put down the cup, took another sip of plain water, and then picked up another cup of lemon brown sugar ginger tea. This one tastes pretty good, it's moderate, but I still find it a bit sweet for my taste. When Liangyuan opened her screen to record the grams of brown sugar, and Lu Zheng's taste preferences. Lu Zheng set down the cup, took another sip of plain water, and then picked up the last cup of lemon brown sugar ginger tea. As he drank, a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. This one tastes just like the last one. It's my favorite, slightly sweet. After recording, Wen Liangyuan looked at the glass of plain water and smiled. Commander, it seems your evaluation is very genuine. Not bad, just average, Lu Zheng said narcissistically. Wen Liangyuan found it amusing. What should we name it? We can't just call it lemon brown sugar ginger tea. That sounds strange and hard to say. She threw out two questions, prompting Lu Zheng to think for a moment. How about calling it lemon brown sugar ginger tea? It sounds more pleasant and a bit fancy. After considering it, Lu Zheng realized it could work and looked at Wen Liangyuan with anticipation, hoping to hear her response. Wen Liangyuan understood what he was thinking and deliberately hesitated for a moment before nodding with a big smile. Very good. I want to drink lemon brown sugar ginger tea. Which version should we go for? Touching her face, Lu Zheng's eyes were filled with affection and indulgence. You're so silly. Your little rabbit CAF already offers half-sugar pastries. So why can't you offer half-sugar lemon brown sugar ginger tea? You could even do 7 parts sugar, 3 parts sugar to cater to different tastes. That would make the business better. When Liangyuan turned to look at Lu Zheng, her eyes filled with admiration. How are you so smart? I never thought of that. Lu Zheng felt a bit pleased. If I weren't smart, would you even look at me? This complimented both himself and Wen Liangyuan, causing her face to turn bright red with shyness. No one says that about themselves. Just then, the doorbell rang. When Liangyuan guessed, it was the delivery. I'll go get the takeout. I also bought you some medicine. You bought me medicine? Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, feeling warm and touched inside. Yes, I got you some medicine, Wen Liangyuan replied as she opened the door and took the delivery from the robot. After thanking the robot, she closed the door. She casually placed the takeout on the dining table, first taking out the medicine and walking over to Lu Zheng to hand it to him. You can take the medicine with lemon brown sugar ginger tea. It should be fine. It won't be a problem, Lu Zheng said as he took the medicine and quickly swallowed it. Wen Liangyuan returned to the dining table, opened the takeout, and arranged the dishes one by one. Kumeit, what did you order? Lu Zheng, still feeling a bit of pain in his stomach, walked over slowly, his face slightly pale. Wen Liangyuan looked worried. If your stomach still hurts after we eat, I think we should go to the hospital. What do you think? Touching her face, Lu Zheng sat beside her. Don't worry. I had a painful experience eating ice cream when I was a kid. I have experience. It won't be a problem. Really? I hope you're not lying to me. Stomach pain feels really bad. It's very uncomfortable. When Liangyuan said this with a hint of fear, Lu Zheng found it strange. What's wrong? Had you been in pain? When I was younger, I think I had a cold stomach or something. It hurt so much that I would break out in cold sweat, and my hands would feel icy. It would last for a whole day, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Later, I learned to use hot water for everything, and it didn't hurt anymore. When Liangyuan smiled, watching Lu Zheng laugh. Don't worry, they treated me well, and I didn't suffer any grievances. Plus, I'm still very happy. At least compared to Louisa, I am quite fortunate. Right? Chapter 147, Sweet Pet Daily Let's Eat. Lu Zheng said, glancing at the dishes on the table, feeling a bit touched and a bit upset. Next time, don't just order what I like. Focus on what you like. I like stir-fried bell peppers and meat too, otherwise why would I order it so much? When Liangyuan smiled gently and picked up a piece of stir-fried bell peppers and meat for him. Hey, how about I make a cup of lemon ginger tea with brown sugar? Wen Liangyuan said as she went to the kitchen and quickly brewed herself a cup of lemon ginger tea with brown sugar. After brewing, she thought for a moment, took a jar of honey from the cupboard below, sliced a lemon, and grabbed a beautiful cup. She put 2 spoons of honey into the cup, added several slices of lemon, and then poured in hot water. She found a tray, brought out both cups, and stood by the table with a smile, asking Lu Zheng. 1 cup is lemon ginger tea with brown sugar, and the other is lemon honey tea. Choose one. Lu Zheng's eyes lit up, surprised that she would do this. I feel like you've discovered a new way of thinking. Be confident. It's not just a feeling, it's a fact. When Liangyuan said, placing the lemon honey tea next to him, I plan to buy some black tea tomorrow to experiment with. It can't be called tea if there's no tea in it. That feels a bit misleading. Lu Zheng took a sip of the lemon honey tea and found the taste surprisingly good, tangy and sweet, he really liked it. As long as you like it. When Liangyuan took a sip of the lemon ginger tea with brown sugar, her eyes squinting with joy, "You like it slightly sweet. I like it moderately sweet. Let's make a few more flavors for everyone to choose from." Lu Zheng set down his cup and continued eating. I'll listen to you." After saying that, when Liangyuan remembered what she had just said, "Are you busy tomorrow? If you're not busy, can you come with me to buy black tea? I'll be a bit busy tomorrow, might not have time, but I can give you access to my account, so you can use it freely." Lu Zheng said, taking her hand with the light brain, and after a few operations, their joint account was activated. When Liangyuan set down her chopsticks, excitedly opened her light brain, and checked her personal account, only to find the balance was 0. "Did you give me all your money? Not even leaving a single word for yourself?" When Liangyuan's eyes widened, feeling a bit hurt, thinking he was foolish, Lu Zheng was unconcerned, saying lightly, "I said I'd give it all to you. How could I leave anything behind? It's stupid to deceive oneself." Indeed, with his proud personality, how could he do something so self-deceptive? When Liangyuan smiled, lowered her head, and with a quick motion on the screen, their joint account suddenly had an additional 1 million coins. Lu Zheng looked at Wen Liangyuan in surprise, not understanding why she did that. When Liangyuan smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with affectionate smiles. "You treat me well, so I want to treat you well too. From now on, this will be our joint money. The money in my personal account is my private stash, and you should worry about it. The money in the joint account is also your money," Lu Zheng said seriously, not planning to use the money inside and intending to transfer money into it when he had it. A simple principle: his money was her money, and her money was still her money. When Liangyuan knew, he was resolute in his words and didn't argue with him about this matter, silently planning to treat him well in the future. "By the way, aren't you planning to buy a hover car? I always feel that taking public flying vehicles is a bit inconvenient." Lu Zheng felt it was a bit tiring since he had to walk quite a distance to catch a flying vehicle. When Liangyuan was taken aback, she had thought about this long ago but hadn't taken action. Now that Lu Zheng mentioned it, she felt tempted. "When you have time, come with me to buy it. I don't understand anything by myself." For some reason, after being with Lu Zheng, she always liked to have him in front of her, blocking and accompanying her. Alone, she felt insecure, lacking something. Even go to buy a hover car made her uncomfortable. Lu Zheng nodded. "I should have time the day after tomorrow. I'll accompany you to buy it then." "All right, then I'll get more things done tomorrow, so that I won't be too busy the day after tomorrow." When Liangyuan couldn't help but started to look forward to it. The two chatted while eating, and after finishing, Lu Zheng consciously started to clean up the dishes. When Liangyuan took her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, the child also woke up, and the two played with toys on the living room carpet. Until the child got tired again and fell asleep, they let Eva and Wally take her down. Lu Zheng exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Liangyuan and shyly took the person into the room. The two had done this many times, even knowing what position to change with just a gesture, but when Liangyuan was still shy, unable to get used to it, insisting on turning off the lights. However, Lu Zheng loved the way she looked when she was excited, all blushing and charming. How could he bear to turn off the lights? That night was no different. When Liangyuan still couldn't resist Lu Zheng and was caught under the lights. After a round of entanglement, when Liangyuan lay in Lu Zheng's arms, gasping, and angrily punched his chest twice, softly saying, "You're not allowed to do this next time." She had said the same thing last time, but Lu Zheng still didn't listen. It was the same this time. As soon as when Liangyuan said it, Lu Zheng mentally crossed it out, firmly disagreeing with her request. But on the surface, Lu Zheng readily agreed. After all, it wouldn't be wise to provoke her at this moment, right? When Liangyuan was too tired to even move her fingers, and naturally, she didn't want to think about why he agreed so readily. She simply obediently and gently fell asleep in his arms. Lu Zheng gently placed her under the blanket, got out of bed, and went to check on the child, finding Wally preparing formula and doing a pretty good job at it. "Wally, you seem to have leveled up, becoming quite capable." Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. Wally let out a mechanical laugh. "Master, this is set by the mistress. She said that when Eva rests, I'll take over. And I can't bear to see Eva work so hard. Are you fond of Eva?" Lu Zheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Can robots fall in love?" Wally blushed, and its eyes sparkled like stars. Master, don't say that. Wally has to get busy now. I'll go check on the child, too. Lu Zheng said, following Wally into the nursery. Yes, after he moved back, the child returned to the nursery and no longer stayed in the same room as Wen Liangyuan. However, the commander was not very at ease, and he had to check once or twice at night to sleep soundly. That night was no different. He knelt beside the cradle, accompanying the child, who held onto his finger with her small hand, not wanting to let go for a long time. Lu Zheng felt soft-hearted, reaching out to touch her chubby little face. Good girl, go to sleep. Daddy will go to sleep too. We have work tomorrow. Chapter 148. Lu Yiheng's coldness. Xiaoyu seemed to understand his words and obediently let go of his hand to let him go back to sleep. The next day, Wen Liangyuan was busy for a long time before she managed to find time to video call the father-daughter duo. The three of them chatted for a while before hanging up. After that, she continued to be busy, and after a while, Lu Yiheng arrived with a not-so-good expression on his face. What's wrong? Wen Liangyuan asked, a bit confused, as she rarely saw Lu Yiheng looking this displeased. Lu Yiheng looked at her with a sense of hopelessness and said with a speechless expression, Did you forget to tell Lu Zheng about Wen Liangshu? Wen Liangyuan. I'm sorry, I seem to have gone a bit overboard and really forgot. After saying this, she didn't care much and video called Lu Zheng again. What's wrong? Is there something? Lu Zheng's voice was gentle and indulgent. Wen Liangyuan's face was filled with guilt. I forgot to tell you about Wen Liangshu. I'm sorry. Her matter? You don't need to worry. Abel told me about it. I've sent Lin Xiu to investigate, so don't worry. We'll have results in a few days. Lu Zheng had a smile in his eyes. Don't dwell on it. It's also my fault for not telling you. They hadn't had time to talk about it yesterday, so it wasn't Lu Zheng's fault. Wen Liangyuan thought a bit shyly. After hanging up the video call, Wen Liangyuan looked at Lu Yiheng a bit shyly. Lu Zheng is already investigating. Fortunately, he is smarter than me. Lu Yiheng breathed a sigh of relief and said somewhat seriously, That's good. I'm relieved. Wen Liangyuan got up from the sofa. Dr. Lu, what do you want to eat? I can make it for you. Or you could try the brown sugar lemon ginger tea I made yesterday. Lu Zheng really likes the lightly sweetened one. Lying back on the sofa and looking at the ceiling, Lu Yiheng said, I like sweet things. You can give me a lot of sugar. Thank you. Okay, just a moment. After Wen Liangyuan finished speaking, she went to the pastry room. Although Dr. Lu only drinks, Wen Liangyuan still brought him a piece of pastry to go with it. Lu Yiheng ate slowly. I'll go get busy first. Okay, Lu Yiheng said, picked up the brown sugar lemon ginger tea, took a sip, and his eyes showed a hint of appreciation. Just as he was about to take another sip, he was suddenly distracted by a figure that flashed past the doorway. Lu Yiheng almost went crazy, putting down the cup and running out. He ran very fast, and the figure ahead didn't go far. He caught up in just a few breaths. He grabbed the person's hand, and Lu Yiheng's eyes were filled with a cold smile. What are you doing here? The person was none other than Yuqing, who had gone to Yunqing and was saved at the brink of death. She looked at Lu Yiheng, stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and shook off his hand. What I do here is none of your business. You have no right to control me. Yuqing looked at Lu Yiheng with a cold face, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Lu Yiheng sneered coldly. Control you? You'll never have the right to let me control you in your lifetime. Your appearance only makes me feel foolish. Seeing you is like seeing my own foolishness. It disgusts me, so don't act like I'm entangling with you. Lu Yiheng's eyes were filled with coldness, without a trace of warmth. After being by his side for so many years, how could Yuqing not know what kind of person he was? He didn't bother to lie. What he said was true. He really hated himself. Knowing this fact, Yuqing's heart twisted and turned, filled with all kinds of painful and suffocating feelings. Then why did you pull me? If seeing me disgusts you, why did you chase after me? Yuqing coldly retorted to Lu Yiheng, knowing he had no feelings for her, yet still feeling confused about his behavior of chasing after her and grabbing her. Looking at Yuqing coldly, Lu Yiheng said icily, Because recently a friend of mine was affected by a neurotoxin and his personality changed drastically, losing his sanity. This neurotoxin is currently being used in our hospital and the Academy of Sciences laboratory. The people from the Academy of Sciences want to leak it out. So it must be our hospital. You have connections with the director, so it's only natural for me to associate this matter with you, right? Lu Yiheng's words left Yu Qing feeling terrified. She didn't expect him to figure out so quickly, but she would never admit it. Those people were her lifesavers, and she would never betray them, even if it meant death. I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't want to see you. Please let me go, Yu Qing said coldly, turning to leave, only to be grabbed by Lu Yiheng's arm again. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Lu Yiheng said coldly, pulling out his light brain to video call Lin Xiao. The video call was quickly connected, and Lu Yiheng said, I found a big fish here in the city center, which might be useful for your investigation. Hurry up and come. Lin Xiao said something, and Lu Yiheng nodded with a smile, quickly hanging up the video call. Seeing that she was about to be caught, Yu Qing panicked completely. Lu Yiheng, just consider my plea. Can you let me go? Obviously not. I am no longer the person I used to be. I will not be soft-hearted towards you anymore, nor will I show mercy. Lu Yiheng said coldly, pulling her hand and sitting down on a nearby bench to trap Yu Qing. Seeing that he was impervious to persuasion, Yu Qing's heart raced, and she had to scream, What if I tell you I'm pregnant and the child is yours? Will you let me go? As Yu Qing spoke, her eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks, looking miserable and pitiful. Lu Yiheng stared at Yu Qing, then coldly smiled, to escape. You really can come up with any excuse. Do you think I would still fall for it? I am no longer the person I used to be. I'm telling the truth. I beg you to believe me this once. I really have a child in my belly, and the child is yours. If I lie even a little, let me die a terrible death. Yu Qing was almost crying. She really couldn't betray those people. If she betrayed them again, she would truly wish she were dead. But Lu Yiheng no longer cared about her. The eyes that once looked at her with deep affection were now filled with coldness, devoid of any warmth. She didn't know what to do, feeling lost and helpless, her heart cold and painful. Can't you just believe me this once? Lu Yiheng seemed to ignore her pain, even feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. So this is your day? Weren't you very proud and arrogant before? Now you've fallen to this state, crying so pitifully. Do you think I would still feel sorry for you? When I loved you, I felt distressed at your frown. But now that I don't love you anymore, even if you cry blood beside me, I won't care, and all of this is caused by you. Has nothing to do with me. Chapter 149. I bet Lu Yiheng felt conflicted. While he was exhilarated, there was also a deep-seated hatred within him. Do you really hate me this much? Yu Qing's eyes were filled with tears, unable to believe that someone who once adored her, who would have done anything to hold her in his hands, could end up hating her so deeply. It's not exactly hatred. To me, you are just an annoying stranger now, and since you are related to my friend's matter, I won't let you off easily. How could Lu Yiheng ever admit to hating her? He could never hate her, and even if he did, he would never say it out loud. Lu Yiheng, let me say something harsh. After sleeping with me for so many years, can't you help me just this once? Consider it a request. If you want me to kneel, I have no problem with that. As Yu Qing spoke, she was about to kneel on the ground when Lu Yiheng stopped her. No need to kneel. I'm just handling this matter professionally. Lu Yiheng had no intention of letting her go. Regardless of his motivations, he intended to keep her trapped here. When Lin Xiao arrived, he found the two of them in a standoff. Dr. Lu, what's going on? Didn't you say there was a big fish that could help me with my case? Where's the big fish? Lin Xiao said, his gaze landing on Yu Qing, suddenly realizing. You're not talking about Yu Qing, are you? Lin Xiao said, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Yiheng countered, is there a problem? Seeing Lu Yiheng in a bad mood, Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to provoke him and quickly waved his hand. No problem, of course not. At this point, Lin Xiao's gaze fell back on Yu Qing. In that case, Miss Yu Qing, please accompany me for an investigation. Yu Qing gritted her teeth, her eyes red and filled with unwillingness. Lu Yiheng, you personally pushed me into the fire pit. I will never forgive you. I don't care about your forgiveness, Lu Yiheng said indifferently, his words hitting Yu Qing's heart like a heavy hammer. Don't regret it, Yu Qing said, her eyes filled with hatred, as she was taken away by Lin Xiao to the cabinet. Once inside the cabinet, Lin Xiao didn't ask Yu Qing anything, but instead investigated all the places she had been to, the people she had met, and the things she had done recently, eventually piecing together the clues. In the evening, Lin Xiao appeared in Yu Qing's resting office with a stack of documents. As a smart person, Yu Qing knew what she was about to face. Miss Yu Qing, you are quite clever, having done so many bad things, yet Dr. Lu let you go privately. If it weren't for the law's reach, we probably wouldn't have found you. Yu Qing lowered her head, remaining silent. Take a look at these documents. If there are any mistakes, please point them out, Lin Xiu said, throwing a stack of documents in front of her. Yu Qing didn't even look at them, sitting there stiff and cold, maintaining her silence. Lin Xiu got up from his chair, walked to the window, and turned around, his face showing signs of irritation. Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger. Do you know how many people you've harmed? The commander almost died because of you. If it weren't for the commander risking everything to protect us, an entire fleet would have vanished because of you. Do you think that by not speaking, we can't convict you? Miss Yu Qing, don't be so cruel. Otherwise, it will all come back to haunt you. Lin Xiu could not remain calm when addressing the instigator. Yu Qing looked at him calmly, with no remorse in her eyes. Do you hate me this much? Why not just send me to a military court then? Seeing her so indifferent, Lin Xiu was nearly driven mad, unable to suppress his harshness. Sorry, Miss Yu Qing, but you don't even have the qualifications to go to a military court right now, because all your mistakes have been shouldered by Dr. Lu. You see, the people you care about don't take you seriously and can watch you die with indifference. But the ones you don't care about are risking their lives for you. Do you want to know what he's been doing lately? Finally, a change appeared on Yu Qing's face, her eyes showing a hint of panic and urgency. What is he doing? Because of your mistakes, Dr. Lu has to bear the consequences. To atone for his past mistakes, he has agreed to get close to the director of the military hospital, Lin Xiu said, standing before Yu Qing, hands on the table, looking down at her. The director of the military hospital is someone important, and I believe you know that he is secretly conducting genetic experiments with years, planning to create the strongest alpha warriors of the empire, along with matching idas. To achieve this goal, they will stop at nothing, and Dr. Lu could lose his life at any moment because of you. After speaking, Lin Xiu saw regret, sadness, and gloominess in Yu Qing's eyes, and his heart filled with a sense of satisfaction. The Miss Yu Qing you are in contact with and helping, along with Miss Darcy, are not good people either. The nerve toxin they created can alter a person's character. Your good friend Wen Liangyuan is a victim. Of course, you might think they saved you, so you should protect them and keep their secrets. But have you considered that they saved you for their own purposes? They might be connected to Adley. Adley abandoned you, and then let them come to rescue you, using your gratitude to do bad things. Do you think there is a possibility of that, Miss Yu Qing? This is merely Lin Xiu's speculation, but it is highly likely. After all, someone like Adley is no gentleman. He could abandon a woman who loved him so much and did so much for him. Couldn't he? What credibility does such a person have? Yu Qing's expression changed, unable to suppress the depth of Lin Xiu's words. After a while, Lin Xiu coldly smiled. How about we make a bet? I'll let you go. You can try to find out what they are planning. If what I said is true, you will tell me everything, expose it, and then testify against them, sending them to prison. But if what you say isn't true? With a glimmer of hope, Yu Qing thought that perhaps those two wouldn't deceive her otherwise. She really wouldn't know what to do. She used to like Adley so much, but Adley never regarded her as a person, only as a flag to be humiliated at will. She certainly wouldn't care about those two, but she couldn't bear to think that Adley would exploit her like this, squeezing out her last bit of value. Why was he so cruel? How could he do such terrifying things to her? Lin Xiu noticed her trembling hands, his eyes filled with a smile. If what I said isn't true, I will naturally let you go and won't speak of this matter. You will be safe and sound. All right, I hope you keep your word. Yu Qing steeled her heart. It was time for her to see through everything, break through everything, and eliminate everything. She could no longer drift aimlessly, rather than being entangled. It was better to cut it off decisively. A moment of pain was better than a lifetime of suffering. Chapter 150. Daughter slave Yu Qing thought this way and inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. After leaving the cabinet, she went to buy some items before returning to their laboratory. As soon as she got back, she was met with the questioning gazes of two people and heard their unpleasant tones. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? We sent you messages and you didn't reply. Yu Qing threw the items in her hand onto the table, sitting down weakly without hiding her exhaustion. I ran into Lu Zheng while I was out buying things. What? You ran into him? What did he do? What did you say to him? Lu Qing was suddenly anxious, more tense than anyone else because she knew how well Lu Zheng got along with Lu Zheng. Louisa then asked if you were with him. How could you have taken so long? Seeing the suspicion and vigilance in Louisa's eyes, Yu Qing sneered. Maybe I hurt him badly. So he couldn't bear to let me leave and kept talking. Is that all? Why do I feel like it's unusual? Louisa didn't believe Yu Qing at all, and Yu Qing didn't care, coldly saying, if you feel it's unusual, go check. I'm too tired to talk about this. I want to rest, so please don't disturb me. I just want to sleep well. After saying this, Yu Qing nonchalantly returned to her room and lay down to sleep. Watching her departing figure, the two exchanged glances filled with doubt and distrust. Do you believe what she said? Lu Qing asked Louisa coldly. Louisa huffed disdainfully, casually taking a chair and sitting down, crossing her legs and saying indifferently, does it matter if I believe it? She only has value for us in drug research. Once the drug is developed, she will have no more value, and then I won't care what she does. But the drug is still a bit off. Lu Qing said anxiously, nearly losing her sanity. What does it matter if it's a bit off? Isn't it effective? Wen Liangyuan is already in the hospital and hasn't been discharged yet, right? Louisa's eyes were filled with confidence. She believed the drug was already at a sufficient level, and a little better wouldn't hurt. Forget it. I won't talk about this. I'm leaving. Lu Qing said, intending to leave, but was called back by Louisa. When do you plan to drug Wen Liangyuan? Who will you send? I can hardly wait. Can you speed it up? Louisa said while tapping on her holographic device, playing a game. Lu Qing turned to look at her, eyes filled with surprise. There's something I don't understand. What is it? Maybe I can help you figure it out. Louisa replied without looking up, focused on her game. I can't bring myself to kill him, and with my relationship with Lu Zheng, I can't either. But you and Wen Liangyuan should be full siblings. Why do you want to kill her? Lu Qing knew she wasn't a good person, but she still couldn't bring herself to kill Lu Zheng. Upon hearing her words, Louisa laughed as if hearing a joke. Because I hate her. I hate her, so I don't want her to live on the same planet as me. I hate her, and I don't want her to call the same parents as me. I want her dead. It's that simple. There are no other reasons. Louisa was nonchalant, as if killing her own sister was a trivial matter. You really are heartless. I feel ashamed in comparison. Lu Qing said as she intended to leave, but Louisa's words made her pause. You've done many bad things too, so there's no need to pretend. Why be so hypocritical? Aren't you tired? Louisa said mockingly before continuing her game. Just go back. I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. It's boring. Suppressing her frustration, Lu Qing opened the door and left the laboratory. Once she was gone, Yu Qing slowly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Lu Zheng learned about Yu Qing's appearance in the cabinet only after dark, when he finally finished his work and had some free time. Lin Xiao told him about it. You did well. Now we just wait for her reaction. Don't do too much to avoid alarming the snake. Lu Zheng rarely praised Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was a bit taken aback. It was just okay, nothing special. All right, it's time to get off work. I'm leaving too, Lu Zheng said as he stood up and left the office. Lu Zheng was very busy today and got off work late. After Wen Liangyuan picked up the child after work, she said she wanted to buy some red tea. After leaving the cabinet, Lu Zheng video called Wen Liangyuan, and it connected quickly. What are you doing? Did you finish buying the red tea? I finished a long time ago. I'm at home making lemon honey red tea. Bring back some food. I'm really hungry. Wen Liangyuan had forgotten to eat. And because Wen Liangshu was in the hospital, the Wen family's private restaurant wasn't open. So it was really difficult to eat her favorite dishes. What do I want to eat? Lu Zheng asked with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. The feeling of having someone at home waiting for him to come back to feed them was truly wonderful, and Lu Zheng was very satisfied. Don't you like to eat meat? I'll bring back more meat. I want to eat beef stew with potatoes, braised pork, and preserved ribs, and some stir-fried vegetables to lighten the meal. Just these few dishes, Wen Liangyuan said, and as the water in the pot boiled, she added, I won't talk anymore. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, she hung up and continued making lemon honey red tea. Lu Zheng then found a small restaurant and ordered those dishes. The taste was similar to that of the Wen family's private restaurant, but the prices were much higher. However, since the customers weren't particularly many, Lu Zheng didn't have to wait long before taking the dishes back home. When he got home, Wen Liangyuan had already brewed 2 cups of delicious lemon honey red tea and was placing them on the dining table. Seeing him come back, her eyes curved into smiles. Thank goodness you're back. I'm really hungry, Wen Liangyuan said as she hurriedly set the dining table, then walked to the entrance to bring the food Lu Zheng had brought back to the living room, arranging everything neatly. While she was doing this, Lu Zheng changed into slippers and came to the living room to play with his precious daughter. Xiaoyue, you didn't get off work with Daddy today. Are you still okay? Wen Liangyuan placed the chopsticks down and called out to Lu Zheng, come eat. Aren't you hungry? You eat first. I'll be right there, Lu Zheng said, holding his chubby daughter and walking around the house for a couple of laps. Afterward, he couldn't bear to let her go and simply held Xiaoyue to the dining table, eating with one hand while holding the child with the other. This scene truly stunned Wen Liangyuan. Is this really necessary, my esteemed commander? Lu Zheng said seriously, why wouldn't it be necessary? I didn't see her this evening, and I missed her terribly. Wen Liangyuan, not saying anything, Wen Liangyuan picked up a piece of preserved ribs and placed it in Lu Zheng's bowl, adding a few pieces of beef and potatoes. Don't just focus on me. Hurry up and eat. Aren't you very hungry? Lu Zheng still found the time to say this. Aren't you hungry? Eating with one hand? Wen Liangyuan said helplessly. Lu Zheng was the most indulgent daughter slave she had ever seen. Chapter 151. Boredom. Fortunately, Lu Zheng said, clearly lost in thought. Wen Liangyuan was at a loss for words and didn't want to talk for a while, but this was okay. At least she wouldn't have to spend time on the child and could have more time for herself. After dinner, Lu Zheng took their daughter to bathe, while Wen Liangyuan remained in the kitchen fiddling with her own things. The couple each performed their roles, occasionally sharing a smile. In the evening, Lu Zheng received a video call from Lu Zheng. He gestured to Wen Liangyuan and stepped out of the room, unwilling for outside matters to affect her world. What's up? Lu Zheng found it a bit strange. Lu Zheng rarely called him via video and looked exhausted. I don't plan to say much. I just want to drink a bit. You know what I mean? Can you come out? Or should I go to your place? Lu Zheng clearly struggled for a while before deciding to disturb Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng glanced at the completely closed door and said, come to my place. I remember Liangyuan prepared an entire fridge full of beer last time, and there's still some snacks left. We can also watch a cozy movie. Okay, I'll be right there, Lu Zheng said before hanging up the video call. Lu Zheng closed his light brain and walked back to the room, where Wen Liangyuan was groggily getting out of bed. What's wrong? Lu Zheng is coming over. You keep sleeping. I'll drink with him, Lu Zheng said, walking to the bedside and gently touching Wen Liangyuan's head. Okay, but don't I need to prepare something? Wen Liangyuan asked, her eyes softening as she rubbed Lu Zheng's hand against her face. He must be a bit sad, or he wouldn't come to you. Yeah, probably. You go back to sleep and close the door. I don't want other men to see you in your pajamas, Lu Zheng said, somewhat possessively. Wen Liangyuan revealed a faint smile. All right. So, Wen Liangyuan went back to sleep, leaving Lu Zheng alone in the living room waiting for Lu Zheng. After a while, Lu Zheng arrived with a large amount of food. I spent a month's salary on this, so don't complain. Eat slowly, he said, looking a bit down and still somewhat sad. Lu Zheng closed the door and, unsure of what movie to watch, picked a film that Liangyuan liked. It's fine. I can watch anything, Lu Zheng said as he placed the food on the living room table and casually sat on the carpet. Lu Zheng joined him, opening the bag and neatly arranging the contents. Once everything was set up, he went to the kitchen, grabbed some chill beer from the fridge, and brought out 2 cups of lemon honey black tea. What do you want to drink? Lemon honey black tea or ice-cold beer? What if I want both? Lu Zheng replied somewhat helplessly. Lu Zheng chuckled coldly, sure. He placed both the beer and the tea beside him. The two sat down, drinking and eating, chatting casually. Honestly, I completely let her go, but I feel so stifled, you know? The person I liked so much doesn't like me back and instead likes someone so terrible. It makes me furious, you know? Lu Zheng's eyes were filled with pain. I feel insulted, looked down upon by her, and that makes me really sad. Lu Zheng looked at him calmly and said, if you've truly let go, why are you thinking so much? It really isn't necessary, is it? Maybe I haven't truly let go. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in so much pain, Lu Zheng admitted honestly, taking a big gulp from the beer can, looking quite dreadful. Lu Zheng looked at him with a hint of sarcasm. Just don't drink yourself to death and then cause me trouble. Lu Zheng, feeling indignant, punched Lu Zheng lightly. Are you still my good brother? Unless something unexpected happens. I should be, Lu Zheng replied nonchalantly, feeling no pity for Lu Yiheng. Knowing that everything he faced was his own choice and had nothing to do with others, he didn't need anyone's pity. Thus, Lu Zheng's attitude somewhat alleviated Lu Yiheng's guilt. Otherwise, he would feel even sadder. By the way, how do you get along with Miss Wen? I'm really curious, Lu Yiheng said, his eyes filled with envy, genuinely envious that Lu Zheng had such a gentle and lovely partner. Lu Zheng smiled coldly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. So what do you plan to do now? Regardless, she was once your woman. You could have prevented her mistakes or borne the consequences because she was your woman, not someone else's. Even if she likes Adeli, she is still your woman, not Adeli's, right? At this point, Lu Zheng suddenly realized he was being jealous and felt helpless. It turned out that it was so easy to advise others, but so difficult to advise oneself. After a while, Lu Yiheng stared at Lu Zheng, speechless. Don't give me that standing and talking doesn't hurt nonsense. I become your undercover agent, tracking the dean every day. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it all because of her? After saying this, Lu Yiheng rolled his eyes, feeling furious. I almost lost my life. And you think making you an undercover agent is a hardship? Lu Zheng retorted, prompting Lu Yiheng to sigh, feeling at a loss for words. After a long moment, he finally said, So how much more do I need to do? I don't know. If you have time, how about you tell me everything you talked about between you two? Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. He had to admit he was also very curious about that girl. Lu Yiheng drank several cans of beer in succession and began to feel a bit tipsy. He hazily recounted the events of the day to Lu Zheng. And despite some errors in his memory, he was mostly accurate. After listening to him, Lu Zheng looked at him with a sense of helplessness. Have you considered that what she said might be true? She really could have a child. Child? Lu Yiheng looked confused, and Lu Zheng nodded. Yes, a child. She is your woman. You should know whether or not there is a child. There is no need to doubt. Lu Yiheng fell into deep thought, inevitably recalling those days when he was furious, almost spending every day in bed with her, doing nothing but eating and drinking, and not taking any precautions. Because he was so angry at her deception and betrayal, any sympathy he had for her pregnancy vanished, and he tortured her repeatedly without letting up. Thinking of this, Lu Yiheng lowered his head, running his hands over his face. What should I do if she is pregnant? She is your woman. Isn't she? Lu Zheng said casually. Lu Yiheng smiled absent-mindedly. She's indeed my woman, but she has also truly betrayed me. Chapter 152. The child is what matters. What does it matter to a big man? Lu Zheng said casually, standing and speaking without concern. With a mocking expression, Lu Yiheng couldn't help but retort angrily. Then what is important? She is carrying your child. That is what matters most. Everything else is irrelevant. Besides, am I not the victim here? I'm not even angry. So why are you? Does Lu Zheng not care? Not really. Is he not angry? Not particularly. But Lu Yiheng had already taken on everything, approaching that dangerous and terrifying director. Was there any need to hold on to it? No need. Just because you're not the victim. That's why I'm angry. Otherwise, what do you think? Lu Yiheng was speechless, but he felt a sense of relief inside. Enough. This trivial matter is not worth my time to discuss with you repeatedly. Lu Zheng interrupted Lu Yiheng. After that, the two didn't say much, just quietly drank. After a while, Lu Yiheng had enough to drink and decided to leave, to which Lu Zheng wholeheartedly agreed. After sending Lu Yiheng off, Lu Zheng tidied up the room a bit and washed his hands. When he returned to the bedroom, Wen Liangyuan was drowsy. Did he leave? Lu Zheng bent down to hold her and kissed her forehead. Get some rest. It's late. Okay, you too. Wen Liangyuan was extremely tired. After speaking, she closed her eyes and rolled over to sleep. Lu Zheng changed his clothes before lying down, and Wen Liangyuan naturally rolled into his arms, rubbing against his chest as she continued to sleep soundly. In contrast, Lu Yiheng spent a sleepless night, forcing himself to go to work the next day. He went to see Wen Liangshu first thing. Dr. Lu? You look quite tired, Abella asked curiously. Wen Liangshu, who was eating, also looked at him with curiosity. Yeah, doctor. Lu, you look so tired. Did something happen? After a period of treatment, Wen Liangshu's temperament had improved significantly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Abella and Lu Yiheng. With a cold and proud expression, Lu Zheng stood at the foot of the bed and said to them, "If I say it's because of you, would you believe it? Why wouldn't I believe it?" Abella smiled sincerely. Wen Liangyuan, however, shook his head. "I don't really believe it. With your personality, you wouldn't be anxious enough to lose sleep over us. It seems you have quite a bit of self-awareness." Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow. Wen Liangyuan glanced at Abella beside him, feeling proud. "See, I'm quite smart, right? Indeed, very smart, which is why you were drugged and became so irritable. Hurting your own sister." Lu Zheng coldly mocked from his side, making Wen Liangyuan's face turn pale with anger. "Dr. Lu, you can go about your business now. We'll come to you if we need anything. Thank you for today." Abella hurriedly sent Lu Zheng away, fearing that if he continued, Wen Liangyuan would be driven to madness. He cherished the life he had expended considerable energy to save. Lu Zheng nodded and seriously told Wen Liangyuan, "Take your medicine on time, no pouting. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, don't blame anyone." "I understand, Dr. Lu. You go ahead and be busy. We won't disturb you." Wen Liangyuan just wanted to send him off quickly, having no other thoughts. Abella walked Lu Zheng to the door. "Dr. Lu, did something else happen?" He wasn't as casual as Wen Liangyuan. He believed whatever Dr. Lu said, but he felt that something must have happened last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. "Keep an eye on Wen Liangyuan. Don't let anyone disturb her, even if that person is her friend. Don't let anyone in, understand?" Lu Zheng suddenly thought that maybe Wen Liangyuan was poisoned because of Yu Qing, so it was better to be cautious. Although Abella didn't know how serious the situation was, he trusted Lu Zheng, so he nodded earnestly. "I understand, don't worry." "Okay, I'll be busy now." Lu Zheng turned and got to work. Once he left, Abella returned to the ward. Wen Liangyuan recalled the previous events and felt a bit guilty. "I didn't just hurt Liangyuan. I also hurt you. I'm really sorry. You didn't do it on purpose, so don't be afraid." Abella reached out to pat her head, his face full of warmth. Wen Liangyuan forced a smile. "You can easily forgive me because my mistakes aren't that serious. But for Liangyuan, I am being completely unreasonable. I even want to kill myself over this." Looking back at those words, I feel like I'm not even human. Regarding this matter, Wen Liangyuan could only regret like this. "Don't overthink it. Don't you remember? Your abnormality was discovered by Liangyuan. If she hadn't sensed your unusualness, we wouldn't have felt anything. This shows she knows what your usual personality is like, right? So she wouldn't blame you." Abella stood by Wen Liangyuan's side. She knew this too, so what she said was evidently doubtful. She smiled absent-mindedly, a bit sadly, saying, "Did you forget something? Those drugs amplify my emotions, which means I already had those emotions to begin with, right?" She couldn't deceive herself and felt disgusted just thinking about it, feeling extremely guilty inside. Abella sighed, his eyes full of pity. "Did you forget something? If we talk about thoughts, there probably wouldn't be any good people in this world. Everyone has some negative and malicious emotions to varying degrees. But if they can control them and not let them explode, and don't do bad things, then we are good people. This is called judging actions, not hearts. If we can't control it and it explodes, hurting others, then we become bad people. And they use drugs to stimulate your emotions, which is inherently immoral." Upon hearing this, Wen Liangyuan's eyes turned red and looked very pitiful. Abella reached out to touch the corner of her eye. "Don't be sad. Just treat Liangyuan well in the future. Even though she pretends not to care about you, she still cares a lot about you. Plus, I heard your brother is coming soon, so you need to be in good spirits." Hearing that her brother was coming, Wen Liangyuan looked at Abella and said, "If I say I want to use the money I earned from my family's private restaurant to support my brother's education, what would you think?" At that time, she had probably already been poisoned, so she didn't dare to tell him. Now thinking back, it was really foolish. "Sweetheart, you really don't need to ask for my opinion on this because it's your money. I have no right to interfere. But the fact that you asked makes me feel touched. It shows you care about me, so I support any decision you make." "Really? Then I will support my brother's education," Wen Liangyuan said happily. Chapter 153, Proposal. The days after the proposal were quite ordinary, except for Assistant Zhang and Lin Xiu being particularly busy. It was evident that Lu Zheng was getting more and more anxious every day. Even Guan Jingwei and Xiao Fei were caught up in busyness. Overall, only Wen Liangyuan and Xiao Yuer were free, especially during Lu Zheng's election as the Grand Chancellor. He was so busy that he hardly had time to have meals with the two of them. However, Wen Liangyuan understood that he was usually very busy and had no complaints about it. Half a month later, one day, Wen Liangyuan opened the news and was stunned by the content. The director of the military hospital had been arrested and sent to prison, while Lu Zheng and Louisa Yuqing, among others, had openly violated the law and manufactured banned drugs, receiving a sentence of 100 years without the possibility of parole. She quickly switched to the military news channel, where the news of Lu Zheng's successful election was being reported. He had been elected Grand Chancellor at the youngest age. Wen Liangyuan was shocked. No wonder they had been so busy lately, even having little time to eat. It turned out to be for this reason. Lu Zheng, dressed in an elegant and noble military uniform, stood there speaking. Just when everyone thought he would finish his speech, he suddenly shifted his tone and released a video, which was evidence of the military hospital director colluding with Grand Chancellor Diaz. All the reporters reported this news extensively, and the president of the court and the city guard commander personally led people to arrest Grand Chancellor Diaz. Diaz, who had failed in the election, was just stepping out of the hall when he was detained and taken away, facing a ruling from the Empire Supreme Court. Wen Liangyuan's heart almost leaped out of her chest upon seeing this news. Just then, her communicator beeped, and when she answered, she found it was Yi Qingqiu. Wen Liangyuan's voice was cold. What do you want? I don't think we have anything to discuss. Not kicking you when you're down is my greatest kindness. Don't you think? Wen Liangyuan's words left Yi Qingqiu momentarily speechless. After a while, she said, everything is unrelated to your brother. We can all die, but your brother hopes you can save him. Are you begging me? It doesn't sound like you're begging, Wen Liangyuan responded coldly. Yi Qingqiu was taken aback, her breathing becoming rapid. I beg you, save your brother. He has nothing to do with this. If he has nothing to do with it, Lin Xiu will bring the city guards to investigate and clear his name without your begging. You must be in a pretty miserable situation right now, right? Sorry. I feel a bit happy about your misery. At this moment, Yi Qingqiu finally put aside her pride and opened her mouth to plead with Wen Liangyuan. Just then, another notification sound came from Wen Liangyuan's communicator. She couldn't be bothered to listen to Yi Qingqiu's pleas and directly cut off the communication. Liangyuan, get ready. I'm coming to pick you up. You'd better wear something cool, especially you. It was Lin Xiu's voice. Wen Liangyuan was a bit puzzled. I can understand why Xiao Yuer should wear something cool, but why should I? Stop with the nonsense and hurry up. You'd better dress up beautifully, Lin Xiu said before cutting off the call. Wen Liangyuan found it strange but still opened her wardrobe and took out a strapless A-line red gown, adorned with hand-stitched gems and diamonds, looking dreamy and luxurious. This dress had been bought by Lu Zheng recently, and she had found it strange at the time how such a busy person could find time to buy a dress. Now she understood. Feeling a premonition about what Lu Zheng was about to do, her heart raced as she changed into the gown, unable to suppress her nervousness. Xiao Yuer wore a small military-style trench coat, identical to Lu Zheng's military uniform, looking cute and beautiful. After a while, Lin Xiu arrived. He piloted the aircraft to pick up Wen Liangyuan and her daughter, arriving at the Imperial Hall's entrance, where the transfer of imperial power was taking place. Lu Zheng, in a crimson cloak and sharp, noble military attire with black boots, looked distinguished and elegant, like a dangerous long sword, sharp and imposing. No one could have imagined that he would be ousted from the commander's position, only to become the Grand Chancellor. When the aircraft door opened, Lin Xiu carried Xiao Yuer, while Wen Liangyuan held back her inner tension, stepping in her high heels towards the Grand Chancellor Lu Zheng, who was giving a speech at the entrance. She had her hair styled, wore a necklace and earrings, and donned the exquisite red A-line gown, walking towards Lu Zheng like an elegant princess. When Lu Zheng saw her, he paused his speech before continuing with a completely different tone. I believe that as the Grand Chancellor, while handling the affairs of the Empire, it does not prevent me from being a good husband and a good father. Today, in front of all of you, I will officially propose to my wife, hoping she will agree. Otherwise, I will be quite embarrassed. Wen Liangyuan couldn't help but smile, her eyes stinging with tears that nearly fell. Just then, Lu Zheng, holding the Grand Chancellor's medal, walked down the steps one by one towards Wen Liangyuan. When he reached her, he knelt on one knee. Wife, I have pursued you for a long time. Can you put aside past grievances and marry me? In front of so many people, I hope you won't reject me. This somewhat humble attitude left everyone stunned, and when Liangyuan's tears flowed fiercely, she could hardly say a word. She even had a ridiculous thought that all the hardships she had endured over the years were just to enjoy the sweetness that Lu Zheng was offering. At this moment, she became the happiest woman in the world, for the most powerful man in the galaxy was kneeling before her, proposing with eyes full of affection and indulgence. When Liangyuan couldn't utter a word, only obediently nodded and accepted the medal Lu Zheng presented. How did that day end? When Liangyuan felt dizzy and still couldn't think clearly. After returning home, she scrolled through the countless videos of Lu Zheng's proposal online, feeling warm and happy inside. At the same time, when Liangyuan received video calls from Yi Qingxiu and someone from Wei Shuixing, she could roughly guess their thoughts, so she ignored them and directly blocked them. That day, after Lu Zheng went to work, the former Grand Chancellor Dias wanted to see Wen Liangyuan. After some thought, she decided to meet him. Tell Lu Zheng to let me out. I don't want the position anymore. I can't just die here. I am still your father, right? Dias looked very disheveled. His hair turned completely white, and he appeared to have aged 10 to 20 years. When Liangyuan looked at him with cold indifference, she even felt like laughing, but she held back her smile to avoid letting the city guards see her amusement. You're just a biological father. Don't make it sound so nice. I'm not here to save you today. I just want to inform you of something. Chapter 154 complete. What is the matter? Dias was clearly a bit anxious. I always knew he was looking for evidence against you, but I never said anything because I was waiting for today, your pathetic state in front of me. When Liangyuan felt both hate and grievances in her heart. What did you say? Dias was extremely agitated, his eyes almost bulging out as he forcefully pulled at the window. What are you talking about? I am your biological father. I know. I've said you are my biological father, but you never raised me. I have no feelings for you, and you clearly have no feelings for me either. Why should I help you? We are just strangers. This sentence from Wen Liangyuan was overheard by Yi Qingxiu, who had just walked in. She looked at Wen Liangyuan in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Do you know what you're saying? Wen Liangyuan turned around and gave her a harmless smile. I know, you're just my biological parents. I've always known you were doing bad things. You harmed Lu Zheng, and he is looking for evidence to take you down at any time. In all of this, I've always hoped Lu Zheng would win. As for you, whether you live or die, I completely don't care. Wen Liangyuan was indeed a somewhat weak person, but she did not have blind kindness. She might be soft-hearted towards others, but she wouldn't do anything because Lu Zheng and Xiao Yue were the most important people in her life. The outcome or fate of others might affect her to some extent, but ultimately, it didn't matter. The two were extremely incredulous. They had always thought Wen Liangyuan was a kind person, but they never expected her to say such cold-hearted words. When Liangyuan looked at Yi Qingxiu, actually, I gave you a chance, but you haven't treated me well at all. Since that's the case, why should I curry favor with you? It's great now. Aside from Mr. Desai, your family has become a pack of stray dogs. This is simply the best fortune from heaven for me. To be honest, seeing you in such a miserable state makes me happier than Lu Zheng. I've always loved my husband, and at this moment, my love for him has reached its peak because he has made you so miserable, so pathetic, standing in front of me, while I'm dressed in the brightest, most beautiful clothes. I am the ultimate winner. You are nothing. Oh, and let me tell you one more thing. My psychic level has slowly reached level 7. The same level as your son, and several levels higher than your daughter. You see, isn't this just heaven's retribution for you? Yi Qingxiu's tears fell one by one, her frail body looking as if it could be crushed, but when Liangyuan felt no pity. Dias roared, spitting out vicious words. When Liangyuan interrupted him, take a break. I heard you're going to be exiled. Don't end up losing all your strength and dying on the way, with your body eaten by bugs. That would be too tragic. Also, it seems I have another little one in my belly. Soon, I will live a life that everyone envies, with both a son and a daughter, while you're really miserable. I'm truly happy. After saying this, when Liangyuan chuckled lightly and turned to leave the jail, outside, Lu Zheng was holding the child in one arm, and there was a flying vehicle nearby, obviously waiting for Wen Liangyuan. When Liangyuan walked quickly over, a little shy, placing Lu Zheng's hand on her belly. Do you prefer a daughter or a son? This question completely stunned Lu Zheng, and when Liangyuan felt a bit speechless. He always had to make things so deep and heavy, sometimes holding her all night. And even when they got out, he always made her lie down for a while before taking a bath. It's no wonder she got pregnant. Can you stop looking so surprised? This was entirely your design. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit speechless as she carefully sat in the flying vehicle. Lu Zheng restrained his smile, looking a bit excited as he activated the autopilot, carefully placing his hand on Wen Liangyuan's belly while sitting with Xiao Yuer. He turned to his daughter. Xiao Yuer, do you prefer a younger brother or a younger sister? Wen Liangyuan felt a bit helpless. I prefer a younger brother, preferably one like you. So do you like me? Lu Zheng immediately climbed up the ladder of the conversation. Wen Liangyuan's face turned red, biting her lip as she looked outside, softly humming in response. Lu Zheng heard this and instantly felt overjoyed, his brows lifting in a smile. I plan to hold the wedding in a few days. During this time, you don't have to do anything, just go buy the dress you like. Lin Xiao and the others will prepare everything. I think it's fine as it is. There is no need for a wedding. Wen Liangyuan was a bit afraid of the trouble. You think it's unnecessary, but I think it's necessary. Just listen to me. I'm your husband, right? Lu Zheng didn't give her a chance to choose. On the day of the wedding, Wen Liangyuan wore the most beautiful and expensive wedding dress in the world, while Lu Zheng was in military uniform, and Lin Xiao followed behind them holding Xiao Yuer. On the day they held their wedding, Diaz embarked on his journey of exile, never to return to Donghua Star again. Louisa attempted to escape through suicide and indeed managed to escape, but unfortunately, she was intercepted halfway by the person she had always targeted, and no one knew where she was taken. Life or death remained unknown. Half a year later, she was thrown onto the street, already on the brink of death and looking quite pitiful. The Lu family, being quite pragmatic, moved away from Donghua Star on the day of their wedding, not knowing where they went. These matters certainly did not affect Lu Zheng's enthusiasm. He was wrapped up in Wen Liangyuan, extremely happy. And didn't he care about these things? 5 years later, a pink flying vehicle stopped in front of the Imperial building, directly attracting everyone's attention. This pink flying vehicle is really something. What is so impressive about it? If you knew who its owner was, you'd be even more impressed. Who is its owner? Is it that exaggerated? There are both men and women working in the Imperial building. No, it belongs to the Grand Chancellor. Because his wife gave birth to 2 daughters in a row, and he was so happy that he turned his flying vehicle pink. At this moment, the pink flying vehicle was opened by Lin Xiao, and out came a little girl, followed by 2 soft and cute little princesses, and behind them was a young master in a small military uniform, walking a bit slowly due to his young age. He had a cold expression with proud eyes, hands behind his back, exuding an air of aloofness. However, all the unapproachable emotions dissipated when the last person walked out. The last woman wore a beautiful trench coat, one hand cradling her belly, her face soft and lovely, like the most beautiful jade, warm and charming. The young master held her hand carefully, saying, "Mommy, be careful. The little brother in your belly is quite big." Hearing her son's voice, Wen Liangyuan's face flushed. After giving birth to their 3rd son, she and Lu Zheng had decided not to have any more children and had been careful with measures, but they didn't expect to end up pregnant again. Lu Zheng felt quite helpless, determined to be more careful after this child, and Wen Liangyuan completely agreed. Assistant Zhang approached, saying, "Sir is in a meeting in the office. Madam and the young masters and Miss may have to wait a while." "It's fine. Official business is important," Wen Liangyuan said gently. Today was the anniversary of their first meeting, and Lu Zheng was determined to take time out of his busy schedule to plan a family outing to enjoy good food and play for a couple of days. Due to their busy schedules, they hadn't gone out together in a long time. Knowing that his wife and children had arrived, Lu Zheng was clearly anxious, even a bit absent-minded during the meeting. After finishing his work, he hurriedly rushed out, and everyone looked at his hurried figure with envy. "What do you want to do?" Lu Zheng's first sentence after pushing open the door was this. A few children looked at him, talking about what they wanted to play with. Lu Zheng quickly agreed and walked up to Wen Liangyuan, hugging her and kissing her on the forehead. "What about you? What do you want to play?" It was clear that Lu Zheng cared most about Wen Liangyuan, with the children being secondary. Wen Liangyuan felt a bit shy, her ears turning red. "Let's watch the kids play together, okay?" She gently touched her round belly, and Lu Zheng readily nodded. Once this child is born and a bit older, I will definitely work hard and take a vacation to take you out, just the two of us. It felt like a long wait. When Liangyuan felt both helpless and sweet inside. Her husband was holding her, their two daughters were soft and adorable, and their son was cool and handsome. Life felt perfectly complete. When Liangyuan turned to look at Lu Zheng, thinking that she really wanted to be with him in the next life too. I approve. Lu Zheng smiled and kissed her forehead again. The three children turned to look at them, then nonchalantly turned back, as their parents had always been so close and affectionate. The end.